Son Wukong, you are indeed extraordinarily powerful. Let us engage in a thrilling battle. You, my friend, are undeniably as combative as I am. In that case, let us fight with fervor. Underneath the azure sky of Earth, Black Wukong and the Sun Wukong from the main universe of Dragon Ball clashed fiercely, exchanging blows with ruthless intent, each strike more lethal than the last, engulfing the battlefield in chaos until a temporal rift manifested, pulling Black Wukong away. To the stars and the abyss, congratulations, adventurer, for your soul has traversed the timeline of Dragon Ball, taking possession of Black Wukong. Huh? What is happening? Where is the kangaroo? My dog is still submerged. At that moment, Black Wukong's soul was swapped, becoming possessed by a man who also bore the name Wukong, engaged in combat with a kangaroo in the real world. As he found himself in Black Wukong's body, Wukong appeared bewildered. Before he could comprehend the situation, the temporal rift quickly yanked him away. Hey, I haven't rescued my dog yet, ah? Leaving behind those final words, Black Wukong was forcibly extracted from time and space. In the blink of an eye, Black Wukong found himself in a verdant pasture, a haven for the boiling sheep. What on earth is happening? Where am I? Have I crossed over? Wukong pondered with confusion. Just then, the voice of the system echoed unexpectedly. Due to the host's demonstration of unparalleled courage in the present, the system has transported you to an alternate world for adventure. You are currently embarking upon this journey as Black Wukong. Upon hearing this, Black Wukong glanced at his attire and touched his face. Realizing the voice in his mind was conveying the truth, and being a fan of Dragon Ball, he felt no joy. Rather, he was anxious about the matters in reality. My dog is still. Ding. Rest assured, the host's pet is safe. Do not worry. Safe? That's a relief. Black Wukong exhaled deeply, then began to mentally organize the events unfolding before him. Upon learning that he had crossed over into Dragon Ball, possessing the body of the most extreme adversary of Sun Wukong, known as Zamasu, he felt a wave of astonishment. Having read fanfiction, he understood well the narratives that would unfold upon inhabiting such a character, and he was well aware of the story of the figure he had possessed. Zamasu was a being of extreme ideology, hastily declaring a plan to eradicate all of humanity simply because he witnessed the brutal plundering of resources by humans, claiming them for themselves. In reality, humans are not all like that. There are diligent workers striving to make a living, individuals burdened by mortgages, car loans, and the expenses of raising children, yet still harboring beautiful dreams for the future. There are also firefighters bravely confronting flames, soldiers defending their homeland, and doctors working tirelessly to save lives, none of whom embody such barbarism. Sun Wukong is a person of pure and innocent ideals, not one to be swayed by beauty or base instincts. Thus, he possesses a profound understanding of Zamasu's narrative. To eradicate all of humanity in pursuit of a world solely for deities? It is utterly ludicrous. This is akin to punishing all life for a singular transgression. Resorting to violence and hatred to resolve issues only begets more violence. How foolish. The Dark Goku mockingly addressed the individual who had commandeered this body. Ding! Upon recognizing the host's virtuous character, this system grants the host a small reward. Super Saiyan God. Rose Form 3 at full power, the pinnacle of Dark Goku's emergence, encompassing all Saiyan forms. I merely utter a few words, and such a splendid reward is bestowed upon me. Truly, you are a benevolent being, Dark Goku exclaimed in astonishment. There is no need for flattery. As you humans would say, an unsolicited gift is invariably driven by ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Dark Goku suddenly comprehended, acutely aware that the other party was offering him this sweet reward in anticipation of the impending tribulations. Alas, given his predicament, Goku had no choice but to accept this grand gift. In an instant, Dark Goku felt an overwhelming surge of power enveloping him, as if he were being reborn. An immense aura erupted from his being. He could distinctly sense that his usual strength had significantly amplified, and it would not be an exaggeration to assert that Dark Goku had reached the zenith of power as depicted in Dragon Ball. No matter how one perceives it visually, nothing compares to the sensation of experiencing it firsthand, Dark Goku remarked, clenching his fist with a look of enlightenment. Lost in the intoxicating thrill of his newfound strength, Dark Goku inadvertently let his aura swell, which was sensed by a distant Little Goku. This energy, so familiar yet distinct. Regardless, I must investigate. What are you up to, Goku? Chi-Chi, an enemy approaches. I must depart. Do not wait up for dinner. But before Chi-Chi could voice her concerns, Little Goku had already soared into the sky. Returning to Dark Goku, he reveled in the power coursing through him, gradually acclimating to it. With the strength he had previously possessed combined with this new power, he found himself only lacking in combat experience and the strategic acumen that comes with rigorous training. Though this body could bestow him with techniques, it was still unfamiliar, leading to a certain degree of awkwardness. While he had some control, there remained untapped potential within. Yet, Dark Goku was undeterred, recalling his 17-year-old self, who had been bested by a scrawny kangaroo and thrown into the water. A surge of indignation welled up within him. With this power, I shall ensure he is submerged upon my return. Dark Goku vowed silently, condensing an energy wave in his hand and launching it directly at a nearby group of kangaroos. Perfect, I'll unleash my frustrations on you lot. He calibrated his strength, unleashing a rose-colored energy blast that instantly created a massive crater in the ground, causing the kangaroo herd to scatter in terror. Witnessing this spectacle, Dark Goku broke into a wicked grin. Ah ha 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 ha. Relish my suffering. Just as Dark Goku reveled in his triumph, a figure suddenly materialized before him. Who are you? The voice bore a hint of seriousness intertwined with mystery, yet Dark Goku knew without looking who it was. Well, it seems I've encountered a living soul, Son Goku. Dark Goku turned with a sly smile, his face radiating arrogance. Who are you? Staring at the figure before him, identical to himself, Little Goku's face was etched with astonishment. Little Goku, from the GT timeline. Hiv ding. Indeed, host, you have inadvertently arrived in the realm of Dragon Ball GT. Is that so? Just in time, for I have long desired to witness the legendary Super Saiyan 4 and its true might. Black Goku twisted his neck and gestured challengingly towards Little Goku. An ominous aura emanated from Black Goku, casting a shadow over the sky. You fiend. Realizing that the figure before him bore an uncanny resemblance, yet exuded a menacing energy, Little Goku immediately assumed a combat stance. When titans clash, disputes often escalate into battle, and Black Goku was no exception. Since I have become Black Goku, let that be my name. But first, let me ascertain the strength of this form. With that, Black Goku launched himself towards Little Goku in an instant, and thus a fierce battle commenced. Chapter 2. The regular Super Saiyan tournament. A sound resonated through the sky as two Gokus engaged in a back-and-forth battle. Due to a lack of combat experience, Black Goku found himself needing to first establish a rapport through sparring with the younger Goku. Observing Black Goku's unfamiliarity with fighting, the younger Goku chuckled. With such immense strength and speed, it appears you lack practical experience. Black Goku candidly admitted, indeed, this is my second time throwing a punch in combat, and I find myself somewhat out of practice. Thus, initially, I can only exchange a few moves with you. Undeterred, Black Goku endeavored to learn and find his rhythm in battle, leveraging his physical talents during the exchange. It seems I'm getting the hang of it, he declared as he unleashed a rapid punch. The younger Goku, caught off guard, was struck and sent flying backward, unable to brace himself. Black Goku swiftly followed up with a kick. Sensing impending danger, the younger Goku hastily raised his arm to block. With a knowing smile, Black Goku executed a sudden movement, his fingers touching his forehead before he instantaneously appeared behind the younger Goku. You've underestimated me, he stated, and with a flash of cold light, he delivered a casual elbow strike that sent the younger Goku crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. Lying sprawled on the ground, the younger Goku coughed up blood, a picture of disarray. Black Goku stood triumphantly in the air, exuding an alluring charisma. It appears your capacity for learning is impressive. It seems your regular form struggles to keep up, he remarked as the younger Goku, dazed, managed to rise from the ground. Instead of lamenting, you should contemplate how to confront me next, you Saiyan, Black Goku scoffed. After venting his frustrations, Black Goku felt rejuvenated, no longer burdened by the earlier incident. With a hearty laugh, the younger Goku unleashed a fierce roar, his hair standing on end, his eyes gleaming emerald as his aura surged. Soon, the sky crackled with lightning, and his hair began to shift from black to yellow, then back again. Another roar erupted from him, and he transformed into his Super Saiyan form. His demeanor transformed from gentle to wild and aggressive. Yet, Black Goku remained unfazed, leisurely hovering in the air. He beckoned to the younger Goku. "Come forth." Round 2. The younger Goku hesitated momentarily, but charged forward without a second thought. Little did he know that, despite becoming a Super Saiyan, he would struggle to gain the upper hand even against Black Goku's regular form. With a flurry of movements, the younger Goku accelerated, unleashing punches at double the previous rate. Black Goku found himself momentarily overwhelmed, taking hits from all directions, yet he quickly acclimated. In no time, the frequency of blows landing on him diminished, allowing him to counterattack with ease, trading punches and kicks with finesse. "You're quite the opponent," Black Goku remarked as the younger Goku, bewildered, observed that despite being a fellow Saiyan, he could not triumph over Black Goku's regular form, even after his transformation. "Is it because of my height?" he pondered. As he fell into the rhythm, Black Goku began to articulate his thoughts. "Your attacks have grown rather sluggish. Have you, transformed into a Super Saiyan, become less formidable than a mere kangaroo?" With a single hand, Black Goku intercepted the forceful punch thrown by Little Goku, delivering a swift side kick in return. Remarkably fast, Little Goku managed to block it with one arm, but was forced to stumble backward a few steps. With a devilish glint in his eyes, Black Goku mimicked his previous attack. Could he be employing that same technique? Little Goku braced himself, yet Black Goku deviated from the expected, seizing him with a forceful elbow strike to his nose. In an instant, Little Goku was caught off guard, blood gushing from his nostrils. "Did you think I would resort to the same technique again? You are indeed quite astute." With that, Black Goku conjured a dark energy sphere in his palm, swiftly slapping it against Little Goku's face. A cacophony of explosions ensued, enveloping the area in a cloud of black smoke, sending Little Goku hurtling away. As the dark mist began to dissipate, Black Goku's silhouette emerged, resembling a deity surveying the disheveled Little Goku below. Undeterred, Little Goku quickly regained his stance, ready to continue the battle. However, the next moment found him frozen in place. Black Goku bent forward, palms pressed together, gradually pulling them apart while gathering energy. A flash of blue light erupted. Kamehameha. The blue energy transformed into a radiant sphere in Black Goku's hands, which he unleashed with a final incantation, sending a beam racing towards Little Goku. "How could you possibly know this technique?" Little Goku exclaimed, astonished, yet time offered him no respite. Reluctantly, he adopted the same stance, preparing to fire his own Kamehameha. Kamehameha. The two colossal blue beams clashed, emitting a dazzling brilliance. The light was blinding, illuminating the entire sky in an instant. A gentle breeze swept through, causing Little Goku's Kamehameha to diminish while Black Goku's grew ever more formidable, tilting the balance of power in favor of one of them. Under the pressure of Black Goku's Kamehameha, Little Goku felt a tingling in his arms, his energy waning, yet he remained resolute. In stark contrast, Black Goku displayed an air of ease, devoid of any fatigue. "You are indeed powerful, but I shall never concede," Little Goku shouted defiantly, summoning even greater strength. With a resounding cry, "Ha!" Little Goku's hair crackled with electricity, his muscles bulging as his power surged. In a short span, he managed to push back Black Goku's Kamehameha. Sensing the newfound strength coursing through his hands, Black Goku realized that Little Goku was beginning to unleash his full potential. The members of the Sun family indeed suffered a setback against Black Goku. With a grim expression, Black Goku summoned his strength, reclaiming the lost advantage. In an instant, Sun Wukong's Kamehameha was forcefully countered by Black Goku, swiftly propelling towards Little Wukong. Astonishingly, it was pushed back. Little Wukong, taken aback, clenched his teeth, preparing to unleash the full power of Super Saiyan 2. A dazzling display of lightning surged through Little Wukong's hair as he fully embraced the transformation. In a fleeting moment, the Kamehameha that loomed before him was thrust back by this overwhelming force, crashing directly into Black Goku. Caught off guard, Black Goku felt the impact of the Kamehameha on his face, eliciting a pained cry as he was engulfed by the tremendous wave of energy. Reduced to a mere speck in the face of such terrifying might until he gradually vanished from sight. A violent explosion erupted in the air, sending thick plumes of smoke billowing upwards. The sound of the explosion resonated with the ferocity of a nuclear blast, creating a colossal mushroom cloud over the desolate green plains. This thunderous noise reached the ears of Vegeta, who was lounging in the sun far away. It seemed not to originate from a weapon, but rather from the explosion of a Kamehameha. What transpired? Listening to the echoes reminiscent of battle, Vegeta's anxious gaze turned towards the source. TSK. I should take a look. With vigilance, Vegeta flew over to investigate. Meanwhile, little Wukong, after the mushroom cloud dispersed, found himself slightly disheveled, bending over and panting. As he observed the absence of Black Goku and felt no trace of his presence, he began to relax. What a thrilling battle it had been. Little Wukong smiled. Although the fight was fierce, it felt more like a controlled release of his own power, as he had not exerted his full strength. With the crisis averted, he reverted to his normal state, preparing to return home. However, in the next moment, danger struck anew. I am dead. The story has only just begun. A blade of energy pierced through little Wukong's waist as Black Goku appeared behind him like a specter. Cough, you're still alive. Little Wukong exclaimed in shock. Turning to face Black Goku, the third round begins. As the words left his lips, the heavens trembled, and a dark golden aura erupted from Black Goku, heralding the arrival of Super Saiyan Black Goku. Chapter 3. The Epic Battle of Super Saiyan 4. Are you a monster? Little Wukong asked, his face contorted in pain. I am not a monster, I am a demon. With that, Black Goku delivered a powerful kick that sent little Wukong flying. Withdrawing the purple-red energy blade, he had concentrated in his right hand. As the energy blade dissipated, Black Goku flashed a wicked smile. Cough, cough. It seems I can only fight you with Super Saiyan 3. Little Wukong grimaced, steadying himself while clutching his wound, and began to unleash his energy. In an instant, the heavens began to darken, and the earth trembled as a multitude of clouds converged around little Wukong. The swiftly flowing rivers, the howling winds of the desert, and the swirling snow of the mountains all coalesced into several powerful auras directed towards him. With a series of exclamations, little Wukong's hair began to lengthen, and his eyebrows faded, heralding the emergence of the Super Saiyan 3 transformation. The transformation animation was rather impressive, prompting Black Wukong to lavish praise, clapping his hands in admiration. Little Wukong shot him a disdainful glance. In this form, I shall never be defeated again. You are doomed. Little Wukong retorted with an air of arrogance. Black Wukong remained silent, lowering his hands quietly. In a flash, Black Wukong appeared before little Wukong. Startled, little Wukong was about to counterattack, but Black Wukong was quicker, teasingly placing a finger under little Wukong's chin. Your physique is truly remarkable. This form surpasses the previous in strength, speed, explosiveness, and endurance. Though not as visually appealing as before, in practical terms, it is merely a fade of strength, he remarked. Remove your hand. Little Wukong roared, launching a rapid and powerful punch at Black Wukong. Your temper seems to have flared up considerably. Is it due to being humiliated and wanting to reclaim your honor? Black Wukong observed casually, sidestepping with ease and reappearing behind little Wukong, giving him a light pat on the shoulder. Your body is indeed sturdy, but this cannot possibly be your full strength, can it? Huh, how do you know? Little Wukong, filled with rage, intended to teach Black Wukong a lesson, but froze in disbelief at his words, turning his head away in shock. How do I know? You must be rather dim-witted. Have you never been curious about why I resemble you so closely? Black Wukong asked mysteriously. Why? Little Wukong swallowed hard, perplexed. Perceiving his confusion, Black Wukong patiently explained. Because I am you. The moment the words fell, Black Wukong's hand rested on little Wukong's temple. You are me. You are me, Kakarot, you fool. Beware. A voice called out, and Vegeta arrived just in time. Upon hearing this, little Wukong sensed impending danger, but it was too late. Black Wukong swiftly flicked his finger, and before little Wukong could regain his composure, he was sent crashing towards the ground with overwhelming force. Kakarot, you fool! Vegeta exclaimed, rushing forward in a fury. Just as little Wukong was about to hit the ground, Vegeta caught him with care, cradling him securely in his arms. When do you plan to wake up? Super Saiyan 3 should not be so easily defeated. You have brought shame upon yourself. Vegeta scolded little Wukong with exasperation. The familiar rebuke resonated in his ears, and little Wukong gradually regained his senses. Feeling the pain radiating from his temple, he shakily stood with Vegeta's support. My head hurts. This guy is incredibly strong. How can we look so alike, yet have such a vast difference in power? Little Wukong pondered, lifting his gaze to meet the imposing figure of Black Wukong, who loomed above him in the sky. Everyone has gathered, which saves me the trouble of searching for you two Saiyan troublemakers. Who are you? And how do you bear such an uncanny resemblance to Kakarot? Vegeta inquired. In response, Black Goku casually introduced himself as the harbinger of your demise. Arrogant. Vegeta, unaware of Black Goku's true power, immediately became enraged and swiftly transformed into Super Saiyan form, charging forward. Vegeta, young Goku attempted to call out to him, but it was too late. Your audacity is commendable, but your arrogance is excessive. In that instant, Vegeta arrived before Black Goku and launched an attack. Black Goku effortlessly blocked the assault with a mere finger. Tap, 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 tap. After several attempts, Vegeta's strikes were all deftly caught by Black Goku, who provocatively grazed his finger against Vegeta's chin. You pervert! Vegeta roared in fury, delivering a roundhouse kick. Black Goku neither dodged nor flinched, raising his arm to easily deflect the blow. After such prolonged combat, I seem to be gradually adapting, Black Goku remarked. Adaptation? Then allow me to assist you, my prince. Vegeta, unwilling to back down, folded his arms behind him and concentrated a surge of purple energy, launching it toward Black Goku. Final flash. The violet energy surged toward Black Goku, who remained unmoved, defending with just a finger. A thunderous explosion ensued, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The smoke was thick, yet Black Goku emerged unscathed, his attire untouched. Incredible, Vegeta exclaimed, somewhat astonished, although he anticipated that the previous attack would not harm Black Goku. Witnessing him emerge unblemished was hard to believe. Even Goku would have sustained minor injuries from such a strike. Show some real strength, Vegeta. Continuing down this path could lead to a humiliating defeat. TCH, I don't need your reminders, Vegeta retorted, channeling his energy as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Upon entering this form, Vegeta radiated power, his body enveloped in flickering blue lightning, as if caressed by a storm. Super Saiyan 2 isn't even the pinnacle. I truly underestimated you, Black Goku scoffed. How do you know about Super Saiyan 4? Are you one of the Super One-Star Dragons? Vegeta demanded fiercely. Black Goku offered no reply, instead tightening his fists and launching an assault. In an instant, Vegeta found himself at a disadvantage. Black Goku's speed was such that Vegeta was struck with a single punch, rendering him unconscious and sending him crashing to the ground in a manner reminiscent of young Goku's earlier plight. Observing this, young Goku understood the urgency of the situation and, as he caught Vegeta's falling form, began to unleash his own energy, preparing for a fierce battle against Black Goku. In an instant, the Super Saiyan Goku radiated a shimmering golden light, his physique expanding as a fierce, beastly glint flickered in his eyes. The sky was awash in crimson hues as Goku ascended into the form of Super Saiyan 4. His crimson hair enveloped his lower half, while his upper body remained bare, showcasing a flawless muscular physique. His long black hair flowed elegantly in the air, and a similarly red tail swayed gracefully behind him. In this formidable form, Goku stood before Black Goku like a red-haired monkey. Why didn't you reveal this form sooner? It could have spared you the sight of your companion being obliterated by my fist, Goku taunted. Enough with the banter. Heed my words, your demise is imminent. Having grown in stature and confidence, Goku no longer cowered before Black Goku, boldly pointing a finger in his direction. You think you're doomed? Black Goku laughed, utterly perplexed by the notion of defeat. Despite Goku's imposing, beastly aura, he remained unperturbed. It is common for one's character to become arrogant with newfound strength. After all, it is a trait inherent to humanity. However, excessive arrogance in critical situations can lead to a regression in one's intellect. If you believe your enhanced power will allow you to easily vanquish me, you are sorely mistaken. Black Goku maintained a calm demeanor, arms outstretched with confidence. Seeing this, Goku ceased his words after ensuring Vegeta's safety and charged at Black Goku. A flash of red light signaled Goku's rapid approach, delivering a powerful straight punch. The speed was overwhelming. Black Goku was caught off guard and took the full force of the blow to his face. You boast with such bravado, yet your abilities seem lacking. Goku followed up with a fierce kick to Black Goku's abdomen, sending him crashing into the rocks. Without hesitation, Goku pursued, launching another heavy punch, only to have it blocked by Black Goku's swift arms. How could you possibly judge the outcome so soon? Let us continue, and then draw our conclusions. Black Goku unleashed a burst of energy, pushing Goku's arms aside, and swiftly retaliated with a flurry of punches aimed at Goku. Though the strikes were rapid, Goku, in his Super Saiyan 4 state, evaded them with remarkable agility. What a monotonous brute. Goku scoffed, sidestepping one of Black Goku's punches and countering with a devastating blow known as the explosive fist, landing squarely on Black Goku. The impact left Black Goku wide-eyed and speechless from the pain. As he felt the searing agony coursing through him, Black Goku gritted his teeth and retaliated with an elbow strike. Yet, to Goku, the movement appeared sluggish, and he deftly dodged. Kamehameha, Goku shouted, adopting a combat stance, and unleashed the Kamehameha wave from his hands, directing it straight at Black Goku. Black Wukong found himself unable to withstand the onslaught and was suddenly hurled away, collapsing like a marionette whose strings had been severed, landing helplessly on a high mountain. The swirling dust enveloped him as he lay in disarray beneath a pile of rubble. Despite the excruciating pain, Black Wukong stubbornly rose to his feet and charged towards Sun Wukong in the sky. This time, Black Wukong had learned to be more astute. Rather than launching a reckless attack, he opted for a probing strike, preparing to deceive his opponent. Sun Wukong was somewhat astonished, but paid little heed as he retaliated effectively. The exchange continued. For every punch that missed, Sun Wukong delivered a kick that sent Black Wukong reeling. Unbeknownst to them, this strategy allowed Black Wukong to grow stronger at an astonishing rate. Before long, Sun Wukong would regret not having concluded the battle swiftly. Despite being repeatedly driven back by Sun Wukong in his Super Saiyan 4 form, Black Wukong's resilience was remarkable. He continued to rise and fight on. In a mere 6 minutes, Sun Wukong had felled Black Wukong hundreds of times, yet he pressed on undeterred. Initially, Sun Wukong believed that Black Wukong's persistence stemmed from a refusal to concede defeat. However, as the prolonged battle unfolded, he realized that Black Wukong was adapting to his new body, his attacks becoming increasingly strategic and diverse, his combat intelligence noticeably enhancing. His overall attributes seemed to awaken gradually. Realizing that continuing the fight would eventually lead to exhaustion, Sun Wukong swiftly kicked Black Wukong away as he launched a punch, seizing the moment to gather energy for a decisive Kamehameha wave to conclude the confrontation. Final Kamehameha wave. The blue energy in Sun Wukong's hands expanded to a magnitude capable of engulfing a towering structure several hundred meters high. In this moment, Black Wukong chose not to dodge the wave, but to withstand it with sheer physical strength, aiming to push his limits and acclimatize to his new form. Aware that he would lose against the Kamehameha, Black Wukong unleashed his full power in Super Saiyan form to withstand the assault. Like an indomitable insect, Black Wukong resisted the Kamehameha with his body, not only enduring the force, but also launching a counterattack, forcing the energy wave back several meters. What a monster! Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Finding himself unable to overwhelm Black Wukong with his current output, Sun Wukong decided to amplify the power of the Kamehameha wave. This must end. Sun Wukong, radiating a crimson glow, unleashed the full might of his Super Saiyan 4 form. Under the blood-red sky, the Kamehameha wave thickened significantly. In an instant, Black Wukong could no longer withstand the onslaught and was engulfed by the Kamehameha, his form soaring into the cosmos like a microorganism crushed by the ocean, exploding in a spectacle akin to fireworks in outer space. A thunderous sound echoed through the seventh universe, capable of obliterating several planets. Is it finally over? Sun Wukong did not feel at ease. Instead, he cast wary glances around him. Recalling the earlier moment when Black Wukong had unexpectedly pierced his side after being defeated by his Kamehameha, he felt a twinge of fear as he surveyed his surroundings. Minutes later, upon confirming the complete absence of Black Wukong's presence, Sun Wukong finally relaxed his guard. After a grueling battle, Super Saiyan 4 barely emerged victorious against a formidable foe. Speaking of which, where's Vegeta? As Goku pondered Vegeta's unconscious state, he began to scan the area for his companion. However, to his dismay, he soon realized that Vegeta had vanished. Vegeta! Panic set in as Goku frantically searched his surroundings. Just then, a voice echoed in his ears, one he wished he wouldn't have to hear for a third time. Are you looking for him, little one? As the voice faded, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, revealing a man adorned with green earrings standing behind Goku. The fourth round begins. The familiar voice resounded, leaving Goku with an ominous sense of impending doom. You scoundrel! Goku swiftly turned, launching an elbow strike toward Black Goku's face. But the latter effortlessly caught it with a single finger. It's time for you to pass the lead role to me. A dark aura enveloped Black Goku as he assumed his regular form, standing before Goku with an air of dominance. What is happening? Goku pondered, utterly perplexed. Was it the protagonist's aura allowing him to escape death? Or was it the body's adept adaptation in the face of peril? Black Goku seized Goku's arm, exerting pressure with a single hand. In that moment, Goku felt a predatory sensation, his arm aching painfully as if ensnared by a trap. Though Goku attempted to resist, Black Goku's strength overwhelmed him. A golden light flashed as Black Goku transformed back into his Super Saiyan form. With this transformation, his power surged, and a mere grip caused Goku to cry out in agony. How did your strength increase so dramatically? Goku exclaimed. It is quite normal for one to become significantly stronger after perfecting an adaptation, Black Goku retorted. Just as your power escalates upon fully mastering a form. Frustrated, Goku raised his arm to strike, yet Black Goku remained unfazed, using the unconscious Vegeta as a human shield. Vegeta! Goku gasped in surprise, his punch slowing as the scene unfolded just as Black Goku had anticipated. Deception is an art. With a mighty throw, Black Goku hurled Vegeta at Goku, sending him flying backward. In an instant, both Vegeta and Goku crashed into the rocky terrain behind them. A thunderous sound reverberated as the scene shifted dramatically. Black Goku loomed above, while Super Saiyan 4 Goku lay in a state of disarray. Pushing Vegeta aside, Goku quickly charged at Black Goku, ready to employ a prince's tactics. A barrage of golden energy blasts surged forth, but Black Goku remained unfazed, casually swatting each one away with a single hand. In an instant, the serene landscape erupted in chaos as the energy blasts detonated, leaving destruction in their wake. Goku cried out amidst the turmoil. Sun Wukong charged towards Black Wukong, delivering a powerful punch. Yet, Black Wukong remained unfazed, effortlessly receiving the blow with one hand. Observing this, Sun Wukong immediately unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes, akin to a tempest of fists. However, Black Wukong maintained his composure, deftly deflecting each blow with the back of his hand. Left hooks, uppercuts, and straight punches were all dismissed with a casual grace. With a mighty force, Sun Wukong aimed a strike at Black Wukong's face. You've not had enough yet? Black Wukong retorted, countering with a swift kick. As Sun Wukong's punch was still in motion, he was abruptly struck by Black Wukong's foot, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. How easily this has turned, Sun Wukong thought, attempting to retaliate, but was seen through by Black Wukong. Just as he raised his fist, Black Wukong's punch landed squarely on his face. Withdrawing his leg, Black Wukong executed a powerful blow to Sun Wukong's visage. But the assault did not cease. Black Wukong accelerated his punches, delivering a series of precise strikes reminiscent of Wing Chun, targeting Sun Wukong's head, chest, and abdomen in a systematic barrage. Boom! Sun Wukong's body resonated with each impact, akin to firecrackers exploding. This is the final blow, Black Wukong declared, his hair standing on end as he transformed into his Super Saiyan 2 form, crackling with energy. With a colossal impact, Black Wukong sent Sun Wukong, in his Super Saiyan 4 state, soaring through the air, crashing directly into the unconscious Vegeta. The collision jolted Vegeta awake, his vision momentarily blinded by pain. Kakarot! Vegeta bellowed, kicking Sun Wukong away with force. Vegeta, I'm in agony. Sun Wukong groaned weakly. What is the matter with you? How did you end up in such a state? Wait, you transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Don't tell me you were defeated in this form by that imposter who resembles you. Sun Wukong hesitated, wishing to fabricate a lie, but in the next moment, Black Wukong appeared behind him. This is not entirely your fault. After all, the enemy is me. As those words echoed, Sun Wukong's eyes turned white, reverting from his Super Saiyan 4 form to his normal state, collapsing heavily to the ground. Kakarot! Upon witnessing this, Vegeta surged forward, but was abruptly halted by a dark, golden energy blast that struck him. The enemy has yet to be vanquished, Black Wukong chuckled, gathering another energy blast in his hand. You bastard! Vegeta seethed, his anger escalating. Suddenly, the sky darkened, turning a sinister crimson. The already ominous atmosphere became even more foreboding. In that moment, Vegeta transformed into his Super Saiyan 4 form, ready to confront the threat. The air trembled with their combined might, and the earth quaked beneath them, instilling a sense of dread in distant warriors. Did you feel that, Gohan? Yes, Uncle Piccolo. What is happening with the energy of Vegeta and Father? Black Goku, gazing down upon Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, remarked, "You are not at full power." With a dismissive tone, he added, "Enough with the idle chatter. I can eliminate you in a single strike. What Kakarot cannot achieve, I, Super Vegeta, shall." Vegeta, striking a memorable pose, responded defiantly. In reaction, Black Goku could hardly contain his amusement, smirking at the audacity of his opponent. "What an arrogant fellow," he scoffed, raising a finger to his forehead. In an instant, Black Goku vanished from sight. Here, Vegeta swiftly executed a side kick in the direction where Black Goku had stood, but Black Goku deftly evaded the attack. "Quite quick on your feet, aren't you?" Black Goku remarked, swiftly launching a punch, which Vegeta easily blocked. However, disaster struck as Black Goku, deviating from the expected, spread his palm and detonated the energy he had been holding. With a thunderous boom, Vegeta was sent flying backward, engulfed in dust and debris. "You scoundrel!" Resorting to underhanded tactics, Vegeta exclaimed, incensed. "Deception is part of the game. Only those who can adapt truly embody strength," Black Goku retorted, unfazed. Vegeta, gathering his resolve, clasped his hands together at his chest and unleashed a powerful energy wave towards Black Goku. "Ultimate Flash," he shouted, golden energy emanating from his palms, hurtling towards his foe. With a primal scream, Vegeta intensified his attack, the force rivaling that of the Kamehameha. Yet, Black Goku stood unperturbed, catching the blast with one hand. The ensuing explosion echoed. But to Black Goku, it was as if a gentle stream had washed over him. Not a single thread of his attire was disturbed as he effortlessly neutralized Vegeta's ultimate flash. Vegeta, increasing his power, found his efforts in vain. Black Goku merely squeezed, causing the ultimate flash to disintegrate like chocolate. "How is this possible? What have you done?" Vegeta's despair was palpable, disbelief etched across his face. Black Goku remained silent, while Vegeta, in a moment of desperation, realized just how impotent his Super Saiyan 4 form appeared against the overwhelming might of his opponent. Even with his earnest efforts, he felt utterly powerless against the relentless force that Black Goku wielded. "Let the games come to an end," Black Goku declared, appearing before Vegeta in an instant. "Nanny!" Vegeta gasped, attempting to retaliate, but was met with an oppressive aura emanating from Black Goku. "This presence. This is the aura of Super Saiyan 2. Yet I am Super 4. Vegeta was rendered speechless by the revelation. "Be quiet. With your current strength, defeating me will be no easy feat except your fate," Black Goku whispered, entering his full-power Super Saiyan 2 state. In that moment, the intensity of Black Goku's aura escalated, exerting such pressure that even the Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta struggled to breathe. Seizing the moment, Black Goku placed a finger beneath Vegeta's chin. "You are a delectable appetizer, Vegeta. Your worth far surpassing your prowess. I deeply admire your unwavering commitment to safeguarding the proud spirit of the Saiyans. Yet it is regrettable that your arrogance has caused you to miss countless opportunities to vanquish your foes. Your hubris has led to numerous self-inflicted setbacks. Your recklessness starkly contrasts with my vigilant approach toward any adversary. As I converse with you now, I can distinctly perceive your clenched fist aimed in my direction." Vegeta, resigned, loosens his grip. Black Goku continues, "Arrogance is inherent to human nature, yet excessive pride may become a burden on your path to success. Humility often faces rejection, while arrogance invites failure. A lack of ambition and heedless credulity can lead one into the abyss. Those devoid of clear objectives and sound principles, regardless of their strength, are destined to falter." "What do you wish to convey?" "Nothing in particular, merely a reflection acquired through the attainment of power," Black Goku elucidates. "You insolent wretch." Vegeta, brimming with defiance, disregards the words spoken and retaliates with a fierce punch directed at Black Goku. However, in the next moment, a blade of energy pierces his abdomen. Vegeta's eyes widen in disbelief as he gazes at Black Goku. "In times of necessity, I will employ the means required." Black Goku gently withdraws the energy blade. "You." Vegeta attempts to protest, but the searing pain envelopes him, rendering him immobile. "Farewell, Super Saiyan." Black Goku's voice resonates as Vegeta collapses to the ground like a deflated balloon. Observing this scene, Black Goku remains composed. I have acclimated sufficiently. Now it is time to harness this power to achieve my ambitions. Black Goku fiddles with the King Kai's temporal ring on his finger. What are you so smug about? Vegeta struggles to rise, disheveled, yet glaring at Black Goku. Do you wish to continue this fight? Your Super Saiyan 4 form is futile against my full-powered Super Saiyan 2. You scoundrel. Seeing Black Goku's arrogant demeanor, Vegeta's frustration escalates, prompting him to charge forward once more. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a blade strikes his side, causing him to kneel before he could take flight. Even in such a pitiful state, you aspire to defeat me? Your tenacity is commendable, Vegeta. Black Goku's laughter echoes, grating on the ears. Curse you. Vegeta seethes through clenched teeth. Enough, Vegeta. This is no time for childish tantrums. Let us unite and fight together. You certainly do not wish to be outmatched by this impostor, Goku asserts, his expression grave as he extends a hand toward Vegeta. Kakarot, though hesitant, ultimately chose to collaborate with Son Goku after much contemplation. You mustn't let my daughter know, Vegeta remarked, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Oh, how quaint. It seems you are now preparing to play the role of a good father in front of your children, which is quite uncharacteristic of you, Vegeta. Kakarot you. He retorted jokingly as Goku tossed him a senzu bean and consumed one himself. With a look of disdain, Vegeta reluctantly ingested the bean. The moment the bean entered his stomach, both Goku and Vegeta were instantly revitalized, their energy and condition restored to peak performance. Once in top form, Vegeta pointed a finger at the sky, smirking at the doppelganger Goku. The imposter I am about to confront will no longer be able to smile. Merely boasting won't suffice. You must demonstrate your true strength, remarked Black Goku, unfazed by the challenge. Vegeta, opting not to rely on his instant transmission, charged directly at Black Goku, aware that his physical prowess alone would not suffice against him. Employing his royal heritage, Vegeta unleashed a barrage of golden energy blasts towards Black Goku. Realizing that physical combat would be inadequate, he sought to compensate with ki blasts, a wise strategy indeed. Black Goku, however, did not flinch. Instead, he extended his hand, gathering a dark energy wave to counter the incoming onslaught. With a single wave, Vegeta's energy blasts were reduced to ashes under the shadowy glow. As the darkness dissipated, Vegeta swiftly closed the distance and launched a powerful left hook. With a resounding impact, the punch struck, yet Black Goku remained unscathed, catching it with a single hand. Is this the extent of your power in Super Saiyan 4? He scoffed, unleashing a kick in response. I should be the one asking you. Is your Super Saiyan 2 speed this sluggish? Vegeta dodged and retaliated with a side kick. Black Goku initially intended to evade, but in the next instant, Goku's form appeared behind him. You're finished, Goku shouted, clasping his hands together for a devastating strike aimed at Black Goku's head. Instant transmission, is it? You managed to reach me in the blink of an eye. Taking advantage of Vegeta's attack to launch a surprise assault. Quite clever, Black Goku smirked as his form flickered. Goku's punch met only air. Not good. Goku realized the peril and quickly turned to land a punch. With a dull thud, he struck Black Goku, but to his surprise, he had only hit an illusion. Behind you, the true Black Goku appeared, delivering a punch from behind. With a resounding impact, Black Goku's triumphant smile faltered as Vegeta intervened, shielding Goku from the blow. I vowed to make you cease your smiling, so do not revel in your arrogance any longer. Vegeta roared, his aura exploding with intensity. The sheer force of his energy sent Black Goku reeling. Before he could regain his composure, Vegeta surged forward, launching a relentless flurry of punches and kicks like a tempest unleashed upon Black Goku. With a face full of defiance, Black Goku extended his hand, ready to receive the onslaught. However, Vegeta's speed surged, and before Black Goku could react, he was struck with several punches to the face and abdomen. Astonished by the increase in velocity, Black Goku, disregarding the pain, charged a punch towards Vegeta. Yet, in the next moment, Son Goku abruptly appeared beside him, delivering a swift side kick. The force of the blow left an imprint of a foot on Black Goku's face as he was sent flying backward. Good opportunity, Vegeta. Don't instruct me, Kakarot. Son Goku and Vegeta dashed towards the airborne Black Goku. Black Goku, determined not to be outdone, pointed 2 fingers at his forehead, instantly becoming ethereal. And in a mere instant, he relocated right in front of Vegeta and Son Goku. With a burst of energy, Black Goku unleashed a rapid barrage of punches towards Son Goku and Vegeta, who retaliated in kind. Both sides exchanged blows, each spitting out curses as Son Goku received a punch to the abdomen, while Vegeta suffered a similar fate. Black Goku, however, bore the brunt of the exchange, receiving strikes to both of his handsome cheeks. Ignoring their injuries, the combatants continued their fierce battle, their movements a blur of reality and illusion as they darted from one location to another above a vast ocean. Imposter, taste my final flash. Vegeta gathered energy above Black Goku and swiftly launched a final flash towards him as he soared above the ocean. Unperturbed, Black Goku turned around and retaliated with a Kamehameha wave. Kamehameha. The clash of blue and purple energy sent massive waves crashing across the expansive sea. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Black Goku. Kamehameha. Once again, a Kamehameha wave was unleashed, this time initiated by Son Goku himself. Sensing the ominous blue light approaching from behind, Black Goku turned just in time to find Son Goku's Kamehameha wave barreling towards him. In a moment of desperation, Black Goku attempted to instantaneously teleport away, yet it seemed he had anticipated this move. As Black Goku vanished from sight, Son Goku followed suit. In an instant, Black Goku found himself on the edge of a cliff, with Son Goku right behind him. The Kamehameha wave shot directly at Black Goku, who sought to teleport once more, but it was already too late. The wave expanded and accelerated, reaching him just as he barely touched his forehead to initiate his own teleportation. In an instant, Black Goku was engulfed by the Kamehameha wave, plummeting back into the ocean, disappearing beneath the waves. Son Goku, concerned, immediately followed him down. Whoosh. Son Goku returned to Vegeta's side. That guy fell into the water. We must be cautious. I can't guarantee whether that Kamehameha wave harmed him. Vegeta. Son Goku's expression was one of worry. I understand. If he surfaces, I shall deliver an ultimate flash. Vegeta replied with disdain, yet in the next moment, a dark figure manifested before him. Give me an ultimate flash, and I shall return the favor with a Kamehameha wave. Black Goku's face was a mask of fury. He was drenched in seawater, reeking of fish, and a tangle of seaweed precariously perched atop his head, rendering him quite a sight. The Kamehameha wave surged towards him, and Vegeta, feeling the pressure, hastily concentrated to unleash his ultimate attack. Yet, the preparation took too long. Just as the golden energy coalesced in his hands, Black Goku's Kamehameha wave was already upon him. In a moment of panic, Vegeta vanished from sight. Whoosh. Thankfully, he was a step ahead. Thank me later, Vegeta. Goku had timely executed an instant transmission, whisking Vegeta away. For a fleeting second, Black Goku's Kamehameha wave met only air, obliterating the clouds in the atmosphere and mercilessly shattering Mars, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune, the Earth's celestial neighbors. In an instant, the surface of the Earth erupted in a dazzling display of fireworks, a breathtaking spectacle. Witnessing this, Vegeta, having been rescued, exhaled in relief, but, in true prideful fashion, refrained from expressing gratitude to Goku, opting instead to chastise him for meddling. I need your help, not your interference. Vegeta maintained his distance, looking down at the furious Black Goku, who still bore the seaweed on his head. This time, it was Black Goku who wore a mask of anger, while Vegeta appeared charmingly wicked. I told you I would erase that smile of yours, and now the outcome is nearly upon us. Out of mercy, I shall grant you one last opportunity. Continue to fight and be vanquished by this prince, or kneel and acknowledge that I am the strongest in the universe. Choose wisely. Vegeta's arrogance was palpable, completely disregarding the menacing Black Goku, seemingly oblivious to his own previous state of disarray. Oh, really? I must admit, I'm rather looking forward to this, Black Goku retorted, momentarily stifling his rage, his face once again adorned with a sinister smile. With a swift motion, he cast aside the seaweed and charged toward Vegeta and Goku with renewed determination. The battle reignited. Following their earlier skirmish, Black Goku's fighting techniques had become increasingly refined, allowing him to hold his ground against Goku and Vegeta, who combined their efforts in a desperate defense. With a sudden shift in demeanor, Black Goku's eyes widened, and he unleashed a thunderous roar. With a flurry of punches and kicks, he forced Vegeta and Goku apart, positioning them on either side of him. I shall teach you what it means to fight like a prince, Black Goku proclaimed, raising his hands slightly to gather energy for a ki blast, which he then released towards the two warriors. The blast shot forth from his hands like bullets from an assault rifle, rapidly targeting Vegeta and Goku. The duo, however, adeptly countered the energy blasts with a few well-placed strikes. Yet, Black Goku continued to produce the blasts in seemingly endless supply, launching them relentlessly from his palms. As Black Goku and Vegeta struggled to keep pace, they dodged when possible and blocked when they could not, illuminating the sky with countless golden flashes. After a fierce confrontation, both Son Wukong and Vegeta recognized that if they continued in this manner, their stamina would inevitably falter, leaving them vulnerable to Black Wukong's energy attacks. They swiftly concentrated their energy, launching powerful waves towards Black Wukong. Kamehameha. Ultimate Flash. The blue and golden lights surged towards each other. Would they counter with energy waves? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Black Wukong attempted to instantaneously teleport, but hesitated with his finger poised on his forehead, glancing at Son Wukong, who mirrored his gesture, seemingly waiting for Black Wukong's teleportation. Black Wukong understood the peril he faced, despite his exceptional physical attributes. He could not withstand the amplified Kamehameha wave from Son Wukong in his Super Saiyan 4 state, which had grown to over tenfold in power. The cumulative injuries he had sustained weighed heavily on his decision. If escape was futile, then he would embrace the confrontation. Black Wukong formed his hands into a tiger's mouth, forsaking his energy blast, and maniacally concentrated his energy. Kamehameha. The blue energy converged rapidly in Black Wukong's palms, hurtling towards Vegeta's ultimate flash, colliding with Son Wukong's Kamehameha. In that instant, a path was forged through the chaos by the two forces. Black Wukong's energy surged, reaching the zenith of Super Saiyan 2's full power. In a fleeting moment, he single-handedly tipped the scales against the two Super Saiyan 4s. Damn it! This imposter dares to confront us in such a state. Vegeta glared at Black Wukong with mounting pressure. Truly a madman, he dared to launch two Kamehameha waves with one hand to counter the energy blasts of two Saiyans. Son Wukong, equally astonished, remained unfazed, amplifying his power to its peak. Vegeta, unwilling to be outdone, summoned his own strength. In a moment, the golden and crimson energies clashed, establishing a stalemate. I shall not be bested by you, imposter. Recalling the brutal beating he had received from Black Wukong, Vegeta's fury surged, unleashing a more terrifying force. The already strained Black Wukong felt Vegeta's overwhelming power, causing his hands to tremble against the ultimate flash. Black Wukong struggled to resist, but Son Wukong also unleashed a formidable force. Kamehameha multiplied by 20. The blue Kamehameha expanded 20-fold, hurtling towards Black Wukong, already at a disadvantage. Black Wukong's hands shook under the combined pressure from Son Wukong and Vegeta, rendering him powerless amidst their relentless assault. You two Saiyans. With a defiant roar, Black Wukong's figure began to fade. Chapter 6. Complete Adaptation. Black Wukong transforms into Super Saiyan 3. As the gentle breeze swept through and the brilliance dissipated, Vegeta and Son Wukong, fatigued, descended to the ground, kneeling wearily. This imposter seems to possess considerable skill. Vegeta gasped, clutching his left arm, exhausted yet contemplative. Indeed, he is a formidable adversary, bearing an uncanny resemblance to myself. Son Wukong, too, embodies this essence, yet in stark contrast to Vegeta's labored breaths. Wukong's countenance is etched with agony. The recent barrage of the 20-fold Kamehameha in his Super Saiyan 4 state has left him feeling quite nauseous. Typically, augmenting his transformation with an additional 10-fold increase represents the zenith of his capabilities. A 20-fold escalation is a reckless transgression beyond his limits. That 20-fold Kamehameha has undoubtedly taken a toll on Wukong, akin to the excruciating strain he endured during his previous skirmish with Vegeta when employing the 5-fold Kaioken technique. As his stomach churned, Wukong longed to collapse onto the ground and succumb to slumber, disregarding any semblance of dignity. Vegeta harbored a similar inclination, yet his pride compelled him to remain upright, despite feeling as though he were a withered leaf, utterly drained of strength. Do not collapse, Kakarot. You are a Saiyan. Do not display such a pitiful visage. Maintain your dignity, Vegeta admonished. My apologies, Vegeta, but I am truly exhausted. Allow me a morsel of a senzu bean, Wukong replied, retrieving a bean from his pocket and consuming it with fervor. The satisfying crunch revitalized him, restoring his vigor, and he sprang to his feet, brimming with energy and exuberance. Observing Wukong's childlike antics, Vegeta felt a pang of childishness himself. Vegeta, do partake in one as well, Wukong urged, tossing a senzu bean toward him. Humph. Vegeta, reluctant to concede to his pride, swallowed the bean. Instantly, a surge of power coursed through him, returning him to peak condition. Clenching his fists, he reveled in the newfound strength. Now this is what it means to be a Super Saiyan 4, Vegeta mused with a satisfied smile, preparing to depart. However, upon sensing the absence of Black Wukong's energy, he, like Wukong, presumed the ordeal had concluded. Yet, in the next heartbeat, an overwhelming aura erupted from the ground, halting Vegeta in his tracks. The sky darkened, and the earth trembled, as a terrifying yet familiar energy enveloped the small expanse. That scoundrel is still alive. Vegeta could hardly believe it. It appears this is not yet over, Wukong lamented with a look of despair, having witnessed Black Wukong's survival through countless crises. His fighting spirit diminished. Is this the fourth round? If I recall correctly, Saiyan, came the taunting voice. A golden light surged skyward as Black Wukong emerged from the ground, landing gracefully. At that moment, he had transformed into Super Saiyan 3, his long hair flowing magnificently, shimmering with a golden hue, as if treated with a luxurious shampoo, dancing in the wind. A fierce gust swept through, the force of Black Wukong's aura striking Wukong and Vegeta squarely in the face. He has grown stronger once more. Is this fiend truly indestructible, perpetually gaining strength? Wukong gritted his teeth, and Vegeta seethed with frustration. Having battled for over half an hour, the realization that Black Wukong not only remained unscathed, but had also become more powerful was enough to shatter their resolve, tempting them to consider surrender. The shadow of Black Goku suddenly appeared, swiftly materializing beside Son Wukong, delivering a powerful punch. The speed of the blow was astonishing. Before Son Wukong could react, he was struck and sent flying, crashing to the ground. Kakarot. Before Vegeta could utter much, he too was kicked away by Black Goku. Now I am the protagonist. With a thunderous sound, Vegeta was propelled backward, his face stinging with pain, lying helplessly on the ground alongside Son Wukong. Can we still fight? Son Wukong questioned the very essence of his existence. Cough, cough, cough. How infuriating. This prince has been defeated by this impostor 3 times in a row. What a disgrace. Vegeta, furious, grasped the dirt in frustration. The comical scene was not lost on Black Goku, who chuckled heartily at the duo's disheveled state. Wasn't it said that I would be unable to elicit laughter? Wasn't it claimed that my defeat was imminent? It seems that has come to fruition. Black Goku's laughter was utterly maniacal, his aura soaring once more. Black Goku, under the watchful eyes of Vegeta and Son Wukong, instantly transformed into full-power Super Saiyan 3. How effortlessly he has achieved full power, Son Wukong and Vegeta thought, their lips trembling in disbelief at the sight of Black Goku, questioning his humanity. A torrent of strength surged within him, reaching its zenith. He had fully adapted to this body, perfectly mastering its power. As he spoke, Black Goku clenched his fists in excitement, capable of unleashing his entire strength. Yet he chose not to, instead opting to engage in battle with the Super Saiyan 4 forms of Son Wukong and Vegeta, using the temporarily unlocked full power of Super Saiyan 3, which he had perfectly adapted to. Perfect mastery, perfect adaptation. Do you, imposter, truly believe that activating Super Saiyan 3 will grant you victory? Watch me crush your face. Vegeta defiantly rose and charged at Black Goku. However, in the next instant, Black Goku appeared before him, effortlessly returning him to his original position without him even lifting a foot. You are merely an appetizer. A malevolent aura loomed. Vegeta. Son Wukong sensed impending danger and attempted to warn Vegeta, yet it was too late. A blue light radiated as Black Goku unleashed the Kamehameha wave without any preliminary motion. In perfect adaptation, Black Goku, now at full power Super Saiyan 3, struck Vegeta, reverting him from Super Saiyan 4 back to his normal state. Vegeta was sent flying, his vision clouded, collapsing to the ground. Arrogant fool. Black Goku slowly raised his palm, poised to strike Vegeta's shoulder. Vegeta, witnessing this, Wukong sprang to his feet and rushed towards Black Goku. Son Wukong launched a rapid punch, but Black Goku did not dodge. Instead, he pushed Vegeta aside and absorbed the blow with his abdomen. The impact produced a series of cracking sounds. Yet curiously, Black Goku's expression remained indifferent while Son Wukong was drenched in sweat. Is your body made of cement? Wukong withdrew his hand, wincing from the pain as he shook his fist. Upon hearing this, Black Wukong smiled disdainfully and raised his arm. Son Wukong, you are indeed a worthy adversary. If fate permits, let us engage in battle once more. In an instant, Black Wukong's fist struck directly at Son Wukong's abdomen. The impact caused Son Wukong to widen his eyes in shock, bend over, and spit out a mouthful of old blood. Even in his Super Saiyan 4 state, he was powerless to withstand the blow, reverting back to his youthful form. Sleep now. Black Wukong's eyes flashed with a hint of cruelty as Son Wukong collapsed, unable to remain upright. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task. Reward, Legendary Saiyan Bloodline. Ding. Transcendent Bloodline Fusion initiated. The host awakens a new form, Super Saiyan Deep Magenta. In this deep form, strength is heightened by a factor of 100 compared to the base form. A warm reminder. Currently, all forms of the host, excluding Deep, experience a tenfold increase in strength. As the announcement concluded, a deep magenta glow enveloped Black Wukong's entire being. In that fleeting moment, he sensed his attributes becoming extraordinarily potent. The Transcendent Bloodline had granted him such a bountiful reward for merely defeating Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta and Son Wukong. Feeling the surging power within, Black Wukong relished in his return to normalcy, ascending to the skies like a deity, gazing down upon the world. Father, old son. Just then, two figures suddenly appeared in the air. Hearing the voices, Black Wukong cast a wicked glance their way, causing Son Gohan and Piccolo, who were rushing over, to tremble in fear at the mere sight of him. This malevolence was unmistakably different from old Sunday Gohan, and Piccolo quickly sensed the disparity, adopting a battle stance. Before long, Gohan too recognized the difference. The aura emanating from Black Wukong was so wicked that it surpassed even the evil he had sensed during the battle against Frieza on Namek. Oh, my dear son. What brings you here? Miss your father? Come, let me embrace you. Black Wukong attempted to feign affection. However, Gohan's keen eyes caught sight of the fallen son Wukong lying on the ground beside Vegeta. You are not my father. That one lying there is. What have you done to them? Gohan exclaimed, filled with fury as he instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 2. What have I done to them? With his ruse uncovered, Black Wukong dropped the Fade. I have sent them to a place where you shall never see them again. His voice dripped with a sinister allure, his gaze sharpening with malevolence. You, Gohan, fueled by rage, was ready to confront Black Wukong, but fortunately, Piccolo remained composed and discerned the underlying implications of Black Wukong's words. Gohan, calm down. Old son is still alive, and he harbors no murderous intent. Vegeta and the others are merely unconscious for the time being. Piccolo positioned himself protectively in front of Gohan. Uncle Piccolo. Listening to Piccolo's words, Gohan clenched his teeth, striving to regain his composure. Seeing the impending clash dissipate, the cold glimmer in Black Wukong's eyes gradually faded. Enough, I shall cease my engagement with you. Continuing any further would merely squander time. I have now perfectly acclimated to this form, and further struggle would yield no progress. Farewell, warriors. Black Goku placed his hand upon the time ring of his left index finger, and his figure began to gradually dissipate. Halt! Where do you think you're going? I have yet to grant you permission to depart. Gohan broke free from Piccolo and charged towards Black Goku. Oh, so you wish to fight me? Truly a father-son battle. Black Goku cast a wicked glance at Gohan before raising a finger to lightly tap the air, precisely as Gohan's head was in that moment of pause. With a mere flick of his finger, Gohan found darkness enveloping him before he could even mount a defense. His Super Saiyan state reverting back to normal as he plummeted towards the ground. Whoosh. Gohan. Piccolo hurriedly moved forward. Until we meet again, warriors. With that, Black Goku vanished into the fabric of time. Chapter 7. The Android Saga, a great debut within the shadows of the temporal tunnel, having defeated Goku and Vegeta across time. Where should Black Goku venture next? Gazing at the myriad of portals traversing the various Dragon Ball timelines, he found himself at a loss for direction. Should he journey to the temporal realm? Black Goku regarded the first entrance, or perhaps to the hypertemporal realm. He then turned his gaze to the second entrance. Alternatively, should he return to the place where it all commenced, the Dragon Ball timeline? After a moment of hesitation, Black Goku finally fixed his gaze upon the Super Saiyan arc of time. Perhaps this is a fitting place, he mused with a sinister smile, preparing to enter. However, an invisible wall suddenly obstructed his path. What is this? Ding. Host, a mission is being issued. Is this your justification for blocking my way? Step aside. With a sweeping gesture, Black Goku shattered the invisible barrier and soared towards the temporal entrance. Wait, there are substantial rewards. Another invisible wall arose before him, leaving Black Goku speechless. What mission? Defeat androids 17 and 18 in the Cell timeline. Vanquish Perfect Cell, no time limit. Reward, God of Destruction's technique. Isn't the Cell timeline the very one before me? Why obstruct my path? He forcefully dispelled the invisible wall and continued towards the entrance of the temporal realm. At least let me finish speaking. Within the realm, atop a vast cliff, a colossal spaceship began its descent. Upon landing, the massive vessel opened its hatch, and several figures emerged. This is Earth, Father. A magnetic voice resonated as a mechanical being, filled with parts and a face full of resentment, stepped out from the ship. This is Earth. It appears there are few formidable warriors here. Where is that Super Saiyan, Goku? Following closely was a towering figure, resembling the mechanical being, who was none other than the father of the Cosmic King. The two were none other than the cosmic tyrant Frieza and his father, King Cold. Perhaps we have yet to arrive on Earth. After all, following the battle on Namek, Goku vanished. It must be exceedingly difficult for him to return from such a distant place. Frieza chuckled, flicking his tail in a display of arrogance as he gazed at the azure sky before him. Is this Earth? The scenery is quite splendid. It could fetch a handsome price. Alas, it is the homeland of Son Goku, he remarked with a sinister grin, watching the birds soaring gracefully above. He casually unleashed a beam of violet energy from his hand, piercing through the body of a bird and sending it plummeting to the ground. Frieza, what are we waiting for? Surely you haven't forgotten? Don't be so leisurely. Since Goku is absent, let us capture his companions on Earth one by one. Do not act as if nothing is amiss. Suddenly, a commanding blue figure, an exact replica of Frieza, emerged from the spaceship, standing boldly between King Cold and Frieza, exuding an imposing aura. Cooler. Upon seeing this figure, Vegeta, who had been lurking in the shadows, broke into a cold sweat. Frieza, King Cold, and Cooler. How insufferable, the whole family is here. Vegeta exclaimed, his anxiety palpable, beads of sweat trickling down his back. What is the matter, Vegeta? Asked Tullus, intrigued by Vegeta's tense demeanor. Pride kept Vegeta from displaying his unease. This planet is doomed. Just wait and see, he replied with an oddly nonchalant smile. Upon hearing Vegeta's ominous words, Gohan, who had been eavesdropping, shouted, "It's doomed. No, Dad will definitely return." His exclamation drew Frieza's attention. Is someone there? Frieza queried, a hint of curiosity in his gaze. You little brat. You are the one shouting. Vegeta cursed, hastily retreating his head. Seeing things? Frieza mused, scratching his head when he noticed no one was around. Frieza, did you hear what I said? Cooler placed his hand on Frieza's shoulder, his demeanor suddenly fierce, eyes brimming with fury. Frieza, who had been distracted, flinched and quickly turned to bow deeply before Cooler, apologizing profusely. My apologies, dear brother. I was somewhat entranced by this planet. What were you saying? Huh, what is there to admire? Soon, it will all be scorched earth. I see you're just afraid. Perhaps a bit too anxious, Cooler retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Frieza. Indeed, brother, you are absolutely right. Frieza clenched his fists, his body trembling with anger. What are you dawdling for? Did you not hear my command? Bring the others. Cooler glared at Frieza, as if commanding a servant. Frieza plastered on a smile, suppressing any hint of dissent, and called upon his subordinates to raid the nearby city, capturing hostages. Why are you all standing there? You heard what my brother said, didn't you? Frieza said, a sinister smile gracing his face, an imposing presence without a hint of anger. At his words, the small minions, the Karamis, immediately sprang into action, flying towards the nearby city. However, in the next instant, a swift glint of cold steel flashed through the air. Trying to leave? I don't recall granting permission. A voice echoed as a young boy with purple hair wielding a long blade appeared before Frieza, King Cold, and Cooler. Who dares to attack? A vigilant soldier cast a wary glance at Trunks, but in the blink of an eye, Trunks swiftly unsheathed his blade and dispatched the man. In an instant, a multitude of Frieza's trained army crumbled into nothingness, collapsing one after another behind the youth with purple hair. Witnessing this spectacle, Frieza's expression morphed into one of astonishment. The purple-haired boy remained unresponsive, his demeanor cold and detached as he regarded Frieza. The sheer swiftness with which he obliterated such a horde of minions spoke volumes of his formidable combat prowess, capturing the intrigued attention of King Cold and Gula. At that moment, several soldiers stationed behind Frieza, upon witnessing the rapid slaughter of their comrades by the violet-haired youth, were utterly taken aback. They hastily retrieved their power-level detectors to gauge the boy's combat strength. Beep, beep, beep. As the device activated, the boy's power level was promptly revealed. The moment the reading appeared, jaws dropped in disbelief. A power level of merely 5. How could this be? The preceding wave of attackers had boasted power levels of at least 6,000. The soldiers were left astounded, their mouths agape. Only a power level of 5. How intriguing. Let's send a few more to ascertain his strength, Frieza chuckled, clapping his hands and instructing several others to continue the assessment. Reluctantly, the soldiers steeled themselves and approached. But in that very instant, the purple-haired boy, with his meager power level, dispatched them with such ferocity that they scarcely recognized their own mothers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a flurry of blinding strikes, the youth effortlessly eliminated the soldiers one by one. Observing this scene, Frieza's interest was piqued. A power level of only 5 yet capable of annihilating my subordinates. How fascinating. With a smile, Frieza extended an olive branch to the boy. How intriguing. Given your remarkable abilities, I shall overlook your transgressions. Would you be interested in joining my ranks? I can offer you numerous benefits, and with your prowess, I could even establish a special task force for you. However, the boy, disinterested, flatly declined Frieza's offer. Unperturbed, Frieza pressed on. But the youth's subsequent words left him utterly disheartened. If you were to join, I would. I disdain associating with someone like you. A pitiful wretch who returns after being thoroughly defeated by others. Upon hearing this, Frieza was left dumbfounded, while King Cold and Gula burst into laughter. My dear son, it seems your defeat at the hands of the Saiyans has become common knowledge, your once mighty reputation reduced to a mere trifle, remarked King Cold. Indeed, my dear brother, your esteem has sunk to the level of a shoe insole, Gula chimed in, both reveling in the merriment. Frieza's countenance turned a deep shade of green with fury. Though I am uncertain how you came by this information, since you have chosen to disregard my generosity, do not blame me for your impending demise. Clenching his fists, Frieza radiated a formidable aura. Yet, the purple-haired youth remained unflinching, his demeanor relaxed. Frieza pointed at the boy, preparing to extract a final utterance before delivering the fatal blow. Tell me your name, and perhaps leave a parting message to ease your reincarnation. Frieza's fingernails radiated a sinister purple energy, exuding an aura of menace. Trunks, it is you who must deliver your final words to King Enma, he said, as Trunks erupted with Saiyan fury. Filthy monkey. Frieza dismissed the threat, raising his hand to unleash the gathered energy upon Trunks. However, a formidable energy field emanated from Trunks, halting Frieza's advance. In an instant, the atmosphere churned violently, transforming into a colossal vortex that enveloped Trunks. Did you think that only Goku could become a Super Saiyan? Foolish. Trunks's power surged, his aura so potent that it caused Frieza's purple energy to diminish and disperse. This energy was reminiscent of that which the deceased monkey emitted upon transforming into a Super Saiyan. Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief as he perceived the visage of Super Saiyan Goku glaring back at him, now mirrored in Trunks. Overwhelmed by fear, Frieza instinctively recoiled a few steps. He was not alone in his trepidation. Even King Cold and Guldo, who were watching, displayed expressions of shock, their eyes fixated on Trunks. On a distant hillside, Vegeta trembled in disbelief, pondering if this individual could also attain the Super Saiyan form. Under his scrutiny, Trunks' energy expanded, his muscles becoming more pronounced, and his aura swelling to monumental proportions. In mere seconds, Trunks, whose battle power was once a mere 5, now soared into the hundreds of millions, surpassing 1 billion. With a flash of golden light, Trunks' hair stood on end, his pupils transforming to a vibrant green. Super Saiyan Trunks made his entrance. Chapter 8. Annihilating Frieza and King Cold, Super Saiyan. The warriors on both sides displayed expressions of astonishment, mirroring the shock of King Cold and his entourage. Frieza quaked in fear at the overwhelming presence of Trunks' Super Saiyan form, which radiated an energy that rivaled, if not surpassed, that which he had sensed from Goku on Namek. You bastard, Super Saiyan. Frieza seethed with rage as he recalled his defeat at Goku's hands. Haunted by the scornful gaze of the monkey. Stupid monkey. Frieza, in a fit of fury, conjured a purple energy blast and launched it swiftly at Trunks. The energy hurtled towards Trunks, who stood resolute, unflinching as it approached. Futile, Trunks murmured as he gently exhaled, sending the energy flying away with a mere breath. Boom. The massive explosion from Frieza's attack was effortlessly dismissed by Trunks, detonating on a cliffside with a force comparable to a nuclear blast, flattening mountains over 50 meters high within a 200-kilometer radius. "You are finished, Frieza," Trunks declared disdainfully as he charged toward his adversary. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Frieza. Frieza, caught off guard, was swiftly pierced in the abdomen by Trunks' blade. Ah! Frieza's eyes widened in agony as he felt the searing pain radiate from his wound. Enraged, he clenched his fists and swung at Trunks. In a flash, Trunks evaded and reappeared behind him, his expression devoid of emotion. "Frieza," King Cold attempted to intervene, but before he could react, a glint of cold steel flashed as Trunks landed a heavy blow on Frieza. The strike sent Frieza tumbling through the air, performing several somersaults as he cried out in pain, his eyes bloodshot with fury. "How dare you injure your king, you wretched monkey!" In retaliation, Frieza unleashed a wave of energy, which Trunks countered with his ultimate flash. "Huh! Huh!" Their shouts echoed as the two energies collided. In that fleeting moment, Frieza staggered backward, the shockwave causing his legs to tremble. How could I be bested by this filthy monkey? To preserve his pride, Frieza planted his legs firmly into the ground to withstand the backlash. Seeing this, Trunks relaxed his grip, engaging Frieza with a single hand. Despite this, Frieza found himself being pushed back by Trunks' one-handed ultimate flash, unable to mount any defense against the overwhelming force. Desperate, Frieza summoned all his strength, elevating his energy several notches, his muscles bulging as he attempted to turn the tide of battle. With renewed vigor, Frieza began to push back against Trunks' attack, a smug grin spreading across his face as he began to float triumphantly. "Oh dear, why has your power diminished? Did your shoelaces come undone? Or has your mother called you home for dinner?" "Just a bit tired," Trunks replied, initially struggling, but invigorated by Frieza's taunts, he effortlessly reversed the momentum of the battle. In an instant, Frieza found himself once more at a disadvantage. "Have you taken some sort of drug, you wretched monkey? Why has your strength returned?" Frieza exclaimed, astonished, yet he pressed on with renewed force. However, the disparity in their powers proved insurmountable. Despite Frieza unleashing his full strength, he could only watch as his energy wave was gradually overpowered by Trunks' ultimate flash, hurtling toward him. Frieza had the opportunity to evade, but his pride, stung by the events following Goku's transformation, compelled him to face Trunks head-on, refusing to submit to the power of the Saiyan he despised. Even as he bent low, nearly breaking, Frieza stubbornly persisted in his defiance. He fought with all his might, yet was ultimately no match for Trunks in his Super Saiyan form. With a thunderous roar, Frieza was engulfed by the energy wave, vanishing from sight. The outcome was unequivocally decided. Frieza, the king of the Kurds, yearned to shout. Yet before him lay only the ravaged ground, devoid of Frieza's presence. The demise of Frieza astonished all those present. The king of the Kurds found it utterly absurd, unable to comprehend how Frieza had been vanquished until the next sacrifice became himself. Suddenly, Trunks materialized before the king of the Kurds, delivering a swift strike. In an instant, the king of the Kurds was struck, a deep gash appearing on his chest. In agony, he lashed out at Trunks with a fierce punch. But Trunks, displaying remarkable reflexes, countered as soon as the king moved, inflicting another wound upon him, creating a cross-shaped scar. "Damn Saiyan, have the audacity to give me your blade." The king of the Kurds seethed, clutching his wound as he glared fiercely at Trunks. Trunks, calm and composed, halted his assault and tossed the weapon to the king of the Kurds. Upon catching the blade, the king was bewildered, pondering how easily he had been deceived. A sly grin crept across his face. He had anticipated this moment. With a cunning smile, he swung the blade at Trunks. In response to the attack, Trunks stood unflinching, even boldly extending his arms. The blade sliced through his clothing, leaving a tear, yet no visible injury or blood. The king of the Kurds widened his eyes in disbelief, gazing at Trunks, who wore a mischievous grin. "Now, you have no regrets about dying, do you?" Trunks proclaimed, tightening his fist and delivering a single punch that forced the king of the Kurds to bow low, bringing his towering head before Trunks. "Everything is about to conclude," Trunks said, patting the king's shoulder before unleashing an energy wave towards him. With merely a single blast, the massive form of the king of the Kurds vanished, akin to Frieza, leaving only Trunks and the sword plummeting from the sky. Trunks bent at the waist, expertly catching the sword in its sheath. In that fleeting moment, Trunks' triumph over both Frieza and the king of the Kurds left Vegeta astounded, his mouth agape, while the warriors around him stared with wide, incredulous eyes. Amidst the astonishment over the deaths of Frieza and the king of the Kurds, the ever-watchful Cooler clapped his hands with a peculiar smile. Indeed, the power of a Super Saiyan is remarkable, he exclaimed with palpable excitement. Nearby, the soldiers exchanged bewildered glances. Lord Cooler, that individual has slain your father and brother. Should you not be enraged? They questioned. In response, Cooler's laughter grew louder. Anger? Sorrow? A demon harbors no such emotions concerning the deaths of my father and brother. Rather, I feel a sense of embarrassment. Moreover, I owe a debt of gratitude to Trunks for eliminating these two relatives of mine. As Cooler spoke, his words left those around him in utter confusion, but his subsequent remarks shattered their worldviews entirely. My father, younger brother, and I have always existed in a state of rivalry. Despite our shared bloodline, we occupy our respective territories without encroachment upon one another. To put it more poetically, we are kin. Yet, in truth, we are merely adversaries bound by the ties of blood, each wishing for the other's demise. Do you understand why we are called the Frozen Demon Clan? It is because we lack any semblance of familial affection, driven solely by immediate and ulterior motives. Ha ha ha, what a lunatic. Trunks expressed his disdain, feeling a strong aversion toward Goola's temperament, and without further ado, he struck with his blade. I neglected to mention that I possess an additional transformation compared to my brother, and I have come prepared. In an instant, Goola was enveloped in a shimmering violet-blue glow. With a chilling flash, Trunks swung down his sword, the sound resounding loudly, yet it caused no harm, as Goola effortlessly blocked it with one hand. To Trunks' astonishment, Goola had managed to withstand the blow. Goola, with determination, smiled slightly. I would never be foolish enough to arrive unprepared, unlike my father and Frieza, who come to their doom. Goola deflected Trunks' attack with a single hand and retaliated with a punch. Trunks, however, easily absorbed the impact, retreating a few steps. How could this individual possess strength surpassing that of Frieza and King Cold? This is a revelation I had never encountered before. Trunks pondered, just as Goola launched another punch, catching Trunks off guard and landing a blow squarely on his face. Cough. With that strike, Trunks felt a rush of blood from his nose. His eyes widened, and he quickly rolled to regain his footing, raising his long blade to swiftly slash at Goola. Goola evaded adeptly and countered with a punch aimed at Trunks. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, neither managing to land a hit on the other, resulting in a stalemate. However, it wasn't long before Trunks unleashed his strength, inflicting a wound upon Goola. Whoosh! With a single stroke, Trunks carved a deep gash across Goola's chest. You dead monkey. Goola concentrated his energy into a punch directed at Trunks. Unfazed, Trunks pressed forward, returning with a blade aimed at Goola. Bang! With a resounding impact, Trunks took a punch, while Goola steadfastly endured a cut from the blade. Enough! Bring it on! They each refused to yield, abandoning evasion and defense in favor of relentless confrontation. One strike from Trunks, one punch or kick from Goola, each trading blows in a fierce contest. As the clashes continued, Trunks' fighting spirit surged, his strikes growing ever more potent, leaving Goola battered and bruised. Goola, meanwhile, found himself increasingly fatigued, panting heavily from the incessant exchanges and injuries. Is this form not yet perfectly mastered? Damn it! Goola, filled with ire, unleashed a punch with all his might. The blow landed squarely on Trunks' abdomen, causing him to double over. Cough! Trunks bent over, grimacing in pain. Yet soon afterward, he burst into laughter. What is so amusing? Goola inquired, visibly anxious. Nothing. I was merely entertained by the sight of you, drenched in your own blood. You insufferable monkey. Goola, brimming with anger, released his fist, aiming for Trunks' forehead. With a single strike, Trunks was sent flying, crashing into the distance. Before he could utter a word, a sharp pain pierced through his abdomen. Looking down, he noticed a long scar across his midsection. Had he been slashed before being struck? Groaning in agony, Goola half kneeled on the ground. Goola-sama. A number of minions rushed forward to check on him upon witnessing his fall. Ha ha ha, I won't die. So you all should step back and be cautious not to injure yourselves. Goola gently shielded his subordinates, gradually rising to his feet. Observing this scene, Trunks felt a jolt of surprise, never anticipating that the cold-hearted Gula would exhibit a tender side towards his underlings. Yet, reflecting on it, Trunks understood. Indeed, self-interest reigned supreme. Slowly, he regained his stance, embodying the readiness to continue the battle. You Saiyans, I truly am a resilient monkey. Just how many punches must I deliver before you fall? Gula smirked. Trunks chuckled in response. That question should be directed at you. How many slashes will it take for you to succumb? Gula's smile faded. Let us proceed. In a fit of rage, he charged at Trunks, who also unleashed his own power in retaliation. The clash of titans was imminent, yet an unexpected guest arrived. You all seem to be enjoying yourselves, Saiyans and frozen demons alike. The ominous figure of Black Goku in a dark outfit made his entrance. Chapter 9. The Transcendence of Super Bloodline. What's happening? Isn't this before the Android era? Why is Gula here? Shouldn't it be Frieza and King Cold? Black Goku's expression turned serious as he rapidly teleported to the ground before Trunks and Gula. Uncle Goku. Gula gritted his teeth, while Trunks turned in surprise to gaze at Goku. Simultaneously, not only Gula and the others, but also the warriors fixated on Black Goku. Unable to discern any difference between him and Goku, they assumed Black Goku was simply Goku himself, feeling at ease. In their eyes, Goku was the calming force against calamity. Whenever one faced difficulty, a single call of Goku would eliminate adversaries one after another. Returning to the main topic, was this a temporal distortion? What was happening, system? Black Goku focused intently on the system, expecting an explanation. However, the system remained unresponsive, as if it had fallen silent. No matter how he attempted to engage in conversation, there was no reply. At critical moments, one must rely on oneself. Black Goku, disinterested in further dialogue, resolved to tackle the immediate issue with his fists. Are you Goku? Not particularly strong, Gula mockingly taunted, feeling the faint aura emanating from Black Goku. Infuriated by Gula's derision after his previous frustrations with the system, Black Goku erupted in rage. With a resounding roar, Black Goku surged with a golden aura that shot skyward. In an instant, the entire solar system trembled beneath the overwhelming power emanating from him, causing the very ground that supported him to quake and fragment under such immense pressure. The warriors and Gula were taken aback. Is this truly Mr. Son Goku? Trunks, startled, reverted from his Super Saiyan form. At that moment, Gula regretted his earlier words, trembling as he retrieved a power scouter from his pocket to assess Black Goku's fighting prowess. Just how much power does he possess? Gula struggled to maintain his composure amidst the quaking earth. Upon glancing at the readings, his mind shattered in disbelief. 15 million, 20 million, 32 million, 40 million, 45 million, 55 million, 82 million. Suddenly, the scouter malfunctioned, unable to measure Black Goku's power any further before it erupted in a violent explosion. What is happening? Is this guy's power truly so astronomical? Gula trembled as he gazed at Black Goku before him. Wasn't his son Goku's aura previously weak? How has it escalated to this degree, and it continues to rise? Fearful, Gula ascended into the sky. The once azure heavens were now shrouded in the deep golden aura of Black Goku. The Super Saiyan, an embodiment of transcended bloodlines, now stood before all, radiating an intense golden glow. With a sudden rush, a gust of wind enveloped Black Goku, creating an eerie stillness around him. He stood before everyone, his deep golden Super Saiyan form commanding attention. Vegeta, the Super Saiyan, trembled in disbelief. Compared to Trunks' transformation, Black Goku's emergence was akin to the legendary Super Saiyan. His entire being exuded a golden aura, casting a foreboding shadow over the sky, reminiscent of a mortal achieving divine status. Who is weak now? Black Goku gradually lifted his gaze, icy determination glinting in his eyes as he focused on Gula. Gula quivered, his lips trembling in fear. With a swift motion, Black Goku extended his finger towards Gula, his expression darkening as he declared, "Today marks your end." In an instant, Black Goku was upon Gula, moving with blinding speed. What? How insufferable! Gula reacted, launching a punch. Bam! His fist struck Black Goku squarely in the chest, yet the latter remained unfazed, not even flinching. Gula was astonished. In the next moment, Black Goku reached out, seemingly slow yet impossibly swift, seizing Gula by the ear and lifting him like a mere chick. "Dare you toy with me?" Gula, filled with rage, unleashed a powerful energy wave towards Black Goku. A tremendous roar erupted as the violet energy collided with Black Goku, raising clouds of dust. The force appeared formidable, yet it caused no real harm. As the dust settled, Black Goku stood unscathed, his golden hair billowing gracefully. Have you activated some cheat? Gula couldn't help but exclaim. Black Goku remained silent, slowly raising his palm toward Gula. Gula sensed impending doom and wished to struggle, yet it was too late. A wave of black and gold light erupted from Black Goku's palm, crashing towards him. With a thunderous boom, Gula plummeted to the ground like a kite severed from its string. Whoosh! Another wave of light followed, and with a resounding thud, Gula dissipated into dust in the air. A chorus of anguished cries erupted as the remaining soldiers rushed to investigate, their faces contorted with shock and fury upon confirming Gula's demise, all eyes turning towards Black Goku. With a sinister grin, Black Goku adhered to the principle of eradicating threats entirely, raising his hand to coalesce another wave of light aimed at them. Though I abhor bloodshed, I shall not show mercy to you, who are tainted with blood as members of a cosmic bandit organization. Whoosh! As the light wave struck, screams filled the air, and Black Goku relentlessly obliterated the remaining remnants, ending their lives amidst their cries of despair. After the slaughter, Trunks, taken aback by the murderous aura exuding from Black Goku, nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. Once, Bulma had spoken of Black Goku as a paragon of kindness and justice, a hero willing to sacrifice himself for his comrades. Consequently, Trunks idolized Goku during his childhood, especially under the tutelage of Gohan in the future. However, witnessing the true form of Goku now, Trunks found himself disillusioned. The figure before him was not the benevolent hero his mother had described, but rather an extreme, goal-driven individual with his own principles, an extraordinary hero beyond mere heroism. Not only was Trunks affected, but all onlookers were equally astonished. Vegeta was drenched in sweat, Krillin shook his head in disbelief, and Piccolo broke out in a cold sweat. Gohan stood in shock, while Yamcha, Tien, and Bulma gaped like wide-eyed children. The ruthless demeanor of Black Goku rendered them unable to recognize him as the kind-hearted scion they had known on Earth. With a hum, the golden aura surrounding Black Goku dissipated, returning him to a calm, normal state as he landed on the ground. Mr. Goku, Trunks stammered. Trunks. Black Goku replied with a charming smile, turning to face him amicably. How do you know my name? Trunks asked, astonished. Black Goku merely chuckled, choosing silence. A heavy tension enveloped them as they exchanged awkward glances, but fortunately, the warriors stepped forward to ease the atmosphere. Welcome back, Goku. Bulma was the first to approach. Long time no see, Bulma. Black Goku greeted her warmly. Following Bulma's lead, Gohan, Krillin, and others who shared a bond with Goku also extended their greetings. Old man. It's been a while, Piccolo stuttered. Dad, Gohan stepped forward to stand before Black Goku. My dear son, it has been too long. Come here for a hug. Black Goku said, arms wide open, welcoming the longing Gohan. Confused yet compelled, Gohan extended his arms towards Black Goku, ready to embrace him. Thus, the Dark Goku shamelessly assumed the role of son Gohan's father for a moment, embracing him warmly. Welcome back, Goku. Tien and Yamcha approached to greet him. How have you been, Tien? Yamcha? Quite well, and you? Tien inquired first. I am also faring well. Heh. Dark Goku replied with a sinister smile. Kakarot, when did you become so powerful? Vegeta stormed over, forcefully pushing past Tien and Yamcha. Oh, Vegeta, long time no see. No, I should say. After recently thrashing you nearly to death, it's more appropriate to say, hello. Dark Goku greeted Vegeta with a wicked grin. Vegeta appeared perplexed, but chose not to further engage. Come down, Gohan. Let me hold you a while longer. Goodbye, Mr. Son Goku. I feel quite embarrassed. Dark Goku ruffled Gohan's dark hair. Dad, are you right here? What does that mean? Gohan looked puzzled as he slowly descended from Dark Goku's embrace. He was not alone in his confusion. Many others shared his bewilderment regarding the phrase about Son Goku's impending arrival. Kakarot, what exactly did you mean by that? What do you mean by you will arrive shortly? Vegeta demanded angrily. Dark Goku maintained a calm demeanor, exhibiting an air of malevolence without uttering a word. This demeanor incensed Vegeta further, reminding him that not only had he been surpassed by two others who had become Super Saiyans ahead of him, but he also bore the long-standing title of the third strongest. Vegeta, already seething with rage, could hardly contain himself at the sight of Dark Goku's smirk, and he reached out to grasp Dark Goku's collar. Tension filled the air. Mr. Vegeta, Trunks, watching the scene unfold, attempted to intervene. However, seeing Trunks step in only fueled Vegeta's anger, raising his brows to the point of nearly hitting his hairline. "Do you think you can effortlessly look down upon me?" Vegeta retorted, his temper flaring as he released Dark Goku and prepared to confront Trunks with a raised fist. In the next moment, Dark Goku swiftly seized Vegeta's swinging fist, using his immense strength to restrain the impulsive Saiyan. Vegeta's expression soured. "Vegeta, calm down," Dark Goku implored earnestly. "Calm down. Do you believe that transforming into a Super Saiyan grants you the right to act as you please?" Vegeta snapped. Bulma attempted to mediate, but was met with Vegeta's harsh rebuke. "Get lost, you ugly Earth woman," Vegeta barked. Piccolo began to object, but Vegeta interrupted with another tirade. "What? Do you also find me unsatisfactory?" The atmosphere turned volatile, with everyone casting wary glances. Witnessing this, Dark Goku tightened his grip on Vegeta's wrist, applying such force that Vegeta was compelled to kneel. "What?" Vegeta gazed in shock at Dark Goku. "Vegeta, I wish to convey that whether it is I or that purple-haired youth, neither of us is capable of being defeated by you. You were merely a fleeting shadow of speed in the past." Chapter 10. Two Son Gokus. As Black Goku spoke, Vegeta's veins throbbed with fury. Black Goku, utterly dismissive, released his grip, showing no regard for Vegeta's haughty demeanor that belittled everyone around him. Infuriated, Vegeta extended his hand to engage in discourse with Black Goku. But as he did so, Black Goku effortlessly evaded him as if he were employing Ultra Instinct, not even sparing him a glance. "What is this?" Vegeta was left bewildered, while Black Goku wore an enigmatic smile, ignoring him entirely. Thus, Black Goku, Trunks, and the warriors sat scattered at a subtle distance, exchanging glances yet remaining silent. "Kakarot." Vegeta glared at Black Goku in rage. The warriors were perplexed as to why they lingered, but Black Goku informed them that Goku would return soon. When they sought clarification, Black Goku chose not to respond, leaving the peculiar scene of waiting. "Mr. Son Goku, what do you mean by saying he will return soon?" Trunks suddenly inquired. "You will know in due time," Black Goku replied with an inscrutable smile, evading a direct answer. Confused, Trunks resigned himself to waiting. "Ah, purple-haired youth. The emblem on your arm appears to be that of our Capsule Corporation. Are you, in fact, an employee of ours?" "You seem rather familiar," remarked Bulma suddenly. "Huh." Trunks panicked, unwilling to elaborate further and merely evading the topic. Consequently, Bulma was left with a heart full of questions. Not only Bulma, but Tien, Piccolo, Krillin, Gohan, and the others received similarly vague responses, akin to the original narrative. "Humph, what is there to boast about? Sooner or later, I shall surpass all of you," Vegeta scoffed, turning his gaze back to Black Goku. In the face of Vegeta's withering glare, Black Goku met his gaze unflinchingly. "Kakarot." After a time, a purplish light streaked across the sky, and before the warriors' eyes, an alien spacecraft descended, crashing to the ground. With a thunderous roar, a cloud of black smoke billowed upwards. "He has arrived," Black Goku observed, his eyes ablaze with malice. As his words settled, the warriors curiously approached to investigate the situation. As the dust cleared, to their astonishment, a Son Goku clad in Indian-style attire emerged from the wreckage of the ship, having created a deep crater upon landing. "Kakarot." Vegeta's eyes widened, reflecting the shock shared by everyone present. "What's wrong? Why are you all here, and why do you wear such expressions?" Goku scratched his head in confusion. "Two Son Gokus," Trunks exclaimed, turning in disbelief toward the observing Black Goku. "Humph, that gaze is rather unappealing." A gentle breeze wafts through the air as Black Goku rises, his hair flowing gracefully in the wind. "What on earth is happening? Why are there two fathers?" Gohan gazes curiously at both Black Goku and Son Goku. The true Son Goku, amid the cacophony of voices, slowly emerges from the depths of the pit. Upon stepping onto solid ground and catching sight of Black Goku, he too is taken aback, bewildered by the presence of someone who bears an uncanny resemblance to him. Vegeta, ever perceptive, quickly senses the anomaly. Between the two Gokus, the original exudes a hint of innocence and naivety, while Black Goku embodies decisiveness and maturity. The stark contrast in their auras strikes Vegeta, prompting him to stand firm and point at Black Goku, demanding to know his identity. I sensed something was off about you. Who exactly are you? Vegeta's face is filled with fury. His shout captures everyone's attention. Initially, the group struggles to discern the authenticity of Black Goku and Son Goku. But after a moment of contrasting their essences, the discrepancy becomes clear. Gohan, first to erupt, clenches his fists and directs an irate shout at Black Goku. You, impersonating my father and robbing me of my emotions, are utterly unforgivable. Gohan's anger flares, recalling the torment inflicted upon him by Black Goku. Unfazed, Black Goku shamelessly mocks him. Just a moment ago, you called me dad so affectionately, and now you turn cold? How it wounds my heart, my dear son, ha ha ha. You. Gohan attempts to retort, but Son Goku unexpectedly steps in front of him, blocking his path. Father, that individual who resembles me possesses an overwhelming aura. Gohan, do not provoke him. If he resorts to violence, I fear it would be challenging to safeguard everyone. Son Goku's expression is grave. Though Black Goku has been suppressing his own aura, his innate strength cannot be entirely concealed, emanating a formidable energy that even a perceptive fighter like Son Goku can detect. It's been a while since we last met. Hasn't he it, Son Goku? Black Goku casually remarks, stroking his hair. Who are you? What brings you here, and why do you look like me? Son Goku demands. His demeanor serious, radiating a faint golden aura. Do you wish to transform into a Super Saiyan? Sensing Son Goku's intent to ascend, Black Goku drops his facade of disdain. Who am I? A clown who was pushed into water by a kangaroo while trying to save a dog, a thief who occupies another's body, a combat fanatic capable of overpowering the original strength across time and space. I bear many identities, yet I possess but one, Son Goku. I am you. And you are me. I am another version of you, and you are another version of me. Black Goku's expression turns serious, his body radiating an obsidian aura. TSK. Son Goku is perplexed, yet he can feel the immense power exuding from Black Goku, stronger than any adversary he has previously encountered. Curse it, Vegeta couldn't contain his discontent. Speaking to Black Goku in a low, somewhat pretentious tone, and charged forth to unleash his power. However, as soon as Vegeta launched into action, Black Goku detected him instantly. Are you attempting to mask your fear, Vegeta? Black Goku narrowed his eyes, spread his fingers, and gently gestured upwards towards Vegeta from a distance. In an instant, Vegeta's head was jerked back, and he awkwardly flipped over, crashing to the ground. The sight of Vegeta's clumsy fall was witnessed by all, leaving them baffled by his bizarre tumble. One could hardly fathom such a ridiculous position unless one's head had been filled with glue. What just happened? What did you do? Vegeta raised his head, glaring at Black Goku. It's all about the mastery of energy control and the utmost humility towards you. Black Goku lowered his hand, appearing nonchalant. Fuming with anger, Vegeta stood up, ready to confront Black Goku again. But as soon as he regained his footing, he stumbled once more, leaning forward. Black Goku lifted his hand, fingers spread apart, and slid them downwards. Are you jesting, Vegeta? Is the ground really that slippery? The bald man nearby couldn't help but burst into laughter. Damn it. Vegeta was so furious he felt as if his stomach would ignite, hastily standing up again. You dare to rise again. Are you not afraid? Black Goku repeated the gesture with his fingers spread wide. TCH. Vegeta, visibly anxious, steadied himself. Ha ha ha, you truly are amusing. Vegeta, Black Goku remarked, deciding to cease tormenting him. Given Vegeta's current lack of prowess, Black Goku found no thrill in toying with him. After all, even Black Goku, who was not a battle fanatic, was often seeking to avoid conflict. Don't go over there. That person is formidable, Goku warned. Humph. I am a prince who requires no intervention from anyone, Vegeta retorted, gritting his teeth in frustration. With a twist of his neck, Black Goku cast a charming glance at Goku. If circumstances allowed, I would very much like to have a proper discussion with you, but unfortunately, I am not the main character this time. You bear a striking resemblance to me and possess great strength. Who exactly are you? Goku, intrigued, scrutinized Black Goku closely. Before that, you might want to pay attention to the purple-haired boy beside you who seems to have business with you, Black Goku suggested, directing his gaze towards Trunks. Goku, still on high alert, finally noticed the powerful Saiyan standing next to him. Chapter 11, the Android Saga begins. So who are you? Goku asked, looking at Trunks, puzzled. Let's find a place to talk, Trunks proposed, pointing towards some rocks in the distance before making his way there. Initially, Sun Wukong exhibited a hint of reluctance. But upon witnessing Trunks advancing towards that location, he soon followed suit. Under the scrutiny of the onlookers, Sun Wukong and Trunks approached and initiated a dialogue. The conversation, taking place at a considerable distance, was audible only to those with exceptional hearing, such as the keenly perceptive Tien and the enhanced ability Black Wukong. No one else could discern their exchange. What on earth is happening? Bulma observed Trunks with a serious expression. Nearby the distant rocks, Trunks bowed in apology, stating, "I beg your pardon, Mr. Sun Wukong, for bringing you here." Sun Wukong replied, "It's quite all right. Speaking of which, I am curious to know why you have brought me here." He scratched his cheek, inquiring further, "What is it that you wish to demonstrate?" Trunks, with an earnest plea, responded, "I wish to see what a Super Saiyan looks like. Please, showcase it." "Huh? Who on earth are you? How do you know about this?" "You and that person who bears a striking resemblance to me are quite peculiar, suddenly appearing and possessing such knowledge." Sun Wukong chuckled innocently. "Please, Mr. Sun Wukong, demonstrate it." Trunks insisted repeatedly. Reluctantly, Wukong acquiesced and began to transform into a Super Saiyan. "Watch closely," he said. As Black Wukong's gaze sharpened, a golden aura erupted from within him. In an instant, the ground beneath Sun Wukong cracked, and a formidable energy surged forth. Buzzing vibrantly, golden light enveloped Sun Wukong, his hair standing upright in a golden hue. Before the eyes of all, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, his energy radiating with such intensity that the very earth trembled beneath him. The transformation into a Super Saiyan left everyone astounded, their hearts racing as they beheld Sun Wukong in this formidable state. Bulma, unable to sense any aura, observed the golden-haired Wukong and was reminded of the ominous Black Wukong from earlier. Sun Wukong's hair is notably lighter than that of that other individual. What could be the reason? Gohan, feeling a knot of anxiety, gazed intently at Sun Wukong, pondering. This individual exudes a stronger energy than my father did when he transformed into a Super Saiyan. What is going on? As Gohan's eyes fixated on Black Wukong, Bulma's curiosity led her gaze in the same direction. At that moment, Black Wukong fortuitously looked up, locking eyes with Bulma and Gohan. "Ah, Saiyan," he remarked with a sinister smile, casting a meaningful glance towards Sun Wukong and Trunks before oddly turning away. Why is it that he looks just like Wukong, yet is so intimidating? Bulma gritted her teeth, nervously touching her frizzy hair that could no longer explode, and instinctively took a few steps back. By the rocks, Sun Wukong gazed seriously at Trunks. "This is indeed the form of a Super Saiyan." "Indeed, that is correct," Trunks confirmed. "Now that you are satisfied, I shall revert to my normal state." Just then, Trunks, with a sudden declaration, began to gather energy. Sun Wukong was taken aback as, under Vegeta's envious gaze, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, his power level nearly equal to that of Wukong. "One day, I shall undoubtedly surpass all of you." Vegeta crossed his arms, feigning indifference. While internally grappling with a profound sense of bitterness, he closed his eyes. "How did you transform into a Super Saiyan?" Goku appeared bewildered. "This, I shall explain shortly, but first, pardon my rudeness." Trunks placed his hand behind him and, before Goku's very eyes, unsheathed the sword of hope. "What are you planning to do?" Goku, still somewhat dazed, soon grasped the situation. "Allow me to witness your prowess, Goku." Without further ado, Trunks launched a vertical slash toward Goku. Whoosh! Before the astonished crowd, Trunks aimed a decisive strike at Goku's head. "Huh!" Goku's eyes sharpened as he instinctively raised his finger to defend himself. Whoosh! The blade fell, striking Goku's index finger directly, yet he maintained an air of ease. Swish, swish, swish. A flurry of blows followed, with Trunks attacking fiercely. Goku chuckled, undeterred, and continued to raise his finger in defense. Bang, bang, bang. Goku remained unfazed as he effortlessly countered Trunks' onslaught. The blade met his finger with the resilience of iron, barely affecting him. "You are quite formidable, young one." Goku smiled slightly, his eyes suddenly widening. With merely a glance, Trunks was swiftly propelled away. Just as he regained his footing, Goku charged toward him once more. "Huh, is this an ambush?" Trunks raised his sword in defense, but Goku did not strike. He merely hovered before Trunks. "Aren't you going to attack?" Trunks nervously swallowed, gradually lowering his sword. "Let us halt our sparring here. Now, reveal your identity to me." Goku smiled gently as the golden aura around him dissipated, returning him to his usual state. "I see. Well then," Trunks exhaled, sheathing his sword. and likewise returned to his normal demeanor. The battle concluded, normalcy resumed, yet the sky, tainted yellow since the onset of their skirmish, remained unchanged. Only after both had completely subdued their auras did the atmosphere settle. My apologies, Mr. Goku. Trunks clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. I am not bothered by it. But tell me, who exactly are you? Why do you possess Saiyan blood and have the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan? Goku scratched his head in confusion. Well, cough, cough. Trunks gathered his breath and began to explain. I am Trunks, a visitor from the future, 20 years hence. As for my Saiyan lineage, it is all due to that fierce-looking man in the pink shirt, Vegeta, my father. Huh? What? You are Vegeta's son? Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Repeatedly glancing back at Vegeta, Trunks felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, choosing to ignore it as he continued. In 2 years, on a small island to the east, 2 formidable foes will emerge, the strongest you have ever encountered, Mr. Goku. They are creations of the Red Ribbon Army, specifically the products of Dr. Gero, whom you faced in your youth. These beings, a pair of androids, a male and a female, possess immense strength and a ruthless nature. In the near future, they will decimate half of Earth's population. Numerous military forces will attempt to thwart them, yet all efforts will prove futile against such overwhelming power. The soldiers will not only fail to defeat them, but they too will perish. As he spoke, Trunks' expression grew grave. What happened? Goku inquired, his face etched with concern. Everyone perished in that battle. Uncle Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, Kairatsu, my father Vegeta, and my master Gohan all fell in that confrontation. Trunks suddenly bowed his head, enveloped in a somber silence. And what of me? Did I also fall? Goku asked, curiosity flickering in his eyes. You did not participate. You succumbed to a rare heart disease before the war began, one that the Senzu beings could not heal. You died from the affliction. Goku fell silent, his expression betraying a mix of shock and unspoken words. Sensing Goku's distress, Trunks promptly produced a small vial and tossed it to him. You need not worry. My mother has developed a special medicine to treat your heart condition. Keep it safe. Trunks smiled faintly as Goku examined the green capsule, eager to consume it immediately. Wait, you should only take it when your heart condition flares up, Mr. Goku, Trunks exclaimed, rushing to stop him. Oh, I see. My apologies, Trunks, Goku said with a sheepish grin. By the way, who is your mother? She sounds remarkable. Trunks hesitated, glancing over at Bulma in the distance, then pointed her out to Goku. That would be Bulma. Wait, Bulma, are you joking, Trunks? Goku gasped, his mouth agape in disbelief. Yes, Bulma is my mother, Trunks replied shyly. Realizing the truth, Goku exchanged a knowing glance with Bulma and Vegeta, affirming the revelation. Although taken aback, he found it to be quite normal. With a deep sigh, he chuckled heartily. Well, that is unexpected. I've said all I needed to, Mr. Goku. Please don't forget my words, and don't tell anyone I am the child of Vegeta and Bulma. I prefer to keep that under wraps. Trunks added, his voice trailing off. With a gesture, Goku assured him, your secret is safe with me. Then it's time for me to take my leave. I cannot linger here any longer. My mother awaits news from me. Until we meet again, Mr. Goku. Trunks waved, turning to depart. Wait, Trunks. I still have questions. Goku called out, halting Trunks in his tracks. What is it? Trunks turned back, curious. May I inquire if that individual who bears a striking resemblance to me is your companion? It seems you have not publicly revealed your identity, yet he appears to be aware of your intention to speak with me. At this moment, Trunks began to realize that while he had been preoccupied with warning Goku to be cautious of the androids, he had completely overlooked the formidable presence beside him. He turned to face Black Goku, his expression grave, as he placed his hand firmly upon the hilt of his sword. Black Goku, seated on a smooth stone, had been in deep contemplation, adapting to the sudden evolution of his bloodline. Upon sensing a gaze directed at him, he lifted his head. Ding! The fusion of the Ultra bloodline has been enhanced. The host's base combat power has increased by 1,015 times. Who could it be? Black Goku slowly opened his eyes, fixing his intense gaze upon Trunks, a powerful aura radiating from him. Chapter 12. If you wish to be born, this presence was truly intimidating. Both Piccolo and Vegeta were visibly shaken, beads of sweat forming on their brows. You have quite the piercing gaze, young one. A flash of crimson light danced through Black Goku's hair, momentarily showcasing the Super Saiyan form. In that brief instant, his energy transcended the mortal realm, reaching the domain of the divine. What is happening? Why has his aura suddenly vanished? Trunks swallowed hard, his grip on the sword hilt trembling. Immensely powerful, extraordinarily so, Goku exclaimed, both serious and exhilarated. Realizing the high probability of failure should he initiate an attack, Trunks gritted his teeth and opted for restraint. At that moment, Black Goku spoke, "Come, young one. I am not here to fight. I am here to assist you." He rose slowly, brushing off the dust from his attire. "Assist me? You hardly appear to be a benevolent figure, and how do you know about me?" Trunks replied, his demeanor wary. "Why, you might ask. It is akin to your awakening to existence, realizing you are alive rather than dead." Black Goku offered no response, maintaining a serene countenance. Trunks fell silent, his tense gaze fixed upon Black Goku, who remained equally silent, studying him intently. Fortunately, Goku intervened, seeking to ease the tension. "Shouldn't we take a moment to properly introduce ourselves? I know nothing about you," Goku said, brimming with enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, Black Goku turned his attention to Goku. Observing the triumphant expression on Goku's face, he couldn't help but smile. Recalling how he had effortlessly overwhelmed the younger version of Goku in a previous encounter. It was indeed time for introductions. "To distinguish you from the other, you may refer to me as Black Goku," he declared, his hair billowing in the wind, exuding an air of charm. "I am Goku. Although you may already be aware, I feel compelled to introduce myself. I have heard of your prowess and would like to engage in a friendly spar." Goku challenged, gesturing invitingly. Observing the scene, Black Goku narrowed his eyes and smiled indifferently. Indeed, the sharp weapons that claim the lives of others often elicit great screams from the ones who take those lives. In an instant, the weather abruptly darkened, and Black Goku's hair stood on end, his aura gradually rising to touch the heavens. At that moment, the sky swirled into a massive vortex, drawing in the surrounding clouds. This sight heightened the tension among the onlookers, who braced themselves for an impending outburst from Black Goku. The atmosphere buzzed with apprehension. The crowd gulped nervously, but shortly thereafter, the weather brightened once more, revealing Black Goku's retracted aura, now subdued. "Enough," he declared with a faint smile. "I have no interest in fighting. I merely wish to save lives." He then turned his serious gaze towards Trunks. "Young man, if you trust me, take me to your timeline. Let me rescue the Earth, ravaged by those androids." "What androids?" Yamcha scratched his head in confusion. "How do you know about them?" Trunks clenched his teeth, while Goku watched anxiously. Black Goku's enigmatic demeanor left them bewildered and incredulous. Just as Trunks was engulfed in doubt, Black Goku suddenly issued a threat. "If you wish to see another day, bring me along. I heard everything you said to Goku. If you doubt me, feel free to test it." Black Goku turned his gaze sharply towards Bulma. In an instant, Bulma recoiled as if stared down by a demon. Yamcha and Tien, positioned closer to Bulma, swiftly moved to shield her, along with the transparent Doria, who also rushed to her defense. "What do you intend to do, you bastard?" Yamcha growled through gritted teeth. "If you plan anything malicious, I won't hesitate to send you back with a Kamehameha." Tien prepared his Kamehameha, aiming it at Black Goku, while Doria stood ready to condense his own energy blast. In no time, Bulma was treated like a princess, surrounded by her protectors. Typically, at this juncture, the antagonist Goku would retreat in accordance with the narrative, but the unapologetic Black Goku dismissed the familiar plotline with a mere glance, sending Tien and the others stumbling back. "Do you wish to breathe your last?" Swish. 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 Tien, Yamcha, and Doria were suddenly struck by an unseen force, collapsing in disarray. "Tien, Yamcha, Doria," Bulma cried out in fear. "From a tender age, I have witnessed the necessary sacrifices made for the greater good. I observed a common man subjected to the disdainful treatment of a wealthy local politician who wielded his power like a master over a servant, ostensibly to alleviate his own burdens while claiming to serve the people. This man bore immense pressure daily, akin to an overinflated balloon, struggling under the weight of his debts. His inadequate service led to public disdain, branding him as a lazy individual lacking in responsibility. In pursuit of his reputation, the politician devised a method to relieve his stress, which involved humiliating an unsuspecting victim. Initially, the man resisted, but through repeated, unintended encounters, he relinquished his resentment, justifying his actions under the guise of serving the greater populace. It is true that after venting his frustrations, he managed to serve others better. However, he simultaneously inflicted cruelty upon that innocent soul, forcing him into perilous situations as if walking a dog, leading him to leap into fire pits or construction sites. At that moment, I pondered, what constitutes the greater good? What is true justice? Is it the welfare of the community? Like that politician, serving the people while accumulating pressure, which he then released by tormenting others, only to return to serve again? I have long sought answers, yet they remain elusive, a mystery without resolution. As Black Goku spoke, he inadvertently approached Bulma. "What are you doing?" Trunks exclaimed in urgency. Is it justifiable to unleash one's malice under the pretext of justice, thereby cleansing oneself? Or is it more righteous to suppress one's darkness, bearing the pressure while facing public discontent? Black Goku turned to Trunks. "I promise you, do not harm her. I beg you," Trunks shouted desperately. "Do you know?" Black Goku replied with a smirk. "When faced with such dilemmas, I often abandon rational thought and irrationally eliminate those who create such issues. I recall my first act of killing at the tender age of 4, when that corrupt official caused the death of my only teacher at the orphanage." With a snap of his fingers, Black Goku continued, and Trunks could surmise the forthcoming discourse. "All misfortunes stem from the foolishness and incompetence of those in power. Remember that heavy day well, Saiyan." Black Goku chuckled. Trunks, albeit reluctantly, conceded and led Black Goku aboard the spaceship to his timeline. Inside, Black Goku reclined leisurely behind Trunks. "Farewell." Only Son Goku bid his goodbye, while the others watched with bated breath. "Thank you," Trunks murmured, withholding any reproach, as the ominous presence behind him left him speechless. The spaceship roared to life. With a burst of radiant white light, it vanished before their eyes. As Trunks and Black Goku departed, a profound silence enveloped the scene. "They are gone." Those two who appeared so suddenly, along with that peculiar individual, Bulma remarked, swallowing her apprehension. "Ah, gentle now, Piccolo," she added, wincing. Yamcha, feeling a bit sore, cried out as he was pulled by Dend. "Was it merely a glance that rendered you all so weak? Have you truly diminished to this state?" Dend, with an air of disdain, lifted both Yamcha and Tien Shinhan. "Thank you," Tien Shinhan said, joining his hands in gratitude before turning to assist the dumplings behind him. "What did that boy Kakarot say to you?" "Confess honestly," Vegeta demanded straightforwardly as he approached Son Goku. In response, Son Goku wore a cheerful smile. "Oh, he didn't say much. He just wanted to see me, huh? He was simply eager to witness my Super Saiyan transformation." As he laughed, Goku spun a tale that was rather transparent, leaving Dend exasperated. "Let me handle this, old friend. I shall convey the message," Dend interjected. Goku appeared resistant, prompting Dend to reassure him. "Do not worry, Goku. I know precisely what to say and what to withhold. I won't utter anything that could create complications." Clearing his throat, Dend proceeded to recount the information regarding the androids. Upon learning that 2 years hence, formidable androids would emerge capable of slaying them, the warriors displayed expressions of concern. Yamcha, still feeling discomfort, suddenly became aware of a new anxiety. The thought of acquiring more scars on his already handsome face troubled him. "Will there truly be new foes?" Tien Shinhan asked, his demeanor turning grave. "If that is the case, can we truly manage? We may already be dead in that future timeline." Krillin spoke with trepidation. Hearing this, Gohan stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Uncle Krillin, do not despair. As long as we strive, there remains a chance." "Well, all right then," Krillin said, rallying his spirits. Vegeta, however, dismissed their concerns with indifference. "The timid can merely hide when the androids appear. I shall confront them alone. I will make those wretched androids understand that the Saiyans are the true champions of this earth." Vegeta's resolve shone through, though he cast a jealous glance at Goku. "Kakarot, I shall undoubtedly surpass you, as well as that purple-haired fellow and the other Kakarot look-alike. Once I transform into a Super Saiyan, I will ensure that you all lag behind." Vegeta's words ignited a newfound courage in the previously timid warriors. Yet, having walked through the gates of death, what is there to fear? After all, we can always be revived, huh? Krillin chuckled awkwardly. At this moment, the focus shifted to Dend. Goku looked towards Dend, sensing he had something to say. "Old son, could you share your experiences after defeating Frieza with us?" "Experiences? That's quite a tale." Goku patiently recounted, in the presence of Dend and the others, how he had narrowly escaped death on Namek. "Is that so? You were fortunate." "The next destination of that ship happened to be that very planet," Vegeta remarked with a smirk of schadenfreude. "By the way, Kakarot, you wouldn't return empty-handed, would you? Given your nature, Vegeta suddenly turned serious. Skills? Oomph. Of course there's power, but it cannot be easily unleashed. Doing so would frighten you all. The scene shifts to Vegeta. So, you consider yourself quite brave? Goku, with an air of indifference, jokingly retorts, am I not extraordinarily brave? Show me just how brave you are. With a series of enthusiastic exclamations, Goku places his fingers on his forehead and demonstrates his instant transmission, teleporting to Master Roshi's abode. He swiftly returns, bringing back an array of colorful books. And in that fleeting moment, he returns triumphantly before the group. Goodness, are you cheating? The group, having witnessed Goku's impressive teleportation, is utterly astounded, invigorated by the prospect of facing the androids 2 years hence. Thus, they dispersed like in the original narrative, embarking on their individual training for the impending challenge of the androids. Meanwhile, in a future timeline, Trunks' story begins to unfold. Who are you? Why are you so powerful? Android 17. From the shadows, the dark Goku emerges with a sinister expression, gripping a scythe formed from purple energy, advancing towards the nearly defeated android siblings. Your strength trembles in fear of me, ha ha ha. The dark Goku smirks malevolently, his blade descending like the grim reaper of the night. Chapter 13. The Android Saga in the Future World. Within the time tunnel, Trunks inquires, how much longer until we arrive? The dark Goku, leisurely seated, slowly opens his eyes. We are nearly there, he replies. We are about to enter the future timeline. As the light dissipates, Trunks and the dark Goku find themselves in a ravaged world, where despair reigns supreme. With a snap of his fingers, the dark Goku stands and gazes out the window. Upon witnessing the devastation of the future world, his expression shifts to one of grim seriousness, devoid of any semblance of a smile. What troubles you? Trunks, observing through the mirror, notices the dark Goku's somber demeanor. Nothing. Just a sudden realization that I no longer find joy in laughter, the dark Goku replies, his previously playful expression turning cold. In response, Trunks adopts a cautious approach, steering the ship with focused diligence. He selects a spot distant from the crowd for their descent. Let us go down, Trunks says, turning his gaze towards the dark Goku. After a brief silence, the dark Goku follows suit. Following the transformation of the spaceship back into a capsule, Trunks queries, shall we head to my home? No. Then where to? Trunks furrows his brow. To find the androids. That is the purpose of my arrival, the dark Goku states, his tone somber as he gazes into the distance. Are you sure? The androids are not as weak as Frieza and the others. Even I was defeated by them. Trunks responds, seriousness etched on his face. And what of it? Your inability to defeat them does not reflect my prowess. Enough of your prattle, lead me to them. The dark Goku retorts, disregarding Trunks' concerns as he strides forward with his hands in his pockets. Well then, Trunks, feeling resigned, has no choice but to guide the dark Goku in search of the androids. The two figures staggered along, eventually arriving at the nearby city streets. As they traversed the thoroughfare, the once thriving metropolis lay before them, now shrouded in the acrid smoke of conflict. Towering buildings, once proud, bore gaping wounds, and nearby, a group of well-dressed individuals stood in a daze, clutching a skeletal corpse, their expressions vacant as they huddled near a pile of refuse. At that moment, the streets exuded an eerie stillness, lifeless bodies strewn about, some with eyes wide open in despair, others, ordinary citizens, had succumbed to terror before they could flee. Had this place just endured an onslaught by artificial beings? Witnessing such devastation ignited a furious blaze within Trunks. In stark contrast, Black Goku remained composed on the surface, yet tumultuous emotions roiled beneath. Could one still forgive the handsome perpetrators of such sorrowful histories? If you find solace in the actions of malevolent villains, you shall forever remain an ugly duckling, incapable of transforming into a graceful swan. With a fleeting glance at the scene, Black Goku hastily departed, unwilling to linger. The duo continued onward and soon reached another city. Although devoid of the previous tragedy, the atmosphere was equally devoid of life. The remnants of a once vibrant place now smoldering in flames and billowing smoke, with no survivors in sight. Have they all perished? Black Goku's expression turned grave, devoid of any semblance of mirth. He extended his left hand, fingers poised against his forehead, commencing a search for a familiar presence in the vicinity. As he concentrated, his mind delved deeply into the surrounding energies. This one feels weak, that one requires a bit more strength, and this, no, not it either. Is Cell lurking, concealing his aura? Black Goku's brow furrowed in frustration, his eyelids heavy with the weight of his thoughts. Could he truly be eluding detection? Wait, this one. Indeed, it's here. A sudden, wicked smile crept upon Black Goku's lips. What's the matter? Trunks inquired, puzzled. Nothing, follow me. I shall introduce you to the architect of this silence. With a devious grin, Black Goku extended his hand toward Trunks. What are you planning? Teleportation, come with me. Grasping Trunks' hand, Black Goku's gaze sharpened. And in an instant, they vanished from their location. On the opposite side of the city, a corpulent man, drenched in sweat, pleaded earnestly before a 17-year-old boy with jet black hair. Please, don't kill me. I've never smoked, dealt drugs, gambled, or engaged in any vice. I'm a good person. I swear I'll never let an 18-year-old girl return home alive from my hands. If you hadn't uttered those words, I might have spared you. But now, your pleas make me think that ending your life might serve justice. A chilling hum filled the air. No, 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 came the desperate cries as the man was reduced to ashes. Number 17, don't you think you've gone a bit too far? Today, we have already taken the lives of 10,001 individuals. Did we not agree to limit ourselves to merely 10,000 each day? You have breached our pact for today. A girl who resembled a youthful beauty lamented. As the black smoke dissipated, the figures of the androids number 17 and number 18 emerged. Enough with the chatter, number 18. Such individuals hardly count as people. If they are dead, they are dead. Let us not be overly dramatic, number 17 said nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders in indifference. I truly have no way to deal with you. Since you have broken the rules, I suppose I shall do the same, number 18 replied with a smile, casually conjuring an energy orb and directing it toward a nearby rock. A thunderous explosion ensued, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. As the dust settled, a boy, around 7 years old, covered in wounds and with hair nearly white, suddenly appeared. Oh, there's another thief, number 17 chuckled, forming a light wave aimed at the boy. Do not kill him. I still wish to play for a while, number 18 interjected, stepping in front of number 17 to shield the boy from harm. With a faint smile, number 18 approached the trembling boy, who was quaking in fear. Please, please, do not kill me. The boy pleaded desperately. Little brother, why would I harm you? I am here to play a game. You will answer my questions, and I shall ask how you came to hide here. No. 18 said with a peculiar grin, placing a hand on the boy's shoulder. Because my mother told me not to run and to stay here. She said she would distract the bad people who destroy cities. The boy stammered, shaking uncontrollably. Oh, I see. What does your mother look like? Let me help you find her, number 18 inquired with a smile. My mother has long white hair, just like mine. She has blue eyes. And she looks as young as you. Big sister, the boy replied. White hair, long hair, blue eyes, number 17 pondered aloud. She mentioned that her mother went missing while trying to lure away the bad people. Do you recall what she looked like? Number 18 turned to number 17. Her mother, number 17, rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. White hair, long hair, about 18 years old. Could it be that woman I choked to death? Suddenly, number 17 recalled, but regrettably, it was not good news. Oh, I still wanted to be a good person. And it's all your fault. There's no other choice. I must end your life. Child, number 18's expression turned icy. And the hand resting on the boy's shoulder began to exert pressure. What happened to my mother? What do you mean, dead? What are you talking about? The boy cried out in terror. The boy felt a surge of pain as number 18 tightened her grip, leaving him unable to lift his arm. Wailing in agony, the boy frantically backed away. Help me. Is there anyone who can save me? I do not want to die. Where are you, mother? I miss you. The boy, filled with dread, continuously glanced back, tears streaming down his face from the excruciating pain. Oh dear, you've run, but not entirely away, number 18 said, raising her fingers slightly to conjure another light wave aimed at the boy. Whoosh! A beam of light shot forth, piercing the boy's calf and causing him to collapse to the ground. The pain was excruciating. Gritting his teeth, the boy slowly rose to his feet, limping away in a desperate attempt to escape. Such resilience. Yet, alas, another beam of light was released, striking the boy's other leg and sending him tumbling once more. Screams of agony escaped his lips as tears streamed down his face. His eyes widened in sheer torment. The thought of halting his flight and succumbing to the clutches of the artificial beings propelled him to crawl with all his might. However, as he exerted himself with his right hand, a beam of light struck again. With a sickening thud, his right hand was pierced, and the boy winced in pain, his cries echoing through the desolation. Did he still have the strength to crawl? Number 18 taunted him, poised to unleash another attack. I refuse to perish here. My mother awaits my return. The boy clenched his jaw, suppressing the agony as he extended his left hand to crawl forward. Just as he moved, Number 18 unleashed another assault, mocking the boy as he struggled to escape. Golden light flickered at Number 18's fingertips, and soon the boy's wounds multiplied, transforming him into a pitiful sight, silenced amidst the chaos. Mother, he murmured, closing his eyes and relinquishing his grip on the ground. A gentle breeze swept through the ruins, the last surviving inhabitants having been mercilessly slaughtered by the artificial beings, totaling 10,002 souls. How dull! Let us depart, Number 18 scoffed, turning away in disdain. There is no one left alive in this city. It is tiresome. Number 17 echoed the sentiment, preparing to leave as well. The wind blew once more over the city, enveloping the boy's lifeless body in a veil of smoke, akin to the preceding 10,001 corpses that had quietly departed this world. Mother suddenly, the boy, with his eyes closed, called out in a moment of clarity. Ah, still alive. Then perish. With frustration, Number 18 concentrated a wave of golden energy potent enough to obliterate the city and launched it forward. However, at that instant, two figures descended from the heavens, propelled by a fierce crimson gale that deflected the energy wave, simultaneously dispersing the ominous smoke shrouding the countless fallen. Who? The artificial beings, Numbers 17 and 18, turned curiously to behold the newly arrived figures. Black Goku and Trunks arrived just in time. Upon spotting Numbers 18 and 17, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, ready to confront them directly. You scoundrels! Protect the child. I shall handle them. Suddenly, Black Goku extended his arm to halt Trunks from advancing. You! Trunks attempted to object, but his voice faltered. There is still a breath of life left. Do not allow a living soul to perish in vain. Let not the last vestiges of justice fade away. Black Goku spoke in a grave tone. His expression darkened as he turned away. Sun Wukong, Black Wukong, Trunks, Android 17, and Android 18 were all taken aback, their gazes fixed intently upon Black Wukong, with an expression of malevolent charm devoid of any trace of a smile. He exuded an aura of ferocity. Extending his finger, he glared at Androids 17 and 18 with an expression of utmost disdain, proclaiming, "Today is the day you will offer your lives as a blood sacrifice for the souls that have perished unjustly." Black Wukong unleashed his full power, a golden aura erupting from him, illuminating the surroundings. The intensity of this energy was staggering, surpassing anything Trunks had previously encountered. His throat tightened with anxiety. How could a Super Saiyan possess such formidable strength? Android 17 trembled under the overwhelming pressure emanating from Black Wukong. It's just a change in hair color, he thought dismissively, a mere illusion. Android 18, however, maintained her aloof demeanor. Perhaps I should be a bit more ruthless at times. With a frigid expression, Black Wukong clenched his fist. In an instant, a violet flame coalesced around him, rapidly igniting and taking shape, elongating into the form of a massive scythe. Grasping the energy blade, Black Wukong cast a cold glance at the airborne androids 17 and 18. You intend to strike us with such a cumbersome weapon? How amusing. Android 17 laughed heartily. Indeed, with a weapon of that size, anyone could evade it. Do you think us foolish? He continued, joined by Android 18 in her disdainful laughter. However, the next moment, a swift motion ensued. 17. Android 18 exclaimed in disbelief as Black Wukong's scythe struck 17, carving a hollow arc across his chest. Eyes wide with shock, 17 realized the grave mistake of underestimating his opponent. In battle, to belittle one's enemy is a cardinal sin. This was no mere tale where one could afford to hold back, regardless of popularity. Black Wukong spun rapidly, resembling a top, as he circled Android 17, landing blow after blow with his scythe. 17 was rendered powerless, soon left bloodied and torn, collapsing to the ground. 17. Trunks shouted, but before he could react, Black Wukong appeared before Android 18. With a swift motion, the enormous scythe descended, carving a deep gash before Android 18, who soon fell alongside 17, both lying motionless together. Darkness enveloped the scene as Black Wukong, resembling a reaper of the night, descended upon the desolate ruins, brandishing his scythe before the fallen androids. Today marks the day of your blood tribute for all the lives lost by your hands, androids. As the scythe dissipated into streams of light, Black Wukong erupted with energy, his hair standing on end, transitioning into his next form under the astonished gazes of androids 17, 18, and Trunks. Super Saiyan, full power. In an instant, the world began to darken, and Black Goku radiated an even more formidable golden aura, confronting everyone in a state of complete Super Saiyan power. What is this aura? Why has the Super Saiyan form become even stronger? Trunks swallowed nervously, his face etched with tension. 17 and 18 were rendered speechless with fear. Die! Black Goku unleashed a powerful golden aura and charged towards the two. In a heartbeat, he stood before 17 and 18. So fast, 17 gasped in fright, preparing to evade. However, in the next moment, whoosh! Black Goku instantaneously appeared behind 17, casually resting a hand on his shoulder. A chill ran down 17's spine. What do you want? He stammered. Unable to turn around, Black Goku remained silent, his hand exerting force. A scream erupted as 17 was engulfed in black smoke, which suddenly expanded and then disintegrated into dust, scattering into the air. Son Goku! 18 shouted in rage, glaring furiously at Black Goku. You're next. Black Goku, indifferent, approached 18. Panic-stricken, she swiftly attempted a preemptive kick. Whoosh! 18 darted in front of Black Goku and struck down with her leg. Though her speed was impressive and she made contact, Black Goku's form suddenly became illusory, lacking substance. What is happening? 18 exclaimed in shock. In the blink of an eye, Black Goku's hand reached out. Whoosh! As 18 still had her leg in the air, Black Goku seized her and forcefully pinned her to the ground, leaving her utterly immobilized. Such strength! What is this? Die! Black Goku's expression was icy as he hurled 18 away, then immediately unleashed an energy blast. Arrogant fool! 18's anger surged as she regained her composure midair, raising her hand to gather her own energy blast in retaliation. Whoosh! The two energy blasts collided, but soon Black Goku's attack overwhelmed 18's, swiftly engulfing it. What? 18's face registered shock as she hastily gathered another energy wave for defense. Huh! The yellow energy wave was launched, but it too was swiftly pierced by Black Goku's blast, creating a breach that surged towards her. Oh! 18 was struck by the energy blast, sent hurtling to the ground, unable to rise. Black Goku approached her with an expression of indifference. Cough, cough, cough. 18 trembled as she reached out to crawl forward, only for another energy blast to be fired at her. Oh! She felt the agony experienced by the boy she had tormented, crying out in pain. Hearing her cries, Black Goku remained expressionless, devoid of any sympathy. Desperate, 18 began to gather energy blasts, aiming them at Black Goku. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A torrent of energy blasts surged forth. Yet Black Goku did not flinch or evade, continuing his slow, heavy strides towards her. The energy blast struck Black Goku, enveloping him in a swirling mass of dark smoke. The acrid scent of charred matter pervading the air, yet astonishingly, there was not a single wound upon his form. Number 18, filled with trepidation, immediately concentrated her might and unleashed her most formidable energy wave towards Black Goku. With a swift motion, the golden energy surged from her hands, hurtling towards him. And in no time, it collided with Black Goku, who continued on his path without flinching. A thunderous boom resonated as the energy wave struck him squarely in the chest, its ferocity dispersing the dark smoke that enveloped him. Feeling the impact coursing through his body, Black Goku cast a cold glance at the energy wave upon his chest. Is this your ultimate technique? His expression remained icy as he resolutely advanced towards number 18, unfazed. Are you jesting? To think that not even his clothing was damaged left number 18 speechless in disbelief. A radiant blue light ignited as Black Goku, with a single hand, began to gather the Kamehameha wave, remaining silent throughout the process. Upon witnessing this, number 18's face turned pale with fear, and she instinctively bolted in panic. Can she escape? In a flash, Black Goku appeared before her. No matter where you flee, the outcome remains the same. You shall perish by my hand. With relentless determination, number 18 evaded, yet Black Goku pursued her unyieldingly. No matter her escape route, he was always right behind her, undeterred by her every tactic. The energy in his grasp unwavering and glowing with blue brilliance. No, Number 18 cried out defiantly. Kamehameha. The wave erupted from Black Goku's hands, swiftly engulfing number 18 in an overwhelming surge of blue energy that gradually obliterated her form, consuming the very ruins around them in an unseen darkness. As the dust settled, tranquility returned to the scene. Trunks stood in shock, his mouth agape. The haze dissipated, revealing Black Goku gradually reverting to his normal state. The peculiar atmospheric disturbances also calming. In a mere 2.5 minutes, Black Goku had annihilated both androids 17 and 18. The androids have been vanquished, Trunks gasped, drenched in sweat and disbelief. At this moment, Black Goku stood before Trunks like a deity, his presence eclipsing even that of Super Saiyans without the need for transformation. You shall be next, Cell. Black Goku's fierce gaze pierced the distance. Not far away, a city lay in wait. For me to achieve perfection, you shall sacrifice your lives. No. The cries of despair echoed as Cell cruelly slaughtered the inhabitants of the city, reveling in the ecstasy of absorbing their energy. This is true power. A sudden chill overcame him, abruptly halting Cell's maniacal laughter. Whose aura is this? So potent. This energy, it belongs to Goku. He was supposed to be dead. What is happening? Confusion washed over Cell, mingled with fear. If this energy were to collide with mine, I would surely perish. Chapter 15. This Black Goku bears a resemblance to Goku. Has he suppressed his aura? You coward, daring to act, but lacking the courage to face it, Cell. Black Goku wore a chilling expression, his frustration palpable as he struggled to locate Cell. Suddenly, the voice of a small boy pierced through the tension. I want to go home. Under Black Goku's intense gaze, the boy's energy began to wane, his voice gradually fading into silence. Witnessing this, Black Goku grew anxious, momentarily forgetting about his pursuit of Cell as he rushed to provide the boy with energy, neglecting the fact that he possessed a healing ability. Muttering to himself, he intensified the output of his energy. After a considerable effort, the boy was pulled back from the brink of death, returning to normal breathing. Yet he could no longer move or see the world around him, trapped in an endless sleep. Has he become a vegetable? How could those bastards be so cruel to a child? Black Goku seethed with anger, a dark golden aura emanating from him. Wait for me, Cell. I will find you. With renewed determination, he ceased his energy output. Ding. Task progress, 12. Keep it up, host, chimed the system's notification. Disregarding the message, Black Goku focused on Trunks. This little brat is beyond saving. I leave him to you. Dispose of him as you see fit, he stated coldly before turning away. Trunks, perplexed, inquired. Where are you going? The androids have been dealt with. It should all be over now. It isn't over yet. There is still one lurking in the shadows. Only by eliminating him can we truly conclude this, Black Goku replied gravely. Eliminate him? What do you mean? Trunks asked, confusion evident on his face. Black Goku chose not to elaborate, unwilling to disclose that besides androids 17 and 18, there was also an android named Cell. I'm leaving, he declared, preparing to depart when an embarrassing sound interrupted him. Gurgle. Suddenly, Black Goku's stomach growled audibly, reminiscent of a hungry beast. Of all times, he thought, mortified by his body's betrayal. You must be hungry, Mr. Goku, Trunks remarked, pointing at him. Black Goku struggled to find words, wishing to remain silent. Yet his stomach betrayed him again, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. Why not come to my house for a meal? Your stomach seems to agree, haha. Trunks smiled, scratching his head. Black Goku hesitated, wanting to decline, but his stomach growled once more, leaving him no choice but to graciously accept Trunks' invitation. All right, but first, let's take care of this little one, he said, feeling too shy to meet Trunks' gaze. Okay. Inside Bulma's home, she prayed with clasped hands. Trunks, when will you return? The androids are wreaking havoc outside, and you must come back safely. At this juncture, Bulma has gracefully entered her middle age, having aged a full cycle compared to her youthful days. Wrinkles and signs of aging now adorn her face, and her entire being exudes the essence of an elderly woman. The tumultuous events surrounding the androids have long since extinguished the remnants of the little girl within her. Now, all that resides in Bulma's heart is the weight of her responsibilities as a mother, having cast aside all personal desires. The beauty and physique she once cherished hold no significance for her anymore. She no longer frets over her appearance or age. Her only concern is for her son, Trunks, wishing fervently for his safety, as a cloud of worry envelopes her. Suddenly, The sound of a door creaking open breaks the silence. "I'm back, Mother." The voice resonates through the room, and as the door swings shut, the figure of Trunks emerges before Bulma. "Trunks, how wonderful that you have returned." Tears of joy well up in Bulma's eyes as she rushes towards him, but just a few steps in, she halts abruptly, noticing a familiar silhouette standing behind Trunks, gazing at her with an enigmatic expression. "Goku?" Bulma's face registers shock as she beholds Black Goku. Observing Bulma's attention fixated on Black Goku, Trunks promptly introduces him. "Mother, this is Mr. Black Goku." "Hello, Bulma." Black Goku replies with an air of indifference, though he manages a slight smile as he acknowledges Trunks. "Black Goku, you bear an uncanny resemblance to Goku." Bulma swallows hard, scrutinizing the likeness. "By the way, have you managed everything in the past?" Her expression shifts to one of concern. "Yes, everything is settled. There's one more thing to tell you, Mom. The androids have been eradicated," Trunks states with a grave demeanor. "Ah, the androids have been destroyed? Are you referring to the past timeline?" Bulma's astonishment is palpable. "I recall that when you traversed time, the androids had yet to be born. Are you suggesting that the current androids have been eliminated?" Trunks, unwavering, divulges the truth without evasion. "Indeed, Mother, the androids have all been vanquished, effortlessly dispatched by Mr. Black Goku just moments ago." Bulma's gaze shifts to Black Goku, a swirl of confusion evident in her expression. Noticing her bewilderment, Trunks discreetly steps aside, allowing Bulma and Black Goku to face each other without impediment. "Goku," Bulma murmurs, still perceiving Black Goku as the naive Goku she knows, unable to discern the stark contrast between them. Were it not for the malevolence and murderous intent she observed in Black Goku's eyes, so distinctly different from her peace-loving friend, she would remain oblivious to the differences between him and the Goku she holds dear. "You are the spitting image of Goku, like two sides of the same coin," Bulma exclaims warmly, extending her hand towards Black Goku. "I resemble him, yet I am not him, and I regret disappointing you," Black Goku responds, extending his hand in polite acknowledgement as they shake hands. As Bulma feels the familiar warmth of his palm, she cannot help but call out, "Goku." Perhaps overwhelmed by her longing, Bulma reached out to caress Black Goku's face. He did not resist, bowing his head, allowing Bulma to willingly stroke his cold cheek. As she gently traced the contours of his icy visage, memories of their previous adventures in search of the Dragon Balls surged within her. The thought of the innocent Goku, who had succumbed to a heart ailment, stirred a tumult of emotions in Bulma's heart. "If only you were Goku, I would love to have a proper conversation with you," she thought, a solitary tear escaping her eye. Black Goku remained silent, submerged in his own thoughts. Suddenly, a low growl erupted from his stomach, breaking the melancholic atmosphere. This unexpected sound elicited laughter from Bulma, who had still been lingering in sadness. "You must be hungry. Let me prepare some food for you," she said, her face brightening with enthusiasm. Black Goku, in a show of respect, complied, and they both settled into the living room. Before long, Bulma had prepared a meal. Due to the years of turmoil caused by the androids, even the surviving humans had begun to struggle for sustenance. Bulma, from a once affluent family, now had only meager offerings of coarse grains and vegetables to present to Black Goku. Yet, he showed no disdain, eagerly lifting his bowl and relishing the food. "I apologize for the limited fare," Bulma said, her expression filled with regret. "It's quite all right. I am not picky. Please, sit down, and let us eat together." Black Goku replied with a smile, then bowed his head to devour his meal. This scene brought back memories of Goku for Bulma. He had once eaten in the same delightful manner. A wave of nostalgia washed over her as she mused, "If only you truly were Goku. By the way, since you have defeated the androids, does that mean the ordeal has come to an end?" she inquired. "Not quite. There is still one more to deal with." Black Goku replied without hesitation. "Who else could there be? Aren't androids 17 and 18 already dealt with?" Bulma questioned, puzzled. "There remains another android, Cell," Black Goku stated, swallowing a mouthful of rice. "Cell?" Trunks echoed, confusion etched on his face. "Is he stronger? Is he as powerful as androids 17 and 18? Black Goku answered candidly. "He is stronger than both androids combined. Though he is not yet in his perfect form, his power likely surpasses that of at least one of them. I was searching for his energy earlier. He can skillfully suppress his power to the point where I struggle to sense him, indicating he has become more formidable and troublesome. What are we to do then? It is infuriating. We have barely managed to resolve one disaster, Trunks gritted his teeth in frustration. Seeing Trunks agitated, Black Goku continued to enjoy his meal, seemingly indifferent to the worry etched on Trunks' face. Before long, he had consumed several large bowls, his long period without food catching up with him. With a substantial appetite driven by his body's needs, Black Goku swiftly polished off every morsel on the table. "Thank you for the hospitality, Bulma, Trunks," he said, his eyes narrowing in satisfaction. "You possess an appetite akin to that of Yukong. Fortunately, I have prepared an ample supply of provisions." Bulma gazed in astonishment at the numerous empty bowls on the table. Once the meal was concluded, Black Goku intended to depart to confront the calamity that is Cell. "Wait, Mr. Black Goku, I wish to accompany you," Trunks suddenly interjected. "What strength do you possess to defeat Cell, who is far superior to the androids you cannot even contend with?" Black Goku retorted, dousing Trunks with cold water in front of Bulma. Yet, Trunks suddenly wore a look of determination. "If that is the case, I implore you, Mr. Black Goku, to guide me in my training. I too wish to contribute to the protection of those I hold dear. Please, I beg of you to mentor me." He stood and bowed earnestly before Black Goku. "What is going on?" Bulma was at a loss. Listening to Trunks' earnest request, Black Goku paused in thought. "Are you digging a pit for yourself, young man? Are you certain? Training with me will be arduous. I fear not hardship, as long as I can grow stronger. I shall endure any toil," Trunks asserted resolutely. Very well. Let us consider it a means of nurturing you, granting you the ability to protect others." Black Goku did not refuse Trunks' plea, especially since Bulma's cooking was quite delectable. "You have agreed," Trunks exclaimed with excitement. "I suppose so," Black Goku replied with a mischievous grin. Arms crossed. "Fantastic." Trunks nearly leapt with joy. This scene provoked a chuckle from both Bulma and Black Goku. Black Goku shook his head. "Truly, you are easily satisfied, little one." Meanwhile, on the coastline, chaos ensued. "Help! Save me!" In an unfamiliar city, Cell's bloodshot eyes glared menacingly at the innocent civilians. Number 17 and number 18 are dead. How infuriating. This is maddening. Sensing the absence of number 17 and number 18's energy on Earth, Cell trembled with rage. The mere thought of the mysterious energy that had emerged behind number 18 and number 17 sent shivers down his spine. He deduced that their demise was at the hands of the master of that terrifying aura. The realization that he could not achieve his perfect form drove Cell into a frenzy, unleashing his wrath upon the citizens. Blood flowed freely, and screams echoed through the air. "All of you shall become sustenance, you worthless beings." Like a demon emerging from the depths of hell, Cell prowled the blood-soaked streets, relentlessly hunting those who fled from him. Die. Chapter 16. Intensive training with Trunks on a mountain peak far from the city. Black Goku clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. "Cell is likely slaughtering people at this very moment. Once I am finished here, I shall make you regret ever being born." "Mr. Black Goku, shall we begin now?" Trunks inquired cautiously, sensing the tension in Black Goku's demeanor. Upon hearing this, Black Goku felt a semblance of tranquility envelop him, and simultaneously, certain realizations dawned upon him. "Indeed, I am merely a transient visitor in this realm. The future belongs to you all. Rather than languishing in impotent rage, it is far more prudent to facilitate your growth and ensure the safeguarding of this future." Black Goku murmured to himself, finding complete serenity. "What shall we do for training?" Trunks inquired, curiosity piqued. "First, transform into a Super Saiyan. Allow me to witness your full potential, so I may devise a tailored training regimen for you." "Understood, Mr. Goku." Trunks responded without hesitation, unleashing his energy to initiate the dazzling transformation into a Super Saiyan. In an instant, Trunks' energy surged, causing the surrounding cliffs to tremble. "Can you elevate your energy further?" Black Goku inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Trunks. "Indeed, but it requires time." Trunks clenched his fists, channeling every ounce of strength within him to amplify his energy. Shortly thereafter, his power doubled, albeit subtly, yet the effects were pronounced. His previously gaunt physique began to exhibit robust musculature, with slender limbs transforming into more formidable appendages, giving him a subtly more imposing stature. "This is my full power." Trunks sighed, his expression grave. "Am I nearing the pinnacle of the Super Saiyan first stage?" Though anticipated, it was nonetheless commendable that he achieved such a level without guidance. Black Goku contemplated, swiftly formulating a specialized training plan for Trunks. "Have you ever considered surpassing the Super Saiyan?" Black Goku queried. "Surpass the Super Saiyan?" I have not. For my father never achieved it in his lifetime, and I have always believed that the Super Saiyan represents the zenith of Saiyan potential. Trunks replied earnestly, clenching his strong fist. Allow me to enlighten you. The Super Saiyan is merely the beginning. Goku grinned mischievously. Beginning? What do you mean? Do you possess a method to transcend the Super Saiyan? Trunks asked, perplexed. Do you not recall the moment during my battle with the androids when my Super Saiyan form's energy surged dramatically? That was a Super Saiyan beyond the ordinary, colloquially known as Super Saiyan full power. However, my inherent strength and the enhancement from my bloodline render my full power superior to that of an average Super Saiyan. As he spoke, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Black Goku's eyes. Under Trunks' watchful gaze, he instantaneously entered the state of Super Saiyan full power. The sheer intensity of his aura, if only for a fleeting second, caused Trunks' golden radiance to dim. Trunks was astounded. The energy exuded by Black Goku was overwhelmingly potent, surpassing his wildest imaginings. This is the Super Saiyan full power, yet it is not the limit. There is more. Suddenly, Black Goku's energy surged once again, causing his hair to stand on end like the bristles of a hedgehog. In an instant, a golden wave of energy swept across the cliffs and the earth, dispersing the surrounding white clouds. Under the fearful gaze of Trunks, Black Goku ascended to the form of Super Saiyan 2, transcending the full power of Super Saiyan. In other words, this transformation is your Super Saiyan 2 that surpasses the full power of Super Saiyan. My aim is to enable you to attain this form, and you shall certainly achieve it. Black Goku's energy began to wane as he returned to the full power state of Super Saiyan. Suddenly, his aura surged once more, reaching a new state under the watchful eyes of heaven and earth. This is the ultimate attribute of the full power of Super Saiyan. A breakthrough in the realm of Super Saiyan, comparable in strength to Super Saiyan 2, albeit lacking in certain advantages. Overall, its foundation surpasses the full power state, representing the zenith of that form. This transformation, a product of my own research, serves as a stepping stone to help you reach a new form with a more stable power level, while simultaneously being less taxing than the new form. A balanced state greater than full power. With flowing hair and a calm demeanor, Black Goku explained to Trunks. Trunks was utterly astonished by Black Goku's strength. Although he had anticipated Black Goku's prowess, witnessing it firsthand made him realize that the power displayed was far beyond his expectations. The contrast between Black Goku's actual strength and what he had imagined was stark. The training I provide is straightforward. It is designed to elevate you from the initial stages of Super Saiyan to the intermediate levels, culminating in the full power breakthrough to transcend the limits and achieve a new form. I do not expect you to reach this new form instantaneously, but rather to break through your current barriers. You have no objections to this, do you? Black Goku's tone was calm and serious. I understand. I will take your guidance to heart, Trunks responded earnestly. Upon hearing this, Black Goku smiled with satisfaction. Now that is the attitude of a learner. In an instant, Black Goku appeared before Trunks and delivered a powerful punch. Trunks, caught off guard, was struck squarely, sending him back to his normal state. At that moment, Black Goku also reverted to his usual demeanor. Before we proceed, I will develop your potential by sparring with you. During this process, I will hover around the boundaries of your defenses, continuously honing your willpower and fortifying your fundamental attributes through practical experience. Prepare yourself. I understand, Trunks said, clutching his stomach and stepping back to assume a fighting stance. Black Goku smiled knowingly, tightening his fists as he unleashed a flurry of blows upon Trunks. After a vigorous session of training, Trunks found himself exhausted, lying on the ground, unable to move. Your reflexes have improved, but your strength and speed still fall short. In the Saiyan principle that one grows stronger the more they endure, continuing to develop your abilities is indeed the right approach. Now rise and fight on. Black Goku extended his hand toward Trunks, urging him to stand and continue the battle. I'm coming, Mr. Black Goku. Aya. Trunks rose once more, clenching his fists as he charged forward. Black Goku, tempering his power, adjusted it to a level slightly superior to Trunks, continuing their fierce exchange. Gradually, he elevated his strength, subtly guiding Trunks toward his limits. With each blow endured, Trunks grew more resolute. Initially overwhelmed by Black Goku's relentless onslaught, he transitioned from merely parrying a few strikes to launching counterattacks. Eventually, he reached a point where he could match Black Goku, who was intentionally holding back. in a remarkable display of growth that astonished the ever-empowered Black Goku. Could it be that, in merely 3 hours, Trunks had caught up to his usual state of strength? It was time to exert pressure. Black Goku unleashed nearly half of his full power against Trunks. In the face of Goku's normal strength, Trunks, who had previously held his ground, found himself utterly overpowered and nearly sent flying. "Trunks, keep up," Black Goku commanded. As a day passed, a notification chimed. Host bloodline enhancement progressed, 15 to 25, with all forms currently amplified by 250 times. As the night unfolded, both Black Goku and Trunks grew stronger. Although Trunks struggled to keep pace with Black Goku's onslaught, he managed to withstand 3 or 4 strikes in close combat. With a hearty laugh, Black Goku continued to challenge Trunks, an endeavor repeated countless times. Trunks had experienced being severely beaten and had faced death, only to return time and again, losing track of the hours as the sun rose and set. "Let us assess the results," Black Goku said, wiping the sweat from his brow, feeling a wave of fatigue. "All right," Trunks replied, slowly rising and channeling his revitalized energy, unleashing a powerful aura. In an instant, he advanced from a novice to an intermediate stage, soon surpassing that to reach the pinnacle of his intermediate capabilities, nearing full power. After all that punishment, he still hasn't reached full power? Have I been too lenient? Black Goku pondered, recalling his own battles with Goku and Vegeta. Had he had the opportunity to train under similar conditions, constantly enduring and recovering, defeating a non-full power Vegeta would not have seemed a mere fantasy. This was merely the first day. Such progress was commendable, especially when compared to the original timeline. Regardless, Black Goku felt a sense of satisfaction and offered Trunks an approving nod. Before long, the two returned home, but Black Goku suddenly paused, his foot halting at the threshold. Has that troublesome individual arrived? A glimmer of cold light flashed before Black Goku's eyes, causing Trunks, who was about to step inside, to retreat in alarm. Bewildered by Black Goku's stern demeanor. "What's wrong?" Trunks inquired. Calmly, Black Goku responded with a smirk. "It's nothing. You head inside. I have something to attend to and will return shortly." He patted Trunks on the shoulder. Hasten your return and do not linger too long. Mother has likely prepared dinner." Without further contemplation, Trunks permitted Black Goku to depart. "Understood," he acknowledged, as Black Goku seized the opportunity to unleash his energy and swiftly departed. Trunks promptly entered the house. To his astonishment, the ominous aura emanated from Son Goku. Hadn't that fellow perished? No matter, during Goku's absence, he would find a time machine from Trunks and return to the past. He was eager to see who could thwart him in Goku's absence. A sinister voice echoed in the darkness, as a nefarious plot subtly unfurled its claws. Chapter 17. Trunks, the embodiment of justice. As Trunks entered the house, he immediately spotted Bulma busily tending to her culinary endeavors. Has Trunks returned? Upon hearing footsteps, Bulma emerged from the kitchen. "Oh, I'm quite occupied, Mother." Trunks stood obediently before her. Upon seeing Trunks, Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment at his disheveled appearance. "What have you been up to, Trunks? You look utterly ragged, and you seem to have grown rather robust." This is all thanks to Mr. Black Goku's rigorous training. He has invested considerable effort to help me surpass Super Saiyan." Trunks replied with a smile, scratching his head. "Black Goku's training? Speaking of which, where is he?" Bulma inquired, glancing around for Black Goku's presence. "Don't bother looking, Mother. He had some matters to attend to," Trunks explained. "Out on business, is he? Just like Goku, always with unfinished tasks. To be honest, I feel he is Goku, albeit someone who has experienced something and refrains from revealing himself to us." Bulma mused, her heart a mix of emotions as memories of Goku flooded her mind. "Mother, Black Goku is not Mr. Son Goku. I have seen it with my own eyes. Moreover, he is quite amiable and does not conceal his identity. It's not as you think, Mother. If it weren't for him, I would never have aspired to surpass Super Saiyan. He has taught me much, and I owe him my gratitude," Trunks asserted. Listening to Trunks, Bulma fell silent for a while. Indeed, a person like Goku, despite his sorrows, would not commit such ruthless acts. Perhaps Black Goku would not either. Speaking of which, it seems the food might be burning. I shall check on it." Bulma exclaimed in a fluster, rushing back to the kitchen to tend to the frying pan. Trunks beamed with a smile, admiring his mother's carefree demeanor. "It seems I ought to retrieve the time capsule and prepare the energy needed for my next journey to the past." With that, Trunks dashed outside. seeking an open space where he could cast the capsule containing the future time machine onto the ground. Instantly, white smoke billowed forth, revealing the time machine. All that remains is for someone to arrive, Trunks said with a mischievous grin, standing idly in place. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure stealthily approached from the darkness, plotting mischief. Nobody here, huh? Hee hee. Suddenly, a dark figure lunged from behind Trunks. I've awaited you for a long time, Cell. In a flash of cold light, the valiant sword was drawn from behind by Trunks, who swiftly raised it and struck at the unscrupulous and underhanded Cell. In an instant, Cell, who had aimed to gain the upper hand, found himself utterly defeated, collapsing to the ground. So you're Cell? Quite an unsightly appearance you possess, Trunks remarked, his face etched with disdain. What's the matter? How did you know I was behind you? Cell asked, bewildered. Curious, are we? Take a look at what's on my shoulder, Trunks replied proudly, tugging at the spot where he had been struck by Black Goku. Find an open space to place the time machine, lure the thief in, and be cautious of Cell. A large inscription loomed before Cell's eyes. When did this happen? I recall that after Goku departed, he left no information for you, Cell said, puzzled. Did you forget the brief shoulder tap? Trunks explained. What? Damn it. Cell clenched his fists, seething with anger as he charged forward. In response, Trunks stood his ground, brimming with determination. Huh. The Super Saiyan makes his entrance. The golden aura surged around Trunks. As Cell lunged at him, Trunks, with visibly enhanced speed, closed the distance and delivered a punch that sent Cell reeling to the ground. What is happening? How did your power suddenly increase? Cell, now on the ground, was taken aback. While you continued to harm others, I endured considerable hardship thanks to Mr. Black Goku, Trunks retorted, gathering energy in his palm and unleashing a powerful energy wave towards Cell. Cell cautiously rose to his feet, immediately countering with his special beam cannon. Energy wave. Special beam cannon. The clash of purple and golden energies erupted violently, creating a dazzling array of sparks that surrounded them, transforming the battlefield into an arena engulfed in flames. The roaring flames mirrored Trunks' unwavering spirit. Trunks intensified his power, pushing his energy to its zenith, launching a formidable wave towards Cell. Damn you, brat. Cell furrowed his brow, focusing intently as he matched Trunks' energy with his own. For a moment, the purple energy pressed against the gold, then the gold surged back against the purple, until they both reached an equilibrium. At this juncture, their energies were evenly matched, and the contest hinged solely on endurance. Observing this, Cell began to chuckle. While I may not know how you've grown stronger, I am aware that after the deaths of androids 17 and 18, I have slain a staggering 30,000 innocents to enhance my own strength. Even without them, I am but a step away from my second form. 30,000. You wretched fiend. You relentlessly slay the innocent for your selfish desires. Do you take pleasure in slaughter, Cell? Trunks' fury reached its peak. Confronted by Trunks' inquiries, Cell chuckled derisively, responding through his own moral lens that every being faces death eventually. Regardless of how splendid the journey may be, the conclusion remains the same, death. I merely expedite their arrival at this inevitable outcome. Upon hearing this, Trunks was consumed by rage, veins bulging. Is this truly your justification for murder? By what right do you so flippantly extinguish the lives of others? Just because the end is the same, do you dismantle the joyous journeys of others? Do you comprehend the number of innocent families you have obliterated? Children of around 7 years, bereft of their parents due to your malevolence, weep daily. Individuals poised to marry and embrace a stable life have been torn apart by your selfishness, while those who aspired to enjoy their twilight years have been plunged into despair due to your insatiable greed. What right do you have to annihilate lives that were once filled with happiness? Trunks clenched his teeth, the intensity of his aura surging once more. As he felt the power radiating from his chest, Cell, though drenched in sweat, managed to maintain his composure. Is this how furious you are? How noble you sound. I am the villain, yet are you any better? For the sake of survival, have you never betrayed your own conscience? In pursuit of your desires, have you failed those who cherish you? Have you ever cast aside your family for personal gain? In my eyes, regardless of how virtuous or righteous you claim to be, humanity's essence is rooted in selfishness. What of wars fought for country or freedom? They are merely the self-serving cries of the masses. Trunks, you are but a puppet standing on the pedestal of righteousness. Someone like you, who has never experienced true evil, is unworthy of the title of hero. Cell sneered, dismissing Trunks' accusations entirely. You are beyond redemption. I will undoubtedly bring about your demise. Trunks' eyes blazed with determination, and in an instant, his aura surged to the heights achieved during his training with Black Goku. At that moment, the intensity of Trunks' power escalated, elevating his energy to a new echelon. Cell, already struggling to cope, found his legs weakening under the force of Trunks' explosive might. What is happening? How has your strength surged so dramatically, you wretched boy? Cell's expression was one of astonishment. To continuously take lives and evade the consequences, you, who rob others of their happiness, I, Trunks, will drag you down to hell even if it costs me everything. Trunks' spirit soared once more, fueled by indignation and years of humiliation. Under Cell's astonished gaze, Trunks' power amplified relentlessly, as if boundless. If you possess sufficient strength, you can safeguard those you wish to protect. Black Goku's words echoed in Trunks' mind. Reflecting on the guidance he received during training, Trunks fell into deep contemplation. So many lives have perished because I, the so-called hero, lacked strength, and my resolve was insufficient. Had I possessed the capability, I could have prevented the tragedy during Cell's heinous acts. If only I had the power, Father, Uncle Piccolo, Yamchu, Ten, Kaiatsu, Master Roshi, Uncle Krillin, and Gohan would still be alive. If I had the means, I would eradicate those cursed androids and the wretched world that harbors such deceitful, self-righteous beings who play with the lives of others. I shall bring you all to justice. Trunks ceased his focus on Bulma, channeling all his energy into a fierce rage. In an instant, Cell's overwhelming pressure dissipated, and the special beam cannon hurtled directly toward Trunks. Unflinching, Trunks embraced the oncoming attack, allowing it to strike him. A thunderous explosion engulfed him in a cloud of black smoke, yet he emerged unscathed. Gohan, the embodiment of justice. I now vow that no matter the nature of those I protect, even if they harbor evil, even if they are not entirely virtuous, I shall bring to justice those who harm others under such pretenses. Trunks' resolve solidified, fueled by unbridled fury and unwavering faith. He shattered his limits and transcended to a state of full-power Super Saiyan. This was not the end. His energy continued to surge. Has it not concluded yet? Trunks witnessed Cell's face contort in fear as his power escalated to its zenith, causing him to tremble with the instinct to flee. The earth quaked, debris flying. As Trunks, under Cell's astonished gaze, let out a mighty roar, surpassing full power and shattering his barriers to unleash the true transformation of Super Saiyan. In a heartbeat, Trunks' hair stood upright, sparkling with energy, exuding a presence that rivaled even the initial stages of Super Saiyan 2 before Cell. His energy stabilized, no further enhancement required. All his explosive power transformed into calm. Who are you? Cell stammered, his lips quivering. As the smoke cleared, Trunks slowly raised his palm, gathering energy for a Kamehameha wave. I am no one of significance, nor a figure of authority. I am merely the avenger of justice here to punish you. With that declaration, Trunks unleashed his energy wave. Here it comes. Cell attempted to conjure his own energy wave in resistance, but it was too late. Trunks' attack was swift, already upon him before he could fully prepare. As he contemplated defiance, it was all over. Under Trunks' icy gaze, Cell's eyelids drooped, fading into nothingness. A hero of justice? How naive, indeed. The ground trembled with a resounding crash as Cell fell silent. Meanwhile, atop a distant mountain, Goku observed, his heart finally at ease, as the wind gently tousled his hair. The pink energy sphere he had been gathering gradually dissipated, for there was no longer a need to intervene. Chapter 18. Let us go home. In the early morning of the following day, I returned. Black Goku, appearing drowsy, knocked on Bulma's door. Who is it? Bulma, equally weary, approached the door to open it. Upon the door's opening, the silhouette of Black Goku, who had not returned all night, came into Bulma's view. Goku, she exclaimed in surprise. At the sound, Trunks immediately dashed out from the kitchen. Phew, you finally returned, Mr. Black Goku, Trunks said, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Everything is taken care of. Black Goku inquired knowingly. Yes, it's all over. There will be no more androids, Trunks replied, a smile brightening his youthful face. Heh, I knew you could handle it. My training was not in vain, Black Goku said with a sly smile. What are you two discussing? Bulma asked, perplexed. Laughter filled the air as Trunks and Black Goku exchanged knowing glances, their harmonious morning concluding amidst a haze of smoke from burnt food. On the familiar cliff, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh. Ultimate flash. Trunks suddenly unleashed an attack towards Black Goku. With skillful precision, Black Goku merely tapped his forehead with 2 fingers. In an instant, he appeared behind Trunks just as the ultimate flash was about to make contact. You are still young. Black Goku smirked disdainfully and kicked forward. Yet he struck nothing but air. Trunks's figure was but an illusion. His true form had stealthily positioned itself above Black Goku. Taking advantage of the moment, Trunks drew his sword and swung it down towards Black Goku. Caught off guard, Black Goku received a cut on his face, blood trickling down. Mr. Black Goku, I've grown stronger. Show me some of your power, Trunks declared proudly. Upon hearing this, Black Goku, feeling the sting of the wound, burst into laughter. Haha, Trunks. Since you've said that, do not blame me for being a bit harsher. Black Goku decided to take the fight seriously, unleashing a portion of his true strength against Trunks, who had attained the Super Saiyan limit breakthrough. Boom, boom, boom. After a midday of intense training, it came to an end. Even with the Super Saiyan limit breakthrough, I still can't make you transform into a Super Saiyan, Mr. Black Goku, Trunks said, exhausted and sprawled on the ground. Ding. Host's bloodline adaptation increased, 25 to 30, enhancing all fundamental attributes and forms by 300 times. As you grow stronger, I too am evolving, young one, Black Goku remarked, brushing off some dust from his face. The battle isn't over yet. Don't collapse just yet. Until you achieve Super Saiyan 2, my special training for you will not conclude so simply. Come, let us continue. Black Goku encouraged Trunks, preparing to resume their combat. Alright, Trunks, invigorated, transformed once more into the Super Saiyan limit breakthrough form, ready to collide with Black Goku. The training commenced with fists colliding. Thus, the two spent 2 years filled with both arduous and joyous challenges. Trunks, gathering his strength, began to unleash his energy before Black Goku. In an instant, he transformed from his normal state into a Super Saiyan, then pushed to his maximum power, ultimately breaking through his limits. After 2 years, Trunks, let me witness your achievements. Black Goku observed Trunks with a serious expression as he continued to unleash his energy. I understand. Trunks roared in fury, his power surging under Black Goku's gaze. And after nearly 2.5 minutes, a transformation occurred. At that moment, Trunks' hair changed, becoming more resolute, with only a tuft remaining on his forehead, while the rest was slicked back in a parting. Lightning crackled more ferociously than before, creating a miniature thunderstorm around him. Witnessing this, Black Goku smiled. Trunks had once again surpassed his limits. The 2 years of hard work had not been in vain, and he had finally reached Super Saiyan 2. The sound of crackling electricity filled the air as Super Saiyan 2 Trunks emerged. He had succeeded at last. Although his innate talent was lacking, his acquired potential was immeasurable. He may be slower than Goku and Gohan, but he was more than capable. Black Goku smiled knowingly, taking note of Trunks' significant increase in power and height. I have transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Does this mean I can return to the past? Trunks asked excitedly, gazing at Black Goku. You are quite persistent. Even after 2 years, you still long for the past. I have continuously informed you that your timelines have become disordered, and you no longer belong to the same timeline. Yet you remain obstinate, Black Goku replied with a resigned smile. Regardless, those people are real, and I cannot bear to watch them perish. Especially now that I have grown stronger, Trunks said, his gaze unwavering. Black Goku, with no other choice, allowed Trunks to make his decision. After all, he had made little progress during this period. Black Goku had initially hoped to unlock 50 of his bloodline within these 2 years, but reality proved otherwise. As he continued to unlock his bloodline, Black Goku gradually realized a troubling issue. The difficulty of development increased significantly after surpassing 40. The progress had visibly slowed. From a year ago, reaching 40 until now, there had been no increase at all. Akin to a diligent worker toiling for years only to receive nothing but compulsory overtime without pay. However, there were still gains after reaching 40. The enhancement of Black Goku's attributes and forms was no longer gradual, but rather exponential. Bloodline adaptation, 40 familiarity and form enhancement increased by 800 times. Deep form pattern enhancement rose by 850 times. The original 400 times had now doubled and began to grow. Although the speed had slowed, the quality had improved. There were losses and gains. Now, with the breakthrough to Super Saiyan 2, he was confident he could suppress those two with ease. Black Goku grinned mischievously. With a sigh, Trunks reverted to his normal state. Time had come. We should arrive just in time to confront androids 17 and 18, and then we can destroy them. Let us go? Mr. Black Goku, Trunks stated. Upon hearing this, Black Goku felt a hint of abruptness. Are we leaving now? Shouldn't you inform your mother? No need. I spoke to her last night, the reply came. I see. You are quite efficient in your tasks. I had intended to linger a while longer. But since you are in such a rush, let us depart, Black Goku remarked, casting a glance at the now vibrant future city, bustling once again after the absence of the androids. He followed Trunks into the time machine without any further hesitation. Make yourself comfortable. We're off, Trunks stated as he initiated the journey through time. In an instant, darkness enveloped them, and the surrounding scenery morphed into a surreal tapestry of clocks and timepieces. This is quite bothersome. It would have been swifter for me to use my time ring, Black Goku mused, fiddling with the time ring adorning his left index finger. What is a time ring? Trunks inquired, curiosity piqued. Do not concern yourself. You will learn in due time, Black Goku replied, opting not to disclose that this was a divine gift bestowed upon him during his soul's transmigration. Trunks, sensing the unspoken, refrained from pressing further, and they continued their passage through the time tunnel in silence, observing the shifting landscapes around them as they sought the appropriate timeline. Time stretched endlessly, and before long, Black Goku had dozed off in the time machine, while Trunks piloted the vessel, beginning to feel drowsy himself. Are we not there yet, Trunks? Black Goku inquired, his expression weary. Not yet. I am uncertain as to why, but I seem to have lost the way to the time of Uncle Goku and the others. I distinctly recall the route, yet suddenly it eludes me, Trunks replied, scratching his head in frustration. Is it possible that you took a wrong turn? Black Goku probed. Impossible. I have memorized the path precisely. When my mother taught me how to operate this machine, I committed the route to memory. I would not err unless the time routes themselves were disrupted, Trunks asserted with conviction. If that is the case, then a disruption in the time routes implies that someone is meddling with the fabric of time, altering the designated paths and leading us astray. It is likely that this predicament stems from both of us. You altered the past, and I altered the future. The outcomes are not predetermined, but divergent endings are incompatible, thus birthing a new timeline. The emergence of a new timeline signifies an influx of new inhabitants, which consequently narrows the paths. This indicates that the original route has transformed. It is no longer what it once was, and that explains our perpetual stagnation, Black Goku articulated with clarity. What shall we do? Trunks exclaimed, panic-stricken at the realization of the chaos his time travel had wrought. Black Goku remained composed. After all, regardless of the direction taken, it all revolved around Dragon Balls. At worst, they could choose a timeline connected to their existence to traverse. Do not panic. If the path is incorrect, simply change your route. There is no need for self-reproach. Such is the nature of time and space. Heed my words, and retrace our steps along the original path, and we shall surely find our destination. Is that truly the case? Trunks exclaimed with sudden excitement. Would I deceive you? Let us proceed. With confidence instilled by Black Goku's support, Trunks unleashed his full power and accelerated along an alternate route. As Black Goku had predicted, it wasn't long before Trunks discovered the temporal junction pertaining to both himself and Black Goku, precisely 2 years hence. Indeed, we have found it. Uncle Black Goku, you are remarkable. Trunks gazed at him in admiration. This is but a minor feat, Black Goku replied with pride. Now, let us depart. Brace yourself. Trunks prepared to accelerate towards the timeline marking the beginning of the Dragon Ball Android Saga. Just as he was about to enter, a sudden voice thundered. You two interlopers traversing time, halt. As the voice echoed, two familiar figures materialized. Chapter 19. Encountering Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Vegeta Uncle Goku. Father. Trunks looked bewildered at the Time Patrol uniforms worn by Goku and Vegeta. Goku and Vegeta. Ding. A sudden mission was announced. Defeat the Time Patrol Goku and Vegeta by any means necessary. Mission reward. Initial stage of No Limit Technique. What is No Limit Technique? No Limit Technique is a system-customized ability for the host, akin to the effects of Ultra Instinct, but fundamentally different in its execution. It requires the host to possess an intense emotional conviction, maintaining a high purity of purpose to drive it. In contrast to the evasiveness, reactivity, and flexibility of Ultra Instinct, No Limit Technique enhances uniqueness and skill. The initial stage allows for more precise attacks, greater flexibility in techniques, and amplified energy utilization, thereby augmenting the power of divine techniques. The initial enhancement of Ultra Instinct amplifies energy utilization and combat skills, boosting the host's physical attributes by more than fivefold, with stronger bloodlines yielding greater foundational strength and no-limit technique. The more intense the conviction, the more formidable the power. As for subsequent enhancements, the host must independently develop their conviction, growing stronger as the intensity increases. Oh, what about the consumption? That depends on the host's emotional conviction and future adaptability. I have gained knowledge. Listening intently to the system's elaborate explanation, Black Goku appeared quite serious. However, upon realizing that the mission's reward required triggering it against the Time Patrol Goku and Vegeta, he suddenly regained focus. Wait, Super Saiyan 4? A sense of familiarity washed over him, prompting Black Goku to turn his head. Upon seeing the Time Patrol Goku and Vegeta, a scene from the past flashed in his mind. Another encounter along the Super Saiyan 4 path? The reward truly seems to present a narrow road of adversaries. The thought of battling these two foes once more and growing stronger brought a wicked smile to Black Goku's face. Sun Wukong, Trunks, no, it is Black Goku, the individual we are seeking. Catch up to him. Upon recognizing the two figures as Sun Wukong and Trunks, the Time Patrol officers, Wukong and Vegeta, were momentarily bewildered, but their expressions quickly turned serious as they pursued. Without allowing Trunks to speculate on the situation, Black Goku immediately pressed the accelerator. Let's go? In an instant, Black Goku and Trunks entered the time tunnel. Don't run. The Time Patrol officers, Wukong and Vegeta, regained their composure and immediately gave chase. Thus began a thrilling chase through time and space, reminiscent of a high-octane spectacle. Why are we running, Uncle Black Goku? Trunks inquired. Do you want to be caught like a peanut? Those two are Time Patrol officers, tasked with monitoring unlicensed individuals like you who drive recklessly through the time roads. You just committed a crime, you know? Black Goku snatched the steering wheel and drove wildly. Is it really that serious? In that case, I owe you my gratitude, Mr. Black Goku. Trunks replied with a foolish grin. Silly boy, Black Goku said, flooring the accelerator as they sped ahead. Don't run. Suddenly, a voice rang out, followed by a beam of energy that struck the time machine. In that moment, Black Goku, who was on the verge of entering the timeline of the Android Saga, narrowly avoided a collision due to the unexpected energy blast. Wow, silly patrol officers, Black Goku exclaimed, turning to glare at the approaching Wukong and Vegeta, who had just unleashed a ki blast. What a jolt! Trunks struggled to maintain his balance, nearly losing his footing. At that moment, the Time Patrol officers spoke again. We will give you one last chance. If you do not exit the vehicle for an investigation, we will resort to lethal measures. Wukong and Vegeta declared in unison. Annoying pests. Just wait until I touch down. I will teach you a lesson. Black Goku retorted, casting a fierce glare at Wukong and Vegeta before accelerating forward. Disobedient fools. Wukong exclaimed, his face flushed with anger as he gathered energy for a Kamehameha wave. Kamehameha. The immense blue energy surged toward Black Goku and Trunks. Feeling the force of the blue light on his back, Black Goku immediately halted the vehicle. Trunks, you take the wheel. I will handle them. Black Goku exited the driver's seat and engaged in a standoff with Wukong. All right. Trunks quickly moved into the driver's seat. Kamehameha. The two beams of energy collided, reigniting the rivalry between Black Goku and Wukong. As the force surged through his hands, Wukong was taken aback by the intensity. Such power. In that moment of astonishment, Black Goku amplified his Kamehameha wave. In an instant, Wukong was caught off guard and was sent flying backward, though he quickly regained his composure. His strength is formidable. It seems I must unleash my true power. The time-space patrolman Goku wore a serious expression and then began to unleash his energy on the spot. Under the watchful gaze of Black Goku, the time-space patrolman transformed into Super Saiyan 4, the very form familiar to Black Goku. As the Super Saiyan 4 made its grand entrance, Trunks was so startled that he nearly released the accelerator. What an overwhelming power! How can it be so strong? Trunks exclaimed, turning his head in curiosity. Upon witnessing Goku's Super Saiyan 4 form, Trunks nervously swallowed hard. What form is this? It bears the aura of a Super Saiyan. But how is it so potent? Trunks was taken aback. Noticing Trunks' moment of distraction, Black Goku shouted sharply, "Stop staring. Step on the gas. Leave these two to me. Focus on driving, and do not hesitate." Yes. At Black Goku's command, Trunks obediently concentrated on driving. The time machine sped forward under Trunks' guidance. Yet Goku and Vegeta were not to be outdone and swiftly pursued. Realizing their speed was insufficient, the ever-competitive Vegeta instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 4, his powerful aura enveloping the entire time-space tunnel. The emergence of two Super Saiyan 4s struck a heavy blow to Trunks' young psyche. The realization that he was merely a Super Saiyan 2 filled him with self-doubt. Damn it, Super Saiyan 4. As he observed the approaching Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, Black Goku's eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity, akin to a freezer, as he fixed his gaze upon them. Can you go any faster, Trunks? Black Goku, this is already the fastest I can go. Trunks replied. Is that so? Then there is nothing more to be done, Black Goku said with a sly smile. At this moment, the time-space patrolman Goku and Vegeta drew ever closer to Black Goku and Trunks, close enough that they would soon be face to face. Surrender. This way. You might be treated leniently, especially since you bear such a resemblance to me. The time-space patrolman Goku issued his final warning. Lenient treatment? I'm afraid I have many matters to attend to. I will not be captured willingly, Black Goku responded, his form emanating a rose-red glow. What do you intend to do? Are you refusing to cooperate? Vegeta questioned. Refusing to cooperate? When have I ever cooperated? Suddenly, Black Goku teleported in front of Vegeta and struck him with a powerful punch. Vegeta, however, managed to block it effortlessly with one arm. You scoundrel! Vegeta seethed through clenched teeth. Now, let's reflect on my battle against Super Saiyan 4 Goku and young Master Vegeta, Black Goku said, his fists tightening with seriousness. With a mighty force, Black Goku's strength increased, sending Vegeta flying as he was unable to adapt in time, leaving Goku standing nearby. Seizing the opportunity, Black Goku delivered a swift kick, causing Goku to bend at the waist from the impact. That hurt, the patrolman Goku said with a mischievous smile. In the midst of Black Goku's astonishment, Goku retaliated, channeling energy back into Black Goku's kick. In an instant, Black Goku was sent flying several meters away. Just as Black Goku stabilized himself, Goku swiftly gathered energy for the Kamehameha wave. Kamehameha. The Kamehameha wave surged forth, an audacious display of overconfidence. I could easily defeat both of you in one encounter, and again in the next. In the face of the Time Patrolman Goku's assault, Black Goku remained unfazed, first transforming into Super Saiyan 2. In an instant, his aura surged, manifesting a colossal scythe of purple energy in his grasp. Gripping the scythe tightly, Black Goku charged towards the Kamehameha wave launched by the Time Patrolman. In a flash, the Kamehameha wave collided with the energy scythe, resulting in a shower of sparks. However, it wasn't long before Black Goku, wielding the scythe, found himself forced to retreat suddenly. Foolish brute, scoffed the Time Patrolman Goku, intensifying the output of the Kamehameha wave. Uncle Black Goku. Witnessing the fierce battle, Trunks anxiously prepared to leap from the time machine to assist, but in the next moment, Black Goku's voice echoed, Trunks, you must leave. Do not concern yourself with me. Remember your mission. I will hold them off. Do not let the past become like the future, understand? Black Goku steadied himself and turned to face Trunks, who hesitated. Observing this, Black Goku exerted more force, fiercely pushing back against the Kamehameha wave. No, hurry and leave. Don't make me shout at you. His gaze was resolute as he fixed his eyes on Trunks. Uncle Black Goku, I understand. Hold on. Though reluctant, Trunks dared not defy Black Goku's orders and swiftly piloted the time machine forward. We must escape. Vegeta, stop him. As Trunks attempted to flee, the Time Patrolman Goku urgently called out to Vegeta, who was racing towards them. I know, you need not command me, Kakarot. Vegeta hurriedly approached, increasing his speed towards Trunks in the time machine. Do you wish to pass? Vegeta, have you forgotten that I still have one hand? Black Goku raised his palm, aiming at Vegeta as he pursued Trunks. Vegeta, be careful. The Time Patrolman Goku sensed impending danger and quickly warned. Upon hearing this, Vegeta turned his head to see Black Goku before him, scythe in hand, one palm gathering a blue energy wave. Kamehameha. In that fleeting moment, Vegeta had no means to evade, enduring a direct hit from Black Goku's Kamehameha wave, sending him tumbling back, smoke rising from his face. Vegeta, witnessing this, the Time Patrolman Goku rushed to action, placing a finger to his forehead to teleport. Whoosh! He appeared and caught Vegeta. Ugh, release me. I am not so weak. Vegeta haughtily pushed the concerned Time Patrolman away and stood defiantly against Black Goku. Though he sustained no severe injuries, his face felt a burning sting, and his patrol suit bore some damage. Observing this scene, Black Goku was taken aback. Even with the 800-fold enhancement of the Super Saiyan bloodline, he could not harm Vegeta or Goku in their Super Saiyan 4 forms. It seems that one can no longer gauge their strength by mere appearances. Black Goku, with a visage marked by tension, continually cast glances towards Trunks. Upon realizing that Trunks had departed, a burden lifted from his heart, and he felt no fear of collateral damage. Now, it was time to unleash his full power. With a sinister grin, Black Goku regained his confidence. In response, Vegeta, visibly displeased, extended his middle finger towards Black Goku. "Humph, you fleeing criminal. Just wait until I make you regret it. Let us see you try." The crimson light flickered around Black Goku, revealing his malevolent charm as a familiar battle was about to erupt once more. Chapter 20. The long-awaited crimson whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures flickered through the vastness of the cosmos, ultimately pausing on an immense planet brimming with oceans. "Difficult foe," Black Goku mused, standing on the surface of the sea while wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. "Surrender. No matter where you run, we will find you without delay." Suddenly, two beams of red light appeared across the sea, heralding the entrance of Time Patrol officers Goku and Vegeta. "Humph, when did I ever say I would flee? Even if you transform into Vegeta, I fear you not. For me, running is merely a strategy to find a more suitable battlefield." Black Goku scoffed dismissively. Vegeta, with a derisive smile, retorted, "Is that so? I am eager to witness the strength of a fugitive so audacious." He did not regard Black Goku as a worthy adversary. Seeing this, Black Goku decided to hold nothing back and immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 2 at full power. In an instant, a golden aura illuminated the sea as Black Goku ascended to Super Saiyan 3. "Is this all you've got?" Vegeta laughed mockingly. "This is merely the beginning," Black Goku replied, unperturbed as he continued to unleash his energy. In no time, the aura of Black Goku surged further, reaching full capacity. The sea began to churn violently as torrents of water swirled around Black Goku, forming a colossal vortex that spun relentlessly. This compelled both Vegeta and Goku to utilize their flight techniques, ascending into the sky. Is he still increasing his power? Goku felt a surge of tension as he gazed at the ever-growing energy beneath him. Under the watchful eyes of Time Patrol Goku and Vegeta, Black Goku's energy soared once more, surpassing the limits of Super Saiyan 3. As his form emerged, the sea erupted in monumental waves, encircling Black Goku and spiraling upwards towards the heavens. Yet, this was not the end. Black Goku continued to amplify his energy. "Now, prepare for my trump card." Black Goku's eyes turned blood red, his pupils constricting as his entire being began to undergo transformation. In the reflection of Black Wukong's pupils, he arrived in a void, gazing intently at a dark mist that bore a pair of misty white eyes. As he observed the dark fog before him, Black Wukong discerned what was mirrored within its gaze. Upon closer inspection, he beheld the eyes of the mist reflecting a shadowy figure and a white figure engaged in combat. Initially, these figures appeared diminutive, akin to that of infants, yet they commenced their battle at that very moment. Gradually, they grew larger, their relentless struggle continuing as they fought fiercely, and upon reaching their full stature, their conflict showed no signs of abating. Ultimately, they vanquished one another, only to transform into each other, one black, one white, melding into a singular essence amidst the vast cosmos, akin to a tranquil heart that morphed into countless celestial rivers and galaxies. Under the shadow of darkness, all phenomena and narrative constructs were illuminated by a radiant white light. The black and white entities, mutually repelling yet harmoniously converging, gradually coalesced into a singular silhouette, shimmering with a resplendent rose-red glow, behind which lay the visage of Black Wukong. "Ah!" Black Wukong cried out in anguished desperation, his breath soaring as if transcending the very heights of Super Saiyan 3. At that moment, the ocean roiled, bubbling like boiling water, enveloping Black Wukong in a cloud of steam that ascended toward the heavens. He continued to emanate a fierce aura, the rose-red light radiating outward like an incessant plume of vapor. Sensing the escalating intensity of Black Wukong's energy, both Son Wukong and Vegeta felt a shiver of trepidation. "The divine energy is formidable," Son Wukong exclaimed. "Quite impressive," Vegeta remarked, arms crossed, maintaining a facade of calm while grappling with a tumult of emotions. Suddenly, the rose-red light erupted like a burst of vibrant fireworks before dissipating. As the light faded, the ocean receded from a central point, revealing the figure of Black Wukong in his Super Saiyan rose form. Apologies for the wait. This is my inaugural transformation into this form, he said with a charming smile, twisting his neck. Is this the transformation of a divine being? Why is the aura so potent? Sun Wukong responded gravely. In an instant, Black Wukong's form flickered before Sun Wukong and Vegeta, not through a technique of instantaneous movement, but rather an illusion born from his overwhelming speed. That was swift, Vegeta gasped, his expression tense. Let the battle commence, Black Wukong declared, gently lifting Vegeta's chin with his index and middle fingers. You freak, Vegeta retorted, channeling energy into a punch aimed at Black Wukong. With a whoosh, Vegeta's strike met only air. Boom. Black Wukong retaliated, delivering a powerful blow that struck Vegeta squarely in the abdomen, sending him hurtling away. Vegeta, Sun Wukong shouted in alarm. Fear not, your turn is next. With a swift motion, Black Wukong teleported before Sun Wukong, delivering a kick. Sun Wukong attempted to defend himself, but the speed of the strike was overwhelming. Before he could even perceive the attack, he was sent flying. In the tumultuous expanse of time and space, the Time Patrol officer, Goku, found himself in a dire predicament, hurtling backwards through the air, blood spilling from his lips. With a swift whoosh, Black Goku relentlessly pursued, closing the distance and delivering a punch with such speed that Goku scarcely perceived it before feeling the full impact upon his visage. The force of the blow rendered him momentarily dazed, and as consciousness flickered, he beheld Black Goku's form duplicating into hundreds, a mere illusion born of his blinding speed. The relentless assault commenced, thud after thud, as Black Goku's strikes rained down upon him like a tempest. Goku attempted to raise his arms in defense, yet before he could react, another blow landed with brutal precision. The barrage continued, each strike rendering Goku increasingly disoriented, as if he were but a punching bag, succumbing to the relentless onslaught. Yet, the Saiyans' fury was far from spent. This is not my limit, Black Goku roared, his hair transforming to a deep crimson hue as the skies shifted from azure to a vibrant magenta, heralding the arrival of the Super Saiyan Rose. In an instant, Black Goku's speed and strength surged to unimaginable heights, each strike landing with devastating force upon Goku, who was then subjected to a flurry of lethal kicks. Thud, thud. Each kick sent Goku spiraling towards the ocean, only to be propelled back into the air by Black Goku's relentless assault. The cycle repeated itself with a maddening speed, each motion a blur, as if time itself had condensed into a singular moment, a mere blink of an eye, a fleeting breath. Within that instant, Goku's consciousness flickered, and he felt the agony of his predicament. Prepared to experience true suffering, Black Goku declared, coalescing a blade of energy in his hand. With a fierce kick, he sent Goku soaring skyward before swiftly closing the gap, plunging the energy blade deep into Goku's side. The pain was excruciating, jolting Goku back to reality, forcing a pained cry from his lips. Curse you, he gasped, summoning a ball of energy to hurl at Black Goku. Unfazed, Black Goku merely smirked, tapping his forehead lightly before vanishing in an instant. He deftly evaded Goku's strike, reinitiating his merciless assault. In mere moments, he unleashed a torrent of slashes upon Goku, each cut spraying crimson like a fountain. As Black Goku sheathed his weapon, Goku's body erupted in a radiant magenta glow, followed by a series of violent explosions, sending him plummeting into the ocean below. At that moment, Vegeta arrived, his eyes wide with shock and fury upon witnessing the scene. Kakarot, that wretch is mine to defeat, he declared, leaping into action towards Black Goku. All your efforts are futile, Black Goku retorted, reappearing before Vegeta and unleashing a devastating energy blade. The conflict raged on. As the sound echoed, a long scar suddenly appeared on Vegeta's chest, and he spewed forth blood. With his eyes blazing, Vegeta turned to glare at Black Goku. But before he could utter a word, a wave of nausea surged through his stomach, leading him to vomit on the spot. The ocean became saturated with the blood of the Saiyan. It was merely a matter of speed, and watch how this prince deals with you. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Vegeta defiantly charged at Black Goku, who, unwilling to back down, met him head-on. In an instant, The two engaged in a fierce collision, exchanging blows in a flurry of fists and feet. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was evident that only Vegeta was on the receiving end of the punishment. Black Goku effortlessly dodged Vegeta's attacks, while Vegeta found himself unable to counter the onslaught of blows. Within merely half a minute, he succumbed to the rhythm of the fight, enduring a relentless barrage of punches and kicks that left him dazed. Subsequently, Black Goku delivered a powerful kick that sent Vegeta flying backward. With a swift movement, Black Goku teleported behind Vegeta, delivering a fierce kick that sent him hurtling forward. Again, Black Goku teleported, this time appearing in front of Vegeta and smashing down with an elbow strike, causing Vegeta to tumble backward once more. This relentless pattern continued, as Black Goku treated Vegeta like a ball, sending him spiraling through the air, sustaining injuries and completely at his mercy. In a similar manner, Black Goku unleashed a flurry of blows upon Vegeta, striking him countless times before delivering a final kick that sent him crashing into the sea alongside Goku. The surface of the ocean erupted, churning with massive waves that engulfed both Goku and Vegeta. Observing this scene, Black Goku smirked and mocked. Is this what you call a time patrol? Reduced to such a state by an ordinary person like me? Truly shameful. Brushing off the dust from his attire, Black Goku hovered in the air, patiently awaiting the emergence of Goku and Vegeta, fully aware that his previous assault would not be fatal. After a lengthy wait, the fruits of his patience bore out, as Goku and Vegeta, both drenched and struggling, emerged from the depths of the ocean, supporting each other as they ascended into the sky. Shaking the seaweed from their hair, Vegeta and Goku glared furiously at Black Goku. Faced with their wrathful stares, Black Goku smirked disdainfully and spread his arms wide. Shall we engage together? Or perhaps fuse? Spitting out the seawater, Vegeta fiercely yanked off one of his earrings, declaring, "You'll pay for this." His anger palpable as he turned to look at Goku. The two individuals locked eyes, and without uttering a single word, understood each other's sentiments. Since you have acquiesced, I have nothing further to say. This counterpart, who bears a striking resemblance to me, is formidable. Thus, Vegeta makes his entrance. Goku removes the earring from one side of his ear, mirroring Vegeta's action. In an instant, a crimson light erupted as their bodies collided, initiating their fusion. Witnessing this scene, Black Goku remained unfazed, exuding an air of divinity as he surveyed his rivals with contempt. Chapter 21. The battle against Vegeta with a resounding ha. The white light dissipated, revealing Vegeta, seething with rage. Now, it's your turn to face misfortune, Vegeta declared, unleashing his fury. In a heartbeat, the sky turned a vivid crimson as Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta emerged. The moment Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta manifested, the surface of the sea around him expanded by 1,000 meters, creating a natural landmass. The intensity of his aura swiftly overwhelmed Black Goku. Fusion alone does not warrant such arrogance. Yet the encounter was far from over. Black Goku also began to unleash his power, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan Rose 2. A fierce melee ensued between him and Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, with fists and feet clashing in a relentless exchange. The sound of their confrontation resonated like a series of sonic booms, unleashing a devastating energy that caused the entire planet to tremble. The vast ocean bubbled and surged as if boiling, while the two combatants reveled in their rapid-fire exchanges that caused the very heavens to quake. Suddenly, Vegeta reached out to grasp Black Goku, who reacted swiftly, countering with his own grasp. Their palms met, and Vegeta, realizing his initial attempt had failed, swiftly extended his other hand toward Black Goku. However, Black Goku was already prepared and intercepted once more, locking their hands in a test of strength. Sensing the force emanating from Black Goku's grip, Vegeta scoffed. Is this truly your full strength? I assure you, I have more power concealed. Vegeta's arrogance was palpable. In response, Black Goku retorted without hesitation, don't flatter yourself. I assure you, my hidden strength surpasses yours. With renewed vigor, Black Goku exerted force through his palm, causing an explosion of energy to envelop him, activating his full power in Super Saiyan Rose 2. As his aura surged, Vegeta felt the diminished strength in his own grip, causing him to lean back. You possess such formidable power. It seems I underestimated you. Very well, I shall match your intensity. Vegeta pushed against Black Goku, retreating momentarily to gather his own energy. Ha ha ha. The battlefield turned crimson as Vegeta, now in his mid-tier Super Saiyan 4 form, emerged. Faced with the heightened aura of Vegeta, Black Goku appeared undaunted, even exhilarated. Now this is what battle truly is. Black Goku exclaimed as he charged at Vegeta. In the next moment, with astonishing speed, Vegeta delivered a punch to Black Goku's face, sending him flying before he even had a chance to react. Let me be the one to put an end to your arrogance. Vegeta swiftly caught up with Black Goku and struck with a punch. This time, Black Goku anticipated the blow and raised his arm to block it. A thunderous sound echoed as Black Goku was propelled into the ocean. In the next moment, he surged out of the water and charged back towards Vegeta. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of fists and kicks, each landing blows upon the other while deftly evading counterattacks. However, Black Goku fought alone, whereas Vegeta, being the embodiment of two warriors, possessed a significantly higher defensive capability. Before long, Vegeta inflicted excruciating pain upon Black Goku's abdomen. With a resounding thud, Vegeta's punch struck Black Goku, bending him over in agony. Another heavy blow landed on Black Goku's face, causing a loud crash. Despite enduring several punishing hits, Black Goku not only retreated, but also wore a devilish grin, as if awakened by a lust for battle, retaliating with a punch aimed at Vegeta's abdomen. With a powerful strike, Vegeta, akin to Black Goku, bent at the waist. A subsequent hook made him turn his head as if he were on the receiving end of the punishment. Remarkably, he did not fall. What fortitude do you possess? Observing Black Goku's resilience, Vegeta immediately unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. In the face of this tempestuous onslaught, Black Goku spread his arms wide, bracing himself against the storm of blows. The resounding impacts echoed, each punch landing with the force of a royal cannonade, twisting Black Goku's expression and causing him to spit blood. Yet, even in such a battered state, with a nose bruised and flattened grotesquely, he maintained his defiant posture. Since you can endure so much, then... Vegeta clenched his fist, bent down, and unleashed a devastating punch towards Black Goku. Without flinching, Black Goku chose to absorb the blow. A brilliant golden light erupted as the dragon fist manifested, a golden dragon coursing through Black Goku's form. In an instant, he resembled a broken individual, doubled over, blood spilling forth, unable to function. How was that strike? If it wasn't sufficient, I shall deliver another. I am eager to see how many blows you can withstand, Vegeta proclaimed with arrogance. Oh, really? I heard you right, didn't I? You believe you can pummel me and delight in my misfortune, thinking victory is assured? Black Goku laughed maniacally amidst his coughing fits. Still laughing, are we? Then I shall send you to your end. Vegeta's aura surged explosively, his power elevating to its zenith as Super Saiyan 4 fully manifested. This form is inferior to the limit-breaking Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta from Dragon Ball Heroes, yet superior to Gogeta. Dragon Fist. The golden dragon coalesced in Vegeta's hands as he ferociously charged at Black Goku. Confronted with the relentless dragon fist that had already inflicted considerable pain, Black Goku sneered contemptuously, closed his eyes, and spread his arms wide once more, choosing to absorb the impending blow. Witnessing this, Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly dismissed any hesitation and struck with his fist. With a resounding thud, Black Goku bent low as a magnificent golden dragon surged forth from his chest, soaring into the heavens. Just as Vegeta was about to boast, he found himself momentarily speechless. What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. As the white smoke dissipated, a gaping hole appeared in Black Goku's chest, having withstood Vegeta's full-power Dragon Fist in Super Saiyan Blue. Ding! Transcendent Bloodline adaptation increased, 40 to 45. The base form attributes skyrocketed by 1,000-fold, while the deep form attributes surged by 1,200-fold. Currently, aside from the deep form, all attributes had amplified to 2,370 times, and the deep form attributes had ascended to 2,720 times. At last, I have become immensely stronger, surpassing my prior perfect adaptation by over 1,000-fold. To be honest. If I allow you to continue pummeling me, the audience certainly will not be pleased. Black Goku exerted force from his palm, his aura intensifying as the magenta hair of his Super Saiyan state deepened to crimson. The transcendent Super Saiyan Magenta Form 2 had emerged, breaking through its limits. Begone, worthless! Black Goku mercilessly kicked Vegeta, sending him crashing into the sea. After a prolonged moment submerged in the water, Vegeta emerged, clutching his abdomen in agony, nearly succumbing to the force of Black Goku's kick that nearly ruptured a lung. That hurt. That last blow was quite painful. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. Pain? Why am I not seeing your tears? All I see is your smirk. In a flash, Black Goku appeared before Vegeta and delivered a powerful punch. Despite Vegeta's timely attempt to defend, Black Goku's speed outpaced him, landing a devastating blow before he could react. The force of Black Goku's punch struck Vegeta's shoulder, eliciting cries of anguish. Are you a monster? Feeling the renewed strength behind Black Goku's blows, Vegeta contemplated finding a crevice to escape from this demon. Monster? More accurately, I am a demon. Black Goku spread his arms wide, resembling a deity. In an instant, Black Goku teleported before Vegeta and unleashed a punishing punch. Vegeta, unable to evade, received the full force of the blow to his face and fell into the vast ocean, landing on the sole patch of land. Upon hitting the ground, Vegeta widened his eyes as countless shadows of fists rained down upon him. Bang, 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 bang. Black Goku's relentless assault proved too much for Vegeta. His internal organs were damaged, and his bones severely injured, leaving him crumpled on the ground, unable to rise. Cough. Vegeta, in agony, reverted to his normal state. Are you going to continue? In a flash, Black Goku teleported once more, delivering a brutal kick to Vegeta's abdomen. The blow sent Vegeta spewing blood, teetering on the brink of death. You demon. With such overwhelming power, not only do you fail to protect others, but you also continue to ravage time and space. What is your true motive? Vegeta spat blood, his voice a weak, anguished roar. You have mistaken your interlocutor. While I concede that my time traveling has indeed disrupted certain timelines, I assure you, my actions have not resulted in the catastrophic destruction of a dimension as you claim. Black Goku, releasing his foot from Vegeta's chest, seized him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. Who else could it be? Your visage is already emblazoned upon our timeline's wanted list, Dark Man, Black Goku. Vegeta clutched his abdomen, pain etched upon his countenance as he glared at Black Goku. What are you prattling on about, wanted list? I cannot comprehend your words. Black Goku, puzzled, regarded him with a quizzical expression. Vegeta attempted to articulate further, yet the excruciating pain inflicted by Black Goku's assault rendered him mute, unable to utter another syllable. The battle's outcome had been determined. The proud warrior, Super Saiyan 4, was defeated. Ding! The reward of the initial stage of Ultra Instinct has been granted. Upon hearing this, Black Goku felt a surge of power coursing through his being. The pinnacle of technique, the strongest, is ever closer, he mused with a wickedly excited gleam in his eyes, clenching his fists. However, as his exhilaration surged, the crimson aura surrounding him dissipated, giving way to a seething white flame as he entered Ultra Instinct. Oh, just as I surmised, an overly singular focus triggers this form. Should my resolve waver? As he spoke, the white flame enveloping Black Goku vanished, signaling his exit from Ultra Instinct. Instantly, he felt an unsettling emptiness within, the strength in his hands slackening. The toll is considerable. It seems I must ascertain if I can stack these abilities after a brief respite. Shaking his head, he dismissed the notion of further experimentation with Ultra Instinct, redirecting his attention to Vegeta. Gazing at the exhausted and gasping figure before him, Black Goku's eyes glinted coldly, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his visage. Concentrating, he formed a keyblade, pressing it against Vegeta's throat. There may be some misunderstanding between us, yet for one who seeks my demise, my verdict is death. With a swift transformation into Super Saiyan Rose, Black Goku slashed the keyblade violently across Vegeta's throat, revealing a deep wound along his carotid artery. In an instant, blood gushed forth, and Vegeta felt a suffocating wave of agony, his vision blurring as he fought to remain conscious, writhing in Black Goku's grasp. I harbor no interest in destruction, conflict, status, or wealth. Instead, I yearn for peace, justice, and happiness. My ideal is to construct a world devoid of war, a harmonious order. Would you care to join me? Black Goku inquired with a sinister smile. Impossible. Vegeta gasped, stifling the blood that surged from his artery, fighting against the suffocating sensation as he vehemently rejected the offer. I anticipated your refusal, Black Goku replied, thus. With a flurry of swift strikes, he released Vegeta, sending him sprawling, then followed closely behind. He drove the keyblade into Vegeta's chest thrice, then struck his knees twice, pierced his lung once, and finally delivered a decisive blow to his forehead. Die! The purple light bursts forth as Black Goku elegantly descends. In the moment of his landing, A multitude of purple light radiates from Vegeta, exploding in the air like dazzling fireworks before collapsing to the ground. Today marks the day of your demise. Black Goku gathers a blue energy wave in his hand, aiming it at the descending Vegeta. Kamehameha. The blue beam surges forth, engulfing Vegeta. As the brilliance dissipates, tranquility is restored. Vegeta's form has vanished completely. After witnessing Vegeta's undeniable disappearance, Black Goku exhales a sigh of relief, yet remains vigilant, scanning the surroundings carefully. Only when he can no longer detect Vegeta's presence does he truly relax. As the purple light fades, Black Goku cautiously ascends into the sky, leaving behind a final energy blast capable of annihilating everything on this planet. Whoosh! The moment the energy blast makes contact with the ocean's surface, tumultuous waves erupt, and the vast expanse of the sea instantly dries up, leaving a dazzling spectacle in the wake of the explosion. In this final round, I emerge victorious. Chapter 22. The dutiful android. The explosion's radiant beauty captivates Black Goku as he stands amidst the cosmos, witnessing the spectacle. Once the light diminishes, all becomes inevitable. Even the most formidable protagonist must eventually yield. It is time to seek Trunks. Black Goku, filled with intensity, activates the time ring to traverse through time and space. Meanwhile, in this temporal realm, Trunks is bewildered, back in the past, landing on the shores of Earth. As he steps out of the time machine, he declares, "No matter what, I shall not allow the androids to reenact their tragedies in this timeline." With fury coursing through him, Trunks begins to search for the energy signatures of the warriors. Calming himself, after 2.5 years of training, he quickly locates the warriors' energies and their whereabouts. Found them. Wait, this energy belongs to an android. How infuriating. I'm late. Wait for me, everyone. Trunks bends down, urgency etched on his face, and takes off, soaring towards the warriors. Meanwhile, on the warriors' side, the beleaguered Dr. Gero mutters as he retreats into a cave, standing before a red door, which he promptly opens and then slams shut, locking it tightly in fear of pursuit. Just as Dr. Gero enters, the warriors follow closely behind. You run quite swiftly, old man. You've caused this prince much trouble in searching for you. I shall see how you quell my wrath. Vegeta makes his grand entrance. Vegeta, have you forgotten the words of that boy? The androids possess formidable strength. Exercise caution. Following closely behind is Piccolo, then Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien, who also make their entrance. Upon seeing the assembled crowd, Vegeta's expression darkens. Did I not instruct you to return home, to drink milk and watch television while this prince single-handedly dealt with them? Is the program unentertaining? Or did you drink spoiled milk and come to make a mess? Vegeta, you have gone too far. Krillin clenches his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury. The others also share his indignation, their faces devoid of any mirth. Observing their reactions, Vegeta dismisses them entirely, continuing his tirade. A gathering of worthless beings still amounts to nothing. Your presence merely adds to my troubles. With a disdainful furrow of his brow, Vegeta gathers energy in one hand and unleashes a powerful energy wave towards the imposing door. A resounding explosion echoes as the heavy door is obliterated, revealing the figure of Dr. Gero within the laboratory. Vegeta, startled by the Saiyan's arrival, Dr. Gero trembles and inadvertently stumbles backward. "Ah, old man, I have come to pay my respects," Vegeta smirks, exuding an aura of menace. "Damn Saiyans, since you have forced me into a corner, do not blame me for driving you further into despair." Fuming, Dr. Gero hastily approaches 2 storage pods. "What are you planning to do? Did you not see that I was speaking to you?" Ignoring Gero's insolence incited Vegeta's fury, prompting him to gather energy once more, heedless of Krillin and the others, and detonated around him. Vegeta, as Krillin shouts, the cave is instantly flattened, revealing the laboratory to the outside world. This spectacle terrifies Dr. Gero and the warriors nearby. "Vegeta, what are you doing? Do you even realize the peril you've put us in?" Krillin reproaches him. "Yes, you nearly caused our demise. You are utterly irresponsible." Tien adds his voice of disapproval. "Why are you all so troublesome? Did I compel you to come?" Before Yamcha could interject, Vegeta, unable to tolerate their complaints any longer, glared at them all. His intense gaze bore down on Krillin and the others, silencing them instantly. "Do as you please," Piccolo states, expressing no dissent. With Piccolo's comment, Krillin and the others fall silent, and the atmosphere grows tense. Observing this scene, Vegeta smiles. Reveling in the atmosphere he desired, one befitting what he perceives as the strongest in the universe, where the weak acknowledge their place. Very well, I am in a good mood. So I shall not hold this against you. Vegeta chuckles and turns his attention to Dr. Gero. At this moment, Dr. Gero's heart races. His gaze is no longer filled with anger, but fear. Though reluctant to unleash these two entities, he finds himself with no alternative. With resignation, Dr. Gero retrieves a remote control from his waist and presses the switch, releasing the long-sealed true androids, 17 and 18. A series of low, ominous sounds echo as the hatches to their pods open, awakening the long-dormant 17 and 18. Under Vegeta's gaze, a compliant young girl and a seemingly harmless maiden appeared before him. The sight of yet another android left Piccolo and the others astounded. Another android? Wasn't it said that there were only two? Piccolo swallowed hard, struggling to believe the revelation. Could it be that the information provided by that purple-haired boy was flawed? Krillin, equally bewildered, stared intently at androids 17 and 18. Amidst their astonished gazes, 17 and 18 emerged from their confinement, standing respectfully beside Dr. Gero, obedient and docile. Welcome back, esteemed doctor. 17 beamed, bowing deeply. Ah, do you not harbor resentment towards me? I did imprison you and put you to sleep, Dr. Gero exclaimed in shock. How could I? You are our master, and we are your loyal servants. How could a servant ever dissent against their master? 17 replied, feigning innocence. Moved to tears, Dr. Gero believed 17's facade. The android, resembling a dutiful son, opened his arms and embraced Dr. Gero deeply in front of everyone. Father, 17 called out with profound affection. In that moment, Dr. Gero was lost in a garden of tenderness, completely oblivious to 17's previous malevolence, relishing the warmth that 17 currently exuded. Dear Father, is it acceptable for me to call you that, since you are the one who created us? 17 asked softly. Of course, my dear 17, I adore it. May I call you that as well? Certainly, dear Father, 17 replied with tenderness. Ah, splendid. Dr. Gero laughed joyfully. And what of me, dear Father? Have you forgotten your lovely daughter? Do not neglect your daughter while lavishing attention on your son. 18 interjected, a hint of jealousy evident as she pulled Dr. Gero away from 17. 18, what is it? Dr. Gero asked, his face alight with joy. Ah, splendid indeed. He repeated, witnessing the intimate scene between Dr. Gero and androids 17 and 18. Vegeta spat in disdain. Useless bonds, he scoffed, rolling his eyes. The apparent filial devotion exhibited by 17 and 18 seemed genuine to all, yet only the two of them knew the truth. Feeling the warmth of the moment, Dr. Gero lowered his guard against 17 and 18 and promptly instructed them to confront Vegeta. My good son, my dear daughter, go forth and eliminate that high-haired scion who has harmed your father, along with the green creature resembling paint, the bald monk, the philandering carrot, and the three-eyed donkey. Spare none. Dr. Gero commanded, gripping the remote control capable of detonating the bombs within 17 and 18, his face contorted with fury as he directed his trusted children. Yes, Father. 17 and 18 echoed in unison, charging towards Vegeta and the others, a sight that sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers as they prepared for battle. Come forth. Androids, let this prince see what you are truly capable of. Vegeta exclaimed, exhilarated and ready for the challenge. Yet, in the next moment, thud. With two resounding thuds, number 17 and number 18, who had dashed out, suddenly reversed course and struck the fervently enthusiastic Dr. Gero with elbows. Ah, Dr. Gero was momentarily bewildered. Huh. The warriors were equally taken aback. Old man, you took advantage of me. Number 17, shedding her obedient facade, transformed into a rebellious spirit and snatched the detonator from Dr. Gero's grasp, crushing it in her hand. Number 17, you. Dr. Gero was perplexed. Just moments ago, everything seemed fine, but now betrayal was palpable. Before he could comprehend the situation, number 18, donning her dutiful persona, delivered a kick that depicted the disdainful attitude of ungrateful offspring toward their elder. Boom. With a heavy sweep, Dr. Gero toppled to the side, his cervical spine seemingly healed by number 18's strike. This is the consequence of taking advantage of a lady. Old man, Dr. Gero, filled with resentment, yearned to curse but found himself at a loss for words. Vegeta, who had initially found the scene of familial piety repugnant, was suddenly elated upon witnessing the subsequent chaos as the rebellious youths assaulted their elder. This is precisely the spectacle I wish to behold. Ha ha ha. With the troublesome elements removed, there are no more constraints, right? Number 17, returning to her true self, gracefully swayed her waist. Indeed, if it weren't for this tedious old man wielding the detonator, I wouldn't have bothered with that nauseating act. This is far more comfortable now. Number 18 concurred, stretching her limbs with ease. You ungrateful scoundrels. How can you justify your actions towards me? Dr. Gero fumed, rising to his feet. Oh, the old fool is surprisingly resilient. To withstand an elbow strike from both me and number 18, you truly are strong, number 17 remarked, astonished at her father's unexpected endurance. Number 18, equally surprised, hadn't anticipated Dr. Gero's fortitude. Yet, astonishment aside, the beating would continue. Since you're still standing, let me give you another good workout, you old codger. Number 17 kicked aside the shattered detonator and approached Dr. Gero. Number 17, you. Dr. Gero, infuriated, frantically searched for something to defend himself with. After scanning the surroundings, his gaze settled on the hatch of number 16. With both number 17 and number 18 out of his control, he resolved to act preemptively, ensuring the still unconscious number 16 would never awaken. Realizing the gravity of the situation spiraling out of control, Dr. Gero decided to eliminate number 16 before she could pose a threat to him. Are you planning to detonate number 16? Oh dear, oh dear. Realizing we are beyond your control, you intend to let the still unawakened number 16 perish. How wicked to the core you are, old man. Suddenly, number 18 interposed herself before Drive Gero, blocking his path. Number 18. You. Dr. Gero's face flushed with rage. You dare. Number 18 retaliated with a kick directed at Dr. Gero. In an instant, he was sent flying, landing right before number 17. Coughing and spluttering, Dr. Gero spat blood. Cough, cough, cough. Number 18. Oh dear. You are bleeding. You must have sustained a grievous injury. Such a severe wound necessitates a visit to the hospital, but alas, there is none nearby. What shall we do? Both 17 and 18 lack the strength to assist, leaving us no choice but to summon 16 for aid. 17 provocatively remarked to Dr. Gero. You too, Dr. Gero exclaimed, visibly enraged. I warn you, 17 and 18. Should you release 16, you will live to regret it. You will meet your demise at his hands. 16 is a creation of Gero, destined to obliterate everything. Heed my counsel and do not let him out. Gero gasped, his urgency palpable. Oh, really? 17 feigned fear. I care not, 17 retorted with a mocking grimace. Before Gero could utter another word, 17 struck with a swift claw attack. 17 you. Gero trembled, rendered speechless. You are far too tedious, old man. Whether in the past or present, you may as well perish now to spare me further annoyance, huh? With a surge of energy, 17 unleashed a devastating energy wave, executing a patricide before all present. 17. Gero, filled with resentment, disintegrated into nothingness beneath the radiant wave. How could he have killed his own father? Krillin stammered, disbelief etched on his face. Indeed, a creature devoid of emotion, Piccolo observed disdainfully. Witnessing the scene, Vegeta erupted into laughter. Just like us Saiyans, they are emotionless beings. In the face of absolute self-interest, familial bonds are but ephemeral clouds. Vegeta gazed at 17 with admiration, excitement dancing in his eyes. Casting a dismissive glance at the ashes beneath his feet, 17 approached 18. What does 16 look like? Let me take a peek. He leaned forward, curiously peering through the porthole of the containment chamber. Upon glimpsing a 25-year-old classical male, a flicker of exhilaration crossed his face. He certainly appears formidable. One wonders if he possesses substance beyond mere appearance. Let us take a closer look. 17 turned to 18. Are you certain you wish to proceed? The old man warned that he would kill us if released. TCH, do you still believe the old man's words? Do you ever heed the adage that one should not eat with their mouth? Open the chamber. You understand the curiosity of youth, do you not? Very well. 18 acquiesced, placing her finger on the switch beside 16's cryogenic chamber, poised to awaken the dormant being within. What shall we do if they awaken the next android? Krillin anxiously glanced at Piccolo, seeking guidance. What do I know? Vegeta, what about you? Are you devoid of any thoughts, being the strongest in our ranks? Piccolo glared at Vegeta, his mind racing. Dr. Gero warned that 16's emergence would spell doom for all. Tien's forehead glistened with cold sweat. The androids must be stopped. Suddenly, a figure descended from the heavens. It was that young man. Yamcha turned his head, his gaze fixed intently on the newly arrived Trunks. Android, you shall not prevail. Trunks' expression was cold and menacing as he made his entrance, delivering a forceful kick to Android 17 without hesitation. Who? Android 17 curiously turned his head. Thud. With a dull thud, Trunks' foot struck 17's face, sending him crashing to the ground. Upon witnessing 17 being knocked down, Android 18's face was instantly filled with shock. I've arrived late. Everyone. Trunks unsheathed his sword, preparing for battle. Who exactly are you, kid? 17 asked, rubbing his face, which throbbed with pain, his expression turning serious. I am here to deliver judgment. Last time, Uncle Goku was aided by someone. He restored peace to the future. Now that he is gone, it is my turn to step forward, and it is time to settle the score for Gohan and the others. Trunks' gaze was icy as he slowly drew his sword. Oh, it seems you have grand aspirations. That kick earlier stung. You have piqued my interest, 17 said with a boastful grin, wiping his lips. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, 17 vanished, only to reappear right before Trunks. Bang. Android 17 executed a swift kick, but Trunks effortlessly blocked it. Huh. What? 17 exclaimed in astonishment. Before he could recover from his surprise, Trunks retaliated with a powerful punch. Bang. Trunks moved with lightning speed, his fist striking 17's abdomen, leaving him unable to stand upright. 17 gritted his teeth. Pain etched across his face as he gazed at Trunks, caught entirely off guard, and coughed up blood. This punch is for Gohan. A brilliant light flashed as Trunks' hair stood on end, gradually solidifying and eventually taking on a golden hue. The Super Saiyan made his entrance. In that moment of transformation, Trunks exuded an overwhelming aura, far surpassing that of Vegeta, who had recently surpassed Goku. This scene left the onlooking warriors utterly astounded. His power eclipsed even that of the newly transformed Vegeta. Krillin nervously swallowed. This energy is at least 2 or 3 times stronger than before. What has happened? Piccolo's face broke into a cold sweat, his astonishment palpable. Damn it. What is going on? I should have surpassed him. Why have I been overtaken? Where did I go wrong? Feeling the immense energy radiating from his son Trunks, Vegeta was both shocked and infuriated. The pride of being the universe's strongest was obliterated by Trunks' explosive power, leaving only jealousy and resentment in its wake. Golden hair? Is there more to this transformation? Let us see what tricks you have. Unfazed by the overwhelming aura, Android 17 arrogantly pointed a finger at Trunks, completely unaware of the gravity of the situation. In the next moment, whoosh. Suddenly, Trunks appeared before Android 17 and delivered a powerful punch. Caught off guard, 17 doubled over in pain, gasping and retching. How swift. Witnessing this rapid turn of events, Vegeta wore a look of tension and astonishment. Did you think that striking me would bring an end to this? Ridiculous. Android 17 raised his arm and swung fiercely at Trunks. With a deft sidestep, Trunks evaded the blow and retaliated with a kick. The impact sent 17 reeling, his eyes rolling back in agony. Attempting to resist, 17 found no opportunity as Trunks unleashed another punch followed by another kick. The force of that kick sent 17 hurtling backward. Trunks, with a frigid expression, moved quickly to 17's side and aimed a fierce punch at his forehead. After a series of relentless attacks, 17 began to adapt, raising his arm to block Trunks' next punch. However, it was futile. Trunks' assault continued to inflict damage and pain upon him. 17 writhed in agony, his body creaking as if it were being dismantled piece by piece. Are you alright, 17? If not, I will join you. Concerned, Android 18 attempted to intervene as she observed 17 being mercilessly pummeled by Trunks. No need. I shall fight him alone. 17 firmly rejected her offer, gathering energy for a key blast aimed at Trunks. The motion was swift, but to Trunks, it appeared as slow as molasses. He dismissed 17's attack with contempt, swiftly kicking him aside. With a muffled thud, 17's energy blast was sent careening away before it could fully form, crashing violently before 18. You insufferable wretch. 17, unwilling to concede, rose again, eager to continue the fight. 17, do not fight alone. That boy possesses considerable strength. You must remain composed. Seeing 17's stubbornness, 18 quickly intervened to prevent him from charging back into battle. Trunks concurred, adding salt to the wound of 17's pride. What 18 says is true. With your limited strength, even if you were to exert yourself to the brink, you would still fall short against me. As 18 pointed out, you are simply too weak. You laugh. But what is there to boast about in merely landing a few hits? Let me assure you, your explosive power may surpass mine, but my stamina is boundless. In the end, who prevails is yet to be determined. 17 remained defiant. Endurance, indeed. I am well aware of that. Which is why I shall unleash my full power and completely eradicate you from this world. With that, he sheathed his sword and began to gather energy, bending low to channel his strength. In an instant, Trunks' aura surged, altering before the eyes of those present. His energy is still rising. What is he doing? Piccolo questioned, bewildered. This power exceeds that of a Super Saiyan. What could this mean? Did he truly surpass Super Saiyan? Under the astonished gaze of Vegeta, Trunks' energy surged, growing increasingly potent, accompanied by crackling thunder. Amidst the resounding clashes of lightning, Trunks commenced his transformation. With a resounding eruption of golden light, Trunks transcended the Super Saiyan state, unleashing his full power in the form of Super Saiyan 2 to challenge the androids, 17 and 18. The emergence of this second transformation left Vegeta utterly astounded. Just moments ago, he had cherished the Super Saiyan form, but now, jealousy consumed him as he beheld Trunks. In an instant, memories flooded back of his own nightmares. Witnessing others, including Goku, transform into Super Saiyans before his eyes while he felt like a mere fool, powerless and humiliated. He had once thought that achieving Super Saiyan would narrow the gap, yet he gradually realized it was only widening, the brilliance of their transformations overshadowing his own. How infuriating! Why had they all surpassed this prince? He believed he was destined to be the strongest in the universe. Vegeta's wrath boiled as he faced this harsh reality. Swish, swish, swish. Trunks' energy continued to ascend, so formidable that even the unaware androids, 17 and 18, sensed the challenge he posed. Gazing at the exuberance of Trunks' Super Saiyan 2 aura, an overwhelming thought of inevitable defeat crept into their minds. Run, 17 whispered fearfully to 18. Run? What are you talking about? 18 replied, panic evident in her expression. I just calculated. Their combat power is more than double ours combined, she said, her face pale with fear. What? 17, caught off guard, looked incredulously at 18, dismissing her alarm as a jest. Just then, a flash of golden light zipped before him. Bang! In an instant, 17's eyes widened, and he bent down, mirroring 18's reaction. How can he be so fast? 17 stared, transfixed, at Trunks, who had delivered a powerful elbow strike to both of them. Bang, 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 bang. Before 17 could recover, a flurry of blows landed on his face, each strike resonating like the sound of muffled thunder, as if a steamroller was relentlessly crushing him. Choose wisely in your next life, he thought, dazed. With a clenched fist, Trunks halted his relentless barrage, delivering a mighty punch to 17. The impact sent 17 flying, as if he were mere refuse tossed aside, crashing into a heap of experimental parts. Dazed and gasping, 17 lay on the ground, his previous arrogance shattered, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. 18, we must flee. This guy is incredibly strong, 17 exclaimed, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Witnessing 17's incapacitation, 18 felt a surge of impending doom. It was Trunks' turn as he concentrated a golden wave of energy aimed at Android 18. Damn it! Android 18 attempted to gather her own energy to resist, but in the blink of an eye, Trunks had vanished from his original position. By the time she realized it, he was already behind her. This is bad. Sensing impending danger, she turned her head only to be struck directly by Trunks' energy blast. With a thunderous crash, Android 18 was propelled backward, and Trunks relentlessly pursued her, gathering another energy wave aimed at her airborne form. Uncle Black Goku had mentioned that in this timeline, you are not the senselessly murderous 17 and 18 I once knew, and I have been deliberating whether to annihilate you as I did in my future or to spare you. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I have been contemplating this choice. Although you have killed Dr. Gero just as before, I can perceive a tenderness in your eyes, devoid of malice. As Uncle Black Goku stated, you are different from the 17 and 18 I encountered. However, I cannot choose to spare you, even if you are indeed improving. Your combat prowess surpasses that of the versions I once faced. As long as you possess such strength, I cannot relent. I refuse to let that tragic future unfold in the past. Prepare to meet your end. Trunks' energy surged powerfully in his palm, and with a fierce shout, he launched it toward the airborne Android 18. Whoosh! I'm sorry, I cannot allow you to destroy them. Suddenly, A figure appeared before Android 18, intercepting the lethal attack. Who? Upon witnessing the energy wave being blocked, Trunks quickly lifted his gaze. Before him stood Android 16, proudly holding Android 18 in a protective embrace, gazing down at Trunks with an imposing presence. You little brat, how do you intend to deal with the third android? Android 17 released his grip on the control mechanism of Android 16's containment pod, slipping back into unconsciousness. Chapter 24. Do not give up. Has 16 been released again? TSK. I should have fought harder. Trunks lamented, staring at the emerging Android 16 with regret. Your combat power is formidable. Losing my arm to such a strong opponent is somewhat worthwhile, Android 16 remarked, glancing at his severed right arm before swiftly bringing Android 18 to stand beside Android 17. Though his speed was impressive, to Trunks, who was in his Super Saiyan 2 form, it still appeared sluggish. Even though Android 16 was significantly stronger than both Android 17 and 18. Do you think I will allow your escape? Trunks' expression turned grave as he quickly raised his palm to gather energy aimed at Android 16. I may not be able to flee, but your companions may not survive either. I possess a self-destruct mechanism within me. Should you harbor any thoughts of attack, I will activate it. At that moment, you might survive due to your immense power. But can you guarantee the safety of those behind you? Android 16 replied, his demeanor serious, showing a mix of fear towards Trunks' escalating energy, but exuding confidence nonetheless. With a sudden exclamation of disbelief, Trunks furrowed his brow, his demeanor shifting to one of despondency upon hearing the alarming news. A fleeting thought of allowing them to depart crossed his mind, yet it vanished almost as quickly as it appeared. If I were to surrender, who would safeguard those I wish to protect? Regardless of the outcome, I will never yield. I shall give my utmost effort. In an instant, the image of Black Goku materialized in his mind, reminiscent of a serene morning. Swish, swish, swish. The familiar sparring between Black Goku and Trunks commenced, their battle unfolding in the skies above. Trunks launched a punch, which Black Goku deftly evaded by tilting his head, retaliating with an uppercut. Trunks, you are still too slow. At this rate, you will not only fail to attain Super Saiyan 2, but you won't even fully unleash the limit break form. With tremendous force, Black Goku landed a blow to Trunks' chin, sending him reeling backward. But it was far from over. Trunks, summoning his energy, ascended to the Super Saiyan limit break form. Magic flash. He concentrated golden energy in his hands, raising them above his head and crossing them before swiftly lowering them, launching a powerful beam towards Black Goku, who remained in his usual state. The initial movement was grand, yet devoid of any strategic finesse. No one would be foolish enough to allow you a free shot. Black Goku wore an expression of disappointment. As Black Goku began to lecture Trunks, a sudden smile flickered across Trunks' face, and in the next moment, he vanished from sight. Black Goku's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned frantically in search of Trunks. Uncle Black Goku, I'm right here. Trunks reappeared in front of Black Goku with a faint, instantaneous movement. Black Goku's surprise was palpable. Huh. The magic flash erupted from Trunks' hands, hurtling directly towards Black Goku. A thunderous crash resounded as Black Goku was struck head-on, enveloped in a cloud of dust. That was hardly a futile attack. Trunks panted heavily, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, utterly exhausted. As the dust cleared, a rosy light shimmered around Black Goku, who stood before Trunks, unscathed and seemingly reveling in the moment. Now this is what training should look like. That last move was worth every moment of my training with you. I never anticipated you would master my instant transmission. Black Goku applauded Trunks appreciatively. Yet, no harm had been inflicted. Trunks felt an insurmountable chasm between himself and Uncle Black Goku. A wave of despair washed over him, and he began to falter. This moment did not escape Black Goku's keen observation. Noticing Trunks' sudden despondency, the praise he intended to offer transformed abruptly into stern admonishment. Is it because your opponent is stronger that you choose to give up? Have you forgotten who stands behind you? What is this despondency? With a flash, Black Goku teleported before Trunks, delivering a fierce punch. Bang! Unprepared, Trunks was struck, his head snapping to the side as he stumbled back, trembling. You! Trunks attempted to voice a response, but faltered, taken aback by the intensity of Black Goku's serious expression, which was filled with unyielding resolve. In the annals of heroes, names like Piccolo, Krillin, Yamchu, Tien, and the legendary warriors Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta have all perished, sacrificing their lives to protect this planet. Now, the sole guardian of this realm is you. Should you abandon your duty, who will remain to safeguard this world? Do you anticipate the emergence of another soul like mine to redeem you? This world does not offer heroes on a whim. You may encounter one or two, but only after countless encounters, amidst which you may suffer great losses. Those who do nothing but wait for others to resolve their dilemmas ultimately achieve nothing and instigate no change. Trunks fell into a contemplative silence. Being a hero is no trivial matter, nor is it a frivolous existence. It is a profound responsibility. If you accept this burden, you are obliged to carry it indefinitely. The moment you embark on this path, surrender is not an option. As you step into this realm, choices become irrevocable. In an instant, Black Goku erupted with a fierce, magenta energy, transforming before Trunks into the Super Saiyan Rose form. The surrounding atmosphere was enveloped in a radiant magenta aura, as the divine energy pulsated within Black Goku, exuding a formidable presence that tainted the once azure sky with hues of magenta, altering the very essence of the earth itself. Though Trunks could not perceive the divine energy emanating from Black Goku, he was undeniably struck by the stark contrast in power. It was as if one belonged to the heavens while the other was tethered to the earth. Super Saiyan Rose is currently my most potent form, Black Goku declared. And suddenly, his hair shifted in color, unleashing a tempestuous aura. In legend, the Super Saiyan Rose form represents a further evolution of power, embodying the deepest essence of the Super Saiyan lineage. The emergence of Black Goku in the Super Saiyan Deep Rose form sent shockwaves through the surrounding vicinity, rendering all living beings within 100 kilometers unconscious from sheer terror. This form, though not fully realized, is indeed my most formidable manifestation. Clenching his fist, Black Goku fixed his cold gaze upon Trunks, who stood before him, seemingly diminished in comparison. Such overwhelming energy, yet I cannot perceive it, Trunks thought, astonished by the might of Black Goku. Listen closely, Trunks. In the training to come, I will utilize this form in our sparring sessions. The moment you transition from reluctance to a burning desire to fight, when you can no longer bow to the strong and instead aspire to rise, only then will our training reach its conclusion. Even if you have attained the Super Saiyan 2 form, Trunks gulped nervously. Even if you have ascended to godhood. Black Goku charged a powerful punch towards Trunks, who now had a compelling reason to engage with Black Goku. Trunks devised a new training regimen to confront Black Goku's Super Saiyan Rose form head-on without evasion, and to survive. As this thought crossed his mind, a sudden pang of anguish gripped Trunks' chest. Memories of past torment at the hands of Black Goku's Super Saiyan Rose form flooding back like a haunting nightmare, causing an involuntary ache within him. I understand, Mr. Black Goku. I shall never yield to fear. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Trunks unleashed a powerful energy wave directed at Android 16, leaving the latter utterly taken aback, drenched in cold sweat. He had not anticipated that Trunks would be capable of such a bold counterattack. Initially, 16 believed that merely uttering threats would intimidate Trunks, but upon witnessing Trunks' unwavering resolve, he regretted not opting for a complete overhaul at the factory. With a resounding boom, Trunks' energy surged forth, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion in the air, which erupted into a dazzling display akin to fireworks. As the energy dissipated, Trunks struck Android 16, who, however, managed to escape alongside Androids 17 and 18, leaving behind only a severed mechanical leg. Ultimately, it became evident to Trunks that 16 had refrained from self-detonation. Faced with Trunks' rapidly approaching energy wave, 16 chose to evade in the critical moment, prioritizing the safety of 17 and 18. In this psychological battle, the undeniable victor was the valiant Trunks. Upon witnessing the anticipated explosion not materialize, Trunks felt as though a weight had been lifted from his chest, leaving him utterly relieved. In stark contrast, the onlookers, including Vegeta, wore expressions of grave concern. In that fleeting moment, their collective strength, barely at the initial stage of Super Saiyan, rendered the conflict akin to a celestial clash. The breathtaking speed of the energy waves, nearly instantaneous, ignited a flicker of jealousy within Vegeta, who, in his Super Saiyan form, felt overshadowed by Goku's prowess. Why had each of them surpassed the mighty prince? He, the rightful heir, ought to be the strongest in the universe. How infuriating! Vegeta's teeth ground together in fury as he recalled the legendary debut of Black Goku, the emergence of the Super Saiyan bloodline, and how Goku had outpaced him after transforming. Soon after, He himself had transformed, only to be outstripped by the appearances of Android 8 and 17, followed by Trunks, whose combat speed was beyond his comprehension. A profound sense of unyielding frustration filled Vegeta's competitive spirit, as he lamented that his relentless 2.5 years of effort paled in comparison to Trunks' brutal display against a mere boy and a girl. A tempest of rage surged within him. I too can achieve greatness. How infuriating. Chapter 25. Another Black Goku as Trunks clashed with the androids. Black Goku emerged victorious against the Time Patrol-esque Goku and the fused Ultimate Warrior, Vegeta, utilizing his time rings for a temporal traversal. Given the considerable time that had elapsed, Trunks must have already encountered the androids, right? With that boy's strength, he should be more than capable of swiftly resolving any ensuing conflicts. Even if Cell were to appear, I doubt he could defeat Trunks. Given Trunks' unyielding character, Cell likely wouldn't even have the opportunity to absorb Android 17 before being obliterated. However, if that were the case, my mission would be thwarted. Well. Becoming stronger is merely a matter of time. Compared to nurturing a hero, the destruction of the gods is inconsequential. Ding. The host exhibits a lackadaisical approach towards task completion when suddenly, the system's voice pierces through the air, akin to a blaring siren, causing a ringing in Black Wukong's ears. Ignoring it, Black Wukong continues to soar forward. What are you doing? I wish to converse with you. Why the pretentious aloofness? Should the God of Destruction's technique be properly developed, the host could unlock the ultimate mastery of self. I understand. The laws of destruction are formidable. I comprehend. Black Wukong remains nonchalant, dismissing the urgency of the system's plea. Missing this opportunity means it's gone for good. The system, agitated, exclaims in his mind. And what if it is? At worst, I will rely on my own efforts to learn. Do not presume to make decisions for me. I am free, and whatever I choose to do is my prerogative. I hope you grasp this notion. Black Wukong's expression is frigid, embodying a defiant demeanor. The system wishes to say more. But as Black Wukong is the master of his own fate, it must remain silent. Just as Black Wukong is about to traverse the timeline of Cell, the space before him begins to warp. What is happening? Black Wukong queries, bewildered. Amid his confusion, a figure materializes before him, remarkably resembling him in stature, hairstyle, and even attire. Black Wukong gasps in astonishment. The sudden exclamation startles the doppelganger, who turns to meet his gaze. In that instant of eye contact, both are taken aback, realizing they are reflections of one another. Black Wukong, Son Wukong, they simultaneously exclaim, both halting their advance with mischievous intent. But soon, the Black Wukong infused with Zamasu's essence flashes a sinister smile. Are you another version of me from a different timeline? Hee. Zamasu, Black Wukong replies sternly. Although uncertain about the circumstances leading to their encounter, he acknowledges that meeting is fate. Assuming that Black Wukong is a version of Zamasu who has taken over Son Wukong, he instinctively perceives a shared ambition and extends an olive branch. Unbeknownst to him, this Black Wukong is no longer the same. I believe we share a common goal. Join me in exterminating those detestable humans, those who only know how to pillage, commit atrocities, instigate wars, and display ingratitude. Let the foolish and inferior beings perish. Zamasu's Black Wukong extends his hand in a grand invitation. In response, Black Wukong remains composed. How many times have you traversed through time? He inquires with a serious demeanor. Perhaps the 18th time? Zamasu's Black Wukong replies nonchalantly. And how many lives have you taken? Well, counting each time I crossed dimensions, I have annihilated 18 universe kings along with their corresponding gods of destruction, inducing slumber upon the angels. Roughly, if not measured precisely, that amounts to about 53 trillion. Zamasu's Black Wukong grins wickedly, relishing the recollection. Upon hearing this, Black Goku was taken aback, completely unaware that Zamasu had become so obsessed with the slaughter of humanity. He clenched his fists, a glint of murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. Zamasu's soul, embodied by Black Goku, continued without noticing his changing demeanor, stating that this was not his ultimate limit. You see, in another timeline, I have commenced a zero humanity plan, having traversed through time and space 18 times, commencing massacres across various timelines. To date, I have eradicated 18 foolish beings across different realms. With each slaughter amounting to 53 trillion, I am confident that soon enough, after my 180 iterations, 1008 times, and 180 trillion times, I will cleanse this beautiful world of every last human. Zamasu's soul, embodied by Black Goku, wore a maniacal grin, entirely oblivious to the icy transformation of Black Goku's expression. So, the Time Patrol seeking me is not without reason. As Black Goku heard the words Time Patrol, he burst into laughter. You mean those incompetent fools? Rest assured, my counterpart from another timeline. I have already dealt with most of them. Their strength pales in comparison to mine. With your assistance, I believe I can also eliminate the Supreme Kai of Time. Black Goku fell silent, his heart filled with disgust as he observed Zamasu's soul reveling in the act of slaughter. Do not mistake murder for enjoyment, he retorted coldly. What? What do you mean by that? Zamasu's soul was perplexed, pondering the meaning of Black Goku's words. Suddenly, Black Goku appeared before him, delivering a heavy punch to his abdomen. With a resounding thud, Zamasu's soul doubled over, gasping in pain. What are you doing? Zamasu's soul questioned in confusion. Revenge for those who could have lived peacefully but were slain for your amusement. In an instant, Black Goku teleported above Zamasu's soul, delivering a powerful stomp. Instantly, Zamasu's soul's body went limp, plummeting towards the depths of time and space. This is bad. He quickly harnessed his energy, stabilizing himself just before hitting the ground. That was close. As Zamasu's soul regained his footing and prepared to retaliate, Black Goku's figure suddenly vanished. Where did he go? Zamasu's soul turned frantically, searching for Black Goku's presence, but to no avail. Then came a voice, Startled, Zamasu's soul spun around to find Black Goku enveloped in a radiant white aura, exuding a powerful divine presence. What is happening? Your energy is overwhelming. What do you intend to do? Are you about to betray your own ideals? Zamasu's soul readied himself for battle. Black Goku remained unresponsive, his eyes ablaze with fury. Inferior beings, he pondered. What constitutes an inferior being? Why do we, who strive to exist, appear as lesser creatures in your eyes? Slowly, Black Goku lifted his head, his eyes now bloodshot and emanating white steam. Could it be that you are merely another version of myself from a different dimension? Zamasu's soul bewildered Black Goku further. Why can you laugh? Why do you perceive only the grotesque in everything? Answer me, deity. Why does it seem as though the world has wronged you at every turn? Black Goku's voice grew heavy, his combat prowess seemingly multiplying exponentially. Ding! The host has activated the Boundless Ultimate technique. The initial stage of this technique will grant the host an amplification of the transcendent bloodline, enhancing physical attributes by a factor of 5 or more. However, this will also incur a mental and physical toll exceeding 5-fold. Be cautious not to overexert or let your emotional fervor breach the limits, lest you face dire consequences. As the voice faded, Black Goku disregarded the warning, pushing beyond his limits. In a moment, the vibrant crimson of the Boundless Ultimate technique surged past him. Yet he persisted in augmenting his power. His fury had reached an unbearable crescendo, recalling the countless lives extinguished mercilessly by Zamasu. He thought of the innocent boy he had once saved from androids, now ruthlessly slain by Zamasu. The thought that his adversary might not yet comprehend the world's choices, and that a once bright future had been cruelly truncated by Zamasu, ignited an uncontrollable wrath within Black Goku. Where lies your greatness? Where is your nobility? How can senseless slaughter be perceived as valor, elevating you above others? At that moment, faces reminiscent of Zamasu flooded Black Goku's mind. Their laughter, their disdain, their greed, their darkness. What grants you the audacity to sacrifice lives so casually? Black Goku radiated an aura of divine energy, sweeping through the fabric of time and space like a colossal wave. In an instant, the entire realm began to crack under the force of his divine essence. Following Zamasu's shocked gaze, Black Goku's power surged, akin to the roaring torrents of a mighty river, expanding outward. 5 times, 6 times, 8 times, 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, 35 times, 40 times, 50 times. Exceeding the legendary Super Saiyan rose, Black Goku emerged in the form of Boundless Ultimate technique. The moment he manifested, the once advancing white aura of divine energy recoiled sharply, retreating into Black Goku's being, stabilizing his escalating power. With the Boundless Ultimate technique firmly in place, Black Goku's eyes gleamed with newfound clarity. The darkness that once shrouded them transformed into a fierce brilliance. In the throes of rage, his pupils sharpened, And though the initial appearance of the boundless ultimate technique mirrored that of the ultimate technique, his gaze was imbued with profound emotional depth. The ultimate freedom technique. Zamasu's soul Black Goku exclaimed in astonishment. It is not the ultimate freedom, but rather the ultimate absence. Whoosh. Black Goku, shimmering with silver light, swiftly approached the Zamasu's soul Black Goku, akin to the dawn breaking. Zamasu's soul Black Goku was about to utter a word when suddenly his entire body was violently thrust backward and crashed to the ground. In the eyes of Zamasu's soul Black Goku merely stood still, yet he found himself on the ground. Curse it! Zamasu's soul Black Goku thought to retaliate, rapidly gathering energy spheres in his palm. However, in the next moment, a buzzing sound emerged. All at once, Zamasu's soul Black Goku found himself inexplicably standing before Black Goku, as if his soul had been drawn away. What has transpired? Zamasu's soul Black Goku was momentarily stunned, staring at Black Goku, who had yet to make a move after 2 exchanges. Today shall be the day you meet your end, Zamasu. Black Goku's gaze intensified, and shortly thereafter, another incomprehensible attack landed upon him. Chapter 26. The Ultimate Absence Technique. Have you ever flushed a toilet? You know, that moment when you watch the contents swirl away? Within the temporal tunnel, Zamasu's soul Black Goku's body felt as if it were being siphoned by toilet water, causing a disorienting tremor. What have you done to me? Zamasu's soul Black Goku struggled to break free from his predicament, glaring furiously at Black Goku. Black Goku remained silent, simply standing there, observing. You bastard! Zamasu's soul Black Goku could no longer contain himself and erupted in rage. In an instant, Super Saiyan Rose made its grand entrance. With the emergence of Super Saiyan Rose, Zamasu's soul Black Goku abruptly broke free from his previous state. You dare toy with me? I shall exact punishment upon you. Zamasu's soul Black Goku, filled with fury, launched a powerful punch at Black Goku. The speed was astonishing, landing a blow on the Black Goku enveloped in the ultimate absence technique within a mere second. Got you. You're not all that impressive. I expected a divine aura to burst forth, yet you are merely. Zamasu's soul Black Goku intended to continue, but suddenly his expression darkened, and he let out a wail of agony. In sheer pain, Zamasu's soul Black Goku slowly retracted his fractured arm. Why did my arm break when I struck you? Are your bones so resilient? He gritted his teeth, astonished at his own shattered right arm. Black Goku said nothing, gradually raising his hand to form a fist and slowly aimed it at Zamasu, moving at a pace so slow it resembled a snail. Yet, despite this, Zamasu's soul Black Goku wore a panicked expression, as if his body had been frozen in place, unable to move, while Black Goku's sluggish fist brushed against his face. Boom! Black Goku's gentle punch landed on Zamasu's soul Black Goku's face with a muffled thud. It appeared as though Black Goku was merely caressing Zamasu's soul Black Goku with a feather, delivering a blow that seemed utterly harmless, barely more than a mere scratch. Zamasu suddenly let out a cry, his entire being seemingly bowled over by some colossal force, crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. His descent was remarkably slow, and the impact felt as gentle as if he had merely placed his palm on the earth. It was difficult to fathom that such an assault had caused Zamasu's black soul to cough up blood, his body trembling in agony. As he registered the pain radiating from his face, Zamasu's black soul reached out to touch himself, discovering that the side of his skull, which supported the muscles of his brain, had indeed been flattened by a punch from the Black Goku. Was this a jest? How could such a seemingly light blow inflict injury? Zamasu's black soul extended his hand once more to feel his head, and upon realizing the truth of his deformity, his eyes widened in astonishment. How could such a minuscule force, less than that required for a girl to twist off a bottle cap, injure a being of divine stature? Zamasu's black soul, cradling his throbbing head, slowly rose to his feet, disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at the frigid expression of the Black Goku before him. He could not comprehend why this Black Goku, once aligned with his disdain for humanity, had transformed into something so different. He was desperate to understand why he had shifted from a position of loathing towards humans to one of sympathy. Why had he descended to this pitiful state? Those wretched humans, why show them compassion? Hadn't they both despised them all along? Zamasu's black soul yearned for answers. The Black Goku remained silent, slowly raising his arm. An ominous feeling washed over Zamasu's black soul. He sensed an impending strike and hastily braced himself. Whoosh! Before Zamazu's black soul could fully raise his arm, the Black Goku had already closed the distance, delivering another punch. Once again, it was a seemingly gentle blow, yet it contorted Zamazu's face as if crushed by a steamroller, twisting it grotesquely. What manner of technique was this? In a fit of frustration, Zamazu's black soul clenched his fists and retaliated. Yet the Black Goku responded with another light punch. Bam! Another hit sent Zamazu's black soul hurtling backward, crashing to the ground in disarray. What was happening? Why did these attacks, appearing so slow and weightless, inflict such searing pain? As Zamazu's black soul touched his cheek and rose once more, confusion still clouded his gaze. Observing Zamazu's black soul rise as if nothing had transpired, the Black Goku tightened his seemingly ethereal fists and approached him once more. "You shall not strike me a third time," Zamazu's black soul exclaimed, twisting his neck as his body surged forward toward the Black Goku, who ambled forward like an elderly man on a leisurely stroll. Thud, 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 thud. A flurry of punches erupted, as Zamazu's black soul unleashed thousands of blows upon the Black Goku, each strike landing with precision. Whether the Black Goku was sluggish in his reactions, unwilling to evade, or simply dazed, he absorbed the blows without defense, his body swaying back and forth under the relentless assault. With thousands of punches raining down, Zamasu's Dark Goku felt an excruciating pain, as if he were struck by a multitude of blows, causing him to vomit blood uncontrollably. His body convulsed in midair before he was violently thrown backward. "Why do I strike you? Why do I endure such agony?" Zamasu's Dark Goku, gritting his teeth, sat up to gaze at the unaffected Goku, who strolled towards him with an air of nonchalance after enduring thousands of punches. There must be something amiss. Perhaps his speed allowed him to evade and counterattack. If memory serves, the Ultra Instinct technique operates on such principles. A knowing smile graced Zamasu's Dark Goku's face as he increased the distance between them. "Since your strikes are swift, how will you respond to my Kamehameha from such a range?" A blue glow flickered in Zamasu's Dark Goku's hand, soon coalescing into a surge of azure energy. "How will you counter this move?" he declared confidently, unleashing the Kamehameha, convinced that this blow would leave Goku with no recourse. "Poor human, your thoughts have decayed. You are unworthy of bearing the mantle of divinity. Even if you are me, I shall never forgive you for shielding humanity and obstructing the plan to eradicate them." The Kamehameha shot forth with tremendous force, striking Goku and pushing him back several meters. Strangely, Zamasu's Dark Goku was also pushed back a few meters. "What is happening? Why does this pain afflict me? This pain, it's my attack," Zamasu's Dark Goku exclaimed, astonished. "Why do I feel the damage from my own strike? What have you done?" With no answer forthcoming, he turned to face the calm Goku, who withstood the Kamehameha with an air of serenity. Goku's eyes, ablaze with fury since entering the Ultra Instinct state, remained steady and composed, exuding an aura of tranquility despite the intensity of his expression. He appeared utterly unperturbed, like a turbulent sea subdued by the constraints of life. "In Ultra Instinct, your attack exists and does not exist. My attack exists and does not exist. Observing is neither here nor there, and what cannot be seen is neither absent nor present. An intricate dance of freedom and restraint, self and other, drifting in an indefinable state, yet culminating in results." Goku spoke softly, his tone devoid of excessive anger, yet each word resonated with a warning. "What is this Ultra Instinct?" Zamasu's Dark Goku gritted his teeth, enduring the pain coursing through him, fixating on Goku, who had been struck by the Kamehameha. "My fury mirrors this endless void of Ultra Instinct, seemingly calm, yet tumultuous beneath. You may perceive me as unfazed, but I assure you, I will never, never forgive you." Goku's expression suddenly contorted with rage, and he raised his hand, crushing the Kamehameha with a fierce grip. In an instant, Goku's eyes widened in shock, and he let out a pain wail. Why is it that despite the vast distance between us, I find myself in this state of confusion? Ah, why? Have you not yet comprehended the essence of my enhancement?" Black Goku released his grip and gently flicked the Kamehameha. In an instant, the malevolent spirit of Zamasu, embodied in Black Goku, suffered a grievous wound at the heart, as if struck by a piercing, destructive force. "Damn it, perish!" the dark spirit of Zamasu howled, amplifying the output of the Kamehameha. At that moment, the entire space-time tunnel began to warp, the surroundings cracking ominously, resembling a reality on the brink of collapse. Yet, Black Goku showed no signs of retreat. Instead, The dark spirit of Zamasu was forced back, as though being pulled, racked with pain. At this juncture, do you still fail to grasp where my strength lies? Fool. Black Goku spoke coldly. I care not. Die. The spirit of Zamasu, gritting his teeth, swallowed the blood that threatened to spill and roared in defiance, escalating his energy output. In the realm of Dragon Ball, combat prowess relies heavily on sheer willpower. And so it was for the dark spirit of Zamasu. In a matter of moments, his aura surged, transforming into the full power of Super Saiyan rose. Amplifying his might manifold, yet the divine essence he once radiated receded inward. However, even in this form, the Kamehameha unleashed by Zamasu's spirit ultimately failed to inflict harm upon Black Goku. Rather, it was he who seemed grievously wounded, his once soaring momentum plummeting. Why? Why do you remain unscathed while I suffer so? Could it be that your resilience reflects my own damage back upon me? The more I strike, the more you rebound. Have you finally grasped this? Or have you yet to realize that my techniques have escalated beyond recognition 1,000-fold? Techniques, you say? Nonsense. You boast. Yet I shall shatter you. The dark spirit of Zamasu disregarded Black Goku's words entirely, pouring every ounce of energy into the Kamehameha, directing it all at Black Goku. As the blue brilliance dissipated, Zamasu's spirit appeared disheveled, as if his very bones had been dismantled. You are truly a god of unfathomable foolishness. The blue light was abruptly torn apart, and Black Goku, unscathed, stood resolutely before Zamasu's spirit, fists clenched. You! Damn you! Upon witnessing Black Goku's intact form, Zamasu's spirit charged recklessly, engaging in a furious exchange, disregarding his own injuries in a violent assault. Black Goku, unhurried, evaded with the sluggishness of an elderly man. His movements deliberate yet precise, skillfully dodging each of Zamasu's frenzied blows. No matter how swiftly Zamasu's spirit attacked, he could not land a hit on the seemingly slow Black Goku, who countered with an agility that belied his apparent frailty. After a flurry of clashes, Zamasu's spirit found himself battered and bruised, looking like a fool. Observing the scene, the dark version of Wukong smirked with a sinister charm. The extreme intention technique did not enhance my offensive capabilities, but it significantly bolstered my defense, evasion, and skills, particularly augmenting the finesse of the free and unfettered extreme intention technique. This was rather amusing, as the driving force required intense emotional obsession. Yet the offensive tactics were merely cliché and unremarkable. The dark Wukong gently placed his palm on the shoulder of Zamasu's soul, massaging it lightly. With a gentle rub, Zamasu's soul felt a sudden twitch in his calf. Looking down in astonishment, Zamasu's soul was taken aback to discover that, under the dark Wukong's influence, his leg had lost all sensation and seemed to possess a will of its own, kicking at his other leg. What? My leg is no longer responding. Zamasu's soul gasped in shock and quickly retreated, creating distance from the dark Wukong. Infuriated by the dark Wukong's relentless antics, Zamasu's soul abandoned all desire to fight and began to gather a violet aura. I no longer wish to play with you. Since you insist on aiding humanity, then perish here and serve as a stepping stone for my plans. Zamasu's soul summoned a scythe of energy in his hand. It is time to conclude this. The dark Wukong's gaze sharpened as his arms formed a circle in front of him, then closed tightly, revealing a gap no larger than a ping-pong ball. Are you praying? How utterly ridiculous, Zamasu's soul scoffed. Ignoring the mockery, the dark Wukong slowly spread his palm, then turned it over, placing his left hand upon his right wrist while aiming at Zamasu's soul. TSK, what are you up to now? Do you think this will defeat me? Why have you become so childish, so detestable, in another timeline? You wretched fool. Zamasu's soul suddenly erupted in fury, raising the scythe and swinging it fiercely at the dark Wukong. Silence. As the scythe descended, the dark Wukong remained unperturbed, maintaining his stance. Just as the scythe was about to strike his neck, he declared, "Annihilate." The dark Wukong clenched his open hand into a fist, preparing to counter. In an instant, the atmosphere thickened, and Zamasu's soul managed to land a strike on the dark Wukong's neck, causing a grimace of pain to surface on his face. As the words left his lips, the dark Wukong's figure suddenly dissipated into a wisp of white smoke. What? Zamasu's soul was stunned, a mix of shock and fear washing over him. To his bewilderment, he noticed countless versions of himself surrounding him, each one collapsing. Why? Zamasu's soul, embodied in the form of Black Goku, wore an expression of astonishment, mingled with an eerie sense of the uncanny. The sight of his own fallen self, which had vanished without a trace, was replaced by a swarm of crows, while the surrounding space transformed from a tunnel into a realm of blue skies and white clouds. With a pristine staircase ascending endlessly towards a golden gate, the entrance to paradise. Defeated, he mused, as the scene around him flickered in a flash of brilliant white light. Under Black Goku's watchful gaze, the white light began to dissipate, morphing into a flurry of white fists, which then transitioned into the motion of Black Goku's punch, followed by the raising of his arm, culminating in the moment when Black Goku's desire to attack surged forth, his fist clenched tightly. Ding! A clear sound resonated. As Black Goku stood unscathed before him, while he himself remained unharmed in front of Black Goku. It was over. Buzz. Countless fists were unleashed, only to abruptly vanish, instantly transforming in Black Goku's hands into a simple gesture of extending his thumb. Before Zamasu's soul, Black Goku performed this harmless maneuver, gently tapping his forehead. With that single gesture, he once again beheld paradise. What kind of technique is this? Zamasu's soul inquired. Black Goku replied in a grave tone. This is the pinnacle of my current skill, technique. Ha ha ha. Zamasu's soul chuckled, yet suddenly his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed backward into the abyss-like entrance of time and space. Today marks the end of your breath, Black Goku remarked coldly, watching as another shadow of Black Goku slowly faded away until only one Black Goku remained. Chapter 27, The Saiyan Bloodline of Ancient Legends. I actually lost to myself. Damn it. Zamasu's soul, filled with resentment, gazed at the vibrant figure of Black Goku, his eyes brimming with defiance, but also with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. As a flash of white light enveloped him, he finally closed his eyes. It was over. Black Goku sighed deeply, the extreme technique dissipating. As white smoke cleared to reveal a grimacing expression, his body racked with pain as veins bulged. Indeed, I have pushed too far, Black Goku grimaced, clenching his fists, sweat trickling down his forehead as he gazed at the temporal entrance beneath him. Ding! Host's adaptation to the transcendent bloodline has increased by 45, then 46. Normal and all forms, excluding deep enhancement, have multiplied by 1,800 times. Deep form enhancement has escalated by 2,300 times. Ding! Bloodline breakthrough achieved. Awakening and upgrading the ancient legendary Saiyan bloodline. Unlocking the ancient legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. As the voice of the system echoed in his mind, Black Goku remained perplexed. Yet in the next moment, a dark glow ignited in his eyes, and a wild, powerful aura erupted from his being. Ding! The host's bloodline merged, with attributes in its normal and basic forms, including the deep form, expanding another 1,000-fold under the amplification of the transcendent bloodline. Upon completion of the fusion, the host's normal state and all forms experienced a further increase of 2,000-fold in basic attributes, with the deep form reaching 2,500-fold. A new ability was unlocked, granting a 1,000-fold effect in learning capacity, mastery of effects, and perfect development of abilities, alongside an exceptionally strong recovery capability, second only to immortality. Has one grown stronger again? Clenching his fists and feeling the surge of power, Black Goku exclaimed in awe. Ding! Currently, the unlocking of the Super Saiyan bloodline in Ancient Legends stands at 0, 1. I am getting closer to what I desire. Black Goku twisted his neck with a sinister smile. This time, without the extreme mastery technique, there was no automatic manifestation under Black Goku's emotional fluctuations. Yet the enhancement of control was indeed commendable. As he tightened his fists, admiration filled his gaze, but his expression soon turned cold again. With my current state, visiting Trunks would likely offer him little room for growth. My presence would only jeopardize his opportunities. Some experiences should be left for the youth to endure. I shall assist him when matters become uncontrollable. Compared to resolving the issue of Cell in the past, it seems the future timeline with the androids requires my intervention more. If I recall correctly, you are also involved in the battles against the androids, Gohan. Suddenly, Black Goku's gaze shifted to another future timeline entrance nearby, one that, while still tragic, had not yet descended into complete despair. Ah, that place suits me better. With a dark grin, Black Goku unleashed his energy and set forth in that direction. Without hesitation, Black Goku's figure, along with the soul of Zamasu, vanished from sight. Meanwhile, in another future timeline that had not yet succumbed to total despair, the familiar silhouettes of a man and a woman coalesced above the city. unleashing energy blasts that rained destruction upon the residents below. Amidst the screams and terror of the populace, Android 18 and 17 re-emerged in the public eye. 17. Increase the firepower. Obliterate this first-tier city. How dare they provoke me? I will make them all pay. 18 exclaimed with fury, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts at the opulent buildings and residential complexes. You really are like a child. It's just a greasy old politician groping you. Is it worth destroying an entire clan over it? 17 retorted playfully, directing his energy blasts towards a nearby kindergarten in a chaotic display of destruction. Stop the prattle. I am furious. Someone must pay the price. With that, 18's gaze locked onto a sprawling hospital nearby. In an instant, 18 darted into the hospital, disregarding the presence of the elderly, sick, or frail within, and unleashed indiscriminate carnage. In moments, the once pristine hospital corridors were littered with countless corpses, tragically comprising the elderly, women, and newborns. The cries of horror echoed through the establishment, yet 18 felt no remorse, her focus fixated on the critically ill ward. You all do not deserve to live on this earth. On the 18th, a powerful wave of energy erupted, and with a thunderous roar, the entire hospital was reduced to rubble. Witnessing this scene, the 17th displayed a flicker of displeasure, not due to the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents by the 18th, but rather because the 18th had failed to spare anyone for him. 18, you have gone too far. Are you aware of what you just did? He inquired, addressing the 18th, who stood amidst the ruins. What is the matter? Do you feel pity for these wretched creatures? Heh, when will you be able to forgive me for everything, just because I casually twist my waist and cast a flirtatious glance, even if I possess 99 of the blame? The 18th replied with a mischievous grin. TCH, I'm not that foolish. Just ensure the next hospital is left for me, the 17th declared, his gaze fixed on a nearby church. This one is mine. He cackled maniacally, rushing towards the church, which was grander in size. Hey, 17th, leave some of them for me. The 18th exclaimed, panic-stricken, fearing that the 17th would annihilate everyone there, leaving him with nothing. Thus, they soared through the air, paddling in unison, utterly unconcerned about the number of lives lost or the infamy they would incur. For there would always be those who would forgive them with a mere glance or a playful sway of the hips, and in turn, malign those who did not. Meanwhile, at the church's pulpit, the priest proclaimed, God has always been by our side, watching our every move. No matter how benevolent your future repentance may be, it can never absolve you of the pure darkness of your past, regardless of how many support you after your bloodshed. In the eyes of the divine, you remain a mere jester. We do not believe in heretical cults, nor do we endorse the teachings of the divine. We seek only to instruct ourselves. Repeat after me. We do not believe in heretical cults, nor do we propagate divine teachings. We seek only to instruct ourselves. A throng of individuals, nearly 1,000 strong, echoed the priest's words, their voices resonating powerfully. Run. Everyone here is about to face a terror attack. Flee at once. Suddenly, a heavily armed group stormed into the church, brandishing firearms. Huh? Who? The priest was startled by this unexpected intrusion. Upon recognizing the intruders, he attempted to speak. But before he could, the ceiling was shattered by a sudden explosion, and a figure landed unceremoniously atop the statue of the deity. Ah, Death Festival, happy holidays, everyone, the 17th declared, smashing the statue with a single punch. The sight instantly incited panic among the worshippers, who scurried towards the exit like frightened rats. Forgive me, you lowly beings, driven only by lust. A flurry of energy waves surged forth, accurately striking the path that a multitude of fleeing worshippers would traverse. Ah, who? As the terrified congregants fled, the 18th descended before them, arms outstretched, resembling an angel. Artificial beings, direct all fire at me. A command was issued, and several tanks rolled in from the entrance, their cannons aimed squarely at the 18th. Upon hearing the sound, number 18 swiftly turned her head to glance behind her. Oh, it's just those foolish country bumpkins again. Do you truly believe such trivialities hold any significance for us artificial beings? A sinister smile graced her face as she swiftly gathered energy into a key blast, aiming it at several tanks poised to fire. With a resounding boom, number 18 and the tanks unleashed their fire simultaneously, resulting in the church being obliterated. Strangely, while the tanks were rendered useless, number 18 emerged unscathed. Monsters? A cadre of fully armed individuals found themselves engulfed in despair, their eyes filled with terror and trembling, For a fleeting moment, they regretted carrying their assault rifles. Number 17. Act. Understood. As the commands echoed, the cacophony surrounding them fell silent. The once vibrant church, imbued with the warmth of humanity, now resembled a grotesque graveyard, filled with the stench of death and the remnants of battle. In that instant, the air was thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh. How repugnant, Number 18 grimaced, pinching her nose as she surveyed the surroundings. Why did you have to slaughter them so enthusiastically? A single key blast could have sufficed. Yet you insisted on killing them one by one. Number 17, also holding his nose, rolled his eyes at the scene. Who knew they were so fragile? The smell is unbearable. Lowly creatures are simply that, lowly. All they do is talk about someone else's children, their bodies teeming with bacteria. Number 18 disdainfully kicked the corpse of a nearby woman. Just then, amidst their idle chatter, a robust man clad in martial arts attire, marked by a prominent scar across his face, appeared before them. Why do you always resort to destruction? Curious, Number 18 turned her head. Upon doing so, she was met with a figure she recognized all too well. Future Gohan had arrived. Is that Son Gohan? Has that fool come to meet his demise once more? Hearing her words, Number 17 looked over at the furious and imposing Son Gohan. The last warrior of the future, Son Gohan, arrived late to the fray. Seeing him, both Number 18 and Number 17 couldn't help but adopt a serious demeanor. Are you looking for a fight, Gohan? Number 18 cracked her neck and loosened her arms, preparing for the confrontation. I will end you here. Son Gohan seethed, transforming into a Super Saiyan before Number 18's very eyes. Shouldn't it be to be killed? Number 18 scoffed, charging towards Son Gohan. Thus, another battle concerning the androids commenced. Chapter 28. The future warrior, Son Gohan, with rapid exchanges of fists and kicks. Number 18 and Son Gohan engaged in a fierce melee, trading blows. In this one-on-one skirmish, Gohan held the advantage, quickly forcing Number 18 into retreat. What? As she found herself being pushed back, a flicker of surprise crossed Number 18's face. Realizing that Son Gohan had likely grown stronger, she steeled herself for the fight. In an instant, Number 18 accelerated her punches, her kicks becoming increasingly fierce. The onslaught from Android 18 was relentless, driving Gohan into a series of retreats, leaving him defenseless. Her fists and kicks struck his face, chest, and abdomen with alarming frequency. Despite the overwhelming disadvantage, Gohan gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, determined to continue the struggle. With a resolve akin to that of one facing imminent death, he launched a punch, believing that his intensified assault would compel a strategic shift. This caused Android 18 to underestimate him momentarily. A dull thud echoed as Gohan's fist unexpectedly connected with her cheek, causing her to recoil in shock and pain. The force of the blow sent her crashing to the ground, her expression contorted in agony. You little brat, have you lost your mind? Android 18 exclaimed, clutching her fair face, rising with a mix of astonishment and fury as she glared at the panting Gohan. Regaining his breath, Gohan's demeanor radiated unwavering tenacity. Prepare yourself to kill me, Android 18. I will no longer flee, nor will I allow myself to be beaten down like a stray dog, as I did last time. What do you mean? Android 18 responded, her expression turning grave. I have come to understand a crucial truth through my battles with you. If I remain weak, nothing will change. Those who cannot effect change can accomplish nothing. I have grown weary of living in the shadow of your despair. Today, I am ready to forsake everything I have left to fight you to the death, to put an end to this miserable existence. Gohan's eyes glimmered with lethal intent, showing no signs of retreat. So you are resolute in your desire for me to end your life? Android 18 replied with a mocking expression. It is you who shall perish, you artificial being. Gohan's gaze sharpened, and a golden aura erupted from within him. Ah, so I am to be the one killed. Ha ha ha. I am indeed in grave danger. Yes, you heard correctly. Android 18 suddenly raised her hands, laughing maniacally. Gohan paid her madness no heed. His fists clenched as he charged towards the android with a deathly determination. With astonishing speed, he closed the distance to Android 18. Quite the speed, I see. Then allow me to. Android 17, observing the scene, reacted swiftly, ready to intervene, but a mere glance from Android 18 held him in place. With a flurry of punches, Gohan's assault intensified, yet Android 18 effortlessly evaded each strike with crossed arms, a taunting glint in her eyes. Missed again? How about this? Gohan gritted his teeth, lifting his leg to deliver a rapid series of kicks toward her. Despite his efforts, he found himself striking air once more. What's going on? Gohan pondered, confusion creeping in. Yet he remained undeterred, relentlessly pursuing Android 18 with several more attacks. Gohan's strikes were as swift as shadows, surpassing even the speed of sonic booms, yet he continuously missed, each blow glancing off 18's form. There she stood, immovable, while Gohan struggled to land even a single hit. No matter how rapid his assaults or how fierce his determination, he found himself unable to touch her at all. Witnessing this bewildering scene, Gohan was left dazed. In past encounters, he had managed to inflict wounds upon 18, albeit rarely, and the accumulated damage was still more significant than a mere scratch from Master Roshi. Yet now, he couldn't even graze her, leaving him in a state of confusion and existential doubt. However, he soon grasped the underlying reason. He had never unleashed his full power. Oh, you figured it out. I was hoping to keep up the charade a little longer. 18 smirked, her expression laced with mischief. Gohan felt a wave of despair wash over him, realizing that the injuries he had sustained were the result of her holding back, which only deepened his sense of frustration. Time waits for no one. As Gohan stood in stunned silence, 18 launched her counterattack. With a swift motion, she delivered a side kick to Gohan's shoulder. Ah! He cried out in pain as 18 commenced her relentless assault. Her punches and kicks fell like rain upon him, each movement precise, deliberate, and devoid of any superfluous gestures. Gohan found himself unable to defend against the onslaught, retreating under the weight of her blows. The speed increased once more. Gohan raised his arms in a futile attempt to shield himself, but 18's foot connected just before his defenses could be established. As he lifted his arm, she landed a crushing side kick to his head. The impact left him momentarily dazed, his vision clouding as he swayed unsteadily. Seizing the moment, 18 leaped into the air, delivering a powerful jump kick to the staggering Gohan. With a resounding thud, Gohan was sent crashing into a heap of refuse, awakening to the pain that enveloped him. Ah! 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 He moaned, clutching his abdomen and curling up in the debris. You scream so fiercely, yet you crumble so easily, 18 remarked disdainfully, stretching her neck and shaking her arms as she approached him. Father, Trunks, Aunt Bulma, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan's stomach churned, the agony forcing him to shut his eyes tightly. Just then, 18 stepped closer. Do you need me to help you up, Gohan? She teased, extending her hand toward him. I have no need for sympathy from a synthetic being, he retorted painfully, narrowing his eyes to glare at the hand reaching out to him. Such a stubborn spirit. Your body, however, seems rather compliant. Allow me to assist you. I do not require your help. Go away. Gohan defiantly swatted her hand away, enduring the pain as he sprang to his feet and aimed a punch at her. Ah, truly a proud warrior, even on the brink of defeat. You wish to continue fighting. How admirable, she remarked with a hint of admiration. With a light-hearted demeanor, Android 18 playfully teased Gohan, effortlessly evading his attacks. Gohan, undeterred, launched a ferocious offensive. If only he were not opposing me, she mused, though she was reluctant to end this encounter so swiftly. However, as the clock approached 5, it was time for her to indulge in her idle dramas, so she declared, Farewell, Gohan. A glint of coldness flashed in her eyes as she caught Gohan's punch with one hand and swiftly delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. After sustaining 2 consecutive heavy blows to his midsection, Gohan grimaced, rolling his eyes back and gagging in discomfort. Android 18 continued her relentless assault on Gohan, this time with a rhythm that was deadly in its precision. Several rapid punches caused Gohan to spit blood, and a series of quick kicks forced him to repeatedly roll his eyes back, his heart nearly stopping with each strike. The injuries to his head, chest, and abdomen inflicted upon him an excruciating sensation akin to being skinned alive, rendering him unable to blink, reluctant to open his mouth, and even hesitant to breathe. Gohan clenched his fists and attempted to counterattack with swift punches. Although his speed was commendable, it appeared painfully sluggish in Android 18's eyes. Realizing Gohan still had the ability to retaliate, she unleashed her full strength, delivering a kick aimed at his left arm. In an instant, a flash of white light erupted as the sweat on Gohan's arm was sent flying by her strike. Ah! He cried out in agony. With a resounding crack, Gohan's arm was broken, leaving him unable to lift it again, rendering him one-armed. Despite the searing pain radiating from his arm, Gohan refused to be disheartened and raised his remaining fist in an attempt to strike at Android 18. Yet, it proved futile. Her kick sent him crashing down, as if he were mere refuse tossed aside. Let us bid farewell, shall we? Android 18 raised her hands, channeling a golden energy wave directed at the incapacitated Gohan, who lay amidst the debris, still reeling from the pain. In an instant, a golden beam illuminated the ruins as it surged toward Gohan. Was this the finishing move? Gohan, sitting up and summoning the Kamehameha with his single hand, strained against the impending attack. At that moment, a blue beam erupted from his palm, colliding with the golden energy wave Android 18 had unleashed. The two beams clashed fiercely, neither yielding to the other. However, this stalemate did not last long. Soon, the scales tipped in favor of Android 18. After a brief struggle, Gohan's Kamehameha began to falter, overwhelmed by her energy wave. In response, he immediately intensified his output, determined to resist fiercely. I am far from defeated. You cannot vanquish me so easily, Gohan shouted, amplifying the power of his Kamehameha. As he did so, the balance of power shifted, and Android 18 found herself on the defensive, her golden energy wave being pushed back by Gohan's Kamehameha. You still have some fight left in you. You truly are persistent, Gohan. On the 18th, she similarly intensified her output power, reclaiming her advantages as the golden energy wave forcefully pushed back the blue Kamehameha to its original position. Witnessing this scene, Gohan exerted himself to resist with all his might, yet the outcome was evident. He was still being overwhelmed. However, the stalemate tested 18's patience. 17. Stop dawdling over there. My idol drama is about to air, and my brother is making his big screen debut. Come help me. 18 turned her head and shouted at 17, who was engrossed in a comic he had somehow acquired. Oh, you want my help? I was just getting to the climax. Can't you handle it on your own? 17 replied, visibly annoyed. Hurry up. If you move any slower, I swear I'll end you. The veins on 18's forehead throbbed with anger. Oh, for goodness sake, fine. I'll help you. 17, realizing he couldn't afford to provoke her, quickly joined in. In an instant, another golden beam joined the fray. The golden energy waves of 17 and 18 intertwined like conjoined twins, surging towards Gohan. Already at a disadvantage, Gohan found himself powerless against the combined might of the android siblings. The Kamehameha faltered, gradually being consumed. As he beheld this scene, profound despair filled Gohan's eyes. Aware that he could no longer turn the tide, he relinquished his resistance, choosing instead to await his inevitable demise. Trunks, you must change the future for me, for everyone. Gohan thought, envisioning Trunks, his mind racing through memories of Goku's death, the warriors falling one after another, until countless figures lay lifeless. Remembering the destruction wrought by the androids earlier that morning ignited a spark of rage within him. Cursed androids, I will make you pay for your actions. Brother Gohan, I want to help too. Trunks' image emerged in Gohan's mind. A familiar scene unfolded, as Gohan outwardly consented to bring Trunks to the battlefield, all the while discreetly preparing to incapacitate him with a swift strike. That moment of stopping him had proven to be the right decision. Gohan squinted at the approaching golden energy wave, which was poised to engulf his own Kamehameha. In the clash of energies, the weaker Kamehameha was naturally shattered by the might of the stronger golden wave. As the Kamehameha dissipated, the golden wave surged forward unimpeded towards Gohan. Trunks, you are my only hope. Gohan closed his eyes, uttering no final words. Suddenly, the golden wave struck him, yet at the last moment, it was unexpectedly cleaved apart. Without me, can you truly protect the Earth? Gohan murmured. A familiar voice resonated, and Gohan's eyes widened in shock as he gazed ahead. A chill swept through the air, and there stood a man clad in a martial arts uniform, the character emblazoned on his back, an unmistakable figure from his past. Arriving late, yet not too tardy. It's been an eternity since I last saw you, Gohan. Chapter 29. The Ruthless Persona of Black Goku. Today marks the day you cease to breathe, androids. Dust swirled ominously, but was soon rent asunder by the belated arrival of Black Goku. Who are you? What audacity you possess to impede us? Number 18 and number 17 glared with displeasure at the sudden appearance of Black Goku, who had interrupted their enjoyment to rescue Gohan. In response, Black Goku remained unfazed, his gaze fixated solely on the excited Gohan behind him. If I were not here, would you be able to safeguard Earth, Gohan? Turning to behold the ecstatic face of Son Gohan, Black Goku twisted his head. Father! Gohan exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion upon recognizing the countenance of his father, Son Goku. Reflected in Black Goku's visage, tears streaming down his cheeks. In that moment, the sharpness in his eyes softened, and he began to cry, reminiscent of his innocent childhood. Observing this scene, Black Goku realized he had been mistaken for Goku, yet did not reveal his true identity. No more tears. A hero tasked with protecting Earth should not weep in front of others. I believe I have previously imparted this wisdom to you. Black Goku mimicked a fatherly tone, slipping back into the role of Gohan's father. Yes, I understand, father. I was simply overwhelmed with joy at the prospect of seeing you again. It fills my heart with immense happiness. Gohan wiped away his tears, grinning foolishly, while Black Goku silently regarded him with no sign of disdain. Leave everything to me. You may stand aside and observe. Black Goku's tone turned grave as he averted his gaze. His imposing figure cast a shadow, and Gohan's expression was one of admiration and reassurance. As the two finally concluded their sentimental exchange, number 18 erupted in frustration. My idol drama is airing at 1700. Do you too comprehend the significant disruption you've caused me? You should be aware of the consequences of inciting my wrath. Number 18 glared at Black Goku, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. Unperturbed, Black Goku maintained a cold demeanor. Father, your return is all that matters. I shall fight alongside you. The androids possess formidable strength, surpassing that of Frieza on Namek. Even in my Super Saiyan form, I could not defeat them. We don't need you merely spectating. Black Goku coldly dismissed Gohan's plea to join the battle. But you know my temperament, don't you? Gohan fell silent at this remark, yet his face remained etched with worry. Recalling his harrowing encounters with the androids, he felt apprehensive, thinking of how his father had only transformed into a Super Saiyan after succumbing to heart disease. He couldn't shake the unease that the Black Goku before him, masquerading as his father, might not be as formidable as he hoped. Finding Senzu beans in this world is indeed a challenge. Fortunately, I had procured a few from the Chaos Tower during my previous sojourn in time. Black Goku retrieved a Senzu bean from his clothing and tossed it to Gohan. Upon receiving the mystical bean, Gohan was utterly astonished. After the demise of the warriors, the presence of the mystical bean faded from Gohan's sight, gradually transforming into an unattainable object of desire. Upon encountering the bean once more, Gohan was indeed intrigued. Yet upon realizing that it was Goku who had procured it, it seemed reasonable. Today marks the day you cease to breathe. Androids, Black Goku proclaimed coldly. Your bravado is quite impressive. I am eager to witness how you intend to achieve this. It will conveniently provide an outlet for my pent-up frustration over the lack of engaging dramas, remarked Android 18. Her fury ignited as she charged towards Black Goku. Prepared for close combat, the familiar narrative unfolded once again. In an instant, a flash of magenta light surged as Android 18 lunged at Black Goku, her fist poised to strike. Suddenly, her limbs contorted violently, as if crushed under the weight of a steamroller, and she was propelled backwards to her original position. What just happened? Android 17 stood rigid, eyes wide in disbelief. In the blink of an eye, 18 had dashed forward, only to be rendered incapacitated, returning in an instant. Ah! Android 18 cried out in agony, frothing at the mouth, her vacant gaze fixed on the cold eyes of Black Goku. She was obliterated in a heartbeat, Gohan gasped. Bewildered, unable to comprehend the events that had transpired. He had merely observed Black Goku move his eyes, and in that moment, 18 was rendered powerless. All while Black Goku had not lifted a finger. What did you do? Though Android 17 could not grasp the specifics of Black Goku's actions, the dread of his overwhelming power was palpable. Android 18, whose strength was comparable to his, had been so swiftly incapacitated. Who was this being? Though he could not sense energy, 17 felt an ominous presence emanating from Black Goku, realizing the dire consequences had he been the one to confront him. I must flee. Otherwise, I will surely perish here. Panic-stricken, Android 17 abandoned Android 18 and dashed away, epitomizing the bond of sibling affection. 17. Android 18 shouted, but her call fell on deaf ears as he fled, never to return. Witnessing this scene, Gohan was taken aback, entirely unprepared for 17's cowardice in choosing to escape. Black Goku also seemed surprised, recalling how the former 17, regardless of his fears, would never have opted to flee. However, Black Goku remained unfazed, his focus unwavering. 280 meters in 15 seconds. Impressive speed, he remarked, just as a surge of magenta energy flashed by. In an instant, a nearby building was severed as if by a blade. revealing a circular wound before it rapidly collapsed, barreling towards the direction in which 17 had fled. With a thunderous crash, 17's escape route was abruptly sealed off. What is happening? 17 gazed towards the direction of the collapsing building, his shock rendering him speechless. Who had wielded a blade against the structure? What was going on? 17 pondered, confusion etched across his face. Time waits for no one. In the blink of an eye, the street and all the buildings before him were struck by an unknown force, seemingly shattered into dust before the bewildered 17. The once collapsed structures transformed in less than half a second into a cloud of debris capable of engulfing an entire metropolitan area. What on earth is happening? With terror etched on his face, 17 turned his gaze away from the swirling dust. As he turned, he beheld Black Goku sauntering toward him, an aura of roseate energy pulsating in his hand. A chill of fear gripped 17 as he recalled the bizarre scene that had just unfolded. Without hesitation, he directed his ire at Black Goku, attributing the inexplicable events to the figure that had startled both him and 18. What have you done? Answer me, 17 bellowed. Black Goku remained silent, his stride unbroken as he continued to approach. This only heightened 17's trepidation. The more he gazed upon Black Goku's silent demeanor, the more his fear intensified. Recalling the earlier incident, 17's anxiety mounted. In a state of panic, he began to scan his surroundings, ultimately locking eyes on a small girl who appeared to be lost. What are you planning to do? 17's intentions were sensed by Gohan, who admonished him. This is the only way. The malevolent glint in 17's eyes sharpened as he sprinted toward the girl, intending to seize her and hold her tightly, threatening her in front of Black Goku. With swift resolution, he executed his plan, swiftly capturing the 7-year-old girl in his arms. The girl, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, found herself in 17's violent grip. You scoundrel! Gohan seethed, cursing his own lack of speed. Haha, now you righteous heroes can do nothing against me. 17's gaze was fixed on Black Goku's face. Let's see what tricks you have up your sleeve now. His laughter echoed with a mixture of excitement and derision. Upon hearing this, Black Goku halted his advance. Witnessing this, 17 felt a surge of pride, reveling in his own arrogance and wearing a mocking grin. However, his amusement was abruptly extinguished when he observed Black Goku's expression darken as he raised his palm. Gohan stood frozen, sensing that something grave was about to unfold. What are you planning to do, father? Black Goku remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the girl in 17's grasp. Mommy, where are you? I'm scared. The little girl cried out in distress. At this, a flicker of hesitation crossed Black Goku's face, and he lowered his raised hand. Indeed, he found himself unable to let go. 17, feeling reassured, broke into a triumphant smile. However, in the next moment, with a startling expression, number 17 observed Black Goku's demeanor shift to a chilling coldness. He finally comprehended the reason behind the building's appearance, which bore a wound as if sliced by a knife. It was an invisible strike, imperceptible to the eye and inaudible to the ear. Yet it manifested as an intangible force that could be felt. The reason number 17 felt this dread was perhaps known only to the unfortunate little girl who had also been struck. Mom. The little girl's eyes rolled back as she collapsed into number 17's arms, her chest marred by a long, bloodied wound. Number 17, in anguish, released the girl, clutching his own shoulder where a long, bloodied gash had opened, collapsing to the ground in agony. How could you attack your father along with the hostage? Gohan began to protest, but Black Goku suddenly tossed a senzu bean towards him. Feed it to her. I restrained my power while delivering the strike. Although it nearly claimed her life in an instant, there is still time to save her if you act quickly. Black Goku stated with an indifferent tone. Understood. Gohan wished to say more, but, recalling Black Goku's words, hurried to the little girl. Upon reaching her side, Gohan was struck by the severity of her injuries. Her internal organs were gravely damaged, and she was on the brink of death, her eyes rolling back, devoid of sound. Seeing this, Gohan immediately administered the senzu bean. As it entered her, the little girl, whose soul had nearly departed for the afterlife, instantly returned to life. Resurrected in the moment she had been slain by Black Goku. What happened to me? The little girl slowly opened her eyes, alive once more. In stark contrast, number 17 was in a dire situation. Not only was he without a senzu bean, but Black Goku relentlessly pursued him. As another strike descended, Black Goku noticed number 17 still screaming in agony and prepared to launch another attack. raising his hand once more. Witnessing this, number 17 panicked and desperately sought to stall for time. Why? Why are you able to act against me while I have a hostage? Aren't you a hero of justice? Why? He questioned. Why? Black Goku fell into the trap of number 17's inquiry, engaging in dialogue that revealed a shocking truth to number 17. Do you know why I have pushed you to this point? As this place is precisely situated in the heart of the city, where the population density is at its peak, it presents an ideal opportunity for hostage-taking, revealing vulnerabilities. Perhaps it is not solely my experience. Individuals like you have also recognized that once a criminal seizes hostages, those who embody justice find themselves immobilized, unable to exert their strength, thereby granting the assailants a chance to inflict harm while safeguarding their own interests. Consequently, individuals of your ilk learn from one another, employing this method repeatedly to bully those who uphold justice. This flaw has persisted for an extended period, both in the past and the present. Thus, with a somber tone, Black Wukong expressed, I believe we can seize the opportunity presented by your perception that the righteous will not harm the innocent and deliver a substantial blow. Just as a robber takes hostages in a shopping mall, the question arises, will the arriving police dare to fire? The criminals gamble on the belief that those who embody justice will risk everything for the hostages hanging from the balcony. In this regard, I too engage in a gamble, betting on your conviction that we will act in such a manner. You, number 17, gazed at Black Wukong in shock, your eyes filled with dread. Similarly, Gohan was equally astonished. Under their incredulous stares, Black Wukong continued, tragedies, ceaseless tragedies unfold in reality. Some individuals are already suffocated by their mortgages and car loans. Yet there exists a group intent on amplifying such tragedies, rendering these individuals even more unfortunate. They have done nothing wrong, yet they become the targets of bullying. They merely wish to live peacefully, but are perpetually tormented by these individuals. In my childhood, amidst an environment where I felt unloved by my father, neglected by my mother, and treated like a dog by my sister, I harbored an unwavering loathing for such people. These individuals, who create misfortune for others without justification, then attempt to rationalize their actions, are despicable to me. I detest them so profoundly that I wish for their complete eradication from this world. Consequently, I embarked on a path of violence at the tender age of 8. I ended the lives of those who robbed me of warmth in my home, including the wretched individuals at school who suffocated me in both settings. The first act of murder left me horrified, yet I continued down this path, for I understood that their existence would continue to bring harm to others. My sister, who treated me like a dog, and my parents, who abused me, were equally culpable. Thus, from the moment I descended into this world and acquired power, I comprehended my mission, to obliterate individuals like you, those who propagate misfortune upon others. I do not embody pure justice. Rather, I represent the justice of reality. As he spoke, the light in Black Goku's eyes sharpened. Those who live well smile sweetly, and those who are enveloped in parental love smile even more sweetly. I wish for those who are already unfortunate to be distanced from your kind, who only add to their misery. I shall wield my power to expel you all from this world, which is inherently beautiful but marred by your presence. I aim to seize the very essence of your existence. This resolve dawned upon me during my duel with Zamasu. Overly merciful justice protects no one. Just as delayed justice only deepens the despair of those denied fairness. Without making appropriate sacrifices, those who cling to everything can change nothing. Therefore, whether in the marketplace, facing hostage takers, I would choose to shoot and eliminate both the hostages and the perpetrators, ridding the world of those who should not suffer. On the balcony, I would not risk my life for the hostages, nor engage in a deadly battle with the criminals to spare the next innocent from harm. I am willing to sacrifice. I shall establish a ruthless law in this savage world, making those who abuse justice understand the true meaning of iron-fisted righteousness. I am indifferent to the scorn I may receive, as long as such occurrences cease. How can you be so useless? Why was I even burdened with your existence? As long as such sentiments linger, you only scored 99. Do you honor the money I spent on you? Do not speak of exceeding expectations when others excel. You wouldn't want your parents to know that you associate with a child named Kitagawa, labeled as the son of a demon who killed his own parents. As long as such incidents ceased to occur, in an instant, a decisive strike fell once more. Stop. There are 530,000 residents here. Oh, I care not how others perceive me, as long as I can once again witness that smile. In a flash, Black Goku envisioned a family, impoverished yet harmonious. A content trio standing together, smiling, under the envious gaze that Black Goku cast upon them in his youth. A strike capable of cleaving the heavens descended upon this densely populated neighborhood of 530,000 souls. Chapter 30. The hellish scene of the prison. A cold wind swept through, dispersing the swirling dust. Bloodied fragments came into view as Black Goku ruthlessly claimed the lives of all 530,000 inhabitants in a single stroke. They were all dead. Gohan, clutching the little girl in his arms, watched in horror as the events unfolded before him. 530,000 lives extinguished in an instant. Gohan still could not believe it, his gaze fixed in disbelief upon the imposing yet cold-hearted figure of Black Goku. Can you still sense the energy of number 17, Gohan? Black Goku suddenly turned to face Gohan. Locking eyes, Gohan could no longer contain his emotions and questioned, Why? Why must you do this? Why must so many die? Why allow such sacrifices? I can no longer feel number 17's energy, but the sensation just now did not feel like a hit. Black Goku disregarded Gohan's questions, placing his fingers on his forehead as he searched for the energy around him. Father, why? Gohan, in a fit of urgency, set down the little girl he was holding and strode purposefully towards Black Goku, placing his hand upon the latter's shoulder. Startled by this gesture, Black Goku felt compelled to respond to Gohan. Why? Gohan implored, seeking an answer. Why? The words should not escape your lips, Gohan. Black Goku's gaze was icy. Why can I not? Suddenly, with a swift motion, Black Goku delivered a powerful punch to Gohan's abdomen, causing him to writhe in agony. His vision blurring as he reverted from his Super Saiyan form and knelt before Black Goku. Your thoughts are foolish, as I have stated. Justice that fails to make necessary sacrifices in the face of absolute evil is akin to child's play. I believe you should have matured by now, not only in body but also in mind. What is humanity? After years of battling androids, you should understand. You see only the plight of humans, but have you ever witnessed their malevolence? In that moment, when I let Android 17 escape, we were viewed as the same kind of evil by the surviving masses. It matters not, for we were merely alleviating their troubles unilaterally. Such individuals are numerous. Sacrificing a portion to relieve the burdens of the many is indeed cruel, yet it adheres to the law of the survival of the fittest. I do not advocate for such methods, but in the face of absolute evil, the refusal to make sacrifices will only allow that evil to proliferate and harm more people. The 53 trillion I have slain pales in comparison to such beings. There is no absolute justice, only pragmatic justice. Black Goku extended his hand towards Gohan. Lost in contemplation, Gohan found himself unable to comprehend as he once would have. The current state of the world had dulled his once naive heart. Listening to Black Goku's words, he recalled being expelled by the local populace as an evil being during a confrontation with the androids. I believe your experiences surpass those of Trunks, and your thoughts are perhaps more profound than his. Black Goku remarked coolly yet without malice. Trunks? At the mention of the name, Gohan looked at Black Goku. Confusion etched on his face. Father, weren't you? He began before being interrupted. There are still enemies to eradicate, Black Goku stated, glancing at the struggling Android 18, who was attempting to crawl away. Damn it! How dare you treat me this way? Cursed Saiyans, cursed Son Gohan. Next time I will ensure that all of you perish. Android 18 seethed through gritted teeth as she crawled forward. But before she could utter another word, retribution arrived. A scarlet energy blade suddenly erupted from behind her, piercing her heart with a brutal force. Ah! In excruciating pain, Android 18 sensed impending doom and turned her head, only to behold Black Goku advancing towards her, wielding a massive pink scythe, resembling the Grim Reaper come to claim her soul. Do not approach. I was wrong, Scion. I shall no longer speak ill of you. I recognize my errors and vow to cease the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. Android 18 pleaded in a display of weakness. Yet, Black Goku, observing her plight, remained unmoved. Today marks the end of your breath, Android. His expression darkened as he charged towards her, scythe in hand. No, I am willing to sacrifice everything, even my own body. Just as the words left my lips, Black Goku's scythe once again pierced through my heart. This statement, let it be conveyed to those you believe will forgive you, and indeed, to those mindlessly enamored with you. After speaking, Black Goku's pupils ignited with a brilliant crimson glow as he commenced the principle of 8 strikes to the head, 6 to the heart, 7 to the lungs. and ate to the core. The scythe danced swiftly in his hands, completing the final strike in just 2.5 seconds. Beneath the radiant crimson light, the number 18 fell into oblivion, vanishing alongside the dimming glow. Once more, Black Goku annihilated the androids. Has everything come to an end? Gohan gazed at Black Goku, realizing there was still one more issue to resolve, one more enemy awaiting him. Black Goku turned his gaze to the distance, familiar with the last troublesome foe, Cell. Unlike before, Black Goku could now sense Cell's presence with clarity, having honed his control over energy to an incomprehensible degree, a stark contrast to his previous self. Is he still there? History often repeats itself, yet the one who enacts justice is not me, but rather the warrior you loathe the most. Black Goku relinquished the opportunity for instantaneous movement, granting it instead to Gohan, who needed this chance to grow stronger. Do you wish to become powerful? Black Goku asked bluntly. Yes, I desire it deeply, Gohan replied, bewildered. Then go ahead and pursue that desire. Gohan responded with a look of disbelief. Mom, a little girl, healed by the sins of beings, had revived, yet her thoughts remained fixated on finding her mother. Witnessing this, Gohan felt a pang of sympathy, his compassionate gaze reflecting in his eyes. What sorrow? She's not dead. Suddenly, Black Goku delivered a punch that jolted Gohan back to reality. Ouch! What does it mean to be alive? Gohan clutched his head in pain, glancing towards the indifferent, self-assured Black Goku. How can you, at over 30, still possess such a poor perception of energy, remaining stagnant in the past? Have you only grown taller over the years? Gohan lowered his head, ashamed. Black Goku uttered no further words, but approached the little girl, seeking her mother. You wish to find your mother, little one? His expression was cold. At the sound of his voice, the little girl looked up, only to be terrified and fall to the ground upon recognizing him. The memory of Black Goku's icy demeanor when he slaughtered her and Android 17 flooded her mind, reddening her eyes with fear. Fortunately, Black Goku did not intimidate her further, simply standing before her in silence. Focusing on the similar energy, he diligently sought a person resonating with the girl's essence, ultimately confirming the direction in a narrow alley 300 meters away. In an instant, Black Goku arrived at the location, only to be met with hostility, as someone struck him on the head with a heavy iron rod. Who is this person? The assailant retreated a few steps, his face stricken with terror. The sound of the blow resonated sharply, inflicting pain on all who heard it, yet the resilient figure of Black Wukong remained unfazed, his attention fixated on a disheveled woman before him, whose attire bore a striking resemblance to that of a small girl. Oh dear, have I once again stumbled into this wretched narrative? Black Wukong's piercing gaze shifted to a bewildered man behind him, the plump figure with glasses, alongside a muscular African athlete, a dark-skinned youth with yellow hair, and a boy with a mushroom haircut. What is happening? Where did this guy come from? He just took a hit from me and seems completely unscathed, the African athlete muttered through clenched teeth, trembling. What are we so afraid of? There are so many of us, the mushroom-headed boy feigned calmness, swallowing hard. People like you are ubiquitous, no matter where one goes. And no matter how many times you are slain, you never seem to vanish. What must I do to ensure your extinction? Black Wukong's expression turned icy as he concentrated a magenta glow within his palm. Seeing Black Wukong come to her rescue, the woman behind him expressed both gratitude and concern. Run. Those individuals are robust. You cannot take them on alone, she urged, her voice raised. Black Wukong paid her no heed, his thoughts consumed with the execution of the group before him. Noticing Black Wukong's silence, one of the African athletes could no longer restrain himself and charged at Black Wukong. Taste my elbow strike. He leaped towards Black Wukong, aiming to deliver a powerful blow. In the next moment, the athlete's arm was met with an unexpected void, and his limbs twisted grotesquely as he spun like a top, crashing chaotically around before elegantly landing in a trash bin behind Black Wukong. Throughout this, Black Wukong had not lifted a single finger. Witnessing this scene, the mushroom-headed boy, the bespectacled man with a rotund physique, and the dark-skinned youth were left in shock. Before they could comprehend the unfolding events, Black Wukong extended his hand toward them. In an instant, the mushroom-headed boy was seized by an invisible force and lifted by his groin. Vanish, Black Wukong commanded, and with a swift motion of his palm, a sonic boom erupted from the boy's midsection, reducing him to mere dust. In a matter of moments, two of them had perished at the hands of Black Wukong. The dark-skinned youth, now gripped by fear, instinctively retreated, his legs faltering as he witnessed the demise of the boy. However, Black Wukong observed every detail, and before the youth could flee far, an unseen force struck him, causing his legs to collapse beneath him as though blasted by a shotgun. "Ah!" he screamed in agony, and soon found himself suspended in midair, much like the boy before him. For an instant, the youth writhed in pain, as the unseen grip mercilessly clutched his precious vulnerability. The yellow-haired individual winced, rolling his eyes, while the black-skinned figure remained utterly indifferent. The world, once a beautiful place, has grown increasingly tainted by the presence of your kind. While I do not advocate for violence as a solution, your malevolence compels me to act. I do not consider myself a true hero. I possess extensive experiences that grant me clarity, and I have grown weary of individuals like you. I am acutely aware that, in the name of justice, I must acknowledge the existence of people like you. Thus, I cannot uphold absolute justice, which may also signify my own flaws. For me, I hope my sense of justice can aid those of virtuous character. As for you, I genuinely struggle to find a reason to protect you. Perhaps it is the innocent individuals intertwined with you, those who do not deserve such treatment, like the morally upright son among you, or family members, or acquaintances, that prevents me from treating you uniformly. If I do not shield you, there will be those who, because of you, will feel the absence of justice. In this regard, I embody the necessary sacrifices of pragmatic justice, nurturing my own version of justice that aligns with the new black-skinned figure I have become. Thus, prepare to experience the agony of being struck by 1,000 shotgun blasts. With that, the black-skinned figure clenched his palm. "No!" the yellow-haired individual exclaimed in terror as the assault commenced. In an instant, the sky reverberated with the sound of a nuclear explosion. As the sound faded, the yellow-haired figure vanished into the northwest. "Now it's your turn, you scoundrel," the black-skinned figure said, a sinister grin twisting his features like a specter. "Monster! You are a monster, you must be a monster." The stout, bespectacled man trembled, desperate to flee, yet an unseen force held him fast, rendering him immobile as he watched the black-skinned figure approach with a devilish charm. "Monster, I am the demon that punishes your kind," The black-skinned figure's form grew increasingly monstrous, his visage transforming from human to that of a ravenous demon. To the stout man's eyes, the black-skinned figure was no hero, but a merciless fiend. "I must escape. I must survive. I cannot perish in this wretched place." The bespectacled man scanned his surroundings and ultimately fixated on a similarly lost boy. He then, like Android 17, broke free from the black-skinned figure's grip, leveraging the child as a threat against him. Unfortunately, he remained oblivious to the fate of Android 17 and the dark depths of the black-skinned figure's heart, which was devoid of mercy. "Do not come any closer. If you do, I will." "What do you intend to do?" the stout man stammered as he watched the black-skinned figure raise his palm, gathering blue energy. "Mother, stay still, child. I will bring you to your mother shortly." "What are you doing? Stop!" Kamehameha. The Kamehameha wave erupted from the black-skinned figure's palm, accompanied by the lethal force that threatened the boy's life. "Ah!" Seeing that the hostage posed no threat, the stout man, filled with fear, dared to push the boy aside as a shield for himself and fled backward. Regrettably, as soon as he stepped forward, the Kamehameha wave deftly circumvented the boy and struck him. In an instant, a tremendous azure energy enveloped his entire being. "You, demon from hell living among humans," exclaimed the portly, bespectacled man, before dissipating into the wind like a wisp of smoke. Chapter 31. Gohan's desire for strength, is he not back yet? Gohan gazed intently at the spot where Black Goku had vanished. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed. Boom! What is happening? Gohan anxiously turned towards the source of the noise. A blue light blazed in the distance, and before Gohan's watchful eyes, that beam of energy surged skyward, gradually breaching the atmosphere. Subsequently, unseen by anyone, it reached Mars, obliterating it, and continued with a ferocity that annihilated Saturn, Jupiter, Uranus, and Neptune in succession. In the blink of an eye, the 8 planets of the solar system were reduced to mere remnants, leaving only the Sun, Mercury, Venus, and half of Earth. Yet, the Kamehameha wave pressed on, leaving a trail of desolation in its wake. Whoosh! The instigator, Black Goku, appeared before Gohan, cradling a woman. "Father, here is the mother you sought." Black Goku gently placed the pregnant woman before the little girl searching for her mother. "Mom, you finally returned," the girl exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy as she embraced her mother. "You're here too, how wonderful." In that moment, the mother and daughter wept in each other's arms. A scene profoundly moving. "We are now even. Let us depart, Gohan," Black Goku stated, clapping his hands as he prepared to leave. Just as he was about to vanish, the woman suddenly called out to him, "May I know your name? I wish to thank you." At her words, Black Goku remained silent, casting a cold glance at her. He then tapped the character on the back of his GI with his fist. A chilling wind swept through, and the figures of Black Goku and Gohan gradually faded from view. "Thank you, Goku the hero," whispered the frightened girl, her gratitude echoing in the air. As Black Goku reappeared, it marked a pivotal moment, the place where Gohan had knocked Trunks unconscious. "Trunks, wake up. It's Gohan," Gohan exclaimed, shaking Trunks, who lay unconscious on the rocks. "Brother Gohan." After several firm slaps, Trunks, dazed and seeing stars, was finally roused. As soon as he awoke, a surge of emotion coursed through him. The thought of the androids still wreaking havoc in the city ignited his sense of justice. "Brother Gohan, what about the androids? Are they still destroying the city? I must defeat them all." Trunks broke free from Gohan's grasp, rising to face the distant city with unwavering resolve. "Trunks, calm down. The androids have been defeated. It's futile to go there now." Gohan restrained Trunks, who was on the verge of taking flight. "The androids have been eliminated." Upon hearing this, Trunks was momentarily stunned, astonishment washing over him. "Gohan, are you not me?" Gohan immediately refuted, shifting his gaze elsewhere, landing on the figure of Black Goku. His eyes dimmed as he looked toward Black Goku, who stood at the edge of a cliff, seemingly lost in thought. Just an hour prior, Black Goku had revealed everything that needed to be known to Gohan, asserting that he was not Son Goku, but rather another version of him. Listening to Gohan, Trunks, curious, followed Gohan's gaze, only for the timing to align perfectly as Black Goku turned his head. Their eyes met unexpectedly. "Is he the one who defeated the androids?" Trunks inquired, a look of intrigue on his face. Black Goku paid him no heed, his icy gaze fixated on Gohan. "Gohan, do not withhold anything. Share everything with Trunks." "Must I?" Gohan replied, lowering his head, reluctant to divulge. "Shall I assist you in articulating it?" Black Goku's eyes glinted sharply. "No, I will speak for myself," Gohan retorted, taking a deep breath and placing his hand on Trunks' shoulder, recounting the events without hesitation, how the androids had never exerted their full power, how he had been thoroughly beaten, nearly facing death. "You barely escaped with your life despite them not using their full strength, Gohan," Trunks remarked, his expression filled with despair as he processed the reality of Gohan's words. "Is there truly no salvation for this world, even with Super Saiyans? Defeating the androids is not the solution." Suddenly, Black Goku interjected. Trunks turned his attention to Black Goku. "Is it not? My brother Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan and was easily overpowered by the androids," Trunks expressed, confusion evident on his face. "The ones defeated are your foolish and reckless adversaries, who have not even unleashed their full potential, and you remain oblivious to this? You are not only foolish but utterly naive. Charging forth without targeted training to identify your flaws is tantamount to seeking death, a level of stupidity that is beyond comprehension. It is often said that all adverse factors in the world stem from the inadequacies of those in power." Black Goku scolded, arms crossed, his words unrelenting. Gohan accepted the criticism without complaint. Black Goku continued, "What was lost was not the Super Saiyan, but the initial defeat of those who have yet to fully develop their Super Saiyan capabilities. You are merely novices in the Super Saiyan realm." "Novices?" Gohan and Trunks exchanged bewildered looks at Black Goku's declaration. Can the Super Saiyan achieve transcendence? Is there a higher state? Trunks, still in his base form, appeared puzzled. "It's not a matter of whether you can, but rather if you desire it. If you truly wish, you can achieve it. Can it truly be done?" Gohan's curiosity piqued. "If it were impossible, would I even tell you? You witnessed my battle with the androids, did you not?" Gohan then recalled that Black Goku had never transformed into a Super Saiyan, yet had decimated the androids in his base form. Trunks remained skeptical, feeling as though Black Goku was deceiving him. Is it truly possible? Transforming into a Super Saiyan has always been a formidable challenge for me, a feat my father never accomplished while he was alive. Just as Trunks expressed his disbelief, an overwhelming aura erupted from Black Goku. In an instant, a golden energy surged forth from within him, breaking through the heavens and enveloping the surroundings. Black Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan unleashed a tempestuous wind, leaving Trunks feeling unsteady, as though he might be swept away by the sheer force of Black Goku's newfound power. As the golden tempest subsided, Black Goku revealed himself as a Super Saiyan, stating in an unperturbed tone, "This is the Super Saiyan." The ferocious aura radiating from him left Gohan and Trunks in a state of disbelief. Next came the intermediate transformation. Another wave of golden energy emanated from Black Goku. And in that moment, a fierce gale swept across the land as his physique transformed, muscles swelling robustly in an astonishing display. This is the intermediate Super Saiyan. My transformation is somewhat unique, enhanced by my bloodline, granting me superior strength compared to ordinary Saiyans. However, the path remains the same. Once again, a powerful wind surged forth as Black Goku began to transform anew before Gohan and Trunks. His muscles expanded further, showcasing an impressive and formidable physique, only to retract moments later, yet the intensity of his aura remained unyielded, growing ever more potent. In terms of power, my ancient legend speaks of a Super Saiyan at full capacity, which in your terms would be a Super Saiyan at full power, surpassing the Super Saiyan threshold twice. Trunks, eyes wide, couldn't he help but envy the ease with which Black Goku accomplished transformations, recalling his own struggles. Is this the ultimate limit? Gohan inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. Not quite. Beyond this lies a form I have personally developed, a Super Saiyan beyond full power, transcending the limits of Super Saiyan 2. Black Goku replied with a calm demeanor. Super Saiyan 2? Have you truly reached that state? Gohan exclaimed in shock. Not yet. Black Goku shook his head. Oh. Gohan sighed in relief. I have transcended Super Saiyan 2. Suddenly, Black Goku gasped for air, causing Gohan's earlier relief to shift back to tension. Transcended Super Saiyan 2. What level are you at now? Gohan nervously wiped the sweat from his brow. That depends on my mood. Whatever realm I desire, I can attain. Black Goku responded with a mischievous glint. Gohan initially thought he was jesting, but that notion quickly dissipated. The seriousness and intensity in Black Goku's gaze conveyed no hint of levity, instilling a profound sense of gravity in the moment. You may regard me as jesting, for I am but an ordinary mortal striving to transcend the divine, still laden with many incompletions. The cold wind caresses the flowing locks of Black Goku, rendering him akin to a prince dancing in the breeze, effortlessly swayed by the currents of fate. Observing Black Goku's composed demeanor, Gohan fell into deep contemplation. Without surpassing the Super Saiyan threshold, he could never hope to defeat an adversary of artificial origin whose power eclipsed that of a Super Saiyan. A being who bore an uncanny resemblance to his father and undoubtedly harbored immense strength. From his perspective, this individual was unfathomably formidable. Though the androids had been vanquished, future threats to Earth loomed ominously, and he, with his paltry strength, feared he would once again be trampled underfoot as he had been before. A resolute determination to grow stronger stirred within Gohan's heart as he reflected on his own frailty in the face of the androids. The impulse to enhance his prowess became irresistible. If Uncle Black Goku, you have truly transcended Super Saiyan 2, then please teach me how to surpass the Super Saiyan as well. I, too, wish to grow stronger and protect everyone. Gohan exclaimed with fervor. Hearing this, Black Goku, who was merely around 17, yet often addressed as uncle, turned to gaze at Gohan's earnest desire for strength, memories of Trunks seeking his guidance flashing through his mind. The ideals of heroism have indeed taken root in this era. Black Goku did not refuse. To instruct Gohan was also a purpose of his journey across time and space. To grow stronger, first, you must embrace the blows. Prepare yourself for the pain, he said, rolling up his sleeves as he reverted to his normal state. I am ready for anything you assign, sir. Gohan replied, not daring to be complacent as he transformed into a Super Saiyan, bracing himself for the challenge ahead. Thus began a new trajectory for another future world, influenced by Black Goku's intervention. Chapter 32. Another training through pain. Gohan, neglecting his studies, felt tears welling up due to the comments from his Dragon Ball companions. Whoosh! The figures of Black Goku and Gohan danced through the air, colliding with one another in rapid succession. Gohan, in his golden form, clenched his fists and launched a powerful punch at Black Goku. In response to Gohan's attack, Black Goku did not evade. Instead, he casually accepted it with his face. The dull thud echoed as Gohan's fist struck Black Goku's visage, yet he remained unfazed, his eyes unblinking. Gohan was taken aback. He had withstood the blow without flinching. 645 times. Is this how many attempts you've made to injure me? Black Goku remarked with a hint of amusement. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gohan sensed the sudden chill in Black Goku's gaze and instinctively distanced himself. In the blink of an eye, he had created a gap of 20 meters, yet upon doing so, he was struck dumb. Did you think I intended to unleash the energy attack I used against the androids? Black Goku asked with a wicked grin. What is happening? Gohan wondered, bewildered. In a fleeting moment, Gohan sensed an impending attack, yet it never materialized. Filled with confusion, he gazed at the spot he had just vacated, puzzled by the absence of the anticipated strike. You are perplexed as to why the intangible energy slash did not manifest, correct? Black Goku inquired with a mischievous grin. Indeed. At such proximity, Uncle Black Goku, you were in the ideal position to execute the slash. I have previously observed your technique. I could feel how you rapidly maneuvered your energy to disperse it towards the intended target while simultaneously crafting a precise offensive. Just as I sensed the swift alteration in your energy moments ago, I recognized you were preparing to strike. After spending considerable time battling you, I have gained insight into your energy utilization. Such rapid and extensive deployment of energy must surely pertain to that attack. Yet, curiously, the strike never landed. Take a glance at your collar. It will reveal the truth, Black Goku interjected, pointing towards Gohan's attire. At his words, Gohan curiously lowered his gaze, and to his astonishment, he discovered a minuscule tear in his uniform. This slash is astonishingly small, he exclaimed, his face a mask of shock. Your perception is commendable, and your understanding is profound. In just a few hours, you have adeptly evaded my energy slashing techniques. Compared to others, Gohan, you are by far the most impressive individual I have encountered, capable of discerning my tactics in such a brief span. Your conjecture is correct. My attack involves manipulating the energy within me to direct it towards the intended target, subsequently releasing it for an assault. However, allow me to clarify. The intricate process of driving energy, dispersing it towards the target, and then crafting an attack is quite cumbersome for me. My mind must visualize the sequence and convey it to my heart, which must then contemplate and emit the intention to my body, which in turn must adapt for execution. This repetitive cycle renders even the most ferocious attacks ineffective against an opponent of equal caliber. They can easily evade with minimal adjustment. Are you suggesting that? Gohan listened intently, engrossed in the explanation. By bypassing the entire process and allowing the body's instinct to initiate the attack, and combining it with my current technique to simplify and materialize my imagination, it becomes like this. With a devilish smile, Black Goku demonstrated, and in the next instant, the surface of the ocean erupted as if bombarded by thousands of shotguns, sending colossal waves crashing outward. How swift! Gohan gasped, utterly astonished that he had failed to discern the trajectory of such an attack. Like the actions of the body, smash, pinch, grasp, lift, and release, combined with the slashing of cold weapons, and then akin to the firing and explosion of firearms. This is my elevated mastery over energy control. Of course, I can execute even more advanced techniques at a greater speed and with enhanced power, such as obliterating an entire universe in an instant. A fleeting image of the ultimate technique flashed in Black Goku's mind. How formidable! Gohan swallowed hard, utterly astonished. This technique may seem remarkable, yet it demands immense control over one's energy and consumes considerable resources. Additionally, it requires intense emotional focus. For someone like me, who squanders recklessly if my energy is insufficient, merely attempting to unleash such celestial power could exhaust me for an entire day. Can I truly learn this? Gohan inquired, his face a canvas of curiosity. Your current grasp of energy perception is far from proficient. Aspiring to master energy control is akin to a first grader tackling high school senior level problems, Black Goku scoffed. If I recall correctly, I was solving high school senior problems back in first grade, Gohan retorted, suddenly making the atmosphere awkward. Black Goku then remembered that Gohan was, after all, the pinnacle of intelligence in the Dragon Ball universe, akin to a scholar from the most prestigious institutions, far surpassing even the likes of Tsinghua and Peking University. It seems only a slacker like me could be used as a comparison. Black Goku sighed deeply. Suddenly, a loud roar erupted, followed by a surge of golden energy piercing the heavens. Trunks, hearing the sound, drew Gohan's curious gaze. Turning, Gohan witnessed Trunks gathering energy, his hair flickering between dark and bright. Could it be? Gohan's eyes widened in astonishment as Trunks's pupils turned white, and he let out a mighty shout. With a resounding "ha!" Trunks's eyes began to shimmer green, and his energy burst forth like a tidal wave, rapidly enveloping the surroundings. The golden flashes around Trunks were blindingly radiant. The transformation into a Super Saiyan had been achieved. Gohan, overwhelmed with astonishment, swallowed hard. It worked. According to Uncle Black Goku, as long as I could properly adjust my energy and channel it with anger, success would follow. Trunks, brimming with excitement, reveled in the spectacle of his own explosive energy. Dancing joyfully, watching Trunks grow stronger filled Gohan with pride. Suddenly, a large hand landed on his shoulder. Huh. Gohan turned to find Black Goku gazing at him with a serious expression. Your talent is no less than Trunks's. You must swiftly discover the sensation to break through the initial stage. Merely relying on the Saiyan method of teetering on the brink of death to enhance your combat power is insufficient. You need to realize and identify the method to transcend your limitations. Understood. I will do my utmost, Gohan replied, determination gleaming in his eyes. Then let us proceed. With that encouragement from Uncle Black Goku, Gohan, brimming with excitement, prepared to continue training. Without hesitation, Black Goku launched a punch, initiating today's rigorous practice. Thus began another round of rigorous training. Meanwhile, in the west, anguished cries echoed. You hideous monster, begone. Get away. The once thriving streets lay desolate, ravaged by a grotesque creature covered in green and dotted with blemishes. This creature, the source of all this chaos, was none other than Cell, the ultimate troublemaker born from the artificial beings. After a cacophony of anguished screams, none among the populace remained unscathed. All were ruthlessly slaughtered by Cell, who, like a merciless machine of death, absorbed their essence as nourishment to augment his strength. Cell grew in power, surpassing the artificial beings once more, even to an extent that could be deemed extraordinary, yet he found no joy in this enhancement. Infuriatingly, that accursed individual had slain Android 18, leaving him in a state of incompleteness. How detestable, how intolerable. In a fit of rage, Cell unleashed his wrath upon the surrounding structures, indiscriminately attacking in a frenzy, transforming the once vibrant city into mere dust in an instant. Despite this cathartic release, his ire remained unabated. Consequently, he turned his fury upon several nearby cities, wreaking havoc. In a fleeting moment, the western region witnessed a catastrophic decline in its population, with millions falling victim to Cell's merciless onslaught. The air was filled with the echoes of despair, the entire western landscape resembling the tragic tales of the lion's roost from the journey to the west, suffused with the stench of human demise. Yet, even amidst this rampage, Cell felt no satisfaction, torturing a laborer's mother in front of her, treating a woman in love as if she were a mere dog before her partner, and hearing the cries of children in a kindergarten or snuffing out the life of a newborn before its mother. None of it quelled his thirst for vengeance. Damn humanity. Why can't you simply vanish? Why do you persist in this world? Cell glared at the terrified humans fleeing in all directions. All of you shall perish. Bending low, he placed his fingers on his forehead and concentrated, preparing to unleash the devastating Kamehameha towards those attempting to escape. Whoosh! The energy beam shot forth rapidly, only to be redirected upon spotting a rat scurrying across the street. Realizing that the Kamehameha would strike the rodent, Cell swiftly altered its course, for he could not allow such a creature to perish. With a booming sound, he redirected the beam towards a hospital filled with thousands seeking care. The catastrophic impact leveled the structure, obliterating countless lives, yet Cell remained unfazed, hastening to cradle the rat gently in his hands. Did I frighten you, my dear? The filthy humans wish for you to perish alongside them. How despicable, these inferior beings. What do they hold life to be? Why do they not recognize their own unworthiness? With fierce indignation, Cell cast a scornful gaze upon the bewildered humans before him. Setting the rat down, he once again conjured the Kamehameha, directing it towards the fleeing masses. Amidst a chorus of wails, the weak, the elderly, the ill, pregnant women, and children fell without a single survivor. Cell felt no remorse. Rather, he raved, deeming himself a hero of justice. I am the hero who will bring justice upon you wretched beings, the divine retribution for your kind, who are tainted with filth at every breath, every utterance, every laugh, every tear, in every moment of existence. I am the harbinger of the end for you. The detestable species. Saru, unperturbed by the winds, ascends into the sky, his fingers pointing towards the heavens, his feet treading upon the clouds, surveying the entire west as if he were a deity. As Saru soars aloft, a throng of fervent devotees worships him, whitewashing his bloodthirsty reputation and hailing him as a benevolent god descended upon this world. O great Saru, I beseech you to eradicate all of humanity. I would sacrifice everything for your cause. Youth has no price. What are we waiting for? Let us don the green uniforms in homage to Lord Saru and fight for our youth. So what if we are married and have children? I shall bear you a child. In an instant, the fervent followers surged forth, constituting 10% of the West's population, tens of thousands rushing towards Saru. Undeterred by the specter of death, blinded by their foolish devotion. Suddenly, one among them began to chant, "Repulsive humanity, help Lord Saru in the extermination of humankind." As the words echoed, this assembly of zealots turned their gaze toward those who did not share their fervor for Saru. Commence the extermination of humanity. We believe in Saru. We revile the loathsome humans. A piercing scream shattered the air, and chaos erupted in the west. Chapter 33. The revelation of murder. While the fires of war raged in the west, in a secluded alley of the east, I pondered, do I truly detest humanity? Humph. In the shadowy alley, enveloped in dark energy, another Saru, half of his body clad in mechanical armor, spoke slowly. What manner of creature are you? The voice emanated from the lips of the android, known as 17. A creature? To be precise, I too am an artificial being, albeit of a rather unique variety. Saru turned his gaze towards the ailing 17, whose pitiful state evoked memories of the moment when, under Black Goku's command, a devastating blow struck 17, nearly shattering him to pieces. In a flash, 17 was transported away, saving a fragment of his existence. Such devastation, Saru swallowed hard, recalling the destructive force unleashed by Black Goku. Thank goodness I infused your cells into you, he mused, watching as 17, revived by the cells of the short flute, stood resiliently. 17. You ought to express your gratitude for my intervention. Saru's expression was one of sinister amusement as the mechanical eye on his half-machine visage blinked. Far away, Black Goku clashed with a golden figure, their silhouettes dancing in a relentless exchange of blows. Can you not land a single hit? Gohan, growing increasingly anxious, observed Black Goku's calm demeanor as he evaded each of Gohan's attacks, frustration boiling within him. Gohan accelerated, his fists imbued with a fierce intent as he launched a strike towards Black Goku. You are far too impulsive, Gohan, Black Goku remarked, unable to watch any longer as he slowly raised his hand and flicked Gohan's forehead. The distance and timing perfectly aligned, landing a gentle flick upon Gohan's fist, effortlessly dissipating the force of his punch while inflicting harm. With a mere snap of his fingers, Black Goku caused Gohan's right index finger to fracture, the sound of cracking resonating ominously. How could this be? Gohan's expression was one of disbelief. Focusing solely on striking me will not lead to your growth. Gohan, remain composed. Black Goku admonished, extending his hand to lightly poke Gohan's index finger from a distance. With a resounding impact, Gohan's eyes rolled back in fury as he felt as though he were caught in a whirlwind of chaos. In an instant, he sensed his impending demise. Black Goku expertly controlled the force, allowing Gohan's mind to be momentarily vacant, and in that fleeting moment, he restored his awareness without inflicting lasting damage. To think I was vanquished so effortlessly. Gohan cradled his forehead, recalling that fleeting glimpse of the afterlife he had just experienced. He shook off the thought, determined to resume the fight, yet Black Goku intervened, halting Gohan's eager advance. Let today's training conclude here, Gohan. Continuing further is unnecessary. You've already reached a sufficient level of growth. Take this time to rest and cultivate your understanding. But I believe I can continue to evolve. Gohan's face betrayed a hint of regret at the prospect of ending their session. Nevertheless, Black Goku remained resolute and unsentimental. Persisting in battle will not guarantee that you can fully harness your power, even if you reach an intermediate stage. Your body may grow, but without inner comprehension. It's akin to a temporary enhancement that ultimately leads to exhaustion. My goal for your training is not merely to bolster your combat abilities, but to ensure a profound transformation of your essence. In a swift motion, Black Goku teleported before Gohan, positioning his bent left index finger against Gohan's forehead. What do you intend to do, Uncle Black Goku? Gohan inquired, sensing confusion. You are lost, Black Goku replied, his expression grave and filled with intensity. Your confusion is evident. Gohan, taken aback, felt a mix of surprise and understanding as he gazed upon Black Goku, whose concern was palpable yet unvoiced. Let us conclude training for today. You and Trunks should return, Black Goku instructed, closing his eyes and retracting his imposing aura. He turned to leave, but paused mid-step. Uncle Black Goku, I have something I wish to ask you. Yes? Black Goku turned back. Do you feel nothing about having taken so many lives? Gohan's tone was calm, though his expression was one of bewilderment. Upon hearing this, Black Goku lowered his head in contemplation, but soon regained his composure and prepared to respond. I refuse to harm those who should not perish under the pretense of sacrifice. I hold such actions in contempt and detest them profoundly. Yet, I am compelled to ponder the implications of such conduct. In the face of merciless adversaries, I have contemplated countless gentle resolutions, but the depravity of humanity is too grotesque, and the world is far too cruel. In such an environment, to save anything without making sacrifices is an exercise in futility. As I have stated, those who cannot sacrifice anything cannot change anything. When you inquire about my feelings, I can only convey that I have tasted the bitterness of hunger and cold, only to be victimized by others, ultimately harmed by those who embody justice. I find myself in a state of disarray, loathing the paradox of being both a victim and a perpetrator. I am aware of your thoughts. Yet in the brutal clash of good and evil, only unwavering justice can safeguard those you wish to protect. Black Goku, with a serene demeanor, displayed a cold exterior. Yet within him burned a fervent spirit, not devoid of emotion, but rather one that has mastered the art of concealing joy, anger, sorrow, and elation. After hearing Black Goku's words, Gohan fell into contemplation. He understood well the implications of Black Goku's insights, feeling a profound sorrow and compassion for those who had met their demise at his hands. Compared to the Gohan of the past, the future Gohan possessed a more mature perspective. Following Black Goku's discourse, he swiftly grasped the underlying truths, perhaps shaped by his experiences, which compelled him to embrace his warrior Saiyan heritage and confront numerous foes. Gohan, it's dark now. We must return home for supper. Mom has prepared braised fish for us tonight. Black Goku, you should join us. Trunks suddenly appeared, shattering the tense atmosphere shared between Black Goku and Gohan. Indeed, it is late. Time to eat, Gohan remarked, patting his empty stomach. As the mealtime approached, he sought out Black Goku, only to find him at a distance. His gaze averted. Does that villain Cell intend to incite slaughter wherever he goes? How foolish humanity is. News of turmoil in the West swiftly reached Black Goku, whose keen sense of energy detected the chaos. Upon sensing the disturbance, he employed his formidable control over energy to investigate. Before long, he learned of the West's descent into mutual carnage, with Cell lurking nearby to reap the benefits, ultimately slaying them all. Upon receiving this news, Black Goku's anger surged, causing his hair to rise involuntarily. Such utterly foolish imbeciles. Black Goku's forehead throbbed with tension, his teeth clenched in rage. What has transpired? Gohan, curious about Black Goku's furious countenance, inquired. Nothing of your concern. You must focus on becoming stronger, Gohan. Simply become powerful enough to resolve the impending troubles. Black Goku replied coldly, lowering his finger from his forehead, suppressing the impulse to instantaneously confront Cell. I understand. It is getting late, Black Goku. You have no place to go, do you? Why not join me at the Capsule Corporation or at Bulma's for dinner? Gohan warmly invited. No. I recall the last time Trunks expressed similar sentiments. And then the ensuing commotion with Bulma left Black Goku feeling apprehensive about having to explain his identity to avoid any awkwardness. Consequently, Black Goku lost all desire to join them. No need. I'm quite fine alone. Thank you, he stated. Ah, well, I had hoped to introduce you to my mother. Gohan replied with a hint of regret, yet the possibility of mistakenly identifying Black Goku made him abandon the notion. In that case, let us reconvene here tomorrow morning at 7. Gohan waved his farewell. Agreed. Black Goku responded in kind. With little more to say, Gohan bid a brief farewell to Trunks and Black Goku. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a furious Cell raged. Damn humans, perish before me. He unleashed fury upon those before him, venting his anguish over his inability to transform into his perfect form. Just then, another Cell appeared, abruptly halting his rampage. "You shall die?" Cell shouted, channeling his energy into a powerful beam aimed at a terrified boy, paralyzed by fear. "Perhaps you should delay that for now, Cell." A voice interrupted as a figure materialized beside him, gripping his arm with surprising force. Taken aback by the unexpected strength, Cell turned to see another being, remarkably similar yet distinct, bearing a thick, sausage-like mouth. "You are me, but why the stark difference?" Cell pondered, astonished as he observed this counterpart absorbing the semi-perfect form of number 17. "This is our first encounter, another version of myself from a different timeline." The semi-perfect Cell replied with a sinister grin. "What do you mean by another timeline? Release me, you filthy creature," Cell exclaimed, disdain evident on his face as he struggled against the semi-perfect Cell's grasp. "What a temper you have. That is indeed a reflection of myself." The semi-perfect Cell chuckled wickedly. "Humph, your appearance is hardly a match for mine. It's merely a semblance of similar energy." "Is that so? Why not test it and see?" The semi-perfect Cell's eyes glinted with malice. "How fortuitous. I was just angry over not being able to unleash my previous strike. You shall serve as my punching bag." Cell assumed a stance and distanced himself from the semi-perfect Cell before swiftly charging at him. In an instant, Cell returned to confront the semi-perfect Cell. Yet the latter regarded him with contempt, casually swatting away Cell's punch without flinching. "How dare you?" Cell exclaimed, realizing his attack had been effortlessly caught. "Since you doubt me, allow me to demonstrate just how much more powerful I am across different timelines." The semi-complete Cell seized his counterpart, his eyes narrowing as he delivered a swift punch. In an instant, Cell was struck in the abdomen, leaving him gasping for breath, unable to react. The semi-complete Cell unleashed a relentless barrage of blows, executing over 600 punches in a mere moment, each strike resonating with intensity. Within the span of a mere 2 seconds, Cell found himself battered and bruised, engulfed in excruciating pain. In this world, strength reigns supreme, a realization I grasped after being ruthlessly obliterated by Trunks and subsequently escaping from the depths of hell. The semi-complete Cell released his hold on his counterpart, forcefully slamming him to the ground, followed by a contemptuous foot on his face, a symbol of utter humiliation. "How can your power be so formidable?" Cell questioned, bewildered. "Certainly, it is a consequence of my tragic experiences," the semi-complete Cell replied coldly. "In my timeline, Androids 17 and 18 were mercilessly annihilated by that robed figure, Son Goku, much like in this reality. Upon learning of their demise, I sought to utilize a time machine to absorb the past versions of Androids 17 and 18, yet I was cruelly dispatched by Trunks in the process. Everything that was rightfully mine was snatched away, and I could not accept this. Thus, I ventured into hell, where I engaged in relentless training with formidable warriors, enduring the brutal tortures of the infernal realm, all the while preparing for the day I could return and exact my revenge. Through sheer willpower and perseverance, I honed my body to its peak even without Androids 17 and 18. Ultimately, I grew powerful enough to slay King Yama and all his infernal emissaries, escaping hell to return to the mortal realm, ready to commence my vendetta. However, I inadvertently stumbled into another timeline, yours, a reality untouched by the tragedies I have faced. Understanding that Trunks would surely exist in this realm, I sought out foolish humans to enhance my physical form, making it more resilient and amplifying my strengths. With unwavering resolve, I became stronger, and now, before you stands the reformed Cell, embodying the most contemporary iteration of my existence. "That cannot be," Cell interjected. "I can sense the presence of Android 17 within you." Upon hearing this, the semi-complete Cell glanced at his own body. "Indeed, I have always harbored a desire to attain complete form. Unfortunately, I could only absorb Android 17. Perhaps it is because that individual has also followed me here," he said, his gaze icy, recalling the wicked grin of Black Goku in his mind. "What do you mean by that?" Cell inquired, confusion etched on his face. "Have you not sensed the arrival of a formidable entity in this world? Surely you must have, given that he has already slain Android 18. On the 18th, an unexpected surge of energy emanated from Black Goku as he recalled the moment he extinguished the life of an android, which vividly resurfaced in Cell's mind. "That fellow." Cell clenched his fists, an expression of indignation upon his face. "By your expression, it seems you remember him. Let us join forces. He is extraordinarily powerful. Even in my reborn state, I may not stand a chance against him. I require your assistance." The semi-perfect Cell released the pressure from his foot, extending his hand courteously towards Cell. Hesitating, Cell cast a wary glance at the semi-perfect version of himself. Are you still harboring resentment over my attack on you? If you seek retribution, feel free to retaliate until you are satisfied. There is no need to strike myself, regardless of your identity. As long as it enables me to grow stronger, I care not. Cell's face was resolute, his expression betraying a gluttonous ambition. Rest assured, I will undoubtedly empower you, even to the extent of achieving perfection, the semi-perfect Cell assured. Really? Are you certain this is not a jest? Cell replied, skepticism evident in his tone. I have been reborn, and my strength is not the sole improvement. My intellect has also been enhanced. The semi-perfect Cell spoke with an air of confidence, as if orchestrating a grand strategy. Although Cell did not fully grasp the situation, he sensed that he was embroiled in a scheme of considerable significance. Thus, the two Cells commenced their alliance, preparing to confront the impending challenge of safeguarding the future as the ultimate warriors. Chapter 34. Black Goku's Deception. After bidding farewell to Gohan and Trunks, Black Goku found himself aimlessly wandering the bustling streets of the future city. The nocturnal metropolis buzzed with life. Even the presence of androids, a threat to the nation, did little to deter the resolve of those seeking fortune. To Black Goku's surprise, he stumbled upon a lively street teeming with people. Amidst such a backdrop, can there truly be scenes of familial joy and national tranquility? Reflecting on the android he had eliminated earlier that morning, Black Goku surveyed his surroundings with a puzzled expression. His demeanor bore a striking resemblance to that of a villager visiting a grand city for the first time, soon attracting the attention of several observant individuals. Not long into his leisurely stroll, a man with an exaggeratedly pointed face approached him with an affable demeanor. Hey there, is this your first time in a place like this? You seem a bit out of place. Who are you? Black Goku replied coldly, clearly displeased. Oh dear, your tone is rather frigid. I suspect you have some troubles weighing on your mind. Fear not. I know a few individuals who can help alleviate your stress. Interested? Alleviate my stress? What kind of people? Black Goku inquired. Follow me, and you shall find out. I assure you, it will be a satisfying and unforgettable experience. Very well. Black Goku responded, curiosity piqued. He decided to accompany the man, who resembled a diminutive rat, as they made their way elsewhere. Before long, they traversed through several narrow alleys and arrived at a lavish bathing center adorned with vibrant lights and attended by numerous women dressed as bunny girls. What are you waiting for? You lot. The man called out to the gathered bunny girls. Yes, the commands of the man were akin to a royal decree. And soon enough, the group of alluring bunnies obediently approached Hey Wukong. This is the establishment you recommended to me, he remarked, his gaze fixated on the bathing complex. Oblivious to the gathering of admirers until he found himself surrounded by enchanting women. Sir, you look remarkably youthful. Are you even 18? Your skin is so supple. Do you use skincare products? Your physique is quite impressive, and your complexion is so fair. The stunning bunnies pressed closer to Hey Wukong, but he felt no allure. Instead, a wave of revulsion washed over him. I detest the scent of women. Disperse at once. Hey Wukong's expression was frigid, emanating a domineering aura that sent the beautiful bunnies reeling away. With an air of indifference, he regarded the women beside him with disdain. Upon encountering the icy glare of Hey Wukong, the once lively women abruptly lost their playful demeanor, their expressions devoid of mischief and flirtation. You lot, don't you know to take it slow? You nearly scared off my guest, fools. The men observing the scene attributed Hey Wukong's disinterest in women to the bunnies' overzealousness, believing they had frightened the rural newcomer. As the men hurled insults, Hey Wukong, though indifferent to the opposite sex, did not wish for others to bear the brunt of his demeanor. He swiftly intervened. What is your purpose in bringing me here? Is it merely to witness you berate others? If there is nothing of interest, I shall take my leave. There are guests. Please come inside. Upon hearing Hey Wukong's intent to depart, the man swiftly altered his tone, ceasing his tirade and surrounding Hey Wukong with a more accommodating demeanor. If there are guests, do not wait for my prompting. Yes, esteemed guest, please enter. With that, the man guided Hey Wukong into the bathing establishment, sparing the bunnies from further scorn. Inside the bathing complex, Hey Wukong was met with another throng of women awaiting him. This time, they were clad in scanty attire. Welcome, master. A group of such figures bowed in greeting. It was indeed a bathing establishment. Hey Wukong surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of any male presence, which sparked a flicker of suspicion within him. Esteemed guest, please proceed to the front desk to complete the check-in process. Very well. Hey Wukong thought little of the potential dangers, striding confidently to the front desk where a beauty busily typed away on her computer, finalizing the necessary arrangements. After completing the formalities, Hey Wukong commenced the changing process. Under the man's guidance, he arrived at the changing area and quickly disrobed, shedding his garments with ease. Once attired for bathing, he followed the man to the male bathing center, though the entrance bore an oddly feminine symbol, and the male figures within appeared somewhat diminished in masculinity. This is the public bathing area. Each room is equipped with bathing supplies and showers. I am now familiar with the path and the necessary actions, so you may leave. Oh, very well then. The bathing supplies inside are complimentary. Wishing you a pleasant experience. The man gradually retreated, leaving Black Wukong alone to enter the men's public bath. Upon entering the public bath, within a transparent door of an independent shower room, Black Wukong commenced his cleansing ritual. With complimentary shampoo, body wash, and bath towels at his disposal, he liberally applied them to himself before rinsing off with warm water at 39 degrees. A sharp pain surged through him as he clenched his teeth, his gaze gravitating toward his chest, where an emblem resembling the radiant white halo of Zamasu shimmered ominously. What could this faintly aching symbol signify? Curiosity piqued. Black Wukong reached out to touch it. The moment his fingers made contact, a jolt of pain shot through his mind. Ding. The host harbors a query. The system provides clarification. The emblem on your chest signifies the initiation of the Wu Zai Ji Yi Gong at its foundational level. Wu Zai Ji Yi Gong. Am I not in a normal state? Currently, the host is in a normal state. Yet the body bears residual effects from the previous activation of Wu Zai Ji Yi Gong. Furthermore, it is essential to inform the host that Wu Zai Ji Yi Gong is not merely a form, but a realm that cannot be deactivated. Cannot be deactivated? Upon receiving this news, Black Wukong was momentarily at a loss. The extensive consumption associated with Wu Zai Ji Yi Gong flashed through his memory. If it cannot be deactivated, does that mean I will continuously expend energy? Not at all. At present, the Wu Zai Ji Yi Gong in its normal state is merely a precursor to its initial stage. In simpler terms, it has not truly been activated. It exists as a passive enhancement to the host's combat prowess without consuming the host's energy. Only when the host actively engages the initial stage of Wu Zai Ji Yi Gong will there be any energy expenditure. Passive activation incurs no such costs. So, that means not only will there be no energy consumption, but I can also be in Wu Zai Ji Yi Gong at any time and place. A hint of mischief flashed across Black Wukong's face. Indeed, however, in comparison to the formal Wu Zai Ji Yi Gong, the effects are halved. As previously stated by the system, the efficacy of Wu Zai Ji Yi Gong is contingent upon the host's own strength for enhancement. Thus, in the current state, its potency is diminished by half. What does this have potency entail? Black Wukong inquired. It implies that the amplification in the Wu Zai Ji Yi Gong's form is reduced from a 5-fold increase to a 25-fold increase. A slashing effect, if you will. By the way, what is the cause of this pain upon touch? Do you know? Black Wukong questioned again. In accordance with the host's words, the fusion of the ultimate technique with the host's body is currently underway. However, due to the overwhelming strength of the host's ancient legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, this adaptation process has proven to be rather arduous. Upon comprehending the circumstances, Black Goku ceased his inquiries and devoted himself to bathing. Yet, before long, his attention was drawn to the unusually reflective showerhead. Something must be concealed within, he thought, his expression turning vigilant as curiosity compelled him to dismantle it. Upon doing so, he discovered a waterproof miniature camera hidden inside. Indeed, this establishment harbored ill intentions. Filled with indignation, yet maintaining a calm demeanor, Black Goku resolved that today would be the day of reckoning for them. A fleeting smirk of malevolence crossed his face. In a short while, he completed his bath and exited the male bathing area, proceeding to the changing room to don his attire before returning to the front desk. There, he found the man who had brought him to this place awaiting his return. I've finished. How much do I owe you? Here are some bills. There's no need for change, Black Goku stated as he presented a few red notes. However, just as he took a few steps away, the man called out to him. This isn't enough, my friend. This amount barely covers the entrance fee, the man asserted. Puzzled, Black Goku halted in his tracks. Not enough? I've given you nearly $600, and I never requested any services. $600 is insufficient for the entrance fee, especially considering you have utilized our scrubbing lotion, shower gel, and bath towels, the man replied. Huh? Are you implying that the bathing products are not complimentary? Black Goku furrowed his brow. We provide free access to the bath, but scrubbing services are not included. You did use those products while bathing, did you not? Oh, so you were spying on me. Black Goku remarked knowingly. Of course not. Cough, cough. I mean, no. The man quickly corrected himself. How then do you know? Have you been bestowed with a divine eye? Black Goku scoffed. Well, it's just that your skin appeared unusually pale. If you did indeed scrub, I could verify by checking the bath towels you used. The man hesitated, concocting a rationale. Go ahead and check, Black Goku replied nonchalantly. TCH, I advise you to confess quickly. You might regret it once the evidence arrives. The man attempted to assert dominance, but Black Goku remained unfazed, his tone growing increasingly dismissive. Even if I did, what of it? Do your rules comply with market regulations? Who permitted such conduct? That is none of your concern. Suffice it to say, unless you provide us with 10,000 yuan, you shall not leave today. The man wore an arrogant expression, boasting of a 10,000 yuan shower. Unaware of the true nature of my actions, he assumed I would yield. Even if I had it, I would not part with a single cent. I would only offer him a mere coin. Black Wukong retrieved a coin from his pocket and hurled it at the man's face. The man, taken aback, felt the coin strike him, leaving his eyes momentarily clouded with pain. This act of defiance ignited the man's fury. Ah, so you choose to be ungrateful. I shall disseminate the video of your bath, ensuring that your relatives, parents, friends, colleagues, and superiors are all informed. We shall see who finds comfort in their circumstances, whether it is I, who refuses to pay 10,000, or you, who faces disgrace without cost. Let us witness who cries first, he exclaimed. You refer to this? Black Wukong produced a miniature camera he had previously disassembled. When did you? The man stammered, astonished. I shall observe whether you disseminate the video first, or whether I report you first, fool, Black Wukong retorted, stuffing the camera into his pocket with disdain before turning to leave. However, as he took a step, a wall of women formed before him, blocking his path. Unperturbed by the sight, Black Wukong declared, Do you believe I revealed the camera merely to show you my leverage? I intend to confront you openly and leave with dignity. With a steely gaze, he unleashed an invisible force that scattered the human barricade before him. As the commotion subsided, astonishment washed over the crowd. And Black Wukong too was taken aback. The gust had uprooted a long-neglected wooden floorboard, revealing several body bags concealed beneath. His eyes widened in horror as he recognized one bag with a hole, through which lay the figure of the mother and child he had encountered that morning. Thank you, Wukong, echoed the girl's grateful words in his mind as he prepared to depart. Chapter 35. The Justice of Slaughter. What are you all standing around for? Seize him, commanded the man, and a throng of burly men surged from the back door, armed with various weapons, including firearms. Black Wukong's focus remained unwavering, fixated on the exposed head of the body bag containing the mother and child he had met earlier. Thank you, Wukong. Suddenly, a large man approached Black Wukong, raising a metal rod to strike him. The blow landed with a resounding thud, but to everyone's astonishment, Black Wukong remained unfazed, his expression cold as he regarded them, as if nothing had happened. Ding. In the ancient legends, the bloodline of the Super Saiyan merges with the initial stage of the ultimate technique, thriving in the host's heightened emotions, resulting in a groundbreaking upgrade of 1 to 3. The fundamental attributes in their normal state, as well as all forms, increase a staggering 4,000 times, while the deep forms boast an increase of 5,500 times. As the echoes of this transformation resonated, an unparalleled surge of energy swelled within Black Goku, yet joy eluded him. It is rather ironic that a bloodline fueled by rage requires witnessing the demise of others to grow stronger. Black Goku chuckled softly, his tone laced with melancholy. This scene left the approaching giants momentarily stunned, their movements stilled. Had this youth been rendered foolish by the blows? What was he babbling about? Let us disregard him and take him down. Just as a few of the burly men conferred, Black Goku's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing with a life extinguished in his grasp. Today marks the day of your demise, humans. With a sinister gleam in his eyes, Black Goku kicked the lifeless body of the fallen giant aside and drew forth a sword of energy, forged from his own ki. What is that weapon in his hand? The onlookers gazed in bewilderment at the energy sword, but before they could comprehend, Black Goku launched his assault. In a heartbeat, chaos erupted, flesh was torn asunder, and blood splattered across the scene. Black Goku spared not a shred of mercy as he commenced his slaughter. His speed was astonishing. Anyone, stop him. To prey upon the weak, those inferior in power, speed, intelligence, and combat acumen, while deeming it amusing. Allow me a moment of joy as well. With an ethereal swiftness, Black Goku lunged at the multitude of giants, wildly swinging his energy sword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword emanated a seething heat, the blood evaporating into white steam, while countless bodies fell beneath the boiling mist. Next, it shall be your turn. Black Goku's gaze fixed upon the fleeing women. We are innocent. We were also captured. Spare us. Innocent. You feign innocence while ensnaring one after another into the abyss, employing your deceitful tactics in the shadows. Spare me your false pretenses. The hour has come. Today is the day you shall breathe your last. Black Goku's eyes narrowed, his entire being radiating a rose-red aura. In an instant, the protector's form of the Super Saiyan erupted in a crimson blaze, not for the sake of protection, but for the act of killing. The chilling glints and shadows of his blade illuminated the seemingly tranquil, yet hellish bathhouse, rife with death and darkness. Please, spare me. The bunny girls outside, trembling, cast fearful glances at the blood-soaked figure of Black Goku, who now resembled a vivid crimson specter. The time has come. Today is the day you shall draw your final breath. With a swift motion, Black Goku annihilated every soul visible to him, regardless of gender, staining the bathhouse, outwardly serene yet harboring unspeakable darkness, with blood. A resounding crash echoed as Black Goku cleaved through the bathhouse's sign, swaggering back inside with the blood-colored energy, sword in hand. Spare me. Do you know who I am? Behind me stands the entire military of the nation. My father is the supreme commander of the armed forces. Should you dare to take my life, you shall not escape unscathed. Before me, the ominous figure of Black Wukong approaches, wielding his energy sword, a harbinger of death whose hands are stained with the blood of countless lives. The man, with a fearful countenance and a rat-like appearance, clings to his connections for leverage. So, you have a powerful father, do you? Black Wukong smiled serenely, and upon seeing him pause, the man grew emboldened, believing he had succeeded in halting the impending slaughter. Are you frightened? My connections are formidable indeed. Little did he know. His bravado only fueled Black Wukong's wrath. Collusion between officials and businessmen, oppressing the common folk. This is your so-called socialism in this minuscule nation? What a farce. All of you shall perish. A pure, scarlet aura erupted within Black Wukong, and in an instant, he transformed into Super Saiyan Rose. The brilliant scarlet light illuminated the surroundings as his hair elongated and stood erect, morphing into a striking style reminiscent of a hedgehog, cascading down to his neck while thickening at the temples and behind his ears. In mere moments, his hair reached the level of his chest, and with a thunderous roar, the dazzling Rose Super Saiyan made its grand entrance. This was the true Super Saiyan Rose, as foretold in ancient lore. Black Wukong's expression was frigid, his tone equally so. The scarlet light flickered around him, as the Rose Super Saiyan emerged, compensating for the fierce appearance of his browless visage. Who are you? The man stammered. Terror etched across his face as he beheld the striking transformation, sensing a profound shift in Black Wukong's essence, even without perceiving the energy itself. What does your transformation matter? Prepare to be reduced to dust before my firepower. The man brandished a handgun from his pocket, aiming it at Black Wukong. Bang! Mind your hands, you worthless wretch. Before he could pull the trigger, Black Wukong suddenly materialized before him, gripping his forearm with an ironclad hold. How could you move so swiftly? What worth do you possess in this world? Why do scum like you deserve to exist? Black Wukong's voice was icy. What business is it of yours, you piece of trash? The man bellowed, straining to break free from Black Wukong's grasp. After a futile struggle, he realized that no amount of strength could loosen the vice grip on his wrist. Do you seek liberation? I shall grant it. Black Wukong raised the energy sword high, then swung it toward the man's arm. With a swift motion, a splash of crimson erupted. Pain coursed through his arm as the man let out a harrowing scream. Black Wukong regarded the scene with a chilling indifference, disdainfully discarding the man's severed arm. Much of my tragic childhood can be attributed to your dark forces, which led to this loss. Consider this your retribution. Crushing the energy sword in his right hand, Black Wukong strolled leisurely towards the man. How dare you treat me this way? Listen closely. If I survive, I shall ensure my father uses his power to annihilate your entire clan. The man, desperately clutching his wound, shouted at the approaching Black Wukong. Annihilate my clan? Such audacity. I must confess, I am quite curious. Do you have a family? Are they aware of your current state? This is none of your concern. Just remember this. You are doomed. Dare you reveal your name? Black Wukong remained composed. His tone icy. What audacity! I am eager to see whether the strength of the nation prevails, or if a powerless bumpkin like you can withstand it. The man, clutching his severed arm, wore a confident expression, emboldened by the vast power he believed lay behind him. However, mere moments later, a voice he longed to hear, yet dreaded at this moment, echoed forth. Daddy, what are you doing? As the voice resonated, a mother and daughter appeared behind the man. Oh no, my dear, and a daughter too. The man sensed impending doom and swiftly turned around, only to find that Black Wukong had vanished. Huh. No, please. Do not harm my family. No. The man, filled with terror, slowly turned to face his wife and daughter, trembling uncontrollably. Now, who is the true villain here? A flash of magenta light illuminated the scene as Black Wukong, with a sinister charm, ensnared the man's wife and daughter. Chapter 36. The Clash of Iron Justice and Evil. Please, no. My dear, Daddy, which do you prefer, a beautiful wife or a lovely daughter? Black Wukong's voice was low and harsh as he seized the necks of the mother and daughter, lifting them with brutal force. Do not lay a hand on my family. You came for me, so release them. The man shouted in desperation. I have declared my intent to eliminate those dear to you. In my worldview, there is no room for peaceful resolution, only absolute violence against evil. As he spoke, Black Wukong tightened his grip on the woman, increasing the pressure around her neck. The escalation of force left the woman gasping for breath, her gaze pleading towards her husband for salvation. Help me, my dear. Wife, for heaven's sake. I beg you. Spare them. The man collapsed to his knees, a picture of desperation. Beg for me. Answer my question. Whom do you cherish more, your wife or your daughter? Choose one and tell me. Black Wukong's expression remained frigid as he intensified his grip on the woman. With that increase in pressure, the woman began to foam at the mouth, her eyes rolling back. Mommy. The little girl, also grasped by Black Wukong, succumbed to fear, breaking down in tears. Which do you prefer? Which do you favor more? Black Wukong roared fiercely, tightening his grip around the woman's neck. With renewed force, she felt the suffocation intensify, and soon she began to sway, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Witnessing this, the man panicked and desperately declared his affection for his wife. I love my wife. I love her, please spare her. His voice trembled, finally providing Black Wukong with the answer he sought. You prefer a beautiful wife, huh? You should have said so earlier. Suddenly, Black Wukong released his grip, just as the woman was on the verge of losing consciousness, allowing her to gasp for breath and return to the realm of the living. Cough, cough, cough. My wife. The man, disregarding his injuries, rushed to check on her as soon as she was freed. How are you, my dear wife? Speak to me. He reached out with his blood-stained hands to gently pat her cheek. Husband. The woman blinked awake, though she was extremely weak. Thank goodness you are safe. The man sighed in relief upon seeing her unharmed, yet soon his heart sank again. If he favored his wife, then the child was no longer necessary. With a chilling gaze, Black Wukong seized the girl mercilessly. What do you intend to do? What will you do to my precious daughter? The man's expression turned to one of sheer terror. Black Wukong remained silent, his demeanor growing increasingly cold. No, Daddy. With a swift motion, Black Wukong snapped the girl's neck, extinguishing the life of the innocent 7-year-old in an instant. A profound silence enveloped the scene as the man's eyes widened in horror and the woman gasped in shock. Black Wukong lowered the lifeless body, revealing the girl's vacant eyes, forever unblinking. Now, I will ask you once more. Do you prefer yourself or your wife? Black Wukong inquired with a wicked grin. You beast. The man, filled with rage, charged at Black Wukong. Your self-righteous quest for justice, cloaked in the guise of avenging your family, is nothing more than a hypocritical facade of evil. With no mercy, Black Wukong delivered a powerful kick, sending the man crashing to the ground before he could strike back. Damn it! The man attempted to rise, but Black Wukong's hand seized him. Black Hand. In a flash, Black Wukong lifted him and unleashed a flurry of punches, transforming the man's face into a grotesque mask of bruises and blood. Are you calm now? Black Wukong remarked, shaking his bloodied hands. Is this what you call justice? The man's voice shook as he queried. In comparison to your filthy malice, my sense of justice is noble and pure. With disdain, Black Wukong discarded the man as one would throw away refuse, then strolled leisurely toward the woman. What do you intend to do? Do not lay a hand on my wife. If there is a grievance, let it be directed at me. You may torment me as you wish, I implore you. The man's face was a portrait of desperation, yet the dark figure, Black Wukong, remained indifferent, callously lifting the woman as though she were refuse. He then pointed his index finger at her temple, declaring, "Today marks the day you cease to breathe. Please, I beg you, do not harm my family. I plead with you, spare her." The man's voice broke in a frantic scream. But the only response he received was the sight of his wife collapsing lifelessly as Black Wukong gently tapped her temple. "Farewell, my husband," she whispered, her voice fading. The man succumbed to despair, his anguished cries reverberating as tears streamed down his face, pooling at his feet. In stark contrast, Black Wukong showed no semblance of compassion, instead mocking him coldly. "You seem quite pleased. It appears you long to witness your wife and daughter depart. You are unforgivable, you scoundrel. What sort of justice is this? What kind of hero resorts to the indiscriminate slaughter of innocent lives? Is this what righteousness entails?" The man struck the ground in a futile display of defiance, his voice trembling with the weight of his sorrow, tears cascading down his cheeks. "Do you truly expect me to believe that a family that commits heinous acts can be considered virtuous? Humanity's prejudices are like an insurmountable mountain. No amount of perseverance can shift them. I am all too aware of humanity's filth. While professing innocence and proclaiming socialism, they are, in fact, more corrupt than any classism," Black Wukong declared, casting a glance at the floor. With a swift motion, he unleashed a devastating strike, shattering the floor beneath them. In an instant, an array of bloodied body bags was revealed, starkly visible to both men and Black Wukong. "Behold, the lives you have extinguished, elderly, children, women, even pregnant mothers. Not even infants are spared. In comparison to your vile deeds, my ironclad sense of justice is profoundly noble." As he spoke, Black Wukong gathered a crimson energy sphere aimed squarely at the man. "Apologize for the lives you have taken." "Never. I refuse to die here," the man erupted, seizing a nearby stool and hurling it at Black Wukong. Such a childish attack. The stool was crushed to dust before it could even reach him. "Run." Without a moment's hesitation, the man fled, sprinting away with alarming speed, his arms held protectively. With a thunderous roar, Black Wukong's energy sphere struck the man's path. The man stumbled, nearly losing his footing at the shock of the explosion behind him. As he swallowed hard in fear, there was no time to linger. He understood all too well the fate that awaited him at the hands of Black Wukong and immediately bolted forward. No matter where you flee, the outcome remains unchanged. Emerging from the dust was a shadowy figure. The smoke and dust were drawn away by an invisible vacuum, revealing the ruins of an 80-meter-tall building. Simultaneously, the imposing figure of Black Wukong emerged from the darkness, resembling a deity as he hovered in midair, arms crossed, surveying the chaos below where a man was frantically fleeing, desperate to escape the sight of his own disheveled appearance. With a sudden whoosh, Black Wukong vanished, only to reappear behind the man. "You run quite swiftly, keep it up," he remarked, lightly tapping the man on the shoulder. Startled, the man stumbled and fell, his face paling as he noticed Black Wukong had pursued him. Trembling like a mouse caught before a cat, he was so frightened that he wet himself. "Get away from me," he shouted, hurling a handful of sand at Black Wukong. The sand swirled around Black Wukong, causing him to shut his eyes in discomfort. After a moment, he cautiously reopened them, only to find the man had taken a middle-aged man hostage. "Don't come any closer. If you do, I will kill him," the man declared, panic etched across his face. "Threatening me, are you?" Black Wukong replied with a mocking tone. "It seems you villains have no sense of morality. While I anticipated such a move, you should have chosen a more appealing hostages. Perhaps a beautiful woman or a handsome man would have elicited sympathy from the onlookers. Instead, you chose an unattractive uncle, who will hardly evoke any concern from the fair maidens or gallant youths nearby." Energy began to coalesce in Black Wukong's palm, as he ruthlessly aimed at the man and his hostage. This scene left the spectators, who were recording the event on their phones, utterly astonished. "What are you planning to do? Are you really?" The man realized the gravity of the situation, but it was too late. Black Wukong unleashed his energy blast, engulfing the man, his hostage, and the bystanders in its destructive wave. A collective scream pierced the air as everyone present fell victim to Black Wukong's ki wave. Those who perished or were injured were numerous, with some even meeting their end before they could share their experiences on social media. "You bastard," the man cried, clutching his abdomen where a rib had broken. "You disregarded the hostage's safety and harmed us as well. Do you have no sense of ethics?" A severely injured bystander, incapacitated and unable to move, cursed at Black Wukong. "To punish evil, sacrifices must be made. Shouldn't you question why you were hurt? It's merely a consequence of your own choices. If you die, it serves you right." The man attempted to retort, but Black Wukong shot him a piercing glance. "I did not force you to come here, nor did I ask you to stand so close. Your own wicked curiosity led you to witness this chaos. And you wish to blame the battlefield for its indiscriminate nature? No one compelled you. You acted of your own volition, and if you die, it is justly deserved." With a cold expression, Black Wukong then turned his gaze towards the onlookers positioned 200 meters away. "You." Before the individual could finish their sentence, Black Wukong swiftly struck, ending his life in an instant. Within a minute, the 108th bystander perished at the hands of Black Wukong. "People like you seem to exist without any true significance. You are akin to me, an innocent victim, indifferent to life or death." Black Wukong set down his hand and glared at all the strangers present. Many harbored dissatisfaction towards Black Wukong but dared not voice it, acutely aware of the consequences of provoking him, leading to an uneasy silence among the crowd. "How infuriating! I refuse to perish here." With a loud cry, the man gritted his teeth and, despite his broken ribs, fled towards the rear. Black Wukong pursued him, and thus the two engaged in a relentless chase, eventually arriving at a women's public restroom. Chapter 37. Absolute Justice. I must escape. I cannot be caught. If I am, it will be my end, undoubtedly. The man, his face etched with terror, inadvertently stumbled into the women's restroom due to his poor eyesight. "You certainly can run," came Black Wukong's voice. "Ah, he is caught up. I must find somewhere to hide." The man, panic-stricken, glanced towards the row of individual stalls on his left. Without regard for whether they were occupied, he tugged at the handles of each stall in desperation. "Who is it? Such a lack of manners. Are you trying to get yourself killed? My brother is currently playing basketball. Do you think you deserve to frighten me? What's wrong? Can't you see someone is in here? Fool! Damn it, you wretched dogs." As the complaints echoed from the stalls he had hastily pulled, the man, though enraged, pressed on in his search for an unoccupied stall. Finally, after enduring a litany of curses, he caught sight of an empty stall at the far end of the restroom. Without a moment to spare, he dashed in and swiftly slid the door shut. Just then, Black Wukong, wielding a blade of energy, strolled casually towards him. "Hiding in the women's restroom is hardly a commendable habit," Black Wukong remarked, shaking his neck as he entered with a swagger. Upon hearing the male voice, the woman inside the stall was startled. As the footsteps drew nearer to the door, she mistakenly assumed a pervert was approaching and prepared to unleash a tirade of curses. However, the next moment, swish. "Is anyone in here?" Black Wukong thrust the energy blade violently into the first stall's door. The woman, caught mid-relief, felt her bowels churn in sudden discomfort as the blade came perilously close. "Ah!" she screamed in terror. "Isn't it?" Black Wukong withdrew the blade and then slammed his fist against the door. With a single blow, the stall door was shattered, revealing the horrified face of the woman inside. Upon realizing she was not the man he sought, Black Wukong expressed a semblance of regret. "Apologies for the disturbance," he said, retracting his fist and turning his attention to the second stall. This one, Black Wukong suddenly pivoted and forcefully slammed his face against the door. At that moment, within the second restroom, a woman was engrossed in her drama, blissfully unaware of the impending chaos that would soon unfold. "Brother, I love you. Just jump." With a resounding crash, the formidable figure of Black Wukong burst through the door, glaring menacingly inside. "Oh!" The sudden appearance of his fearsome visage startled the woman, causing her to lose her composure. The curse she had yet to utter was cut short, and despite her brother's basketball game still playing on her phone, she fainted in terror. Unfazed, Black Wukong withdrew his head and indifferently began to address the next stall, earning him a flurry of compliments from the onlooking women, which made him blush. "This is the last one," he declared, standing before the final stall and stretching his neck. "Damn, it's over." The man behind the door swallowed hard, pressing himself against the cool, tiled wall in fear. Under the man's gaze, Black Wukong stood before him, scrutinizing the stall. After encountering failure time and again, how do you intend to meet your end? He cracked his knuckles and raised his energy blade, preparing to strike the door. The man's heart raced. And just as he thought his fate was sealed, a voice suddenly rang out. We have received reports of a thug making threats in the women's restroom. It must be you. Raise your hands. Several police officers entered the restroom, guns drawn, aimed at Black Wukong, who was poised to take action. Oh, a righteous hero. Black Wukong smirked, his energy blade dissipating as he obediently raised his hands. Arrest him. Am I saved? The man behind the door sighed in relief, but the next moment, chaos erupted. What are you doing? Are you attacking an officer? Stop your actions, or else. What is happening? Curious about the commotion outside, the man leaned closer to the door. With a sudden thud, a purple energy blade pierced through the door, narrowly missing the man's face. Drip. The blade grazed his skin, leaving a wound. Feeling the sting, the man instinctively turned his head away, and upon realizing the blade was a mere millimeter from his face, he let out a terrified scream and stumbled backwards. The energy blade withdrew, revealing Black Wukong's visage, twisted with a sinister grin. Ah, so you are indeed here, darling. Oh, the man cried, tears streaming down his face as he beheld Black Wukong's blood-stained countenance through the door's crack, causing him to soil himself in fear. Upon confirming the occupant was a man, a glimmer of brutality flashed across Black Wukong's face. Since it's you, it's worth it. He discarded the two unconscious police officers and thrust his energy blade once more towards the restroom door. Each thrust sent the man into a deeper state of panic. Please, spare me. Don't kill me. With every strike, the man's pleas grew more desperate. Oh, somebody save me. Help. The sound of a man's cries reverberated throughout the women's restroom, startling the young women who were using the facilities, causing them to tremble in fear. The echo of the restroom door being violently breached by the dark figure of a man, followed by the man's terrified screams, sent some fleeing, unable to bear the horror any longer. Upon hearing the footsteps of those escaping, the dark figure glanced over, and upon realizing they were not law enforcement, he resumed his focus, raising his energy blade towards the door of the stall where the man was hiding. As one person fled unscathed, others soon followed, leaving the restroom devoid of life, save for the dark figure and the man at his mercy. With no one left to consider, the dark figure, his gaze fixed on the fleeing souls, turned back to the door and struck it with a powerful blow. In an instant, the door splintered under his fist, and the man found himself face to face with his assailant. The collision of the man's terror and the dark figure's sinister allure was palpable, separated only by a dilapidated wooden door. What followed was the moment of the man's demise. The dark figure, surveying his energy blade, wore a wicked grin. Please, spare me. The man pleaded. Do you think that is a possibility? The dark figure retorted, forcefully kicking the door aside and charging at the man. A flash of cold light accompanied the swing of the blade. Yet, rather than blood gushing forth, the scene unfolded as though a hard projectile had been cleaved in two. With a resounding boom, a blinding light filled the restroom, which was then reduced to rubble. Indeed, was using a missile excessive? It's not as if there were terrorists within, he mused. Just then, an armed tactical police unit emerged into view, with smoke billowing. The fully equipped officers witnessed the chaos as it rose towards the sky, enveloping the surroundings. To use a missile to eliminate a threat hardly seemed the action of a champion of justice. Rather, it resembled the methods of an imperial army. A flash of crimson light cut through the haze, revealing the dark figure, slightly soiled, carrying the charred remains of the man, the aura of malevolence swirling around him, illuminating the scene. How infuriating, he is unscathed. Does he possess the resilience of an artificial being? A group of tactical officers gasped in astonishment. Surrender immediately, raise your hands, and cease all resistance. This is your final warning, you vile criminal who dares defy the law. One officer commanded. The law? If I so choose. I am the law, the dark figure declared, casually discarding the burnt carcass of the man. Wait, that figure, did you truly slay the son of the nation's highest military governor? If so, let this villain understand the might of justice. Open fire. At this command, a barrage of tactical officers raised their weapons, aiming at the dark figure. Is this the backdrop? Is collusion between officials and merchants also considered justice? Black Wukong, with a frigid expression, began to gather his energy. The blade of energy coalescing in his hand extended under the weight of his fury, gradually transforming into a colossal scythe. Fire! With a command, bullets ruthlessly rained down upon Black Goku. Today marks the day your breath shall cease, he declared, gripping the scythe and swinging it nonchalantly towards the special police before him. In that instant, a rosy glow engulfed the bullets shot towards him, shrouding the figures of the officers in a radiant crimson light. The night grew increasingly tumultuous. Chapter 38. The treaty surrounding Black Goku in the Central Conference Hall, amidst the prolonged devastation wrought by the artificial beings. The nation's ineffectual response culminated in the 645th meeting where the king addressed the populace. Good evening to the esteemed politicians and valiant soldiers safeguarding our nation, he began. Within the expansive hall, a cadre of notable figures from the political arena took their seats. Various officials, governors, mayors, and even higher-ranking dignitaries, all gathered together. They mingled with prominent military figures, their lofty status rendering them akin to local emperors, wielding power akin to that of a true crime syndicate. Yet, before the true king, they behaved meekly like children, for none dared to mock, lest they meet the same fate as those who had been silenced. Emperor Huron commenced his speech, addressing the multitude of microphones, cameras, and reporters from state media, sharing his perspective on the destruction inflicted by the artificial beings over the years on the cities, economies, populations, and infrastructures of various provinces. His words dripped with concern and empathy for the people, yet the tone betrayed an eagerness to conclude, reflecting indifference towards the existence or demise of the artificial beings. He appeared wholly unconcerned, exuding an attitude of nonchalance, as if to say, as long as I remain unharmed, you may suffer as you wish. Should matters spiral beyond control, simply seek paternal intervention. Within half an hour, he hastily finished his speech, seemingly forgetting his lines, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the notes on the podium. This prompted considerable dissent among some, who wished to take the stage and reprimand the bodyguard for failing to address pressing issues, while others shared the emperor's apathetic viewpoint, prioritizing their own comfort until retirement, only to enjoy the benefits of state patronage thereafter. The casual approach to national affairs was difficult to reconcile with the fact that these were individuals of high education. The CR me de la SAR me among society. Rest assured, the nation will take heed and act. Dear citizens, believe in our resolve. One day, we shall bring all who harm the people to justice, the emperor concluded, bowing before the cameras. This moment garnered applause from the audience below. Amidst the clapping of officials and military personnel, the emperor once again painted a transparent picture for the people for the 645th time. Following the speech, all prominent figures, including the emperor, dispersed to return to their homes and families. In the long corridor, Emperor Huron, his face etched with fatigue, remarked, "The speech has finally concluded. 30 minutes of intense oration must have exhausted you. Allow your subordinates to massage your shoulders shortly," replied Commander Fandai, who accompanied the emperor. Two individuals, one tall and the other short, cheerfully entered the imposing, locked presidential suite. Yet, as soon as they took a step inside, they hesitated and retreated. "You're back?" In the room, the ever-scheming Black Wukong munched on an apple, trampling over various prominent figures, including the commander-in-chief of the Navy and the Army, as well as governors from major cities who wielded significant power. They were all, without exception, treated as mere ground beneath his feet. What on earth is happening? Emperor Hiran appeared bewildered, gazing at the familiar faces around him, then at Black Wukong, who was nonchalantly demolishing their dignity while nibbling on an apple. "How dare you attempt to assassinate the emperor? You have quite the audacity. Stand down, governor." Just as General Fan Dai of the three armed forces reached for his sidearm, the two commanders intervened. "What are you two shouting about? And how did you end up tied up here? Don't even mention it. This rascal is beyond human comprehension. He has single-handedly incapacitated the entire national defense system. Indeed, he has annihilated the entire central garrison, and communication with the nation has been severed. What? Are you two jesting?" Hearing the words of the two most authoritative commanders in defense, General Fandai, skeptical, immediately dialed the phones of the prominent figures in national defense. "Sorry, the number you are trying to reach is currently unavailable." "What the? Try another." Initially doubtful, Fandai continued dialing, but with each attempt met by silence. A chill ran down his spine. Such a situation was unfathomable. As he listened to the incessant beeping, he finally believed, his gaze blank as it fell upon Black Wukong, who was leisurely savoring his apple. Can we sit down and have a proper discussion, esteemed gentlemen? Black Wukong finished his last apple, casually discarding the core, and nonchalantly draped his legs over a governor's waist, reclining on a luxurious sofa worth millions, disregarding the emperor and the general, figures who could instill fear in the nation. This monkey, Fan Dai, was infuriated, yet he reluctantly took a seat on the sofa. However, as he began to settle, Black Wukong interrupted. Kneel. You. Fan Dai sprang to his feet, about to erupt in anger, only to be struck down by a sudden blow that forced him to kneel. What have you done to me, you insignificant wretch? Clutching his wounded chest, Fan Dai glared at Black Wukong, his face contorted with rage, fully aware that this was his doing. Yet, Black Wukong paid him no mind, fixing his gaze on Emperor Hiran. I do not enjoy seeing you seated, so will you? In a mocking demeanor, Black Wukong leisurely retrieved a transparent box filled with incriminating evidence against various prominent political figures from his pocket, presenting it before Emperor Farron. A total of 645 individuals. Take a good look for yourself, he taunted, tossing the box toward the emperor before reclining comfortably on the sofa in search of ease. As the words of Black Wukong echoed in his ears, Emperor Farron, driven by curiosity, opened the box and began to scrutinize the white papers within. Just as Black Wukong had asserted, it contained undeniable evidence of corruption involving 645 political figures, each document an irrefutable testament to their malevolence. With no hint of absolution, only profound and deep-seated wickedness. Staring at the damning evidence, Emperor Farron was taken aback. Where did you procure such evidence? He inquired. Through love, love. The power of love, Black Wukong replied, his expression one of rapture as he tenderly caressed the bound, bruised figure of a provincial governor from a major city, whose left eye was swollen and right eye blind, with teeth nearly all gone and fingers encased in plaster. Love? Emperor Farron gazed at Black Wukong, incredulous. I compelled them to confess their wrongdoings without ever resorting to violence, nor did I swing them about like a pendulum. It was pure love and my genuine emotions that softened the darkness within them, was it not? Black Wukong smiled at the provincial governor, who responded, Indeed, Master Black Wukong, you are most gentle. I have come to recognize my own errors, and I willingly accept the punishment from the state. Everything was of my own volition, and you never forced me into a bungee jump from the summit of Mount Everest. See, Black Wukong turned his gaze toward the bewildered Emperor Farron, who, beneath the facade of Black Wukong's feigned smile, noticed the provincial governor quietly shedding tears in the shadows. What is your true intention behind all this? Surely it cannot simply be to have me punish them. There must be another motive, Emperor Farron expressed, a sense of unease creeping over him as he anticipated that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. As he had feared, the situation was indeed far more complex than it seemed. Apologize to me for disturbing my tranquil existence, for preventing me from enjoying a peaceful night's rest, and pledge an oath solely for my sake, Black Wukong commanded, his smile fading, replaced by an icy gaze. An oath of apology? Emperor Farron was astounded. The audacity of Black Wukong, demanding an apology from one of the highest figures of the state, nearly caused the emperor's jaw to drop. In that moment, the dignity of a king erupted within him, and just as he prepared to voice his refusal, an unforgettable scene unfolded before his eyes. Die, you insect! Shouted General Fan Dai, rising abruptly despite the grievous wound on his chest, seizing a nearby stool, and charging at Black Wukong with ferocity. Fool! Try experiencing the sensation of being hit by a Barrett. Bang! A gunshot rang out as Fan Dai's left knee was shattered, sending him sprawling to the ground before Black Wukong. The pain radiating from Fan Dai's left knee instantaneously robbed him of his ability to resist. The stool he clutched in his hand fell limply to the ground as he succumbed to the agony. Just as he managed to rise, he collapsed once more to his knees. Hush! Control your hands, you worthless scum. Suddenly, Black Wukong teleported in front of Fan Dai, seizing him roughly by the collar and lifting him off the ground. You little ant, Fan Dai retorted, his expression one of disdain. Who truly resembles an ant here? Is it not you, who relies on your might from a lofty perch? Black Wukong mocked. You are just like your son. You know my son? Fan Dai inquired incredulously. Know him? I have an excellent relationship with him. I am the benefactor who sent him to hell to suffer. Black Wukong replied with a smirk. You killed my child. Fan Dai suddenly erupted with emotion. To this, Black Wukong appeared quite pleased, embellishing his narrative of the events. I came here solely because of your son. He thought he could kill me, believing I was merely a powerless little ant. The outcome? He met his demise at my hands, more accurately, at the hands of justice. Should you wish to see him again, it will be in the depths of hell. You bastard. Fan Dai, filled with rage, broke free from Black Wukong's grip, his fists clenched in a fit of irrationality as he hurled himself at Black Wukong. The result was predictable. The moment his fist was raised, it was met with a powerful blow to the jaw from Black Wukong, sending his teeth scattering like corn kernels on the ground. I've lost my teeth. Fan Dai cried out helplessly. Are you curious about how your son perished? Or do you not wonder about the fate of those he left behind? For instance, his children, his wife, and his mother. What have you done to them? Fan Dai pressed his bleeding lips, glaring at Black Wukong with a malevolent expression. I dealt with them, Black Wukong responded. A flash of memory crossing his mind. An elderly woman had her throat slit by him, while a woman and her maid huddled together in terror, watching in horror. Run. The maid, snapping back to reality, immediately clasped the woman and fled towards the door. Today shall be the day your breaths cease, relatives of the wicked. Black Wukong grinned maliciously, charging at the defenseless women with a slicing wave of energy. The scene shifted back to the present, as Black Wukong recounted with delight how he invaded Fan Dai's home, leaving no one alive, neither his mother, nor his wife, nor the maid. What sort of hero do you consider yourself? Fan Dai seethed, glaring at Black Wukong, yearning to strike him with a powerful hook. Yet he understood he was no match for him. Once again, he suppressed his fury and hatred, biding his time for a day when Black Wukong would pay for his sins. However, Black Wukong had no intention of granting him that opportunity, approaching him directly. Since you are so eager to see them, then join them, you scourge who has caused the demise of countless innocents. A cold glint flashed as Black Wukong swiftly unleashed a wave of energy. Dodge! Hiren, the Emperor of Crimson Heaven, shouted a warning, but it was too late. Blood gushed forth as Fan Dai was ruthlessly slain by the dark incarnation of Wukong, her anguished cries silenced before they could escape her lips, her eyes rolling back as she departed this world alongside her family. Witnessing this harrowing scene, even the Emperor, Hiren, felt a chill of terror wash over him. He watched as blood poured from Fan Dai's severed neck, his gaze fixed upon the cold, indifferent face of the Dark Wukong, the perpetrator of this atrocity. As the Dark Wukong approached, his visage smeared with blood, Hiren's heart quaked with fear. Do not kill me, I implore you. I am willing to grant you half of the kingdom and the power that comes with it. The Dark Wukong remained silent, advancing with a deliberate pace, wielding a blade of energy. I shall offer you half the wealth of the realm, along with 50% of the nation's annual income. Yet, the Dark Wukong continued to say nothing. Are you truly intent on killing me? Hiren stammered, desperation creeping into his voice. Please spare me. I am but a novice, unaccustomed to such brutality. In a state of panic, the Emperor scrambled backward, fear rendering him almost paralyzed. Wait, I shall apologize. Did you not speak of establishing a pact of non-aggression? I promise you, from this day forth, whatever transgressions you commit within this realm shall not be met with scrutiny. In the eyes of the nation, you shall be regarded as the most formidable being, not just within these borders, but in the entire world. As Hiren spoke, he dared not gaze upon the approaching figure of Dark Wukong, who wore an icy expression. If only you had conveyed this sooner, we could have avoided such calamities. I implore you, Wukong. No, Dark Wukong, swear an oath. Upon hearing this, the Dark Wukong crushed his energy blade, halting his pursuit. You will not slay me? How splendid. The Emperor sighed with relief, yet he dared not let his guard down. He straightened his posture and knelt before the Dark Wukong, his expression turning grave. With a commanding tone, he began an impromptu address, his voice resonating more powerfully than when he promised grand visions to his subjects. I, Emperor Hiren, hereby pledge on behalf of the nation and its people that from this day forth, the laws of the state shall hold no authority over you, Dark Wukong. From this date onward, you shall never be disturbed or interfered with. Hiren continued, fervently asserting that any future descendants of his lineage would remember this solemn vow, treating it as sacred counsel. As Hiren spoke at length, Dark Wukong listened attentively. The Emperor delivered an impassioned oration, having recited 1,000 words, yet he pressed on, fearful of appearing negligent before the formidable figure. Sensing the sincerity in Hiren's words, Dark Wukong decided to spare him from further verbal onslaughts. Very well, I accept your address. I care not who else is aware of this arrangement, as long as those in power are cognizant of it. I trust your nation would prefer to avoid a repeat of tonight's events, yes? Indeed, Hiron replied, his head bowed in trepidation. Splendid, Dark Wukong remarked. Satisfaction etched upon his face. Remember the words I have imparted to you, along with the responsibilities they entail. As Dark Wukong turned to depart, he abruptly halted, tossing a small switch to Hiron. What is this? Hiron asked, his expression fraught with anxiety as he caught the switch. In your nation, every nuclear weapon control switch is under scrutiny. The location where I concealed the nuclear arms serves as a gift I present to you on this momentous occasion of your birthday, if I recall correctly. Happy birthday to you. Upon hearing this, Emperor Hiron was so taken aback that he fainted, his entire being seemingly detached from reality, his eyes rolling back in shock. Had my earlier speech faltered, the repercussions could have been dire. Emperor Hiron, now filled with trepidation, reflected on the potential catastrophe that could ensue should this switch fall into the wrong hands. Thus, an unprecedented humiliation, unrecorded in both historical and unofficial accounts, was established on this dark night in the form of a humiliating treaty that respects the personal freedom of the enigmatic Black Goku. Chapter 39. Just a little boy. As the serene night passed, a beautiful day dawned once more. At the cliffside, Trunks, brimming with excitement, urged Gohan, hurry up. Today's training is about to commence. Gohan, carefully clutching his belongings, followed Trunks up the steep cliff. With each step, they soon reached their destination. They arrived early, just as dawn broke, ready for their training. However, Black Goku had already arrived before them, his silhouette visible in the early light, seemingly present before the sun had risen. His attire slightly damp. As the sun cast its rays upon Black Goku's face, he savored the warmth, turning to greet Trunks and Gohan, who had just reached the summit. Ready for training? Black Goku inquired in a low tone. Yes, we are ready. Trunks responded with enthusiasm. However, before we begin, please accept this garment, Gohan said, presenting a neatly folded black martial arts uniform to Black Goku. Clothing? Black Goku took the garment with curiosity, inspecting it closely. Upon examination, he noted that it was identical to his own outfit, save for the absence of the patch that had been affixed to his due to battle damage. Nevertheless, the character for Goku was emblazoned prominently over the heart. Did you weave this? Black Goku remarked appreciatively, running his fingers over the fabric of the uniform. No, it was crafted by Aunt Bulma, Gohan replied. Bulma? How did she come to make me clothing? Wait, have you shared my circumstances with her? Black Goku's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, his hand ceasing its caress of the uniform. Aunt Bulma is unaware. I noticed the wear on your sleeves and took it upon myself to make you a new outfit. Unfortunately, Aunt Bulma saw my efforts and helped me complete this uniform. I didn't dare let her know your identity to avoid causing you any unnecessary trouble, which is why I refrained from sewing the Goku patch on the back. I see. Black Goku's guarded demeanor relaxed. Gently caressing the garment in his hands, Black Goku felt a profound affinity for it, akin to a prince having chosen his princess or a knight selecting the perfect weapon. Eagerly, he sought a secluded spot behind a tree to change attire. After a brief transformation, the newly adorned Black Goku stood before Gohan and Trunks. Though his demeanor remained unchanged, a fresh aura captivated the attention of both. I shall wear this outfit for our training, Black Goku declared with a buoyant spirit, swiftly assuming a combat stance. All right, I am ready, Gohan responded, mirroring the combat posture. With a subtle smile, Black Goku commenced the second day of Gohan's rigorous training. As sunlight bathed the earth, the familiar silhouettes of black and gold clashed. And within this radiant moment, Black Goku and Gohan engaged in hundreds of exchanges. Watch out, Uncle Goku, Gohan warned as he positioned himself behind Black Goku, gathering energy for a Kamehameha wave. The blue light surged forth, propelling the energy attack towards Black Goku with the intent to engulf him completely. What a focused strike! Suddenly, Black Goku vanished from sight. Where did he go? Gohan exclaimed, his head swiveling in search of Black Goku's elusive form. In that instant, Black Goku reappeared behind Gohan. His fist clenched as he launched a powerful blow from a considerable distance. Is he really attacking from so far away? Has he lost his mind? Uncle Goku wouldn't resort to such futile tactics in battle. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gohan immediately raised his arm to defend himself. With a swift motion, Black Goku unleashed a scythe-like strike, causing Gohan's arm to suffer two deep gashes, blood gushing forth profusely, creating a crimson pool beneath him. Your sensitivity to energy has indeed intensified, Gohan, Black Goku remarked with intrigue. It was not merely an enhancement in sensing energy. Rather, Gohan had developed an instinctive awareness during his battles with Black Goku, allowing him to predict that recent attack was far from a mere punch. Is it experience in combat? Black Goku pondered, maintaining a measured perspective on Gohan's development, neither overly critical nor excessively laudatory. Let's conclude today's training here. Descend, Black Goku instructed, swiftly landing and halting the session. Is that it? Gohan queried, initially bewildered but gradually coming to terms with the abrupt conclusion once he witnessed Black Goku's descent. Trunks, too, harbored skepticism regarding the brevity of the training session, especially when compared to the exhaustive day they endured yesterday. While Gohan remained oblivious to Black Goku's thoughts, he complied, returning to his normal state as he landed. No sooner had Gohan touched the ground than Black Goku appeared at the spot he had occupied, raising his hand and striking the air above him. With a single punch, Black Goku dispersed the gathering storm clouds overhead, revealing a pristine blue sky devoid of any blemish. Only the profound azure remained. Witnessing this spectacle, Gohan and Trunks exchanged puzzled glances. Uncle Black Wukong was randomly throwing punches at the sky. Trunks scratched his head in bewilderment. Could it be that he was provoked by the clouds? Gohan also appeared perplexed, rubbing his temples in confusion. Suddenly, as the two speculated, a helicopter, seemingly pregnant and emitting gray smoke, plummeted from the heavens, heading straight for Black Wukong. With remarkable speed, he extended his hand and caught it with one arm, forcefully placing his hand on the door, tearing it open, and yanking the occupant out. I've endured long enough. Did you think I wouldn't notice? I gave you a chance to leave, foolishly seeking your own demise. Black Wukong hurled the terrified pilot onto the ground, swiftly ripping the helicopter in half and gently extracting a little boy who had been born with great difficulty inside. Help! Help! The pilot screamed in panic, his feet dangling in the air. Gohan, displaying kindness, caught him and placed him back on solid ground. You've been flying around for quite some time. Did you really think I was blind to your actions? Black Wukong landed quickly, cradling the little boy, and approached Gohan, who was still holding the pilot. With a furious expression, "Ah, a demon!" The pilot, terrified by Black Wukong's menacing demeanor, hastily scrambled away from Gohan. However, as soon as his feet touched the ground, he tripped over an invisible banana peel, tumbling down. What's wrong? Why is Uncle Black Wukong so angry? Gohan questioned, looking at the furious figure before him. Just look at what he's carrying, Black Wukong replied, tossing the little boy in front of Gohan. He reached out to catch him, but the boy's unexpected weight nearly caused him to buckle. What is this? So heavy, Gohan exclaimed in confusion. A little boy, Black Wukong stated calmly. A little boy? Huh. Gohan finally understood why Black Wukong was so furious, realizing the immense burden he was holding. Trunks, having never encountered such a situation, was astonished to hear Black Wukong refer to the colossal figure in Gohan's arms as a little boy. What little boy? Does he need to be born from a plane? He is enormous. Black Wukong was left speechless, his face turning green at Trunks' absurd words. Ouch, that hurts. The pilot slowly stood up, appearing injured, gingerly straightening his back. However, as soon as the pilot's back was upright, Black Wukong kicked him back to the ground. Ow, ow, ow. The pilot gritted his teeth in pain. Black Wukong, indifferent to his suffering, recalled the earlier moment when, had he reacted just a moment slower, the little boy would not have been born safely, but rather through a cesarean section. Enraged, he gathered a blade of energy in his hand, directing it towards the man's neck. What do you intend to do? Are you going to kill me? That question should be directed at you. Answer me. Who sent you to plant mushrooms? Black Wukong, filled with murderous intent, watched as the energy blade began to bubble with a torrent of purple flames. Chapter 40. Mature, Gohan. What mushrooms? Where can I find mushrooms? I absolutely adore them. The driver attempted to feign ignorance in order to escape scrutiny. However, under the icy gaze of Black Wukong, his pretense quickly dissipated. If you do not honestly confess, I shall sever your head from your shoulders, Black Wukong declared, raising his energy blade menacingly towards the driver. This scene terrified the driver, who fell to his knees with a thud, revealing all he knew. I will tell you everything. It was the Emperor who compelled me to act thus. I implore you, spare my life. I am not the mastermind behind this. Indeed, it would be prudent to deal with your canine emperor. Just as Black Wukong was about to retort, the driver hastily altered his words. Mr. Black Wukong, you misunderstand the Emperor. His intentions are not directed at you, but rather at the monsters wreaking havoc in the West. Monsters? In the eyes of your Emperor. Who but I could be deemed a monster? The artificial beings? Their demise is news I trust your intelligence network has swiftly received. Speak the truth. Black Wukong's expression hardened, his energy blade poised to strike the driver's neck. It is true. I was merely circling above out of curiosity. It is not as you presume. The nuclear device is indeed destined for the West. If you doubt me, behold the decree in my pocket. Escorting a nuclear device? The driver said, promptly producing a golden scroll resembling a royal edict. Intrigued by the object in the driver's hand, Black Wukong seized it and examined it closely. Upon unfurling the scroll and perusing its contents, he found the driver's claims to be accurate, causing his murderous intent to wane. This is the strategy you have devised? To sacrifice the remaining 20,000 souls in the West for the greater good? Black Wukong crushed the energy blade in disappointment, flicking his wrist dismissively. I apologize. I am merely a task executor and cannot provide further answers, the driver replied. Indeed, you are merely a pawn in this game. Pressing you will yield no fruitful answers. Return now. I shall take charge of this matter, Black Wukong declared, tossing the scroll back to the driver. Pardon? You intend to intervene? Black Wukong, will you take action? The Emperor has instructed you to address me in such a manner. Black Goku's piercing gaze revealed an imminent crisis. The pilot, sensing the urgency, immediately retracted his statement. Oh, no. It is merely my belief that you are deserving of such respect. It is absolutely not what His Majesty the Emperor has urged. Black Goku paused in silence. Very well, return the nuclear missile. The monstrous entities you seek to confront are beyond the resolution of such weaponry. Instead of squandering efforts to dismantle a defense mechanism for the nation, one should contemplate how to alleviate the suffering of those ensnared in this conflict. You have unwittingly caused the destruction of our aircraft. In due time, I shall personally visit to apologize to your Emperor. However, I am currently preoccupied and hope you can grant me some time. There is no need for apologies, my Lord Black Goku. The mere fact that you do not hold us accountable is a tremendous fortune. Thus, there is no need for an apology. The pilot nervously swallowed, fearful that a misstep in his words might provoke Black Goku's ire, leading to dire consequences. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Decisions I make are beyond your jurisdiction. This is a treaty established between your nation and myself. Black Goku's gaze settled upon Gohan, who was cradling a small boy. What is it, Uncle Black Goku? Gohan inquired, momentarily taken aback. Hand the child over to Trunks. Let him escort the boy back to where he originally came from. Is that appropriate? He is rather heavy. Consider it a form of exercise, Trunks, Black Goku stated with a serious expression directed at Trunks, who stood beside Gohan. Yes, not a problem at all. Trunks replied with enthusiasm, eager to take the boy from Gohan's arms. Very well, Gohan relented after a brief internal struggle, passing the hefty child to Trunks. He is quite heavy, you know. I understand, Trunks said with ease, displaying no apprehension or pressure even while bearing the weight of the nuclear missile, which was equivalent to several tons, on his shoulder. This scene was witnessed by the pilot. Gohan lifting the nuclear missile did not astonish him, as he had just witnessed an intense battle. However, seeing Trunks, a child of slight stature, effortlessly lift the missile was utterly unexpected and difficult for the seasoned pilot to accept. Let us proceed. You shall lead the way, Trunks exclaimed with enthusiasm. Indeed, Gohan. Let us venture westward, as this will allow you to encounter the monster he spoke of, Black Goku remarked, patting Gohan on the shoulder. Thus, the two departed without hesitation. In an instant, Black Goku teleported away with Gohan, leaving the bewildered pilot in a state of shock, unable to close his mouth in disbelief. Is this truly a human? Following the dense throng, Black Goku led Gohan to the ravaged west. Upon arrival, Gohan was taken aback by the desolation before him. Although he had previously witnessed the destruction wrought by soulless androids, the current scene was a stark contrast, rendering past horrors insignificant. The devastation caused by the androids had still included the presence of living beings, but here, there were no survivors, only blood-soaked ground and neatly arranged garments. Resembling people awaiting a bus at a station or sipping coffee at an outdoor CAF, the streets were devoid of life, replaced instead by garments that appeared to flow and shift as if animated. What is going on here? Gohan, perplexed by the surreal sight, struggled to comprehend. Is it truly Cell? Gazing at the ravaged landscape, Black Goku instantly recognized the perpetrator. What has happened to Cell? Gohan inquired. An adversary you must confront, Gohan. Listen closely. No matter what I say next, you must maintain your composure and refrain from acting impulsively, Black Goku stated with a grave expression directed at Gohan. Huh. Understood. The sudden seriousness of Black Goku left Gohan somewhat bewildered, yet he obediently awaited what Black Goku had to impart, standing by like a diligent student. These garments are indeed human. Their invisibility is due to the fact that the beings within have been drained by the monster, leaving no corporeal form. Moreover, they perished last night. Do you remember my sudden fury from yesterday? It was prompted by witnessing this very scene. Observing the creature we seek, transforming the populace into this state. What are you saying? Gohan exclaimed in shock. The reason the West has been reduced to a mere 20,000 inhabitants is the massacre perpetrated by that very monster, Cell, whom I intend for you to defeat. I know what you were thinking. If you were aware, why did you not inform me yesterday? And why did you not intervene to prevent it? In response, Black Goku's demeanor was cold, his reasoning straightforward. Because you were not strong enough to participate in the battle yesterday. To put it simply, I refrained from intervening to allow you to grow. Gohan remained silent, staring blankly at Black Goku. Are you not curious as to how I know Trunks? The truth is, I am not of this world, but hail from another realm. I can only temporarily address the crisis. I cannot resolve it permanently. My role is to guide and assist those who protect this world, much like in the previous world where you perished. In that desperate future, Trunks faced such a dire situation alone. I possess the ability to aid Trunks in vanquishing all enemies. Yet doing so would also deprive him of the experiences he rightfully deserves. When I depart, if he encounters a new foe, similar to the androids, will he be able to shoulder the burden? Will he possess the capability to safeguard those he wishes to protect? I fear the answer is no. So you believe it is better to endure short-term pain rather than long-term suffering, and thus you stand by as so many perish? Gohan, with a calm demeanor, found it difficult to accept this rationale. The sight of Black Goku remaining stoic in the face of such loss stirred a tumult of righteous indignation within him. A benefactor may assist you for a moment, yet cannot support you for a lifetime. Rather than merely aiding you through this calamity, I would prefer to teach you how to navigate it. This is precisely why I dismissed Trunks and allowed you to remain. Black Goku spoke with an even tone. Gohan fell into silence, while the reasoning was clear to all. The acceptance of it was another matter entirely. Gohan understood Black Goku's perspective, yet he found it difficult to reconcile, especially when the sacrifice at stake involved countless lives in pursuit of a greater salvation. His empathetic nature clashed with rationality, which indicated no fault in the logic, while emotion insisted that such detachment was excessively cold. In that moment, the kind-hearted Gohan found himself ensnared in inner turmoil. Black Goku perceived this conflict, but chose not to further persuade. Instead, he entrusted the issue to time. If you consider me an inadequate hero, so be it. I must clarify that I will only intervene in critical moments. If you wish to prevent further loss of life, then muster your resolve. As he spoke, Black Goku's demeanor shifted from somber to focused, as he began to sense the presence of the living. With his formidable perception, he effortlessly detected the nearby life forces in mere moments. Were the people around hiding? Following the intensified sensing, images of the surroundings materialized before him. Upon noticing a multitude of individuals concealed underground, he prepared to teleport. Take me with you, Uncle Black Goku. Gohan suddenly called out. Upon hearing this, Black Goku turned his head. Looking at Gohan, he observed a maturity and determination in his expression. In that moment of eye contact, Black Goku sensed that Gohan had transformed into a composed warrior capable of standing alone. You must take me along, Uncle Black Goku. There existed an unspoken understanding. Witnessing Gohan's transformation, Black Goku needed no words to grasp his intentions. Then let us set forth. Whoosh. Black Goku and Gohan vanished from their location. Chapter 41. I am justice, give me that. My child has yet to have milk and has gone a whole day without food. Your child can survive missing one meal. A gust of cold wind swept through a dim yet somewhat illuminated refuge filled with commotion underground, where thousands had gathered. In this crowded shelter, a gang of robbers, characterized by their distinctive hairstyles, was menacingly confronting a mother nursing her infant. Isn't your robbery sufficient? I have given up all my food, and my child is starving. If he doesn't eat this meal, he will perish. The woman shouted with all her might, reaching out to grasp the bottle of milk from the hands of the robber. Get lost. The robber, annoyed by the woman's persistence, kicked her away. The force of the kick sent the woman and her child tumbling to the ground. While an adult might endure the pain, the newborn, merely a few months old, could not withstand such suffering and began to cry. The sound of crying suddenly engulfed the entire shelter. As the wails resonated, a multitude of curious onlookers turned their gazes, some casting reproachful glances at the woman, others unleashing their anger in harsh words, and some even rising to their feet, contemplating violent retribution against her. Each person's reaction varied, yet their collective intent remained unwaveringly indifferent to the woman's plight, subjected to the bullying of a singular individual. In this place, there were no righteous heroes, only the cold, unfeeling gaze of cameras. Stop crying. I made you cry. The assailant, initially intending to sip milk to soothe his throat, was incensed by the child's cries in the woman's arms, abandoning his drink to lash out at her once more. With each kick, the infant's wails intensified. Despite the mother's desperate attempts to shield her child, the pain was palpable, and the baby cried out in anguish. As the cries grew louder, the assailant's fury escalated, and he swiftly removed his footwear, launching an assault on the woman. The shelter was filled with cries, yet not a single soul intervened or sought to administer justice. Instead, an eerie silence prevailed, with some even pulling out their phones to record the spectacle for social media, captioning it with "Do not bully the ant." Suddenly, a few children emerged from the crowd, armed with various toys, standing defiantly before the assailant who was mercilessly attacking the mother and child. Where did these kids come from? Get lost. The assailant, displeased at the interruption of his wrongdoing, brandished a butterfly knife, disregarding the innocence of his adversaries. The sight horrified the parents of the children, who erupted in outrage. What a disgrace. What kind of hero are you? You foolish child, your head is full of nonsense. Look at how other children behave. And then look at yourself. Was it easy for me to raise you? What will happen if you get hurt while trying to be a hero? Let that family deal with their own troubles. The adults berated their children, filled with disappointment and a desire to intervene, yet it was too late. The assailant had already drawn his butterfly knife, and without regard for the young ones before him, he thrust it forward with alarming speed, mere moments away from striking a child. In that critical instant, two figures appeared, intervening with swift precision. A resounding thud echoed as the assailant felt as if his knife had struck iron. Curiosity piqued, he lifted his gaze, locking eyes with a figure cloaked in darkness, exuding a chilling aura. Without uttering a word, the dark figure regarded him coldly. Are you a monster? The assailant trembled, clutching the knife, retreating several steps under the weight of that frigid stare. I am the demon that will bring you to justice, you worthless scum. The dark figure acted swiftly, seizing the assailant's hand with a vice-like grip, applying pressure. In an instant, the assailant felt his hand contorting painfully, as if crushed by a steamroller, and he howled in agony. Let go of my hand. In desperation, feeling the searing pain, the assailant clenched his fist and swung it towards the dark figure. Do you still wish to resist? Trash. In response to the assault from the punk, Black Wukong did not flinch. He braced himself and absorbed the blow. The punch landed with a resounding thud, as if striking a solid metal plate. Is Uncle Black Wukong all right? Upon hearing the sounds of the scuffle, Gohan, who had accompanied him, cast a curious glance over. Do not concern yourself with me, Gohan. I can handle this rubbish alone. With that, Black Wukong exerted his strength and lifted the punk effortlessly. What do you intend to do? Sensing the divine power emanating from Black Wukong's grip, the punk grew anxious. Under the gaze of the terrified man, Black Wukong conjured a violet energy blade in his hand. Today marks the end of your breath. As the cold light flashed, the man's eyes glazed over, and his head drooped lifelessly, yet another soul extinguished at the hands of Black Wukong. Black Wukong remained unfazed, his expression indifferent as he regarded the frightened woman clutching her child and the horrified onlookers. Observing the crowd of passive spectators, frustration welled within him. Thousands of cameras and yet none can capture a single moon, he scoffed, disdainfully tossing the punk's lifeless body toward the crowd. This action sparked a commotion among the spectators. Yet the decisive manner in which Black Wukong had dealt with the situation silenced their outrage, prompting them to retreat into quietude, their words swallowed by fear. Black Wukong, fully aware of their unspoken fears, inquired, Who among you is in charge? Who can inform me of the whereabouts of a creature, green and speckled? He turned to face the crowd, demanding answers. Silence ensued. Respond swiftly. I am quite occupied, he pressed again. Yet, no reply came. The absence of response twice in succession altered his demeanor, especially as he noted that the gaze of the crowd was not solely filled with fear. In that moment, the intent to resort to violence began to stir within him. I shall ask once more, has anyone seen the monster I speak of? I am here to resolve this and save you. His expression grew colder as he reiterated his question. Prepared for the possibility of silence again, he stood resolute. Fortunately, at that moment, a small boy, restrained by his parent, sensed Black Wukong's sincerity and spoke up. Brother, is the monster you mentioned green and resembling a fly? Indeed. When did you last see him, and where? Black Wukong turned his attention to the boy. In the western region, the boy began, but was abruptly silenced by a group of oddly dressed individuals who swiftly covered his mouth. You must not disclose Lord Cell's whereabouts to anyone. Speak another word, and I shall end you. The threats sent the boy scurrying behind his mother, who was equally alarmed and panic-stricken. Ugh, such trash. As a fervent devotee of Cell was about to unleash violence upon a boy and his mother, an invisible strike descended instantaneously, cleaving him into pieces. Continue speaking, child. I shall protect you, declared Black Goku, seated cross-legged in the air, gazing down like a divine being. Cursed old Wong. It must be your doing to audaciously liken Lord Cell to a monster. You deserve to perish. You are a villain who has delayed the initiation of human extinction. Die. Upon witnessing Black Goku slay a fervent follower of Cell, the remaining devotees, hidden in the shadows, rallied together, their attention now fixated upon him. As if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline, in an instant, a multitude surged forth, comprising nearly half of the crowd. Observing this scene, Gohan felt a pang of anxiety and hastily prepared for battle. Just as he was about to engage, Black Goku interjected, "Allow me to handle the killing. You focus on the rescue. We shall divide our tasks." With that, he snapped his fingers. A resounding crack echoed as a barrage of invisible, shotgun-like attacks swiftly descended upon the throng of Cell's fervent followers the moment they rushed towards Black Goku. The sounds of gunfire reverberated, and streams of blood painted the desolate refuge. Amidst the fearful gazes of the onlookers, Black Goku, drenched in blood, approached unscathed, wielding a blade of purple energy. Against those with twisted morals, Black Goku adopted a ruthless approach, showing no mercy as he commenced a massacre of these zealots. In an instant, the refuge was drenched in blood. Ah, help, Lord Cell. It hurts so much, please don't kill me. The cries of anguish and pleas for mercy echoed in Black Goku's ears, yet his heart remained unfazed. Today marks your demise. Under Black Goku's decisive slaughter, the screams persisted for a full 5 minutes. In that time, 1,000 souls were extinguished, their lives snuffed out by his hand. The sheer number of the deceased left their bodies piled within the refuge, an overwhelming sight that elicited no response from Black Goku, akin to crushing 1,000 microorganisms underfoot. Such carnage rendered the already fearful populace utterly silent, their prior resistance extinguished in the wake of Black Goku's frenzied bloodshed. Rather than feeling satisfaction, Black Goku was seething with indignation, his teeth clenched. Are nearly half of these individuals such wretches? Is this the lot I am to save? His cold gaze pierced through the spectators, who remained passive, devoid of morality. The thought that his rare act of kindness was to rescue such individuals was enough to make his hair stand on end. Big brother, quivered the little boy, trembling in fear. Speak. I am listening, Black Goku inquired, blood staining his visage. The monster appeared in the western region. The west, you say? Black Wukong held no doubts regarding the boy's words and immediately began to sense the aura emanating from the west. As anticipated, he detected a sudden surge of energy that quickly waned. Just as Black Wukong was about to teleport, the image associated with that aura caused him to hesitate. It appeared to be a splash of green liquid. With a somber expression, Black Wukong prepared to depart, finding no useful information, when an unusual voice interrupted him. What are you pretending for? Do you think you are a hero, trampling upon the lives of others at will? Startled by the voice, Black Wukong turned to discover that it originated from a woman in her 60s. Adhering to the principle of respecting the elderly, he initially intended to disregard her words. However, the old woman continued to berate him without restraint, igniting the already simmering anger within Black Wukong. Do you believe yourself to be remarkable? Do you think that by saving us, you have become a hero while committing acts of murder? In an instant, Black Wukong appeared before the elderly woman. Ah, she gasped, startled by his sudden presence. Realizing she had been overheard, fear compelled her to flee, but before she could take a step, Black Wukong seized her by the neck, lifting her effortlessly. The scene terrified onlookers, who instinctively recoiled, fearing for their own safety as they distanced themselves from Black Wukong. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, he forcefully threw the woman to the ground, showing no regard for her age, and placed his foot upon her, escalating his fury. In that moment of heightened emotion, Black Wukong unleashed his thoughts upon the gathered spectators. Am I cruel? What about you? Is it kindness to turn a blind eye to the suffering of a mother and daughter? If my pursuit of justice is seen as malevolence in your eyes, then listen closely. Your existence is the greatest evil in my sight. You are despicable, unattractive, impoverished, and worthless. You are foolish, ignorant, blind, and sluggish, akin to the leftover scraps of a zongzi. You dare to label me a criminal? I assure you, I am not only more intelligent than you, but also kinder, more handsome, stronger, and more profound. In comparison to me, you are nothing. I am greater than you. I am your progenitor, your ancestors, your deities, an entity worthy of reverence. I am your savior. Justice? I embody justice. I am the law. I am everything. As Black Wukong spoke, an aura of golden energy began to envelop him. I do not seek to be a hero. I possess the absolute power to grant you life or death at my whim. If I dislike your visage, he declared, teleporting before a man with a scarred face, then I demand you remove those eyebrows. Black Goku violently yanked the eyebrows of the scar-faced man, who dared not utter a word in response. I do not appreciate your eyes being so wide. You must render them blind, Black Goku proclaimed, executing a swift move that enveloped the wide-eyed individual in a fleeting darkness. Oh dear. I am greater than all of you. Do you know why I am great? Because I can achieve all these feats solely by my own power. With but a thought, I could bring about your extinction. What is yours is this? Ultimately, it is the world, and this world belongs to me, Black Goku. Do you comprehend? If you do not, then perish. In a fit of rage, Black Goku erupted, instantly transforming into his Super Saiyan form. Upon his transformation, an overwhelming aura radiated from him. Far away, the concealed presence of Cell, poised to annihilate humanity, was struck with terror by this formidable energy, causing him to break into a cold sweat and tremble uncontrollably, inadvertently revealing his position. I found you. Today marks the end of your breath, Black Goku declared, turning his gaze towards Cell's whereabouts. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, which shattered the surrounding walls into fragments as if they were mere paper. Though Black Goku was driven by a singular thought of annihilation, he hesitated. Observing the helpless throng before him, he recognized their insignificance compared to the malevolent beings he had vanquished before. Killing them would change nothing, for they too lacked a sound moral compass. Yet, among them were individuals with commendable values, which compelled Black Goku to abandon his lethal intentions. Live on, humanity, he uttered, casting a glance at a few children in the crowd before vanishing alongside Gohan, sparing those he had initially sought to destroy. Chapter 42. Gohan and Cell, please spare me. My family has been virtuous for generations, never aiding the common folk, never giving a dime to the needy, always evading taxes, and never hoarding millions. A rotund man murmured to Cell, why does that phrase sound so familiar? Have I encountered you before? As Cell listened to the man's pleas, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him, as if they had met previously. Do we know each other? Ah, of course we do. You must remember me as that person, the one connected to that individual, and ultimately associated with that other. Begone. With that, Cell abruptly lost interest and used his tail to reduce the man to a desiccated corpse. In an instant, Black Goku and Gohan arrived at the battlefield. I found you. Cell, Black Goku spoke in a somber tone. Ah, you've come? Gohan and Goku, Cell replied, maintaining a calm demeanor as he turned to face Black Goku and Gohan. Allow me to engage him in battle, Uncle Black Goku, Gohan asserted with unwavering determination. Go ahead, let me see if you have truly grown stronger. Black Goku remarked as he patted Gohan's shoulder, stepping aside like a spectator to observe the unfolding battle. Is Goku refraining from fighting because he believes my strength is inadequate? A flicker of disappointment crossed Cell's face upon witnessing Black Goku's non-participation. No matter, I shall ascertain Gohan's current limits. With a grave expression, Cell unleashed a formidable surge of energy right before Gohan. In mere moments, Cell's combat power surged, his aura erupting and sweeping across the entirety of the northern west region. Let me show you the price of underestimating me. With that, Cell propelled himself towards Gohan. I shall demonstrate the fruits of my training, Gohan declared as he assumed a fighting stance and charged at Cell. In an instant, the two engaged in a fierce clash in the northern west, exchanging blows with a rapid ferocity. The speed was astonishing, darting from left to right, then back again, locked in a relentless struggle. Huh! Gohan erupted with energy. A flash of golden light heralding the arrival of Super Saiyan Gohan. Transformed into this powerful state, Gohan's base attributes multiplied, quickly gaining the upper hand against Cell, who found himself retreating under the onslaught. The explosive power of the Super Saiyan form was indeed not merely a change in hairstyle and color, it was overwhelmingly potent. Cell, however, appeared exhilarated, displaying no sign of panic in response to Gohan's transformation, instead maintaining a calm demeanor as he continued to receive Gohan's blows. Is he not using his full strength? Why is he so composed? Gohan pondered cautiously as he executed a kick towards Cell. The strike landed squarely on Cell's head, sending him hurtling backward with no means of defense. What's this? How could he not evade? Gohan, perplexed by Cell's apparent ease and composed demeanor, began to question whether he had become excessively strong, delivering a blow so powerful that Cell could not react, or if Cell was concealing greater strength beneath a facade of nonchalance. Boom. Time did not afford Gohan the luxury of contemplation, as Cell readied himself for another attack, charging forth at remarkable speed. Yet Gohan, with quick reflexes, raised his arms to block the fierce assault. He actually managed to block it? Cell was taken aback. Is this all the strength you possess? It pales in comparison to what Uncle Black Goku described. It's as if it is worlds apart. This power is even less than that of the weakest of the androids. Number 18. Disappointment etched on Gohan's face. He clenched his fists in anger, having witnessed the lack of surprise in Cell's abilities. With renewed resolve, he launched a furious punch, striking Cell squarely in the face, distorting his features as he was sent flying backward. Gohan, intent on not letting up, pursued him with a flurry of kicks. In an instant, Cell, airborne, was treated like a mere ball, bouncing back and forth between the sky and the ground, utterly defenseless against Gohan's relentless assault. What is happening? Sheru, the villain, found himself utterly powerless against Gohan's relentless assault. Black Goku felt an inexplicable sense of unease. He was all too aware of Gohan's prowess, no matter how prodigious one's talent. It seemed implausible for Gohan to surpass the strength of the android siblings, 17 and 18, in such a brief span. Moreover, it was evident that Gohan had yet to reach even the intermediate level of Super Saiyan. This realization unsettled Black Goku, as Gohan's newfound strength brought him a measure of comfort, while Sheru's inexplicable frailty filled him with trepidation. As Black Goku's gaze remained fixed upon the battlefield, a cry for help suddenly pierced the air. Help! A monster is attacking here. Upon hearing the cry, Black Goku swiftly turned his head, only to behold a small boy, tears streaming down his face, approaching the confrontation between Gohan and Sheru. What a troublesome child, Black Goku thought, sensing impending danger and rushing forward, but alas, it was too late. The boy had already reached the next point where Gohan and Sheru would instantaneously clash, and in a moment of distraction, Gohan, along with Sheru, teleported directly in front of the child. The child. Gohan's attention faltered, and his fist slowed in its trajectory. Now's my chance. Sheru's eyes glinted with malice as he seized the opportunity, launching a devastating punch towards the defenseless boy. Gohan, move. Don't worry about that child. Black Goku shouted, sensing the imminent peril. Sorry, Uncle Black Goku. Gohan could not bear to witness harm come to the boy. He rushed forward, enveloping the child in his arms, shielding him with his own back. Crash! Sheru's fist struck Gohan's back with tremendous force. The impact left Gohan momentarily blinded, and he was propelled backward, still cradling the boy. Take another kick. Seizing the moment, Sheru unleashed a kick aimed at Gohan, who was preoccupied with protecting the child. The same force, targeted at the same spot, would likely result in a catastrophic injury to Gohan's spine. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed ominously. Witnessing this, Black Goku seethed with frustration, clenching his fists in anger. Is this the change you promised me? Is this your response? A record of 0 wins and 3 losses? Damn it! Black Goku could hardly bear to watch, covering his forehead with his hand. Having absorbed Sheru's full-powered punch and kick, Gohan's face contorted in agony, blood pouring from his mouth, his forehead slick with sweat, rendering him too weak even to grit his teeth. Yet, despite his suffering, he mustered a gentle smile for the frightened child in his arms. "Are you all right, little one?" Gohan asked, his voice laced with kindness. "I'm fine," the boy replied, fear still evident as he wiped his tears. "That's good to hear. Just stay put while I deal with the bad guy, okay?" Gohan smiled reassuringly, tenderly stroking the boy's chin. "Okay," the boy answered, his expression firm with resolve. Strangely, in their moment of conversation, they seemed to forget entirely about Sheru looming behind them. "Ignoring me, are you?" Believing in his own prowess, Cell launched himself forward with a forceful kick aimed at the distracted Gohan. With an air of confidence, Cell scoffed. "Did you think I exposed my back for you to reminisce about your meals?" Suddenly, Gohan, cradling a young boy, swiftly evaded the attack. Where had he gone? Witnessing the missed strike, Cell's expression shifted to one of alarm. "Here." Gohan's voice resonated as he descended from above, delivering a powerful elbow strike upon Cell's head. "I will not spare a creature that would harm a child," Gohan declared, releasing the boy and launching himself at Cell with renewed vigor. "Go for it, big brother." The young boy cheered, rallying for Gohan. "Oh, encouragement. Such nauseating sentimentality," Cell retorted, abruptly raising his head and gathering energy for a ki blast aimed squarely at Gohan, which he unleashed with haste. Whoosh! The energy projectile shot forth, directly targeting the advancing Gohan. "A mere parlor trick," Gohan replied calmly. In an instant, he vanished, appearing before Cell just as the ki blast was released, redirecting it back towards Cell with a powerful press of his palm. The ki blast hurtled back into Cell's mouth, triggering a violent explosion. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as Cell was engulfed in the blast, a cloud of gray smoke enveloping him. Gohan, quick on his feet, relocated just in time, exuding a cool demeanor, though the pain in his lower back soon bent him over. "Ah! Ouch, ouch, ouch!" he groaned, clutching his waist and kneeling on the ground. This scene was witnessed by Black Goku, who observed Gohan's unfortunate predicament with an expression of disbelief. "That kid is finished." Amidst the swirling dust and debris, Cell stood defiantly, bearing the marks of battle and a disheveled appearance. "You truly are not so easily vanquished," Gohan remarked, rising once more to assume a fighting stance. "Because I cannot die," Cell retorted, spitting a mouthful of green blood as he twisted his injured neck. The previous blow had severely damaged Cell's head, and it took nearly a minute and a half for his forehead's antennae to regenerate. His facial wounds, too, were slow to heal. Once his injuries were mended, Cell maintained an air of calm, his expression unchanged despite the relentless beatings he had endured at Gohan's hands. This unwavering composure perplexed Gohan, who found it difficult to comprehend why Cell seemed so confident after being so thoroughly beaten. Curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, "What are you so confident about? Do you possess a hidden trump card that you have yet to reveal? If so, I suggest you unveil it swiftly, for I intend to give my all to defeat you shortly. I refuse to witness an enemy who, even in death, fails to reveal their true strength. Show me your genuine power." "True power?" Cell echoed, a smirk creeping upon his lips. "This is the extent of my current strength. The path to becoming stronger has been irrevocably sealed. This is my utmost effort." Cell, with a look of resignation, declared, "Enough of this. Let the games come to an end. Just fall." Gohan, filled with a murderous intent, noticed Cell's reluctance to unleash even a modicum of his power and resolved to charge forward with all his might. In an instant, he surged toward Cell, reaching him in mere moments. "It's over." Gohan clenched his fists, preparing to strike down, yet he suddenly halted. Following Cell's calm gaze, Gohan turned to see Cell looking behind him. With a sense of foreboding, he glanced back just in time to witness an energy blast hurtling towards a small boy. Not good. Gohan sensed imminent danger and dashed back. In the blink of an eye, as the energy blast was about to collide with the boy, Gohan intercepted it with his own body. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom as he gasped for breath, enduring the agony of the blow. "Are you all right, little one?" he asked, turning with concern to check on the boy. Still distracted? Suddenly, Cell appeared before him. Damn it! Gohan had intended to comfort the child, but with Cell's interruption, his focus was shattered, forcing him to prioritize the battle against Cell. With rapid exchanges of blows, Gohan and Cell engaged in a fierce confrontation, both in the air and on the ground. "I am certain of victory. It is not too late to concede." Gohan grasped Cell's arm firmly. "Is that so?" Cell replied skeptically, gathering energy into a blast aimed at the boy. "You scoundrel!" Witnessing Cell's malicious intent towards the child ignited Gohan's fury. but he had to prioritize the boy's safety. The familiar scenario replayed as Gohan once again shielded the child with his own body against Cell's onslaught. Fool, you leave yourself wide open. In a sudden move, Cell attacked, taking advantage of Gohan's momentary pain and distraction. Damn it, Gohan lamented, but he pressed on regardless, enduring the agony from his injuries as he clashed fiercely with Cell once more. Before long, Gohan had Cell cornered, yet Cell maintained an air of calm. Each time Gohan aimed to finish him off, Cell would retaliate by targeting the boy, forcing Gohan to abandon his offensive to protect the child, thereby absorbing the damage from Cell's attacks. In this relentless cycle, Cell cunningly exploited Gohan's compassion to turn the tide in his favor. Gohan eventually sensed this treachery, but it was too late. Another thunderous blast struck him, leaving him feeling as if all his strength had been stripped away, collapsing to the ground. You despicable fiend! Gohan gasped, clutching his chest as he lay helplessly on the ground, struggling for breath. Me despicable? Cell chuckled at the accusation. You willingly bore the burden. Do you dare blame me? He approached Gohan leisurely, and in a moment of excruciating pain, hoisted him up with one hand and delivered several stinging slaps. You! Gohan glared at Cell through gritted teeth, pain etched across his face. Look at you, a pity that you, who once had the strength to defeat me, succumbed to human nature, said Cell, as he forcefully charged at Gohan. The impact sent Gohan staggering back, his eyes rolling in agony. Is a mere headbutt enough to incapacitate me? Gohan winced, clutching his forehead as he glared at Cell. This is the price of your distraction in battle, as well as the cost of your trust in me. Trust you? What do you mean? What are you talking about? Gohan's confusion was palpable. Nothing much, after all. I prefer to convey my intentions through actions, Cell replied with a sly smile, his demeanor exuding arrogance. What are you babbling about, you scoundrel? Speak clearly. Gohan, bewildered by Cell's cryptic words, struggled to comprehend the situation, but clarity soon dawned upon him. Big brother? HM. At the sound, Gohan discreetly turned his head. The moment he did, his eyes widened in shock. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Time seemed to freeze, and an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. A flicker of malevolence danced in Cell's eyes. I prefer to let my actions speak, Gohan-san. As the words fell, a dagger plunged from behind Gohan, piercing through his chest and fatally wounding his heart. Overwhelmed by pain and a sense of suffocation, Gohan turned in disbelief to see the small boy he had saved gripping the hilt of the knife embedded in his heart. Why did you stab me? I was protecting you. Gohan exclaimed in utter confusion. I know, but I don't need it. The boy smiled innocently, but his expression quickly twisted. Before Gohan's astonished gaze, the small boy transformed into Cell, a calm and composed version of the villain. Chapter 43. A battle of humanity. Gohan and you are connected at heart, while you play with Gohan's emotions. What is the difference between the fa one presents in public and the heartfelt truths shared in private? Gohan finally understood. It turns out I am the fool here. Gohan's eyes rolled back as he collapsed to the ground, unable to maintain his Super Saiyan form, succumbing to unconsciousness. From a distance, Black Goku observed the scene, torn between amusement and dismay, shaking his head repeatedly. So, my schemes have been quite effective, haven't they? Cell, with his sausage-like lips, turned to Black Goku, stretching his neck. Indeed, indeed. You certainly know how to toy with Gohan, that obedient child, Black Goku replied, cracking his knuckles with a smirk. Uncle Black Goku, Gohan weakly called out. Fool, don't trust strangers so easily. Hasn't your mother warned you countless times? Understand some common sense. And it's no wonder you got stabbed. Black Goku scolded, exasperated. Uncle Black Goku, Gohan continued to call out weakly. Despite his frustration, he knew he had to step in when it mattered. Whoosh. In an instant, Black Goku appeared before the two Cells, lifting Gohan into his arms. So fast. The non-sausage-lipped Cell exclaimed in astonishment. Humph. In contrast to the astonishment of the other Cell, the sausage-lipped one remained unfazed. As Black Goku suddenly emerged, Cell instinctively prepared to retaliate, but before he could act, Black Goku and Gohan vanished from sight. He left just like that, leaving Sheru in a state of shock. It was nothing. If he exerted himself, his speed could surpass this. Sheru, with his sausage-like lips, sneered disdainfully. Black Uncle Goku, Gohan continued to moan in pain. Stop whining and swallow the senzu bean, you wasteful child. As he spoke, Black Goku gently extracted the large blade that had pierced Gohan's chest from his back and swiftly tossed the senzu bean into Gohan's mouth. In the fleeting moment of reporting to the underworld, Black Goku grasped the situation. At the very instant Gohan was on the brink of death, he saved him. As Gohan chewed the Senzu bean, he was instantly revitalized, standing up with renewed vigor. Ah, indeed formidable, Gohan thought nervously, touching his chest. You should know better. Don't be so foolishly compassionate, as it will only hasten your demise. Just like before, Black Goku reprimanded coldly. I understand. It won't happen again, Gohan replied, transforming once more into a Super Saiyan. This near-death experience significantly enhanced Gohan's strength, propelling him to the intermediate level of Super Saiyan, breaking through the bottleneck he had faced in recent days. I did it, Black Uncle Goku. Seeing that he had finally surpassed his limits, Gohan could hardly believe his eyes and looked again in astonishment. Upon realizing his newfound strength, he gleefully boasted to Black Goku like a child. I did it. I've become an intermediate Super Saiyan, Black Uncle Goku. Don't get too cocky. Be careful not to be pierced by some child again, Black Goku warned. Huh? Gohan, startled, touched his chest apprehensively. After witnessing Gohan's newfound power, the two sheriffs wore serious expressions. The Saiyans' nature of growing stronger through battle was indeed troublesome. Don't be afraid. Remember, I'm still here. A Super Saiyan can obliterate with a snap. The sausage-lipped Sheru arrogantly extended a middle finger towards Gohan. I will ensure that this time, I eradicate you completely. Remembering the near-fatal encounter, Gohan felt a shiver of fear, realizing that had it not been for Black Goku's timely intervention, he would have met his end. His demeanor shifted from naive to fierce, eyes filled with determination. Be extra cautious this time. There are no more Senzu beans, Black Goku reminded him. No more Senzu beans? Understood. With that, Gohan adopted a more careful approach. Just as he prepared to engage in battle again, one of the sheriffs, the sausage-lipped one, began to clap. Let us have a little audience before we fight. With a wicked smile, he gestured, and a group of ordinary people, bound and helpless, were ushered forth by a throng of zealots armed with peculiar weapons. What do you intend to do? Gohan shouted in alarm. Adding a bit of entertainment to the battle, the sausage-lipped Sheru replied, his gaze drifting toward the nearby skyscrapers. Under his watchful eyes, yet another group of ordinary people was compelled to line up on the balcony, forced by his fervent followers wielding firearms. What are you planning? Gohan sensed an impending crisis, swallowing nervously as unease washed over him. As the sausage-lipped Cell triumphantly extended his finger towards Gohan, the latter turned to follow his gaze. To his astonishment, he was met with a chilling sight. Hundreds upon thousands of individuals, fervent supporters of Cell, approached with weapons aimed at their heads, forming an ominous assembly not far from him. A total of 5,000 spectators stood there, significantly fewer than the anticipated 20,000. As many had chosen to align themselves with Cell instead, he remarked. In disbelief, Gohan was suddenly engulfed by the jubilant cries echoing around him. Lord Cell, exterminate humanity! Lord Cell, exterminate humanity! With fervor, the crowd rallied, their weapons cocked and ready. A sense of dread enveloped Gohan as he attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Under the watchful gaze of Gohan, these zealous followers aimed their weapons at the elderly, children, pregnant women, and even infants. Panic ensued. Help! I don't want to die! A barrage of gunfire erupted, illuminating the scene with flashes of light, followed by a heart-wrenching silence. Stop! Gohan cried out, desperate to intervene. Yet as he stepped forward, calamity struck. At that moment, Gohan turned his head, only to witness a multitude of people being kicked off a towering 50-story building by Cell's fervent followers, plummeting to the ground like rain. Each one meeting a tragic fate before Gohan's horrified eyes. Witnessing this atrocity ignited an inferno within him. Is this what you call a battle? This mindless slaughter? What do you value human life as? Gohan's fists clenched, veins bulging on his forehead as he glared at Cell, ready to charge. Calm down, Gohan. That Cell is a semi-perfect being. You cannot defeat him. He seeks to provoke you. Do not fall for his trick, a composed Black Goku interjected, seizing Gohan before he could lose control. How can he laugh after killing so many? What is amusing about this? Gohan's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't it entertaining? With just a command, you humans scream in agony. Where's the flaw in that? Cell scoffed. Gohan, gritting his teeth, felt the urge to rush at Cell. But Black Goku's grip kept him restrained. Stay put. If you are to be a true hero, you must first learn to control your emotions. Understood? Black Goku's voice was cold, his gaze piercing. But so many have died. It's unbearable. Gohan's fists tightened in fury, his eyes burning with a desire for vengeance. You despicable fiend. In a fit of rage, Gohan struck the ground with a tremendous force, causing the earth to crack beneath him and tremble ever so slightly. Feeling the tremors beneath his feet, the self-satisfied Salu, with his sausage-like mouth, reveled in the delight of knowing that Gohan was seething with frustration, powerless to retaliate against him. "Isn't it infuriating?" he exclaimed with a radiant smile. "Seeing me standing here unscathed after slaughtering so many, you must be thinking how utterly useless you are, lamenting about not being able to change anything, right? Such a pitiful waste." "Ha!" Gohan glared at him, eyes widened with fury. "If you're so enraged right now, it merely illustrates your limited perspective. You must broaden your horizons," Salu proclaimed, feeling a sense of grandeur as he began to expound upon his philosophy. "After consuming the world S number 17, I realized my understanding had expanded. The divine returns to the divine, the heavens to the heavens, the earth to the earth, and each being to its own destiny. Every life is born with a mixture of filth and civilization, inevitably entwining destruction and creation. Thus, from a divine standpoint, my annihilation of humanity is an act of reverence for this world. I eradicate the corrupt, and from the heavens, I shield this realm by eliminating those who would disrupt its order. From the earth's perspective, I restore balance, allowing the world to reclaim its original splendor. My mission is not mere slaughter. It is a noble cause to safeguard this world. You cultist, face me in single combat," Gohan retorted, suppressing his rage, each word laced with lethal intent. "This is my perspective on existence. I do not despise humanity. I merely act to protect the world," Salu argued, attempting to justify his bloody rampage as a means of preservation. "To frame your gruesome slaughter as a protective measure is utterly implausible," Black Goku interjected, unable to contain himself any longer. "Only someone deranged would articulate it that way. Do you truly believe yourself to be noble? You, who would slaughter a child and massacre over 500,000 people just to kill number 17. Are you a know-it-all?" Black Goku's expression darkened. "Cease your charade of heroism. You are not a savior. You are merely an evildoer, akin to me, whose aims align with the protection of humanity. In a modern society, the law would have sentenced you to death 1,000 times over for your indiscriminate slaughter of my fervent admirers." Salu shot back defiantly. Black Goku remained silent, listening intently, witnessing the son of the nation's commander-in-chief kill indiscriminately. He then took it upon himself to slaughter the entire family of the perpetrator and even decimated the central military forces of the country. Did he dare to threaten the emperor into signing a treaty to protect personal liberties? Is this what a hero is meant to do? As his words fell, the listeners, including Gohan, were visibly taken aback. "What is happening?" Gohan asked, bewildered. "What is wrong with this person? How can he commit such acts?" The crowd erupted into murmurs, pointing fingers at Black Goku, completely forgetting that they would still rely on him for salvation. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Black Wukong wore a scornful expression, seemingly unfazed by the formidable yet hollow accusations leveled against him by the sausage-mouth cell. The political and military powers of this nation were mere puppets in his hands, causing unrest throughout the land. "What do you call this justice? Compared to me, what sort of hero are you? You hypocritical murderer," Sausage-Mouth Cell bellowed. His outburst stirred the emotions of the onlookers, who gazed at Black Wukong with tearful curiosity, eager for a response. "Answer? What answer is needed for such actions? If you wish to hear me recite some platitude about protecting something vital, I could oblige," Black Wukong replied nonchalantly, entirely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. This casual demeanor incited outrage among the public, who were furious at their supposed protector's lack of seriousness. "You call yourself a hero? You're even worse than a dog. Silence yourself. If you want protection, shut your mouth about those girls you've disrespected and discarded." Black Wukong glared furiously at the loudest critic, causing the incessant chatter to cease abruptly, as if struck by a baseball bat. "You demand protection, yet are so picky? Listen well. My justice does not extend to those of poor character, who speak too freely and complain excessively. If you wish to survive, keep your mouth shut, or I shall eliminate you along with those even more foolish," he declared, raising a hand to gather energy for a Kamehameha wave, ready to unleash it. The remaining chatter among the crowd fell silent in an instant, fear washing over them. The notion of killing hostages shocked many fervent supporters of Cell, who had not anticipated such an unpredictable move from Black Wukong. Trembling with fear, they realized that in the face of his justice, weakness would not be tolerated. Meaningful sacrifice was to be made without hesitation. So, if you utter another word, prepare to meet your end, to make the necessary sacrifice to vanquish this murderous monster. Black Wukong stated coldly, crushing the Kamehameha wave in his hand and turning it towards Cell. Was he truly unshaken by the crowd's words? Unlike Gohan, it seemed he would not be easily swayed. Cell felt a wave of anxiety, realizing Black Wukong was not the self-sacrificing hero he had expected, and he glanced helplessly at Sausage Mouth Cell beside him. What a ruthless individual, Sausage Mouth Cell remarked, taken aback by Black Wukong's merciless demeanor. I had no intention of engaging in this battle. After all, my disciple, Gohan, ought to be the hero. However, when the situation escalated and killing became necessary, it fell upon me to intervene. Since you are so well informed, you should have prepared for the inevitable outcome of dealing with hostages, Black Wukong stated coldly. Humph. Sausage Mouth Cell maintained his calm demeanor, unfazed. Of course, I am aware, you heartless individual. A mere ordinary person would surely falter against you. However, what do you propose to do when I present these few individuals before you? The smirking figure of Sa Lu clapped his hands, and amidst his applause, Black Goku sensed an unsettling premonition. Could it be that under Sa Lu's clapping, a sudden realization dawned upon Black Goku, and his eyes widened in alarm? Chapter 44. Not iron-blooded. As the voice fell, under the astonished gaze of Black Goku, several children were herded forward by a group of ardent followers of Sa Lu, their heads pressed against the barrels of firearms. Upon hearing the commotion, Gohan glanced over, exclaiming in shock, "Are those the children from the shelter? What will you do to confront such individuals? What sacrifices are deemed necessary?" Sa Lu inquired with a smug expression. "Is this all part of your meticulous scheme?" Black Goku replied with a calm demeanor, turning his gaze toward Sa Lu. "Do you truly believe I would not devise a few tactics to deal with you? Your tone suggests that we have crossed paths long ago." Black Goku pondered, feeling a sense of confusion. "I have seen you, but you have not seen me. By relation, we are not familiar acquaintances. Rather, I should say I am the master of your enemy." Sa Lu spoke in a low tone, his eyes gleaming with malice as he bit off the last few words. "Master of my enemy?" Black Goku was utterly perplexed. "Surely you recognize Trunks? I am the Sa Lu from that timeline." "That timeline? Oh," Black Goku mused, eyeing Sa Lu with newfound intrigue. "Do not be surprised. It is hatred that has guided me to meet you. You have inflicted upon me profound suffering, and I intend to ensure you experience similar anguish. Today marks the day of my vengeance," Sa Lu declared, his expression brimming with pride. "Vengeance? Is it merely you and another version of yourself? Or perhaps them?" Black Goku surveyed the crowd surrounding them, narrowing his gaze back to the captured children. "It could be any or none of them. By the way, are you not curious as to how I am aware of your tumultuous escapade throughout the nation last night? Or how I managed to gather this crowd here?" "Do enlighten me," Black Goku responded with keen interest, assuming the role of an attentive listener. Upon hearing this, Sa Lu smiled slightly and clapped his hands. With a single clap, several fervent admirers appeared beside him, forcibly escorting a few girls forward. "Ah, it's that pervert." Upon hearing the exclamation, Black Goku instantly recognized the girls. "You are the ones I encountered in the restroom," he said, an expression of confusion crossing his face as he recalled the moment when he had, rather inappropriately, knocked on the doors of the women's restroom, causing them to be paralyzed with fear. "Surely, you recognize these girls?" Sa Lu's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Where did you capture them?" Black Goku inquired, his expression now serious. "While you were causing chaos in the restroom last night, intending to harm the child of the nation's military governor. They reported the incident to a nearby police station and were apprehended as they left. You should be grateful to them. Had it not been for them, I would have remained oblivious to your sudden surge in energy. I never anticipated it was merely to harm an unarmed individual." Sa Lu sneered disdainfully, spitting a glob of phlegm. "Were you tracking me at that time? I clearly feel no aura at all. My body is unique, having traversed death, undergone transformation, and finally experienced rebirth. My presence is now rendered null, despite my power being amplified 100-fold. The exuberance on the face of the sausage-mouthed Cell is unmistakable. From the moment you sensed my essence, you began to follow me, only to witness me compel the emperor of this nation to sign a treaty," queried Black Goku. "Indeed, it is quite astonishing. To single-handedly seize control over a nation's nuclear arsenal is truly remarkable. Had you not done this, I would never have recognized you as a hero. However, This fortunate turn of events has provided me a precedent to pursue my own objectives. In an instant, a thought flashed through Cell's mind, and he mused. Why had I not considered this approach earlier? With this strategy, dealing with that individual would be exceedingly simple. Ha ha ha. Cell, with a foot planted on the Emperor of the Crimson Era, boasted arrogantly, I am the sovereign of this nation. The Emperor retorted defiantly, the Emperor? I am the king of this world. Bow before me, you insignificant ruler. Ha ha ha. Returning to the present, that traitor who violated the treaty. No wonder that incompetent fool, indifferent to the suffering of the populace, suddenly conceived the idea of deploying Little Boy in the West this morning. Black Goku's hair fluttered. My performance has been quite commendable, has it not? I have orchestrated a FAAD for the government to feign the deployment of an atomic bomb in the West, thereby provoking your inherent goodness to act as a hero and intervene personally. You are convinced I would intervene? Why? Black Goku inquired, perplexed. You are a hero, are you not? A hero who does not slaughter the innocent? From the fact that you spared those girls in the restroom, it is clear that you are not a hero who would abandon their humanity entirely. I believe your intellect is sharp enough to predict that by sparing them, they would inevitably alert the authorities, yet you chose not to do so because you do not wish to commit indiscriminate slaughter, correct? This is somewhat of a gamble. But when I observed you refraining from executing a throng of onlookers who witnessed your acts of murder, it became evident that you are not truly heartless. This observation is further corroborated by your behavior in the shelter. You did not stand idly by while a mother and daughter were bullied, nor did you hurl insults at them, as one of moral character would refrain from harming the innocent. Cell smirked slightly. The shelter, designed to ascertain whether you are genuinely cold-blooded, was a construct of mine, a refuge formed from those fleeing due to my actions. Within it, I placed various individuals and roles, bullies and victims, the kind-hearted, the indifferent, the malicious, and the deranged, to test the limits of what kind of hostages could compel you to protect them at the cost of sacrificing your so-called greater good. After all my efforts to draw you in, the results of my tests have left me quite satisfied, Cell said, glancing at the few children behind Black Goku. Oh, exploiting the innocence of children, Gohan clenched his fists in anger. Indeed, the Navi goodness of children surpasses all notions of greater good. Through you, I have come to understand this truth. Do you feel remorse? This is the consequence of your refusal to eliminate all threats. Did you think the fervent fans within would number merely 1,000? You are mistaken. The count is 1,500. Lord Cell is wise. Lord Cell is wise. With a disdainful click of his tongue, Black Goku seethed with fury. Regret your ignorant actions. Lament your naive belief that amidst the grotesque, there lies kindness. The smirking figure of Salu interjected. Damn you, you wretched scoundrel. Black Goku clenched his teeth in anger. Big brother, what's wrong? Upon hearing his name called, Black Goku turned, ready to unleash his wrath, only to halt abruptly. What is there to cry about? If you keep weeping, I shall spank you, he stated coldly, fixing his gaze upon the weeping children behind him. Big brother, we have caused you trouble. Sob sob, it's all our fault. They killed everyone, even our parents. Sob sob. One girl among the group tearfully confided to Black Goku. What? Black Goku's face contorted with rage as he raised his finger to point at Salu, but hesitated, lowering his hand in the next moment. Realizing that blaming me is futile, are you? Salu scoffed disdainfully. Black Goku remained silent, his head bowed in self-reproach. If only your eyes had been sharper, had you noticed the ambush within, perhaps so many innocent lives would not have been lost. Their parents would not have perished in such sorrow. Ha ha ha. Salu cackled maniacally, extending his hand to unleash an energy blast towards the children. Whoosh. The energy sphere shot forth. Bang. A massive hand suddenly intercepted it, crushing the projectile just before it could harm the children. You have crossed my threshold, Salu. With a tone dripping with satisfaction, Black Goku raised his head, a murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. What? Do you intend to champion this foolishness for these simpletons? No one will ever be grateful to you. Salu mocked coldly. Indeed, humanity should be extinguished. Annihilation. Extinction. Black Goku responded in a tone heavy with indifference. Huh. Salu was momentarily taken aback. I care not how many remember me, nor how many deem me great, as long as those who deserve happiness are joyful. Those who live tragic lives can find joy devoid of darkness, oppression, and ugliness, smiling, laughing, rejoicing. Does it matter whether I am deemed a villain or a paragon of justice? My righteousness has never relied upon the approval of the masses, nor their wishes. I stand for the eradication of you wretches who bring misfortune to others. My justice seeks to rid the world of your self-righteous ilk, leaving not a single one behind. In an instant, a torrent of unfortunate childhood memories flooded Black Goku's mind, compelling him to declare, "Expel all of you from this world that ought to be beautiful." He stood resolutely, his posture proud, before the children behind him. "Eradicate us? Just you? Huh? Do you think I summoned them merely to hear your empty rhetoric? I want them to witness how you, their so-called hero, cannot protect them." As he spoke, Salu unleashed energy blasts towards the bound crowd surrounding them. "Not on my watch." Whoosh. At the moment when Sausage Mouth Cell launched his attack, several invisible slashes instantaneously struck the energy sphere, extinguishing Sausage Mouth Cell's offensive. How infuriating. Sausage Mouth Cell glared at Black Goku in exasperation. "Your ride back home is about to leave." Black Goku, with a resolute expression, concentrated his energy into a blade. "Is that so? Very well. Broly, it's your turn to take the stage." Taking a deep breath, Cell shouted to his surroundings. "Broly?" Upon hearing this, Black Goku suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, sensing the impending danger. "Kakarot." As the voice echoed, Black Goku looked up just in time to see an enormous figure hurtling towards him from the sky. Chapter 45, Super Saiyan 2 Go On. "Broly, you seem to be in the wrong scene," Black Goku scoffed, then leaped backwards with a powerful jump, narrowly avoiding Broly's explosive descent. However, the children behind him were not as fortunate, tumbling backward helplessly. Hey, you all." Hearing their cries, Black Goku turned with concern. Broly, upon landing, wasted no time and charged directly at Black Goku, resembling a lion with his wild, golden mane. Caught off guard by Broly's approach while focused on the children, Black Goku was seized by the legs before he could react. Not good. Realizing the danger too late, Black Goku attempted to unleash his power, but it was already too late. Kakarot. Broly swung his arm, pulling Black Goku's legs down with tremendous force against the ground. Crash. Under Broly's immense strength, Black Goku was caught off guard, experiencing a violent fall akin to a roller coaster ride. Darkness enveloped Black Goku as pain surged through him. Broly, in a fit of rage, hurled Black Goku around as if he were a mere toy, leaving devastation in his wake, reminiscent of a storm ravaging a parking lot. After being slammed repeatedly, Black Goku finally regained his senses. With a sudden surge of energy, he transformed into a Super Saiyan in the midst of being sent crashing down for the 9th time, breaking free from Broly's grasp. Yet, rather than feeling liberated, a sharp pain shot through his ankle. "Is my ankle broken?" Curiously, Black Goku examined his ankle, lifting his pant leg to reveal bruising from Broly's brutal grip, causing his heart to race. "Just how much strength do you possess?" he exclaimed in disbelief. "Kakarot, I will tear you apart like a puzzle." Broly snarled, teeth clenched as he glared at Black Goku. Then, fueled by rage, charged once more. Whoosh. In an instant, golden energy clashed with black energy. Indeed, it seems that bringing him along was a wise decision. Observing Black Goku falter in his first encounter with Broly, Sausage Mouth Cell wore an expression of exhilaration. "Is that the key figure you mentioned in your plan?" In the midst of observing Broly's formidable aura, the curious figure of Cyberman, with his sausage-like mouth, inquired about the origin of this acquaintance. "He is a friend I made on South Kai's planet in the southern galaxy before my departure to the underworld. From our very first encounter, I discerned his intense disdain for Saiyans. He revealed to me his loathing for Son Goku, which evoked memories of the time when I instructed Trunks to eliminate my doppelganger, Black Goku, just before my demise. As thoughts of vengeance consumed me, we found ourselves in perfect accord, embarking on a partnership," Cyberman exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. It is no wonder you have maintained such composure. You possess such a formidable ally. But if that is the case, why resort to elaborate theatrics and utilize hostages for leverage?" Cyberman pondered, his expression clouded with confusion. "Of course, it is for revenge. After enduring so much humiliation, how could I allow him to perish so easily? Moreover, witnessing him struggle to protect others while being unable to save them from death is quite gratifying," he responded with a sinister grin, taking delight in watching Black Goku, bound and unable to retaliate, amidst the onlookers. "What has happened to your once overwhelming strength, Kakarot? Where is your arrogance now?" Broly taunted, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks upon Black Goku. "Isn't green hair synonymous with Super Saiyan's full power? What have you been consuming for training? Black Goku struggled to evade Broly's relentless onslaught. What have I consumed? Hatred and anger, of course. Broly gritted his teeth, furiously launching a green energy blast into the crowd. Watch out. Black Goku swiftly positioned his fingers to teleport. With a whoosh, he narrowly escaped, slicing through Broly's energy blast with a swift keyblade. Kakarot. Broly suddenly charged forth, moving with astonishing speed, closing the distance to Black Goku in an instant. A resounding thud echoed as Black Goku absorbed the full force of Broly's uppercut. But that's not the end. Broly seized Black Goku and slammed him violently into the ground. Black Goku gritted his teeth in pain from the impact. Still not finished. Broly clutched Black Goku's hair, yanking him up once more. With a powerful left hook, he struck Black Goku's visage repeatedly, delivering a relentless flurry of blows. And still not done, Broly continued to drag Black Goku, forcefully pressing his face against the ground as he skated along, creating a chaotic scene with debris flying in all directions. Broly, growing weary of the rapid movement, abruptly halted and hurled Black Goku like a bowling ball towards the spectators. With remarkable reflexes, Black Goku activated his ki just moments before crashing into the crowd, halting his descent and avoiding disaster. As Black Goku came to a halt upon landing, Broly swiftly charged towards him. Kakarot. Broly clenched his fists and rushed to deliver a rapid series of blows. After you've struck me so many times, it's only fair that I get to retaliate, isn't it? In a flash of white light, Black Goku adeptly evaded Broly's onslaught. Realizing his attacks were ineffective, Broly gathered his strength for a few more punches, yet each one was effortlessly dodged by Black Goku, who maneuvered with the ease of a master fishing for a catch. Although he was not truly invincible, he was more than capable of handling Broly with ease. With a flick of his fingers, Black Goku produced a resounding snap. In an instant, Broly, still bewildered, was sent hurtling backward, as if struck by 1,000 fists, his body marked with the imprints of blows. Is this a joke? Broly was just sent flying like that. The sausage-mouthed Cell swallowed hard, disbelief etched on his face, mirrored by his counterpart. The two cells exchanged astonished glances at Black Goku, who, after snapping his fingers, was now making a heart gesture with his right hand. Just then, a golden figure charged toward them. Cell, prepare to meet your doom. At the sound of the voice, both cells turned to see Gohan launching a punch in their direction. Caught off guard, the sausage-mouthed Cell was struck by Gohan's fist and sent flying. It's your turn now. Gohan lifted his leg and aimed a kick at the sausage-mouthed Cell. TCH. So slow. The Cell scoffed, dismissing Gohan's attack, bracing himself to take the blow head-on. However, in the next moment, a force gripped his neck, filling him with foreboding. Wait, what? Aya! Suddenly, the sausage-mouthed Cell bent over in agony, only to be launched backward with tremendous force. What just happened? He exclaimed in shock, and before he could comprehend the situation, Gohan charged at him again, delivering another swift punch. This time, the sausage-mouthed Cell, having learned from his previous lesson, raised his arm to block. With a loud thud, the impact resonated through him, and even though he managed to defend against Gohan's punch aimed at his head, he still felt a jarring pain in his skull. Your strength. When did you become so powerful? He questioned, bewildered. Cell? Do you even realize what you've done? Gohan's eyes glinted with menace as he inquired. What have I done? Are you trying to lecture me? Let me tell you. I won't. Before he could finish, a sharp pain surged through his abdomen as Gohan's fist landed heavily. Answer me. Cell, do you know what you've done? Gohan's tone was icy. Just killing. Why do you care so much? The sausage-mouthed Cell said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his words slurred. Just killing? Why does it come so easily from your lips? Why does the act of taking another's life sound like mere nonsense to you? Answer me, Cell. Answer you. Thud, thud, thud. As soon as the sausage-mouthed Cell intended to utter a curse, a searing sensation enveloped his face, swiftly followed by relentless blows from Gohan to his abdomen and chest, causing excruciating pain throughout his entire body, rendering him voiceless. How have you become so powerful? Cell, with astonishment etched on his face, inquired. Are you curious? Do you wish to know? Gohan retorted, seizing Cell's head and delivering several resounding slaps. You dare strike me, you little brat. Cell fumed, his anger boiling over. I fear nothing anymore, Gohan declared, swiftly launching a kick aimed at Cell. With a resounding thud, Cell was sent hurtling backward, clutching his abdomen and rolling on the ground in agony. Damnable brat. Witnessing his doppelganger being mercilessly beaten, Cell's rage surged, and he charged forward. Cell, answer me. Why do you so casually usurp the lives of others? What do you regard life to be? Gohan raised his fist and casually swung it behind him without even glancing back. With a gentle yet decisive punch, he struck the onrushing Cell, sending him flying. You don't even spare me a glance. Cell swallowed hard, astonished. Why do you so shamelessly seize the happiness of others, resorting to violence against children? Gohan bellowed in anger, his fury igniting as he began to unleash a powerful aura. In an instant, the atmospheric pressure warped under the intensity of Gohan's rage. Cell sensed impending doom, trembling with panic. Uncle Black Goku was right. One must make appropriate sacrifices when confronting despicable foes. I have often pondered why I am unable to defeat the androids. Why I fail to protect those close to me. It is because I am too weak. My sense of justice pales in comparison to your absolute malice. This is why I have failed and why so many have perished. I refuse to succumb to failure. I refuse to allow more lives to be sacrificed. I will defeat you. No, I will obliterate you. The murderous intent within Gohan's eyes erupted uncontrollably, his gaze sharpening with fierce resolve. In this moment, there was no trace of gentleness in Gohan's eyes, only the fierce determination of a warrior. I will annihilate you all. A golden aura enveloped him, swirling violently in all directions, uprooting everything in its path and banishing anything that obstructed it. In an instant, the world transformed. Gohan's overwhelming display of power was nothing short of cataclysmic. The form of Super Saiyan transcended into the realm of unimaginable might. Cell's lips trembled as he confronted the embodiment of his own malevolence, now fully awakened in the form of the iron-willed warrior, Gohan, whose gentleness had erupted into ferocity. Chapter 46, Super Saiyan 2 Cell. Have you truly surpassed Super Saiyan? You think you can break through just by witnessing a few deaths? What a farce. Cell seethed, rising to his feet, his stubbornness propelling him toward Gohan. Do you even deserve to stand before me? With a swift motion, Gohan intercepted Cell's advance, positioning himself directly in front of him. The sausage-mouthed Cell was taken aback by Gohan's astonishing speed, immediately clenching his fists to retaliate. Bang! Before Cell could even swing a punch, Gohan delivered a resounding slap that knocked several of his teeth loose with effortless force. Do you even deserve to have teeth? Gohan remarked, following up with another swift strike. The initial slap had merely dislodged a few teeth, but now, in a fit of rage, Cell expelled the rest. You've harmed so many and yet act so self-righteously. Do you truly believe yourself to be some great savior of this world, Son Gohan? Cell seethed through gritted teeth. Smack! Gohan landed another slap, the stinging pain evident on Cell's face. Tell me, do you think yourself truly magnificent? Do you believe you are remarkable? With a surge of frustration, Cell aimed a kick at Gohan, yet before he could move, Gohan delivered a straight punch that shattered Cell's nose, causing a torrent of blood to flow. Initiating human extinction, are we? Come, let me grace you with a few more slaps, Gohan declared, extending his palm to strike Cell once more. Silence. I share a bond with you, yet you deceive my kindness and make me suffer. Gohan unleashed a flurry of slaps upon Cell's already swollen face, exacerbating his grotesque appearance. You insolent brat. Cell, infuriated, clenched his fists and lunged at Gohan again. Do you truly think you can retaliate, you worthless trash? Boom. A dull thud echoed as Cell's fist collided with Gohan's face, yet Gohan remained unfazed, staring intently at Cell's fist without even blinking. What? Cell exclaimed in disbelief, thinking that landing a hit would actually harm Gohan. Your naivety is akin to a lovesick fool who believes that his affections are reciprocated, oblivious to the fact that the object of his desire may already be with another. Do you think that killing me will change this world? The true ugliness lies not within me, but within humanity. My actions merely mirror your own, foolish creature. Gohan retorted candidly, his resolve unwavering as he seized Cell by the neck, lifting him effortlessly. You self-righteous pretender of justice. I shall make you experience what true justice entails. With clenched fists and a steely gaze, Gohan prepared to strike Cell once more. Feeling the impending threat, Cell quickly diverted his gaze to Broly, engaged in another battlefield. Broly, lend me your strength, he called out. HM. Broly glanced over, curiosity piqued. Upon witnessing Cell being pummeled by Gohan like a fledgling chick, he immediately sprang into action to assist. However, in the next instant, an invisible blade struck before Broly, blocking his advance. Distracted in battle? Do you wish for me to kill you once more? Black Goku boasted, radiating a menacing crimson glow. Kakarot, Kakarot. Broly, filled with rage and humiliation, charged at Black Goku with fervor. Let me demonstrate my newly developed technique. A rose-hued radiance emanated from my hands as I swiftly charged toward Broly. In an instant, two golden auras collided with one another. Broly, save me, cried the despairing Cell, his sausage-like mouth quivering. Seeking others for salvation? Cell, your transgressions are beyond redemption. Even the King of Hell cannot save you. I, Gohan, declare this. Gohan, filled with fury, unleashed a flurry of blows upon Cell, each strike landing with the ferocity of a competitive game. In mere moments, Gohan delivered nearly 1,000 punches, showing no signs of cessation. Rather, he intensified his assault, treating Cell's face as a mere punching bag. Despite the bloodshed and anguished cries, he relentlessly channeled all his rage into his adversary, each blow a manifestation of his profound wrath. Gohan's anger was deep, unwavering, and akin to death itself, transforming Cell's calm demeanor into frantic disarray. Where was your composure? Where was your stoic expression? Where was your arrogance in treating lives as mere playthings? With a darkened gaze, Gohan summoned all his strength and delivered a powerful blow to Cell. The impact dislocated Cell's jaw, shattered his nose, and sent his teeth flying, leaving his cervical spine grotesquely bent. Someone stop this, exclaimed Cell, witnessing his doppelganger being pummeled into a state resembling a compressed biscuit. In desperation, he looked around for assistance. All of you join me, Cell commanded a group of fervent followers. Yes, Lord Cell, they responded eagerly, rushing toward Gohan, disregarding his apparent unarmed state, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. The bullets rained down with precision, yet they merely grazed Gohan, akin to a gentle tickle, inflicting no harm whatsoever. To their astonishment, Gohan remained unscathed, prompting the followers to lower their weapons in shock. Damn it, Cell seethed, unable to express his frustration. At this juncture, Cell had endured over 2,000 punches, his visage grotesquely transformed. Despite possessing Piccolo's regenerative cells, the sheer intensity of Gohan's onslaught rendered him incapable of keeping up. His wounds began to fester. Thus shall you perish. Forgive me for those you have slain, Gohan proclaimed, delivering a swift kick to Cell's groin. Cell howled in agony. Is this pain worthy of your attention? You deserve far greater suffering, far more punishment. Gohan retracted his leg and drove his knee into Cell, causing him to wince in pain. Are you capable of regeneration? Perhaps you should regenerate that, Gohan remarked, forcefully throwing Cell aside before swiftly following up with a brutal stomp to his groin. Cell cried, tears streaming down his face. Do you even deserve to feel pain? In a moment of utter chaos, Gohan delivered a powerful kick to Cyberman's lower region, sending him hurtling away. A chorus of anguished cries ensued as Cyberman collapsed before Cell. Are you all right? Cell asked, swallowing hard, his heart racing with concern. What do you think? Cyberman lifted his head, tears welling in his eyes. You look utterly defeated, Cell remarked, turning away in disdain. Defeated? Disdainful, are we? Just wait, Cell. I shall render you as pitiful as he is. Gohan approached with an air of confidence. You little brat. Cell ground his teeth in frustration, feeling powerless against the mighty Gohan. Let us fuse, you worthless Broly. I'm about to be obliterated. Cyberman grasped Cell's arm, anguish etched across his face. Fuse? Are you certain? That's a last resort. Cell's eyes widened. We don't have time. If I endure another blow, I'll be finished. Fuse now, Cyberman pleaded, desperation evident. Must we? I did intend to eliminate a few more foes to bolster my strength, but since you insist, let us fuse. Cell pulled up his fallen counterpart. Thank you, Cell. Thanking yourself? How amusing. They both smirked slightly, intertwining fingers and curling their tails around each other's heads. Now, Gohan, prepare to witness the true power of Cell, Cyberman declared with pride. Unfazed, Gohan maintained his composure. Be arrogant now. Soon you shall regret it. With that, both Cells closed their eyes, and in that instant, a brilliant green light erupted from them. Under Gohan's steady gaze, their forms began to merge, gradually transforming into a singular entity. Come forth. This is the only way I can vanquish you and find my peace. The only way for you to experience the despair of those you have slain. Gohan shook his arms, refraining from interrupting Cell's transformation, and earnestly awaited the outcome. As the green light faded, a tempest emanated from Cell, reminiscent of a typhoon, sweeping through the streets and vast cityscape, much like Gohan's initial emergence as a Super Saiyan. Amidst this awe-inspiring spectacle, Cell appeared, transcending the limits of a Super Saiyan with a storm of lightning. Chapter 47, Super Saiyan Gohan vs. Super Saiyan Cell. Your doom is nigh, Super Saiyan. Cell taunted, extending his middle finger defiantly as he twisted his neck. My doom? Such arrogance. Gohan retorted with unwavering confidence, charging at Cell with remarkable speed. Fool, prepare to witness the full extent of my power. Cell shouted defiantly as he surged towards Gohan. The two figures collided, exchanging blows in a fierce battle that ensued. Upon achieving his complete form, Cell exhibited significant enhancements in both power and speed. The previous scenes of being overwhelmingly defeated by Gohan became mere memories as he unleashed his might with devastating punches and kicks. Gohan, with an earnest expression, skillfully evaded the sharp strikes of Cell. What has happened to your stoic demeanor? Where is that rage you displayed earlier? Were you not intent on exterminating someone like me? Cell, brimming with confidence, accelerated his onslaught against Gohan. Suddenly, Cell's surge in speed caught Gohan off guard, landing a powerful blow to his chest. Gohan grimaced at the force of the strike. TCH. Gritting his teeth, he retaliated with a punch of his own. The speed was remarkable, and Cell, unprepared, took the hit to his face, yet instead of showing discomfort, he appeared exhilarated. Your punch feels like a little girl tickling me. With unwavering determination, Cell countered with a punch of his own. Tickling, you say? How about this? Gohan raised his arm to block Cell's attack, and then delivered a fierce kick to Cell's groin. In an instant, Cell's eyes widened, his previously jubilant expression now one of distress. Did you not claim it was merely tickling? Why does it hurt now? Gohan, with a look of disdain, sent Cell flying with a powerful kick. As Cell crashed to the ground, Gohan swiftly followed up with another kick. TCH. How does this sharp attack fare against you? Cell, cunningly, turned his gaze to a bystander, dragging them in front of him as a human shield. Noticing this, Gohan hesitated momentarily. Oh, so you resort to such tactics when pressed? Cell chuckled slyly. In the next moment, with a resounding thud, Gohan burst forward, delivering a kick that not only targeted Cell, but also the unfortunate hostage. The force of the kick caused Cell to convulse, and the bystander met their demise in the process. You truly are a cold-hearted fiend for attacking alongside a hostage. Cell's shock was palpable. Do not blame others for your ineptitude. If you are weak, simply train harder. The past is the past. The present is a different matter, Gohan remarked with contempt, bringing his foot down toward Cell's head. You wretched creature. Frustrated and desperate, Cell sprang to his feet. As he dodged, Gohan's foot struck the ground where Cell had just lain, creating a massive crater. Are you truly going to go all out? Cell gulped nervously, contemplating the dire consequences had he reacted just a fraction slower. Gazing at the evading Cell, Gohan scoffed. Is this truly the extent of your complete form? Or have I instilled fear in you, preventing you from unleashing your true power? Humph, that was merely a test, Cell retorted defiantly. A test, you say? Shouldn't it be sufficient by now? Are we not on the brink of a deadly duel? My rage is on the verge of eruption. If I do not eliminate you soon, I fear I shall explode with fury, Gohan declared, a sinister smile gracing his features, his eyes alight with the desire for vengeance against Cell. Humph, laugh now, but soon I shall make you weep. Cell launched himself forward with remarkable speed towards Gohan, who promptly assumed his stance to meet the challenge. In an instant, their fists and feet collided, unleashing a cacophony reminiscent of New Year's celebrations, with resounding cracks echoing through the air. In this fierce exchange, Cell and Gohan appeared evenly matched, yet Cell's stamina, bolstered by Piccolo's cells, overshadowed Gohan's endurance. After a few minutes of intense combat, Gohan's speed began to wane. An opportunity arose. Seizing the moment of Gohan's dwindling pace, Cell quickly retreated and commenced showcasing his techniques. Whoosh! In an instant, Cell multiplied into 4 figures. Is this the afterimage technique? A mere trick of a jester, Gohan scoffed, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth before charging forward. Whoosh! Gohan engaged in combat with the 4 cells, facing a barrage of strikes from all directions. Though enveloped in a relentless assault akin to a lion battling a pack of hyenas, Gohan remained unyielding. Initially, the onslaught from the 4 cells proved challenging for Gohan. But as he adapted, he began to counter each attack effectively. There, one of the cells lunged at Gohan with a punch. How foolish. Like an ant attempting to climb a tree beyond its reach. Whoosh! Gohan evaded one cell's strike and, in a graceful inversion, appeared behind the assailant. Oh! The cell that had thrown a punch immediately turned his head, only to be met with Gohan's elbow crashing into his face. Thud! A cloud of white smoke erupted as one of the duplicates fell. One of the remaining 3 cells, incensed, rushed towards Gohan with a swift kick. In the blink of an eye, he was at Gohan's side. Monotonous. Gohan's gaze sharpened, his palm striking the ground with tremendous force. Boom! With a thunderous noise, Gohan instantaneously teleported in front of the attacking cell, seizing his face and slamming it into the ground. Thud! Another cell collapsed. The remaining 2 cells stood in shock. The afterimage technique may serve well against those weaker than oneself, but against an adversary of equal strength or greater, it proves utterly futile. Gohan, with an indifferent expression, cracked his neck as he approached the 2 cells. Humph, is that so? What will you do when I unleash 2 special beam cannons? The 2 cells, undeterred, began to gather a fusion of golden lightning and blue energy at their foreheads. Is this Piccolo's technique? What harm can a technique of the deceased inflict? Gohan's eyes dimmed as he extended his right hand towards the 2 cells. You wish to match my energy? Behind me stands a crowd. The cells turned, revealing a throng of innocent civilians bound by frenzied fans. So many people, let us see how you sacrifice them. Surely, like Black Goku, you cannot remain entirely heartless. Can you? Many ordinary lives at stake? So what? Suddenly, Gohan's expression darkened, his eyes beginning to bleed. What are you plotting? Are you truly prepared to endanger the innocent alongside yourself? Son Gohan. The 2 Cell Juniors were taken aback, their expressions a blend of shock and panic. Under their astonished gazes, Gohan began to gather energy, preparing for an assault. The Kamehameha. A dark energy coalesced in Gohan's hands and surged forth with remarkable speed toward the 2 Cell Juniors, reaching them in the blink of an eye. Ignoring the safety of the innocent bystanders, Gohan unleashed the Kamehameha with a thunderous resolve, leaving the 2 Cell Juniors in a flustered state. Did he truly regard the multitude of people as inconsequential? The 2 Cell Juniors swallowed hard and hastily fired their incomplete special beam cannons. Whoosh! The black Kamehameha collided with their underdeveloped attacks, and the outcome was starkly evident. Within moments, Gohan effortlessly obliterated the 2 Cell Juniors' energy blasts without exerting much effort. Lord Cell! The anguished cries of the Cell Juniors echoed amidst the terrified screams of the innocent citizens. As the path of the black Kamehameha left nothing but desolation in its wake, staining the ground crimson. Change direction. In a moment of realization regarding the indiscriminate harm posed to the innocent, Gohan redirected his attack skyward, sparing further casualties. With a fierce resolve, he clenched his fist tighter, amplifying the energy. Under his unwavering gaze and that of the fervent fans and the public, the Kamehameha barreled through, annihilating not only the surrounding planets, but the entire solar system, save for Earth itself. Unbelievable. The fervent fans of Cell stood in utter disbelief. The next to perish shall be you, humans. Suddenly, Gohan's voice pierced through the air. Before the stunned fans could collect themselves, Gohan began his merciless slaughter. What are you doing? A terrified fan, paralyzed by Gohan's fierce glare, stammered in fear. Why must so many die? Why do I constantly witness tragedy? I have often pondered this, attributing it to the formidable villains, Frieza, the androids, Cell. Yet now, I realize that the misfortunes stem entirely from your ilk, those with questionable intellect. Without your support, Cell could not exploit the innocent as shields against us, nor could he wield them as weapons. His malevolence runs rampant solely because of your incessant enablement. Allowing this minor evil to disrupt society, destabilize the nation, and unsettle the world. As Gohan's fury escalated, he seized a man as if he were a mere rag. It is because of people like you that others endure tragic childhoods. It is because of your kind that some cannot see the light. It is because of you that I shall eradicate every last one of you. No. A scream erupted as Gohan, resembling a feral beast, unleashed his wrath upon the Cell fans, leaving a trail of devastation in his wake, as if heralding the apocalypse. Kamehameha, Special Beam Cannon, Evil Flash. Gohan reveled in deploying his myriad of techniques against the Cell enthusiasts. In an instant, the battlefield resembled a realm of chaos, with Gohan embodying a relentless avenger. Please, do not approach me, or I shall truly take his life, a fervent follower of Cell threatened, brandishing a weapon against a pregnant woman's head. Perish! A harrowing scream echoed as Gohan mercilessly extinguished 3 lives. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were horrified. The decisive brutality displayed by Gohan, indifferent to their fates, silenced any dissenting murmurs among them. You may either stand behind a hero like myself, or face your demise. Black Goku's words reverberated in their minds. Gohan's fierce gaze mirrored Black Goku's sentiments as he regarded them, pitying them, disgusted by their filth, repulsed by their ugliness, yet recognizing their inherent goodness. Uncle Black Goku, I believe I now comprehend why your sense of justice is so ruthlessly stringent, Gohan mused, his tone somber as he carelessly cast aside the lifeless body of an infant, wiping the blood from his hands across his face. How much longer must I endure this? Cell, he declared, his visage stained with blood, glaring at the sky where Cell, now a mere half of his former self, seethed with rage. Chapter 48, The Limit Break of Super Saiyan 4, Broly, Son Gohan. I am here. I can hear you. Son, Gohan. Cell's eyes widened in fury as he roared, hastily mending his battered form. Do not shout so loudly. You might shatter my eardrums. Gohan retorted scornfully. Shatter your eardrums? Look at what I've become, and you speak of shattered ears, Cell scoffed, a deranged laugh escaping his lips. Otherwise, should I procure 2 reeds for you? You must die. You must perish. Cell gritted his teeth, his body radiating an uncontrollable fury. In an instant, the world began to shift. Under the weight of his rage, the once azure sky transformed into the hue of Cell's vitality. Your anger resembles that of a girl afflicted by her monthly cycle, Cell, Gohan remarked with a mischievous grin. Die, Son Gohan. Cell shrieked, his voice cracking as he lunged toward Gohan. Meanwhile, as Gohan and Cell clashed fervently, Black Goku stood nearby. This is the destiny you cannot defy. With a swift motion, Black Goku, akin to Sima E, lunged toward Broly, striking with an invisible claw. Broly, puzzled by the distant attack, widened his eyes in shock. In the moment Black Goku's hand descended, it seemed an unseen scythe of energy had struck him. Lowering his gaze, Broly discovered a gash etched across his chest. Is this your new technique, Kakarot? He queried, his voice low as he caressed his wound. This strike surpasses my previous energy slash in power and intensity. Yet the conditions for unleashing it are not as flexible. Black Goku twisted his neck and unleashed another invisible slash toward Broly. In an instant, Broly received another slash across his chest. Humph, a tiresome trick, he remarked with an expression of calm indifference, disregarding the wounds upon his body as he charged toward Black Goku. Shall we see how your resilient spirit fares against me? Black Goku replied with an alluring smirk. As he launched himself at Broly, a radiant magenta glow emanating from his hands. With a swift clash, the 2 figures collided, and in that fleeting moment, yet another scar adorned Broly's chest. Unfazed, he continued to fight on, blood seeping from his wounds, embodying the spirit of a warrior undeterred. He swung a powerful punch at Black Goku, who deftly evaded, moving from his original position in the blink of an eye. Given his formidable strength, Black Goku, even in his standard form, easily sidestepped Broly's assault, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan 3. Kakarot. Broly seethed, his teeth clenched in frustration. If you do not unleash your true power, I shall end you in an instant. No sooner had the words left his lips than Black Goku accelerated behind him. Too fast, Broly thought, sensing the imminent danger, and turned his head just in time to receive a punch to his face. With a resounding thud, a wisdom tooth flew from his mouth, crashing to the ground as he was forcefully knocked out of his transformation. Ah! Broly cried out in pain, as if his very essence were shattering. Humph! You underestimate my resolve, Black Goku declared, stepping before Broly, condensing a blade of energy aimed at his heart. A piercing scream echoed as Broly felt the chill of the blade penetrate him. Do you not perceive the disparity in our strengths? In my current state, I can contend with Super Saiyan 4. Did you truly believe I could not overpower you? Were it not for the concern of collateral damage, I could obliterate you without transforming, Black Goku taunted, extracting the energy blade from Broly's heart before delivering another strike to his carotid artery. With that blow, Broly gasped for breath, his massive form beginning to thrash violently. Yet Black Goku remained indifferent, his expression devoid of empathy. Today marks the end of your existence, he stated coldly. Observing the blood gushing from Broly, Black Goku waited cautiously until the crimson flow reached a significant height. Broly, weakened, rolled his eyes in resignation. And after enduring the torment for a mere minute, he finally relaxed. Perhaps I should sever your head. After all, even a decapitated body might survive, Black Goku mused. Recalling a legendary figure known for surviving such an ordeal, he approached Broly once more, delivering several more swift strikes. With each slice, he felt assured. It was only after witnessing Broly's heart cease to beat and his breath fade that Black Goku felt a sense of relief, ready to crush the energy blade and depart. As he turned to leave, he encountered a group of fervent fans of Cell. Curse that creature. Is he some kind of monster, impervious to death? A few anxious Cell enthusiasts gazed at Black Goku with trepidation. I find myself with little left to say to you. Cease your existence. The dark figure of Wukong, shrouded in malevolence, commenced a merciless slaughter of these fervent followers of Cell. In an instant, imperceptible slashes fell upon the streets with the suddenness of hell unleashed, leaving devastation in their wake. The once thriving city lay in ruins, as the relentless onslaught shattered the tranquility, further ravaging a war-torn West. Yet, Wukong remained indifferent, unwavering in his resolve to annihilate these zealots, even at the cost of many innocent lives. Swoosh. Oh, for mercy do not. Swoosh. The agony. I can no longer feel my legs. Swoosh. Who can halt this madness? Swoosh. Today marks your extinction. Swoosh. In the face of Wukong's relentless, invisible strikes, humanity's resistance proved feeble and futile. In a fleeting moment, he had dispatched thousands, their lifeless bodies strewn across the ground like discarded refuse, drenched in crimson. What manner of hero are you? A terrified follower of Cell, devoid of emotion, confronted Wukong, who stood with his hands in his pockets, an air of calm about him. To protect others, is that not the essence of heroism? Even if one is a wretched scoundrel, replied Wukong, his tone dispassionate. You are no hero, you are a monster. A monster? I might as well be a demon. Witness my unrelenting slaughter. You deem it cruel, yet the very Cell you idolize commits atrocities under the guise of justice. Your moral compass is akin to that of a dead fish, desperately stifling a foul breath. Cell's actions are for the sake of humanity. And what of yours? You filthy wretch? Are you even worthy to be compared to my esteemed Cell? I truly find myself at a loss for words when it comes to your kind. You speak of justice, yet behind closed doors, you are selfish, wishing only for the good to benefit yourselves while casting blame upon others. In your eyes, a villain with charisma is a hero, regardless of character, as long as they align with the public's aesthetics and values. Perhaps what you seek is not righteousness but the melodrama of a soap opera, Wukong scoffed. Am I mistaken? The fervent follower attempted to retort, but Wukong's blade pierced his heart with finality. As long as emotions are woven into a narrative, any action taken becomes noble in your eyes, while those who oppose such figures are deemed wicked. Even if one dismantles a perfect family to satisfy their desires, it is justified. Even the annihilation of the entire world, with all forced to toil for their whims, is deemed correct, as long as it resonates with you. Those who oppose them, even brave firefighters risking their lives amidst flames, are vilified. Even the honest, upright individual who sacrifices for justice is labeled a villain, despite their selflessness. Am I not correct? You filthy scoundrels. Black Goku violently kicked aside a fervent admirer of Cell, then raised his blade and plunged it toward the man's head. Under the gaze of onlookers, Black Goku repeatedly stabbed the individual, listening to his anguished cries and lamentations. I'm scared, mommy. Some children, witnessing this grotesque spectacle, hid behind their parents in fear. Not only the children, but even the adults felt an overwhelming dread. Rationally, they perceived Black Goku as their savior, yet emotionally, they regarded him as a deranged murderer. Just as Black Goku proclaimed, he is a demon embodying the darker, emotional aspects of humanity, for he is not favored by others. Black Goku was utterly apathetic toward the opinions of those around him, disregarding their peculiar gazes. If those who seek protection truly desire it, then stand firm. I care not for your intelligence or your character. If you wish to survive, stand in line, quietly. Black Goku's demeanor towards the crowd was one of cold indifference, devoid of any heroic essence reminiscent of protagonists in cinematic tales. Suddenly, a voice pierced the oppressive atmosphere, "Big brother." Upon hearing this, Black Goku turned to see it was a young child, and he fell silent. We won't cause trouble. We will obediently listen to you, Hero Goku. Hero? Black Goku glanced down at the character for Goku emblazoned on his chest. A hero? How amusing that some still perceive me as one, he chuckled derisively. Big brother, be careful behind you. Just as Black Goku's laughter faded, the child's warning abruptly halted his mirth. Huh. Black Goku turned his head, his expression shifting to one of shock. Kakarot. Kakarot. The voice echoed as Broly, drenched in blood, rose to his feet. Still alive? With injuries that could have decimated your heart and lungs. How are you still breathing? Black Goku's lips trembled. Hee. Did you expect anything less? Kakarot, I have returned from the depths of hell. Broly lifted his hand, revealing a rapidly healing forehead. Self-healing? What is happening? Did you somehow cheat death? It seems so. I never anticipated surviving this. The temporary limit break truly was a matter of life and death. Broly's face radiated excitement. Limit break? What do you mean? Black Goku sensed impending trouble. Of course. It's a breakthrough of boundaries. While you were busy stabbing me, I abandoned all thought and defense, fully aware of our vast power disparity. I focused solely on breaking through my limits. In that moment, when you thrust toward my heart and head, I harnessed the surge of power that a Saiyan experiences when on the brink of death, achieving what is colloquially known as a reversal breakthrough. Broly poked his head. That was merely a coincidence. Coincidence? It is indeed possible that your defeat has already been determined. The reason for your downfall lies in your failure to cleave me in twain and reduce me to dried mango slices. Even if I were to reverse my fate at the moment of death, it would be of no avail, Broly remarked with a sardonic smile. Defeat? The outcome has yet to be finalized, Black Goku retorted confidently, as he began to channel his energy into the blade of ki in his hand, extending it until it solidified into a sword of energy. Is that so? Yes, perhaps, or perhaps not. It is difficult to say, Broly exclaimed, his arms outstretched, laughing maniacally. The temporary limit breaking seemed to invigorate him. One ought to exercise caution. Black Goku's gaze sharpened as he transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged swiftly towards Broly. Whoosh! Black Goku moved with astonishing speed, delivering a punch aimed directly at Broly, yet the latter effortlessly evaded it. Black Goku's expression turned to one of confusion. A mere coincidence? Once more, he attempted a kick, only for Broly to nimbly evade and ascend into the skies. At that moment, Broly pointed heavenward and declared, I alone am supreme beneath the heavens. As his voice echoed, Broly began to unleash his power. Under the astonished gaze of Black Goku, Broly disregarded the norm and began to unleash an overwhelming force. A crimson aura emanated from him, violently sweeping across the sky and transforming the verdant expanse into a blood-red panorama. The Super Saiyan 4 Limit Break Broly makes his entrance. Chapter 49, My Solo Ascension Broly. Despite exercising utmost caution, he remained alive, reminiscent of that certain individual who lives 6 times a week, save for Wednesdays. Black Goku gritted his teeth, gazing up at the transformative Broly, now at Super Saiyan 4. Incredible. Is this the power of a limit break? It feels distinctly different from an ordinary Super Saiyan. Imbued with the essence of Kakarot, Broly sniffed the invisible aura radiating from his being. Although he could not perceive it, his olfactory senses were acute, allowing him to detect even the divine essence that eluded his awareness. What is this strange aura? It propels me to grow stronger, haha. Though peculiar, it is quite exhilarating. Broly clenched his fists, reveling in the surge of power coursing through him, before unleashing an explosive display of energy. In an instant, a divine aura enveloped Broly. Divine aura? I haven't activated the magenta form. What is happening? Black Goku's expression turned perplexed, but he soon realized something. The Ultra Instinct. How could I have forgotten? Black Goku pressed his forehead, regretting that he had overlooked the fact that he too possessed the Ultra Instinct state, which bore the divine essence. In a moment of frustration, Black Goku was suddenly interrupted by the chime of the system. Ding. Defeat the Super Saiyan 4 Limit Break Broly. Task Reward. Initial stage of Demon Transformation. Demon Transformation? Black Goku, with an expression of curiosity, entered a state of demonic transformation, in stark contrast to the state of nothingness ultimate technique. This form significantly enhances fundamental attributes such as strength, speed, explosiveness, and endurance, representing the pinnacle of physical prowess and the essence of primal combat. The emphasis lies on the host's defensive capabilities, adaptability, and growth potential, with enhancements in close-range combat, reminiscent of the turtle shell concept in Baki the Grappler. Typically, this form manifests with the host's pupils turning red and 2 black streaks resembling tears appearing on their face, while their hair takes on a dark red hue. The transformation requires the host to possess overwhelming negative emotions and murderous intent, which serve as the driving force. Upon activation, the host will rapidly adapt and experience a marked increase in combat growth. This adaptation will be fully realized in the host following the conclusion of the battle. Moreover, there exists a passive ability to slightly siphon the powers of others to bolster one's own strength. The foundational activation of this form, akin to Nothingness Ultimate technique, shares a similar starting duration but demands a significantly greater expenditure of energy and presents a far more complex control challenge, necessitating exceedingly high conditions from the host. A gentle reminder: do not overlap forms. The consequences are yours to bear. I am aware of that, Black Goku replied, casting his gaze towards Broly, who had also adjusted to his new form after a considerable period. Once he felt sufficiently attuned, he gradually redirected his focus back to Black Goku. Kakarot, today is the day your breath shall cease, Broly exclaimed, a gleeful expression gracing his features, while Black Goku's demeanor darkened. There was no doubt that Broly was siphoning his divine energy. Broly's Ultra Super Saiyan transformation was still escalating, his momentum intensifying, while Black Goku's own energy was waning. It was evident that his divine essence continued to be absorbed by Broly, akin to a gluttonous beast that could never be satiated, continuously growing stronger even without any action on Black Goku's part. If this continued, he would inevitably meet the same fate as the previous Gokus. Ugh, I still cannot disengage from the Nothingness Ultimate technique. If I could swiftly conclude this battle using it, that would be simple. However, would the excess divine energy emitted by Nothingness Ultimate technique inadvertently empower him further? Besides, the energy consumption is considerable, rendering it an unwise choice. Black Goku mused in confusion. What troubles you? Are you afraid? Broly taunted, observing Black Goku's grave expression with a smug satisfaction. That guy lacks the new Broly's ability to grow stronger through relentless combat. Yet he can still absorb my divine energy to enhance himself. If we factor in the energy depletion from the Rose and Ultra Blue forms, Broly might ultimately become stronger at a faster rate. I should have recalled that in Dragon Ball Heroes, Broly's transformation into Ultra Super Saiyan was contingent upon absorbing the divine energy of Super Saiyan Vegeta. Alas, I blame myself for not remembering those details more thoroughly. Is this not the distinction between fiction and reality? I should have memorized everything perfectly. Oh wait, I forgot that was meant for the audience. Black Goku chuckled softly, covering his forehead in exasperation. Since you are afraid, why not plead for mercy? Perhaps I shall spare you. Kakarot, Broly boasted arrogantly. No need. I have a method to deal with you. Since you can absorb my divine energy to grow stronger, I will seal off that energy and engage you in battle, allowing you to witness who will be begging for mercy, Black Goku declared as he bent down, preparing for combat. Divine energy? So, you refer to this peculiar aura as the divine breath? Hearing you say that, I feel as though I am on the brink of divinity, as if an inexhaustible power surges through me, continuously growing stronger. Of course, as you absorb my essence, you too are becoming more powerful. But really? I can't help but think that it is my extraordinary talent at play. Is it truly extraordinary talent? With green hair like mine, one could argue that everyone possesses such a gift. Black Goku wore a disdainful expression. You seem rather unconvinced. There is a saying, strict discipline is necessary for unruly children. Only then can the little trees grow straight. I've changed my mind. I shall not kill you. Instead, I will torment you. Broly, full of defiance, charged excitedly towards Black Goku. TSK, let us aim for a swift resolution. Black Goku, cautious, suddenly unleashed a surge of energy. In an instant, a magenta hue illuminated the entire sky, heralding the arrival of Super Saiyan Rose 2, surpassing all limits. With a resounding crash, the two formidable warriors, capable of effortlessly overpowering Vegeta, began to exchange blows. Why has that feeling of strength vanished? Broly, puzzled, threw a punch at Black Goku. Because I have sealed my divine breath, locking away all of it within me. You naturally will not grow stronger, Black Goku replied with a wicked grin, evading Broly's attack and retaliating with a kick. Not growing stronger is inconsequential. I can still handle you. Broly, unfazed, dodged Black Goku's strike and swung a heavy fist once more. How brazen. Black Goku caught Broly's attack with his palm, clenched his fist, and struck back. With a swift motion, Black Goku landed a punch squarely on Broly's chest, sending him careening through the air and crashing into a towering building. With a thunderous sound, the 80-story structure collapsed. "Today shall be the day of your demise," Black Goku proclaimed, propelling himself towards Broly. Aware that Broly would not fall easily, Black Goku initiated a series of prince-like maneuvers as he dashed forward. Whoosh! Several black and golden energy blasts erupted from Black Goku's hands, all aimed at Broly's trajectory. The ground trembled in response to the impact. "Your time has come." Black Goku rushed into the cloud of dust, arriving at Broly's fallen form, fists clenched and ready to strike. "Kakarot!" A sudden shout startled Black Goku. He immediately lifted his head and saw Broly, bloodied yet standing in midair, gathering 2 orbs of energy, awaiting him. "Huh!" With a fierce flick of his wrist, Broly hurled the energy blasts towards Black Goku. "If only I could utilize my energy." Under the influence of the extreme instinct technique, all my energy has transformed. Previously a source of pride, now a burden. Black Goku gritted his teeth and advanced swiftly to counter. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as Broly's energy blast struck Black Goku, enveloping him in a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, it revealed Black Goku with merely a superficial wound. Whoosh! Black Goku moved with such swiftness that even Broly, in his Super Saiyan 4 form, found it difficult to adapt. With a clenched fist, Black Goku unleashed a savage blow aimed at Broly's chin. The impact resonated with a thunderous sound, as Black Goku's fist struck Broly with the force of a cannon, sending one of Broly's wisdom teeth flying. Without pausing, Black Goku launched a flurry of punches, and with another strike, Broly's final wisdom tooth was sent hurtling away. Black Goku showed no signs of relent, accelerating the speed of his punches as they rained down upon Broly. In an instant, his fists created multiple afterimages, delivering relentless blows to Broly, who was left utterly defenseless. His body marked with the imprints of Black Goku's attacks. One punch followed another, and without hesitation, Black Goku delivered a powerful kick that struck Broly in a most vulnerable area, robbing him of his nighttime joys. With a resounding impact, Black Goku sent Broly flying with another kick to his jaw. Immediately, he pursued Broly, unleashing a barrage of kicks upon him. The intensity of Black Goku's assault escalated, his movements swift and relentless, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. In a flash, he teleported behind the descending Broly and delivered a devastating punch to his back. Broly cried out in pain, yet a sinister smile crept onto his face. "Smiling, are we?" Black Goku thought, dismissing any lingering doubts as he focused on swiftly subduing Broly. He seized him and hurled him down to the ground before delivering another powerful kick upward. Following this, he teleported once more, executing yet another strike. Black Goku's onslaught was fierce and unyielding, as he unleashed a combination of punches and kicks without respite. The ferocity of his assault was so overwhelming that even light seemed to struggle to keep pace. Broly was tossed about like a mere plaything, enduring a relentless barrage of attacks. Yet, amidst this chaos, Broly continued to laugh. Is he dazed? How peculiar. Black Goku pondered, sensing something amiss and halting his attack. As he paused, Broly seized the opportunity to catch his breath. "Why have you stopped?" Broly gasped, struggling to speak, his demeanor one of near defeat as he looked at Black Goku. "Very well, I shall indulge you," Black Goku retorted, his eyes glinting with menace as he charged toward Broly, delivering a colossal punch. The moment it connected, the very fabric of space warped and shattered, and Broly, struck by the blow, expelled a torrent of blood, the force of the impact piercing his chest and heart, sending him crashing to the ground. The area where Broly fell was as wide as if 1,000 aircraft had descended upon it. Yet, in the midst of such ferocity, Broly still managed to smile. What is so amusing? Black Goku, unnerved by Broly's grin, clenched his fist and prepared to strike again. However, just as his fist was about to descend, it abruptly halted midair. With a sudden whoosh, a scarlet energy orb was unleashed from Broly's hand, hurtling directly towards the nearby children. In an instant, Black Goku pressed his fingers to his forehead to teleport. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, as the energy blast was about to strike the children, Black Goku swiftly seized it with his hand, crushing it with great force. Dust and debris erupted around him as Black Goku stood protectively in front of the bewildered children. "Run! Don't linger!" Black Goku barked fiercely, turning his gaze to the confused youngsters behind him. The children, frightened by his intense stare, were on the verge of tears. "Stay back, it's dangerous here," he added, his tone softening as he relinquished his menacing demeanor. "Oh!" Several children, upon hearing his words, obediently bounded backward. Their movements were awkward, hindered by the ropes binding them. Unable to bear the sight of their predicament, Black Goku approached the children and gently tore the ropes apart with his hands. All right, hurry and leave. I've dealt with all of Cell's fanatics. You need to help those still tied up escape. It's perilous here. He spoke in a calm, yet urgent tone. Thank you, big brother. The children giggled foolishly and scampered off. Silly kids, Black Goku mused with a slight smile. But his expression quickly turned serious as he advanced towards Broly. However, just as he took a step forward, a sharp pain gripped his chest. The pressure of the ultimate instinct is at its zenith. I must end this swiftly, Black Goku grimaced, clutching his chest and wiping the sweat from his brow as he dashed towards the nearly defeated Broly, tightening his fists for a decisive strike. Am I going to die? Please, don't kill me, Broly pleaded. Black Goku remained silent, his fists clenched tightly as he delivered a lethal blow aimed at Broly's face. Begging for mercy is futile. I'll have to transcend my limits. Suddenly, a flash of red light flickered around Broly. Is the account settled? Black Goku sensed an ominous shift and attempted to retaliate. But it was too late. Before he could react, a searing pain shot through his abdomen. Your divine aura has leaked, albeit just a trickle. But it has successfully reversed the situation, Broly chuckled, landing a powerful punch to Black Goku's stomach, forcing him to break through his own limits and unleash his divine energy further. Buzz. Black Goku's suppressed divine energy erupted like pent-up exhaust, unceremoniously consumed by Broly as if it were mere snacks, propelling him to greater strength. Under Black Goku's agonized gaze, Broly's muscles began to bulge, his divine aura intensifying around him. Stop! Black Goku realized the gravity of the situation and desperately sought to revert to his previous form. But Broly seized him with unyielding strength. I'm in the midst of becoming stronger. Do you truly think I will allow you to halt me, Kakarot? Broly shouted, his presence escalating. As Black Goku writhed in pain, the force of Broly's grip tightened, rendering him unable to escape, even in his transformed state. I need to break through my limits. Broly, gritting his teeth, let out a ferocious roar, greedily absorbing the divine essence emanating from Black Goku. After this infusion of divine energy, the vibrant magenta hue surrounding Black Goku began to dull. Oh, yaha, ha. His power surged solely through his shouts, under Broly's relentless bellowing. The feral and savage strength of the great ape overflowed from him. Under Black Goku's gaze, Broly's hair began to grow, quickly turning white and thickening until it resembled that of a silverback gorilla. Are you not going to stop? Black Goku clenched his fists and launched a fierce punch at Broly. Upon impact, a resounding noise echoed throughout Broly's body, yet he appeared utterly unfazed. Grant me the breakthrough. Broly's eyes turned blood red, and in that moment, he unlocked the Super Saiyan 5, surpassing even a deep blue Vegeta and a Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Huh. Broly roared with wild abandon, striking a heavy punch downwards at Black Goku. With a mere flick of his fist, Black Goku instantly felt darkness cloud his vision, reverting from Super Saiyan Rose 2 back to his normal state. You're kidding me. A torrent of frustration surged within Black Goku as he realized Broly had surpassed 2.5 years of his own efforts in mere minutes, causing his mindset to crumble. Haha, Kakarot, did you ever imagine I would grow stronger? The Super Saiyan 5 has emerged, unexpectedly, hasn't it? Broly, brimming with confidence, flaunted his newfound power before Black Goku. Black Goku remained silent, his expression stoic. I can grow even stronger. This is merely the beginning. I aim for the Super Saiyan 6, to battle you, Kakarot. Do you know what? It feels exhilarating to constantly grow stronger. To see you anxious and struggling to defeat me. It's simply delightful. Broly grinned wildly, then slowly approached Black Goku, gripping his hair tightly and lifting him up. Do you know what your failure stems from? Enlighten me, Broly inquired. Is it because you couldn't control the divine energy leaking out when you were on the brink of death? Black Goku replied weakly, blood dripping from his lips. No, your failure lies in facing me. Your true downfall is opposing me, Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan. Is that all you have to say? Black Goku scoffed disdainfully. Go ahead and laugh. Soon enough, you won't have the chance. With that, Broly hurled Black Goku high into the air, swiftly following him, and commenced a relentless barrage of punches and kicks. Just as Black Goku had once reveled in beating Broly, Broly retaliated with equal ferocity. Under Broly's rampaging assault, Black Goku's visage became unrecognizable. His bones were shattered, his body endured internal damage, and consciousness faded, leaving him a mere shell of a warrior. Limbs rendered useless with multiple fractures. Marvel at my greatness. How do you find it? Broly asked with a mischievous grin. Black Goku remained silent, his expression devoid of emotion. Still maintaining your stoic demeanor? Broly seized Black Goku and charged recklessly towards the towering edifices before them, initiating a wild and chaotic dash. In this near-manic escapade, the multiple skyscrapers, each soaring dozens of meters high, collapsed instantaneously. Throughout this tumultuous journey, Black Goku trembled as if possessed, grappling with the overwhelming agony akin to plummeting from the heights of a trillion Mount Everest peaks, crashing repeatedly onto a metallic surface. With a fierce grip, Broly hurled Black Goku towards the earth below, and with just a slight exertion of his strength, the very planet quaked. As darkness enveloped Black Goku's vision, he found himself unable to utter a sound, his consciousness teetering on the brink of collapse from the pain inflicted by Broly's might. Yet, Broly expertly tempered his force, preventing the earth from shattering under this assault and ensuring that Black Goku remained in a state of blurred consciousness, alternating between agony and awareness as he continued to slam him down with relentless vigor. Boom, boom, boom. Black Goku was tossed back and forth, and had he not possessed the resilience of a Saiyan, he would have surely met his demise. I vowed to torment you, but this is merely a prelude. You are yet to witness a scene of greater suffering, Broly proclaimed, lifting Black Goku with great effort to force him to gaze upon a group of children nearby. What do you intend to do? Black Goku inquired, bewildered. I shall slay them before your very eyes, Broly declared, channeling energy in his palm, aiming it menacingly at the innocent children. Enough, Broly. This is my battle with you. Involving the innocent speaks of cowardice, Black Goku exclaimed, fury etched upon his face. My sole desire is to witness your expression of rage and despair. Everything else is of no consequence to me, Broly retorted. And before the astonished eyes of Black Goku and the terrified children, he unleashed a devastating energy blast. Whoosh! Crash! A deafening sound echoed as Black Goku helplessly watched Broly mercilessly annihilate the children before him. Broly, listen to me, look at this. Broly, not relenting, gathered another energy blast, this time targeting a pregnant woman not far away. Oh dear, she's watching us. She's frightened. What shall we do? Broly said with a smug expression. Broly, I beg you spare her. You can torment me as you wish, but spare her. Black Goku implored, desperation filling his eyes. You plead with me? Oh, how delightful. But I shall not acquiesce. Ha ha. Broly laughed maniacally, swiftly releasing the energy. Bang. A muffled thud resonated as Black Goku was forced to witness yet another life extinguished before him. In utter despair, hatred burned in Black Goku's gaze directed at Broly. Your eyes frighten me so. Ha ha ha, now behold this. Broly gathered energy once more, aiming at several elderly individuals, and with Black Goku powerless to resist, he unleashed another blast amidst the desolation of hopelessness. Look at this. Look at this. Witness this. Broly exclaimed, dragging Black Goku through the streets, compelling him to witness the slaughter of one innocent after another, as he reveled in his demonic rampage. In that moment, the battlefield was drenched in crimson, littered with the lifeless bodies of the innocent. Look, look, show me your gaze. As Broly, on the brink of madness, clutched Black Goku, he witnessed the terror etched on the faces of those he had slain, listening to the anguished cries of the deceased. Protect them? Kakarot, where is your sense of justice? Where is your strength? Were you not determined to eliminate beings like me and Cell? What has become of your resolve to safeguard these people? Answer me, Kakarot. Broly, I will make you suffer and perish. Black Goku, consumed by fury, disregarded the potential absorption of divine energy and transformed into the Super Saiyan Rose third limit break form, merging it with Ultra Instinct to break free from Broly's grasp and engage him in combat. As the magenta and silver radiance ignited, Black Goku unveiled his most formidable form. In an explosive moment, he condensed his energy into a scythe and swung it menacingly at Broly. What of the divine energy that grows stronger through absorption? I care not. I only desire your demise, Broly. With a swift motion, Black Goku charged at Broly, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent, recklessly clashing with Broly despite his injuries. Where is your famed composure? Do you not realize that the more potent your divine energy, the stronger I become? Fool. Broly, exhilarated, surged toward Black Goku. In an instant, they collided. Black Goku gained the upper hand, wielding the scythe in a furious assault, causing Broly to bleed profusely, his body resembling a victim of a meat grinder. However, in mere moments, Broly's injuries vanished entirely as he voraciously absorbed the potent divine energy from Black Goku, rapidly healing his wounds. This is precisely it, Black Goku. Your fury brings me delight. Broly's excitement surged as he unleashed his full power against Black Goku. The two resumed their brutal clash. The onslaughts from both sides were fierce, yet the rapidly evolving Broly held a distinct advantage. Initially, Black Goku's sheer power seemed to dominate, but under Broly's incessant absorption of divine energy, he soon found himself on the defensive, being pushed back relentlessly. I have grown stronger. With those words, Broly's hair shifted in color, and his aura became increasingly ferocious. A series of ominous sounds echoed as his hair darkened, soon transitioning to a deep purple, while his crimson pupils transformed into a golden hue. Amidst the dazzling black and purple light, Broly emerged in a form that could rival Gogeta and Vegeta, achieving the Super Saiyan 6 limit break. Damn it! Black Goku, unable to continue the fight, battled through the agony of shattered bones and a disintegrating body. After such intense combat, darkness clouded his vision, and blood poured forth onto the ground. Unforgivable scum. Tears streamed down the corners of Black Goku's eyes as he clenched his teeth in indignation. Are you weeping? Is Kakarot despairing at my might? I must admit, this is rather amusing. Broly grinned wickedly. Why do you have so much to say? Black Goku gritted his teeth, slowly lifting his gaze to meet Broly, who approached him with an ominous intent. The power is truly remarkable. I can grow even stronger. However, I have had enough of you, Kakarot. What shall I do to ensure your demise? Broly grinned wickedly as he seized Black Goku by the collar. Remove your filthy hands. Black Goku rasped helplessly. Oh, what will you do about it? Perish. Broly's expression turned frigid as he landed a powerful blow to Black Goku's heart. In that instant, Black Goku's eyes widened, followed by an overwhelming sensation of cardiac arrest. The way you previously dealt with me, I shall return it tenfold. Broly's gaze sharpened as he unleashed a relentless barrage upon Black Goku. In a fleeting moment, Black Goku felt as if he were traversing through a kaleidoscope, where a clownish version of himself appeared, bisected and spewing blood, uttering, I apologize. Lord Broly could not fulfill your expectations. You. Black Goku attempted to curse, but he had no time for lamentation as Gohan, sporting his signature double bun hairstyle and crackling with electricity in his Super Saiyan 2 form, made his entrance. With no time to mourn his own fate, Gohan engaged Broly in a fierce battle, striking with such ferocity that the dust from Broly's attire was obliterated. Gohan desperately entered his full-power Super Saiyan 2 state to duel Broly. Then, Broly prepared to take things seriously. Back then, I stood with my hands in my pockets, unaware of what it meant to face a rival, he thought, unleashing an energy blast towards Gohan. In a flash, Gohan found himself ensnared in a vision, where he was seen lavishing praise upon Broly. Lord Broly is simply magnificent. The vision faded, and Gohan vanished. Ugh! Black Goku watched in fury, blood spilling from his mouth. Yet, the ordeal was not over. He had no time to mourn Gohan before Trunks entered the fray. With a flourish, he struck a pose reminiscent of his father's, declaring, I am Super Trunks. Swish. Broly's mind was engulfed in a vision. Ah, Trunks is too powerful. Even in Super Saiyan 100, I cannot match him. My apologies, Lord Trunks, for not meeting your expectations. Thus, Dragon Ball reached its climax for Black Goku. How could this be? Witnessing the scene, Black Goku's rage caused blood to pour from his 7 orifices. Had he returned to reality, he would have surely perished on the spot. Perish, Black Goku. A flash of purple light surged forth as Broly's energy blast engulfed Black Goku, who then faded away into nothingness. As the light dissipated, Broly stood alone on the battlefield. In the upcoming chapter, you shall see. Chapter 50. Has Black Goku truly perished? Bang, bang, bang. The sound of cannon fire echoed as Cell and Gohan exchanged blows. No matter how I strike, this wretch refuses to die. Cell ground his teeth, glaring at the invigorated Gohan. What's wrong? Is your breath so labored from our battle? Gohan replied with a playful smirk, swiftly delivering a punch. TSK. Cell barely evaded, then delivered a kick that came with a noticeable delay. Gohan effortlessly dodged, and countered with a punch. Boom. Gohan struck Cell squarely in the face, sending him reeling and knocking out a wisdom tooth. Cough. Cell winced in agony. Your hastily achieved form is worlds apart from the state I have long since attained, with only mindsets separating us. You are no match for me. Gohan delivered a swift slap to Cell, sending him crashing from midair to the ground with a heavy thud. A pained groan escaped Cell's lips as he attempted to rise, only to be forcefully pinned down by Gohan's foot. Your ride back home is about to depart, Gohan remarked, lifting his foot only to deliver a powerful elbow strike to Cell's abdomen. A resounding impact echoed as Cell's eyes widened in agony, his cries piercing the air. Get lost. Cell sprang to his feet, retaliating with a fierce kick aimed at Gohan. With remarkable speed, the kick was countered effortlessly by Gohan, who raised his arm to block it. Cell, undeterred, attempted another strike, but it too was thwarted. I refuse to believe this, he declared, accelerating his kicks to their utmost speed, launching a flurry of rapid strikes at Gohan. Each kick seemed almost invisible to the untrained eye, yet Gohan nonchalantly defended against them with his arm. The sound of Gohan's arm resonated like iron as he blocked yet another barrage. Have you managed to block them all? TSK. Cell, with a serious expression, withdrew his leg and launched a punch. However, in a heartbeat, he felt a sharp pain at his carotid artery. You've kicked me multiple times. I believe it's only fair for me to retaliate. Gohan's voice was low, as he withdrew his leg from Cell's neck and launched another swift kick. The ground trembled as Cell was sent sprawling, crashing to the earth like a dog in the mud. How can your strength be so immense and your speed so rapid? Cell exclaimed, shock etched across his face as he coughed up blood. Why? Did you not notice that while you were being thoroughly defeated by me, I was continuously growing stronger? Gohan's expression was grave. Growth? Have you somehow cheated? Cell was taken aback. The Saiyan race possesses a unique trait of growing stronger during battle, consistently enhancing their own power to surpass their limits. I am a race without boundaries. In our ongoing battle, I have transcended my previous self. While you are still being consumed by the immense energy drain of Super Saiyan 2, I have surpassed that form. As my uncle Black Goku would say, I have reached the intermediate stage. Super Saiyan 2 mid-level. What? How can your growth be so rapid? Cell questioned, his demeanor serious. Oh, I suppose I was just fortunate in my birth, Gohan chuckled. This is all thanks to my innate talent. My father recounted how, during my childhood, witnessing him being brutally attacked by the Saiyan Raditz ignited a powerful fighting spirit within me. The Grand Elder of Namek also remarked on my immense potential, which is why I have been able to surpass you in such a short span of time. Gohan's tone was somber. Cell, upon hearing this, scoffed derisively. If you are truly that strong, why can't you protect those you wish to safeguard? Without the ability to protect them, what good is your strength? Gohan fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, why did it take me so long to grow stronger? If only I had achieved this earlier. Perhaps Uncle Piccolo and Uncle Krillin would not have perished at the hands of the androids. Ultimately, you are not strong at all. You are merely a worthless pawn of Black Goku. Without him, you would have likely succumbed to the androids long ago. A hero, you say? You are not even a bear. Coldly mocked Cell. It is the weakness of that era that I now reject. From this moment forth, I shall not allow someone like you to wreak any further havoc upon my beloved home, Earth. I will eradicate you without mercy. Gohan seized Cell by the neck, exerting his strength. In an instant, Cell felt the grip tightening, unable to resist as Gohan's power surged. Damn it. Has he grown stronger during our conversation? Where does his strength come from? Is it born of rage? No, it is the resolve, the ruthless determination that wishes to end my life. Gazing into Gohan's eyes, filled with murderous intent and an eerie calmness, Cell felt a tinge of fear. Uncle Black Goku had shared some insights about Trunks with me. I heard you killed Trunks and then traveled to the past to absorb 2 androids, achieving your perfect form. When you faced my past self, you were forced into a corner, ultimately opting for self-destruction, correct? This time, feel free to explode, even obliterate the entire galaxy. The only condition is that you can actually do it. I shall not allow such a tragedy to occur a second time. Gohan's gaze sharpened, and he unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Cell's heart. With a decisive blow, he pierced through Cell's heart without hesitation. Oh! Cell cried out in agony, blood spewing forth as the pain and sudden halt of his heart left him gasping for breath, unable to call for help. No one will come to save you. Do not appear again, Cell. Gohan extracted his hand, stained with Cell's green blood, and concentrated a key blast aimed at Cell. Oh, you too? Huh. Gohan felt a sense of unease as he glimpsed a reflection in Cell's eyes. Next, it will be you, Kakarot's son, came the disdainful voice of Broly. Upon hearing this, Gohan quickly turned his head, only to find Broly, arms crossed, standing atop a nearby utility pole, looking down at him and Cell. What is happening? Why can I not sense his energy? Feeling the overwhelming absence of energy from Broly, Gohan's expression turned frantic. So you finally arrived? Cell lamented. Humph. The arrogant head of the Cell family cannot even deal with a mere child of the Sun family? Broly remarked nonchalantly. What brings you here, Broly? Where is Uncle Black Goku? Gohan asked, his expression grave. Kakarot? He is already in hell waiting for you. Broly scoffed with a smirk. What? Gohan was somewhat disbelieving and immediately began to use his ability to sense energy to search for Black Goku's presence. After a thorough search, Gohan was bewildered. Black Goku's energy had vanished as if it had evaporated from existence, disappearing from this world entirely. Could it be that he has transformed into Super Saiyan Rose? As Gohan began to reminisce about the magenta form he had awakened during his training with Black Goku, a sense of doubt crept in. If it were truly magenta, Broly would not be present here unless Black Goku had indeed. Suddenly, Gohan's pupils trembled, and a surge of energy coursed through him. Observing this scene, Broly smirked disdainfully. What's wrong? Are you frightened now? I'm in quite the jovial mood. How about this? If you kneel and express your admiration for Lord Broly, acknowledging your inferiority, I might just let you off the hook. Gohan remained silent, lost in his search for Black Goku's energy signature. Beside him, Cell grew impatient. If you don't release me, you'll meet a most gruesome end, son Gohan. Hurry and let me go. I might plead for your mercy. A sinister grin spread across Cell's face. No need, Gohan shot back, his eyes brimming with murderous intent as he glared at Cell. Still unconvinced. Do you not understand? From the moment I orchestrated your involvement in my plan, your defeat was inevitable. The demise of Black Goku serves as a prime example. If you wish to avoid my wrath while I am still in a merciful mood, release me. I will not. Gohan's eyes welled with tears as he unleashed a powerful energy blast toward Cell. Die! With a thunderous roar, the blast erupted, sending a cloud of dust into the air. So, you wish to court death? A massive hand tore through the haze. To Gohan's astonishment, Broly had intercepted the blast from such a short distance. It's not that I'm denying you a chance. It's that you are utterly inadequate. Broly's fierce gaze caused Gohan to spit blood as he was violently propelled backward. Gohan grimaced in agony, clutching his abdomen as he collapsed to the ground. How powerful! What level of Super Saiyan is this? Witnessing Gohan being effortlessly blasted away by a mere glance from Broly left him utterly astounded. Let me lend you some of my energy. Do not perish just yet. Broly placed a hand on Cell's shoulder, infusing him with a portion of his divine essence. As the divine energy coursed through him, Cell felt vitality wash over him like a tidal wave, followed by an explosive surge in strength. In that fleeting moment, he transcended Super Saiyan 2 and broke through to the limits of Super Saiyan 4. Cell bellowed, his skin flushing crimson as he experienced a primal transformation, sprouting fine hairs across his body. Incredible. This is the enhancement that comes from a Saiyan on the brink of death being rejuvenated. Truly extraordinary. With a fierce explosion of energy, Cell glared menacingly at Son Gohan. Still reeling from the shock, Gohan remained oblivious to Cell's transformation. However, he soon realized that Cell had indeed grown stronger, and not just by a small margin. What should I do now? Without Black Goku, how can I safeguard the future? In that moment, the future, once filled with hope, became engulfed in despair following the downfall of Black Goku. Before the formidable foes before him, even the exceptionally gifted Gohan felt a sense of suffocation. Faced with such adversaries, what could Gohan possibly do to turn the tide? Chapter 51. The Despairing Battlefield. Bang. 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 Boom. Cough, cough, cough. What is happening? Wasn't Gohan the strongest single combatant? Wasn't it said that he had been reborn into a favorable situation, growing stronger with each battle? Where is your arrogance? Cell, with a finger pointed mockingly, taunted the battered and bruised Gohan. Is the disparity in strength truly so vast? Gohan retreated repeatedly, his fists clenched as he launched a fierce strike towards Cell. However, Cell merely swayed his head, easily evading the blow, and retaliated with a swift jab aimed at Gohan. With a light poke, Gohan was sent flying as if struck by a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground. Upon impact, Gohan, racked with pain, coughed up blood once more. This marked the 10th time he had bled in this encounter. Confronted by the overwhelming might of both Cell and Broly, even choosing to engage the weaker Cell felt like a futile struggle against an unstoppable force. Despite Gohan's continuous striving for strength under Cell's absolute dominance, he was reduced to a mere punching bag. Cell sauntered over, taking delicate steps until he stood before Gohan, then brutally stomped down on Gohan's chest, grinding him into the earth. Gohan gritted his teeth against the agony. What is this? Were you not supposed to protect this world, to safeguard the future, to eradicate beings like me? Where is your power, your resolve, your strength? Cell's foot pressed down on Gohan's face, as if squashing an insect. Cell, you have slain so many. Do you not feel any remorse? Gohan questioned, his voice filled with defiance. Remorse? Do you recall every meal you've ever had? To me, humans are nothing more than insignificant insects, easily squashed. Whether they are joyous or sorrowful, virtuous or wicked, they all contribute to the ugliness within humanity. Among the good, there are always those who harbor ill intentions, and among the wicked, there are those who are even worse. Despite my malevolence, there are still those who admire me. Even in my grotesqueness, I have my followers. Do you know why? Why? Gohan inquired, puzzled. Compared to goodness, people are more drawn to absolute evil. They prefer to witness your harm to others rather than your attempts to save them. They would rather see you hoarding wealth than donating to those in need. To me, the filth of humanity is less repugnant than a puddle of my own urine. Killing, to me, is merely an afternoon pastime. With that, Cell led Gohan to a pig farm, where a man was using an electric prod to herd a multitude of pigs onto a truck. What do you intend to do? Gohan asked, bewildered. I have just learned to teleport. Naturally, I must put it to good use. Cell replied with a smirk. I know exactly what you are planning. Gohan challenged. What do you think? Cell lifted his hand, gathering energy for a devastating attack aimed at the man. Gohan struggled to free himself from Cell's grip, yearning to resist, yet a powerful hand swiftly descended upon his shoulder, pressing him back down. Who possesses such strength? Feeling the force on his shoulder, Gohan immediately turned his head, only to find Broly gazing at him with an ominous charm. Cell, you handle your affairs. This boy is mine. How considerate of you. Cell smirked slightly, then unleashed a ki blast. Run! Gohan shouted in warning, but it was too late. The ki blast was already launched. Before Gohan's eyes, the blast struck the man, not killing him but rendering him paralyzed from the waist down. Oh! A cry of agony erupted as the man collapsed. My legs! My legs! It hurts, it hurts! He sobbed, while Cell mockingly echoed his pain. Who are you? What have you done to my father? The man cried, clutching his legs. Cell, enough is enough. He is merely an ordinary person. He has done nothing to you. Why inflict harm upon him? I require no justification to harm others. Cell replied coldly, stepping forward and crushing the man beneath his foot before seizing his electric baton. The commotion drew the attention of several individuals, seemingly the man's family, who approached, a large figure, a small one, and an elderly person. Who are you? What have you done to my grandfather? What have you done to my father? Release him. Oh, your family has arrived. Allow me to show you something delightful. Cell smiled menacingly, lifting the electric baton as he advanced toward them. Gohan! Gohan shouted with all his might. Oh! The crackling of electricity filled the air. Silence fell as Cell unleashed the heightened voltage from the baton, reducing the group to smoldering remnants. My family. The man watched in horror as Cell annihilated every member of his kin. Did you not enjoy using the electric baton on pigs? I share your fondness for them, especially when it comes to slaughtering, Cell taunted. Gohan! Gohan shouted once more, but the only reply was Cell's continued rampage. A flash of crimson light illuminated the scene as Cell exterminated the blissful family of 4 without a hint of remorse, his expression remaining disturbingly calm. In the next moment, Cell, with a sinister grin, wiped the blood from his hands. Before Gohan could process the scene, Cell transported him to another place, a hospital. It hurts, doctor. Do not treat me. Save the money for my son, as future wife. What are you saying? You cannot delay treatment any longer. Indeed, father, I will go to any lengths to ensure you receive the care you need. This heartwarming scene of familial love was shattered by the arrival of several figures. Happy death day to all, Cell declared as he entered the ward, drenched in blood. Oh! A scream pierced the air as Cell commenced his merciless slaughter, killing the elderly man before his children's eyes, then extinguishing their most cherished ones, ultimately dispatching them in their moment of despair. The anguished wails reverberated throughout the entire hospital, a place that could save countless lives, where the dying are pulled back from the brink of death. Yet, here, Cell ruthlessly transformed this sanctified space into his own infernal slaughterhouse, treating it as a graveyard for sorrowful laments. At this moment, Gohan's eyes were devoid of light, but Cell remained unyielding, initiating his teleportation to a different scene, a subway station. "I have been accepted. I have been accepted into my dream university," exclaimed a young man. "My dear son, mother, I have returned alive from the battlefield. You are finally back. Beloved, work and studying abroad are of no importance. Your return is all that matters." Within the subway station, numerous individuals embraced their loved ones amidst tears as trains arrived. There were jubilant youths who had been accepted into universities, soldiers who had narrowly escaped death on the battlefield, and lovers who had forsaken their futures for the sake of their partners. They joyously embraced one another, sharing their stories in a scene filled with warmth. Yet in the next moment, it devolved into horror. "Ah, my dear friends, it seems you are all rather unhappy. Allow me to bring you some joy. Ah, spare my father. Spare my family. My beloved." The subway station turned crimson as Cell donned a wicked grin, conducting a massacre where no blade of grass could survive. Some, once blissful, now wailed in despair. Others, once joyous, gradually succumbed to hopelessness. Murder and plunder permeated the station as Cell, like a malevolent specter, unleashed misfortune upon one person after another, each witnessing their loved ones perish, powerless to intervene, only to vanish alongside them. "Cell, you wretched fiend." Gohan's eyes brimmed with tears of rage as he glared at Cell, his countenance betraying a desire to flay him alive. To this, Cell responded with indifference, devoid of any compassion. "Why are you so cheerful? What brings you such delight? Does witnessing their demise excite you? Do not pretend that you, like them, do not find happiness in seeing your loved ones thrive. Your smiles nearly grotesque in their joy. I have never seen such a blissful countenance. It is simply too much happiness. Why are you all so content?" Cell cackled madly. "I will kill you, Cell. What? You should be grateful for my kindness. Now, onward to the next destination." With that, Cell whisked Gohan away once more. In an instant, they arrived in a slum. "Dad, you haven't eaten in 3 days. Please, have something." "No, you eat. Father is not hungry." In the slum, a pair of individuals, rendered homeless by Cell's devastation, huddled together. A skeletal figure, starving to the bone, refrained from eating even a morsel of the meager food saved for his child, desperately wishing to spare his son from hunger for just one more meal. This poignant scene, already tragic, was met with indifference from the heavens, which only allowed the tragedy to unfold once more. "Let me bring you happiness." As the sound descended, Cell cast a sinister grin towards the emaciated children and adults in the slums, who were barely able to sustain themselves. Faced with Cell's onslaught, they were too weak to resist, too despondent to even weep, reduced to stammering like mute souls. "Ha ha, ha ha." Witnessing this scene, Cell laughed heartily. "I detest your gasps for breath." Broly, adding fuel to the fire, concentrated his energy into a key blast, initiating a massacre. Thus, another bloodbath unfolded at their hands. Gohan, enveloped in despair and numbness, lacked the strength to shout or even to bear witness. "Why do you still laugh? Does life hold no value for you? You are truly a vile creature, while I am undoubtedly the harbinger of salvation in this world." Cell cackled madly, leading Gohan to an even larger slaughter. In an instant, they arrived at an orphanage, a kindergarten, a nursing home, a shopping mall, tourist attractions, the most impoverished slums, and affluent streets, unleashing carnage everywhere. Gohan could only watch helplessly, unable to resist, save, or change the course of events, as Cell continued his relentless killing spree while justifying his actions. "I am the hero. I am the savior. In a world shrouded in darkness, I am the beacon of light, shattering the gloom with thunderous might." With that declaration, Cell summoned divine lightning to strike the crowd. "Come, who dares to stop me?" Broly too unleashed a key wave upon unarmed civilians, with no police or military to intervene, only defenseless citizens. "Gohan, do you comprehend where you have faltered? You did not lose to me in battle, but in conviction. Look at the corruption in your nation. Even the Emperor dares not confront me, allowing me to take lives unchallenged. In the face of such genocide, observe how no one intervenes, and some even cheer. Yes. Look at this." Cell seized Gohan by the hair, forcing him to witness the fervent supporters of this killing spree, chanting, "Annihilate! Annihilate! Annihilate! Annihilate!" Gohan, in a state of paralysis, his gaze hollow, began to succumb to despair. Yet, even greater despair was yet to come. "I will not allow you to destroy this city any further." With that proclamation, Trunks descended from the heavens, appearing before Cell and Broly in his Super Saiyan form. Trunks. Upon seeing Trunks, Gohan panicked. "Oh, there's another Saiyan brat." Broly exclaimed with excitement. "This one is yours, Cell. Let me engage him," Broly declared, tossing Gohan into Cell's embrace before surging toward Trunks with explosive energy. "Trunks, run!" Gohan shouted in rage, his expression spiraling out of control. "Run? How could I? The future must be protected. I will save this world." Trunks replied, undaunted, and then charged toward the impending threat of Broly. "Come on, little brat." "Ha ha, no." As Gohan let out a mighty roar, the battle commenced. And the outcome was all too evident. How could Trunks, who struggled against mere androids, possibly stand against Broly? Within the span of mere moments, he was seized by Broly, treated like a punching bag, and ruthlessly battered, his anguished cries echoing through the air. Trunks was toyed with, his vitality visibly waning. At that critical juncture, Bulma and Chi-Chi descended into the fray, piloting a colossal robot. "Mom, Aunt Bulma, flee. It's futile, you cannot win," Gohan exclaimed. Desperation etched across his face as he yearned to assist, yet Cell held him fast, rendering him immobile. He could only witness the brutality with which Broly tormented them. The battlefield was rife with lamentations, as Broly, capable of dispatching Trunks in an instant, chose instead to prolong their suffering, controlling his strength to inflict pain more sadistically than Cell. This torment persisted for an agonizing hour, while Gohan helplessly observed Trunks, his limbs shattered, being suffocated before his very eyes. "Gohan, Trunks, it's your turn." Broly, with a maniacal expression, lunged toward the battered, weeping Bulma and Chi-Chi. Upon seeing Broly's approach, the two women fled, but how could they outrun such a relentless force? Their fate was but death. A chilling scream pierced the air as Broly, employing the most brutal of methods, murdered Bulma and Chi-Chi in front of Gohan. "Mom, Aunt Bulma, Trunks." Gohan's fury reached its zenith. "You vile beasts, you wretched creatures. I shall annihilate you all." In that moment, Gohan erupted with immense energy, his aura so potent that it repelled Cell. "Die!" he roared, his face a mask of rage, and he unleashed a torrent of punches and kicks toward Cell. "Ah, so powerful. I'm finished. Help me, Broly." "Ha ha." Cell cackled maniacally. "Die." Magic flash. Gohan's hands glimmered with golden light as he directed all his strength toward Cell. "You monsters. You deserve to perish. All of you must die." Gohan wept as he unleashed his fury upon Cell, the magic flash striking him mercilessly, yet Cell endured, bracing against the onslaught. "Have you had enough?" Suddenly, Cell darted from the barrage of magic flashes and landed a heavy punch on Gohan. Thud! Gohan staggered, blood streaming from his nose, forced back from Super Saiyan form to his normal state, crashing into a row of towering buildings and demolishing a residential area in the process. Gohan lay on the ground, anguish coursing through him, as the blow exacerbated his existing injuries. In that moment of pain, his thoughts drifted not to his suffering, but to his rage. Why am I so weak? Why can I not protect those I love? This is unbearable. Gohan's frustrated blows struck the ground as the sky gradually darkened. Soon, ominous clouds gathered, and rain began to pour down in torrents, drenching Gohan and washing away the remnants of the character rise from his tattered uniform. This scene mirrored the desolate future that lay ahead, as well as the despair that clouded Gohan's heart, shrouded in darkness with not a glimmer of light in sight. When a person dies, they descend to the underworld. If we eradicate all the souls there, will humanity truly perish? Cell taunted as he approached Gohan, his tone dripping with disdain. "Do you not think they are already miserable enough, Cell?" Gohan shot back, his eyes burning with hatred yet tinged with helplessness. "I do not, for they are merely a collection of trash." In an instant, Cell transported Gohan to the underworld, where under the watchful eyes of the King of Hell and various malevolent spirits, he commenced his slaughter. In a heartbeat, the underworld fell silent, void of life. Those who were meant to be dead found their souls shattered by Cell's wrath. The newly arrived souls met their demise once more at Cell's hands, including Trunks, Bulma, and Chi-Chi Whoosh. Gohan and Cell returned to the realm of the living. The relentless downpour continued, and the sky darkened further, mirroring Gohan's increasingly bewildered heart. He remained silent, witnessing one person after another perish before him, his eyes devoid of any light. Human extinction, human extinction, human extinction. A cacophony echoed in Gohan's ears, prompting him to look up in curiosity. He beheld a throng of people brandishing large banners, chanting slogans in support of Cell, the very embodiment of a killing machine. They were all humans, living, breathing beings. Now do you comprehend why you lost to me? And why you and Black Goku were utterly defeated? Cell remarked, gently patting Gohan as they gazed down from a rooftop at the throngs below. Peering down, Gohan observed thousands rallying in support of Cell, their numbers swelling with each passing moment. The grotesque banners bore slogans filled with notions that even an intellectual like Gohan could not fathom. Their worldview was human. Yet he questioned, were they truly human? Gohan struggled to understand why justice appeared so diminutive in the face of evil, why it was so despised by the masses. This is the reality you cannot escape, Cell proclaimed, arms outstretched like a deity, reveling in the fervent cheers of his countless admirers. Lord Cell, Lord Cell, Lord Cell. How utterly filthy, Broly scoffed, crossing his arms as he watched the scene unfold, a smile creeping across his face. Amidst this laughter, the throngs of Cell's zealous followers multiplied, leaving Gohan uncertain about whether those he was meant to protect were indeed worthy of protection. Could you quiet down a bit? Suddenly, a discordant voice cut through the jubilant cheers, though it was faint, its presence commanding. In no time, it subdued the raucous cries of Cell's followers, who, at the sound, both Cell and Broly turned uneasily, while Gohan, too, felt a surge of curiosity as he looked towards the source. The three turned their heads and were met with a breathtaking sight. Tens of thousands of fervent fans of Sheru had vanished, leaving only a ground strewn with crimson and filthy banners bearing grotesque inscriptions. Could it be? Broly, his eyes wide with terror, gazed in shock towards the source of the crimson. At the end of that blood-red expanse stood a figure, upright and resolute, with the character Forgo emblazoned on his chest, marred by scars and smeared with blood. Chapter 52. The Arrival of the First Divine Being in Dragon Ball. Black Goku. Kakarot. Uncle Black Goku. The three exclaimed in unison. Amidst their astonishment, Black Goku lifted his head, revealing tear-streaked cheeks as he faced them. He is still alive. How is this possible? I struck you down so many times. You were on the brink of annihilation. How can you still exist? Broly ground his teeth in frustration. Black Goku remained silent, gently wiping away the blood and dried tears from his face. Was it the activation of a miraculous skill at the moment of death that preserved his life, or was there some other factor at play? His voice was somber, his pupils devoid of any light as he regarded Broly and Sheru. Uncle Black Goku, you must flee. Trunks, Aunt Bulma, and my mother have all been slain by these beasts. Gohan cried, tears streaming down his face. Trunks is dead too? Bulma and Chi-Chi are gone as well. Black Goku's expression was tranquil, his tone grave. Indeed, I may not comprehend how you survived, but you shall be the next to perish. Sheru descended from the heavens, confronting Black Goku with commendable bravery, clenching his fist, and as he neared, he swung down with force. Black Goku said nothing, merely observing as Sheru's fist approached his face. Boom. The punch landed heavily, and Black Goku was struck, the 4 wisdom teeth in his mouth instantly dislodged. Gohan looked on, his face a mask of anxiety. This is bad. Sheru is still far too powerful. Gohan sighed in despair, just as he feared for his own demise. Sheru appeared astonished. What is happening? Why did my blow feel like nothing? Did I even hit him? Sheru stared in disbelief at Black Goku, who stood there, bloodied and disheveled. What have you endured? That expression, where is your fighting spirit? Sheru inquired, bewildered. Black Goku offered no reply, sluggishly rinsing his mouth of blood. Tui. He spat out a mouthful of blood, casting a lifeless gaze at Sheru. TCH. Witnessing Black Goku's condition, Sheru, infuriated, clenched his fists and struck again. This time, Black Goku made no attempt to evade or defend himself, and Sheru's blow landed squarely upon him. Yet, astonishingly, Black Goku emerged unscathed, as if merely brushed by a feather. No damage? Sheru was taken aback. Black Goku remained silent, a vacant expression on his face, staring blankly at Sheru. What have you experienced? How have you grown so powerful in such a short time? Sheru questioned, puzzled. Your curiosity is quite evident, and there is no need for embarrassment in expressing it. Black Goku wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and began to recount his tale. Where to begin? Perhaps with Broly's transformation into Super Saiyan 4 and the limits he surpassed. At that moment, I realized that he had grown stronger by absorbing my energy, which sparked a plan within me. I was acutely aware that even if I exerted all my strength to suppress the divine aura emanating from me, and even if I achieved the form of Super Saiyan Rose 2, I could not eliminate Broly without revealing my divine energy. This was due to a passive ability I possessed, known as the Ultra Instinct, whose divine aura is challenging to suppress, unlike the Rose aura, which is more manageable. Understanding that simply killing Broly would not be a straightforward task, I began to diligently study and strive for the transformation into Super Saiyan Rose 3, a state I had not attained even after 2 years of effort. Thus, I fought while seeking to comprehend that form. Initially, I hoped to rely on my innate talent during battle, but I soon realized how difficult it was to focus on both confronting Broly and delving into my studies. My divine aura inadvertently leaked, granting Broly undue strength, which ironically provided me with the time needed to refine my studies. Certainly, during this process, I endured a severe beating and witnessed events that were intolerable. At this juncture, Black Goku's gaze turned icy as he glared at Broly. Humph, Broly retorted with disdain. Black Goku continued, in my impulsive rebellion, as I was on the brink of defeat, I secretly activated the Ultra Instinct, allowing me to survive. And then I resumed my arduous study of the Rose 3 form. And what happened next? Did you succeed? I failed, Black Goku replied with a sardonic smile. Failed, and yet you dare to return? Aren't you afraid we might beat you to death again? Salu sneered. It was my own attempt that failed. Suddenly, a flash of a scene crossed Black Goku's mind. Damn it, why is it so arduous to comprehend and grow stronger? The fusion of bloodlines does not yield the slightest improvement. At this rate, I might truly perish. He gritted his teeth, filled with rage. Big brother, do you need assistance? A voice suddenly called out. Turning towards the sound, Black Goku saw a group of frail, disabled children surrounding him. What do you little brats want? Can't you see this place is dangerous? He shouted, though his voice faltered halfway due to the pain in his lungs. You need help, don't you? Big brother. You can hardly move your limbs and lack the strength to fight. We wish to assist you. I don't need your help. I have no need for children. Black Goku replied stubbornly. But you are the only hero who can protect us. If you perish, there will be no one left to shield us. And who will avenge our parents then? As the words fell, a chorus of weeping ensued. Upon hearing this, a flicker of vulnerability crossed Black Goku's eyes. What is there to cry about, you little ones? He said, unable to bear looking directly at them, only to turn and find another child. You are all so bothersome. Black Goku exclaimed weakly. Please, save us, big brother, our hero. Black Goku fell silent. Please, I beg you, do not leave me. Suddenly, a familiar figure flashed before Black Wukong's eyes. His dog, Black Wukong, was overtaken by a surge of emotion. As the scene evoked memories of years past when his dog had been relentlessly bullied and trampled by a group of esteemed individuals, leaving him powerless to intervene. At that time, his dog had spoken in human language, pleading for rescue in a voice that echoed his own despair. In an instant, the method to transcend into the Super Saiyan Rose 2 realm flickered through Black Wukong's mind, yet he could not bring himself to pursue this thought. If I did so, those children would surely perish. Clenching his teeth, he relinquished this notion, but it did not go unnoticed by one of the children. Do we need to pay with our lives? The moment those words fell, the group of children erupted in commotion. Hey you! Black Wukong attempted to intervene, but it was already too late. The words had spread like wildfire among the children. We are willing. Suddenly, a voice reached Black Wukong's ears. Willing for what? You fool. Be quiet. I am willing. I am willing. More voices chimed in, and soon a chorus of children declared their willingness. In an instant, the situation spiraled beyond Black Wukong's control, and witnessing this, he gritted his teeth in frustration. Why did I recall this method? Damn it. Images of Goku's first ascension to divinity in Dragon Ball Super flashed through his mind, alongside visions of Goku in his full Super Saiyan 4 glory. His gaze then fixated on scenes of Saiyans channeling their energy. This method was indeed effective and feasible. However, the divine essence of the Rose 2 realm was far more potent and pure. Given the lingering energy of Zamasu's soul that inhabited this body, the intensity would surely amplify. At that time, even the Saiyan Vegeta appeared weary. how much more so would these mere children be? Once they began to channel their energy, they could not cease unless they sacrificed their very souls, which would demand the ultimate price. While the numbers might suffice, what kind of hero would that make him? What kind of protection was it to risk the lives of children, condemning them to a fate where they could not be reborn? What kind of justice was that? Black Wukong's perspective began to waver, and inner turmoil stirred within him. Why have I become so indecisive? Is it because I have witnessed those events? Suddenly, memories of Trunks and Bulma sharing meals with him during their 2.5 years under the same roof flickered before his eyes. I had never felt love until that warmth. Has my character changed because of it? I have begun to believe that sometimes peace can transform, that there is still hope for change. Even in the absence of hope, I yearn to be a good person, for perhaps those I sacrifice still have families waiting for their return. Tears streamed down Black Wukong's cheeks. This scene unfolded before the eyes of several children, who, upon witnessing it, believed that the Dark Goku was fearful of their pain and would weep. They each endeavored to exhibit their own resilience, proclaiming, "We are not afraid of pain, dear brother. Do not worry about us. As long as we can vanquish the wicked, everything will be worthwhile. Come forth, dear brother, but only after we have perished should you defeat the villains, and let others bestow upon us little red flowers. Dear brother, do not cry. We will be obedient and certainly behave, so please, wear a joyful smile." Suddenly, a flash of crimson light surged through the air, and Dark Goku, with a gaze sharpened by intensity, began to shed tears as he transcended his limits. In that moment, he commenced his ascension to divinity. Yet the cost was the suffering of countless unfortunate children, whose lives he mercilessly claimed. One child after another fell before Dark Goku. Ding! The host's ancient legendary Super Saiyan bloodline was enhanced, 3 to 5, with basic attributes multiplied by 6,800 times in their normal form and 8,000 times in their deep form. As several children collapsed, the system's voice continued to resonate, while Dark Goku grew ever stronger, yet he remained oblivious, fixated solely on the haunting images of each child succumbing to their fate because of him. Ding! The host's ancient legendary Super Saiyan bloodline adapted and fused, enhancing 20 to 34, with basic attributes multiplied by 20,000 times in their normal form and 25,000 times in their deep form. Dark Goku paid no heed, quietly watching the last child pass away, not in tears, but with a smile. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the bloodline, becoming the first true deity among the Saiyans, the Super Saiyan God, Human God, Bloodline, 1, with divine power multiplied by 1 in all forms and by 2 in deep form. The divine power, being reliant on the host's ascent to divinity, equates to a combat strength of 1 times that of the collective human entity beneath the deity. In the midst of this celebration, Dark Goku's face was shrouded in gloom, devoid of any joy. How could one who failed to protect even a single human claim the title of a deity? Bloodied, he stood upon the desolate earth, gazing up at the dim sky, his eyes filled with an eerie stillness. Chapter 53. The Human God of Crimson. I have slain the only children who regarded me as their hero, extinguishing the sole glimmer of hope in this despairing future. After their demise, no one will mourn them, nor will anyone remember the happiness they lost. They should have grown up well. Yet it is all because of you, wretched lot. I shall avenge them. Let you suffer and perish, accompanying them in their demise. In an instant, a flash of scarlet flickered in Dark Goku's pupils, as an overwhelming, tormenting aura of rosy divinity erupted violently within his veins, spreading chaos in all directions. What Super Saiyan 6 boundary breakthrough? Even if Super Saiyan 10 were to break through, I shall make you all pay with your lives. Ah! The rosy aura engulfed the entire earth. Under the influence of Dark Goku's divine presence, the very ground trembled, and even the 7th universe began to quiver. On King Kai's planet, whose aura is this? The divine aura felt so foreign, and as the rampant divine energy surged, the god of destruction from the 7th universe trembled in fear. On the planet of destruction, a perplexed Beerus exclaimed, "What is this divine energy?" He was shaken by the overwhelming aura emanating from Black Goku. Lord Beerus has transformed from mortal to deity, echoed through the air. At that moment, Beerus's attendant and mentor, Whis, appeared beside him with a grave expression. On Earth, Black Goku's energy continued to ascend, his magenta aura sweeping across the vast expanse like a searing wave, mercilessly scorching everything in its vicinity, as if intending to obliterate all matter around him. In an instant, the heat wave caused Cell, standing beside Black Goku, to disintegrate into nothingness. This explosive power is unbearable. Broly, help me. Cell sensed impending doom and called out to Broly, but it was too late. Black Goku's magenta divine aura had already engulfed him. Within moments, Cell was utterly consumed by the flames. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Rewards have been issued. Black Goku, seething with rage, turned his furious gaze toward the trembling Broly. Today, I shall demonstrate the essence of Ultra Instinct. With a crack of his neck, Black Goku, entirely overtaken by wrath, glanced at Gohan. The battle will inevitably affect you, Gohan, so I suggest you retreat to another timeline for safety. Uncle Black Goku. Gohan exclaimed as Black Goku pinched the temporal ring on his finger, and in an instant, he vanished. What did you do? Broly questioned, bewildered. Do not concern yourself. Just know that soon, you will bid farewell to the entire universe. Black Goku grinned maliciously before extending his hand, grasping at the air. With a gentle pull, the space around him fractured, and the entire universe began to tremble. What are you planning? Broly asked, fear creeping into his voice. Nothing of consequence. With that, Black Goku exerted his strength, forcefully yanking. No. Broly instinctively attempted to flee, but it was too late. With a thunderous crash, the seventh universe was effortlessly crushed by Black Goku. Broly screamed in terror as a blinding light flickered before him, and he was plunged into darkness. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. Where am I? Broly gazed around, confused by the surrounding cliffs. This is another timeline. Echoed a voice as Black Goku's temporal ring glowed green, appearing above a cliff before Broly. You. Broly glared at Black Goku in anger, but soon his expression softened. Before him stood Black Goku, adorned with a vibrant, fluorescent magenta hairstyle and a white halo reminiscent of merged Zamasu. Gazing down at him with a divine demeanor. The Super Saiyan God Magenta greets you. Black Goku twisted his neck, fury etched on his face as he regarded Broly. Super Saiyan God. What of it? As long as I can absorb your divine energy, I shall grow infinitely stronger. In an instant, Broly's hair began to shimmer with a green hue, and soon his entire being radiated the same color. The Super Saiyan 7th form had made its grand entrance. How do you find this? Broly proclaimed with an air of pride. Is that all? If it's insufficient, I can bestow upon you more. As he spoke, Black Goku intentionally unleashed a divine aura towards Broly. What are you doing? Do you not feel any fear? Broly gritted his teeth and bellowed. Fear? What is there for me to fear? Do you still think this is just a few moments ago? Relying on my strength, you are merely a sycophant, Black Goku scoffed. TCH, underestimate me, will you? I shall make you pay. With that, Broly charged swiftly towards Black Goku. I am not underestimating you. I merely intend to eliminate you. Whoosh. In a fit of rage, Black Goku propelled himself towards Broly with astonishing speed, catching up to him before he could even take flight. Boom. With a tremendous punch, Black Goku struck down heavily, sending the Super Saiyan 7 Broly hurtling back to his normal state like a kite severed from its string. In a mere moment, Black Goku not only reverted Broly to his original form, but also obliterated the universe of this timeline. With a single blow, he annihilated the entire cosmos. Onward to the next timeline. The time ring glowed green as Broly, now reverted to his original state, was dragged by Black Goku into the universe of another timeline. Broly screamed as he plummeted into a planet engulfed by oceans. Resuming, Black Goku revived Broly with a surge of energy. The instant he revived, Broly felt rejuvenated and transformed into the Super Saiyan 7, charging at Black Goku. Kakarot. Clang. With a resounding thud, Broly landed a heavy punch on Black Goku's face. But the moment he did, his forearm shattered. Broly looked perplexed, and before he could comprehend the situation, Black Goku seized his hair and flung him violently. Boom. With a deafening explosion, the oceanic planet erupted. Black Goku did not relent. Swinging Broly, he wreaked havoc across various planets. Wherever he went, countless celestial bodies were reduced to rubble. Following this, entire star systems were obliterated as Black Goku wielded Broly like a mere ragdoll, smashing him through the cosmos. In a fleeting moment, entire clusters of galaxies were annihilated under Black Goku's rampage. To the next timeline, Black Goku hoisted Broly up and delivered a crushing blow. With that strike, Broly was brought to the brink of death, yet he quickly revived. While Black Goku mercilessly pummeled him, he also injected him with energy, ensuring that he could neither die nor escape as they journeyed towards another universe for their duel. Whoosh! Black Goku, with Broly in tow, descended upon a lava-ridden planet, leaving desolation in their wake. Enough already. Kakarot. Broly clenched his fists and lashed out at Black Goku. However, before he could even swing his fist, Black Goku delivered a vicious kick to his face, penetrating the molten surface of the planet. Amidst an explosion, Broly again found himself on the verge of death. But how could Black Goku ever show him mercy? In a fierce confrontation, Black Goku unleashed a devastating wave, wielding destruction as a weapon to obliterate the universe. With the temporal ring, he initiated a swift transition to another dimension. This time, Black Goku descended alongside Broly into a black hole, engaging in a fierce battle. In the depths of darkness, Broly swung his fists at Black Goku, but each strike met only empty air, while Black Goku's blows landed mercilessly upon him. Despite continuously facing death and resurrection, even in his Super Saiyan Form 8, Broly was treated like a feeble chick, utterly powerless to retaliate. Do you know how long I have harbored this fury? Do you have any idea how long I have yearned to strike you? Black Goku exclaimed, delivering a barrage of rapid strikes to Broly's chest. In an instant, he controlled his force to leave Broly teetering on the brink of death, unable to find solace in either life or demise. Do you wish to die? Do you think that is a possibility? I will ensure you do not die easily. Can't you absorb my divine essence to grow stronger? Come, grow stronger, even to Super Saiyan 10 if you must. Transform now. Black Goku seized Broly by the neck and violently hurled him within the confines of the black hole. With a powerful throw, Broly was sent spiraling, caught in a cycle of agony and revival. Feel the pain of all those lost children, Broly. Black Goku roared, delivering a brutal kick to Broly's chin. The impact sent Broly flying, resulting in the destruction of the very universe they inhabited. With a flash, the temporal ring illuminated, initiating another temporal traversal. Chapter 54. The Godslayer Beneath a Sky of Blue and Clouds. One brother remarked, "Your attire looks rather counterfeit." What? I bought this from an app called 8 Blades. How could it be fake? It's been cleaved in half. Enough, brother. It looks obviously fake. Suddenly, a thunderous crash occurred, and before the two could gather their wits, Broly plummeted heavily into their vicinity, sending them scrambling for safety. Kakarot. Broly seethed, rising with rage, glaring at the steady landing of Black Goku. Are you furious? Black Goku sneered, dismissing Broly's anger as trivial compared to his own. My fury surpasses yours. With a disdainful glare, Black Goku locked eyes with Broly, who was instantly silenced. Today shall mark your final breath, Black Goku declared, his gaze icy, as he raised his hand and unleashed a powerful force toward Broly. In an instant, Broly felt an invisible grip seize him, lifting him like a mere chick and dragging him away as Black Goku pursued relentlessly. They collided through the air until they reached a desolate area. With a sudden surge of strength, Broly broke free from Black Goku's grasp and landed firmly on the ground. Barely had Broly touched down when Black Goku followed suit. As I gazed upon the wrathful visage of Black Goku, Broly mirrored the fury with his own countenance. Continue to grow stronger, Broly. I have endowed you with ample divine energy. If you can, transform into Super Saiyan 10 and engage me in battle. 100, 1000, and even 10,000 strikes, until I am thoroughly sated. Black Goku's expression was fierce as he unleashed the divine energy within him. How dare you underestimate me, Kakarot? Observing Black Goku's audacious demeanor, Broly felt his pride wounded, yet he couldn't suppress a sense of joy. Ha ha, what is so amusing? Black Goku's tone grew somber. I find humor in the irony that the hero meant to protect is reviled, while I am adored. How grotesque that the very people you strive to shield harbor such disdain for you, and your ascent to power is marred by the sacrifices of innocence. Broly smirked wickedly. Black Goku remained silent, glaring fiercely at Broly. Is this what you call heroism? Proclaiming your ability to protect all, yet you incessantly take lives, leaving none of those you claim to defend unscathed? Your so-called justice is ridiculed, rendering you no different from the villains you scorn. Is it not laughable? Broly scoffed derisively. Instead of mocking me, you should ponder how to meet your demise in a more spectacular fashion, you wretched creature. With a frigid demeanor, Black Goku clenched his fist, channeling his power towards Broly. The instant his fist tightened, Broly felt a resounding crackle throughout his body, as if ensnared by an invisible hand that began to shatter his bones. Though pain coursed through him, he regarded Black Goku with contempt. How pitiful it is that you cannot protect anyone. How lamentable. I shall silence you now. Black Goku's eyes glimmered with a crimson hue. Oh dear, so much has transpired during my slumber. You two mortals certainly created quite the commotion. A hairless, purple feline appeared above Black Goku, its voice resonating with authority. Be cautious. Lord Beerus, that individual with the rose-colored hair possesses formidable divine energy. He has not merely entered the divine realm. His very flesh has ascended to divinity, a true god in every sense, Whis remarked gravely. Not only does he possess divine energy, but his physical form has also achieved godhood. Intriguing, Beerus replied dismissively, clearly unimpressed by Black Goku. The moment Beerus and Whis arrived, Black Goku sensed their formidable presence. Witnessing Beerus's haughty demeanor, Black Goku's mind flashed with visions of those he despised most. I was cast aside by my boyfriend. Do you understand? Your incessant chatter is unbearable. With a voice heavy with menace, Black Goku glared at Beerus. Do you wish to fight? Your repulsive gaze is intolerable. Feeling the icy glare from Black Goku, Beerus experienced a twinge of discomfort, which ignited his anger, causing his words to resonate with a deeper timbre. In the face of Beerus's ire, Black Goku remained indifferent, his murderous intent palpable. The god of destruction knows only ruin. A deity incapable of protection is no god at all. The world has no need for such a being, nor do the people. Suddenly, Beerus, displeased with the quality of his ingredients or perhaps in a foul mood, casually obliterates a planet, extinguishing countless lives with an air of indifference, reminiscent of a child carelessly relieving himself. As the suffering of humanity prevails and the cosmos quakes with turmoil, he chooses to observe coldly, condoning malevolence and allowing the innocent to endure agony. Damn him. Beerus indulges Frisia, engaging in capricious real estate ventures throughout the universe. A haunting image flashing through Black Goku's mind as he recalls the suffering of humanity. He arrogantly considers himself superior, utterly disregarding the sanctity of life. How despicable. During the climactic battle between the 6th and 7th universes, as Hit loses the match, proclaiming himself the embodiment of the rules, Beerus nods in agreement. A scene that lingers in Black Goku's thoughts. He scoffs at the masses who adore him and the mindless fools who believe he should be spared. Regardless of how many oppose him, he resolves to slay them, intending to let them experience the taste of annihilation, this wretched deity. At this moment, man rises against God. With a swift motion, Black Goku teleports before Beerus, his speed leaving the god of destruction momentarily dumbfounded. System, I do not wish for this battle to involve any complications. Do you understand? Black Goku states, twisting his neck with murderous intent. Ding. All requirements of the host are satisfied. Thank you. I shall remember this favor, he replies, his gaze sharp as it locks onto Beerus. In that moment, Beerus recognizes the ominous aura emanating from Black Goku, a long-forgotten battle stance assumed. Do you aim to slay a god? Mortal, do you know who I am? For the first time, under Black Goku's formidable presence, Beerus feels a twinge of anxiety. Of course I know, Black Goku retorts disdainfully. And yet you still dare? It is precisely because I know that I must kill you, he declares with rage. Beerus falls silent. What purpose do beings like you, who revel in senseless destruction, serve? I do not expect you to show kindness to humanity, but at the very least, refrain from interference. Yet you are utterly ineffectual in the face of calamity, turning a blind eye while adding fuel to the flames of tragedy. Today, I shall eradicate you. Every last one of you wretched deities who exist solely to usurp the lives of others. Black Goku's gaze sharpens as he fixes his eyes on Beerus. With a mere glance, Beerus feels as though his soul is being cleaved, his expression contorting with unease. You, mortal, are quite intriguing, Beerus exclaims, excitement evident on his face. Be cautious, Lord Beerus. This mortal striving for divinity is truly formidable, Whis interjects, his tone grave. Huh, Whis, you do ramble on. Beerus dismissively retorts, charging at Black Goku. An opportunity to flee. Seeing the clash between Black Goku and the god of destruction, Broly seizes the moment, breaking free from his restraints to escape. However, as soon as his feet touch the ground, invisible slashes rain down upon him. Lord Black Goku is breathtaking, an overwhelming force. I apologize, Lord Black Goku. for not allowing you to unleash your full power and enjoy yourself. Broly's mind briefly reflects on this thought, but before he can comprehend, darkness engulfs him, and he becomes but a mere shadow of his former self, destined to meet the illustrious 25th Wukong. At this moment, another jester has emerged. Do you truly believe I cannot see you? Black Goku's tone was somber as he turned his head to face Beerus. Thus, without even a moment to mourn for Broly, Black Goku engaged in battle with Beerus. The clash of gods commenced. Chapter 55. At this instant, the divine trembled. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving the power of corruption. Boom! As the system notification faded, Black Goku and Beerus began their fierce confrontation. Each strike met with equal force. Yet, Black Goku seemed to exert a crushing dominance. After enduring 2 punches from Black Goku, Beerus found himself momentarily blinded, his speed diminishing. Boom! Another punch landed, and Beerus, wide-eyed, felt the first taste of blood drawn from him by Black Goku. Is this what it means to be divine? How can such power be so feeble? Black Goku wore a scornful expression as he roughly seized Beerus by the ear, tightening his fist and unleashing a flurry of brutal blows to Beerus's face. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 strikes, Black Goku sent Beerus reeling, stars dancing before his eyes. His nose shattered, crimson blood gushing forth. Mortal! Beerus struggled fiercely, delivering a heavy blow to Black Goku. Yet, Black Goku remained unmoving, absorbing the impact with his body. The punch landed heavily against Black Goku's chest, but it bore no effect, leaving Beerus's arm numb from the shock. Can't break through my defenses? Beerus gritted his teeth, glaring at Black Goku. Boom! Black Goku remained silent, uninterested in words, and struck Beerus's face once more. A dull thud echoed as Beerus tumbled through the air, landing awkwardly. My strength is sufficient to warrant 20 of my power. Beerus smirked disdainfully, then began to unleash his energy. In an instant, a purple aura surged around Beerus, elevating his power several notches. At this 20 output, the divine energy enveloping Beerus ignited, resembling a burning purple flame that soared from his body. The consequence of opposing a god is annihilation. Beerus concentrated destructive energy in his hands, aiming it at Black Goku before launching it rapidly. Destruction power, you say? Huh, as if anyone can't do that. Black Goku raised his palm, gathering a similar destructive energy, albeit with a peculiar and flamboyant hue inspired by fan commentary. You can destroy as well? Who instructed you? Beerus asked fiercely. Black Goku offered no answer, only a wicked smile. TCH. Receiving no response from Black Goku, the long-standing god of destruction, Beerus's anger flared, and he swiftly released the destructive energy toward Black Goku. Destruction. Black Goku retaliated with his own destructive energy. In an instant, the two forces collided. Would the playful, youthful Barbie Pink prevail, or would the mature, alluring Dark Purple take the lead? As the Barbie Pink and Dark Purple energies clashed, they commenced their own destruction, neither willing to yield to the other. Before long, the once proud and formidable warrior succumbed to the relentless passage of time, transforming into a seasoned veteran, while the exquisite young fighter ascended to prominence. In an instant, the destructive energy of Black Goku clashed with that of Beerus. Just as Beerus prepared to unleash his own destructive force, Black Goku's overwhelming power preemptively shattered Beerus's energy and surged toward him. Had he lost in this confrontation? Gritting his teeth, Beerus swiftly turned to evade Black Goku's destructive energy. With a deft sidestep, he narrowly avoided the onslaught, a disdainful expression crossing his face. Yet, the very next moment, he felt a searing pain in his side. Had he truly evaded it? Suddenly, a muffled thud echoed as Beerus's eyes widened in shock. He looked down to find that Black Goku had pierced his side with a purple aura, striking precisely at his right kidney, suppressing the urge to cough up blood. Beerus twisted around, delivering a swift elbow strike toward Black Goku. However, he missed entirely and inadvertently struck the incoming destructive energy from the Barbie Pink. Beerus cried out in despair, only to be engulfed by Black Goku's destructive energy, as if sinking into the depths of the ocean, his screams echoing in vain. Had he truly evaded? Such was the harsh reality. Black Goku, brandishing the blade tainted with divine blood, gazed with a sinister charm at Beerus, who writhed in agony amidst the destructive force. Aya! Beerus howled in torment, while Black Goku silently observed, devoid of any sympathy. his expression one of icy indifference as he watched Beerus suffer. After what felt like an eternity, Beerus ceased his cries, and an immense power erupted from within him. You think such trivial wounds can defeat me? Dream on, he bellowed, once more enveloped in a radiant aura. The purple energy surged from Beerus, swiftly tearing apart Black Goku's destructive force. As the energy shattered, Beerus revealed his true power at level 50. This is my 50 strength, he declared, his once gaunt frame now robust, muscles swelling with newfound vigor, reminiscent of Trunks' transformation into a Super Saiyan. Amidst this transformation, a paw print insignia appeared on his chest. Had he grown stronger again? Just the opportunity he needed to stretch his muscles. Though newly empowered, he required time to adapt. He was keen to assess how he could overpower Black Goku. With a dismissive gesture, Black Goku beckoned Beerus forward. You shall regret this, mortal who aspires to divinity. Beerus raised his hand, clenching his fist, and then swiftly sweeping it downwards. In the blink of an eye, he materialized before Black Goku, his speed so rapid that his fist connected with Black Goku's face with a resounding thud. Boom. The sound reverberated as Black Goku's face resonated from the impact. How? Beerus was about to revel in his triumph, when suddenly his smile faltered. To his astonishment, the dust on Black Goku's face seemed untouched as he turned away. Level 50? Are you certain you've truly unleashed your full power? How is it that I feel you have yet to unleash even a fraction of your true power? A sense of helplessness envelopes Black Goku as he extends his hand, firmly grasping the wrist of Beerus, who had just struck him across the face, quietly summoning his strength. With a gentle exertion, Black Goku effortlessly pulls Beerus's hand down. Beerus attempts to resist, but he is as powerless as an ant against an elephant, easily twisted by Black Goku, who bends his arm with ease. Under the immense force of Black Goku, Beerus's entire body bends at the waist. Release me, Beerus commands, clenching his fist and launching a powerful punch at Black Goku. Once again, Black Goku endures the blow without so much as a flutter of his eyes, remaining unfazed even as Beerus unleashes dozens, even hundreds, of punches upon him. With a power level of 50, Beerus strikes Black Goku's face like a punching bag. Yet despite the relentless barrage, not a single scratch marred his skin. Mind your hands, you worthless creature, Black Goku retorts, tightening his own fist and swinging it towards Beerus. The impact leaves Beerus wide-eyed, his face flattened as if crushed by a steamroller, contorting into a shape akin to a round frying pan. Unleash your full strength, Black Goku declares, releasing his grip on Beerus's wrist and allowing him to be flung backward. Beerus careens through the air like a rag doll, crashing into the planet until it erupts into a brilliant explosion. In a flash of sparks, a once beautiful planet vanishes from the vast cosmos. Whoosh. Two figures emerge in the void of space following the explosion. Do you understand the gravity of your actions? Whis inquires with a serious expression, gazing intently at Black Goku. Just slaying gods, Black Goku replies nonchalantly. To offend a deity is a capital offense. You may find yourself reincarnated in the underworld, Whis cautions gently. I care not for my own fate, as long as I can eradicate you so-called deities who fail to protect humanity and only bring chaos to the world. It is you who will perish, treating life as a mere game. A pawn of the Omni King, Black Goku asserts, his fists clenched as he prepares to charge at Whis. Whis, readying himself, likewise clenches his fists, adopting a combat stance he has never assumed before. The context for Whis's combat stance, at this moment. Black Goku possesses a strength that exceeds the combined might of every human in the Dragon Ball universe, including Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Super, multiplied exponentially, granting him the capability to contend with gods. This is a culmination of the trials he faced previously, and I hope the audience understands that fluctuations in combat intensity are sometimes dictated by the narrative and the character of Black Goku. As the monumental battle is set to ignite, Black Goku and Whis prepare for confrontation. However, an unexpected voice disrupts the tension. I am not dead yet, and you seem to underestimate me far too much, Whis. As the sound reverberated, the muscular figure of Beerus, adorned in deep shades of purple and enveloped in violet flames, emerged from the explosion of the planet, standing before Whis and Black Goku. You are, to this day, the only deity who has pushed me to this extent aside from my brother Kampa, and for that, I commend you. But this is where it ends. With a swift motion, Beerus unleashed his arms, initiating a series of peculiar hand gestures. Under the unwavering gaze of Black Goku, A long blade reminiscent of an Egyptian pyramid materialized in Beerus's hands. "Behold my divine artifact, the symphony of destruction, dawn." Beerus swung the blade, his expression grave as he fixed his intense gaze upon Black Goku. "Have you drawn forth your artifact? Since you are serious, it would be remiss of me to continue to toy with you." Black Goku's focus shifted to the energy blade in his right hand, swiftly extending his arm to grasp it with a fierce grip. With a concentrated surge of energy, the blade transformed into a formidable energy sword, ultimately morphing into a colossal energy scythe. As Black Goku transcended into a divine being, embodying the true essence of a god, the scythe emanated a dark crimson hue, symbolizing his resolute intent to vanquish the deities. "Let me reiterate, Beerus, if you do not unleash your full power, you shall perish," Black Goku stated in a somber tone. If a god were to exert their full strength at the first sign of adversity, they would merely be immortal. A deity possesses a divine demeanor, a godly mindset, and the essence of divinity. They must maintain the ceremonial gravitas of a god during any battle, Beerus retorted with an air of arrogance, maintaining his divine posture even in the face of Black Goku. Upon hearing this, Black Goku chose not to offer further reminders, preparing to unleash his true power and impart a severe lesson upon the impending fallen destroyer. "Today marks the day of your demise." Chapter 56. The Godslayer in an instant. Beerus, Black Goku, and Whis found themselves transported to a void, the location of the Tournament of Power, known as the Null Realm. "Whis, what is the meaning of this spatial displacement?" Beerus inquired, turning his head towards Whis. "Not me, Lord Beerus. It was him," Whis replied, his gaze fixed upon the frigid expression of Black Goku. "What? A mortal who has just ascended to godhood has managed to master the divine technique of destruction while simultaneously grasping spatial manipulation?" Beerus expressed his astonishment. "I had initially planned to eliminate Broly here, but now I find myself facing an unexpected adversary. Very well, let us unleash our full powers in this realm devoid of innocence." "Destroyer God," Black Goku declared. Beerus fell silent, clenching his fists, and began to unleash a torrent of energy. In an instant, his power surged to unprecedented heights, the vibrant purple flames intensifying around him. "It has been a while since Lord Beerus has chosen to fight with his full might," Whis remarked in a suddenly light-hearted tone. Upon hearing this, Beerus sneered disdainfully. "Whis's words seemed ludicrous. Since the inception of my role as a destroyer, aside from you, there has been no one who has witnessed the full extent of my power. Not even my brother Kampa has seen the combative spirit of my youth, nor had any destroyer encountered my true strength. Yet now, a mere mortal, whose foundation is but newly laid and unstable, has managed to compel me to unleash my full capabilities. Am I, as a deity, truly so feeble and complacent?" As murderous intent surged within Beerus's gaze, the very fabric of the void trembled in response, enveloped in the purple flames emanating from his being. Following a billowing cloud of violet smoke, the hairless cat-like form of Beerus began to sprout fur, and his muscles swelled rapidly. In an instant, his height surged to 2 meters, his physique expanding to rival that of Broly. With a thunderous roar, the true destroyer, Beerus, adorned in purple fur and bearing the scars of past battles, made his entrance. "Mortal, remember my visage." With that, Beerus gripped his divine weapon and launched himself towards Black Goku with ferocious speed. Before Black Goku could fully appreciate the moment, Beerus had already closed the distance between them. Black Goku, undeterred, tightened his grip on the scythe and engaged Beerus's weapon in a clash. At the moment of impact, the entire void began to tremble violently. The air was filled with the sounds of explosive collisions as the magenta and dark purple figures clashed repeatedly, igniting bright flashes of light where they met. Beerus poured his full power into the confrontation, striking with a speed that rendered him invincible among mortals. In an instant, he exhibited a velocity surpassing even that of a fully merged Vegito. As the scythe collided with Beerus's blade, Black Goku, a being of both human and divine essence, refused to yield, forcing Beerus to evade despite his full might. In a swift motion, Black Goku swung his scythe towards Beerus, whose only recourse was to raise his weapon in defense. Upon blocking Black Goku's strike, Beerus felt the tremor ripple through his massive frame. "Even if I exert 100-fold of my strength, am I still at a disadvantage in this contest of power? TSK, just like that accursed rodent." The more he pondered, the more enraged he became, memories of his defeat to the destroyer of universe 4 resurfacing. Practice more if you lack skill, if you cannot bear defeat. Do not play the game. The past is the past, the present is now. If you are unhappy, return home to train. If you wish to cry, seek your mother. There are always greater beings beyond us. This important lesson bore repeating. Practice more. That cursed rodent. In a fit of fury, Beerus unleashed an even greater surge of power. Black Goku, however, remained impassive, steadily channeling his strength. In an astonishing turn, the might Beerus had just unleashed was swiftly suppressed. Observing this, Whis could not help but feel a pang of concern for Beerus. If this continued, his lord would have to resort to his ultimate technique. Whis tightened his grip on his staff, focusing intently on the enigmatic Black Goku, a recently ascended deity. As Black Goku exerted his power, the imposing figure of Beerus, now towering at 2 meters with muscles that seemed to dwarf 6 Black Gokus, suddenly knelt before him. As the altitude diminished, Beerus found his aura overshadowed by Black Goku. This fellow's power surpassed that of the deceased rat, and Beerus struggled immensely to withstand it. Black Goku remained silent, merely observing as Beerus gradually knelt before him, inch by inch, until he was entirely prostrated. Damn mortal! Beerus seethed with anger. It was his first experience of kneeling, and to do so before a mere mortal who had only recently ascended to divinity was infuriating. The more he contemplated this indignity, the more enraged he became. He summoned his energy once more, unleashing an even greater force to compete with Black Goku's brute strength. For a fleeting moment, Beerus managed to push Black Goku's scythe upward, allowing him to regain his footing on one leg. Black Goku remained impassive, quietly observing Beerus's burgeoning expression of triumph. How does it feel, mortal? Your visage can hardly maintain its calmness now. With a sense of pride, Beerus slowly straightened his back, preparing to rise fully from his kneeling position. However, in the next instant, boom! A tremendous force emanated from Black Goku's scythe, shattering Beerus's artifact, My Dawn, before his astonished eyes. In that moment of destruction, a flash of blood surged forth. Under Whis's troubled gaze, the scythe inflicted grievous harm upon Beerus, severing his right arm. In an instant, Beerus howled in agony as the searing pain from his severed limb coursed through him. Witnessing this scene, Whis grew anxious. If this continued, Lord Beerus would undoubtedly be defeated. He contemplated the possibility of reversing time. Swish! A slash sliced through the air, just as Whis intended to utilize his angelic powers to revert time by 5 minutes. An invisible strike descended upon him. Whis reacted swiftly, raising his staff to parry the attack. At the moment of impact, he noticed a gash marred his staff. Was this a manifestation of divine energy, ruthlessly concentrated into a slashing force? Whis discerned the nature of the invisible strike and contemplated retaliating against Black Goku. Even having attained divinity, it would require considerable experience to confront you celestial beings. However, I cannot permit today's events to be disseminated. This is precisely why I came to this realm, to eradicate all gods and immobilize all angels. Black Goku wore a serene expression. Indeed, you were aware from the outset that we would choose this specific location, were you not? Whis's demeanor turned cold. Of course. Otherwise, I would not be foolish enough to divulge my intentions of god-slaying, nor would I bring you to the Void Realm to prevent news of angelic casualties from leaking out. When the Time King investigates and rewinds time to reveal these occurrences, you are indeed astute, and you possess a profound understanding of us. Recognizing that the Void Realm lacks time, space, and any tangible substance, an ideal locale for action, yet difficult to scrutinize. You even went so far as to bring us here under the guise of not wanting to involve anyone else. Whis tightened his grip on his staff, slowly channeling his power. While there is a degree of intelligence present, what prevails is my genuine desire to avoid entangling many others. After all, not everyone is foolish, lacking in perspective, or devoid of intellect. Black Goku cast a chilling smile before shifting his gaze towards Beerus. A look of discomfort crossed Beerus's face. His eyes fixed intently upon Black Goku. What is this gaze? Do you wish to commit murder? The foolish deity, Black Goku returned this sentiment unchanged. You shall come to regret this. With that, white smoke began to emanate from Beerus, and he swiftly appeared behind Black Goku. No matter your plans, once I unleash this move, your fate is sealed. Beerus's expression radiated confidence, his aura glowing with the brilliance of ultra instinct. Black Goku remained silent, standing resolutely before Beerus. Whoosh! With assuredness, Beerus struck his fist towards the back of Black Goku's head. With a snap of his fingers, Black Goku conjured the domain of divine retribution. The sound of his snap reverberated throughout the void realm, as a sudden flash of white light illuminated the expanse. Lord Beerus. Whis sensed the gravity of the situation and sought to employ his time abilities. However, a sudden slash came hurtling towards him. Whis, resigned to defend, unwittingly played into Black Goku's scheme, and by the time he aimed to intervene, it was already too late. How troublesome, Whis clicked his tongue, watching the tragedy unfold before his eyes. As the dust settled, the voice of Black Goku proclaimed, divine judgment upon deities. Under Whis's gaze, the entirety of the void realm was engulfed by an invisible force, within which lay a multitude of attacks, slashes, scattershot assaults, bombardments, nuclear explosions, compressions, rendings, tremors, and shatterings. Every conceivable form of attack that Black Goku could imagine manifested within this realm. Here, there were no limits to possibility. Chapter 57. The Divine Black Goku and Angel Whis. The moment the myriad of assaults descended upon the void realm, Beerus's figure began to fade away. No, Beerus attempted to resist with his destructive powers. But Black Goku had anticipated this. The ancient legends spoke of the power of Super Saiyans, the essence of deities, and a destructive force stronger than yours combined. I can assure you that, aside from the erasure by the Omni King and the wishes of the Super Dragon, no divine law can surpass my onslaught. Time, space, neither can withstand it. Swish. As Black Goku's voice echoed, Beerus was reduced to ashes. With Beerus's disappearance, Whis entered a countdown of his own. In the void realm, only Black Goku and a slightly injured, tattered Whis remained. Ultra Instinct, you say? Black Goku appeared unfazed, entirely unsurprised that Whis had survived. Whis, panting, faced Black Goku. A sheen of sweat upon his brow, his expression weary. You did not reveal your true strength during our earlier confrontation? Whis wiped the blood from his forehead, swallowing hard. A hint of tension in his demeanor. Do you believe I would be foolish enough to disclose my power to a genuine adversary? Black Goku retorted. You are here for me, aren't you? Whis inhaled deeply, his expression turning grave. Had I not ascended to divinity, perhaps I would not stand opposed to you, for I am acutely aware of my own capabilities. However, after achieving this divine status, I have gained a measure of confidence in my strength. My childhood experiences have ingrained in me the understanding that one should not reveal their full arsenal of abilities until the critical moment arrives, for it is prudent to reserve one's resources to avoid being ensnared by greater adversities. With a chilling tone, Black Goku declared, the power of angels and destroyers is not of the same order. You should comprehend that even if you possess strength surpassing that of a destroyer, it does not guarantee superiority over an angel. Whirling his staff, Whis affirmed, I am well aware of this, yet it appears that angels maintain a stance of neutrality. Does it not? Do you truly believe it possible to refrain from employing angelic powers? In an instant, Black Goku's aura began to surge, amplifying his presence immensely. What strength have you concealed? Whis inquired, his expression revealing concern. Should you forego the use of angelic power, you may face dire consequences, for I intend to unleash my full might. As he spoke, Black Goku shattered his energy scythe, unleashing a torrent of power. With this eruption, the divine energy within him surged violently, escalating to unparalleled heights. In mere moments, his aura reached a remarkable pinnacle, transitioning through various stages until it culminated in a breathtaking climax. With a resounding shout, Black Goku's energy surged uncontrollably towards the void. Amidst a brilliant display of vibrant magenta light, he underwent a transformation. At this moment, all his divine might was unleashed, the Super Saiyan God, deep magenta, at its utmost limit, representing the amalgamation of human potential, ancient transcendence, and divine supremacy. This is my ultimate strength. With an aura rampaging throughout his being, Black Goku clenched his fists before Whis. A deity forged from the essence of humanity? A divine human hybrid? Whis scrutinized Black Goku, whose aura was a potent blend of pure human essence, feral intensity, and profound divine energy, feeling an unfamiliar tension. With only 2.5 minutes remaining, regardless of the outcome, I shall ensure this ends here. Whis retracted his staff, his own formidable aura rising. As the energy escalated, the full force of his ultra instinct manifested. In that fleeting moment, the angelic and divine human auras clashed. the opposing red and blue energies materializing vividly around Black Goku and Whis. However, Whis's energy began to wane, and his form grew increasingly translucent. Is this the consequence of abandoning neutrality and wielding angelic powers? Whis mused, gazing at his transparent self. There's no time for such thoughts. Suddenly, Black Goku appeared before Whis, delivering a powerful blow. With a swift motion, Whis evaded effortlessly and retaliated with a flurry of strikes against Black Goku. The clash echoed with the sound of impact. With a flurry of punches, the speed was astonishing, and in an instant, Black Wukong struck the abdomen of Whis. In that moment, it felt as though Black Wukong's abdomen had been struck by lightning. However, gritting his teeth, Black Wukong endured the pain and retaliated with a clenched fist aimed at Whis. A dull thud echoed as Whis was hit in the face, tilting his head back. Suddenly, Whis lifted his leg high and kicked towards Black Wukong, sending him flying backward with tremendous force. Today shall be the day you breathe your last, you celestial being, Black Wukong declared, quickly regaining his stance with a devilish grin directed at Whis. Let us continue. Within these 2 minutes, before I cease, let us determine the victor. Whis wiped the sting from his face, his expression cold as he faced Black Wukong. With tension rising, Black Wukong charged at Whis, initiating a flurry of punches and kicks, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows that lasted for dozens of rounds. With the mastery of free and easy extreme skill, Whis showcased his agility, effortlessly evading Black Wukong's various assaults. However, in a moment of distraction, as he leaned his head, Black Wukong seized the opportunity and landed a blow to his head. A resounding thud echoed as Black Wukong executed a split kick that struck Whis' face. Following this strike, Whis, with a calm demeanor, skillfully seized Black Wukong's leg and delivered a powerful palm strike to his abdomen. The impact left Black Wukong wide-eyed, feeling a tremor throughout his body and in discomfort. He retaliated with a kick towards Whis. Whis raised his arm effortlessly to block it, yet his body was still propelled backward. Is this the disparity between the new deity and the old? Black Wukong exclaimed, clutching his aching abdomen. Indeed, quite formidable. To battle an angel so soon after becoming a deity. With further training, I shall surely surpass the angels within a decade. Whis regarded Black Wukong with a serious glare. Both warriors shared a mutual understanding, refraining from reckless attacks as they observed each other's movements. However, Whis, under the pressure of time, felt his body growing increasingly transparent, accompanied by a wave of weakness and diminishing strength. He realized he could no longer delay. He must summon a power greater than his current state to confront Black Wukong, or he risked being worn down. Has support not yet arrived? Whis summoned his staff, glancing around. Are you wondering why? Is it not curious that your allies have yet to appear? Have you disowned that? Whis suddenly appeared alarmed. Did you think I was unaware of your hesitation to strike? 1. Due to Beerus's arrogance, and 2. Because you are seeking outside assistance? Black Wukong shouted. When did you realize this? Whis swallowed nervously. From the moment I severed Beerus's arm. You sensed that you could no longer allow him to act recklessly and prepared to summon other angels to apprehend me, correct? Whis fell silent. Your little schemes. Do you think I am oblivious? I have spent my entire childhood around individuals like you. I understand your type all too well. Take a closer look at the wound on your staff. Black Wukong pointed at the damaged area of Whis' staff. Upon hearing this, Whis scrutinized his staff closely. Upon meticulous scrutiny, Whis discovered that the previously minor crack in the staff had inexplicably expanded to a size reminiscent of a wormhole. What could have transpired? Whis pondered, perplexed. Since the moment your staff was damaged by my energy strike, the energy has clung to it, never dissipating. To prevent you from noticing, I allowed the energy to gradually inflict damage, obstructing any attempts you made to relay messages. As you persistently attempted to communicate from this location, I continuously thwarted your efforts. Which explains why, despite being on the brink of death, no one has come to your rescue. At that moment, apprehension etched across Whis' face, and an involuntary wave of anxiety washed over him, causing the radiance of his zenith technique to dim slightly. A perfect opportunity arose. Swift as a shadow, Black Wukong seized the moment of Whis' distraction, propelling himself forward in a lightning-fast dash, coalescing a blade of energy in his hand and thrusting it fiercely. At that critical juncture, Whis lifted his head, but could do little more than raise his palm in defense. In an instant, Black Wukong's energy blade pierced through Whis' hand. shattering the celestial axiom that angels are impervious to harm. How cunningly calculated. You seem to know us exceedingly well, Weiss thought, his brow furrowing as he gripped Black Wukong's energy blade to prevent a more grievous wound. I am a person of caution. I never act rashly regarding matters that provoke my suspicion. Being perpetually vigilant is my modus operandi. Black Wukong intensified his assault, driving the energy blade toward Weiss. What is your name? Do you wish to extract information from my lips or convey it through the staff? With a swift slash, he severed the power beside Weiss into 25 fragments, rendering the staff devoid of all luminescence and incapable of transmitting any further messages. Oh, have you discerned even such a meticulous maneuver? At the very least, allow me to perish with clarity, Weiss mused with a slight smile. You needn't know. Just understand that your demise stems from underestimating me, much like Beerus underestimated me, believing I was merely a newly ascended mortal. Your downfall is your contempt for humanity. Black Wukong again escalated the force of his energy blade directed at Weiss. Feeling the immense pressure on his palm, Weiss attempted to resist. Yet time was no longer on his side. In the face of Black Wukong's monstrous growth rate, his strength waned, leaving him powerless. In that fleeting moment when his strength faltered, Weiss was pierced through the heart by Black Wukong's energy blade. Weiss's eyes widened, the color draining from his face as he futilely sought to resist. Even on the verge of death, his strikes remained fierce and swift. In an instant, Black Wukong was compelled to retreat to avoid the onslaught. With a final surge of breath, Weiss quickly assumed a stance to counterattack against Black Wukong. A tenacious adversary, Black Wukong grasped his energy blade tightly and charged forth once more. The clash resumed, yet within mere exchanges, Black Wukong plunged his energy blade into Weiss's heart yet again. With a sudden cough, Weiss expelled blood, utterly devoid of any resistance. Observing this, Black Goku swiftly extracted his energy blade and plunged it toward Weiss's head. As the saying goes, one does not spare the head in a finishing blow, leaving parents in distress. Black Goku struck decisively, and Weiss, unable to evade, took the blow head-on. With a swift motion, the blade pierced through, and Weiss was instantly felled, experiencing a premature demise before vanishing completely. May you join Broly and Beerus in oblivion, Black Goku declared, tightening his grip on the energy blade before striking again. Weiss attempted to defend himself, but it was futile. Black Goku's blade pierced through with chilling finality. In a flash of crimson light, Weiss became utterly transparent, gradually dissipating before Black Goku's eyes. As Beerus and Weiss departed from existence, the Kaioshin, perplexed by the sudden transparency of his own body, was met with a blinding white light, followed swiftly by his own demise, his soul scattering alongside Beerus. In that moment, within the future timeline, the seventh universe, still gasping for breath and retaining some combat capability, saw its deities eradicated by Black Goku's merciless hand. The time had come for the execution of the gods. Black Goku, with a fervent glare, brimmed with murderous intent, resolutely determined to annihilate all incompetent deities as he surveyed the realm of nothingness. Chapter 58. The Prolonged Rebellion of Gohan. A chilling breeze swept across a celestial realm, where Gohan lay, barely clinging to life, in a secluded hot spring, enveloped in melancholy. Thoughts of Trunks and Bulma, alongside the memories of Cell, haunted his mind. The malevolence of Cell, his own impotence, and the mindless perspectives of the masses suffocated Gohan. In that fleeting moment, he recalled the anguished cries of the innocent who perished and the frenzied cheers of Cell's fervent admirers. Oh, Gohan lamented, grappling with his overwhelming compassion. Bring my family back. To save one is heroic, but to save many is madness. Why not eradicate humanity altogether? The more I save, the more they multiply. Do you only see their plight? I've already saved over 100,000, yet here comes another so-called superhero. What nonsense. A Super Saiyan is merely a Super Saiyan. Do not presume to be a hero. Humanity does not deserve to exist. Dad, awaken. I have returned, and I shall not wander again. Your son has entered university. Was it not your greatest wish for me to emerge from the mountains? Open your eyes and see how successful I have become. Gohan's heroic endeavors garnered little appreciation. Cell's malevolence, which some deemed redemption, was branded as evil in his eyes. What does it mean to oppose Lord Cell? He owes you nothing. It is utterly perplexing. My dear, we shall soon be together. I love you. Awaken, for this time I shall not deceive you. Gohan pondered. I can never comprehend these people. Are they truly so deluded? Still a mental illness. The above statement is derived from reality, not alarmist rhetoric. In an instant, the words of this pitiable individual, akin to those of the intellectually challenged and mentally deficient, left Gohan in a state of bewilderment. Listening to the heartless rhetoric of Cell's fervent supporters, Gohan felt a wave of disgust and revulsion wash over him. He began to question the very purpose of his heroism and grew curious about whether humanity, as a species, was truly worthy of preservation. Deep in contemplation, Gohan found himself grappling with the incomprehensible psyche of these individuals. They bore no real-life experiences. It seemed as though they had merely scrolled through a short video depicting the villain's tragic fate and concluded that evil was justifiable. They appeared to interpret the actions of those who embezzle as a necessary reality. Thus, they positioned themselves on the moral high ground, relentlessly harming others, universally branding any act of kindness as malevolence, and insidiously tarnishing the noble essence of altruism while besmirching justice. They considered themselves the epitome of righteousness, the embodiment of virtue. Enough, Gohan. A sudden voice pierced the air. It was Black Goku. Upon hearing the voice, Gohan turned, only to find Black Goku glaring at him with fury, his fists clenched and poised to strike. With a resounding thud, Black Goku, having risen at some point unbeknownst to Gohan, began wreaking havoc in a city on this planet. In his murderous intent, Gohan was brought to the ground. Observing this scene, a mother and her son, both disfigured and maimed, sighed in relief. Had Black Goku not arrived in time, they might have become the ashes left in Gohan's wake. Do you realize what you were just doing? You were harming a group of already struggling individuals, people whose lives are far from perfect. Black Goku's tone was somber, his expression cold as he stared at the dazed Gohan. At that moment, Gohan was utterly bewildered, completely unaware that he had nearly taken the lives of ordinary people who, despite their hardships, still clung to hope. What have I just done? Gohan murmured, turning to meet the gaze of the mother and son who had narrowly escaped death at his hands. Locking eyes with them, he froze. Witnessing their tears and the expressions of disdain they directed toward him. Why do you all insist on bringing misfortune upon the unfortunate? What meaning does this hold for you? Is it amusing? Is it entertaining? Is this your version of happiness? The woman, cradling her daughter who was on the verge of death, bore a face of despair. Yet, her tone was remarkably gentle as she reprimanded Gohan. Even though her words were heavy with sorrow, her voice retained a softness that left Gohan momentarily speechless. He recalled asking similar questions to Cell in times past, and now, being confronted with them by another. The sensation felt like a blade slicing through the softest part of his heart, causing him to ache. Let us go? Realizing that Gohan might spiral into madness if he lingered any longer, Black Goku swiftly seized him and instantaneously transported them away from the scene. Whoosh! Black Goku whisked Gohan away, returning to the very spot where Gohan had first landed on this planet, as if nothing had transpired. Eat the Senzu bean. I've managed to acquire some in another timeline using this face. Once you've consumed it, we will promptly set off to seek the Super Dragon Balls. Black Goku tossed Gohan into a hot spring and then placed the Senzu bean upon his chest. Lying in the warmth, Gohan resembled a lifeless body, his gaze vacant, as if his mind lingered on recent memories. His heart ached, a persistent throb that remained, undeterred even by Black Goku's offering of Senzu beans. Observing Gohan's desolate state, Black Goku chose silence, allowing Gohan the solitude he seemed to crave, intending to offer guidance only when Gohan sought conversation. However, no sooner had Black Goku turned away than Gohan posed a question. Is humanity worth protecting? What do you mean? Black Goku turned back to face Gohan, who had risen to consume the Senzu beans. As the beans descended into his stomach, Gohan's physical wounds healed instantly, yet certain emotional scars persisted, causing an unrelenting ache within. Are you dead inside? Black Goku scrutinized Gohan's hollow eyes. Is humanity worth protecting? Tell me, Black Goku. Gohan's face was a mask of fury, his tone devoid of respect, entirely dominated by impulse. Do you wish to fight? Sensing a change in Gohan's demeanor, Black Goku's instincts heightened. Answer me this question. Black Goku. Gohan shouted, his eyes widening in rage. Black Goku remained expressionless, offering no response. Have you fallen silent again? Is it amusing to be the silent type? Answer me. Is humanity worth protecting? Tell me. Gohan shouted once more. You are currently too emotional. Wait until you are calm to speak. Black Goku turned away. Yet Gohan persisted, rising to his feet. Gohan, I'm asking you a question. Answer me. Gohan's tone became increasingly aggressive, his expression twisting with intensity. Answer me. Black Goku, is humanity worth saving? Gohan summoned his strength, unleashing a ferocious aura akin to a beast's roar. Yet, Black Goku remained indifferent, his back turned in silence. This demeanor ignited Gohan's fury, the power within him flaring like a raging inferno. Sensing Gohan's formidable energy, Black Goku turned back, and his shock was palpable. Gohan had transformed into a feral version of himself, resembling a beast unleashed. From Super Saiyan 2 to this primal form? Black Goku was taken aback. But before he could articulate his thoughts, the beastly Gohan charged forward. With a swift and powerful right punch, Gohan struck like a nuclear bomb aimed at Black Goku. The impact resonated with a deafening thud, obliterating the serene hot spring landscape, leaving only a cloud of dust in its wake. Well, rebellious little brat. Your rebellious phase seems rather prolonged, Black Goku remarked casually, effortlessly catching Gohan's formidable punch. Let's fight, Black Goku. Gohan's voice was icy, his crimson eyes brimming with lethal intent. You truly wish to engage me in battle? You should be aware that despite engaging in 972 battles with me, you have yet to emerge victorious. Black Goku exerted a gentle force with his palm, effortlessly bending Gohan's arm. What of it? Gohan remained undaunted, his fighting spirit only intensifying. The murderous intent upon his face unyielding. What does it matter if I lose? I have nothing left. The ones I wish to protect are gone. I fear not even death at this moment. All I seek is the answer to whether humanity is worth protecting, but you refuse to enlighten me. Then let us commence battle. Gohan's face was aflame with anger, devoid of any trace of reason. I have told you, you must remain composed. You are exhibiting excessive impulsiveness. Do you not perceive that your fervor has crossed a line? Crossed a line? If you believe so, come and teach me a lesson. Do not feign indifference. Gohan, seething with rage, clenched his fists and struck fiercely at Black Goku. Witnessing this, Black Goku retaliated with a swift kick. The force of the blow sent Gohan crashing back from his beastly form to his original state. Calm yourself, Gohan. Calm. This meager strength is hardly sufficient to restore my composure. Just as Black Goku contemplated ending the encounter, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. Gohan, after being kicked back to his normal state, suddenly seized Black Goku's leg. Must we truly fight? Black Goku's temper flared. I must engage you. Gohan's resolve was unwavering. Do not hold back, Black Goku. My fury is ablaze. In an instant, pure white energy erupted from Gohan, engulfing him as it surged toward Black Goku. Whoosh! Black Goku deftly evaded, narrowly escaping Gohan's impulsive, fiery onslaught. The energy continued to swell, Gohan's power becoming increasingly formidable and domineering. In a matter of moments, driven once more by his impulsiveness, Gohan succumbed to his primal instincts, reverting to his beastly form. Observing this transformation, Black Goku recognized that a confrontation with Gohan was inevitable. A rebellious individual who lacks respect for his teachers shall be met with a proper lesson during this tumultuous phase. With that, Black Goku unleashed a fierce aura and charged at Gohan. In the wake of having lost everything, tormented by the grotesque aspects of humanity, Gohan awakened his beastly form in a fit of rage, and the clash with Black Goku was set to ignite. Next time on the preview, Beast Gohan vs. Black Goku. Chapter 59, This is the answer. This time, I shall claim victory. Gohan declared triumphantly in his beastly form. Oh, is that so? Whoosh. Before Gohan could finish his proclamation, Black Goku swiftly closed the distance. The speed was so astonishing that Gohan barely had time to react before Black Goku stood before him. So fast, but it's fine. Slap. Gohan had barely uttered his words when Black Goku slapped him hard across the face, leaving him dazed and momentarily blinded. Has your rebellious phase lasted too long? Does Son Gohan not comprehend his own strength? Even if you have grown stronger, you must realize you cannot defeat me. Black Goku remarked coldly. This is not about whether I can win. I must strike you until you provide me with an answer. Gohan, in pain, turned his head back. And what if I do understand? The question of whether something is worth protecting is not for you or me to decide. Fundamentally, we are all human. Any value assigned to humanity stems from human considerations and bears no inherent significance. Black Goku's tone was chilling. No significance? What do you mean by that? So many innocent lives have been lost, yet there are those who remain indifferent. Trunks has perished, and no one remembers. Aunt Bulma is gone, and no one cares. My mother died as if she were merely a grasshopper, unnoticed. In the face of such calamity, an entire nation is preoccupied with its own affairs. And you tell me there is no significance? I must understand whether this truly holds any meaning. As Gohan spoke, his eyes reddened, tears cascading down his face. Black Goku remained silent. If you had been stronger at that time, even just a bit stronger than you are now, perhaps those who needed protection wouldn't have suffered such a painful demise. If I had been stronger, then my mother, Aunt Bulma, and Trunks would still be alive. I promised the late Piccolo to safeguard this future, yet in the end, I failed to protect anything. Do you understand? Gohan, filled with rage, launched himself at Black Goku. His speed formidable. In a previous state, Black Goku would have found it challenging. However, now that he had become a deity among men, Gohan's efforts were insufficient, and he effortlessly turned his head to evade the attack. Why must one only grow stronger after the ones they wish to protect have perished? Gohan struck again, but Black Goku merely turned away to dodge. Why must we lose to learn to cherish? Gohan kicked out once more. Black Goku sidestepped again. Those refugees, the people living in the future, they should not have to die. Gohan erupted, striking fiercely at Black Goku. What has happened has happened. You must learn to let go. Gohan, Black Goku replied darkly, continuing to evade. Let go? How can I possibly let go? Gohan's strikes quickened, each punch landing with increasing velocity. And as the rapid onslaught continued, Black Goku's evasions began to blur. Gohan's attacks grew swifter, and his emotions escalated. Do you know what Trunks said to me as he was dying? He said, Gohan, help me. I don't want to die. He didn't want to die. Yet I could do nothing but watch him suffer. Trunks, Aunt Bulma, and my mother were all murdered before my eyes by Broly. Do you know the agony they endured? Broly tormented them slowly, making them plead for death, enduring relentless suffering while I stood by like a bystander, listening to the jeers of those around me, and witnessing the grotesque visage of Cell. Black Goku was at a loss for words. TCH. Gohan, unable to contain his frustration, transformed his punch into a grasp, seizing Black Goku by the collar. This time, Black Goku did not evade but instead chose to remain still. This display of restraint allowed Gohan to easily grasp him, his fury palpable yet overshadowed by a sense of helplessness. Trunks, after the death of his mother, Bulma, was tormented by Broly. Do you know the anguish of witnessing the most important person before your eyes being torn apart? That wretched scream, I never wish to hear it again. Gohan clenched his fists and struck towards Black Goku. I can understand. Black Goku closed his eyes, no longer wishing to evade, preparing to receive the blow with his face. However, oddly enough, even with his eyes shut, Gohan's fist did not land. It remained suspended in the air, hesitating to descend. After waiting for what felt like an eternity without feeling Gohan's punch, Black Goku glanced over, puzzled. Is your hand unable to fall? He inquired. Gohan remained silent and released Black Goku from his grasp. Black Goku did not press for answers either. At that moment, Gohan slowly spoke. What kind of sorrow would evoke tears from you, uncle? What tragedy must unfold? What loss must occur before your eyes, for you to crumble? Faced with Gohan's inquiry, Black Goku fell into a long silence, but eventually responded, I too have felt sorrow. I too have shed tears. In moments unbeknownst to you, I have wept. When I was nearly beaten to death by Broly, a host of children sacrificed their lives to help me break through my limits. Watching them perish before me, helpless to intervene, I shed tears. I possess emotions. Witnessing the innocent die stirs my heart. I too have a soul. In another future, the 2.5 years I spent with Trunks bore witness to the warmth shared between Bulma and him. After experiencing that familial warmth, I found I had changed. I had never felt the warmth of a home. I had only known humanity's ugliness. I once pondered whether humanity was deserving of existence, whether it was worth living. Yet, upon encountering my dog and sensing its loyal warmth, I discovered that life could indeed hold meaning. I harbor anger and sorrow, yet I lack the time to vent or express them. Reality does not permit me such weakness. If we desire to protect someone, we must first refrain from allowing others to feel the need for protection, thus safeguarding them. Upon hearing this, Gohan fell silent. I know you have witnessed the darker aspects of humanity and harbor disdain for it. In truth, I too am not fond of humanity. There are countless foolish beings, many who cannot tolerate the righteousness of others, who cannot bear to see anyone happy, who cannot stand the joy of their own kin or that of others. I could enumerate 1,000 sins against humanity. Yet, despite this, I can only protect them, for there is always light amidst the darkness. I cannot allow that light to succumb to darkness. Is it our fate to witness the malevolence of 99 out of 100 people? Gohan asked. But this is reality, Gohan. As heroes, there are times we must accept certain truths and disregard them. We must not let them disturb our righteous and kind hearts. Black Goku replied, pounding his chest. Gohan remained quiet, lost in thought for a considerable time. Listening to Black Goku's words, Gohan couldn't help but reminisce about the children he encountered in the shelter, including the boisterous Trunks, who was determined to defeat the androids. Though justice was scarce, the moral integrity of these individuals shone brightly, like a beacon of hope amidst a harsh reality. Perhaps I have come to understand, albeit slowly. Gohan's expression turned resolute, and his previously wavering sense of justice steadied. In an instant, the primal instincts of the beast were subdued by Gohan's rationality. As the feral strength was reined in, his crimson pupils softened, transforming into a gentle hue. The fierce countenance gradually softened, resembling that of an angel, unburdened by worldly concerns. In this form, Gohan's hair fell gracefully, retaining its silvery hue. Akin to Black Goku's Super Saiyan 3, his pupils gleamed silver, reminiscent of the Ultra Instinct. Black Goku, having witnessed this transformation before, named it Gospel Gohan, a harbinger of prosperity, in honor of Gohan's sense of justice. Compared to the Beast Gohan, the Gospel Gohan exuded tranquility and maturity, devoid of youthful angst, embodying a serene acceptance of the world. At that moment, Gohan found himself at a crossroads, torn between the primal beast and the calming gospel. Would he choose the overwhelming impulse or the composed wisdom of the gospel? Gospel Gohan. So, this form is called Gospel, Gohan stated calmly, his expression betraying no hint of anger. This form suits you better, a tranquil warrior free from distractions, Black Goku remarked, observing the newly transformed Gohan. Indeed, this form afforded greater control over his power. Uncle Black Goku, as you mentioned, the beast form was difficult to manage, and my mindset was ill-suited for it. This state of clarity feels far more appropriate. Gohan clenched his fists, savoring the strength bestowed by the gospel state. While the power of the gospel form may not rival that of the beast, Gohan could sense an enhancement in his spiritual acuity and reflexes, as though he had shed the burdensome weight of external strength in favor of a more ethereal power. So, you've calmed down? Black Goku inquired. Yes, I've become more composed. You're right, Black Goku. I must not allow the ugliness of the world to cloud my judgment. I need to learn to remain calm and silent, resisting the sway of my emotions. A true hero is not defined by the opinions of others. It is the feeling of justice, kindness, and love experienced by those they protect that marks one as a hero. A genuine strongman is not measured by sheer strength, but by whether his ideals resonate with the next generation of warriors, Gohan articulated with serene conviction. Well, look at you. You've matured quite a bit. Black Goku teased. In response, Gohan offered a bow of apology, his face reflecting sincerity. I sincerely apologize for my previous outburst. It was an impulsive act on my part. In truth, I should not have shifted the blame onto you, Uncle Black Wukong. You, too, wish to protect everyone, demonstrating a greatness that surpasses my own. Faced with greater evils, you remain steadfast in your sense of justice, a quality I deeply admire and aspire to emulate. As my master, I have regrettably failed to show you the respect you deserve, even resorting to violence against you moments ago. This transgression is a fault of mine, and I humbly accept any punishment you deem appropriate. In an instant, Gohan transformed from a figure of humility into one of remarkable politeness, a demeanor that rendered Black Wukong somewhat taken aback, particularly when recalling Gohan's earlier ferocity. Ahem. I don't harbor any resentment towards you. Please rise, Black Wukong replied, feeling slightly awkward. However, if I do not receive your sincere forgiveness, it indicates that you have yet to find closure. Since this turmoil stems from me, it is my responsibility to rectify it. I shall remain on my knees until you feel at ease, Gohan stated earnestly. You are quite stubborn, aren't you? Very well, stand up. From the very beginning, I have not blamed you. Your actions were not unfounded. They were merely a comparison to my own. The fact that you can come to this understanding already sets you apart from the majority, Black Wukong conceded. Does that mean you forgive me? Gohan inquired, his face alight with excitement. I have never held anything against you, so where's the need for forgiveness? Now, compose yourself and prepare for our departure shortly. Black Wukong instructed as he turned away. Okay, wait, where are we going? Gohan asked. We are off to find a place where one knowledgeable in both the heavens and the earth awaits, where your first kiss can save everyone. Black Wukong replied with a mischievous grin. Really? A first kiss can save everyone? Can it save my mother too? Gohan questioned, bewildered. Do not limit it to them. Even your father, son Wukong, could be saved, provided you offer your sincere first kiss to a certain adult named Zuno, Black Wukong asserted, his gaze on Gohan filled with cunning. Chapter 60. The reality of the starry light within a planet that resembled a coffin, a small boy, resembling a round ball, lamented, Brother, I am exceedingly unattractive. Others mock me, and I now feel an overwhelming inferiority that casts a shadow over my heart. I dare not laugh, express emotions, or even attend school. Upon hearing this, the man beside the boy grew displeased and pointed towards an individual who resembled a goblin. You think you're ugly? Look at that person over there. Some individuals look like a pile of dung, yet they possess the audacity to laugh and live confidently in this world. As these words were spoken, the goblin-like figure, who had been smiling foolishly, suddenly turned cold, glaring at the boy with an expression that demanded politeness. Some people are far more grotesque than you. Why do they have the courage while you do not? Look at them. They can still laugh even when faced with such mockery. Today, I shall treat you to some fried chicken. With a buzzing sound, another individual vanished from the planet. Whoosh. We have arrived. Black Wukong announced as he brought Gohan to the entrance of Zuno's private residence, ready to step inside. Are we here? Are we just going in like this? It seems like there are others present. Perhaps we should queue, Gohan suggested. Don't worry, I will handle it. I excel at negotiations, Black Wukong replied confidently, rolling up his sleeves as he and Gohan approached the grand door. Outside the grand gate, do you seek to acquire the knowledge of Lord Zuno, the famished man? 3 porcelain doll-like figures inquired. I made a reservation years ago. Please allow me entry, the famished man, resembling a frail toad, responded in a somber tone. Note, he is not the gluttonous character from Dragon Ball Super. Very well, but we must verify your identity first. With that, the porcelain dolls began to inspect the toad-like figure from head to toe, akin to police dogs. Height, 5 meters, correct. Weight, 180 pounds, correct. Sniff, There's a rather unpleasant odor, correct. Oh my, how grotesque. Startled, the famished man stepped back a few paces, unnerved by the doll's actions. Thud. As he retreated, he collided with the abdomen of Black Goku, who was approaching. Feeling the impact akin to striking a steel plate, the famished man slowly turned his head. There. He found Black Goku casting a grim gaze upon him. In that moment, their eyes met, and the formidable aura emanating from Black Goku bore down on the famished man, causing him to tremble and sweat profusely under the intensity of the stare. Who are you? The famished man asked, his voice quavering. Black Goku remained silent, his expression serious as he continued to scrutinize him. Why aren't you speaking? The famished man stammered, swallowing hard as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. The menacing demeanor of Black Goku suddenly reminded the famished man of a fortune-teller's ominous words he had encountered earlier. You shall encounter bloodshed today. Initially dismissive of the fortune-teller's warning, the current predicament compelled him to reconsider. Could this individual be the harbinger of his impending doom? Black Goku continued to observe him, his expression icy and devoid of warmth. Attempting to avert his gaze from Black Goku's piercing, lethal eyes proved futile. It was as if they were equipped with tracking devices, following his every movement. This only heightened the famished man's fear, causing him to tremble even more. Do you have a problem? If not, could you please stop staring at me? The famished man managed a weak smile, hoping to defuse the tension. Yet, regardless of his attempts at levity, Black Goku's gaze remained fixed and menacing. How dare you think me an easy target? Frustrated by the lack of response, the famished man resorted to a more confrontational stance. However, even this tactic failed. Black Goku's expression remained unyielding, and his malevolence intensified. The famished man, exasperated, contemplated taking action, but reconsidered, recognizing that stature could sometimes dictate temperament, except in the case of chihuahuas. What must I do to earn your gaze elsewhere, good sir? Where have I wronged you? The famished man offered a respectful plea, but his earnest demeanor fell flat before Black Goku, who remained impervious to his humility, leaving the famished man in despair. At that moment, the voices of the 3 porcelain dolls echoed once more. Hungry Man Zuno has been waiting inside for quite some time. Are you not going in? Oh, I shall go now. Upon hearing this, Hungry Man recalled the purpose of his visit today, to inquire how Lord Zuno manages to achieve 9 hours of sleep in just 3 hours. Wait for me. I will be there shortly. Just as Hungry Man was about to depart, Black Wukong suddenly clicked his tongue, his expression turning ominous. Ah! Witnessing this scene, Hungry Man was so frightened that he let out a shrill scream, retreating several steps and clumsily collapsing onto the ground. At that moment, Black Wukong crouched down in front of him. What do you intend to do? Hungry Man asked, trembling with fear. Black Wukong remained silent, his gaze icy as it bore into him. Do you truly wish for my demise? Terrified, Hungry Man recalled the fortune teller's ominous words echoing in his mind. You are destined for bloodshed today. Bloodshed awaits you. Oh, could this truly be my day of doom? How regretful, for I have yet to learn how to sleep 9 hours in just 3. Hungry Man wept bitterly, envisioning his untimely demise filled with regrets, tightly shutting his eyes, unwilling to accept the reality, gritting his teeth. I do not wish to die? Hungry Man rolled on the ground, akin to a child throwing a tantrum. Would you kindly allow me to take your place? Suddenly, Black Wukong spoke politely. Upon hearing this, the previously frantic Hungry Man ceased his commotion. You want to kill me? You only want my spot? Fearing he had misheard, he sat up to ask again. Did I ever say I would kill you? I merely require you to relinquish your position. So, will you grant that? Black Wukong inquired, his expression still frosty. Yes, yes, yes. As long as you do not kill me, I would rather sleep for 3 hours and dream of 9. Hungry Man hastily agreed. Done deal. Am I not an excellent negotiator? Black Wukong cast a smug glance at Gohan behind him, completing a negotiation without uttering a word. How clever of you, Uncle Black Wukong. Gohan remarked, swallowing hard, somewhat astonished. This is all knowledge. Learn from it, Black Wukong replied with a slight smile, then turned to the 3 porcelain dolls before him. May we enter? We have urgent matters. But there are people ahead of you, and to see Lord Zuno, one must. What is required? Suddenly, Black Wukong's smile turned frigid, his eyes radiating a murderous aura, his demeanor shifting faster than a page could turn. In that instant, the 3 porcelain dolls were thoroughly frightened, promptly changing their words. Please, do enter. Now that's more like it. Thank you. Black Wukong donned a different expression, leading Gohan inside. If Uncle Black Wukong had acted like this from the start, things would have been much smoother, Gohan lamented. We are not thieves. We are heroes. We should avoid violence whenever possible, for employing force from the outset is quite impolite. We are civilized beings. Black Wukong turned to face Gohan. Civilized beings. Suddenly, Black Wukong's statements during the cell incident resurfaced in Gohan's mind, and the tone and manner of those words made it difficult for him to reconcile Black Wukong with the concept of civility. As the two approached, they soon found themselves within the grand hall where Zuno resided. Upon entering, Black Goku and Gohan immediately spotted the individual they were destined to meet, the porcelain-like figure of Zuno, the tallest among them. Present your sincerity, Zuno declared, gazing imperiously at Gohan and Black Goku, his expression rife with disdain. This demeanor made Gohan, who met Zuno's gaze, feel a wave of discomfort. Is this person truly the omniscient Zuno, who knows all there is to know about the heavens and the earth? Why does he bear such a countenance? Gohan glanced at Black Goku with reluctance. I understand your thoughts, but the reality is that this seemingly juvenile figure is the one to whom you must offer your first kiss. Go on, what is there to fear? It is merely a kiss on the cheek, Black Goku urged, giving Gohan a gentle push. Gohan hesitated, casting another glance at Zuno. However, thinking of his mother, Trunks, Bulma, and the many others in peril, he summoned his courage. It's just a kiss. It doesn't matter whether my eyes are open or closed. With that, Gohan stepped beside Zuno, preparing to plant a kiss on his cheek. Gohan lightly pressed his lips to Zuno's face. After the brief contact, he inhaled deeply, relieved it was over. Since you are a man, I shall allow you just one question, Zuno remarked, his eyes still filled with contempt. Yes, I wish to know the locations of all the Super Dragon Balls. I seek to find them to save my deceased family, Trunks, Bulma, and many others who fell victim to Cell and Broly. I implore you, Gohan pleaded, his emotions surging. Oh, you inquire about the Super Dragon Balls. Very well, listen closely. Wait, may I take notes? Gohan interjected, excitedly retrieving a pen and paper from his pocket. Do you need to have paper and a pen? Zuno asked. Yes. Is it permissible for me to take notes? Gohan inquired again, anxious that Zuno might refuse. Certainly. Zuno replied. Thank you. This way, my mother, Trunks, and Bulma will. Your question has been concluded, Zuno stated coldly. Wait, what? How is it over? I haven't even finished asking. Gohan exclaimed, bewildered. You inquired whether you could take notes, which constitutes your question, Zuno retorted, his tone icy. But that isn't a question. I was asking about the Super Dragon Balls. Gohan protested. I asked you twice if you wanted to take notes, and you agreed. Thus, your question was decided, and you chose to ask about the notes, Zuno explained with clarity. When did you ever say that? Gohan questioned, puzzled. I hinted at it twice when I asked if you wanted to take paper and a pen. You agreed, so next. Zuno shot Gohan a disdainful glance, instantly igniting Gohan's fury. The thought that the hope of saving everyone could be so casually extinguished stirred a tempest of anger within him, pushing him to the brink of transformation into his beastly form. Gohan, hold your temper. I still have one more chance. Stay calm. Noticing Gohan's agitation, Black Goku swiftly intervened, standing between Gohan and Zuno to shield him from that scornful gaze. My apologies. This child is rather emotional. Please disregard him. I too have my queries. Black Goku replied with a forced smile. As the saying goes, a smile from Black Goku is often misleading. Oh, I see. You wish to inquire about the location of the Super Dragon Balls to rescue a bunch of tedious individuals? Pardon? Black Goku was taken aback, his forced smile faltering. Could you repeat that? He asked, doubting his own ears. To demand answers without offering your sincerity is quite unsatisfactory. You have been placed on my blacklist. Your qualifications are revoked. Zuno retorted with a scornful expression, his tone dripping with disdain, his eyes reflecting his irritation towards Black Goku. Honestly, I continually encounter you brainless individuals. It's utterly infuriating. Do you not recognize your own shortcomings? Why ask so many tedious and repugnant questions? Zuno vented his frustrations, unleashing the pent-up emotions from the day onto Black Goku, completely oblivious to the transformation occurring in Black Goku's demeanor. His pupils turned crimson, his eye sockets darkened, his hair turned ashen, and a twisted black horn emerged from his forehead. Uncle Black Goku Gohan felt a shiver run down his spine at the sight of Black Goku's transformation. Brainless and dull, while still playing the savior. Do you really think that saving a few people makes you a hero? Foolish. After venting his emotions, Zuno turned to leave as if nothing had happened. Hey, did I permit you to leave? Upon hearing this, Zuno's anger flared. Having been revered since childhood, he was taken aback by the lack of respect. He turned, ready to curse, but was frozen in shock at the sight before him. In a moment of dread, the demon form of Black Goku emerged, enveloped in hatred. Today shall be your last breath. Chapter 61. Demon Goku. Familiar words spilled from Black Goku's lips, signaling the inevitability of a massacre. What do you intend to do? Zuno trembled in fear, his body shaking as he faced the demonic Black Goku. I did not wish for this, but you have crossed my threshold. In an instant, Black Goku was upon Zuno, seizing him and slamming him to the ground with a speed so extraordinary that even Gohan, transformed into his beast and gospel forms, could not perceive the entirety of the movement. So fast. Gohan gasped in astonishment. Just moments ago, Zuno had been arrogant. Now he was in a pitiful state. Grasped by the hair. Tell me the locations of all the Super Dragon Balls. Not a word amiss. Otherwise, I shall teach you a lesson. Black Goku pressed a blade of energy against Zuno's throat. In that instant, the familiar voice of Hannibal echoed ominously. Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions? Zuno attempted to issue a warning, believing it might intimidate Black Goku. Unbeknownst to him, during the moments unseen, Black Goku had already dispatched the two most formidable deities in the universe. What repercussions might arise? Do you expect the gods to come to your rescue? Do you think the Supreme Kai would dare intervene, or even could? I have slain both the god of destruction and the angel. Why would I fear a mere Supreme Kai? Black Goku's tone was frigid. Ah, you actually. Zuno began to utter something, only to find a blade piercing through his side. Given his already weakened state, this inflicted a far greater toll on him. If you wish to survive, answer my question, or face death. Black Goku crudely withdrew his energy blade, brandishing it before Zuno. Very well, Zuno replied, devoid of disdain, recounting the locations of the Super Dragon Balls in earnest detail. Black Goku, ever perceptive, instructed Gohan to jot down the information immediately. Thus, Zuno divulged half a truth, enduring half the pain. Can I be spared now? He gasped, his voice strained, finally exhaling in relief. Your account was satisfactory. I am content, Black Goku replied in a monotonous tone. At last, Zuno sighed in relief. However, just as Zuno believed he had narrowly escaped peril, Black Goku suddenly thrust a blade into his heart. As Zuno felt the agonizing rupture of his heart, he gazed at Black Goku in bewilderment. I recall having a rather vivid impression of you. It seems Zamasu once approached you, and you reported his actions to the Supreme Kai. If memory serves me right, even Beerus and Whis were involved, though I harbor no fear. The thought of a wretch like you belittling those slain by Broly and Cell truly warrants your demise. Black Goku's expression was icy, his demeanor now devoid of the earlier calmness, replaced by a visage brimming with malice, hatred, and a fervent urge for violence. Stay away. Do not come near. In Zuno's terrified gaze, Black Goku emanated a sinister aura, a darkness far more malevolent than even the evil radiated by Broly in his Super Saiyan blue form. In that moment, Black Goku was no longer merely Black Goku. He had transformed into an embodiment of wrath, blinded by hatred, ready to unleash unfathomable violence. A harrowing scream echoed throughout the magnificent palace. Outside, a thunderous boom resonated as Black Goku emerged from Zuno's hall, bloodied and gruesome. This scene caught the attention of two porcelain dolls, who, upon witnessing Black Goku's blood-soaked appearance, approached him with palpable anxiety, demanding, "What have you done? Why are you covered in blood? Speak, you wretched human. Silence and perish." In a swift motion, before the porcelain dolls could comprehend the unfolding chaos, they were mercilessly cleaved apart. The final porcelain doll was paralyzed with terror. You saw nothing, did you? Black Goku glared menacingly at the last remaining figure. Disregarding the despair reflected in the porcelain doll's eyes, Black Goku unleashed destruction from afar. In an instant, the doll was reduced to mere powder, scattering into the air. At that moment, Black Goku displayed no restraint in his lethal intent, his face a mask of malevolence and hatred. Had Gohan not been privy to the preceding events, he would never have recognized this fearsome and wicked manifestation of Black Goku, who was typically gentle and composed. Since they believed that both Cell and Broly deserved death, let them all perish. Black Goku's countenance was consumed by rage, his gaze devoid of any softness, entirely blinded by vengeance in his corrupted state. This scene terrified many, prompting them to flee in panic. But could they escape? Black Goku raised his hand, targeting those attempting to run away. Enough, Uncle Black Goku. Suddenly, Gohan intervened, stopping the rampaging Black Goku. Do you wish to meet your end as well? Black Goku glared menacingly at Gohan. Under that gaze, Gohan felt a tremor in his very soul. Yet, he displayed no sign of fear, firmly grasping Black Goku's wrist. There are some we need not kill. They have done nothing nor spoken against us. Uncle Black Goku, you taught me to remain calm. Please, you should too, Gohan implored earnestly. Gohan's words restored a semblance of clarity to Black Goku. His crimson pupils reverted to their original deep hue, the malevolence dissipating gradually, and the horns that had sprouted in his corrupted state receded. However, a trace of darkness lingered within him. You are right. It is indeed time to regain our composure. Black Goku placed a weary hand on his forehead. Yes, we should both calm down and seek the Super Dragon Balls. Gohan and Black Goku remained in thoughtful silence, cooling their impulsive thoughts. After a moment of tranquility, the two regained their rationality, their initial fervor gradually fading. Those individuals witnessed the demise of our ancestor Zuno. Although I obliterated his remains, the truth of his death cannot be concealed indefinitely, Black Goku observed calmly. Even if we destroy this planet, Uncle Black Goku, we cannot evade the consequences, Gohan remarked. To obliterate the entire universe? That seems impractical. Let me contemplate how to approach this, Black Goku mused, utilizing his intellect to devise a strategy, all the while glancing at the remaining porcelain doll that had not fled. In a fleeting moment, a plan formed in Black Goku's mind. The cat swaps the prince. This is a clever maneuver, he thought, casting a sly glance at the porcelain doll. What do you intend to do? I must warn you, I do not consume beef. My family boasts 3 generations of sages. My father, your father, and even chowing cannot save you. Tell me, do you wish to live? Black Goku concentrated energy into his hand, which rapidly expanded and solidified. The god-slaying blade made its appearance. Why bring a weapon when you have something to say? Don't mention my father or grandfather. I will heed your words, all right? The porcelain doll, terrified by the imposing sword in Black Goku's grasp, hastily acquiesced. The cunning Black Goku snapped his fingers, and with that single gesture, several porcelain dolls that had been fleeing suddenly appeared beside him. Ah, how did they return? The dolls were initially taken aback. To demonstrate the essence of justice, I shall make an example of you, Black Goku declared, focusing his gaze on one of them, and with a swift motion, he wielded the divine blade of divine retribution. As the blade descended, a brilliant crimson light erupted amidst the magenta glow. Oh, the sight terrified several porcelain dolls, who promptly fell to their knees. Blood glimmered on Black Goku's face as he stood before the dolls, exuding a terrifying aura. I have indeed been far too lenient with you impertinent creatures. My time spent at Trunks' home has softened my view of your brutality. I once believed that peaceful methods could resolve conflicts, which is why so many have perished. You scoundrels disregarded my kindness, and now, under my iron-fisted justice, your cries will echo in despair. With those words, Black Goku wiped the blood from his face and shook his head. What will it take for you to spare us? One of the dolls, trembling with fear, implored. In response, Black Goku remained silent, instead turning his attention to the porcelain doll behind him before snapping his fingers again. With a dull thud, one of the dolls transformed into a figure resembling Zuno. Why have I turned into Lord Zuno? The newly transformed doll exclaimed in astonishment. I presume your intellect is not lacking, and you understand my intentions now. Speak out, Black Goku commanded, gathering energy in his palm and aiming it at a colossal dragon soaring through the sky. With a thunderous roar, the dragon was reduced to ashes before it could even utter a cry, its blood unable to spill as it met its demise. We understand. We will be silent. You shall be our god. The porcelain dolls quickly grasped Black Goku's intent and bowed in submission. Pleased with their response, Black Goku turned to the doll that had become Zuno. And you? What will you become? I understand. From now on, I am Zuno, all-knowing of the heavens and the earth. In an instant, Black Goku transitioned from a mere killer to a figure of omnipotence before this motley crew, who had previously regarded him with disdain just moments ago. To encapsulate it succinctly, mere minutes ago, they dismissed my gentleness, and now they are overwhelmed by my brutality, realizing their own insignificance. This singular act of malevolence obliterated any remnants of mercy within Black Goku for such beings. From this moment forth, I, Black Goku, shall be the deity of you wretches. Behold your ugliness, tremble in fear, and submit to me. The seeds of malevolence began to take root in Black Goku's heart, foreshadowing a future of uncontrollable brutality. Next chapter preview. An anti-human journey through the Super Dragon Balls begins. Chapter 62. The Super Dragon Ball Journey. Ding. The quest for the Super Dragon Balls has commenced. Task reward. Steve from Minecraft possesses the ability to excavate both material and immaterial entities at a foundational level. Currently, he can excavate immaterial aspects such as space, time, and causality, albeit limited to singular causality at a particular magnitude. Abilities of equal magnitude will negate each other. This capability is quite impressive. Is it tailored specifically for you? As he absorbed the system's prompt, Black Goku engaged in contemplative dialogue within his mind. Given the prior setbacks faced by the host due to the adversities encountered by the empowered, the system has intentionally enhanced efficiency. A gentle reminder, this ability, when combined with demonization, yields delightful surprises. Suddenly, the system's tone took on a rather irritating quality. Upon hearing the system's last remark, Black Goku felt utterly exasperated and exited the conversation. Returning to reality, Black Goku found himself on a planet that closely resembled modern civilization. Standing amidst a battlefield where he stood over a group of fully armed soldiers, with Gohan facing a line of tanks. You are presented with a choice. Continue fighting and perish at my hands while your families weep over your corpses, or surrender now and lead me to your president. Black Goku's expression was icy, his gaze ablaze with murderous intent. Upon hearing this, the commander opposing him, devoid of any will to fight, raised a white flag in surrender. Within the opulent office of President Zhuang Hong, radiating an air of nobility, the Black President respectfully escorted Black Goku to a dragon chair behind his desk. Please, take a seat. Would you care for some tea? He inquired, kneeling on a stool before Black Goku, resembling a servant. May I know your esteemed name? You may call me Black Goku. You are the most authoritative president of the Eagle Nation, commonly referred to as eagle sauce, correct? Black Goku unceremoniously rummaged through the drawers of the desk, casually producing a few unsightly photographs of women and tossing them onto the table. Indeed, I am the president of the Eagle Nation. You may call me Xiaoao. Xiaoao. The name immediately conjured memories of a certain black president from a country he had known before traversing into this world. What is it? President Xiaoao inquired. You have two options. Firstly, evacuate this planet to a better environment that I have already identified for you. Secondly, I can forcibly relocate all of you to another planet of my choosing, though I cannot guarantee that a number of fools won't perish in the process. Black Goku asserted, slapping the table with a serious expression as he glared at President Xiaoao. This isn't solely my decision. You must consult the other nations. And this requires convening a United Nations Assembly to inform billions of people. President Xiaoao replied, visibly troubled. In response, Black Goku's tone turned frigid. That will not be necessary. I have already dealt with the other 4 permanent members. Here are the heads of the presidents of those 4 nations. As he spoke, Black Goku's expression remained icy as he locked eyes with Gohan. In that moment of understanding, Gohan swiftly handed Black Goku a piece of black cloth that concealed a circular object. Upon receiving the black cloth, Black Wukong carelessly tossed it towards the African president Xiaoao. With a mere wave of his hand, President Xiaoao was suddenly confronted with the visages of various authoritative world leaders, leaving him both terrified and shaken, as if his worldview had shattered. The emergence of Black Wukong could no longer be merely designated as that of the strongest being. Rather, he must be regarded as a deity. What ensued was clear, was it not? In an instant, the office desk split in two, and Black Wukong brandished a blood-soaked blade, the sword of God-slaying, before President Xiaoao. I understand. The president stammered, his voice choked with emotion. He hastily convened a conference at the capital with the urgency of someone who had spent a lifetime drinking milk, summoning various journalists to report, and addressing the populace regarding the impending relocation to another planet. This announcement incited discontent among the billions inhabiting the planet, who began to voice their grievances against President Xiaoao. Protests erupted both in front of televisions and in cinemas, where audiences were abruptly confronted with this news, brandishing placards and chanting, "We do not agree. We do not agree. We do not agree." The echo of such sentiments reverberated across the globe, leaving the president in a precarious position. Just then, a figure appeared beside him. "Those who dissent shall perish." With that ominous declaration, Black Wukong, his expression fierce, stood beside the president, facing the vast crowd. He effortlessly condensed an energy orb and unleashed it upon the densely packed assembly. In an instant, tens of thousands met their demise at his hands. Panic ensued. The crowd erupted into chaos, with some desperately attempting to flee. Yet, before they could escape, Black Wukong launched a brutal assault. Those who dare to flee shall be ruthlessly eliminated. His cold demeanor remained unflinching as he executed one after another, resulting in yet more casualties, yet he remained utterly composed. This grim spectacle left everyone in shock, plunging the once boisterous capital into an eerie silence. Hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions, were rendered mute, witnessing the horror unfold. Satisfied with the silence, Black Wukong retained his unyielding demeanor, his voice chilling as he addressed the populace. Listen well, inhabitants of this planet, whether present in person or watching from afar. I am Black Wukong, and you wretched beings shall heed my name. Remember, I am greater, more just, more luminous, and infinitely superior to you. Today, I shall bring you redemption. This planet is a dead star, a barren world devoid of life. You are unfit to dwell here. Rather, the second planet in this system is your rightful abode. I have arranged your accommodations, and I shall bear all economic burdens. Your civilization shall be reconstructed for you. All that remains is for you to relocate. Those who agree, shout my name. Either place your trust in me or face annihilation. The cold gaze of Black Wukong swept across the crowd, and as his words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the scene. Yet, it was not long before the air was filled with fervent chants of his name, Black Wukong, Black Wukong, Black Wukong. The applause resonated, and he reveled in the approval of the masses. Satisfied with the flawless execution of his plan, Black Wukong's spirits soared. However, amidst his elation, a discordant voice pierced through the atmosphere. You cannot represent us, you murderer. The chant repeated, growing louder and more accusatory. Instantly, the smile faded from Black Wukong's face. replaced by an icy stare as the dissenting voices of hundreds, thousands, even millions rang out against him. Malice radiated from his pupils, flickering ominously. Opposition? To the sole beacon of darkness? Let them all perish. His expression turned frigid as he raised his arm, channeling a wave of energy towards the vast sea of dissenters, targeting nearly half of the multitude before him. Kamehameha. The cries of terror erupted as Black Wukong unleashed a massacre before the eyes of the entire planet, broadcasting his ruthless power. In an instant, he struck down individual after individual, exuding a fervor that surpassed even the fervor of his homeland. You possess no strength. You harbor no ideals. You lack a noble sense of justice. You are devoid of graceful kindness. You continue to perpetrate evil, robbing others of their happiness, wretched creatures. No better than scurrying rats. I have endured your grotesque existence long enough. This time, I shall not relent. I will thwart your attempts to hinder anyone's happiness, sacrificing you for the greater good. Turn to ashes. As he spoke, Black Wukong grew increasingly exhilarated, relishing the terror etched upon the faces of the malevolent and the morally bankrupt as he intensified his onslaught. Under the gaze of onlookers, the Kamehameha wave in his hands surged exponentially, one-fold, two-fold, three-fold, four-fold, reaching tenfold. With a triumphant shout, he ascended into the sky, unleashing his wrath upon those who dared oppose him. The radiant blue light illuminated the scene, leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. An estimated 53 billion lives extinguished, a harrowing figure that would haunt the planet's memory. As the blue light dissipated, the aftermath of Black Wukong's slaughter settled, and a swarm of reporters hastened to document the staggering death toll, their speed rivaling that of light itself. The news rippled through the streets. The merciless truth of Black Wukong's massacre, claiming half of the planet's 53 billion population, echoing in the minds of the survivors. In this moment, the people were reminded of the terror that had once nearly led to their annihilation at the hands of a deity, a time when they were treated like ants scurrying on a hot pan, akin to despised pets. In the heavens, the dark Wukong gazed upon his supporters, his tone laden with gravity. Those who stand with me, remember this. The Redeemer is mightier than you, greater than you, and more exalted than you. I am the true hero in this cruel reality, the dark Wukong. Shout my name. As his voice reverberated, his followers were momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted in a chorus of his name. Dark Wukong, Dark Wukong, Dark Wukong. Their voices rang out with fervor. Dark Wukong. The name of Wukong echoed across the planet. Even with only half of its population alive, the sound was resounding. Thus, through a more malevolent means of retribution, Wukong swiftly acquired the first Super Dragon Ball. Task Progress 17. Next, Dark Wukong did not relent, his pace unyielding as he and Gohan began the search for the second Super Dragon Ball. Chapter 63. This is Justice in a Shadowy Alley. A man with a Mediterranean physique, emblazoned with the characters for Emperor across his chest, fled in a state of disarray. I must run faster, otherwise that monster will surely tear me apart, he thought, pushing himself to quicken his pace. Oh, you're quite nimble, aren't you, scum? The voice echoed from the darkness. As Dark Wukong emerged, wielding the blade of divine slaughter, closing in behind him. Ah, please don't come any closer. The Mediterranean man, trembling in fear, sprinted towards the street at the alley's end. In a frantic chase, Dark Wukong pursued him across half the capital, through throngs of people, parks, and past the police station. They traversed every possible route, yet the Mediterranean man pressed on, undeterred. Have you not run enough? You are the only one on this planet who opposes my plan. What do you truly desire? Dark Wukong's voice was somber, his gaze filled with murderous intent as he stared down the fleeing man. I care not for others' happiness. Let them be happy. I seek my own happiness, even if it ensnares everyone else. The Mediterranean man bellowed, seizing a nearby trash bin and hurling it towards Dark Wukong. If it comes to blows, then let your soul be shattered alongside your family's. With a swift motion, Dark Wukong brandished the blade of divine slaughter, cleaving the trash bin in two effortlessly. Witnessing this, the Mediterranean man, now more terrified than ever, stumbled backward. Yet, in the next moment, Dark Wukong was upon him, delivering a fatal strike. Today is the day you draw your last breath. A shriek pierced the air as the second Super Dragon Ball was wrested from the Mediterranean man's grasp. Task Progress 27. Soon. Dark Wukong's expression was cold as he looked down at the blood pooling beneath him, reflecting his own bloodied visage. to swiftly obtain the Super Dragon Balls. Dark Wukong had pushed the boundaries of humanity to their extremities, accomplishing in a single day what a traditionally virtuous figure would take decades to achieve. On another distant planet, today marks the day of your demise. The shadowy figure of Black Wukong darted towards the coalition army composed of over 3,000 nations, engaged in a world-scale conflict. Fire! A commanding voice echoed, unleashing a barrage from the skies, the land, the sea, and even nuclear weapons, all directed at Black Wukong. The ground shook with thunderous explosions. A relentless bombardment that lasted for hours. Is it over? People from around the world, some present at the scene and others glued to their screens, anxiously watched the battlefield where Black Wukong had once stood. Smoke billowed in a thick cloud, denser than that produced by a mushroom cloud. As they gazed for nearly half an hour, once the haze began to dissipate, it revealed that Black Wukong's figure had vanished. It's over. That guy is finally dead. At that moment, the citizens of over 3,000 nations erupted in jubilation, celebrating their apparent victory. However, their joy was short-lived. As the battlefield reporter's camera panned, it captured the silhouette of Black Wukong hovering in the sky, dousing their flickering hope with despair. I may be dead, but the hope I held for you all has perished. What remains is the relentless Black Wukong who seeks to annihilate you. Energy coalesced in Black Wukong's hands as he mercilessly swept it towards the millions of coalition forces before him. Today is the day you breathe your last. Scum. Run. The cries of terror echoed as Black Wukong shattered the hopes he had conjured with his own hands. Ding. Mission progress. 37. On yet another planet, panic ensued. Run. The demon is coming. He is here. Countless millions fled as Black Wukong relentlessly drove them from the upper reaches of the earth to its depths. Reminiscent of a great animal migration, traversing mountains, rainforests, deserts, oceans, and glaciers. Why not use vehicles? Because. Kamehameha wave. A surge of blue light flashed in Black Wukong's hands, and before the horrified onlookers, he obliterated an aircraft along with its passengers in a single strike. At that moment, despair gripped those who were fleeing, as they continued their escape under the iron-fisted sacrifice of Black Wukong. Witnessing this scene, Black Wukong felt no pangs of conscience. These people were a cancer obstructing the happiness of billions. Despite their overwhelming numbers, were they not jubilant when they condemned him as the culprit of humanity's extinction? How many lives had they harmed in secret? Have you ever kept count? Black Wukong inquired, his tone somber, addressing the fleeing masses. The escapees offered no reply, too consumed by their flight to even glance back, let alone engage in conversation. Black Wukong paid no heed, continuing his monologue to the void. I'm aware that some may perceive my actions as cruel, yet I believe that those who undergo similar experiences will come to understand my perspective. In the face of those who, despite demonstrating sincerity, remain obstinate, who refuse to cooperate even after personal experimentation, who relentlessly slander and defame me, and who seek to employ all means at their disposal to harm me, I find myself at a loss for an appropriate response. The fervent justice that resides in dreams is a longing for many, yet such justice can only exist in the realm of fantasy amidst this harsh reality. As for you, irredeemable scoundrels, my conception of justice is to eliminate you all, allowing the majority to survive. Thus, I shall transcend humanity, eradicate its essence, and annihilate you without exception. With a grim expression, Black Goku gathered a rose-red Kamehameha energy wave in his hand and directed it toward the millions fleeing before him. If sacrifice holds absolute significance, then I would not hesitate to slay even a few of the Gorgons. A chilling scream echoed as Black Goku wielded absolute violence to extinguish the lives of millions. Ding. Task progress. 47. Black Goku's relentless pursuit of justice continued, embarking upon an unmerciful massacre. As the saying goes, only through tragic experiences can one achieve personal growth. The harrowing encounters with Broly have stripped Black Goku of any remnants of tenderness or concern. The once dull blade, tarnished by the warmth and affection of Bulma and Trunks, has been sharpened through this ordeal, revealing its true, deadly edge. Thus, Black Goku forged ahead, slaying all who opposed him with divine fervor, be they gods or Buddhas. Every adversary was systematically obliterated by the blade in his hand. You cannot represent us. You cannot represent us. You cannot represent us. On one planet, a collective dissent arose against Black Goku, yet this time it was the entire populace who opposed him. with even the dogs of that planet expressing their disdain by urinating in contempt. And why, you may ask? The reason is simple. Black Goku is not of the Caucasian race, but rather belongs to the yellow-skinned Asian descent. This planet operates under a regime of slavery, where those with yellow skin are subjugated to the whims of white individuals, constantly humiliated and oppressed. In this realm, only arrogance, greed, oppression, and exploitation reign supreme. Reminiscent of the suffering experienced in Tsarist Russia, classism and racial discrimination are profoundly entrenched, to the point where merely walking down the street as a person of yellow skin is perceived as a transgression. Breathing itself can lead to accusations of murder, and lying in bed can result in being deemed a robber. The status of yellow-skinned individuals is lower than that of dogs, akin to that of vermin sharing a den. In light of such a nation, Black Goku maintained his composure, yet the incessant labeling eroded his enthusiasm for rational salvation. You, yellow-skinned person, how dare you breathe? Look at how repugnant your very existence is. My daughter was slain because of you, and you think your words matter? Faced with such discrimination, Black Goku relinquished dialogue in favor of violence. Perish, foolish trash. Black Goku raised his hand, unleashing Kamehameha waves upon the classist dogs before him. A cacophony of anguished cries echoed before Black Wukong's eyes. As the scene shifted to the present, he showed no mercy to the group before him, commencing a brutal massacre. Flash, flash, flash. The relentless strikes pierced through the crowd, extinguishing one life after another. In an instant, the landscape was once again beset by wails of despair. Rivers of blood flowed, and not a single face bore a smile amidst the torment. Victims endured grievous wounds, each cut aimed not at vital points, but at places that inflicted excruciating pain, leading to their agonized screams. Thus began yet another massacre, echoing with sorrow for several hours. Ding. Task progress, 77. Task completed, rewards dispensed. Not enough. Flash, flash, flash. Ding. The system's notification echoed once more, reminding Black Wukong of his completed task. Not enough, it was not over. Slash, slash, slash. Die, all of you. Suffer and perish. Today marks the day of your demise. Black Wukong roared, his eyes glinting with a fierce light. Unleashing his domain, Divine Punishment Pagoda, an assault of myriad forms, originally intended to slay gods, was unleashed mercilessly under Black Wukong's resolve to obliterate every soul present. At that moment, not a single inhabitant of the last planet harboring the Super Dragon Balls was spared from the onslaught of Black Wukong's various attacks, reminiscent of those he had unleashed in the Divine Realm against Beerus and Whis. The pain of each strike was acute, yet before they could fully register their suffering, they were met with bullets, and then with shotgun blasts, rendering them breathless. The relentless barrage continued, layering agony upon agony, each moment amplifying their torment. Black Wukong, with an unyielding desire to kill, orchestrated a massacre that was nothing short of a torturous experience for all life on that planet. Even as some pleaded for mercy, even as some begged for their lives, even as they chose to accept Black Wukong's will, his heart remained unmoved, resolute in his decision, listening to their cries of pain with indifference. This harrowing scene unfolded before Gohan, who was far away in outer space. Witnessing Black Wukong's merciless slaughter of humanity, Gohan felt no tumult within. He sensed nothing amiss. Instead, a profound despair enveloped him regarding this grim reality. Why does justice appear so feeble in the face of evil? Why? This question haunted Gohan until Black Wukong's reappearance dispelled his confusion. What if everyone were just? Would that still be justice, Gohan? As the words fell, Black Wukong, drenched in blood from the carnage, emerged beside Gohan. You have blood on you. Let me wipe it off, Gohan offered, producing a white cloth with concern. No need. Black Wukong replied, forestalling Gohan's kind gesture with a wave of his hand, summoning all the Super Dragon Balls to a line before him, poised for a wish. With his hands clasped together, Black Wukong prepared to chant the incantation. I wish to summon. With a powerful declaration, the 7 Super Dragon Balls instantly erupted in a resplendent golden glow, and a colossal golden dragon materialized before Black Wukong and Gohan. Its size so immense that even a star system seemed diminutive next to one of its eyes. The scene unfolds with the Super Dragon, in the presence of Black Goku and Gohan, indulging in a display of pompous bravado before commencing its designated task. Despite its formidable nature as a wish-granting dragon, Black Goku remains unfazed by the Super Dragon's antics and begins to articulate his wish in the language of the divine. As Black Goku has ascended to divinity, he naturally masters this celestial tongue and swiftly articulates his desires. In a flash of golden light, tranquility ensues, and the Dragon Balls, painstakingly gathered by Black Goku and Gohan, dissipate with the utterance of a single wish. Once the wish is granted, Gohan, filled with urgency, approaches Black Goku. Uncle Black Goku, you said you would resurrect my father and the others? But doesn't that mean Broly and Cell will come back as well? Gohan expresses his concern. In response, Black Goku remains unperturbed. I anticipated this. My wish was for the Super Dragon to resurrect those I desire. Broly and Cell, who should not return, will not be revived. Rest assured, he reassures with calm confidence. Is that so? So everyone is coming back? Gohan inquires, still skeptical. Once they return, you will no longer have to fight alone. Black Goku states, placing a reassuring hand on Gohan's shoulder. Is it true? Gohan, overwhelmed with emotion, tears begin to flow as he contemplates the return of those lost. His previously strong facade crumbles momentarily, revealing the vulnerability beneath. Wonderful. I can finally see everyone again. I watched helplessly as those I loved perished. And now they will be alive once more. Gohan wipes away his tears, unable to contain his joy. From now on, strive to grow stronger and cherish those around you. Black Goku encourages, patting Gohan's shoulder, acknowledging the years of hardship he has endured, no longer the youth he once was, but a solitary warrior battling against relentless foes. Do not cry so freely. You have matured, Black Goku gently admonishes, tapping Gohan's forehead before offering a warm smile. This tender moment encapsulates warmth, transforming what was once a tragedy into a tale of reunion, and Black Goku shares this sentiment. However, an unsettling voice disrupts the atmosphere. You dare to manipulate divine forces and alter the laws of life and death, human? Turning his head in response, Black Goku observes two deities of destruction, a cat and a mouse, watching him with condescension from a distance. Chapter 64, Slaying Three Gods. Indeed, the commotion has attracted the attention of these meddlesome deities. Black Goku taunts. A cat? The deity Zampa scowls. A mouse? The deity Quitella frowns. Offended by being belittled by a mere mortal, both deities bristle with indignation. Do you know whom you are addressing, mortal? Zampa's expression darkens. The last one who dared to question me now lies in a coffin. I have matters to attend to. You have two options. Leave at once, or I will show you the three gods who now rest in their graves. Black Goku remains unafraid, his gaze filled with lethal intent. With a sharp exclamation, the god of destruction Katra could no longer tolerate the situation, immediately channeling a surge of destructive energy towards Black Goku. Unfazed, Black Goku merely met the attack with a piercing gaze. In an instant, the destructive energy surged forward, only to shatter before his unwavering stare. What? Katra exclaimed, astonished. You foolish beings had your chance. Since you squandered it, today shall mark your demise. Black Goku's eyes turned icy, his hair gradually standing on end and shifting in color. Are we about to engage in battle? Gohan inquired, sensing the shift in Black Goku's demeanor as he readied himself for combat. Yes, but you are ill-suited for this confrontation. Stand back and observe. Very well, Gohan conceded, retreating to the sidelines to watch. 1 against 2? Don't think we'll be merciful, Kampa remarked. This is something I should be telling you, for it seems you remain oblivious to the ominous aura surrounding me. With that, Black Goku's gaze sharpened, and a powerful energy erupted from his being. Moments later, a familiar halo appeared behind him, heralding the arrival of Super Saiyan God, enshrined in hues of crimson. As the divine aura radiated, both Kampa and Katra were rendered speechless. This divine presence, this mortal has ascended to godhood, Kampa exclaimed, anxiety etched across his face. What is happening? The energy I sensed during our tea in Universe 6 was not like this. What sorcery is this? As they felt the overwhelming divine energy emanating from Black Goku, both Kampa and Katra immediately regretted their decision to intervene, wishing instead to return to their game of chess, leaving this matter unaddressed. However, regret is a luxury that does not exist. Having made their choice, they had to silently bear the consequences. Prepare to be vanquished, god of destruction. With a swift motion, Black Goku vanished from sight, appearing before Katra to deliver a powerful kick to his groin. The impact was so sudden that Katra rolled his eyes back in pain. What the hell? he shouted, bewildered. Now it's your turn. With a ghostly agility, Black Goku darted behind Kampa and struck him in the same manner. Kampa grimaced. Though his reaction was less exaggerated than Quitra's, as Black Goku taunted, yours is rather small. Silence. Kampa retorted, feeling his dignity wounded, and retaliated with a punch aimed at Black Goku. Yet, Black Goku swiftly countered with a kick to Kampa's face. Boom. The force sent Kampa careening back, colliding with Quitra, both of them crashing into a massive celestial body, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Emerging from the debris like figures rising from a coal heap, the two looked disheveled and soot-covered. You insufferable wretch. Kampa seethed, gritting his teeth in fury. I shall make you pay for this indignity, for I, a god of destruction, cannot endure such humiliation. The two gods of destruction roared in unison, then unleashed a torrent of destructive energy towards Black Goku. Is this what divinity amounts to? When dignity is challenged, it crumbles like a petulant child, Black Goku scoffed, demonstrating an elegant evasion akin to a flower delicately dancing through a storm. Untouched by the chaos surrounding him, the relentless barrage of destructive energy, akin to a downpour of raindrops, surged towards Black Goku, yet none found their mark. Not even a thread of his garment was grazed. Sampa, witnessing Black Goku unscathed, fumed with rage, and Quitra shared in his fury. Together, Sampa declared, propelling himself and Quitra into a swift flanking assault on Black Goku. In the face of such an onslaught, Black Goku merely crossed his arms and closed his eyes, utilizing his passive skill, the Void Technique, to evade their attacks. Swiftly, Sampa and Quitra engaged in a furious display of punches aimed at Black Goku, their speed reaching unparalleled heights. While Beerus had approached Black Goku with a haughty demeanor, employing only 25 to 50% of his strength, the duo unleashed a formidable force ranging from 50 to 75, even 90% of their potential. The velocity increased to such an extent that distinguishing their afterimages became impossible, as they unleashed a torrent of furious strikes and kicks upon Black Goku. Despite Sampa's corpulent figure and Quetra's diminutive stature, their prowess was substantial. However, they paled in comparison to the divinely transformed Black Goku. Even at their impressive 90% strength, not a hair on Black Goku was disturbed, and they found themselves battered and bruised, sustaining injuries merely from the air displaced by their own attacks. What is happening? Not only did we miss, but we're also injured. Quitra coughed blood in confusion. I think my ribs are broken, Sampa grimaced in pain. Oblivious to the fact that Black Goku's passive technique had redirected most of their strikes back upon themselves, they continued their assault. Let us go all out. I will annihilate him. Quitra, now desperate, unleashed a tremendous aura, confronting Black Goku head-on. In an instant, a melancholic purple flame enveloped Quitra, his muscles bulging with newfound strength as he summoned his divine spear, the Knight of Darkness. Sampa, not to be outdone, also channeled his full power. Although his physique remained unchanged, intricate tattoos emerged upon his skin, including a three-faced Buddha on his chest and an azure dragon on his back. As he wielded his divine hammer, the dusk. Are they preparing for their ultimate moves? Perhaps we should change the venue, Black Goku mused, sensing the catastrophic potential of their unleashed auras, which hinted at the annihilation of multiple universes should the battle persist. Thus, he transported them to the Void Realm. Casting a final glare at the emptiness behind him, annoying pests, he exclaimed before executing a spatial transfer. With Gohan, Sampa, and Quitra now in the realm of nothingness, Black Goku clenched his fists, declaring, Here, only one shall survive. Huh, mere mortals, sit down. Quitra charged forward with his spear, proclaiming, Let me show you the might of Lord Sampa. Sampa followed closely, wielding his hammer. Once again, the silence of the Void Realm was shattered by a tremendous clash. In Universe 6, it appeared that Lord Sampa and Quitra were embroiled in a fierce battle. Bardoss grasped her scepter tightly, casting a furtive glance at the fierce clash between Black Goku, Quitra, and Kampa. Is it true? Who is the adversary? Inquired the Angel of Universe 4, Konik. A human who has ascended to divinity, Bardoss replied in a nonchalant tone. Oh, intrigued, Konik leaned in for a closer look. Upon witnessing the scene within the scepter, a faint smile graced his lips. Should I inform Father about this? That human seems to have surpassed the god of destruction. His movements resemble the mastery of Ultra Instinct. Konik remarked, a hint of concern etched on his face. There is no need, brother, Bardos dismissed him with indifference. Is that so? Such a figure, if left unchecked, could indeed become a troublesome threat, Konik replied, his expression turning serious as he regarded Bardos. It would be wise to keep this from them. Should Lord Zeno become aware and take offense, we might find ourselves in a precarious situation. Let us not dwell on it too much. Instead, let us observe how events unfold, Bardos said, her gaze fixed on the combat depicted within the scepter. Just as she became engrossed in the spectacle, she noticed Black Goku's eyes lock onto her, seemingly aware of her presence through the viewing portal. What an irritating individual, she muttered as Black Goku vanished in an instant. Has he sensed me? Bardos's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Let us move, Bardos. While we can still perceive his energy, we must follow, Konik insisted. His face etched with concern. Do you intend to accompany me? I can manage alone, Bardos replied. It would be prudent to exercise caution. Do not forget. If a god of destruction perishes, the angels will not fare much better. They are engaged in battle at a considerable distance. Even if we rush to their aid, we may not be able to rewind time to avert their conflict. We must seize this opportunity and hasten, Konik urged, tapping his scepter. Very well, brother, Bardos acquiesced, and together they followed Black Goku's energy through instantaneous movement, arriving at the void. How many strikes must we land to hit you? Katra demanded, exasperation evident in his voice. Indeed, is dodging all you can do? Kappa growled through clenched teeth. Dodge? Do you two not grasp my earlier reluctance to eliminate you? Black Goku replied, his demeanor cold. Eliminate us? How audacious. Katra scoffed. You are but a newly ascended deity. What grounds do you have for arrogance? A mortal who becomes a god remains mortal. Kappa echoed. As they exchanged taunts, their relentless assault on Black Goku continued. While he deftly evaded their strikes, his focus attuned to the sensation of the angels observing him. Still watching? Black Goku sidestepped Kampa and Quitra's fierce onslaught, suddenly teleporting beside Gohan. How are you? Do you require my assistance? Gohan asked, his fists clenched in anxiety. No need, Gohan. Do not worry. I can handle them. I have my own strategy, rest assured. Still talking? Seeking death, are we? Kampa exclaimed, appearing before Black Goku, wielding his hammer with intent to strike. With a powerful blow, Black Goku, seemingly indifferent, effortlessly caught the attack with his palm. The impact reverberated through the air. A resounding crash echoed as Black Wukong effortlessly intercepted Xiangpa's attack. Damn it! Xiangpa, filled with frustration, tightened his grip on the hammer and directed all his strength towards Black Wukong. Get out of the way, fat pig. Allow me. Quintella flashed beside Black Wukong, launching a surprise attack with a long spear thrust. Ignoring him entirely, Black Wukong delivered a single kick, effortlessly shattering Quintella's divine weapon. What? This is a divine artifact, not some cheap item. Quintella's jaw dropped in shock. Black Wukong remained indifferent, focused solely on discerning whether the angel's prying gaze had dissipated. Suddenly, that feeling of being observed vanished under Black Wukong's acute perception. Now, I can put an end to you. A glint of bloodlust flickered in Black Wukong's eyes, his expression transforming into one of ferocity. Not good. Meeting Black Wukong's gaze, Xiangpa felt a chilling sense of impending doom and hastily retreated. Yet, in the next moment, Black Wukong appeared before him like a specter, grasping his throat. Instantly, Xiangpa felt a suffocating grip tightening around him. Aren't you curious? Who were the three gods I killed? Black Wukong's expression was icy. Who? A bunch of worthless gods? Xiangpa scoffed. Worthless gods? Do you truly consider your brother's life to be so insignificant? Xiangpa's expression faltered, shifting to one of grave seriousness. Are you joking? He questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. However, the next moment, Black Wukong produced a doll resembling him, igniting a furious reaction from Xiangpa. I found this in your brother's pocket after I reduced him to nothing but bones. It seems to say happy birthday. My brother Xiangpa. Black Wukong crushed the doll before Xiangpa's eyes. This act incited Xiangpa's fury. He forcefully broke free from Black Wukong's grip and swung his hammer with rage. You killed my only family in this world. Die. With a thunderous crash, Black Wukong was struck and sent hurtling backward. I shall make you experience the terror of a destroyer god. With that, Xiangpa pursued him relentlessly. In an instant, Xiangpa stood before Black Wukong, hammer poised to strike. Go. But before he could attack, a rose-colored energy blade suddenly pierced Black Wukong's heart as he raised his hand. In that moment, Xiangpa lost his ability to resist. his divine weapon slipping from his grasp and falling into the void. What's the matter? Weren't you going to avenge your brother? Black Wukong slowly rose, then, while gripping Xiang Pa's ear, he pulled the energy blade from his heart. In that instant, a gaping void was left where Xiang Pa's heart had been. You. Enduring excruciating pain, Xiang Pa attempted to fight back, but Black Wukong swiftly struck his neck with a deadly blow. You once said that the Destroyer God embodies the law. I believe you collected the Super Dragon Balls and took many lives in the process, didn't you? I wish you, so arrogant, were all annihilated. I recall a scene where you commanded Bados to obliterate a planet. Huh. Indeed, you possess popularity, as long as you are favored by the masses. Not only are you exempt from criticism, but you are also adored. After all, if people admire you, it is deemed righteousness, even if the individual is a complete scoundrel. Swish. Black Goku struck again, and with that blow, Zampa perished instantaneously, his essence extinguished. Fat Pig. Witnessing this unfold, the god of destruction, Katra, grew frantic. Yet, in the next moment, Black Goku appeared like a specter behind him, delivering a fatal thrust to his heart. A sudden jolt of agony caused Katra to turn his head. Bang! A muffled thud resonated as Katra, having just turned, was met with a punch from Black Goku that sent all 32 of his teeth flying, plunging him into a countdown to death. Rather than fret over others, perhaps it would be wiser to concern oneself with one's own fate. I have little impression of you, but as long as you are my enemy, regardless of who you may be it family, parents, loved ones, or children, I shall not spare you. Swish. A flash of cold light cut through the air, and yet another god of destruction fell silent. Coincidentally, at that moment, two angels arrived on the scene. Lord Katra, Lord Zampa. The angels shouted in alarm. We have waited for you for so long. Black Goku's gaze sharpened as he forcefully hurled the now lifeless Katra towards the newly arrived angels. The two angels reacted swiftly, wielding their staffs to harness gravitational powers, catching the flying Katra just in time. Success! Suddenly, the blade of divine retribution pierced through Bados' back, plunging into her chest, sending a chill through her being. Bados' face contorted in agony. Before she could defend herself, another blade struck her head. I did not wish to resort to this, but as the two angels engaged directly, I could not gamble on my chances of victory. Even if you bear no malice, I cannot risk the possibility of your inaction. As the words echoed, the Super Saiyan god, a deep crimson hue, emerged. Swish. Bados. Kanak cried out. He attempted to intervene against Black Goku, yet the latter, having meticulously plotted this moment, would not yield to his whims. With force, he wrenched the divine blade from Bados' head. Now it's your turn. In that fleeting moment, while Kanak's focus remained on Bados, Black Goku seized the opportunity to instantaneously appear before him, swinging the divine blade. Swish. With resolute determination, Black Goku severed Kanak's joy in the dead of night, leaving a long, deep scar upon him. Before Kanak could mourn his fate, he was already gravely wounded. Within mere seconds of the angel's arrival, Black Goku had felled 3 gods and severely injured one. At this moment, with the blade of divinity raised, Black Goku lunged swiftly at Kanak. Chapter 65. I am the clown. How excessive you are, mortal. In an instant, the supreme power of the Zazai extreme intent surged forth, emanating a formidable silver-white radiance from Kanak. With a mere release of energy, he effortlessly sent the Black Wukong, who wielded the divine blade of humanity and deities, flying several meters away, causing a sharp sting to erupt upon his face. The ambush had failed. It was indeed as I had anticipated. He surpassed Weiss. Stabilizing his form mid-air, Black Wukong found himself beside Gohan. Are you all right, Uncle Black Wukong? Gohan inquired, his expression laden with concern. I'm fine. I'm just slightly unaccustomed to this guy's power. I'll be all right shortly, so do not worry about me, Black Wukong replied, wiping the bruise left by Kanak's punch from his face. Seeing Black Wukong in such a disheveled state stirred a mix of emotions within Gohan. Faced with a battle beyond his capability to intervene, Gohan's mind drifted back to the words spoken by Black Wukong during their journey to collect the Super Dragon Balls. Uncle Black Wukong, I have always been by your side. Why must you shoulder such burdens alone? I wish to assist you. Sometimes, you should entrust me with these matters. Gohan stated with determination. Black Wukong did not respond. His expression remained cold as he raised his hand towards a throng of fleeing individuals, unleashing a wave of energy. Boom. In an instant, Hundreds perished at Black Wukong's hands, engulfing the street in a cloud of dust, mingling blood and ash with the anguished cries of the populace. Inside, Black Wukong felt no turmoil, his gaze hollow and devoid of sympathy. You have become a deity of humanity. At times, one must act for the sake of reputation. Furthermore, I am by your side. Why must you continually stain your hands with blood? Is that truly acceptable? Gohan questioned, perplexed. Black Wukong remained silent, then sighed. Are you curious as to why I do not permit you to partake in such slaughter? Of course, the task of saving everyone should be a shared endeavor. After all, you are not a lone wolf, Gohan responded, bewildered. In the past, I repeatedly told you to sacrifice certain things to protect others, continuously reshaping your worldview. Ultimately, you have indeed grown into a man, but this path does not suit you, Black Wukong remarked, his weary visage revealing dark circles under his eyes as he regarded Gohan. What do you mean it does not suit me? Uncle Black Wukong, I am not the protagonist. I am the jester, Black Wukong suddenly stated. Huh. Gohan was taken aback by Black Wukong's unexpected declaration. Black Wukong continued. Have you ever experienced the scene where the person you are meant to kill begs for your help? And that person is your own parents? Gohan fell silent. When did I begin to accept my fate? Perhaps it was when I witnessed my parents. The very ones I was destined to kill, pleading for my aid, and I chose to ignore them, erasing them from existence. It seems my path was determined from that moment onward. I do not wish for you to traverse the same road. You are a good child, Gohan. Even after witnessing the ugliness of humanity, you still choose to protect it. You ultimately thrive amidst adoration, while I am left to endure scorn and vitriol, ultimately meeting a fate devoid of a resting place. A cold breeze swept through, gently brushing against Black Wukong's face, revealing a somber expression, with his eyes reflecting an abyss of desolation. At that moment, Gohan glimpsed an unparalleled void of desolation in Black Goku's gaze, a silence unmatched even by the deceased. The scene shifts back to the present. Bang, bang, bang. In a state of severe injury, Konik fiercely exchanged blows with Black Goku, their fists and feet colliding in a relentless clash, neither side yielding an inch. With just 2 minutes remaining, should this stalemate persist, death would surely follow. Konik gritted his teeth, fear etched upon his face as he gazed at Black Goku. Just then, their eyes met. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Black Goku's tone was low as he thrust a punch toward Konik. Whoosh. In an instant, with a moment's inattention, Konik's wisdom tooth was violently dislodged by Black Goku's strike, blood spilling from his lips in a grotesque display. You dare to harm a god. Konik's eyes widened in fury, his mentality shattered by Black Goku's assault. I am no longer human. I am a god among men. Black Goku retaliated with another kick. Boom. A dull thud echoed as Konik, unable to withstand the force, was sent flying by Black Goku's blow. Unrelenting, Black Goku pursued, delivering yet another kick. In a fleeting moment, Konik lost his footing and was once more sent crashing by Black Goku's relentless assault. Black Goku showed no mercy, gripping the divine blade tightly as he closed in, preparing to unleash a devastating blow upon Konik's wounds. Roll. Suddenly, Konik's eyes narrowed, and as Black Goku aimed to strike, he erupted with a powerful silvery aura of the ultimate instinct, shattering his own limits and narrowly evading the attack. Another breakthrough in ultimate instinct? TSK, a troublesome angel. Black Goku's expression turned serious as he unleashed a flurry of 3 strikes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each blow was deftly dodged by Konik, who wore a relaxed and disdainful smirk, taunting Black Goku. Witnessing this, Black Goku maintained a calm demeanor, yet his expression bore no hint of amusement as he glared at Konik. Do not underestimate the power of an angel, mortal. Konik smiled faintly, playfully gathering silvery energy in his hand and gently fanning it towards Black Goku. With a mere flick, Black Goku was startled into retreat. In that instant, a barrage of lethal attacks materialized before him. To think that he could unleash such an offensive even in a severely injured state. Utilizing the aura of ultimate instinct as a weapon, was this the true strength of a more seasoned angel? Black Goku analyzed cautiously, his eyes scanning the changes unfolding within Konik. Under Black Goku's keen, almost predatory observation, every transformation in Konik was laid bare. His power and speed had not increased. Rather, he had temporarily enhanced his reflexes and control over his aura, a mere facade. Suddenly, the gravity of Black Goku's seriousness dissipated, shifting to Konic's countenance. Have you discerned my transformation? The seriousness has vanished. How could this fellow possess such keen perception? Why has he only appeared recently, unrecorded? Conic clenched his jaw, his emotions spiraling out of control as the aura of ultimate instinct flickered erratically. Observing this scene, Black Goku suddenly devised a counter-strategy. In comparison to the formidable strength of Whis and Bardoss, it is their emotional restraint that proves to be significantly weaker. Black Goku, immersed in contemplation, suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, akin to a light bulb illuminating in his mind, swiftly formulating a countermeasure. At that moment, the aura of the Zizai Ji Gong continued to swell around Conic, burning like an inferno, its overwhelming presence illuminating the entire realm of nothingness. However, Black Goku maintained an expression of utter composure, devoid of any reaction. Do you have any last words? Conic confidently proclaimed his impending victory. None, for it is you who shall meet your demise. Black Goku replied nonchalantly as he ran his fingers through his hair. Foolishness. Conic ceased his idle chatter and charged at Black Goku with remarkable speed. In an instant, the silver flames vanished, only to reappear as Conic launched his attack, his fist aimed directly at Black Goku's face. Yet, Black Goku appeared oblivious, fixating intently on Conic's fist, seemingly indifferent to the impending strike. Noticing Black Goku's lack of evasion, Conic felt a twinge of confusion, assuming that Black Goku had not registered his attack. His expression turned grave as he hesitated, momentarily slowing the force of his punch. You are weaker than Whis and Bardoss, Black Goku suddenly asserted. What did you say? The unexpected remark caused Conic to halt his assault. It is no wonder Bardoss perished so easily while you were powerless. Clearly, your strength is lacking. It makes sense that Whis laughed at you as he fell to my hand, calling you the weakest among the angelic lineage. Black Goku remained unfazed, ignoring Conic's increasingly agitated expression. His peripheral vision caught the sight of Conic's anger manifesting as veins bulged on his forehead, and a glimmer of triumph flickered in Black Goku's gaze. Indeed, my wager was correct. Say that again, Conic roared, lifting his leg to deliver a swift kick at Black Goku. Hiding behind your sister, are you? Black Goku effortlessly evaded Conic's kick, retaliating with a flurry of punches. Bang! With a single strike, the furious Conic found Black Goku's fist connecting with his nose, plunging him into darkness as he began to lose consciousness. The first angel in the Dragon Ball universe to be rendered unconscious by Black Goku's blow to the nose. Today shall be your last, Black Goku declared, his fists clenched, emanating an aura of murderous intent. Chapter 66. The form of violent favor. You have thoroughly enraged me, Conic shouted, blood streaming from his nose as he clenched his fists and launched a triple strike at Black Goku. However, Black Goku danced gracefully around each attack, countering with effortless precision. Bang, bang, bang. With fluidity, Black Goku delivered a slap to Conic's face, a kick to his groin, and a punch to his chest, leaving Conic dazed and disheveled. Unwilling to concede defeat, Conic rubbed the areas where he had been struck and, as if unaffected, tightened his fists and charged once more at Black Goku. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The intertwining silhouettes of the white and red roses danced in a relentless clash. Yet it was evident that the Black Wukong held the upper hand, deftly evading Conic's assaults while launching his own counterattacks. Within mere moments, Conic found himself so thoroughly overwhelmed that even his own father would struggle to recognize him, his face swollen, eyes nearly shut, and several teeth missing. As he staggered backward, clutching his bleeding nose, a troubling thought crossed his mind. Why was he unable to land a single punch or kick? In his restless contemplation, Conic realized that his emotions, increasingly manipulated by the Black Wukong, spiraled out of control, diverging further from his intended path. Gradually, his mastery over the Zizai Ji Gong diminished, rendering his attacks disjointed and leaving him vulnerable to the relentless onslaught of the Black Wukong. Acknowledging this, Conic endeavored to stabilize his mindset. However, the Black Wukong was relentless, immediately provoking him with taunts regarding Bardoss and Whis. Hiding behind his sister was already humiliating enough, but witnessing her suffer helplessly drove him into a furious rage. Your sister met a tragic end. If you possessed even a modicum of ability, might she not still be alive? Upon hearing these words, Conic, who had just managed to regain his composure, erupted with indignation. Mortal, repeat that, he exclaimed, pointing a finger at the Black Wukong. Say it again, you arrogant weakling who merely boasts a higher lineage. Unyielding, the Black Wukong launched a swift attack, while Konik remained distracted by his words. In that moment, he was caught off guard and struck squarely in the face by a powerful blow. Another punch followed, and Konik found himself helplessly flying backward, collapsing to the ground as fatigue threatened to claim him. With only half a minute remaining in the battle, the Black Wukong, having endured much to achieve his evolution, was determined not to relent. He noted Konik's arrogance and disdain for mortals, and his pride flared. As Konik struggled to rise, the Black Wukong refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Instead, he resolved to engage in a proper duel, intent on defeating Konik in earnest. "I shall bestow upon you healing," he declared, channeling his restorative power and sending it toward Konik. In an instant, Konik was revitalized, though not to his previous strength. He nonetheless felt a surge of newfound vigor. Surprised by the sudden influx of energy, Konik's face brightened, yet a serious expression soon followed. "You grant me healing, but I shall not thank you. I will use this power to utterly vanquish you," he thought maliciously, envisioning countless ways to torment the Black Wukong with this newfound strength. Hearing Konik's words, the Black Wukong couldn't help but think, like master, like servant. Regardless of how you treat individuals like yourself, it is no longer necessary. I do not wish to resort to unscrupulous means, but rather aspire to possess absolute strength that will utterly shatter your pride and boundaries, leaving you in deeper despair amidst your suffering, for only then shall I feel a sense of vindication. Black Goku maintains an air of tranquility. Vindication? Do not underestimate me. Despite having lost an arm and experiencing a decline in my combat power, I can still take on you one after another, as long as my mind remains serene. Even my sister, Bardos, would not stand a chance against me when she exerts her utmost effort. Konik exudes confidence, showing no fear of Black Goku. Black Goku remains unfazed, having already devised a strategy in his mind. "I shall no longer provoke you. My plan is complete. The ultimate technique I have long prepared to deal with you angels has come to fruition, rendering childish tricks unnecessary." Black Goku, too, is filled with confidence, yet his gaze reveals neither bluster nor arrogance. "Well then, let us see how a mere mortal can possibly be strong." Konik expresses disdain, even civilly raising a finger at Black Goku, indeed, a reflection of the master and his servant. In response to Konik's provocation, Black Goku pays no heed and silently reverts his Super Saiyan Rose form back to normal. As he returns to his base state, Black Goku's aura diminishes significantly. Witnessing this, Konik immediately mocks him, "Running out of stamina, are we? Just a blustering wild dog." Konik rolls his eyes. "That is not the case." Black Goku hastens to explain. "This form I only employ in confronting you lot, and this is the first time. I need to transition, just to show you how I ascend step by step to divinity." As he speaks, Black Goku begins to transform. Swish! A golden aura swirls around Black Goku, the ancient legendary Saiyan power surging forth, unveiling his initial transformation stage. This is the Super Saiyan of ancient legend. Then swish! Black Goku's aura intensifies, transforming into the Super Saiyan 2 of ancient legend. Next swish! The Super Saiyan 3 of ancient legend follows. And then, Konik scoffs. "Do not rush." Next comes the divine aura, a rosy hue manifesting around Black Goku as he enters the divine realm. The Super Saiyan Rose, a godly form beyond the ancient legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. And after that, Konik still appears unimpressed. Next is the second, then the third. Swish, swish, swish. Black Goku showcases all his transformations. This is the rosy hue. Although merely a nascent divine state, it possesses a staggering strength, especially when some bloodlines are adapted within. Swish, swish, swish. The deep realm transformation of Super Saiyan Rose unfolds before Konik. After completing these transformations, Black Goku embarks on the true ascension to divinity. Next is the ancient legendary Super Saiyan Divine Realm, assisted by the human aura, to once again achieve the Super Saiyan God Rose. Swish! A flash of rosy light, and the human deity Black Goku emerges, a divine halo appearing behind him. Is this what it means to attain divinity? However, to my eyes, they all seem quite similar. A notion conveyed with a tone of disdain by Konik. Of course, since I have achieved divinity through my own efforts rather than transcending to a divine realm, many of my forms are essentially transformations rooted in this foundation. Nevertheless, the Super Saiyan God Rose form amplifies my power as a divine being. Black Goku indifferent. casually twisted his neck as he elaborated, subsequently delving into the realms of the second and third transformations, which also encompassed the deep realms. This currently represents my most formidable singular form. The Super Saiyan God Deep rose at its utmost limit. Black Goku clenched his fists, channeling his divine aura and anchoring it within himself. Then what more do you aspire to transcend? Kinnick queried. This form is a fusion of three powers, the essence of humanity, the ferocity of beasts, and the divinity of gods, an infinite amalgamation, the utmost of which you have already achieved. How can you possibly surpass this? As Black Goku elucidated his current state, Kinnick calmly analyzed, perceiving Black Goku's bravado as mere posturing and ridicule. Indeed, with the convergence of these three powers, there seemed to be little left to amalgamate. Black Goku did not refute Kinnick's assertions, but shifted the discourse. Have you forgotten that the limit is not merely the culmination of three powers, but rather the ultimate form derived from concentrating these powers into a singular manifestation? Kinnick pondered momentarily, taken aback. I am uncertain why I possess such an innate capacity for the evolution of combat, consistently envisioning and achieving feats beyond the reach of many. When I beheld Gohan's beastly form, I contemplated the possibility of merging that primal impulse with the ancient ferocity of the Super Saiyan bloodline. The very reason I incited your ire was to diligently explore this development, and to my astonishment, it bore fruit. Admittedly, it was somewhat reckless, yet it was all in the pursuit of defeating you. Suddenly, Black Goku's expression darkened, his gaze resolute. Everything is worth it. As he spoke, a tempestuous aura erupted around him. Under Kinnick's astonished gaze, the rose-hued energy enveloping Black Goku shimmered with a fleeting crimson hue. The two auras began to intertwine. And amidst this confluence, Black Goku emerged, crowned with a mane of deep rose-red hair, heralded by a flash of crimson lightning. My apologies for the wait, Black Goku announced. Exuding a powerful presence, his physique robust and muscular, adorned with a mane reminiscent of a lioness. His body cloaked in a striking deep rose hue, akin to a Super Saiyan 4 transformation, albeit with differing colors and longer hair, exuding a more primal essence. His face accentuated with bold black makeup. Kinnick, initially poised to dismiss this appearance, found himself silenced by the predatory intensity in Black Goku's eyes. He had intended to unleash this primal power to its zenith, but time was insufficient for complete mastery, compelling him to present only a semi-complete form. Black Goku, radiating ferocity, bore down on Kinnick as if a ravenous beast seeking sustenance. Super Saiyan God rose, a symphony of primal chaos. Black Goku, embodying raw instinct, blinked at Kinnick with his fearsome gaze. At this moment, the battle was on the precipice of eruption. Next chapter preview. The author, feeling a tad lazy, leaves you all in eager anticipation for the next update. Hurry up and demand the next chapter at 15. Chapter 67. The Great Chaos Dam, that insufferable creature. Konnick cursed vehemently, charging towards the awakened beast-like Black Wukong. Has Uncle Black Wukong grown even stronger? Gazing upon Black Wukong's feral appearance, Gohan, though unable to sense any divine aura, could still feel the overwhelming ferocity emanating from him, a pressure reminiscent of a hunter. In a swift motion, Konnick approached Black Wukong, delivering a merciless kick aimed directly at his face. Did he think it would be as easy as before? Just as Konnick's foot was about to make contact, Black Wukong unexpectedly seized his ankle, sinking his teeth into it with a ferocious bite. In an instant, Konnick howled in agony, his vision blurring as he trembled from the pain. Let go. Are you a dog? He lifted his other foot, aiming another kick at Black Wukong. Reacting with remarkable speed, Black Wukong released his grip and lunged at Konnick. In that moment, he pounced like a wild beast, raining down heavy punches upon Konnick's face with relentless ferocity. Konnick found himself overwhelmed, unable to respond as the world around him faded into darkness. With no means to defend himself, Konnick endured the blows, each punch from Black Wukong leaving him in a state of utter disarray. Suddenly, a spark ignited within him, and with a fierce resolve, he struck Black Wukong aside with a powerful punch. Just as he stood up, gasping for breath, Black Wukong charged at him once more, swinging a formidable fist. With no strength left to evade, Konnick retaliated, throwing his own punch in response. The two exchanged blows, each landing solidly upon the other's face. As the impact of a punch sent stars swirling in Konnick's vision, Black Wukong seized the opportunity to tighten his fist and strike again. With each punch, Konic's awareness flickered in and out, but he was jolted back to reality with every blow. The onslaught continued unabated, Black Wukong relentlessly targeting Konic's face. In a moment of clarity, Konic discarded the evasive abilities of the angelic techniques, determined to teach Black Wukong a lesson, retaliating with fists aimed squarely at his opponent's visage. Thus, they engaged in a primal exchange of blows, devoid of strategy or divine grace, each one striving to inflict damage upon the other. "I will disfigure your face," Konic proclaimed boldly, his voice resonating amidst the chaos, as pain surged in waves, sharp, piercing, and crushing. The pain was excruciating, manifesting as countless torments upon Konic and Black Wukong. Yet the two remained oblivious, relentlessly exchanging blows. Neither was willing to evade or defend. They cast aside all thoughts, determined to strike even at the cost of their lives. It became a wager of who would succumb first in this brutal encounter, who would falter under the relentless assault, despite the bloodshed and bruises they endured. This madman. Konic gritted his teeth, relentlessly throwing punches at Black Wukong. From this moment forth, it was a return to god-slaying. Black Wukong, abandoning all contemplation, unleashed his absolute brutality upon Konic, his eyes devoid of any emotion save for the thirst for destruction. Thus began their desperate struggle. They exchanged blows, the duration unknown. Only the acrid scent of blood permeating the void, indifferent to identities, as blood flowed freely. Even the sounds of their battering echoed similarly. Ha 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 ha. Ugh. With blood and tears, excitement and fear coursing through them, Black Wukong and Konic fought fiercely, prepared to deliver lethal strikes against each other. The scene was profoundly shocking, yet the outcome had already been determined. Ugh. Konic cried, overwhelmed by Black Wukong's relentless assault, tears and snot streaming down his face, desperately swinging his fists despite his battered visage. Ha 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 ha. Black Wukong, brimming with exhilaration, reveled in the sight of Konic's pride shattered, his cries echoing through the void, his laughter resonating with a sinister allure, drowning out Konic's sobs. Bang! A heavy punch landed on Black Wukong's bloodstained face. Bang! Another heavy strike found its mark on Konic's weeping, swollen visage, streaked with tears and mucus. Another exchange of blows ensued, and Konic's cries grew louder. With one hand shielding his swollen, pig-like face, he surrendered to his plight. In that moment, Konic became the most sorrowful entity among the angelic race in the entire Dragon Ball universe, the one most severely battered. No more, no more. I can't fight anymore, he wailed, rolling on the ground like a petulant child before Black Wukong. Weren't you so determined to leave me unrecognizable? Why do you now resemble a girl heartbroken by a scoundrel? Black Wukong delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling. The force not great, yet it only intensified Konic's cries. Witnessing this spectacle, Gohan felt an acute embarrassment, closing his eyes in discomfort. I only used half my strength, and you weep like this. What would happen if I unleashed 75%? Black Wukong twisted his neck, the blade of Godslayer reappearing in his hand, preparing to deliver the final blow as he approached Konic, raising the weapon high. Still wish to slay gods? Konic trembled in fear. Go meet your sister and brother. My dear angel. With grim determination, Black Wukong swung the blade of Godslayer downwards. In that instant, darkness enveloped Konic's vision. Stop! Black Wukong! Suddenly, several figures boldly called out his name. Upon hearing the sound, Black Goku, who had just sent Konic away, swiftly turned his head. As he did so, he was confronted by Gohan, garbed in the attire of a Time Patrol officer, alongside the old Broly, both of whom were glaring at him with palpable hostility. Oh, Time Patrol officers? What brings you here? Black Goku inquired, a look of confusion etched across his face as he slowly pivoted around. In that instant, as he turned, the lifeless form of Konic became starkly visible to the Time Patrol Gohan and Broly. That guy is me, future Gohan exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock upon seeing the Time Patrol officers. Help me. Konic reached out desperately towards Gohan and Broly just before his final breath escaped him, seeking salvation. What in the fourth universe is happening? Gohan pondered, bewildered by the sudden appearance of Konic. Just then, Konic inexplicably disintegrated before his eyes, turning to ashes. Witnessing this scene, both Time Patrol Gohan and Broly redirected their gaze towards Black Goku. Why are you worthless fools here? This shouldn't be. Black Goku glared at the Time Patrol officers with a feral intensity, devoid of any emotion save for a chilling aura of menace. His mere glance sent tremors through Gohan and Broly, rendering them momentarily paralyzed with fear. Indeed, he is a notorious criminal from the wanted list, exceedingly formidable. Gohan clenched his jaw, trembling slightly. You insisted on coming here despite my warning. Now, you'll soon be facing the Grim Reaper. Just earlier, I emerged from the underworld to retrieve Vegeta and Kakarot, and now it seems I must return to retrieve you too as well, Broly remarked. A look of resignation on his face. Speaking ill of others behind their backs is hardly a commendable habit, Broly. A voice chimed in. Upon hearing this, Broly turned around, only to be met with despair as he discovered that Time Patrol Vegeta and Son Goku had arrived, accompanied by Trunks, the new Broly, and Goten. In an instant, 5 Time Patrol officers stood assembled. The gathering is quite extensive, Black Goku observed, his focus fixed on the Time Patrol Vegeta and Son Goku, both adorned with angelic halos above their heads, a testament to the lives he had claimed. Today, you shall pay the ultimate price, Vegeta declared, anger radiating from his being. Make me pay? Do you possess the strength for that? Do you wish to perish at my hands once more? Black Goku scoffed, dismissively waving the god-slaying blade in his grasp. Vegeta, unperturbed, retorted, after Kakarot and I fused into Vegeto, only for you to ruthlessly slay me. I vowed that should I have another chance, I would certainly eliminate you. Today, fate has granted me this opportunity. Emerging from the depths of hell, I have traced the divine energy you once pierced into me through the myriad of timelines to find you. Do you comprehend what this signifies? What? What does it signify? Answer me, Black Goku replied nonchalantly. It signifies that I shall end your life. Vegeta bellowed, unleashing his energy in preparation for transformation. Aya! As his voice echoed, Vegeta ascended to Super Saiyan 5, surpassing all limits. Super Saiyan 5, limit break. Once again, strength has flourished. Gazing upon Vegeta's transcendent form, Black Goku could not help but exclaim in admiration. And I too. Suddenly, Goku unleashed his energy, mirroring Vegeta's transformation. In an instant, both Goku and Vegeta stood side by side, having ascended to the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 5. Oh, you two have invested? Black Goku remarked with a tone of disdain. And I as well. Trunks and Goten shouted in unison. Upon hearing their voices, Black Goku turned his gaze toward them. Aya! With a sudden cry, Trunks and Goten were enveloped in a shimmering blue light, and before Black Goku's astonished eyes, they transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. The divine aura radiated fiercely, saturating the realm of nothingness. Witnessing this spectacle, the smile on Black Goku's face faltered. However, the show was far from over. As Time Patrol Gohan commenced his own transformation, Aya! With a series of furious roars, Gohan began to change before Black Goku. In that moment, Gohan too ascended to Super Saiyan 5. The combined might of 3 Super Saiyan 5s and 2 Super Saiyan Blues unleashed an overwhelming aura, dispelling the divine energy emanating from Black Goku. As we emerged from the depths of hell, you should have anticipated our ascent and comprehended the power of the Science reversal. Time Patrol Vegeta continued to assert. Your downfall? You believe 3 Super Saiyan 5s and 2 Super Saiyan Blues are sufficient? Black Goku retorted. You are mistaken. There are also 2 Deep Blues. The new and old Broly bellowed in unison. Upon hearing their voices, Black Goku turned to look and was taken aback. Suddenly, the 2 Brolys unleashed a thunderous roar and transformed before Black Goku. In an instant, they were enveloped in a deep blue light, stepping into the realm of the divine. 2 Deep Blues, 2 Super Blues, and 3 Super 5s. This opulent assembly left Black Goku unable to muster a smile. Yet, the spectacle was not concluded. With the annihilation of 10,086 universes and the slaying of 3 gods of destruction and 3 angels, Black Goku, your transgressions come to an end. With this proclamation, a man clad in Time Patrol attire, resembling an angel, made his entrance. Apprentice Angel Malaise? So, the damned angels have prepared a contingency against me, Black Goku mused, furrowing his brow as he glanced towards the spot where Konik had been obliterated. Under Black Goku's watchful gaze, Malaise waved his hand, summoning the Super Saiyan 5 forms of Vegeto and Gogeta, along with the dual instincts of Gogeta and Vegeto. Additionally, special guests Super Blue Goku and Little Pan joined the battlefield. In that moment, every member of the Time Patrol gathered, leaving none absent. Oh, I see. So this band of patrollers could locate me due to your meddling, Malaise. Black Goku's voice was low and devoid of warmth. In response, Meles regarded him with a look of disdain. Had it not been for the fourth universe angel, Conic, revealing your information to me, prompting my inquiry with the god of time, I would have remained oblivious to your heinous act of slaying 6 deities, including the annihilation of Whis and Beerus. Melis's face contorted with rage. The god of time assisted you? No wonder so many time patrollers claim to uphold the integrity of time and space. Yet they have wrought havoc, summoning countless adversaries against me. Black Goku's expression turned solemn. As long as I eliminate you, the destroyer of time, everything will be justified. With the presence of the time patrollers, I shall fear nothing. Today marks the day we apprehend the notorious time criminal, Black Goku. Are you all confident? Melis turned to the assembly of time patrollers behind him. Yes, echoed the unified will of the time patrollers. Do you see? This is the might arrayed against you. Melis declared, casting a confident glance at Black Goku. Huh. In response, Black Goku exhibited no fear, even shedding his form to revert to his normal state. If it were the 12 gods of destruction, it might have been more entertaining. With a lineup like yours, a few deities could easily be crushed. Do you understand? Black Goku cracked his neck, preparing for battle. Yet, we shall not retreat. The time patroller, Son Goku, approached Melis, locking eyes with Black Goku. The two Gokus stared at each other, their gazes filled with unwavering resolve, creating an atmosphere of light and shadow. Let us conclude this here, Zamasu. The time patroller Goku stood in the light, clenching his fists at Black Goku. It is not Zamasu. I am Son Goku, also known as Black Goku. Black Goku stood in the darkness, refuting the words of the time patroller Goku, his own fists clenched tightly. In the overwhelming presence of light, Black Goku appeared solitary and desolate, yet he remained resolute, unwilling to step back from his path. Likewise, the time patrollers, emboldened by their numbers, stood firm in the light. I am here to assist you, Uncle Black Goku. Suddenly, Gohan joined the fray, positioning himself alongside Black Goku in the shadows. Black Goku felt a surge of gratitude upon seeing Gohan join, though his words were sharp. Are you foolish? To align yourself with darkness in the presence of a multitude of righteous heroes. Black Goku's demeanor was frigid. I am not a hero of justice, Uncle Black Goku. You once claimed I was the protagonist, but I wish to tell you, I am not the protagonist. I am merely a warrior who wishes to protect humanity. Gohan's expression was resolute, even as he faced the vibrant array of Super Saiyan forms among the time patrollers. How ironic. Here I am, also striving to protect humanity, yet I am deemed a foe. Perhaps this is the price of opposing excessive Confucian ideals. Black Goku mused, his hair standing on end, turning a vivid crimson. His eyes beginning to pale. To treat so many of us with such disdain, yet not regard me and Kakarot in our Potera fusion form as Vegeta, in his deep crimson state, is the height of arrogance. Vegeta scoffed. In response, Black Goku swiftly rebutted, I am not arrogant. This form is sufficient to vanquish you. To confront a god, one must utilize divine means. To confront humanity, one must employ human methods. This is the essence of Black Goku, a being of both man and god. Prepare yourself. I shall not fall easily. Black Goku assumed a Wing Chun stance, ready for combat. Males fell silent, his gaze icy as it fixed upon Black Wukong. Stand down, Black Wukong. You still have a path to retreat. Males attempted to reason. Let us settle this. My resolve is beyond your persuasion. Black Wukong's expression remained equally frigid. TCH, Black Wukong's obstinacy drained Males of his patience, compelling him to sound the battle horn. Conic has informed me, the one who trusts you most. He wishes for me to resolve this. Since you have chosen to fight, let the slaughter commence. Charge, everyone. With a resounding shout, a throng of time-space patrol officers surged forward under Male's command towards Black Wukong. Go, Gohan. Black Wukong, unwilling to back down, charged ahead. Yes, that doppelganger of mine, leave him to me. Gohan steeled himself, his gaze fixed upon the time-space officers as he charged fiercely towards his own universe's counterpart. Thus, a chaotic melee erupted. Chapter 68. The Great Turmoil, Why Has the Screen Gone Black? Double tap to try. Damn it, a blade. A random person's gift has cut the author's eye. In a city on a certain planet, a long-haired woman stood atop a 50-story rooftop, addressing a man below who appeared frantic. Darling, do my new shoes look good? They look great, he replied, fear evident in his voice. I see. You have not been tested. What a pity, she said, closing her eyes before leaping from the building. Baby, I was wrong. Hero, hero, please save me. Powdered monkey. The man cried out in despair, yearning for a hero enveloped in vibrant pink to save his beloved from certain doom. Yet, no one answered. Only the merciless wind responded to his pleas. Suddenly, a flash of magenta light cut through the air as Black Wukong, a champion of justice, emerged from the shadows. Soaring through the air with a swift assault, arriving at the woman's side in mere moments, executing only basic attacks. Who are you? The woman gasped, taken aback as Black Wukong enveloped her in his arms. Who I am is inconsequential. You may call me the rescue powdered monkey or simply hero. Black Wukong replied with a calm demeanor, gently setting the woman down before the man, who was on the verge of tears. Seeing that she was unharmed, the man rushed forward, embracing her. Baby, I was wrong. I won't play in the water again. Humph. Observing the emotional reunion of the couple, Black Wukong made to depart, but the man suddenly called out to him. Hero, how did you save my girlfriend? The man inquired with curiosity. In response, Black Wukong turned his head. No skills used, just my hands. He replied plainly, sincerity shining in his eyes. Huh. The man, puzzled, sought to ask more, but two beams of blue light suddenly blinded him as he witnessed his panicking girlfriend, who had almost drowned. Ah! A scream echoed, and the scene transformed into ruins, forcing Black Wukong to flee. Don't let him escape. Don't let him escape. As the words fell, an Ultra Super Saiyan Gogeta and a dual Super Saiyan Gogeta appeared on either side of Black Wukong. Truly a troublesome Saiyan. The battle commenced. Vegeta and Vegeta, both exceptionally astute, were acutely aware of Black Goku's swift reflexes. Without hesitation, they commenced the prince's battle technique, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts towards him with reckless abandon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sky became a tapestry of energy orbs, densely packed, as if an entire realm of microorganisms had expanded to human size. Yet, Black Goku remained unperturbed, nimbly evading the onslaught with grace. Whoosh, whoosh. With the lightness of a feather, Black Goku danced through the air, effortlessly dodging every energy blast from Vegeta and Gogeta, as if he were performing a whimsical ballet, eyes closed, hands in pockets. In the midst of devastation, he stood inverted in the sky, untouched by the chaos below. Not a single shot had found its mark. Vegeta and the limit-breaking Gogeta, gritting their teeth, fixated their gaze on the carefree figure of Black Goku, who was casually standing in the air with crossed arms. Understand your position, Black Goku declared, his eyes narrowing with a murderous intensity directed at the two warriors. A mere glance sent both Gogetas into a cold sweat, paralyzed by the tension. At that moment, two azure figures dashed towards Black Goku. Together, be careful, Xiaofang. Super Blue Goku and Xiaofang made their dazzling entrance, bravely launching their attacks. And you as well. Black Goku effortlessly sidestepped their strikes, countering with a ruthless punch and kick. Bang, bang, ah. The duo found themselves in disarray, gasping for breath as they reverted to their ordinary forms. Hey, you two. Unable to bear the sight, the two Gogetas surged towards Black Goku to join the fray. However, their efforts were in vain, as Black Goku evaded them effortlessly, sending each one flying with a swift kick. Bang, bang. The Gogetas returned to their normal states, regretfully exiting the scene. But the onslaught was far from over. Suddenly, the limit-breaking Vegeta and the Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta burst onto the scene like startled mice, charging towards Black Goku. With a stoic expression and hands in pockets, Black Goku delivered another pair of kicks, sending both Vegeta and Vegeta reeling before they could even unleash a single technique. They too returned to their normal forms, lamenting their departure. Yet, the battle continued. Super Saiyan Blue Trunks and Goten descended from the heavens, flanking Black Goku. Bang, bang. Before they could even launch their assault, Black Goku casually dispatched them with a swift kick, sending them tumbling back to their ordinary forms, crashing to the ground in dismay. And still, it was not over. Two deep blue Brolys appeared without warning beside Black Goku. Bang, bang. In a display of utter disregard for their sudden appearance, Black Goku delivered kicks to each of their faces. The dull thuds echoed as both Brolys were sent spiraling back to their normal states, scattering in all directions, their exit marked by disappointment. The chaos was relentless. Before the transcendent forms of Super Saiyan 5 could make their entrance, Black Goku swiftly approached from behind and delivered a kick to both Goku and Vegeta. who were left bewildered and retreated momentarily. In an instant, aside from the Time Patrol officers Gohan and Meruz, the rest were sent flying into the debris-laden landscape by Black Goku's relentless assault. Today marks the end for you Saiyans, Black Goku declared with a sinister smirk, hands tucked into his pockets as he hovered above, indifferent to his opponents who struggled to rise from the ruins below. Meanwhile, the clash between the two Gohans erupted with fervor, each determined to best the other, the beast form versus the transcendent Super Saiyan 5. They exchanged blows in a fierce sparring session, hundreds of rounds unfolding, with a significant disparity in their powers. The transcendent Gohan, with superior combat experience and technique, relentlessly overwhelmed his beast counterpart, who was on the verge of defeat. Had the Time Patrol officer Gohan not held back his lethal intent, the beast Gohan would likely have sustained grave injuries. Nevertheless, even without resorting to lethal force, the Time Patrol officer maintained the upper hand, leaving the beast Gohan battered and bloodied, with numerous internal wounds. Have you truly fallen to become a mere villain consumed by destruction? The Time Patrol officer Gohan exclaimed as he launched a punch at his counterpart. In response, the beast Gohan swiftly evaded the attack, twisting away just in time before retaliating with a rapid kick. I am neither Black Goku nor a criminal. I am a hero dedicated to protecting others. How could you, who have never witnessed the tragedies of the future, understand the struggles of my daily battles? With a heavy kick, the Time Patrol officer raised his arm in defense. Upon impact, he doubled over slightly, feeling the force lift him momentarily, yet he managed to maintain his stance. Gritting his teeth and grimacing in anger from the ferocious strike, he declared, I see no justice in your actions. Since you remain unyielding, I shall not hold back. Steadying himself, the Time Patrol officer Gohan focused his energy and unleashed the Kamehameha wave towards his opponent. Kamehameha, he shouted, eyes wide with intensity as the powerful wave surged forth. Unfazed, the beast Gohan summoned his own technique, the Demon Flash Cannon, and engaged in a fierce energy clash with the Time Patrol officer. Just as the Kamehameha was about to make contact, the beast Gohan retaliated, unleashing his attack with a force akin to a needle piercing through a wheat field, redirecting the Kamehameha back towards its origin. Although the distance was minimal, it averted the imminent demise that would have resulted from the Time Patrol officer's strike. Is this what I have become by choosing a different path? My power truly has become formidable. Given more time, I would surely surpass you. The Time Patrol officer Gohan thought, gritting his teeth in frustration. The formidable power of the Super Saiyan 5 continuously pressed the advantage, and as he awakened a new form, he realized that this alternate version of himself was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Even so, I must prevail. Gohan's face was etched with determination as he intensified the power of the special beam cannon. What? He is still amplifying his strength. What is going on with this guy? The Time Patrol Gohan appeared bewildered, though the Kamehameha wave remained unshaken. How many reasons do I have to grow stronger? How many reasons compel me to never yield? Images of Cell and Broly relentlessly slaughtering in the future flashed before Gohan's eyes, each moment echoing with the sounds of anguished screams and rivers of blood. Cell and his fervent followers, along with Broly, relished the suffering of the slain. This nightmare loomed over Gohan's heart, a torment that surpassed his current fury. Witnessing Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Trunks perish before him on 2 occasions ignited a rage within him. Even though everyone had been resurrected and was now at peace, the horrific memories still failed to grant Gohan any solace. Why did Aunt Bulma have to die? Why did my mother, Trunks, and so many others have to perish? These thoughts haunted me. As the special beam cannon surged in Gohan's hands, the Time Patrol Gohan's expression shifted, astonished as he gazed at Gohan. Under his scrutiny, Gohan's eyes suddenly turned crimson, streaked with haunting tears. My strength is too feeble, and my character too timid. I refuse to accept this weakness. I have had enough. From now on, whether it be anyone or even myself, I shall absolutely not allow anything to jeopardize that which I strive to protect. In an instant, Gohan's hair crackled with lightning, becoming more defined and angular. The beast form, level 2, emerged. Oh no! Observing Gohan's sudden breakthrough, the Time Patrol Gohan felt a wave of unease and immediately sought to retreat from the wave. However, Gohan would not allow him to escape. His other hand swiftly gathered the energy for the special beam cannon. Ultimate special beam cannon. Gohan shouted as a beam, broader than a Kamehameha wave multiplied tenfold, surged toward his left arm. A golden flash erupted as the Time Patrol Gohan's expression twisted in shock beneath the radiant light. Ah! A scream pierced the air, and the one-armed Gohan was born. Chapter 69. Diverging Ideologies. Damn it. The Time Patrol Gohan clutched his empty left arm. Pain etched on his face as he glared at the beast form, Level 2 Gohan. Black Goku had once stated that, according to the normal narrative progression, it should have been I who lost an arm. However, I believe it should have been you, with your naive thoughts. Gohan glared sternly at the Time Patrol Gohan. The naive actions you have taken, I have glimpsed through the aid of the Kai of Time. Images raced through the mind of the Time Patrol Gohan. Look, this is the universe concerning Black Goku's information. It appears to be a timeline in which Son Gohan was destined to perish during the future. The Kai of Time addressed Meruz and the Time Patrol members behind him. Curiosity piqued. Time Patrol Gohan leaned in closer. The moment he did, he was taken aback. On the screen, his future self, completely disregarding the fate of the hostages, launched an attack while the villain cell held them captive. Even the hostage was an infant, mere moments old, and in the presence of its mother. As this thought crossed his mind, Time Patrol Gohan's face contorted with fury, veins bulging in anger. What kind of agony could compel one to so ruthlessly disregard the lives of innocents? Time Patrol Gohan glared fiercely at his wild, beastly counterpart, eyes filled with primal intensity. In response, Gohan chuckled derisively. Why? I overheard your conversation with Uncle Black Goku. If memory serves me right, you have seen our story. Given that, how can you still pose such a question? Thus, I must ask you, why the cruelty? This visage before me is that of your father, mother, and Aunt Bulma. Silence. Gohan suddenly erupted, lunging forward to cover Time Patrol Gohan's mouth with his hand. The speed was such that Time Patrol Gohan could only react once his voice was completely stifled. Do you have any idea how desperate the situation was back then? If not for Uncle Black Goku, I was powerless, forced to witness thousands, perhaps tens of thousands perish at the hands of Cell and Broly. Were they the villains? Did they deserve to die? If I didn't act decisively, who would save them? If I didn't show ruthlessness to combat the enemy, who would safeguard them? You bookish fool. With rage etched across his face, Gohan delivered a fierce kick to his Time Patrol self, sending him careening backward. Unable to withstand the power of Super Saiyan 5's limits, they found themselves engaged in battle on a planet littered with lava. And Gohan's kick plunged Time Patrol Gohan into a molten bath. To justify continual sacrifices with such reasoning is not your true belief, is it? Was it not your aspiration to become a scholar? Do scholars not cherish the Confucian ideals of compassion and mutual assistance? Time Patrol Gohan slowly rose, panting heavily. His left arm cradled in pain. Such is the folly of a child, he remarked. Is this truly who I am without my father and Uncle Piccolo? So ruthless. Time Patrol Gohan appeared stunned. You must be older than I. You should grasp this simple truth. Gohan regarded his Time Patrol self with icy eyes. I understand this. Yet I do not agree. To commit those acts and embellish them with various justifications is no different from the actions of those who harm others. Whether it be Dilly or Xiaofang, no one would condone such behavior. Time Patrol Gohan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gazing resolutely at Gohan. Dilly? Xiaofang? Who are they? The fierce glint in Gohan's eyes softened unexpectedly. This is your family, as well as mine. In an alternate timeline, the androids 17 and 18 did not wreak havoc upon the city, nor did any loss of life occur. Thanks to Trunks, my father did not succumb to heart disease, allowing me to grow up smoothly. Ultimately, I married and had children. Biddy Li is my wife, and Xiao Fong is my child. I have established my own family, which is also your family, son Gohan. The Time Patrol officer spoke earnestly. Gohan felt a pang of emotion, yet his heart remained unmoved. As visions of his own family life shattered in an instant, engulfed by darkness. I do not require family or a woman. I harbor no interest in romantic entanglements. My only desire is to punish those who threaten those I am sworn to protect. Gohan's visage grew pale, seemingly untouched by the Time Patrol officer's words, his fierce demeanor still glimmering with intensity. Even the notion of family could not sway him. It appeared that Black Goku had deeply ingrained his ideology. The only way to awaken him would be through force. The Time Patrol officer Gohan murmured to himself, then cast a fierce glare at Meruz, who had been watching from the sidelines. As Meruz felt Gohan's intense gaze upon him, he shifted his attention back from the beastly form of Gohan to the Time Patrol officer. A silent understanding passed between them, despite the lack of words. I wish to assist you, Gohan, but I cannot wield the angel's power unless absolutely necessary. Surely you witnessed the scene of Black Goku slaying an angel? My trump card must be preserved for a critical moment. Meru's fixed his gaze on the beastly Gohan, yearning to intervene, yet feeling powerless. It seemed he would have to rely on his own strength. The Time Patrol officer Gohan, no longer contemplating dependence on others, slapped his face to shake off the blood from his right hand and charged towards his beastly counterpart. I am coming. I will send you flying. The Time Patrol officer Gohan clenched his fists, glaring menacingly at the beastly Gohan. Come, I will kill you here, along with your family. The beastly Gohan's eyes glowed with ferocity, and flashes of his own family life flickered through his mind. In a swift motion, the two Gohans clashed once more, engaging in a fierce struggle where neither held back, unleashing their full power upon one another. This time, the battle tilted in favor of the beastly Gohan. In his second transformation, he mercilessly pummeled the Time Patrol officer Gohan, treating him like a mere punching bag. Bang, bang, bang. With each blow, the Super Saiyan Gohan was battered, his face bruised and body weakening, consciousness fading into a daze. What to do? If this continues, Gohan will surely be killed. Though I should reserve my trump card, what is the point of holding back now? I cannot bear to watch. Death is inevitable either way. Watching the Time Patrol officer Gohan being mercilessly beaten by his second beastly form, Meru's could no longer stand idly by and prepared to intervene. However, suddenly several figures came crashing down towards him as if discarded. Regrettably, Meru's reacted swiftly, deftly evading the shadow that was hurled towards him. Just as he narrowly escaped, his eyes widened in astonishment as he recognized the figures, Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta and Goku. It was foolish to assume that one could remain unscathed by merely proclaiming oneself as Super Vegeta, for once one performs that iconic gesture. One's life is destined for swift ruin. Dark Goku, bloodied and battered, dragged the barely conscious Ultra Instinct Vegeta and Gogeta into the fray. The two warriors, embodying the essence of Ultra Instinct, were unable to sustain themselves for even a moment. Meru's wore a tense expression, yet the tension was far from over. As Dark Goku carelessly tossed the Ultra Instinct Vegeta and Gogeta before him, Meru's witnessed the two Super Saiyan Blues descend from the heavens, crashing directly onto their defeated counterparts. Who else remains? Meru's inquired. In response, Dark Goku, with a sinister grin, revealed his blood-stained left hand. No one remains, only the silence of the fallen. With a snap of his fingers, two Brolys, along with Little Goku, Little Pan, Goten, and Trunks, all battered and bruised, plummeted to the ground beside Dark Goku, their bodies piling up. In less than 4 minutes, they were dispatched without mercy. Meru's gritted his teeth, anxiety etched across his face. Next, it shall be your demise. Dark Goku declared with a murderous intent, callously lifting the barely conscious Pan by her throat. Pan. This act instantly drew the attention of Time Patrol Gohan. What are you doing? Focus. Losing concentration is a grave mistake, especially in battle. Suddenly, Gohan lunged forward, his fist clenched, delivering a powerful blow to the distracted Time Patrol Gohan. The impact left the latter weak-kneed, collapsing before Gohan, who promptly seized him as one would a toy dog. That is Pan, my family in this world, and the daughter of Biddy. Theoretically, she is also your daughter. Are you not enraged by her suffering? Time Patrol Gohan bellowed in outrage. You are you, and I am I. Even if our essences are identical, our hearts do not beat as one. As long as the sacrifice is meaningful, it does not matter who dies, even if it is myself. Wild Gohan's demeanor was that of a beast, devoid of humanity in his gaze. You devil! Time Patrol Gohan spat in hatred, glancing anxiously towards Dark Goku. Fortunately, Dark Goku retained a flicker of humanity, refraining from decisively ending Pan's life. He merely held her aloft. With a casual toss, Dark Goku flung the barely conscious Pan into the air. Let us conclude this. Angel, he stated with a cold gaze, assuming an air of tyranny as he faced Meru's. In this once and for all, Meru's, his expression grave, activated Ultra Instinct. Simultaneously, Dark Goku unleashed his demonic transformation. Chapter 70. The indomitable Godslayer let the battle come to a close, Meru's declared, lacking the conviction to win. His face a mask of tension as he prepared for combat against Dark Goku. Today marks the day of your last breath. Dark Goku wasted no time, charging towards Meru's with swift ferocity. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Black Goku appeared before Meru's and delivered a powerful punch. Bang! as the fist struck. Meru swiftly raised his arm to block, but was immediately sent flying by Black Goku's formidable strength. Without hesitation, Black Goku followed up with a flurry of punches and kicks aimed at Meru's. Thud, 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 thud. In an instant, Black Goku unleashed countless blows upon Meru's, who struggled to defend against the torrential onslaught. While attempting to counterattack, Meru's found himself dazed by Black Goku's relentless assault, unable to retaliate and forced to retreat defensively. Do you not require the power of an angel? Or do you lack the resolve to sacrifice for those you wish to protect? Black Goku taunted as he seized Meru's by the hair and delivered a crushing blow to his face. A dull thud echoed as Meru's, unable to evade, took the hit. Blood gushed from his nostrils, staining the ground. Surely the strength of an apprentice angel exceeds this? Show me your full power. Once more, Black Goku executed a nuclear kick, sending Meru's hurtling through the air like a ragdoll amidst the ruins. Witnessing Meru's being mercilessly battered, the Time Patrol members were gripped by anxiety. Cough, cough, Meru's grimaced in agony, trembling as he struggled to rise. He cried out, enduring the pain as he forced himself to stand. No sooner had he regained his footing than Black Goku charged at him again. With great effort, Meru's lifted his arm to defend against the incoming attack. Suddenly, without warning, Black Goku unleashed a blade of energy that sliced toward Meru's. Unaware that Black Goku had weaponized his power, Meru's was caught off guard as a long gash appeared on his arm, blood spurting uncontrollably. You dare use a weapon? Meru's exclaimed in disbelief, fixated on the energy blade that had injured him. In response, Black Goku showed no sign of shame, instead asserting his perspective. Did we ever establish rules for this battle? Did we declare that weapons were off limits? Without pausing, Black Goku swiftly reversed his grip on the energy blade and lunged at Meru's once more. Sensing the impending strike, Meru's quickly turned to evade, but fell into Black Goku's trap. In an instant, the energy blade transformed into a sword, thrusting toward Meru's. Although he anticipated the move, Black Goku's cunning and speed caught him off guard, piercing his left arm. This is bad, Meru's thought, trying to retract his arm, but Black Goku launched a surprise attack. With a swift motion, a crimson light flashed as the energy sword expanded, leaving Meru's with a severed arm before his very eyes. He cried out in excruciating pain. His face contorted as he clutched his wound and glared at Black Goku. What kind of funeral do you desire? Black Goku inquired, swinging the bloodied energy scythe menacingly, pressing it against Meru's throat. Upon witnessing the injury of Meru's, a multitude of Time Patrollers could no longer remain passive and unleash their most formidable forms to confront Black Goku. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of brilliant lights illuminated the scene, casting a dazzling glow upon the rose-hued figure of Black Goku. Faced with such a spectacle, Black Goku displayed neither intent to evade nor to defend. He merely concentrated his gaze. With a single glance, an onslaught of invisible attacks was unleashed. Bang! 2 Vegetas and 2 Gogetas were struck by several slashes, their bodies marred by deep gashes, collapsing in a bloodied heap amidst the ruins. Bang! Goten and Trunks, along with Vegeta and Goku, found themselves mercilessly pummeled by a barrage of unseen blows, their bodies bruised and battered, crumpling to the ground. Bang! 2 Brolys, along with Kid Goku and Kid Pan, were as if struck by a nuclear blast, their bodies scorched and falling to the earth. The radiant energy emanating from the Time Patrollers failed to reach Black Goku before being met with his intangible assaults, leaving them grievously injured, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Cough! The cries of the Time Patrollers echoed in despair, rendering them incapable of continuing the fight. Observing this scene, the Time Patroller Gohan, who refrained from rushing in, swallowed hard, anxiety coursing through him. What are you looking around for? Suddenly, Beast Gohan charged towards Time Patroller Gohan, delivering a powerful punch. This is bad. Time Patroller Gohan reacted swiftly, dodging just in time. However, Beast Gohan launched another strike. Smack! With a dull thud, Time Patroller Gohan was struck in the abdomen by Beast Gohan's fist, pain overwhelming him as his eyes rolled back. First, deal with your companions. Then you can pass me. Beast Gohan kicked out, sending Time Patroller Gohan flying once more, and without hesitation, Beast Gohan surged forward again. Returning to Black Goku, he declared, "Now you are out of options. All those you sought have fallen." He faced Meru's, his expression menacingly cold. "TSK. In the face of Black Goku's ferocity, Meru's seethed with indignation. Is this truly necessary? The Time Patrollers have yet to employ lethal force against you, battling with the resolve to eliminate you. Do you not feel a shred of shame? At this, Black Goku's tone darkened. You expect them to kill me without resorting to lethal means? He kicked Meru's violently, ruthlessly pinning him beneath his foot. Meru's, you may be a commendable angel, but to oppose me is to invite your demise. He brandished his scythe, poised to strike. I do not wish to fight you. You cannot possibly be the relentless butcher traversing through the multiverse we seek, can you? At these words, Black Goku halted his scythe mid-air, perplexed. What do you mean? Black Goku felt a surge of curiosity. The reason I do not call myself a destroyer is that I genuinely wish to converse with you. Tell me, why do you seek to slay the destroyers? Meru's inquired. His final words held no particular reason. The world does not require gods who cannot protect humanity. A destroyer god is incapable of safeguarding anyone and will only inflict harm, rendering its existence unnecessary. Black Goku spoke in a tone devoid of emotion, as if he were discussing a matter of utmost simplicity. As for the Kaioshin and the angels, they do not engage in wanton slaughter, do they? Moreover, they endeavor to protect humanity. Myers inquired further, what about them? The destroyer god is dead, one due to binding, the other due to shutdown. Why must the angels perish? Because if I do not eliminate them, they are likely to inform others of my actions, thus causing me trouble. Black Goku maintained a calm demeanor. Indeed, to be candid, I harbor disdain for them as well. I believe gods who cannot safeguard humanity truly deserve to perish. This is also the reason I did not bring the destroyer god with me. At that moment, Myers unexpectedly betrayed his stance, seemingly poised to ally with Black Goku. What is happening? Why have you suddenly turned against us? Black Goku chuckled, amused by the twist of events. I merely find your ideals to be remarkably noble. What a load of rubbish those gods are. They all deserve to die, especially the Time Patrollers. Myers concentrated energy in his hands and unleashed it violently towards the Time Patroller lying on the ground. A thunderous explosion resonated as Myers fired, leaving the Time Patrollers in a state of shock. Indeed, Myers had initiated his betrayal. With another resounding boom, the Time Patrollers were utterly obliterated by Myers' energy blast, leaving them gasping for breath, completely incapacitated. How about that? After completing this act, Myers turned to Black Goku with a slight smile. This ruthless scene was witnessed by the Time Patroller Gohan, who, upon realizing Myers' treachery, was instantly filled with rage and charged towards him. Myers, you traitor. Hey, your opponent is me. Seeing the Time Patroller Gohan dash towards Myers, the Beast Gohan, who was confronting him, hurriedly pursued, but it was too late. The Time Patroller Gohan had already launched himself at Myers. Myers, Gohan shouted as he aimed a kick at him. In response, Myers adjusted his stance, throwing a punch without regard for any semblance of mercy. With a single blow, the Time Patroller Gohan was sent flying, crashing heavily into the ruins, unable to rise again. This brutal betrayal of a comrade shocked Gohan, and it similarly stirred a sense of pity within Black Goku. Following this, Myers, resolute, knelt before Black Goku, feigning the gesture of offering his heart, and began to express grandiose sentiments alongside his newfound determination. For a moment, the evolution of expressions led Gohan to believe that Myers had indeed turned from light to darkness. In a display of eloquent rhetoric, Myers, akin to a devoted acolyte of Black Goku, ruthlessly assaulted the Time Patrollers, even cruelly slaying the Super Saiyan 5 limit-breaking Vegeta before their eyes. Witnessing this scene, had Black Goku not been familiar with Dragon Ball and Myers' character, he might have easily been led to believe that Gohan had accepted Myers into their ranks. Well performed. Black Goku clapped his hands. My loyalty to you is unwavering. Behold, as Meru's raised his arm, unleashing a wave of energy that extinguished the life of the bipolar Vegeta, his countenance exuding an air of innocence. This act did not escape the discerning gaze of Black Goku, who, despite Meru's earnest performance, perceived the multitude of flaws evident to one well-versed in the Dragon Ball Saga. You may believe your deceit is flawlessly crafted, yet it is riddled with inconsistencies, revealing the telltale signs of betrayal. Meru's, taken aback momentarily, swiftly masked his astonishment, preparing to profess his loyalty. However, Black Goku interrupted him. Do you think your assertion of not being a god of destruction is intended to engage me in conversation? Do you believe that claiming I am not the time-traveling fugitive you pursue will earn my trust? With a swift motion, A slicing strike descended upon Meru's chest. "Aya!" he cried out, grievously wounded by the invisible assault. "Merus!" The time patrollers called out helplessly. "You worthless scum! How dare you feign concern for a deity?" Merus seethed with fury. "Be honest, your fate is sealed." In a sudden twist, Black Goku produced the divine staff hidden behind Merus and shattered it before his eyes. "My recorded battle footage." "No," Merus shouted, attempting to rise and intervene, yet Black Goku swiftly swung a scythe in his direction. A flash of crimson light passed, and darkness enveloped Merus's vision as his consciousness began to flicker. Prior to the confrontation, Merus had sought the aid of the Supreme Kai of Time at the sacred realm of the Time-Space Administration, imploring for assistance. Black Goku possesses the power of a god of destruction? This poses a significant dilemma, the Time Patrollers exclaimed, their expressions revealing their trepidation. Alongside a resurrected Vegeta from the underworld. "If it comes to that, I shall take action," spoke the Supreme Kai of Time, Kaian, addressing the Time Patrollers before him. These words were met with immediate dissent from the gathered Time Patrollers. Vegeta, his head crowned with an angelic halo, was the first to voice his opposition. "That Zamasu has comprehended the Super Saiyan Rose 2 transformation, his power formidable enough to overwhelm both myself and Kakarot in our Super Saiyan 4 forms. Exercise caution." "Indeed. We exerted our utmost, yet were still vanquished," Goku concurred. "Fear not. No matter how powerful he may be, he cannot defy time. I shall simply freeze his very existence, allowing you to strike at the opportune moment. Is that not so? Have you not grown stronger?" The Supreme Kai of Time exhibited unwavering confidence, seemingly unperturbed by the might of Black Goku. "That may not suffice," Merus interjected suddenly. "What troubles you? Do you harbor doubts?" The Supreme Kai of Time, Kaian, fixed his gaze upon Merus. "The angel from Universe 4, Konik, has sent word that Zamasu, or Black Goku, has surpassed the power of the gods of destruction. Even the likes of Beerus and the god of destruction from Universe 4, Quitella, cannot contend with him at full strength. Konik speculates that Black Goku's power may have reached the threshold of half an angel's level." Merus wore a serious expression. Upon the utterance of these words, the assembly was engulfed in astonishment, with the Kaioshin of Time, Kane, expressing disbelief. Utilizing his powers, he initiated an investigation into the character of Black Goku through a machine designed to probe temporal figures within his office. To his shock, the inquiry revealed a plethora of information regarding Black Goku's alterations to the future, including his mentorship of Trunks, who ascended to Super Saiyan 2 prematurely, as well as the survival of Gohan amidst the androids, fostering his strength to confront Cell and bravely face Broly. Among these revelations was a scene witnessed by the Time Patrol where Gohan, disregarding the lives of innocents, ruthlessly vanquished Cell, mirroring Black Goku's own mercilessness. The Time Patrol officers were already in a state of disbelief, but the revelations did not cease there. They further uncovered Black Goku achieving divinity and clashing with Beerus, only to subsequently vanish, followed by the disappearance of Whis and Beerus. How is this possible? Kane, the Kaioshin of Time, thought, his teeth clenched in fear. At this juncture, it was evident that any attempt at confrontation would be akin to throwing eggs against stone. Given Black Goku's unscathed return from battle with Beerus, it was clear that Whis, the Angel of Universe 7, was undoubtedly in peril. To contend with Zamasu, it would necessitate the mobilization of all destruction deities from their respective timelines. As noted by Mel's astute analysis, "What shall we do?" Kane inquired eagerly, mirroring the anticipation of the Time Patrol officers present. Mel's, undeterred by their curiosity, laid bare his strategy. They would first gauge Black Goku's strength by revealing information about him. Subsequently, he would act without the assistance of angelic powers or their involvement, deliberately allowing Black Goku to believe that it was Konik who had alerted him. This would serve to gain Black Goku's trust, leading to a comprehensive disclosure of his capabilities, crafting a battle plan for the destruction deities, and coordinating with the Time Patrol. Only through this method would they stand a chance, though sacrifices would be required from them. Mel's exuded confidence, showing no trace of anxiety, yet this assurance was abruptly shattered. With a resounding thud, Mel's found himself pierced through the heart by Black Goku's scythe. Emerging from the reverie of his thoughts, not employing angelic powers, nor invoking the strength of a destroyer, and preventing Kaioshin Kane from receiving any word from you, correct? Black Goku's expression was frigid as he lifted Mel's with the scythe. How could this be a failure? Mel's questioned, perplexed, gazing at Black Goku's grim visage. He struggled to comprehend where he had erred. Even without betraying trust, he could not fathom being exposed. Yet, he remained oblivious to the existence of a narrative seen from a divine perspective. Without further ado, Black Goku raised his hand towards Mel's, and in an instant, a cataclysmic wave of destruction surged forth, manifesting in a devastating strike while Black Goku was enveloped in his Super Saiyan Rose form. As the attack descended, Meru's was utterly unable to resist, transforming into a flash of white light, dissipating with countless questions left unanswered. In this moment, no divine being stood in the way of Black Goku. Only mortals remained. Today marked the demise of all Saiyans. After vanquishing Meru's, Black Goku cast a serious gaze upon the surviving Time Patrol officers. The scales of victory began to tilt. What would the Time Patrol officers do? Would they flee or resist? It seemed that fate had already been sealed. Suddenly, the surviving Time Patrol officers rose, each bursting forth in a myriad of blue and white forms, charging at Black Goku like feral beasts. In an instant, Black Goku found himself encircled by the Saiyans. Yet, he remained unperturbed, leisurely wielding the energy scythe in his hand. Chapter 71. The seed of evil germinates. A scream echoed as Meru's met his demise, and the battlefield had reached its conclusion. Gazing at the Time Patrol officers, Black Goku was resolute in his brutality, harboring no intention of sparing their lives as he unleashed soul-shattering attacks. With a swift motion, cries of anguish filled the air, but Black Goku ignored them all in his ruthless slaughter. Even Trunks could not deter Black Goku from his path of destruction. As he had stated, any hindrance, even if it were comrades, family, or children, would not be spared when necessary. After the cacophony of screams, the battle fell into silence. Black Goku secured his victory without a hint of uncertainty. Observing this scene, Gohan finally exhaled, relieved that it was over. With a sigh of relief, Gohan resumed his normal form and approached Black Goku. Uncle Black Goku, you. Before he could finish, a devilish glare from Black Goku silenced him. I apologize, Gohan. The power of my transformation is indeed difficult to control. Grimacing in pain, Black Goku suppressed the uncontrollable darkness within, regaining his original appearance. Having reverted from his transformation, Black Goku seemed to have been drained of all strength, collapsing onto the ground. Let me help you, Gohan offered, disregarding the earlier tension as he extended a helping hand to Black Goku. Thank you. Black Goku weakly grasped Gohan's wrist. With Gohan's support, he slowly exerted force, lifting Black Goku onto his back. Now, I've returned the favor. Consider it a debt repaid, Uncle Black Goku, Gohan remarked with determination, a faint smile gracing his lips. Debt? Take your time repaying it. I shall await your return. But before that, we must settle accounts with someone, Black Goku replied, his expression sinister and filled with murderous intent as he activated the time ring to traverse dimensions. Inside the Emperor's palace, do not remove my tongue. Do not sterilize me. Wah. Your Excellency, please calm down. This is not the tongue removal hell. There are no demons here to torment you. In a spacious office, the so-called supreme leader of a nation, revered even by dogs, found himself in the underworld after Black Goku obliterated the universe. As for why he had arrived in the underworld, due to the magnanimous nature of Black Wukong, who harbored no resentment towards their goodwill. He deliberately allowed the underworld to retain the presence of the Scarlet Emperor and his corrupt officials, so they might experience life in a different light. Thus, the Emperor and his entourage were subjected to 18 torturous punishments for a full millennium, a fate made possible by Black Wukong's generous wish. Oh, how I dread returning to that place. Not only is there a lack of comfortable beds, but when parched, one must drink scalding magma, and when hungry, endure a life sustained only by the remnants of nuclear devastation. This is the true essence of existence. The Scarlet Emperor, terrified of the hellish life akin to a stray dog finding a home, lavished affection upon the very sofa he once regarded with disdain. He rubbed his face against the table where he used to place his tea, and in a frenzied display of nostalgia, he rubbed against every piece of furniture in the room, entirely oblivious to the presence of others, until his face turned purple from the exertion. Once a figure of immense nobility, the Scarlet Emperor now found himself in a wretched state. Is this what humanity is? He mused. In that case, do you perceive me as a hero? Suddenly, an abrasive voice shattered his reverie. What? Turning his head in irritation, The Scarlet Emperor was met with a sight more terrifying than any demon: the appearance of Black Goku, a figure capable of inflicting even greater suffering than the 18 tortures he had endured. My hair, how can you be alive? Has heaven deemed my trials too trivial, compelling me to confront madness? Upon seeing Black Goku, the Emperor was so overwhelmed with fear that he collapsed onto the floor. Your Majesty, the nearby bodyguard, alarmed by this reaction, rushed to provide protection. However, before he could make a move, Black Goku was upon him. Destruction. A piercing scream echoed as the bodyguard vanished amidst a swirl of purple light. Oh heavens, must I face death once more? The Scarlet Emperor gazed tearfully at Black Goku. At that moment, their eyes met, and memories flooded back to Black Goku, as if playing out in a cinematic sequence, highlighting the betrayal he had suffered at the hands of the Scarlet Emperor, leading to his manipulation by Cell. To be honest, a mere 1,000 years is insufficient. I ought to grant you a 500,000-year experience of life. Black Goku, filled with rage, kicked over the coffee table before seizing the Emperor without restraint. Please, no? Don't kill me. I am still a virgin. The Scarlet Emperor attempted to resist, but his strength was as feeble as that of an ant before Black Goku. And in no time, he was hoisted as if he were a mere chick. Let us settle our accounts. I have heard tales of your ugly, toad-like visage and your desire to eliminate me through Cell's machinations. Black Goku gathered an energy blade, aiming it at the Emperor's groin. Not that. The sight horrified the Scarlet Emperor. What? Suddenly, Black Goku's demeanor turned icy, further alarming the Emperor, who hastily corrected himself. You may sever my limbs, but without this, my happiness in the latter half of life would be obliterated. That would not suffice. It is but a ping-pong ball. If severed, you might as well become a eunuch. Black Goku swung his weapon mercilessly. No, no, no. I was wrong. I will do anything you ask. Just don't strike there. Suddenly, Emperor Farron began to weep like an infant. Can't you show a bit of ambition instead of just crying? Black Goku, disgusted by Emperor Farron's tears, cast him aside. I'm frightened. I have always been timid, and my father used to abuse me. There was nothing I could do, Emperor Farron said, wiping his tears as he knelt on the floor before Black Goku. Upon hearing this, Black Goku wore a blank expression. Forget it. I didn't come here to beat you. I have something to discuss. Black Goku, maintaining his composure, found a spot to sit in front of Emperor Farron. What is it? Emperor Farron asked, puzzled. Black Goku, unhurried, produced an album and tossed it in front of Emperor Farron. The photographs depicted a line of ragged children, some limbless, smiling with only a few teeth visible. What is this? Emperor Farron inquired, bewildered. This is the plight of the refugees in the West. Take a good look, Black Goku replied, silently observing Emperor Farron. Is the situation in the West this dire? Are the refugees truly in such condition? The reports I received did not indicate this. Emperor Farron exclaimed, shock overtaking him. But he soon grasped the reality. Could it be that all the information I've received is fabricated? Suddenly, his face contorted with anger. When Sheru revealed your betrayal to me, had you been in front of me then, I would have torn you apart without hesitation. But now, I have a change of heart. Rather than seeing you, this scoundrel, die without a grave, why not have you reform the corrupt elements in the political arena? You could combat crime and assist charities, providing a glimmer of hope to those suffering refugees. Black Goku scratched his head, his eyes fixed intently on the somber-faced Emperor Farron. The torment you endure in hell is by my design. I wished for you, this scoundrel, to truly comprehend your wrongdoings, to feel the weight of your errors. Throughout this ordeal, I remained uncertain of its efficacy. I have never trusted your kind, just as you have never cared for the suffering of the world. However, there are certain things I must compel you to undertake. I am but a clown, while you are the heroes. Only heroes can embark on such tasks. And as a mere clown, I can only assist you in your endeavors, unable to replace you. Even if you heroes are despicable, I disdain you. Yet the choice lies with you. If you refuse, I, as a clown, cannot enforce your compliance. However, should the people of this world continue to suffer due to your failings, I shall not spare you. Black Goku's expression turned icy as he glared at Emperor Farron. Under that gaze, rather than fear, Emperor Farron fell into deep contemplation. Observing this scene, Black Goku questioned whether his actions were truly effective, whether sparing the other would lead to any change. Yet he could only let the winds of fate blow where they may. Throughout it all, Black Goku remained merely a clown behind the scenes, never able to become the hero, destined to allow the heroes to shine on stage in their glory. I hope you find yourself in hell, enduring more than mere torment. As for the future, that is for you to determine, but do not forget my warning. With that, Black Goku departed without a backward glance. As for what would transpire next, Black Goku could only hope that such a hero would bring about change. Outside the Emperor's palace, having concluded his conversation, Black Goku strode confidently towards the palace. Just as he stepped outside, he was met with an overwhelming sight. A vast army sprawled ineffectively on the ground. Protecting the homeland? With such feeble strength, they could hardly harm even an android, a pitiful bunch. Observing this, Gohan nonchalantly flicked his wrist and directed a punch towards a few remaining soldiers. You've gone a bit too far, Gohan, Black Goku interjected, halting his friend from continuing the fight. What? Gohan turned his head, ceasing his assault. The soldiers, relieved, collapsed to the ground, exhausted. If you take them down, who will protect our homeland? Black Goku approached Gohan, playfully smacking him on the forehead. Gohan winced, clutching his brow. They're merely unconscious. They'll awaken in less than 10 minutes. It hurts. At least you have a bit of heart. What do you plan to do next? Black Goku inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Gohan replied with resolve. I had initially thought to follow you on your adventures after meeting everyone, but I've realized this timeline still needs me. As long as evil exists, I must remain here. This is my hometown. It requires my protection, and I cannot leave so carelessly. Black Goku remained silent for a moment before a look of appreciation crossed his face. Whether you follow me or not is irrelevant. Your growth is what truly matters. In fact, I intended for you to meet Trunks, as he has been longing to see you. A faint smile graced Black Goku's lips. Trunks, that boy is good-hearted. I too wish to see him, especially now that he has grown up facing the androids alone. However, this place still requires my presence. Here, take this, Gohan said, reaching into his pocket and retrieving a symbol resembling a rice motif, which he handed to Black Goku. Is this a gift to facilitate a meeting between me and Trunks? Black Goku queried, perplexed. Yes, although I have met another Trunks from a different timeline who serves as a time patrol officer, he is not the Trunks you spoke of. Please give this to him. I believe he will appreciate it. It serves as a means to compensate for my regret of not being able to meet him. Gohan smiled gently. Understood. I shall convey your message. Thus, we bid farewell for now, Black Goku affirmed with unwavering determination. Until next time, I hope to become even stronger than you. Uncle Black Goku. Gohan extended his fist towards him. You little rascal, I await that day. Let us have a rematch then. Black Goku, usually stoic, revealed a smile as they fist bumped, solidifying their pact. Yet, uncertainty lingered regarding when they might meet again, or if they ever would. Chapter 72. Another Black Wukong in this world. All gatherings must eventually come to an end. The fleeting moments shared between Black Wukong and Gohan have swiftly concluded. Amidst a shimmering green light, Black Wukong embarked on a temporal journey through the Dragon Ball Cell timeline. Would he once again confront Cell? Black Wukong found himself in a city, walking alone along the seemingly deserted streets. There appeared to be no errors in his traversal. He had marked his departure point during his last exit, ensuring accurate navigation. Observing the surroundings, he noted the antiquated architecture compared to the future timelines. Affirming his certainty, Black Wukong began to utilize his heightened sensitivity to detect energies in the vicinity. In an instant, a myriad of figures, children, the elderly, and adults, flashed through his mind. A diverse array of humanity. They were significantly distant from the warriors. After a meticulous search, Black Wukong finally pinpointed a location dense with energy, situated 300 kilometers to the south. Suddenly, the air was pierced by sounds of a scuffle and the cries of distress. Perturbed by these dissonant noises, Black Wukong turned his head to investigate. The source of the commotion was not far off. Driven by curiosity, he abandoned the notion of instantaneously teleporting and instead walked slowly toward the alley where the disturbance originated. Who do you think you are? Remember my name. I'm Black Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven. A wild, 7-year-old boy, bearing a striking resemblance to Black Wukong, charged recklessly at a group of towering men over 2 meters tall. Without a doubt, the small boy was quickly overpowered, reduced to tears and unable to resist, crumpling to the ground. Yet, despite his battered state, he stubbornly rose again. Bloodied and bruised, driven by a fierce loyalty to his pet dog. Do you really want me to hit you a few more times before you relent? Is your pet worth this? One of the burly men huffed, breathing heavily. Is it worth it? This is the only thing that gives my life meaning. What do you think? The young Black Wukong's eyes burned with determination as he stood protectively in front of his beloved dog, refusing to yield even as his consciousness teetered on the brink of collapse. Very well. Since you have chosen this path, do not blame us for what follows. The men, bored with their previous amusement, brandished their weapons and charged toward the young boy. Undeterred, the young Black Wukong held his ground, his gaze unwavering. At that precarious moment, a figure suddenly interposed between the two parties. Is it fitting for men of your stature to bully a child? In an instant, Black Wukong delivered a powerful strike, sending 6 or 7 of the burly men crashing against the walls, rendered unconscious and incapable of rising again. Who are you? One remaining man exclaimed, his face a mask of anxiety as he gazed at the newly arrived savior, Black Wukong. Black Wukong merely responded with a swift motion. In a moment of decisive action, Black Wukong summoned a blade of energy in his hand and, without hesitation, struck down the burly man before him, right in front of the child behind him. The cold wind swept through, and Black Wukong stood resolutely before the towering figures, embodying the essence of invincibility. Do not waste my time, he declared, turning to the child behind him, intending to inquire if all was well. Yet, upon catching sight of the child's face, he found himself momentarily stunned. Little Wukong? Black Wukong mistakenly believed he had saved the young version of himself. Although he was perplexed by the child's presence, the instinct to engage in battle surged forth, compelling him to attack. Just as he was about to strike, a sudden bark erupted from the dog behind little Black Wukong. At the sound, Black Wukong halted his assault. Wangzai? Little Black Wukong immediately turned to look at his pet dog, Wangkai. Upon hearing the name Wangkai, Black Wukong was reminded of his own childhood pet, who had accompanied him through the earlier years of his life. The resemblance was astonishing. He had assumed it was merely a coincidence, yet little Black Wukong's dog was also a black Chinese rural dog. Caught in this uncanny moment, Black Wukong was taken aback. Not only did the breeds match, but the dog's foolish expression mirrored that of his own Wangkai precisely, as if they were cast from the same mold. Although the aesthetic differed from reality, the expressions bore no trace of dissimilarity. Intrigued, Black Wukong sought answers from the system within him. What is going on? Why does this dog look exactly like my Wangkai? The system remained silent, as if it had gone dormant, ignoring Black Wukong's pleas. Annoyed by the system's aloofness, Black Wukong's irritation flared. Are you on maternity leave? Stop being mute. He relinquished the attempt at communication, refocusing on the strikingly similar duo before him. Are you frightened? Wangkai, don't be scared. A familiar melody echoed in Black Wukong's mind, reminiscent of the times he had comforted his own dog when it was frightened. Alas, those days were but memories now, forever altered. As nostalgia washed over him, Black Wukong's mood soured, and he prepared to depart. However, just as he took a step, little Black Wukong called out to him. Do you also go by Black Wukong, my benefactor? Perplexed, Black Wukong turned back. You share my name? He queried, bewildered. What a coincidence. You look just like me. Little Black Wukong exclaimed, curiosity lighting his face as he regarded the older version of himself. That question should be directed at you. Who are you, and what brings you here? What just transpired? Black Wukong countered. Little Black Wukong opened his mouth to respond, but before he could utter a word, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed, blood seeping from his ears. Brain hemorrhage. The scene of the little Black Wukong bleeding from his ears immediately alerted the Black Wukong to the situation at hand. Adhering to the principle of weighing the merits and demerits of benevolent actions, he promptly rushed forward to embrace the little Black Wukong. Initially, the dog that had been guarding the little Black Wukong was quite resistant, but after a moment of mutual gaze with the Black Wukong, it suddenly ceased its resistance and allowed him to carry the little Black Wukong away. In a hurried attempt to provide urgent treatment for the little Black Wukong, the Black Wukong, accompanied by his steadfast canine companion, made his way to a nearby hospital, ensuring that the little one was admitted within the critical 60 seconds. The doctors swiftly commenced their efforts to save the young Wukong. Oh, little ghost, you truly are my living Yama. I should never have been curious enough to glance back. The Black Wukong reflected, feeling a wave of helplessness as he patiently sat on the cold bench outside the emergency room. Thus began his wait, and he sat there for an hour. The experience was rather tedious. Instead of seizing this opportunity to seek out Trunks, the Black Wukong found himself oddly passing the time. as if some unseen force compelled him to do so. In the lengthy wait, the words "in emergency" on the door finally transformed into a sense of relief as the doctor emerged, delivering the news that the operation had been successful and the patient was in stable condition. "Is it over?" Finally, sighed the Black Wukong, feeling as though a weight had been lifted from his chest. Yet, a new tension arose, for he knew he would soon face the daunting medical expenses, which amounted to a staggering 50 million yen, to be settled on the first floor. The doctor before him offered a slight smile before departing. "Well, that's settled," utterly comical, the Black Wukong muttered, covering his forehead, feeling both helpless and somewhat self-mocking. In that moment, he realized he was utterly alone. Originally, Bulma had kindly intended to help him avoid unnecessary financial burdens, but after this surgery, the funds had been depleted to mere scraps. However, the Black Wukong held no regrets. At least the money had been spent for a noble cause. Through the surgical room window, he spotted the little Black Wukong being safely transferred from the emergency room to a hospital ward, which filled him with a sense of peace, prompting him to prepare for departure. Yet, just as the little Black Wukong was being wheeled away, he suddenly stammered, unsure of how to express himself. "Don't hit me, sister. I was wrong. I won't be a bother anymore." Upon hearing these words, the Black Wukong froze, his expression stiffening as he watched the little Black Wukong being pushed further away. A strange impulse to stay washed over him at that moment, as if an inexplicable voice was urging him to remain, suggesting that not accompanying the little spirit would lead to regret. What kind of regret, he could not quite pinpoint, but he sensed that failing to go would result in another version of himself becoming as grotesque as he felt now. Chapter 73. The Uncanny Similarity on the Cold Floor. A woman of remarkable stature and beauty wielded a whip, relentlessly striking the little Black Wukong, who lay there, barely clinging to life. "Why do I always encounter such scoundrels? Why?" She screamed with anguish, then swung the whip with force, landing a heavy blow upon the little Black Wukong. "Why does a fool like you even deserve to exist in this world?" Little Black Wukong harbored a deep-seated disdain for the woman before him. Despite her stunning physique and striking beauty, the mere sight of her filled him with revulsion. "Why was I cast aside? It's all because of you." The woman seized the nearly lifeless little Black Wukong and unleashed a flurry of slaps upon his swollen face, akin to that of a pig. "Had you not interrupted my breath, you wouldn't hate me. Had you merely blinked once more, you wouldn't despise me." The woman, in a frenzy, gripped little Black Wukong's neck, her expression a furious determination to strangle him. "Scum!" Little Black Wukong cursed inwardly, yet dared not utter a word. As for the reason, one could ask his indifferent mother, busy with laundry, and his father, engrossed in the newspaper. If he were to voice the thoughts swirling in his mind, they would surely brand him a demon and punish him, wouldn't they? Why had he been dealt such a hand? Why did he have such parents? With a heart full of unexpressed rage, little Black Wukong cast a resentful glance at his parents. "You're the demon who ruined my love life," his sister derided. "Me a demon? You all are the true demons. You deserve to rot in hell." Little Black Wukong shouted, his fury boiling over. Suddenly, jolted from a nightmare, he sat up in bed, his face a mask of anger, vocalizing his wrath. The loud outburst startled Black Wukong, who was peeling an apple, nearly slicing his finger in the process. "What's wrong?" Black Wukong stifled his anger, striving to maintain his composure as he looked at little Black Wukong. As he gazed over, he noticed that little Black Wukong was crying, his expression woefully reminiscent of his own childhood tears. "You had a nightmare," Black Wukong said, offering him the peeled apple. "An apple?" Little Black Wukong inhaled deeply, turning to face the fruit being offered. Driven by hunger, he seized the apple and devoured it voraciously. "No one is competing with you," Black Wukong sighed in exasperation, but soon his gaze softened with empathy as he observed little Black Wukong's desperate state. Once little Black Wukong had finished the sizable apple, he immediately inquired, "Didn't your family ever prepare a hearty meal for you?" Little Black Wukong remained silent, casting a melancholic glance at Black Wukong, his expression akin to one on the verge of collapse from blood loss. Sensing his reluctance to respond, Black Wukong chose not to press further and promptly retrieved a bag of bread and a bottle of water. In no time, little Black Wukong began to ravenously consume once more, finishing an entire loaf of bread in mere moments. Observing this, Black Wukong generously continued to pass him one bread after another. In a fleeting moment, the little Black Wukong devoured 12 loaves of bread, yet still appeared unsated. as though he had not tasted sustenance for several days. Observing this scene, the Black Wukong crossed his arms, his expression grave. It seems you haven't eaten in quite some time. You resemble how I looked in my youth when I was also left hungry. I can't help but wonder if you might be my doppelganger. The little Black Wukong remained silent, silently chewing his bread. Just a jest. If you choose not to respond, so be it. I shall step out for a while. The Black Wukong rose, appearing to prepare for departure. Where are you going? The sudden intent to leave startled the little Black Wukong, causing him to anxiously part his lips in inquiry. Upon hearing this, the Black Wukong turned his head, and upon witnessing the little Black Wukong's fearful demeanor at the thought of his departure, he promptly revealed his intention. I am going out to procure some food. I have been waiting for you to awaken for nearly 6 hours, and I, too, am quite hungry. Oh, what do you intend to buy? The Black Wukong asked unexpectedly. I don't know what I want to eat. The little Black Wukong hesitated, seemingly too shy to voice his desires, suppressing them within. How about bibimbap? And perhaps some donuts and sweet and sour ribs, right? The Black Wukong interjected. How do you know? The little Black Wukong inquired, perplexed. It's a guess. Children tend to love such foods. I shall bring them back for you. Just wait. The Black Wukong smiled faintly before departing. Under the vacuous gaze of the little Black Wukong, the Black Wukong returned shortly, bearing an array of his favorite foods. I brought sweet and sour ribs, generously seasoned with soy sauce, donuts with a hint of caramelization, and bibimbap prepared with minimal oil and salt. The Black Wukong placed the table he had brought before the little Black Wukong and laid out the food for him. In astonishment, the little Black Wukong gazed at the Black Wukong. Did you check my household registration? How do you know my favorite foods and even my habits? He queried. In response, the Black Wukong remained silent, instead offering a bowl of firm rice and a pair of wooden chopsticks to him. I was pondering how much you resemble me. And given our similar experiences and certain traits, I thought back to my childhood when my family neglected to feed me. In my hunger-induced madness, I recalled the foods I longed for, gambling that you might share my tastes. It is quite a coincidence that your dietary preferences mirror my own. The Black Wukong then served a dish to the little Black Wukong. This sudden action brought a flicker of warmth to the heart of the little Black Wukong, who, in a daze, inadvertently expressed his innermost thoughts. Indeed, you are right. My family has never provided me with a full meal. I haven't eaten like this in 3 days. I long for such food, yet my parents have told me that my life is worthless, unworthy of such fine meals. Over time, I began to believe it myself, and thus I dared not voice such desires, only allowing myself to think them. Though I have left home, I cannot forget, for they would say. As he spoke, the little Black Wukong seemed to be engulfed by a wave of painful memories, covering his arms in anguish. This scene was entirely captured by the Black Wukong, who felt a profound resonance with the experiences and the fear displayed by the little Black Wukong. His demeanor mirrored that of his own childhood, marked by the terror following parental abuse. Who are you? Why do you resemble me so closely? The Black Wukong pondered. Yet he did not dwell excessively on how to help this young spirit regain a sense of normalcy. Who is to say who is deserving or not? Life is yours, not someone else's. No one possesses the authority to dictate your worth. If there are things you wish to pursue, then pursue them. The timid version of yourself is not what you desire. Now that you are out in the world, it is time for you to carve out your own existence. Can I? Questioned the little Black Wukong. Of course, replied the Black Wukong, devoid of sermonizing or hypocritical affection. What do you fear? Show the same attitude you would to those brutes who would harm your dog. The Black Wukong patted the little Black Wukong on the shoulder, offering him profound affirmation. Well, as long as you don't mind, to be honest, I am truly famished. A few breads earlier were scarcely enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Can you eat your fill? The little Black Wukong suddenly adopted a playful expression. Indeed, I am also hungry, just like you. Let us eat before the dishes grow cold, said the Black Wukong, picking up his chopsticks in preparation for their meal. Thus, the two swiftly resolved their lunch. After finishing their meal, the Black Wukong intended to depart, for he still had pressing matters to attend to. The aura at a distance of 300 kilometers had diminished, while there was a profound presence at 5,000 meters. He felt compelled to investigate. The Black Wukong wore a serious expression, poised to teleport at any moment. However, suddenly, a commotion erupted, accompanied by an intense energy. Get out of my way, or you'll die? The corridor echoed with this voice, followed by the sound of gunfire. Chapter 74. Is it Cell again? Everyone move aside, or you'll perish. A group of heavily armed thugs brazenly kicked open the door and strode into the room where Black Wukong and the little Black Wukong were. In this day and age, even I am not spared from robbery, the Black Wukong lamented, maintaining a calm demeanor while gazing at the band of thugs. Just emerged from the emergency room. Do I have to go back in? The little Black Wukong gulped in fear, extending his bandaged arm to touch his similarly bandaged head. Don't move. You two look like you were carved from the same mold. Who is Black Wukong? Come with us. One of the thugs demanded, eyeing the two Black Wukongs. I am. Suddenly, both Black Wukongs replied in unison. What a coincidence. Little Black Wukong turned to glance at Black Wukong, who likewise turned his head at that moment. For an instant, the two, one large and one small, locked eyes. What are you two up to? Are you playing with us? I am asking who among you is the Black Wukong that attacked Brother Zhuang this morning. Don't play tricks on me. One of the thugs, displeased, took an empty beer bottle from his pocket and smashed it against a nearby tea table. The table shattered instantly, startling Wang Kai, who was still asleep. The uninvited guest attempted to harm little Black Wukong, baring his teeth and growling. You dead dog. How dare you bark? One thug, incensed, kicked at Wang Kai upon seeing the dog's aggressive demeanor. Oh woo. With that kick, Wang Kai was sent flying, crashing heavily beside little Black Wukong's sickbed, yelping in pain. This scene ignited a furious response in little Black Wukong. His hair stood on end, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes glaring with a blood-red fury akin to a demon rising from hell. You can hit me, my mother, my father, or even my sister. But if you harm my dog, you shall pay with your life. Little Black Wukong roared, gritting his teeth, emanating a terrifying murderous intent. It was unbearable to witness his dog being mistreated. Observing little Black Wukong's wrathful outburst, Black Wukong felt an uncanny resemblance, as if looking into a mirror. Not afraid. Huh. Do you know what a mother-s summoning device is? One thug brandished an AK-47, confidently loading it in front of both Wukongs, defiantly raising his middle finger. A gun? Is that supposed to impress me? I'm not afraid of you. You harm my dog, and I fear no little boy. Fueled by emotion, little Black Wukong threw off his blanket and hurled it at the thugs before him. Predictably, the unexpected occurred, as he was met with a hail of bullets that transformed the area into a sieve. Enough of these impulsive fools, Black Wukong muttered, rushing to shield little Black Wukong from the storm of bullets piercing through the blanket. The bullets whizzed through the air like they were free, yet Black Wukong remained unperturbed, effortlessly swatting them away one by one, regardless of the hundreds being fired. For a moment, everyone stood in stunned silence. The dead belong in their coffins, Black Wukong declared, clutching a handful of bullets he had deflected, then forcefully flinging them at the fully armed thugs. With a swift motion, the bullets detonated with explosive force, resembling a nuclear blast. Instantly, the armed assailants were scattered like leaves in a storm, none able to rise, all stripped of the will to resist. Seeking solace in the afterlife, you reap what you sow. Black Wukong displayed remarkable indifference towards the demise of the thugs, just as he thought the ordeal had ended. A terrifying assault unfolded before the astonished eyes of little Black Wukong, who clutched Wang Kai and cried out. Rocket launcher. Faced with the impending explosion, even the once fearless little Black Wukong turned to embrace his dog. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed, sending dust swirling as half of the building sheltering Black Wukong and little Black Wukong collapsed. What now? Do you dare provoke us, scum of the underworld? A brash young man with yellow hair, armed with a rocket launcher, glared menacingly at the inner room where Black Wukong and little Black Wukong stood. The vehicle to your hometown is about to leave. As the dust settled, Black Wukong and little Black Wukong stood unharmed before the yellow-haired assailant. What the? In the face of firearms, this isn't bang. The young man, stunned, tried to utter more, but Black Wukong suddenly appeared before him, grasping his face and forcefully slamming him against the wall. With a grunt, Black Wukong exerted his strength, dispatching the man to the northwest with such swiftness that the yellow-haired thug had no time to scream before he vanished from existence. Yet, with his demise, the chaos was far from over. More thugs, drenched in the blood of hospital staff, charged forth, wielding submachine guns, assault rifles, and shotguns, confronting Black Wukong. One after another, they sought their doom without end. Fire. Reluctantly, Black Wukong watched as a fully armed horde simultaneously squeezed the triggers of their weapons. Boom. A muffled blast erupted, and the crimson splatter of blood stained the sanctity of the hospital, without a doubt. It belonged to the thugs who had met their end at the hands of Black Wukong's sheer force. Oh God, is that you? Little Black Wukong stood aghast. His worldview shattered by the spectacle, bare-handed bullet catching, the force of a nuclear explosion hurled, exceeding the speed of light to obliterate a battalion of armed thugs. With these tags in mind, Black Wukong had ascended to a godlike status in the eyes of the mortal little Black Wukong. Before he could collect his thoughts, Black Wukong suddenly approached, wrapping an arm around him and his dog. We must go. Whoosh. Without giving little Black Wukong a moment to react, Black Wukong swiftly retreated with him. Little Black Wukong remained bewildered, and in the next heartbeat, as they escaped the hospital, the building erupted in a sudden explosion, sending plumes of dust skyward. What on earth is happening? Little Black Wukong exclaimed, utterly perplexed. In stark contrast to Little Black Wukong's shock, Black Wukong maintained a calm demeanor. Having witnessed various scenes, he quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. It seems you have provoked an entity far more terrifying than the underworld, one capable of influencing national affairs. Gazing at the hospital, towering over 80 meters and sprawling across millions of square meters, now reduced to ruins, Black Wukong recognized the seriousness of their predicament. Just then, as he, Little Black Wukong, and their dog Wonkai hovered in the air, several armed helicopters approached, aiming their Gatling guns, spewing blue flames in their direction. What the hell? I merely dealt with someone who wanted to stew my dog, Wonkai. Is this truly necessary? Guns, cannons, and helicopters? Faced with this overwhelming display, Little Black Wukong could hardly comprehend how a moment of impulsiveness had led to such calamity, if given another chance. He vowed never to let Wonkai take a step outside. With this intensity, it seemed that if a massacre did not ensue, their escape would be impossible. Confronted with such a daunting situation, Black Wukong opted not for retreat, but for a bold confrontation, cradling Little Black Wukong and accompanied by Wonkai. They initiated a counterattack against the assailants. The charge was relentless. During this tumultuous encounter, both the man and the dog experienced sensations akin to plummeting from a roller coaster at dizzying heights, compounded by the thrill of a bungee cord snapping. Akin to the adrenaline rush of a perilous mountain climb gone awry, they grasped the essence of ultimate thrill. The taste of danger akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, yet remained uncertain of their survival. Unleash the barrage. I demand 1,000 shells to obliterate them. They cried. Fire away, even if it means depleting half the national arsenal. The fully armed assailants unleashed their fury, directing their ammunition entirely towards Black Wukong. Beneath the azure sky, it was no longer clouds but the cacophony of gunfire that filled the air. Oh no, I made a grave mistake. Little Black Wukong, overwhelmed with terror, shed tears, his previous bravado in the face of firearms evaporating in an instant. Wonkai too was gripped by fear. His earlier selfless courage now replaced by frantic howls, beseeching divine protection. Thus, the first dog in the Dragon Ball universe to prey was born. Amidst their fearful cries, Black Wukong, invigorated, mounted his resistance. Aim for him there. Countless bullets were unleashed. Focus on him here. An onslaught of shells followed. Beneath the open sky, the symphony of gunfire played on, with Black Wukong, the protagonist of this tumultuous overture, deftly evading alongside Little Black Wukong and Wonkai. At first glance, it appeared that Black Wukong was at a disadvantage. However, he maintained absolute control, steering the course of the battle. A merciless barrage ensued, and the outcome became crystal clear. Black Wukong stood unscathed before them, and as their ammunition ran dry, he decisively eliminated them. Before long, the city was illuminated by flashes of conflict. With overwhelming prowess, Black Wukong shot down over 20 armed helicopters, annihilating the heavily armed throngs on the ground. Victory was unequivocally his, yet Little Black Wukong and Wonkai were left utterly terrified, their 9 lives drained to the last. As they descended from Black Wukong's embrace, they collapsed to the ground, as if their very souls had been extracted. In this moment, Black Wukong remained oblivious to their plight, his focus solely on the last surviving assailant of the armed operation directed against him and Little Wukong. General, divulge everything you know. Enlighten me about this operation. As Black Wukong conjured an energy sphere, he aimed it at the colossal statue of a deity occupying vast stretches of the city center, firing it before the astonished gaze of the assailant. The statue was obliterated, serving as a stark reminder of the consequences of disobedience. Witnessing this, the assailants were utterly petrified, and the mastermind behind the operation disclosed the truth before Black Goku. The one orchestrating us is Cell. Chapter 75. Must we confront Cell once more? Is it Cell again? This fellow seems to be addicted to being slain by the Saiyans, dying repeatedly. Black Goku wore a look of resignation. Although he suspected it might be the work of the Cell fanatics, their fervent admiration had left a profound impression on him. So, you are devotees of Cell? Black Goku inquired. Devotees? Upon hearing this, the zealots were struck by their professional affliction. We are not mere fans. We are devoted disciples who offer our hearts to Lord Cell. We offer our hearts. We offer our hearts. With a swift motion, Black Goku unleashed a deadly strike, mercilessly dispatching them one by one. The demise of these twisted individuals conserved precious air. In a fit of rage, Black Goku kicked another of the Cell fanatics, sending him flying as he strode away with an air of arrogance. Little Black Goku witnessed this formidable display. What are you up to? He called, stopping the emotionally charged Black Goku. Are you going to root out the true culprit? Black Goku turned his head and asked, will you join me? Without hesitation, Little Black Goku replied, of course. This trouble arose because of me. You were merely caught in the crossfire. I refuse to let others resolve my own matters. He stood resolutely, crossing his arms and mimicking Black Goku's pensive demeanor. Realizing Little Black Goku's nearly tearful expression, Black Goku felt a twinge of embarrassment. All right, since this mess is of your making, let us go. I shall take you to their lair. He placed his fingers to his forehead, preparing to teleport. Wait, how can you locate them when you don't even know where they are? Are you joking? Little Black Goku questioned, bewildered. Black Goku remained silent, focusing on sensing Cell's energy. After a diligent search, he finally detected Cell's presence in the northern part of the western city. The northern west? This time, I will ensure that the previous incident does not repeat. Black Goku declared with determination, and in an instant, he teleported away with Little Black Goku. In a church located in the northern part of the western city, a priest, on the brink of death, glared at the armed zealots before him, their chests emblazoned with the name Cell. Do you dare defy the divine? You foolish mortals. The divine does not save. We come to save you. How can one who only knows to worship the divine comprehend the noble intentions of Lord Cell towards this world? One of the zealots loaded his shotgun and aimed it at the priest, pulling the trigger. With that shot, the last of the 2,000 souls in the church met their demise. Mere moments ago, this church had been a gathering point for thousands, but after a few minutes of the zealous fanatics' armed revelry, it fell silent, all succumbing to death. Observing the aftermath, the instigator, Dragonhead Cell, bore an indifferent expression. What is the current number of my followers? And how are the negotiations with the Emperor regarding military actions progressing? In the presence of a throng of fervent admirers, Sheru tread upon a multitude of fallen bodies as he approached the podium, addressing the nearly 1,000 fully armed enthusiasts before him. In contrast to the Sheru fanatics from future timelines, the modern-day followers boasted a far greater scale of military technology. Whether it be advanced bulletproof vests, night vision devices, or exquisite weaponry, alongside state-of-the-art aerial and terrestrial equipment, they resembled a national army. This advancement can be attributed to Sheru's intellect. Unlike his counterparts from earlier futures, the contemporary Sheru placed a significant emphasis on the development of his influence, while simultaneously enhancing his own understanding and knowledge. Consequently, he has managed to evolve from a solitary figure to commanding a national-level military force of over 1,000 individuals. In terms of intellect, he is undoubtedly far ahead of his predecessors. Currently, the force comprises approximately 6,000 individuals. The reigning Emperor of Lanren has consented to provide 2 aircraft carriers, armored vehicles, and 500 tanks, along with 200 supersonic aircraft and 100 heavy transport passenger planes, all of which rank among the world's top 5 in terms of advanced technology. One of the fervent admirers reported this news. The Emperor of Lanren is quite astute. He understands that opposing me yields no favorable outcome. Now, how is the research on the androids modeled after you progressing? Sheru inquired, his tone tinged with melancholy. 2 androids have already been created based on your specifications, Master Sheru, along with 2 more designed according to the blueprints of subjects 18 and 17. Male android number 15 and female android number 14, came the reply, which left Sheru somewhat displeased. This discontent alarmed many of the enthusiasts present. As in their past experiences, Sheru's anger often resulted in him venting his frustration upon an unfortunate soul, leaving them battered. This thought caused a palpable unease among the gathered admirers. However, one brave enthusiast quickly shifted the topic to alleviate the tension. Although the progress on the original android army has been sluggish, the replica of Sun Wukong, Black Wukong, has been quite successful. Isn't he thriving under our care? A glint of cold fury flashed across Sheru's face, transforming his previously displeased demeanor into one of lethal intent. Speaking of this matter incites my wrath. Who exactly did you entrust that child to? I never suggested neglecting him, yet now he has escaped under your watch. Had it not been for my subordinates encountering him and relaying the news, do you have any idea how grave this error is? Suddenly, Sheru approached the enthusiastic follower and delivered a swift slap, reducing the individual to mere dust. This shocking spectacle left the throng of Sheru's admirers paralyzed with fear, yet paradoxically, they found themselves more enamored with Sheru's seemingly foolish demeanor. Observing this scene, Sheru expressed his disdain. Were it not for the necessity of your kind, I would truly desire to eliminate each and every one of you. With that, Sheru sought silence, wishing to distance himself from the misguided fervor of his followers, and promptly declared the meeting adjourned. Meanwhile, at a nearby experimental facility, a voice inquired, "Where is Sheru?" Following this aura, it seems to lead here. Gazing at the stark white walls and the array of human experimental subjects surrounding him, Black Wukong was enveloped by a wave of confusion. The aura he sensed unmistakably belonged to Cell, yet here he was, in a perplexing situation. The images in his mind undeniably depicted Cell within this very place. Black Wukong felt a twinge of uncertainty. In contrast to his bewilderment, little Black Wukong maintained a facade of calm. Had they plummeted from one abyss into another? With an expression of indifference, little Black Wukong surveyed the multitude of experimental subjects before him. What's the matter? Black Wukong caught the glimpse of little Black Wukong's demeanor from the corner of his eye. Nothing, merely a feeling of having returned home, replied little Black Wukong. Returned home? Shouldn't you be elated? Why do you wear such a troubled expression? Black Wukong queried, perplexed. Indeed, this place felt like home. Yet it was not, at least not for him. In any case, the priority was to locate the instigator. Suddenly, little Black Wukong's face hardened with determination, dismissing the convoluted thoughts that had flickered through his mind. Observing little Black Wukong's resurgence of spirit, Black Wukong refrained from pressing further on the earlier topic. Since we are prepared, let us set forth, Black Wukong asserted, adjusting his mindset as he prepared to venture out of the laboratory to uncover the truth outside. Very well, let us embark. Little Black Wukong responded, invigorated, striding forward with Wonkai in tow, following Black Wukong. In the expansive corridor of the laboratory, Black Wukong and little Black Wukong moved as if they were patrons of this peculiar establishment, their gazes flitting from one sight to another. They were uncertain of what to observe, yet they shared a common objective, to uncover the person they sought. Following the sensed aura, they wandered through the labyrinthine facility for quite some time, witnessing a myriad of human experimentation. Strangely, they encountered no scientists, only mechanized automation. This peculiar atmosphere made Black Wukong and little Black Wukong feel as though they were the sole inhabitants, accompanied only by a black dog. As they continued their exploration, little Black Wukong, guided by Black Wukong's sensing abilities, arrived at a larger laboratory. This must be the destination of the aura we sensed. Let us proceed inside. Before the imposing iron door, Black Wukong's entrance was anything but subtle. Disregarding decorum, he forcefully kicked it open. With a single blow, the laboratory door shattered, revealing the interior. Though regrettably, it remained unlit, obscuring their view. Nevertheless, the pair paid little heed, boldly stepping into the unknown. Let us enter, Black Wukong beckoned little Black Wukong, advancing into the vast experimental chamber. Indeed, replied little Black Wukong, trailing behind Black Wukong, moving step by step, though they halted after only a few strides. As they unwittingly traversed the space, the room gradually illuminated, revealing a figure entwined in an array of tubes. Upon the appearance of this individual, Black Wukong instinctively readied himself for combat, clenching his fists, but as the light intensified, his tension eased. To his astonishment, the silhouette before him bore an uncanny resemblance to someone he recognized. "Who are you?" Black Goku inquired. A look of confusion etched upon his face as he stepped forward to ascertain the commotion. Yet, a series of mechanical sounds reverberated in his ears. signaling an unforeseen complication resulting from the reckless intrusion of Black Goku and Little Black Goku, seemingly provoking the guardian of this laboratory. In the expansive laboratory, the lights flickered on, revealing before Black Goku and Little Black Goku an artificial being resembling a Super Saiyan, its forehead inscribed with the number 15, strikingly similar to Vegeta. Chapter 76. You dared to strike my dog. Vegeta. Black Goku murmured instinctively, "Kakarot, Kakarot, Kakarot." As he spoke, the android, identical in appearance to Vegeta, lunged swiftly towards Black Goku. What is happening? Black Goku pondered, yet he hastily prepared for confrontation. Whoosh, whoosh. The two clashed violently, and in mere moments, Android 15 was sent crashing to the ground. I've bested the genuine Vegeta. A counterfeit like you is no challenge, Black Goku scoffed, dismissively shaking his hand. Just as he prepared to pursue the fallen android, a cacophony akin to shattering pottery erupted. I am Sun Wukong. Suddenly, a female android, strikingly similar to Sun Wukong and marked with the number 14, interposed herself between Black Goku and Android 15, angrily unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. Sun Wukong? Vegeta? Have you both succumbed to darkness? Black Goku questioned, bewildered, as he continued to parry the onslaught, his body reacting swiftly, launching a counterattack that sent both androids reeling. After propelling the two androids away with a decisive blow, Black Goku intended to speak, yet they charged at him once more. Undeterred, I am Sun Wukong. Kakarot. Is that all you can say? Black Goku stood tall, bracing himself for the encounter. Big brother, there is another android here. With that exclamation, Black Goku felt a surge of energy approaching from behind. Turning, he beheld a figure sprinting towards Little Black Goku, its forehead emblazoned with the word replica, and its visage a perfect imitation of Cell, exuding an aura of malevolence. Despite not fully comprehending the threat, Little Black Goku, clutching his dog, evaded the assault. In an instant, Cell missed his target. Not even a challenge. Behold as I, Master Wukong, arrive. Little Black Goku declared, ready to flee with his dog in tow. However, in the next moment, another Cell appeared before him, this one even swifter, blocking his path with a smirk. Die, proclaimed the android, inscribed with replica number 2. Another one? A creature unchanged in nature. I shall send you on your way. As he spoke, Black Wukong immediately dashed towards Little Black Wukong to shield him from the impending attack. Yet, in the next moment, androids 14 and 15 charged forward. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Black Wukong turned to face them, and with but a mere glance, the two androids erupted into a cloud of smoke. Delaying matters, he muttered, swiftly redirecting himself towards Little Black Wukong. However, another figure, even more eager, had already rushed in to protect the young one. A howl of anguish pierced the air as, under Little Black Wukong's startled gaze, his beloved dog broke free from his embrace, bravely intercepting Cell's energy wave. Wonkai? Little Black Wukong stood in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. As he witnessed his dog, Wonkai, collapse lifelessly to the ground, a grim realization dawned upon him. He was uncertain of its fate, but feared the worst. In an instant, Little Black Wukong's expression morphed into one of seething rage. Coincidentally, at that moment, Cell's copy, number 2, began to taunt him in a manner reminiscent of its creator. Your dog perished for a worthless wretch like you. Why do you have so much to say? Little Black Wukong's eyes widened in fury, veins protruding from his forehead, his hair standing on end as he glared at the copy of Cell. Am I wrong? You are utterly useless, and your filthy dog, riddled with germs, died to protect you. The relentless mockery of Cell's copy ignited a blazing fury within Little Black Wukong. In his heart, the hierarchy of importance was clear. His sister was less significant than his father less than his mother, and his mother less than his dog. The torment inflicted on Wonkai felt akin to a massacre of his entire family. The thought of his beloved dog being treated in such a manner provoked an explosive wrath within him. I am no paragon of virtue, nor do I claim to possess an understanding of right and wrong. I would unleash havoc upon those who dare harm my dog's food bowl. With that, Cell's copy, number 2, disregarded Little Black Wukong's lamentations and swiftly approached, launching a punch aimed at him. I won't let you come any closer. Black Wukong intervened, positioning himself before Little Black Wukong and gripping the android's fist to shield him. Yet, as Black Wukong deflected one attack, another version of Cell appeared from behind to strike. In response, Black Wukong prepared to kick towards the threat, intending to ensure little Black Wukong's safety, but at a critical moment. Little Black Wukong raised a hand to halt him. Do you think I need your help? Have you lost your mind? Black Wukong was taken aback, but upon sensing the aura emanating from little Black Wukong, he froze in place. Suddenly, the Fist of Cell's copy, number 1, connected squarely with little Black Wukong's head. By conventional logic, he should have succumbed, yet oddly, little Black Wukong continued to converse as if nothing had happened. This scene terrified the two Cheryls, while Black Goku felt an inexplicable sense of unease. I would, due to my mother calling my dog a mutt, inflict harm upon her, causing her to lose her front teeth at the age of 23. I would, because of my 18-year-old sister, who speaks as if she has a plastic bag in her mouth and, in her displeasure, kicked my dog and nearly killed it, leaving it with severe injuries. I would, upon hearing my father read a newspaper claiming that dogs are rife with bacteria, dismantle his tricycle into mere fragments, stripping all the ping-pong balls from it. Black Goku's expression was dark as he muttered to himself, "How very filial of you." The two Cheryls, initially astonished, suddenly transformed their shock into delight. Black Goku's previous words prompted them to mock him, yet he paid them no mind and continued, "Even in such circumstances, I uphold my principles and righteousness, which dictate that I do not lightly infringe upon others' boundaries. I have adhered to this rule throughout my life. Yet, the more I live by it, the more varied and troublesome individuals I attract, especially those who delight in tormenting my dog, including you. And you even had the audacity to kill my beloved Wankai." Black Goku's face contorted with rage, his hair gradually turning golden and his eyes shifting to a vivid green. This is not good. The two Cheryls sensed impending doom. "You dare to kill my Wankai, my cherished Wankai?" With a thunderous roar, Wankai was offered to the heavens as Black Goku, wielding boundless power, transformed into a Super Saiyan. Just because a dog died, he becomes a Super Saiyan? Not even the death of his own mother would provoke such haste, remarked Shirul Replica 2. Just as Shirul Replica 2 voiced his thoughts, Black Goku appeared behind him and kicked him in the groin. The kick rendered Shirul Replica 2 completely unresponsive, and in an instant, he disintegrated into a cloud of ash. What power! Shirul Replica 1 trembled in fear. That little brat dispatched a Shirul with a single blow. That was the strength of a mid-tier Super Saiyan. What is happening with this boy? Black Goku was astonished, his gaze fixed intently upon the Super Saiyan form that radiated a golden aura, its intensity rivaling that of a fully powered Black Goku. "Today is your day to lie in a coffin. I don't want to curse because I am a child, and my dog doesn't appreciate foul language. But you bunch of old bastards. I swear, if I don't beat you, it will be a grave mistake on your part. Let you all be buried, you wretches." In a flash, Black Goku appeared behind Shirul Replica 1, wasting no time as he delivered a swift kick to the groin. With that single kick, he sent Shirul Replica 1 hurtling northwest at an astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself before the King of Hell. The King of Hell, wielding a judgment hammer, looked at Shirul Replica 1 with an expression of utter disbelief. Returning to reality, having defeated the two Cheryls, Black Goku felt no joy. Instead, he was overcome with sorrow as he wept. My dog, Wankai?" Tears streamed down his face as he lamented, and in his overwhelming grief, he fell to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. The expression on his face resembled that of a girlfriend who had inflicted a grievous injury upon her partner, weeping inconsolably despite suffering no harm herself, even shedding tears more profusely than during her menstrual cycle. The little rascal did not perish, yet he wailed as if he had, despite the blow not striking his heart. Black Wukong, utterly speechless, nevertheless played the role of a benevolent figure, tending to the injured pup. In the blink of an eye, under the divine aura's enhancement, it wasn't long before Wankai sprang back to life, barking exuberantly. Upon hearing the commotion, the tearful little Black Wukong rushed over, his emotions heightened. "Wankai, woof woof woof." In that moment, little Black Wukong and Wankai embraced one another as intimately as lovers, their earlier distress forgotten as smiles returned. Observing this scene, Black Wukong couldn't help but ponder whether he too had been like this in his youth. The answer eluded him. Yet he recognized the resemblance between the little rascal and himself, both in temperament and demeanor, particularly in the sentiment that family is inferior to dogs, a reflection of his own character. Setting aside his curiosity about how little Black Wukong had transformed into a Super Saiyan, Black Wukong found it difficult to contemplate anything else amid the present events. His gaze fell upon the most conspicuous and vexatious figure nearby, adorned with an array of tubes. "Who are you?" Black Wukong approached the individual slowly. Upon closer inspection, he realized this person had ceased to breathe, having succumbed to death. Yet, strangely, their heart continued to beat. Dead, and yet the heart still pulses? With curiosity piqued, Black Wukong lifted the person's head to unveil their true identity. What he beheld left him stunned. This figure bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, or more precisely, to Sun Wukong. In fact, it was Sun Wukong. What is the meaning of this? Chapter 77, Long Time No See. Isn't Trunks supposed to be in this timeline? What is that fellow up to? Gazing at the emaciated form of Sun Wukong, frail and tethered by tubes, Black Wukong intended to utter more. But his attention was drawn to the darkened chest of Sun Wukong. Upon peeling back the clothing, he discerned that this was not the original, but rather a clone of Sun Wukong. A clone? Black Wukong was struck by confusion, just as curiosity enveloped him. An instinctual warning surged within. Someone is approaching. Be cautious. Reacting swiftly, Black Wukong turned and seized a shadowy figure that had attempted to strike him with a sword. "Who are you?" he inquired, gripping the cloaked figure, whose face remained concealed. "Enough chatter. You Sun Wukong clone." The cloaked figure offered no response, instead brandishing the sword once more. Quick on his feet, Black Wukong delivered a powerful kick that sent the weapon flying, causing the figure's hood to fall away in the process. As the hood fell away, the identity of the figure cloaked in black came into focus for Black Goku. "Trunks?" Black Goku asked, his expression one of perplexity. "You actually know my name? Has Cell implanted my memories in you?" The clone, Trunks, winced in pain. Though Black Goku had not exerted much force with his kick, the damage felt akin to a rib fracture for Trunks, as even the slightest touch was excruciating. Observing Trunks' bewildered demeanor, Black Goku remained composed and began to piece together the situation. "I am not a clone. The androids, 14 and 15, are already deceased. Currently, there is but one clone behind me. You are not a clone? Wait, does that mean you are?" Suddenly, Trunks recognized Black Goku, shock etched across his face. "How foolish of you. After training you for 2.5 years, you still cannot recognize me," Black Goku remarked with a subtle smile. "Uncle Black Goku," Trunks exclaimed, suddenly rushing forward to embrace Black Goku, tears streaming down his face. "It's so good to see you." Trunks' eyes shimmered with emotion, hot tears cascading down his cheeks. "Why are you crying?" "It's only been a week since we last met," Black Goku replied, somewhat exasperated, yet gently stroking Trunks' somewhat overgrown hair. "Indeed, we have only been apart for a week, yet it feels like an eternity, Uncle Black Goku." Trunks wiped his tears away, managing a faint smile. "Something must have transpired. Otherwise you wouldn't feel this way," Black Goku noted, realizing that significant events had unfolded during their time apart, his expression growing serious. "Many things have occurred." "But the clone," Trunks began to say, but suddenly locked eyes with the approaching young Black Goku. In that instant of eye contact, Trunks instinctively drew his sword. But Black Goku reacted swiftly, grasping Trunks' wrist firmly. "What are you doing, Trunks?" Black Goku asked, his demeanor stern. Feeling the pressure on his wrist, Trunks grimaced, gritting his teeth as he looked at Black Goku. "Let go of me, Uncle Black Goku. That little brat is no ordinary person. He is the progeny of Cell, cultivated from the bloodline of Uncle Goku. I sensed a Super Saiyan aura approaching, and I can hardly believe it is indeed him." "Progeny? What is going on with that child?" Black Goku inquired, now curious about the young Black Goku. The young Black Goku stammered, realizing the implications. Black Goku maintained his grip on Trunks' wrist. "Let me go, Uncle Black Goku. You witnessed him transform into a Super Saiyan just a moment ago, right? In just a week, he has matured to around 7 years old and awakened his Super Saiyan abilities. His growth rate is astonishing. If harnessed, he could surpass everyone in mere days." Trunks exclaimed, his face a canvas of anxiety and concern. "I understand, but prior to this, he has not harmed anyone. His only act of aggression was in response to being bullied. There are matters we must discuss further. Let us not condemn him prematurely." Black Goku shook off Trunks' wrist, gazing at him with a solemn expression. However, Trunks wished to say something more, yet the intensity of Black Goku's stare rendered him speechless. "As you wish," Trunks conceded, sheathing his sword. "Isn't this better?" Black Goku relaxed his serious demeanor, reaching out to gently caress Trunks' forehead before doing the same to little Black Goku, offering him comfort. With me by your side, there is nothing to fear. I believe you possess a fundamentally good nature, as evidenced by your efforts to seek justice for yourself and your battles against numerous adversaries, Black Goku remarked with a faint smile. Perhaps you shouldn't have stopped him. I am not exactly a paragon of virtue myself. You see, Suddenly, a violent tremor erupted from the laboratory, accompanied by a thunderous roar. In the midst of this chaos, the previously emaciated clone of Son Goku suddenly swelled to an enormous size, resembling a bloated sphere. Witnessing this, Black Goku felt a surge of alarm. He is going to self-destruct. Run. Without a moment's hesitation, Black Goku scooped up little Black Goku and Wang Kai, preparing to teleport. Wait for me, Uncle Black Goku. Trunks swiftly joined them. Whoosh. In the instant of the explosion, Black Goku and the others teleported away from the imminent danger. Boom. A resounding, thunderous blast echoed through the heavens, reminiscent of a mushroom cloud descending upon the earth, swiftly enveloping the area in a thick shroud of smoke, leaving nothing in its wake. Although Black Goku and his companions did not witness the devastation, the ringing in their ears painted a vivid picture of the cataclysm. In a remote mountainous region, they narrowly escaped this disaster. No matter how fierce the explosion, it would not reach them now. Gazing at the massive mushroom cloud billowing in the distance, Black Goku breathed a sigh of relief. However, just as he exhaled, the sound of barking dogs pierced the air. Woof, woof, woof. Turning his head, Black Goku saw Trunks, his face contorted with seriousness, intently observing little Black Goku, his posture alert with a hand ready on the hilt of his sword. Can't we coexist peacefully? Black Goku could no longer bear it. He approached Trunks and delivered a swift strike to the crown of his head with his hand. The blow caused Trunks to stagger, clutching his head in pain as he crouched on the ground. Ouch! Uncle Black Goku, he complained, feeling wronged. You do know it hurts, right? That expression of yours would distress any child. I don't force you to welcome him or accept him immediately, but at the very least, you should practice equality. This is socialism, not a capitalist society riddled with discrimination, Black Goku admonished sternly. I understand. I won't act that way anymore, Trunks replied, still holding his head. His gaze towards little Black Goku tinged with a hint of hostility. Does that feel better? Black Goku inquired, looking at little Black Goku. Oh, I don't mind at all. I've been keeping an eye on Wang Kai, little Black Goku replied with a silly smile. Upon hearing this, Black Goku felt a sense of relief. The three of them ceased their idle chatter and began to engage in a more serious discussion about pressing matters. Black Goku took the initiative to inquire about Trunks, wanting to know what had transpired during his absence. Trunks, never one to shy away from answering questions, promptly responded. After we parted ways last time, I faced the androids, specifically androids 17 and 18, alone. I undoubtedly triumphed over them. But my attempt to execute them was thwarted by android 16, which allowed 17 and 18 to survive. Following that, an extraordinary series of events unfolded in the past timeline. You had previously mentioned that the primary threat in that timeline was Cell. Over time, I observed that androids 17 and 18 refrained from indiscriminately harming innocents, which starkly contrasted with my earlier experiences with androids. Thus, I redirected my focus solely towards dealing with Cell. This Cell was remarkably weak, a far cry from my own breakthroughs into the Super Saiyan realm. His strength was even inferior to that of android 18 at one point. However, his intellect was quite formidable. Aware of his own limitations, he began to exploit external forces, leveraging human weaknesses to assemble his own army. Under the radar, he threatened the emperor of this nation with various tactics. The emperor, being quite feeble, succumbed to Cell's coercion and began to provide him with military support. I initially believed that eliminating Cell would bring an end to our troubles, but I soon realized I had underestimated the situation. Our true adversary was not merely Cell, but the entire nation itself. We were in opposition to the state as a whole. The level of corruption within the country surpassed my wildest imaginings. Anyone who followed Cell could commit acts of arson, murder, and engage in vice without fear of repercussions. Conversely, when we sought to punish them, we were met with military resistance. There had been protests before, but from the perspective of the nation, the citizens' dissent was as futile as pouring oil on a fire. Thus, in this conflict, Cell bore no responsibility for the deaths of over 100 million people. Those lives were lost at the hands of humanity. As Trunks recounted this harrowing tale, he began to tremble uncontrollably. Please, continue, Black Goku urged, gently patting Trunks on the shoulder. Trunks continued, expressing his dismay. The military forces of land, sea, and air are entirely under the control of Cell. I once contemplated leading the common people in rebellion alongside Uncle Goku, yet no one seemed to believe us. Most appeared indifferent, as if the calamity had no bearing on their lives. Even with so many lives lost, they chose to carry on with their existence, seemingly unconcerned about the reasonable tyranny manifesting in the streets before them. Only a handful remain aware, yet they are far too few to mount any resistance. On one occasion, my father, in a fit of rage, contemplated recklessly annihilating the entire national army, but such an action would only serve to benefit Cell. He is not human and remains utterly indifferent to the fate of humanity. However, we are human, and we cannot turn against one another. Such actions would only usher in greater disaster. I find myself at a loss for what to do. With the assistance of a nation, Cell has begun to exploit the blood of many to continuously clone and replicate more artificial beings. This month, I encountered 100 of them. Thanks to the training from Black Goku, I believe I would have been incapable of confronting them otherwise. As it stands, we have managed to reduce Cell's creations to merely 2 artificial beings and 1 clone. Yet, the genuine Uncle Goku has re-emerged. As Trunks spoke, he cast a troubled glance at little Black Goku. What is the matter with that little guy? Black Goku inquired. The child beside you is Cell's most successful experiment. In terms of appearance and characteristics, he bears a 99 resemblance to the original, sharing nearly identical Saiyan blood. Apart from his personality, he is virtually Goku himself. However, there is one flaw. Trunks sighed deeply at this point. Noticing his distress, Black Goku refrained from further questioning and turned his attention to the downcast little Black Goku, deducing the underlying issue from the boy's demeanor. Do you have something to share, little one? Black Goku asked gently. I don't know, little Black Goku stammered, reluctant to respond. Black Goku perceived his hesitation and leaned closer, patiently stroking the boy's face. You and I share a similar plight. In a sense, you are me. Is there something you feel compelled to hide about yourself? With a soft demeanor, Black Goku shed his previous intimidating facade and began to mend the emotional wounds of little Black Goku. If I reveal my thoughts, will you despise me? Little Black Goku raised his head, tears welling in his eyes as he gazed at Black Goku. Not at all, for you are me, and I am you. How could I ever disdain myself? You may share anything with me. Whether you consider yourself a bad child or not, I will not judge your choices. I will stand by you, guiding you patiently. Please, let me understand you. Let me uncover the secrets you hold. Black Goku caressed little Black Goku's face, offering him profound affirmation. Upon hearing this, little Black Goku paused, astonished. Really? Yes, go ahead, Black Goku encouraged. If I were to be a bad child, would you still treat me this way? Little Black Goku questioned, filled with uncertainty. Certainly, do not believe me. Gaze into my eyes. The Dark Wukong smiled faintly as he looked at the young Dark Wukong. Their eyes met, and although the young Dark Wukong perceived nothing, he felt a profound joy, for within that gaze lay no impurities, no ulterior motives, only sincerity. After a moment of shared glances, the young Dark Wukong, though blind to the world, felt a sense of fear dissipate, leaving behind an absence that, while it did not fill the void in his heart, brought him solace. This newfound tranquility compelled the young Dark Wukong to reveal the sentiments he had long buried deep within. Where shall this tale commence? Perhaps from the moment of my inception, when I first encountered my family. In an instant, through the eyes of the young Dark Wukong, his story unfolded. Chapter 78. A wretched existence from now on. You shall be known as Dark Wukong. This shall be your home. Through a blurred vision, Dark Wukong beheld a distorted face, grinning malevolently as he was delivered to a household that brought him great misfortune. This marked the turning point of my fate. From a tender age, I was thrust into this family, where I began to comprehend the essence of suffering. Slap, slap, slap. A man's hand struck the young Dark Wukong's face, the blows raining down unexpectedly, causing stars to dance before his eyes, leaving him disoriented. Do you comprehend your mistake? A man standing before the young Dark Wukong asked with a grave expression. Did I not merely blink in your presence? Must you resort to such violence? The young Dark Wukong, filled with trepidation, rose hesitantly. You dare to defy your father. You are a beast, unreasonable in your ignorance, utterly oblivious to the gravity of your actions. Suddenly, Tears streamed from the man's eyes as he turned toward the sofa, rummaging through it until he unearthed a spiked club. You are not mistaken. That is indeed a spiked club. This old man, whom I am compelled to call father, wielded it against me with relentless fury, punishing me severely for the slightest hint of defiance, all while proclaiming it was for my own good. Ah, such is my existence. The young dark Wukong's face darkened, and devoid of hope, he closed his eyes. My daily life here consists of endless beatings, scoldings, and bullying. Here, time stretches. A day outside equates to a year within these walls. A mere week in the outside world translates to 7 years in my reality. In these 7 years, I endured the relentless taunts of a woman who stood before me, frenzied, mercilessly wielding a broom to lash at my body, my backside, my face, my limbs, all subjected to her wrath. Even as I felt the sting of pain, my eyes reddened from tears, I was relentlessly battered, bloodied, and bruised. Do not blame Mother. She does this for your own good. As the scene shifts, the battered little black Wukong returns to his dilapidated and cramped rural room, barely large enough for a bed, and shuts the door behind him. In the enveloping darkness, he lies back on his cold iron bed, feeling utterly desolate, tears welling in his eyes. He cannot comprehend why he appears so inadequate in his mother's eyes. Just as he is lost in thought, the door is suddenly kicked open, flooding the room with light. Little black Wukong hastily wipes his tears, fearing that his family might discover his tears, yet despite his efforts, he still faces severe bullying. My backup coach, number 999, actually winked at another woman. I am furious. A disheveled woman, resembling a rebellious girl with a tattoo of a loach crossing a river on her chest, stands before him, seething with anger. Instantly, little black Wukong realizes what is to come, understanding that he is about to face another onslaught. Sure enough, a violent beating ensues. After enduring yet another round of brutality, little black Wukong lies on the cold floor, his body covered in bruises and scars. I feel so much better. I cannot fathom why my backup would look at someone else. Brother, this is for your own good. As the words echo in his ears, he watches in despair as his sister tosses aside a thick iron rod and departs. This is my life. The reasons for my beatings are painfully simple. My misfortune arises in an equally straightforward manner. I endure beatings almost daily, either from my father, who punishes me for perceived faults, or from my mother, who compares me unfavorably to others. At times, my sister, frustrated in her own romantic endeavors, takes her anger out on me. Their motivations may differ, yet their common goal is to leave me battered and bruised. What is particularly nauseating is their constant refrain, "I do this for your own good." Living in such an environment feels like spending a year in my home for every day outside. I harbor a deep resentment for the individual who studies my family. I loathe the very existence of this room. Without it, I would not be subjected to relentless beatings, only to return to school the next day. Each beating feels like it lasts a year, and yet I cannot find release, forced to endure ongoing suffering. This environment breeds a hatred for love, while simultaneously instilling a longing for it. In a fleeting moment, little black Wukong observes a mother and son outside of school, genuinely caring for one another. Make sure to zip up your jacket. The sun is rising. Mom, you too. Hee hee hee. The sight of this mother-son duo adjusting each other's zippers strikes little black Wukong, filling him with confusion and deep curiosity. Why is he so constricted by love while they seem so at ease? Yet, upon returning home, he faces another beating. Did you take the monthly exam? What scores did you achieve? The scene shifts again, and little black Wukong finds himself at home, handing his mother his exam papers while she smokes. Chinese 100, Math 100. English 100. Oh, you did quite well this time, securing first place in the class. The visage of joy graced the face of little black Wukong's mother. Upon witnessing this smile, memories of a moment from his school journey resurfaced in his mind, reflecting on the notion that a shared smile could foster happiness. Little black Wukong attempted to mirror her joy, believing that his laughter would evoke similar delight within her. However, the reality proved otherwise. Scarcely had he smiled when his mother's demeanor shifted dramatically. Do you think you've accomplished something remarkable? Do you believe you are the top of your class? Scoring just 303 subjects, while the older students achieve 600 across 6 subjects. Little black Wukong was utterly bewildered, and just as he sought to clarify, his mother struck him with a resounding slap. With that blow, a fiery sting engulfed his cheek, threatening to draw tears from his eyes. Did the top student in 6 subjects dare to laugh? Why do others refrain from expressing themselves, while you feel entitled to speak and laugh? That child, who possesses nothing to be proud of, why do you indulge in joy as if you were a fool? I merely wish to make you happy, little Black Wukong innocently expressed. Happy? You think a shared smile guarantees happiness? Were it not for you, I would have divorced your father long ago. You are but a burden to me, and in my eyes, you are nothing. As she spoke, little Black Wukong's mother relentlessly jabbed his forehead, dismissing and belittling him, brainwashing him under the guise of love, continually negating his very existence. Tears streamed down little Black Wukong's face, and with each cry, the humiliation intensified, ultimately culminating in a brutal beating. Thus, the 4th year slipped by in a haze for little Black Wukong. In the familiar surroundings of the school, he observed a poignant scene of a father and son embracing, exchanging heartfelt declarations of love. Would my father love me if I acted similarly? With a tentative spirit, little Black Wukong returned home, striving to win his father's affection. He began by washing his father's feet, followed by dishwashing and mopping the floors, tasks he had always been required to perform. Once these chores were completed, he seized a moment when they were alone and reenacted the tender scene he had witnessed earlier. The outcome was disheartening. His father not only failed to reciprocate the affection he sought, but instead launched into a lecture. What do you think you are, a little girl? Have you been causing trouble outside? How can you present yourself in such a manner? Have you taken out loans? I knew you were restless, inferior to even a mouse. I told you not to cause trouble. As he spoke, the father, without discernment, wielded a heavy club and unleashed a torrent of violence upon little Black Wukong. Even as the boy attempted to explain, his words fell on deaf ears. Thus, the 5th year passed. Back in the familiar school setting, following a series of beatings, little Black Wukong developed a profound estrangement from love. Yet, once again, he witnessed a scene of blissful interaction between a sister and her younger brother. In this tableau, the sister, with her unkempt appearance, lovingly offered a delicious cake to her impeccably dressed brother. Throughout this exchange, neither exhibited disdain nor envy, both adorned with genuine smiles. What would become of him? In the heart of little Black Wukong, a desire to foster a harmonious relationship with his sister began to blossom. Consequently, he decided to spend the meager allowances he had painstakingly saved from his parents, who were always parsimonious, to purchase a cake for her. While the cake was not extravagant, it was imbued with heartfelt sentiment. Adhering to the principle that hope warrants a try, little Black Wukong returned home with the cake in hand. Upon his arrival, he was fortunate to find his sister at home. Just as he intended to present the cake and express his feelings, his sister unexpectedly hurled a bowling ball at him. With a resounding crash, he lost consciousness, the words "Happy Birthday" inscribed on the white cream cake now stained crimson with his blood. I endeavored continuously to cultivate a cordial relationship with my family, yearning for affection, yet despite countless attempts, my sincerity appeared as mere refuse in their eyes. Their mistreatment, however, seemed to be tinged with a semblance of cruelty, prompting my relentless efforts. Yet, in the end, I gained nothing. By the 6th year, little Black Wukong relinquished his hopes of nurturing familial bonds and succumbed to the harsh realities of human interaction. He began to neglect his studies, his life spiraled into disarray, and he grew indifferent toward himself. This apathy extended to all aspects of his existence, and he unwittingly embraced violence, channeling the brutality inflicted upon him by his parents onto others, becoming a mere machine of aggression. In his eyes, any human deserved to perish. For humanity itself was a sin. Annihilating them would extinguish evil, reminiscent of Zamasu's disdain for mankind. Thus, every punch he threw aimed to incapacitate, marking the onset of his moral decline. Unbeknownst to him, this violence transformed him, rendering his need for love callous and dimming his appreciation for beauty until an unexpected figure entered his life. At school, he ruthlessly assaulted a bully. Could he be a monster? A lone individual challenging 50, surely he was a demon. This boy aimed to break the limbs of all those he faced. As onlookers gathered to witness little Black Wukong unleash his fury, he remained indifferent, even as he was branded a demon and a monster, feared and shunned. He cared not. His only thought was to vent his grievances, gradually morphing from a victim into an aggressor. Today is the day you draw your last breath, human. Little Black Wukong clenched his fist, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the child beneath him, whose visage had been utterly ravaged. However, just as his fist was poised to descend, a voice called out to him. "Enough, demon boy. Your fist should not strike the innocent." A deep voice resonated, heralding the arrival of a man who would alter the lives of little black Wukong and Wukong forever, a man akin to the son of a demon. Long time no see. Wukong, he remarked. Who are you? Little black Wukong retorted, his face a mask of defiance, charging forward without discerning the intentions of the boy blocking his path. Have you gone mad? The intervening boy stood resolute, ready to engage in combat, as little black Wukong surged toward him. With a series of thunderous clashes, the confrontation ensued. Cough, cough, cough. Little black Wukong lay on the ground, his expression one of agony, resembling someone who had been struck by a car. This scene elicited gasps from those around him. Goodness, this person is incredible. He actually knocked Black Wukong down. What is his name? He seems to be from the neighboring class, another devilish character known as the Son of Evil. Why? Because his father is a poison. At this point, the boy who had subdued Black Wukong shot him a piercing glance, which instantly silenced the gossiping onlookers. In an instant, the only ones remaining on the vast playground were the boy and Black Wukong. What is your name? Black Wukong asked defiantly as he rose to his feet. I'm Kitagawa from the neighboring class. And you? The boy named Kitagawa turned his neck, hands in his pockets, facing Black Wukong. I am Wukong, and soon I shall leave you with a bruised visage, he declared, standing tall. The two boys stood side by side. The contrast between Kitagawa's robust form and Black Wukong's slender frame was stark, with Black Wukong appearing as delicate as a Barbie doll beside the towering Kitagawa. Let us continue the battle, Black Wukong exclaimed, his spirit ignited, ready to avenge his earlier defeat. However, Kitagawa raised a hand to halt him. What do you mean by that? Black Wukong asked with confusion. I did not come here to fight. I merely cannot stand by and watch you bully others, Kitagawa replied, his demeanor calm. Can't stand by while I bully others? Do you have a close relationship with them, or do you know them well? Black Wukong scoffed disdainfully. Neither. I simply wish to put an end to your actions, Kitagawa stated, hands still in his pockets, unfazed. Oh, you wish to be a hero? Very well. I shall oblige you, Black Wukong retorted, his anger flaring as he charged at Kitagawa once more. Initially intending to lecture, Kitagawa found himself compelled to engage in combat due to Black Wukong's reckless approach. Allow me to teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents, Kitagawa said, cracking his neck as he swiftly approached Black Wukong. The clash ensued with a flurry of blows, the children's tussle simple yet rapid. In no time, Black Wukong found himself sprawled on the ground again, blood trickling from his nose. Can we have a serious conversation now? Kitagawa inquired, wiping the dust from his lips. His tone somber. You have one. Do as you please, Black Wukong replied, a resigned expression on his face. Hearing this, Kitagawa wasted no time, lifting Black Wukong onto his shoulder. Since you say so, I shall not be polite, Kitagawa smiled, carrying Black Wukong away. Where are you taking me? Black Wukong asked, perplexed. Without a word, Kitagawa continued walking in a determined direction, and before long, Black Wukong found himself unwittingly taken to the hospital. Why have you brought me to the hospital? Are you insane? Upon realizing their destination, Black Wukong panicked. He feared needles more than the wrath of his family. Rest assured, I will cover the medical expenses. I have plenty of money, ha ha ha? That's not what I meant. Put me down, you jerk. Reluctantly, under the insistence of Beichuan, little Black Wukong was taken to the hospital for treatment, which amounted to 1,000 yuan. In the ward, the sound of dripping echoed. Tick, tock, tick, tock. Little Black Wukong, wrapped in bandages resembling a zongzi, looked quite comical and absurd. I told you not to come, yet you insisted. He glared at Beichuan, his fury palpable, before casting a glance at the needle marks adorning the back of his left hand. Beichuan remained silent, engrossed in peeling an apple for little Black Wukong, slicing it into pieces and offering them with a toothpick. While such attentiveness would touch the hearts of most, for little Black Wukong, it was utterly repulsive, especially given that the very person feeding him had just beaten him up twice. I have hands, I can manage, he snapped, his pride flaring. Beichuan patiently placed the fruit platter in front of him and slowly returned to his seat. Just as Beichuan settled down, little Black Wukong, relentless, called out to him without giving him a moment's respite. Have we met before? He inquired. No, we have never crossed paths, Beichuan replied. Then why did you bring me to the hospital, pay for my treatment, and engage in this patronizing behavior? Little Black Wukong's gaze fell upon the meticulously arranged apple slices, reminiscent of a promotional display. Beichuan's reasoning was straightforward. I hit you. And it would be unreasonable not to cover your medical expenses, wouldn't it? You can't just hit someone and not reimburse them. Oh, fine then. If there's nothing more, I'll take my leave, Beichuan said, preparing to depart. Where are you going? Little Black Wukong stopped him. To eat, Beichuan replied, turning his head. To eat, huh? Little Black Wukong muttered to himself. Do you want some? I made it myself. It tastes quite good, Beichuan offered. Uft. What could a muscle-bound guy like you possibly cook? I'd rather starve than eat your food, Little Black Wukong declared with pride. Is that so? Just don't say that later, Beichuan responded confidently as he left. Just as he anticipated, he returned shortly with a meal. Tempted by the aroma, Little Black Wukong took a tentative bite and was instantly captivated. Oh my, this is even better than what my mother makes. Are you a chef? He exclaimed. Devouring plate after plate of fried rice and sweet and sour pork, his appetite insatiable, even finishing Beichuan's portion, his eyes sparkling with delight. Weren't you the one who said you'd rather starve? Beichuan leaned against the wall, arms crossed. Who knew your cooking could be this delicious? I never expected someone who fights so well could also cook so brilliantly. If I had known, I would have asked you to bring more. Seriously, do you have any left? Little Black Wukong's gaze greedily scanned Beichuan's entire being. Beichuan, at a loss for words, responded. 5 plates of rice and 2 plates of sweet and sour pork, and you still want more? You can't be serious. I'm still not full. Make me more. Little Black Wukong insisted, his eyes glinting with desire. I have nothing left at home. This was supposed to last me a week, Beichuan replied, his tone somber. Hands buried in his pockets. What? A week? Is your family that poor? The financial struggles of one's parents or the burden of an unmanageable mortgage should not preclude them from offering assistance. Yet it perplexes me how your family could afford to cover my medical expenses. Suddenly, the delicate figure known as Little Black Wukong ceased his meal. Beichuan remained silent, casting a piercing gaze elsewhere for a moment. Where did I err? Little Black Wukong inquired, his curiosity piqued. You have not erred. Rather, I find myself contemplating certain matters. You go by Wukong, do you not? How fortunate, for I too have a friend named Wukong, who shares a striking resemblance to you in temperament. When I first encountered him, he too bore the scars of familial abuse, which led him to extreme measures and ultimately to inflict harm upon others. If my assumptions are correct, your violent tendencies stem from your home life, do they not? Beichuan's gaze sharpened as it fixated on Little Black Wukong. How did you deduce that? Little Black Wukong clenched the bed sheet, astonishment etched upon his face as he regarded Beichuan. As I mentioned, it was merely a conjecture based on my friend's experiences. In any case, do not allow yourself to mirror your parents. That version of you is not the true you. If you appreciate my cooking, meet me at the usual spot on the playground during lunchtime. Beichuan suggested with a faint smile, signaling his intent to depart. Where are you going? Little Black Wukong inquired, perplexed. To where? I do not know. I simply must leave. If you wish to see me, as I said, come to the playground at noon. I shall await your arrival, Beichuan replied, leaving behind Little Black Wukong, who savored the delicious meal, still yearning for more. This marked the first encounter between the two. There was something peculiar about Beichuan. Although he appeared fragile, he exhibited remarkable strength in combat and possessed culinary skills that were truly impressive. I held no disdain for him, as his words bore a certain truth. In fact, I realized that my own actions had been excessive. Upon reflection, I had mirrored the violence I had endured from my parents onto others. How was that any different from my own upbringing? Little Black Wukong pondered these questions, finishing his meal before returning home from the hospital. This time, his visage bore not the same icy demeanor. Instead, it was imbued with a glimmer of hope and anticipation. Within the familiar confines of the school, he found himself wondering, where was that fellow who said he would wait for me during lunchtime? Having arrived early at their usual meeting point, Little Black Wukong awaited Beichuan's arrival with the promise of lunch, yet after an interminable wait, no sign of him appeared. Is he playing with me? To vanish without a trace? Humph. The next time we meet, regardless of his fighting prowess, I shall engage him in a spar. How disappointing. In a fit of anger, Little Black Wukong kicked at the air beside him, preparing to leave, when suddenly, a cacophony of barking caught his attention. Woof, woof, woof. The raucous barks grew louder, gradually drawing Little Black Wukong's focus. What is this dog barking about? He thought, irritation brewing within him as he glared in the direction of the noise. Upon inspection, he beheld a group of high school students, cruelly tormenting a black dog, slapping its face and igniting firecrackers before it. With a resounding bang, The firecracker exploded, sending the poor creature soaring into the air amidst its agonizing cries and despairing gaze. The black dog, although unable to utter curses, conveyed a torrent of disdain for its tormentors through its expressive countenance. What a delightful spectacle! One individual chuckled heartily, and as he observed the scene, the small black monkey, Wukong, recalled the words spoken to him by Beichuan. Suddenly, a wave of emotion surged within him, reminding him of the despair he felt after being struck by his parents. Juxtaposed with the image of them laughing boisterously, "I shall vanquish you all." With fervor, the small black Wukong charged towards the group, delivering a flying kick reminiscent of the legendary Sun Wukong. Chapter 80. My friend, what is justice? I cannot claim to know. Yet I am acutely aware that if I remain passive now, nothing will change. It mirrors the past when I silently endured the violence inflicted by my family. Thus, to hell with it. With a profanity escaping his lips, the small black Wukong aimed a swift kick at a high school student who was still striking the small black dog, Wonkai. Swish. The moment his foot connected with the student clad in Li Ning apparel, he was sent crashing to the ground, rendered immobile as if he were in antagear. What audacity! Where did this brat emerge from? The small black Wukong's actions incited the wrath of the surrounding high school students, who hastily withdrew their belts, intent on retaliation. However, the small black Wukong remained undaunted. "Come on, you scoundrels!" he exclaimed as he recklessly seized the small black dog, Wonkai, in a desperate attempt to rescue the dog. Wukong endured a beating that left him bruised and battered, yet he wore a foolish grin on his face. At that moment, I could not fathom why I was smiling. But upon saving a living being from the clutches of these ruffians, an inexplicable sense of achievement washed over me. In this moment of reflection, the small black Wukong was once again subjected to a severe beating, but unlike before, he did not weep. Instead, a mischievous smile adorned his face. Observing this, many high school students presumed that Wukong had been rendered senseless. Yet, he had not been dulled. Rather, after a prolonged existence devoid of meaning, he had finally discovered purpose. It was akin to a transformation from void to fulfillment, an experience few could comprehend, understood only by those who have known misfortune in an era where most bask in happiness. Still daring to laugh? Today, I shall ensure your laughter ceases. A furious high school student brandished a knuckle knife, poised to inflict harm upon Wukong. In the face of this aggression, no one stepped forward to intervene. Instead, a chorus of voices clamored for bloodshed, reveling in the chaos. The assailant, oblivious to the consequences of his actions, approached the small black Wukong, ready to strike. Witnessing this, the small black Wukong felt no fear compared to death. Enduring such torment seemed trivial. Perhaps if I never existed, I would not have to endure these experiences. Perhaps this would be a release. Cradling the rescued dog, the small black Wukong smiled resignedly, preparing to offer his final smile to the world. "Thus, you must surrender." Just as the high school student's arm was about to pierce Wukong, he inexplicably vanished without a trace, as though he had never been there at all. Huh? What just transpired? What were we about to do? The laughter and chatter of the high school students abruptly ceased, as if they had suffered a collective amnesia, their eyes blinking wildly as they surveyed their surroundings after the sudden disappearance of one among them. The notion of needing someone to take a knife to that boy was uttered, and once again, the students resumed their merriment. Observing this peculiar scene, Xiaohei Wukong felt an increasing sense of bewilderment. How could they laugh so freely when just moments ago, one of their own had vanished before their eyes? In his confusion, Xiaohei retreated slightly, only to bump into the thigh of a young man delivering meals. "I have brought you your food," the young man announced. Turning at the sound, Xiaohei was met with the sight of Beichuan, who held a bag of rice and vegetables. "Beichuan," Xiaohei exclaimed in surprise. "I've been searching for you. How did you end up here after class?" Beichuan replied in a low tone, "I came as you requested, to wait for you at mealtime. I waited for quite some time, yet you never arrived." Xiaohei, clutching his pet Wonkai, stood up indignantly. "Late?" At this, Beichuan pulled out a watch, stating, "It is precisely 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock? Xiaohei blinked in disbelief and glanced at his own wristwatch, which confirmed the time. What was I about to say? In a flurry of thoughts, Xiaohei blinked rapidly, then turned his gaze back to the playground and to Beichuan, who was still holding the bag of rice and vegetables. "Oh, right, it is 11 o'clock. How did you arrive so promptly?" Beichuan responded, "I brought you your meal. Albeit I did not prepare it. If you would like, you can accompany me to my home, where I can cook for you." "To your house? Well, We have over an hour for lunch. Your home must be nearby, Xiaohei inquired. Not far, just around the corner, Beichuan gestured in the direction of his abode. Xiaohei followed the direction of his finger and realized it was indeed a short walk of less than 5 minutes. Then let us go, Xiaohei declared, patting his thigh in preparation to leave. However, a sudden barking of a dog caught his attention. Curiosity piqued, Xiaohei turned to investigate, spotting a scruffy black dog forlornly squatting on the playground, fixated on a battered iron bowl. What is happening over there? That dog looks quite pitiable. Xiaohei's expression revealed his concern as he focused on the dog. Do you wish to take it home? Beichuan asked, noticing Xiaohei's thoughts. He approached and gently patted his shoulder. Perhaps not. My parents would likely disapprove, and I fear them, Xiaohei replied. Why not let it stay at my house? We could take care of it together, Beichuan suggested, breaking through Xiaohei's reverie. Is that possible? What about your parents? Xiaohei queried, his curiosity ignited. It's merely a dog, Beichuan reassured him as he walked towards the small black dog. Under the eager gaze of the little black monkey, Beichuan handed him the rice and vegetables, then approached the seemingly fierce little black dog, cradling it in his arms as he walked back. Come on, let us go to my home, Beichuan said, embracing the little black dog. All right, he replied, and thus, the two merrily carried their belongings as they departed. Inside Beichuan's abode, the layout was quite simple, resembling an ordinary small house, consisting of 2 bedrooms and a living room, with an exceptionally minimalist design. However, it bore an oddity. The walls were adorned with numerous photographs, and the house was devoid of any inhabitants. From now on, this dog shall be named Wankai. Please take good care of it while I prepare dinner, Beichuan said, handing the dog to the little black monkey before taking the vegetables he had bought and heading to the kitchen to commence his unique culinary creation. The sound of water splashing resonated throughout the kitchen, while the little black monkey quietly sat on the sofa, soothing the dog in his embrace and scanning the surroundings. From his vantage point, he could see a family portrait hanging on the wall before him. The portrait depicted a man, a woman, a girl, and a boy. The boy was slightly taller and older than the girl, his expression adorned with a smile. Had it not been for the little black monkey's keen observation, he would have never recognized the boy as Beichuan, who was busy washing ingredients in the kitchen. Is this Beichuan's family? They seem very harmonious. But, is there truly no one at home? The little black monkey pondered with a hint of confusion, glancing at the wooden table before the sofa. A cursory glance revealed the table to be impeccably clean, devoid of ashtrays, teacups, or any semblance of daily necessities. Despite being a family, it felt as though only Beichuan resided there. Curiosity piqued, the little black monkey blinked and raised his gaze toward the wall, where several albums were affixed. At a glance, he noticed that the albums were filled with images of a younger girl from the family portrait, showcasing her dancing, singing, and even wearing a graduation gown. Captivated by the abundance of photographs adorning the wall, the little black monkey found the girl strikingly beautiful, radiating the brilliance of an ordinary person's goddess. Regardless of her looks or figure, the little black monkey, who had an aversion to women, noted that all the photographs collectively depicted her at around 4 years of age, with none appearing to show her at 6 or older. Considering that Beichuan seemed to be nearly 8 years old, the little black monkey thought there should be a photograph of her at 5. However, he could only find images of her at 4, which left him engrossed. While he understood that Beichuan's family was impoverished, he found it hard to believe that there were only photographs of her at such a young age. Just as he was lost in thought, Beichuan's voice suddenly broke through his reverie. My younger sister, Beiying, is adorable, isn't she? The moment the words fell, the little black monkey was startled, realizing that Beichuan had approached him from behind, clad in a pink apron. Why did you suddenly stand behind me? You scared me, the little black monkey said, swallowing nervously. The rice and vegetables are ready. I wanted to call you, but I noticed you were quite captivated by the images of my sister, Beiying, Beichuan replied. Is that really your only reason? Little black Wukong wore an expression of utter perplexity, yet chose to remain silent as he gently placed the obedient Wankai on the sofa before departing. At the dining table, he was confronted with an array of 4 dishes. Didn't you claim to be short on funds? How then do you possess the means to procure such an abundance of food? Gazing curiously at the sweet and sour pork, stir-fried meat, spicy chicken, and boiled fish. Lacking money does not equate to being unable to afford a meal. Let us indulge. I have prepared a copious amount of rice. Beichuan gestured toward the rice cooker in the kitchen behind him. Then I shall begin. Little black Wukong wasted no time. diving into a veritable storm of consumption. In mere moments, he had devoured 5 bowls of rice. Yet, when he found himself still unsatisfied, he continued to eat. As he indulged, little Black Wukong, seemingly unaware, polished off 2 dishes. However, after consuming those, he appeared completely unaffected by the sensation of fullness and pressed on. "Another bowl, please." "Very well," Beichuan obliged, serving bowl after bowl of rice to little Black Wukong, filling his plate until half of the rice cooker's contents had been depleted. Still, little Black Wukong, insatiable, requested yet another bowl. As the meal progressed, the 4 dishes dwindled to mere remnants, and the rice cooker was soon emptied. Only after the last morsel of rice was consumed did little Black Wukong pat his belly contentedly. "Are you now satisfied?" Beichuan inquired, glancing at the nearly vacant rice cooker before turning his gaze to the blissfully smiling little Black Wukong. "Your cooking is exquisite. Honestly, I truly recommend you pursue a career as a chef," little Black Wukong replied with a faint smile. At this compliment, Beichuan felt a flicker of joy, yet his expression remained complex and devoid of a smile. "A person like me is destined not to lead a simple life. Such simplicity is unattainable for me." Why is that?" Little Black Wukong's smile abruptly faltered as he glanced at Beichuan, who had begun to clear the table and wash the dishes. "Are you not curious as to why many refer to me as the child of the demon? Or why, in this vast house, I am the sole occupant?" "Indeed. Why is that?" Little Black Wukong inquired. "To put it succinctly, they are no longer with us." Suddenly, Beichuan's tone turned icy, and the atmosphere grew progressively colder. "No longer with us? Does that imply they have passed away? What does that have to do with demons? And what caused your uncle, aunt, and sister to depart?" Little Black Wukong questioned, patting his belly, a look of confusion etched upon his face. "Well, the truth is, I was the one who ended their lives." Chapter 81. My friend Beichuan stated this matter-of-factly, as if discussing something exceedingly simple, and resumed washing the dishes. "What did you just say?" Little Black Wukong was left speechless, stunned by the revelation, his throat tightening as he swallowed hard. "Are you astonished by my calmness?" Beichuan's words reached little Black Wukong's ears. "Of course. Could it be that your parents did not love you? Did they mistreat you?" "No. They loved me dearly, providing me with the best food, clothing, drink, and toys they could offer. To be frank, I was once a weepy child who hid behind my sister. Had I not encountered an old friend, Lao Zhang, I might have remained that way forever." Beichuan maintained a calm demeanor, his hands steady as he wiped the plate with a cloth. "If that is the case, then why did you choose to kill them?" Little Black Wukong inquired, perplexed. Beichuan had an explanation. "I loved them dearly, yet due to certain circumstances, I was compelled to take their lives. For the longest time, I believed my parents were merely honest laborers. However, on my 7th birthday, under the influence of a certain individual, I discovered that they were involved in drug trafficking. Unable to comprehend their actions, I desperately sought to understand why they chose such a path. Eventually, I uncovered the truth. During my father's youth, when our family was impoverished, he had made a promise to a politically connected figure to repay a debt in the future. My father did fulfill that obligation. Yet the man did not release him. Instead, he ensnared my father in a web of deceit and manipulation, dragging him deeper into the abyss. Gradually, my mother fell victim as well. Filled with rage upon learning the truth, I longed to eliminate the one responsible for my parents' entanglement in this nefarious world. But I was powerless against him. I was merely a small pawn in the face of his vast influence. I could do nothing but watch as my parents were exploited. I had resigned myself to this fate until a friend's father incurred the wrath of that powerful figure. In an instant, a vision of a sorrowful blue-haired girl flashed through Beichuan's mind. It was but a fleeting moment, yet it ignited a tempest of emotions within him, causing him to unconsciously crush the plate in his grasp into dust. Witnessing this scene, little Black Wukong was rendered speechless. A year prior, I had helplessly watched a crucial person perish before my eyes, consumed by grief, when a girl named Hansi had redeemed my despondency. She meant everything to me. Yet she had become a target for that powerful individual, essentially, the very target my parents, as instruments of violence, were tasked to eliminate. I learned of this through others. On one side was the one who had brought light into my darkness, and on the other, the parents who had nurtured me. I found myself at an impasse, uncertain of whom to choose, until the moment arrived when my sister secured admission to her dream school, free from the burden of having drug traffickers for parents. And Hansi would also survive, on the condition that I would have to kill my own parents. At this point, Beichuan's expression shifted. No longer governed by emotion, but rather a calm resolve. And then you. Little Black Wukong swallowed nervously. In this harrowing choice, I took the lives of my parents. As they drew their last breaths, they implored me to live well, despite my being an ungrateful son. Their love for me remained unwavering, even as I wielded the blade that ended their lives. This act has led to my sister's deep-seated hatred for me, marking me as the son of the devil. My continued existence is owed to a powerful figure who aided me, yet I do not express gratitude towards him. I had presumed that my troubles would cease, underestimating the darkness within humanity, believing that matters would progress smoothly and life would return to normal. However, both Hans and my sister vanished without a trace. Desperation consumed me as I yearned to see them again. I sought the assistance of the powerful figure behind me and employed every ability at my disposal to locate them. Upon finding them, I discovered Hans' lifeless form within a coffin. My sister, on the other hand, was ensnared by a severe addiction, barely clinging to life. Once aspiring to be a star, she could no longer sing or dance. As I held her frail body, I wondered what words she might utter. Little Black Wukong seemed to sense the gravity of the moment, his expression turning somber. "Brother," she said, "many are laughing, cruelly tormenting Hans, treating her as a mere plaything, ultimately leading her to a painful demise, while forcing me to inhale that wretched smoke." I knew not what that smoke was, only that its intoxicating allure left me feeling unwell and gradually ensnared me in addiction, clouding my consciousness. Yet, in moments of clarity, I was confronted with the reality of our situation. "Brother, I miss Mom and Dad so much. Why did you have to kill them? You took away our home. I despise you, yet I wish for your happiness. You are my only family. Please, in my suffering, I do not wish for others to see me like this. I long to turn to ashes, to leave behind this wretched visage." She pleaded with me to end her life in flames, wishing to spare the world from her perceived ugliness. Thus, I set her aflame, ensuring that only I would carry the burden of her appearance, along with those despicable beings. Beichuan, having quelled his emotions, gazed calmly at Little Black Wukong. Meanwhile, Little Black Wukong wore a dark expression, sinking into contemplation after hearing Beichuan's tale. Initially, he felt an overwhelming rage towards Beichuan for slaying those who loved him, wishing to punish him severely. Yet, as he listened, confusion enveloped him, prompting him to ponder whether he could endure such torment himself. "Do not dwell on the past. It is behind you, and it must remain there. Though I cannot forget, I must not allow it to taint my present life. You too have much to live for. Your future and the fortune you've acquired are testaments to a beautiful life yet to come." Beichuan gently placed his hand on Little Black Wukong's shoulder. Listening to Beichuan's words, Little Black Wukong ceased his futile musings. Thus, our friendship blossomed, and gradually we began to engage in extensive conversations, often meandering through topics without a clear direction. Neither of us possessed the skill of conversation or the knack for finding common ground, yet we found ourselves connecting effortlessly. In the course of our dialogues, I began to perceive that he was not merely a child, but a young adult, possessing a maturity of thought and values. While I was still pondering the essence of happiness, he introduced the concept of redemption to me, imparting profound ideals that, though seemingly trivial, sparked a significant awakening within me. As time passed, I realized that our acquaintance brought a taste of happiness to my otherwise tumultuous existence, filled with daily struggles. Even when battered and bruised, I found the strength to recover swiftly and meet him at school. Together, we nurtured our dog, living out our repetitive days, which, surprisingly, never felt tiresome for either of us. In him, I discerned a profound loneliness masked beneath an ordinary exterior. Our bond deepened, and I cherished our friendship more with each passing day. When our dog faced adversity, I would not hesitate to intervene, revealing the depth of my feelings. My anger towards those who harmed our dog stemmed from the realization that our friendship was embodied in that creature. I could not bear to see the sole beacon of light in my life tarnished, even by my own parents. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a moment when the parents of my friend, whom I affectionately referred to as Little Black Wukong, discovered his friendships and his dog ownership. You wouldn't want your parents to know about your friendship with someone named Beichuan, would you? Little Black Wukong's sister teased, shaking her head, her two large eyes sparkling with amusement. "Enough of your prattle. Aside from your looks, you are nothing but a worthless pretty face. Perhaps you should take a dip in molten lava to gain some clarity." Little Black Wukong defiantly raised his middle finger in response, his expression brimming with audacity. You. His sister was incensed, but Little Black Wukong remained unfazed, arrogantly delivering a kick that sent her sprawling. In retaliation, his sister rolled her eyes, lamenting, "Why do I keep getting dumped by guys? You, who have yet to experience anything, dare to question me? I didn't want to resort to insults. But you bring it upon yourself, you scoundrel. Your hair looks like it's been dyed with dog urine, and who would ever fancy you with those glaring eyes?" Unable to contain himself any longer, Little Black Wukong slapped his sister several times before kicking her down, provoking her to squeal in protest. "I haven't even unleashed my skills yet. You can't match me." Little Black Wukong chuckled with a hint of arrogance, exuding an aura reminiscent of a celestial being. The commotion attracted the attention of his parents, who stormed in upon witnessing Little Black Wukong mercilessly assaulting his sister, unleashing a torrent of reprimands. "How could you, ungrateful child? Do not be so arrogant, you old fool. Look at your appearance, with a face as unimpressive as a withered yellow fruit, and an expression that is utterly foolish. Why do you act so rebellious? He is, after all, your mother's dear little son Wukong. What do you wish to convey?" Just then, son Wukong swiftly arrived, executing a water technique. "What have you done to my father? I must inform you, do not dare speak of my father, nor will you escape unscathed." Slap, slap, slap. With remarkable agility, son Wukong unleashed a flurry of slaps upon the three individuals before him, demonstrating an impressive mastery of the art without employing any special skills, making it all seem effortless. "How are you so powerful?" Son Wukong's sister looked on in shock at their fallen parents. "Let me reiterate. Practice more if you wish to improve. If you cannot handle defeat, then it is best you refrain from playing. The past is the past, and the present is the present. If you continuously compare the two, I suggest you compare yourself to your infant self. Do you comprehend? The fact that I choose to engage you with basic attacks is a courtesy. Utilizing my skills is merely my duty. With such mediocre capabilities, I can effortlessly defeat all three of you while patting your heads for a full 180 seconds. As he spoke, son Wukong leaned against the wall, retrieving a basketball and executing a dribble between his legs. Witnessing this scene, son Wukong's sister trembled in fear. "Please do not strike me. I have just turned 18. 18? Upon hearing this, son Wukong executed a slam dunk, sending a shuriken of swirling energy crashing down. Bang! With that single basketball, son Wukong claimed a triple kill. Apologies, but my heart can only harbor a dog and that man. Nothing else can find a place within. Do not speak so frivolously concerning Beichuan and Wankai." Son Wukong delivered another kick, bringing the confrontation to a conclusion. Chapter 82. A simple ending afterward. That individual seemed to vanish without a trace. Although our time together was brief, I cherished the moments spent with him. I had visited his home and sought him out in the neighboring class. Yet he had seemingly evaporated from existence. He did, however, leave me a note stating that should I encounter a difficult situation, uttering the phrase, "Save me, Beichuan," would summon him. Following his departure, my life became quite dull, leaving only Wankai for company. Despite his presence, I still felt an overwhelming sense of boredom, which prompted me to flee from that home and embark on a journey of wandering. Though there were times when hunger plagued me, I found joy in that lifestyle, for I was no longer subject to beatings or the torment of others. Though my existence was marked by hardship and frequent starvation, I found happiness in my freedom. However, this chapter of my life did not last long. After I had dealt a significant beating to my parents, they seemingly notified the individuals you were searching for. Consequently, I was located by a group of people, among them a man named Brother Zhuang. From them, I learned that my parents had perished and that they were not my biological ones, as well as the revelation that I was a mere experiment. Upon learning this, I felt little reluctance about returning, for there would be no more bothersome individuals, and their numbers were considerable. Yet, I could not tolerate Brother Zhuang's audacity to use firecrackers to disrupt my dog's food bowl, which prompted me to retaliate. As you are aware, the situation escalated, and I found myself in dire need of your assistance. With a smile, son Wukong recounted his tale. Upon hearing this, Black Wukong's expression remained indifferent. Your life is but a mirror of my own, he reflected. This is precisely why I remain vigilant towards him. He can be said to be a replica of the Black Goku, crafted in your likeness, Uncle Black Goku. Trunks fixated on the young Black Goku, fully aware of his formidable strength. With the transformation into Super Saiyan Rose, who could rival him? Trunks' gaze revealed a hint of wariness and discontent towards young Black Goku. Instantly, Black Goku retaliated with a swift strike. You're quite grown up now. Why do you persist in clashing with a child? He is merely a pitiful being created by Cell. Though his past mirrors mine, he is fundamentally a good person, unless you deem me a scoundrel. Black Goku regarded Trunks with a bulldog-like expression. Well, it's not that I harbor a dislike for children, Trunks coughed. But I am contemplating how to contend with that fellow Cell, who possesses such an overwhelming advantage. Moreover, Goku and my father are still in their Super Saiyan forms, and they have yet to unleash their full power. Trunks wore a troubled expression. And so what? Upon hearing this, Black Goku remained unfazed. At worst, I shall assist you one last time, but after this, I shall offer no further aid, just like Gohan. Black Goku stood tall. Gohan. Trunks paused, his mind conjuring the image of Gohan. If he were the one to survive in this future timeline, he would likely foster greater hope. Gohan is more astute than I, possessing deeper insight and greater battle experience. Indeed, he is superior, albeit slightly. But do not undervalue yourself, Trunks. You are akin to Gohan, and I have encountered him. Black Goku spoke in a neutral tone. You have met Gohan? Trunks was taken aback, blinking at Black Goku in disbelief. Years ago, during our separation, I ventured into your timeline, in an era when Gohan was still alive. Out of goodwill, I saved him, and we experienced much together. Throughout this journey, he grew significantly stronger. You are correct, he surpasses you in skill and experience, but that does not denote any disparity between you two. You are you, and he is he. This is a lesson I imparted to you both, and he does not believe himself to be superior to you in any regard. Black Goku retrieved an item Gohan had entrusted to him and casually handed it to Trunks. Upon receiving Gohan's martial uniform emblazoned with the character for Rice, Trunks recognized it instantly. This is Gohan's uniform. Grasping the fabric, Trunks was flooded with memories. He had intended to visit, but like you, he felt the need to safeguard the future, hence could not meet you. Gohan, clutching the symbol in his hands. Trunks felt as though Gohan was right beside him, reminiscent of his childhood when Gohan would gently tap his forehead, guiding him through training. For a moment, Trunks was lost in nostalgia, but soon regained his composure. Since Gohan has someone to protect, I must not lag behind. Suddenly, Trunks stood with fervor, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. What has come over him? Trunks' radiant expression left young Black Goku perplexed. Every adolescent in their rebellious phase exhibits certain characteristics, indicative of a profound transformation. What transformation? Little Black Wukong gazed in confusion. You shall understand when you reach my age. But you may also interpret it as the indomitable spirit of youth. A chill breeze swept by, and Black Wukong's eyes gleamed as he gazed at the cerulean sky above. What shall we do next, Uncle Black Wukong? Trunks approached, seeking a glimmer of guidance. Let us proceed directly to the heart of the matter. Swiftly infiltrate Cell's stronghold, Black Wukong proclaimed with a resonant voice. Trunks, momentarily taken aback, refrained from questioning Black Wukong's decision, placing his unwavering trust in him, confident that he could turn the tide of battle. I have already sensed his energy and pinpointed his base. Let us go, Black Wukong declared, closing his eyes to lock onto the energy, swiftly departing with little Black Wukong, Trunks, and a dog in tow. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, a fervent follower of Cell approached him with curiosity. Boss, are you all right? You've been silent, staring down. Indeed. Didn't you say we would celebrate today? Another follower chimed in, noting the unusual silence. Cell remained mute, his expression somber as he gazed at the throngs gathered in his cathedral, seated at the elongated crimson table beneath the grand entrance. My day of reckoning approaches, and my days as a mere tool are drawing to a close, Cell lamented, his countenance devoid of the mirth that characterized the previous iterations of himself. Instead, he exuded a grave demeanor, reminiscent of an elderly man. Day of reckoning? Tool? Who dares to consider you a mere tool, boss? Who in this world could judge you? The scions capable of doing so are restrained by the emperor of this nation. One of the fervent followers questioned, puzzled. A bitter smile crept across Cell's face. There are countless who could bring about my demise. To you, I may appear as the supreme ruler, yet to that individual, I am merely an ardent admirer. I once believed that by consuming the android siblings, I would attain unparalleled power, but I was mistaken. Upon the emergence of that being, I realized my entire understanding was inadequate to comprehend his existence. From that moment, I sensed my impending doom. Cell sighed heavily, his eyelids drooping as if weighed down by an invisible burden. Who is that individual you speak of, Lord Cell? One follower inquired, intrigued. I know not. Only that he embodies absolute malevolence. I once thought my indiscriminate slaughter was the epitome of evil, yet in comparison to his warped values, I find myself to be an angel. Cell chuckled resignedly. Angel? What do you mean? The follower, puzzled, did not press further, sensing Cell's discontent and promptly excusing himself. In the restroom, a follower of Cell expressed confusion. What troubles you, Lord Cell? As he turned on the faucet to wash his oily hands. How filthy. In an instant, the same person, previously disgusted by his hands, wore a look of satisfaction as he pressed his face against them. In the darkness, Trunks wielded the bloodied sword of hope as he passed by. Suddenly, the bathroom door was forcefully kicked open. Who is it? At the sound, a group of fervent fans stood up in alarm. However, before they could react, Trunks swiftly dispatched them all in an instant. Cell, your time has come, Trunks declared, brandishing the bloodied sword of hope as he stood upon the table, glaring furiously at the expressionless Cell. Oh. Cell feigned indifference, but quickly recognized his lack of performance and shifted his expression. Ah, Trunks, how did you get here? How did you break in? Leave this to me, Trunks asserted. The door before Cell gradually opened, revealing Black Goku leading little Black Goku, as if returning home. Finally, you've arrived, Cell remarked, his tone somber and his expression complex upon seeing them. With your previous experience, dealing with you should be a piece of cake, right, Lord Emperor? Black Goku tossed the battered emperor of a modern timeline before the still composed Cell. My apologies, Lord Cell, for failing to provide you with an enjoyable experience today. The emperor said, eyes swirling with stars. I understand. If you didn't enjoy it, then so be it. I had anticipated your demise, Cell replied, feigning concern while maintaining a calm demeanor, resting his arms on the table. Stand up, Trunks commanded, unable to tolerate Cell's relaxed posture, placing his blade against Cell's neck. Humph, my legs are a bit numb. May I rest a moment? Cell protested. Absolutely not, Trunks replied coldly. Fine. I have no pride before you, Cell relented, reluctantly rising and leisurely descending from his throne. Are you satisfied now? Cell glanced at Trunks with a hint of resignation. Trunks offered no response, his gaze shifting towards Black Goku. Noticing this, Cell also turned his attention to Black Goku. This is where it all ends, Cell, Black Goku announced, positioning himself alone before Cell, while keeping little Black Goku a safe distance of 20 meters away. Be careful, little Black Goku cautioned, holding his cherished companion close. Casting a worried glance at Black Goku. Understood, Black Goku replied softly, his vigilant right hand gathering energy into a blade. Even in this state, is it necessary to be so cautious? Cell remarked, somewhat exasperated. I must keep my guard up against you, Black Goku replied with a cold demeanor. Their gazes locked, tension mounting as if a fierce battle was imminent. But soon, Cell averted his eyes, surrendering to the moment. Do as you wish. I concede, he stated, appearing utterly defeated, devoid of the ambition he once displayed, reminiscent of certain contemporary university students consumed by the grind. Taken aback, Black Goku had intended to engage in a verbal duel with Cell, but found himself instead confronted by an unexpectedly complacent adversary. Similarly, Trunks found himself bewildered by the current demeanor of Cell, which starkly contrasted with the impression they had long held. In their memories, even in the direst of situations, Cell would contemplate self-destruction to take his adversaries down with him. However, that sense of desperation was conspicuously absent now. Was this truly the end? Trunks was utterly astonished, reasoning that even in the most rapid turn of events, there should be some melodramatic twist, perhaps with Black Goku suddenly awakening an 8th-level talent through a whimsical system, or Wonkai inexplicably consuming a potion that would lead to an unexpected reincarnation simply because someone uttered a phrase. Hey, you have nothing to say? Black Goku inquired, perplexed. Whatever you choose, I have surrendered my resistance, came the reply. Trunks was intrigued. This unexpected ease left both Black Goku and Trunks in disbelief. Despite confirming the demise of all intended targets, the lingering sensation from Cell suggested that he was still at the level of a Super Saiyan, leaving them unsettled. Do you think I would orchestrate some sort of twist? To say your downfall was due to defeating the Heavenly Emperor, only for me to grasp some transcendent skill? Upon hearing this, Black Goku and Trunks fell silent, their expressions filled with wariness, which left Cell feeling perplexed. Could it be that I guessed correctly? Humph. You truly are dull. How could there be a twist when I am in this state? As he spoke, Cell tore away the remnants of his clothing before Black Goku and Trunks, revealing a body that had withered to resemble a desiccated trunk. Chapter 83. It's coming. It's coming. What has happened to your emaciated body? Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. Fortuitously, you arrived early. Had you come later, you might have witnessed me reduced to ashes. Cell replied with a faint smile, his forehead glistening with sweat, as if the very breath sustaining him had escaped, causing him to collapse onto the ground. You have seen me before? Black Goku maintained his calm demeanor, only in the context of the one who brought me to this state, who mentioned that before my demise. I should convey a message to you. Breathless, Cell sat against a long table resembling a dragon, his expression frail and weary. Just moments prior, he had been full of bravado, yet now he seemed on the brink of death. The stark contrast puzzled Black Goku, yet he listened intently to what Cell had to convey. If I am not mistaken, that individual will become one of your most formidable foes in the future. His strength will likely not fall far short of yours. Not far short. An angel unbound by the laws, is he? Black Goku's tone turned somber. Not at all. He bears no resemblance to an angel. That creature is more ruthless than Frieza and more malevolent than I. He is not an angel, but rather a demon in disguise. What does he look like? What does he look like? I'm afraid I cannot divulge such information. He has forbidden me from doing so. All I can tell you is that your good fortune is drawing to a close, and tragedy is drawing ever nearer. Cell chuckled darkly, but suddenly his complexion drained. Resembling someone who had lost a significant amount of blood. Tragedy is approaching me? Given your disposition, you hardly seem like the type to assist others. Black Goku remarked with a hint of mockery, yet Cell remained unfazed. Under no circumstances would I seek assistance from you lowly beings. I would rather perish than endure the humiliation I have suffered without retribution. It is through that wretch's words that I learned of your formidable strength, and it seems fate has conspired to bring us together. I perceive this as an opportunity to vindicate my disgrace. We are merely leveraging one another, your utility to me and mine to you, devoid of any genuine assistance. With a disdainful chuckle, Cell began to cough up blood. Such severe injuries? Black Goku scrutinized Cell closely, his expression darkening. Cell's wounds were not ordinary. They were not mere bruises or torment, but rather a destruction that seemed to consume him gradually. Under Black Goku's watchful gaze, Cell's body began to shimmer, appearing almost transparent, as if his soul were beyond the possibility of reincarnation. This injury was inflicted by that fiend, Cell revealed, who crafted a fade of a blissful existence with a loving family only to torment me by using them against me. At this recollection, Cell felt a wave of nausea, his body trembling as the shadows of that day haunted him. Is he a sadist? Not a deity, yet capable of annihilating both body and soul? Is there truly such a being in Dragon Ball? Black Goku's mind raced, yet he could not conjure any character, divine or otherwise, who possessed the ability to erase both flesh and spirit, save for an eraser. How did he inflict such suffering upon you? What powers does he wield? Black Goku inquired. With merely a gentle touch, he wrought this fate upon me. He possesses no particular ability, yet my body is rendered thus. My survival hinges on two motives. First, the desire for revenge against the torment that has driven me to despair, and second, he seems to have anticipated your arrival, timing my collapse to coincide with this moment. Cell rasped, discomfort evident in his voice. What a perplexing individual, shrouded in mystery, Black Goku muttered, frustration causing his hair to stand on end. Uncle Black Goku, look at Cell. His form is fading. Trunks exclaimed, pointing anxiously at Cell. Black Goku refocused his attention on Cell, realizing the gravity of the situation. Cell, you should have a means to disarm the self-destruct mechanism within the young Black Goku, as he is your creation. A bomb. Little Black Goku queried, curiously inspecting himself. That fiend truly anticipated your inquiry, Cell remarked with a faint smile, even as death loomed near. What does this imply? Black Goku furrowed his brow. Nothing much, merely that he seems to have orchestrated everything, foreseeing your every action, even calculating that your duplicate would undergo the same childhood experiences he planned, only to encounter you later, at which point you would recognize the bomb and come seeking my assistance to dismantle it. What? Is Little Black Goku not your creation? He is not a mere clone of Sun Wukong. He is mine. Suddenly, Black Goku found himself in a state of bewilderment. He could comprehend that little Black Goku's childhood experiences were merely coincidental, but the revelation of these events left him utterly perplexed. This experience was known only to him and Beichuan. Perhaps only his parents, whom he had slain, were aware of it, and no one else. Moreover, this secret was forever sealed within the confines of reality. The city referred to as Beichuan, impossible. He had perished in the Great Fire. No, there was indeed a connection to Beichuan in little Black Goku's ordeal. It could not simply be a coincidence that the name was the same. The narrative of childhood could not possibly yield another encounter with someone named Beichuan. Could it be that he had not died and had traversed dimensions as well? Black Goku's mind short-circuited, his thoughts racing chaotically. At that moment, Cell's form grew increasingly translucent, his voice becoming more hoarse. That creature was absurdly powerful. Honestly, no matter how much stronger I become, I dread the thought of encountering him again. As he spoke, Cell produced a switch from behind him and pressed it. This action sent a jolt of fear through Trunks. What are you doing, Cell? Trunks interposed himself before Black Goku, clutching the sword of hope tightly. What am I doing? Deactivating the bomb. What else could I possibly do? Frankly, there's not much else I can do now, Cell replied. Taken aback, Trunks hesitated. He had disabled it. Black Goku regarded little Black Goku with skepticism. Under the acute perception of energy, Black Goku discerned the bomb within little Black Goku's heart beginning to detach, gradually fading as if erased by some destructive force. Indeed, it had vanished. Just as Black Goku began to feel relief, a wave of anxiety surged within him. Through his energy perception, he noticed that little Black Goku's energy was plummeting, the previously attained Super Saiyan enhancement steadily diminishing to zero. What have you done, Cell? Black Goku glared at Cell like a ravenous beast. Under his intense gaze, Cell trembled but maintained a smile. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world, Black Goku. While the bomb was deactivated, power would also be lost. This was the stipulation from that guy. You should blame him. He is the creator of little Black Goku. That guy? Who is that guy? Black Goku was exasperated by Cell's cryptic remarks, his frustration boiling over as he kicked out in anger. However, in the next instant, Cell began to froth at the mouth, his body becoming completely transparent, wilting away before Black Goku's eyes. Remember my words, kill him. With that, Cell transformed into one of countless wisps of smoke, departing in haste. Compared to the dramatic deaths of the previous two Cells, this one's demise felt rather abrupt, as if the author, in a rush to introduce a significant character, had overlooked the smaller details, fearing accusations of being overly indulgent with the protagonist. Is this truly how it ends? Such a formidable adversary, dismissed in such an ambiguous manner? Trunks fixated on the spot where Cell had vanished. With a sense of unease, Black Goku pondered the identity of the individual who had been a constant source of concern. He meticulously evaluated the potential threats posed by various characters. Could it be Super Saiyan 100 Vegeta, a fusion of 4 Vegetas? Or perhaps Super Saiyan Rose Zamasu, an amalgamation of 12 Zamasus and 12 Super Saiyan Roses, combined with Broly? The prospect of a Super Saiyan absorbing the energy of the cosmic tree, reminiscent of the dark blue Goku, crossed his mind. However, these possibilities seemed unlikely. One was a fan creation, another a manifestation of Toriyama's imagination, and the last, albeit fantastical, held a significant probability of occurrence. If the cosmic tree's energy absorption were indeed the case, it would be a formidable challenge, transcending even the god of destruction, and potentially surpassing the angels. But who could it be? If it were Fury, he would undoubtedly embody a divine essence, albeit distinct from traditional deities. Yet, the essence of divine techniques remains constant. If not him, Goku could hardly be the source, given his character traits that defy demonic tendencies. Contemplating these matters, Black Goku found himself in considerable discomfort, akin to the pangs of a heart ailment. What on earth is happening? I haven't even engaged in any transformation, he mused, pressing his hand to his chest, only to be startled by a sudden bout of coughing, blood staining his lips. You've coughed up blood. Little Black Goku approached with concern, swiftly offering a tissue to wipe the corner of Black Goku's mouth. Thank you. Is your body unwell? The commotion drew Trunks' attention, who approached with evident worry upon seeing Black Goku's condition. What's wrong? Do you need to visit a hospital? A hospital? Black Goku chuckled at the notion, rising to his feet. In a sense, those who seek help are also divine, for they possess the essence of humanity. However, I am, after all, a guardian deity. It would be utterly laughable to let it be known that I require assistance for an ailment. With that, Black Goku shook his head, his complexion gradually improving. I don't think that's wise. You seem quite serious. Perhaps we should go, Trunks insisted, anxiety etched on his face. Let us not focus on me for now. Since Cell has indicated that new enemies will emerge, and they seem to be targeting me, I cannot remain here. I must distance myself. Therefore, until the enemy arrives, I entrust this place to your guardianship. Without Cell, you should manage well, right? Can I manage? It's not a question of capability. I will certainly resolve the aftermath and ensure that those misguided individuals have ample time to revisit their education, Trunks replied with newfound determination, his expression far removed from the confusion he once bore. Observing Trunks' transformation, Black Goku surmised that the past week had been arduous for him. You've worked hard this week. Trunks, once everything is settled, I will impart some techniques to help you grow stronger. Let us enjoy a meal prepared by your mother afterward. Black Goku said with a gentle smile. Until we meet again. Trunks waved farewell. As the young one departed, Black Goku's gaze lingered on the small figure of Black Goku. I shall take my leave as well, he remarked gently. Naturally, since the enemy is targeting me, it is inevitable that those around me will be affected. That fiend, Cell, mentioned that his appearance would bring misfortune to those close to me. I contemplated hiding you away in a safe place while I actively sought out that adversary, thus ensuring your safety. You, who hold great significance in my eyes, must not be caught in the crossfire. Black Goku spoke with a warm tone. Is that so? Small Black Goku scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful. Farewell, young one. With that, Black Goku placed his hand atop Small Black Goku's head, along with Wankai, preparing to depart from their concealed location. The overall plan seemed flawless, yet would it truly unfold as Black Goku envisioned? Furthermore, could this adversary truly be regarded as an enemy? No matter where you flee, your fate is sealed. In the shadows, a man with red demonic horns and flowing black hair slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 84. A heartwarming journey within the time-space tunnel. In a bid to shield Small Black Goku from harm, Black Goku exerted himself, nearly frantically traversing through the fabric of time with his time-space ring, determined to distance himself from the Dragon Ball universe at an almost frenetic pace. He yearned to escape not just from the immediate danger, but from the very narrative of this Dragon Ball realm itself. Where are we headed? Small Black Goku inquired, bewildered as he observed the dark, swirling portals around them. To a place of comfort, Black Goku replied with a smile. Before I hide you away, I thought we might explore the mountains and seas. Indulge in the sights you adore, and savor the delicacies you cherish. Really? Small Black Goku's face lit up with joy. Under the eager gaze of Small Black Goku, Black Goku commenced their journey. Driven by an inner sense of obligation to his younger self, Black Goku sought to fulfill the dreams and experiences he felt he had missed during his own childhood, sharing them with Small Black Goku. Do you wish to climb a mountain? Then let us ascend. How did you know I would enjoy climbing snow-capped peaks? Small Black Goku, bundled in thick clothing and cradling the equally bundled Wankai, trudged alongside Black Goku, who cleared a path for him with his energy. The one who fashioned you did so using my likeness, Black Goku reflected. I recall once expressing a desire to climb mountains, only to be met with my father's reprimands, which left me with a lingering regret. I wonder if you have faced similar experiences? With a thoughtful expression, Black Goku observed Small Black Goku, continually using his energy to pave the way. Indeed, I have been scolded for wishing to climb snow-capped mountains. That old man not only denied my request to fund my own expedition, but also delivered a harsh kick. An elderly woman even rushed over to slap me several times. Since then, I have never wished to climb again. In truth, I do not particularly enjoy climbing, especially not in the snow, yet. Seeing others pursue such endeavors stirred an inexplicable desire within me to try. Small Black Goku chuckled, feeling a chill run through him. After losing the extraordinary attributes of a Super Saiyan and returning to the state of an ordinary human, he found himself unable to withstand even a slight breeze. Sneezing in response. Cold. Is it cold? Climb. Until we reach the summit, we shall not cease, commanded Black Wukong, steadfastly shielding little Black Wukong from the biting wind and snow. With an unwavering expression, little Black Wukong shook his head, clutching his dog as they persevered onward. Wankai, undeterred, barked in agreement. Inspired by the fervor of the little one, Black Wukong matched his enthusiasm as they ascended together. At long last, amidst the merciless storm, The trio reached the pinnacle. Standing atop the mountain, their hearts were filled with the desire to witness the breathtaking scenery. To them, the view from the summit embodied beauty and freedom, yet in reality, it was merely a vast expanse of white snow and a series of snow-capped peaks. Despite the unimpressive landscape, the two Wukongs felt no disdain. They cherished the release of emotions that had once been stifled, far more than the allure of a sunny vista. "Do you know where we shall go next?" Little Black Wukong inquired, turning to Black Wukong. "To the zoo, to observe the brown bears," Black Wukong declared, and without delay, they ventured to the zoo. "You know I adore brown bears," Little Black Wukong said with curiosity. "Our childhoods were mirrored. I too cherished all things fluffy. Though I am a boy, I harbored feminine interests, hidden away from my family," Black Wukong replied. "Are your family members not genuine?" Little Black Wukong asked, puzzled. "They are indeed real, my biological parents," Black Wukong responded, his voice heavy, eyes fixed on a bear below, eagerly awaiting a morsel. "Do you comprehend why your own parents treat you so?" Little Black Wukong wondered. "Ha ha ha," Black Wukong chuckled softly, "perhaps I am an oddity." As he spoke, a tin of opened herring appeared in his hand, and without hesitation, he fed the bear, which was clamoring for food at the fence. The bear, satisfied with the feast, soon glared at Black Wukong with a look akin to that of a petulant spouse, its expression darkening after a few bites. "Alas, the bear has scurried away. I wish to observe it longer," lamented Little Black Wukong, feeling a pang of disappointment. Perhaps it was too pleased with its meal. "Come, let us proceed to our next destination." "Next destination? Do you have another place in mind?" Little Black Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Indeed, but this time it is not for sightseeing. It is for a passion. First, let us change our attire," Black Wukong replied with a mischievous smile. Under Black Wukong's guidance, Little Black Wukong was taken to a clothing store, where he donned a vibrant Hawaiian blue shirt, denim jeans, and black leather boots. With sunglasses perched on their noses, they swaggered down the street, swaying side to side. "This attire feels so familiar. Could it be that we are about to?" Little Black Wukong's voice trailed off as he gulped nervously, realizing the implications. As anticipated, Black Wukong boldly stood in the path of an approaching Mercedes, waving his hand flamboyantly. Virum. The Mercedes-Benz intended to change lanes. Yet the enigmatic Black Wukong obstructed its path just as it attempted to do so. In an instant, the Mercedes came to a halt before Black Wukong, who, upon stopping, emitted a stream of expletives. As the window rolled down, a bald man clad in a hoodie unleashed a torrent of profanities. "Hey, brother." Upon hearing this, Black Wukong was not incensed. Rather, he was filled with delight, eagerly anticipating such a response. With that, Black Wukong swiftly approached the driver's side, yanked the door open, and seized the agitated driver, pulling him from the vehicle before he could regain his composure. "Hey, what are you doing? Are you robbing me in broad daylight?" The driver was bewildered, yet Black Wukong, disregarding any semblance of decorum, delivered a decisive kick to his groin. "What I'm taking is your car," he proclaimed, ensuring the driver experienced an excruciating sensation akin to having one's dreams shattered. "What is the meaning of this?" Little Black Wukong inquired, perplexed. "Come here, little imp. Let us unleash a merciless beating upon this scoundrel. Aim for the areas where it hurts the most and kick with all your might. If he dies, it matters not," Black Wukong instructed, proceeding to inflict discomfort upon the man's groin, leaving him in a tormenting limbo of agony, teetering on the brink of consciousness while frothing at the mouth. Though uncertain of Black Wukong's intentions, Little Black Wukong obediently joined in the fray. In a matter of moments on the bustling street, the duo enacted a scene of robbery and deliberate harm. As if that were not enough, upon witnessing the driver being mercilessly beaten, a stunning woman in the passenger seat, frightened, leapt from the car, intent on fleeing. The woman moved with remarkable grace. Yet Black Wukong's keen eyes did not miss her escape. "Little imp, take this brick and throw it at that fleeing woman's head. Make sure to aim accurately." With that, Black Wukong handed a brick to Little Black Wukong. "Can I really do this?" Little Black Wukong hesitated. "Trust me, child, I shall not lead you astray." With those words, Little Black Wukong seized the brick and hurled it towards the fleeing woman, who, believing she had evaded capture, was struck squarely on the head and collapsed to the ground, dazed. Direct hit. A headshot. Little Black Wukong exclaimed with glee. "Now, let us bind them in the back seat of the car, and you shall drive while I teach you how," Black Wukong said with a sly grin. On the bustling street, Simply engage the automatic transmission, press the accelerator, and crash into anything in your path. Should you encounter a traffic light, feel free to knock it down, Black Wukong instructed, his gaze fixed on the rapidly driving little Black Wukong. Understood. Inspired by Black Wukong's words, little Black Wukong emulated him, ramming the car head-on into a vehicle adorned with a golden emblem. The impact was thunderous, sending the Rolls-Royce and its owner tumbling. After the collision, little Black Wukong carelessly sped away, leaving the scene behind. Is this really acceptable? He questioned, a hint of uncertainty coloring his voice. Do not worry about the incident you just caused. It seems that a certain Mr. Lee from the prosperity community has just been metaphorically crowned with a green hat. This is merely a manifestation of the cyclical nature of fate, and your actions were justified, affirmed the Dark Wukong. How do you know this? Inquired the curious little Black Wukong. With time, I shall teach you the art of fortune. Once you attain a transcendent state, you will perceive the truth behind such occurrences. Do you see that Range Rover? Ram into it. Play the game of Vice City as you would in reality. How did you know I love that game? Little Black Wukong pondered, connecting the dots. Ah, I see now. You have been guiding me from the very beginning. Indeed, now crash. Boom. The luxury Range Rover, worth several million, was sent tumbling. Excellent, exclaimed little Black Wukong, accelerating past the overturned vehicle and crashing into another marked car at high speed. With determination in his eyes, he drove recklessly, smashing into vehicles worth hundreds of thousands, millions, even tens of millions. The airbag deployed repeatedly, yet no one dared to protest. Who would challenge this? Are you blind? With a thunderous roar, the Dark Wukong extended his hand out of the window, channeling an energy blast that obliterated the Bugatti of an irate owner, reducing it to ashes. In an instant, the explosion sent the car owner sprawling, his anger extinguished in the chaos. You rage? My fury surpasses yours. Take your money and leave. The Dark Wukong tossed 2 briefcases filled with cash at the feet of the Bugatti owner before swaggering away, leaving the man speechless. As the cold wind swept through, many luxury car owners, oblivious to the omens of the day, faced dire consequences. Inside the vehicle, the bound owner of the Mercedes lamented his misfortune as he watched the Dark Wukong spend money frivolously. Unperturbed by guilt, the Dark Wukong commanded little Black Wukong to drive recklessly to the police station. That night, the Mercedes owner not only lost his car and his money, but also found himself in a dire predicament, akin to being trapped in a small iron room with no hope of release. Here lies the flower, proclaimed the Dark Wukong, opening the trunk to reveal box after box of illegal flour. Are these contraband items in this vehicle? Questioned a police officer, swallowing hard as he gazed at the wrecked car, a mere shadow of its former glory, as if it had been crumpled by relentless forces. Chapter 85. The final leisurely stroll. Once their tasks were complete, the duo, unbeknownst to their hunger, embarked on a culinary adventure. Under the guidance of the Dark Wukong, little Black Wukong reveled in delight, blissfully unaware that an entire day had slipped by. On the Ferris wheel, it has been an eternity since I've experienced such joy, mused little Black Wukong, savoring a hamburger with a look of contentment. I too have not felt this relaxed in ages, not since my youth, replied the Dark Wukong, reclining in his seat with an air of tranquility. Perhaps fate has conspired to unite us, allowing us to bring joy to one another. Is it possible that the heavens have sent us to redeem each other? Why do you say that? You previously mentioned that I am just like you when you were a child. My happiness signifies your joy from those days. Is it possible that I am here to compensate for your past regrets? The little Black Wukong blinked slightly, while the Black Wukong remained silent. As their conversation continued, the Ferris wheel gradually descended, marking the conclusion of their journey. Where shall we go next? Inquired little Black Wukong. I am uncertain. I have accomplished all I wished to do as a child today. The only desires I harbor now are known to you, replied Black Wukong as he exited the cabin of the Ferris wheel. Shall we end our day here? It is getting late, and you are not leaving tomorrow, right? You promised to stay and play until I am happy, little Black Wukong teased with a playful smile. More play tomorrow? Are you unwilling? Black Wukong quickly refuted. If you are agreeable, a month could suffice. Furthermore, considering our adversary is targeting me, it would be prudent to ensure your safety by sending you far from my side when the time comes. So you consented? Little Black Wukong exclaimed with delight. Yes. Let us enjoy a few more days together. As if accompanying my former self, Black Wukong responded, not refusing little Black Wukong's request. And they began to stroll through the streets. Walking along the dimly lit streets at this hour, Black Wukong and Little Black Wukong became the most vibrant figures. The only ones awake and wandering aimlessly. Are we just going to stroll like this? I'm starting to feel a bit tired, said Little Black Wukong, rubbing his eyes with weariness. Feeling sleepy? Then let us find a hotel to stay for the night, proposed Black Wukong, preparing to teleport away with Little Black Wukong. However, before he could place his finger on his forehead, he suddenly became alert, tightly embracing Little Black Wukong and swiftly retreating to the side. Just as they moved, a woman's figure flew past and crashed heavily against a nearby lamppost. A monster? A monster? Could it be that our enemy has arrived? Upon hearing this, Black Wukong set Little Black Wukong down and heightened his senses. After a thorough scan, he discovered that the ominous energy was intensifying and drawing nearer. As he felt this presence, a blade of energy formed in his hand. How dare you humans deny Lord Jean his egg tart? You truly overestimate your worth. As the words echoed, a creature resembling a fishman appeared before Black Wukong, radiating a potent divine aura. This was not the enemy spoken of by Cell, but rather the god of destruction Jean from Universe 12. While many may not remember this deity well, they would certainly recall him if asked who among the gods of destruction was the ugliest. You, a piranha, are throwing such a tantrum just because a girl didn't give you the egg tart for her birthday and instead offered you cream puffs? The battered woman, bloodied and disfigured, gazed at the god of destruction Jean. Piranha? The god of destruction, Jean, approached the woman with a furious expression, delivering a forceful kick that sent her head crashing against the ground, producing a cacophony of sound. This shocking spectacle astounded Black Wukong, who watched in disbelief as the god of destruction placed his foot upon the woman's head. You shall provide me with whatever I desire. This is the rule. What do you mean by you give, I take? Do you think this is how one treats a mere dog? Your current fortune is solely due to my grace, Jean proclaimed, mercilessly rubbing his foot against the woman's forehead. Witnessing this, Black Wukong, though accustomed to such sights, felt an urge to intervene. However, he was wary of the consequences. With the presence of Little Black Wukong, he had matured somewhat, and thus quickly took hold of Little Black Wukong, intending to leave. Yet, the unpredictability of fate intervened. And just as Black Wukong attempted to pull Little Black Wukong away, an unforeseen event transpired. Let us go while he is not looking our way, Black Wukong whispered, covering Little Black Wukong's mouth. However, the moment he touched him, Little Black Wukong erupted with expletives. You bastard! Is it necessary to treat a woman so violently? As the words left his lips, the attention of the god of destruction shifted to Little Black Wukong. Are you addressing me, mortal? Jean glared menacingly at Little Black Wukong. In response, Black Wukong immediately positioned himself protectively in front of Little Black Wukong. Forgive him. He is just a child who doesn't understand. He was merely speaking to me. Ha ha ha. Black Wukong forced a smile, quickly turning to Little Black Wukong. I was worried about causing trouble, so I sent Wonkai to the dog CAF to avoid any incidents. And you, little one, must learn to behave. If you seek to uphold justice, I won't hinder you, but you must also recognize your own limitations. Do you know who that individual is? Black Wukong furrowed his brow, bracing himself for the moment when Jean would approach to transport Little Black Wukong through time and space to protect him from harm. However, Jin's next words obliterated that thought. You, who were raised without a father and taught nothing by your mother, have no right to converse with a deity. Begone. Jean stepped before Black Wukong, glaring viciously and unleashing a torrent of divine energy, rudely seizing Black Wukong by the collar. At this provocation, Black Wukong's temper flared. He could tolerate much, but the mention of his parents was a line he could not allow to be crossed, regardless of their own shortcomings. With his wounds reopened, Black Wukong decided to confront the god of destruction head-on instead of retreating. Today shall be your last breath, you gluttonous fish, he declared, spitting into Jin's eyes while he remained momentarily stunned. A single droplet of saliva struck, rendering the eyes of the god of destruction, Jin, temporarily blind, causing him to flail about in a frenzy. Seizing this moment, Black Wukong refrained from uttering further words to avoid being branded as reckless. He instantly transformed into the Super Saiyan god in a vibrant magenta hue, directing the energy blade he had conjured towards Jin's heart with a fierce thrust. The blade pierced through Jin, leaving him utterly chilled, as his entrance, which should have spanned thousands of words filled with dialogues in combat, was abruptly cut short by Black Wukong's decisive strike. Meanwhile, within the confines of the editor's home, Frustration welled up. How am I supposed to write the next chapter now? You've ended it with a single blow. How will I earn a living when I can barely afford breakfast? Ignoring the repetitive urban narrative of 50,000 words, Black Wukong raised his hand to gather the divine slayer, severing the very soul of the god of destruction, Jin. In mere moments, Black Wukong had completed this feat in only 5 seconds. Returning to his original form, Black Wukong nonchalantly shook his arm, having effortlessly concluded the existence of the god of destruction. Young Black Wukong appeared astonished, yet his attention was diverted towards a woman who had collided with a lamppost not far away. Quick, let us see how she is. That impact sounded painful. He urged with urgency. Accompanied by young Black Wukong swiftly approached the woman who had been brutally assaulted by Jin. Upon his arrival, a gruesome sight unfolded before him. The woman's face was a grotesque mess, ravaged and bloodied by the god of destruction. Her body having lost a significant amount of blood, her skin pallid. Even with intervention, her chances of survival appeared grim. Fortunately, you encountered me, Black Wukong declared, preparing to channel energy to her. Just as he was about to do so, the seemingly dying woman unexpectedly spoke. Do not save me. Save those orphans instead. They are in worse condition than I. Her words momentarily stunned Black Wukong. Orphans, he echoed, as the woman miraculously lifted her hand to indicate the direction from whence she had come. Looking towards the direction she pointed out, Black Wukong activated his energy perception. Indeed, as the woman had stated, not far off, several children were in dire straits, their conditions far worse than hers, and there were many more in similar peril. In such a situation, those who understood Black Wukong's character could foresee his choice. She cannot be saved. Come with me, as the children she indicated are in greater need. We must prioritize their rescue, Black Wukong asserted, preparing for instant movement. But what about her? We can't just abandon her. She will die? Young Black Wukong implored. Desperation etched across his face. Black Wukong remained impassive, opting not to respond as he prepared to depart with him. Please, don't do this. I can't bear to witness someone die before my eyes. Young Black Wukong pleaded once more. Let us move. The children are gravely wounded by Jin's destructive power. If they perish, they are truly lost. This woman is different. I can journey to the underworld and retrieve her later. Don't wear that expression as if I'm treating lives as mere transactions, you fool. Black Wukong gently patted young Black Wukong's head, a smile gracing his face. Upon hearing this, the little Black Wukong was momentarily taken aback. Although he harbored a hint of disbelief, he had always trusted Black Wukong implicitly. Despite knowing that Black Wukong possessed the ability to revive the woman, he couldn't help but cast one last lingering glance at the woman, whose life hung precariously in the balance. Why did he feel an unsettling sense that he would soon be unable to see her again? A strange sensation began to take root in the heart of the little Black Wukong. Chapter 86. The Pact Between Us Whoosh. In an instant, Black Wukong and the little Black Wukong arrived at the place where the woman had been sent flying. Upon reaching this location, although Black Wukong had mentally prepared himself, he was still overwhelmed with emotion at the sight of the crimson-stained landscape and the numerous children, battered and bruised, before him. Once I eliminate the enemies, the deities of destruction, and all the gods within this Dragon Ball universe, today shall mark the annihilation of your kind, even if it costs me my very life. Black Wukong vowed fiercely. With that declaration, he wasted no time and immediately began channeling an immense amount of energy into the injured children, who were on the brink of death, ravaged by the destructive gods. He aimed to stabilize their internal injuries and soothe their spirits, allowing their systems a moment to breathe and recuperate. In a short while, thanks to Black Wukong's efforts, the children's fundamental injuries were largely mended. However, he remained vigilant and decided to escort this group of children to a nearby hospital. As for the medical expenses, you must have the funds, right? He inquired sternly, kicking over the desk of the Emperor Lan Zetian, who was clad in nothing but his undergarments. I have money, plenty of it. Just don't kill me, the Emperor pleaded. Thus, Black Wukong managed to gather the necessary funds for medical expenses in a rather gentle manner. After tirelessly working for 2 consecutive hours, the hospital ordeal was finally complete. Exhausted, Black Wukong slumped into a chair outside the patient room. What about that woman? The little Black Wukong asked anxiously. You mean her? Black Wukong sighed deeply in response. I have arranged everything and rescued them all. However, The underworld is rather busy, and it is estimated that it will take 24 hours to locate the soul of that woman. Regrettably, the destruction god has claimed the lives of many. Thousands of orphans have fallen victim to this deity's wrath. I inquired about the various causes of death, which were quite straightforward. In a place called the Hope Orphanage, a young orphan was celebrating her birthday today. That woman was the director of the orphanage and had prepared a birthday celebration for the child, intending to make her 5th birthday a joyous occasion. The process was indeed beautiful. Her actions were not inappropriate, as the very purpose of the orphanage was to provide a home for the lost and abandoned children. Yet, this act provoked the ire of the destruction god, who coincidentally shared the same birthday. While passing through this planet, the deity chanced upon the birthday celebration for the girl. Wishing to join in the festivities, the destruction god desired a custard tart. However, the girl refused to share it, as it was meant for her deceased mother, who had cherished custard tarts during her lifetime. The girl wished to preserve this tart in memory of her mother, which led to the destruction god feeling displeased. In a fit of rage, the deity annihilated those orphans, prompting the woman, as the director, to conceal the truth of the incident. Thus, the events that we now witness unfolded over a mere custard tart. Black Wukong found this hard to believe, yet Black Wukong was accustomed to such occurrences. For instance, when a divine being desires something that is snatched away by a mere dog, they may become enraged and decree that the populace shall suffer a year devoid of water and sustenance. Similarly, when a deity perceives the rise of human civilization and grows displeased, they may unleash a torrential downpour of acid rain to exterminate them en masse. Furthermore, a moment of dissatisfaction could lead to the obliteration of thousands of universes, treating lives as mere playthings. Black Wukong had grown accustomed to this harsh reality and accepted it, recognizing that deities stand above mortals, much like humans may look down upon beings of lesser stature. The grotesque brutality of the divine was, however, something Black Wukong could not accept. It was the ignorance of humanity that truly vexed him. His character, which is far from amiable, had transitioned into that of Zamasu. Black Wukong had increasingly adopted a self-righteous persona, devoid of kindness and wholly malevolent, criticizing others while being a hypocrite himself, contemplating the nature of the divine. He could concede the actions of deities but was perplexed by the blind devotion of humanity, which worshipped and revered such malevolence without question. Why did they not seek to eradicate the truly vile? Why did they not perish in their folly? Such ignorance, foolishness, and mindlessness, why did they not suffer the consequences of their actions? As Black Wukong's hair began to turn white, his teeth sharpened into formidable points, and bloodshot veins crept into his eyes. A crimson horn emerged from his forehead. Unbeknownst to him, Black Wukong was succumbing to a dark transformation. Cursed deities, cursed humanity, cursed carbon-based life, I shall extinguish you all. In that moment of turmoil, little Black Wukong appeared beside him, tugging at the hem of his garment to halt his murderous descent into madness. This exclamation from little Black Wukong brought a moment of clarity to Black Wukong, allowing him to retreat from his darkened state. Have I begun to question my own values regarding the protection of humanity? He pondered, returning to his seat, furrowing his brow as he rubbed his forehead. Though little Black Wukong did not fully grasp the reasons behind Black Wukong's distress, he sensed the weight of his worries. Are you angry because those so-called destroyers bully humanity? Black Wukong remained silent, his expression dark. If so, then I shall grow stronger and drive them away. If I were the younger version of you, I would surely grow to be as powerful, to defeat them. Listening to little Black Wukong's bold declarations, Black Wukong cast a curious glance in his direction. I vow that from this day forth, I shall thwart any god who seeks to bully humanity. If the deities wish to torment mortals, I will stand against them. I shall grow to be like you and fight them. Little Black Wukong proclaimed with unwavering confidence. To become like me? I am no hero. There is nothing admirable in that. Up until now, I have failed to protect those I intended to safeguard. In truth, I have often called myself a guardian of humanity, yet I am merely a selfish being. I fight only to protect those like you. And as long as individuals like you are alive, I am indifferent to the fate of others. They may insult me, but I do not take offense, for their words hold truth. I am indeed a scoundrel. To protect people like you, I would willingly extinguish the lives of others like you. On the 17th, during the hostage situation, it was with these hands of mine that I took the life of that girl. I have cared not for the lives of others in my pursuit of the Super Dragon Balls, resulting in the deaths of countless billions, trillions, even more. What is there to aspire to? Black Wukong's eyes dulled, and his resilient heart began to fracture. The realization that he possessed divine power, yet failed to protect those he cherished, brought forth an overwhelming urge for self-destruction. If I were to perish, would I no longer bear witness to tragedy? Would I be free from the sight of those ignorant fools and the guilt of failing to protect anyone? Suddenly, little Black Wukong's voice pierced through Black Wukong's thoughts. If you die, who will save people like us? At these words, Black Wukong slowly lifted his gaze, and upon doing so, he caught sight of tears streaming from little Black Wukong's eyes. In your eyes, you may perceive yourself as no hero, yet in our eyes, you are indeed a hero. Without you, we would find ourselves bereft of hope, with no one to rescue us. Should you perish, we would lose our anchor. And at that moment, this world would be beyond salvation. Please, live on and save us. Black Goku clasped Black Goku's shoulders firmly, his gaze resolute, even as tears streamed down his cheeks. Save us. This phrase echoed in Black Goku's mind, reminiscent of a time long past when he had consoled many children during his battle with Cell, their cries for salvation ringing in his ears. With this thought, Black Goku found renewed strength, reminded of the unresolved foes and the existence of those children whose vengeance he must remember and avenge. Faced with unknown dangers, he felt invigorated once more. Thank you, he said, embracing little Black Goku. In that embrace, Black Goku vowed never to let any harm come to little Black Goku, regardless of the adversary, even if it were the Omni King himself. This determination fortified Black Goku's spirit in a world so steeped in ignorance. Yet he pondered whether reality would unfold as he wished. Would the one who understood him so well in the shadows truly spare him? Chapter 87. The enemy approaches, I will protect you. Little Black Goku and Black Goku made a pact, establishing a joyful agreement that they would strive to fulfill throughout their lives. With their objectives firmly set, the following morning, after dealing with the transgressions of the God of Destruction, Black Goku swiftly concealed little Black Goku in a room imperceptible to ordinary eyes and senses. Where was this sanctuary? Surely, fans of Dragon Ball would recognize it. The hyperbolic time chamber? Do I really have to return there? I do not wish to squander my time. Little Black Goku pouted, reluctant to comply. Your reluctance is irrelevant. The enemy's strength parallels mine and poses a significant threat to you. How could I possibly feel at ease? Black Goku stated, filled with pride at his own abilities. It's dreadfully dull in there. And all those orphans from the Hope Orphanage are in the hospital. I want to see them, little Black Goku protested, twisting his waist in defiance. No, Black Goku replied sternly, locking his gaze on little Black Goku. If I can't go, then I won't go, little Black Goku retorted, exasperated. Wankai, come here. Irritated, little Black Goku summoned Wankai, who had recently lost fur due to some rough handling. Wankai, let's go inside this room where a day outside equates to a year within. In the eyes of the outside world, you would age 7 years in just a day. With that, little Black Goku gestured animatedly. In that moment of eye contact, Wankai understood immediately, plopping down on the ground in refusal to enter. Oh dear, Wankai, you must listen. It's just a matter of losing 7 years of youth for a brief moment. I cannot perish. I am merely 14. What is there to fear? Little Black Wukong exchanged knowing glances with Wankai, who immediately understood and refused to leave, regardless of what little Black Wukong said. This scene was keenly observed by Black Wukong, who watched the little tricks of little Black Wukong with the same nostalgia as one revisiting a cherished toy from childhood that had been refreshed. Oh, if you wish to go so desperately, I shall grant your request, Black Wukong replied with a sense of resignation. Really? You wouldn't deceive me, would you? What would happen if you did? Little Black Wukong's eyes sparkled with anticipation. I would not deceive you, but I do require you to wear this ring. With that, Black Wukong produced a ring of a vibrant magenta hue and handed it to little Black Wukong. Upon receiving the ring, little Black Wukong curiously adorned his ring finger. What purpose does this ring serve? It shines so brilliantly, little Black Wukong inquired with intrigue. It is to ensure your safety. It bears my essence. Should your vitality wane significantly, or if you suddenly become weak, the ring will relay your condition to me and safeguard you until I can arrive to assist you. Black Wukong explained. Moreover, the ring cannot be removed unless you choose to part with your hand. I have considered that possibility. If your hand were to be severed or an accident were to occur, it would still inform me immediately. How can I remove it, then? Little Black Wukong asked, puzzled. I can assist you in its removal, but only if you harbor an overwhelming desire for self-destruction. It must be a conscious choice on your part. Such a thing seems unlikely for you. After all, you would not willingly seek your demise, would you? If I recall correctly, we made an agreement last night. Black Wukong said, gently caressing Little Black Wukong's hand, a smile gracing his face. Rest assured, I aspire to be like you. There is no way I would easily succumb to death. Until I become like you, I shall not perish, Little Black Wukong declared with unwavering resolve. Seeing this, Black Wukong patiently bumped fists with him. Now I can rest easy. Off you go. I shall procure some ingredients and prepare a meal for you. And perhaps for those orphans as well, Black Wukong said tenderly. All right, see you soon. Little Black Wukong waved goodbye and swiftly departed with Wonkai. As he watched Little Black Wukong leave, Black Wukong felt a wave of familiarity wash over him. Not long ago, he too had been inseparable from Wonkai. History often has a remarkable way of repeating itself. A gentle smile graced Black Wukong's lips as he tidied himself and set out to gather provisions. He was well aware of Little Black Wukong's culinary preferences, as he could easily recall his own favorites. Let us first visit the fruit shop to procure some fruits. With the ill-gotten gains, or rather, the donations received from the Emperor, the enigmatic figure known as Black Wukong began a lavish spree. He indulged himself first in the fruit shop and then proceeded to the vegetable store, extravagantly spending without restraint. In a mere moment of relaxation, thousands were dissipated. Yet Black Wukong felt no pang of expense, for it was not his own money. He bought everything young Black Wukong fancied, including an array of meats, seafood, hot pot, and barbecue delights. Soon, he emerged from the shop, burdened with numerous bags. Having gathered an ample assortment, he was about to return home when an unexpected scene unfolded nearby. A female driver mistook the brake for the accelerator, careening towards an elderly woman in her 70s. What luck, Black Wukong thought, sensing an opportunity. The elderly lady smiled faintly, pleased with her recent insurance purchase. Just as she believed fortune had smiled upon her, a figure darted in front of her, grasping her and leaping aside. With a swift motion, the vehicle sped past her, crashing into the construction site ahead. Black Wukong, indifferent to the unfolding drama, chose not to intervene, watching as the expensive car was ruined in a muddy pit. I truly appreciate it, young man. $50 wasted on a gambler-esque folly, you devil. Puzzled by the elderly woman's ire, Black Wukong wondered what he had done to deserve such disdain. How curious, he thought, that after being saved, she wore such a displeased expression. Should I have watched her get struck instead? Contemplating this, he glanced back at the scattered fruits and vegetables he had discarded in his attempt to save her. Upholding his principle of minimizing waste, Black Wukong patiently collected the fallen items into his bag and continued on his way. Yet, scarcely had he taken a few steps when he encountered a group of unruly children, noisily playing with some green contraption that emitted a sound akin to a string being pulled. These kids play with firecrackers as if they were hand grenades. How amusing, Black Wukong mused. Realizing the danger, he swiftly approached the children and hurled their makeshift grenades away. With a thunderous bang, the explosion reverberated through the air, startling the children. Are you trying to reach the heavens with those? Black Wukong glared at the mischief makers with fierce indignation. Suddenly, his fierce gaze caused several of the children to burst into tears, wailing uncontrollably. As he prepared to address the situation, a group of adults rushed over. Seeing the adults approach, Black Wukong assumed he would be absolved of any wrongdoing. However, the situation escalated. The adults, seemingly the parents of the sobbing children, berated Black Wukong without discernment. Did you scare my child? What is wrong with you? Bullying children. You lack humanity, you demon. Black Wukong was left speechless. A sensation reminiscent of Saitama's ultimate mastery, akin to the feeling of Son Goku triumphing over a multitude of sycophants. Our Saitama has the potential for infinite growth. Do you comprehend? Infinite growth, what of Kakarot? Instantaneous defeat. Surpassing. A cacophony of monkey calls echoed by. Just as I, Black Wukong, was about to unleash a tirade, a throng of onlookers encircled me, pointing and whispering. In an instant, my bewilderment deepened, and a comment emerged in a video debate. What supreme divinity? Luo Feng annihilated him. My Luo Feng reigns supreme. Sigh. I, Black Wukong, wished to vacate the scene, and promptly slinked away, only to be confronted by an 185 centimeters tall, bespectacled, hefty young man, dwarfed by a boy in a yellow hat, as well as an oily uncle cornering a remarkably fit high school girl against a wall. This scene felt hauntingly familiar. Suddenly, an old saying flashed through my mind. It is dark. We must mobilize. Keep an eye on your girlfriends, or else. Abruptly, a scenario of a male protagonist with an infinitely stacked hat materialized in my thoughts. Reason urged me to refrain from meddling. Yet emotion compelled me to intervene to prevent such a narrative from manifesting in reality. Realizing I had ample time, I resolved to enact justice, demonstrating my divine strength to these miscreants. Indeed, under my formidable presence, they were soon left battered and bloodied. Fortunately, the sweet girl was rescued by my goodwill. Go wash your face in hell, scum, I remarked with a smile, anticipating a heartfelt thank you. Instead, reality delivered a stinging slap. Smack. I was momentarily dazed, but the girl's ensuing words were the true shock. If you hadn't appeared, do you know how happy I would have been tonight? What do you gain from this? Those men had no money. My mind was left reeling, a confusion akin to that of a child. What do you mean, you pervert? Demon. Upon hearing this, my brain seemed to short-circuit, overwhelmed by a sense of incredulity surpassing that of Saitama or Luo Feng's boasts. What magnitude? Could the universe even shatter my brother Goju's limitlessness? A mere virtual realm could obliterate you. Do you know who I am? I am someone who can sever space. Someone who could reduce you to a mere fraction of your former self. Alas, my heart ached with indignation. But the most painful blow came when the girl I had just saved began to call the police. In an instant, the animated atmosphere dissipated, leaving me to escape once more. This time, I vowed never to aid another soul, preferring to be a rogue than to offer assistance again. By the seasoning and leave. I muttered, intending to purchase my supplies, when suddenly, a figure darted forth beside me. You are indeed the Black Wukong I have been searching for. As the voice fell, a surge of crimson energy erupted from the shadows. Chapter 88. Cursed Humanity. Could this ominous aura imply something foreboding? Black Wukong, sensing danger, swiftly raised his arm in defense. In that fleeting moment, the figure clad in black dashed forward, delivering a punch. With ease, Black Wukong intercepted the blow. Are you the enemy that Cell spoke of? Indeed, there is no divine aura about you. A peculiar sensation washed over Black Wukong, but before he could ponder further, the shadowy figure struck again with a kick. Bang! Black Wukong effortlessly caught the kick and retaliated, throwing the assailant aside. After exchanging blows, Black Wukong felt no significant threat from this individual, assuming he was merely a passing adversary, and he breathed a sigh of relief. However, just as he relaxed, the black-clad figure erupted with a dark aura, and his hair transformed to a ravenous red-black hue. A thunderous shout echoed as a chilling wind blew the hood off the figure's head. Under Black Wukong's gaze, the black-haired visage was revealed, though obscured by a mask, preventing him from discerning the figure's features. A Super Saiyan with black-red hair? Black Wukong mused, wishing to articulate more, yet the black figure lunged once more. This time, after enduring a punch while in a defensive stance, Black Wukong felt a searing pain in his arm. The power had indeed intensified. As the burning sensation coursed through his arm, Black Wukong furrowed his brow and glared at the figure before him. Today marks the end of your breath, Black Wukong, declared the figure, clenching his fist and swiftly aiming a strike at him. Since you seek me out, let us change the battlefield. With his hands pressed together, Black Wukong initiated a spatial transfer with his opponent. In an instant, they relocated to a new arena for their sparring match. With the change of scenery, Black Wukong felt unperturbed about the potential destruction he could cause, especially if he inadvertently obliterated the planet where little Black Wukong resided. Unleash your full power, he urged. Quick as lightning, he deflected the black figure's arm and seized it with one hand, while the other delivered a powerful straight punch. The impact sent shockwaves through the figure, causing his body to tremble as blood erupted from his back. Believing the battle to be concluded, Black Wukong withdrew his hand, only to find the figure unexpectedly grasping his arm. Not dead, Black Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. As he stood dumbfounded, the figure's mask became stained with crimson. Strangely, the figure seemed impervious to pain, pulling Black Wukong's fist toward the wound. A sense of foreboding washed over Black Wukong, prompting him to execute a sudden side kick. Bang! The kick sent the figure hurtling backward, crashing into a nearby rock formation. The impact shattered the 100-meter-high structure into fragments. Yet, astonishingly, the figure rose again, seemingly unscathed. With an accelerated speed, he charged towards the dark figure of Wukong. Although the latter was oblivious to the unfolding events, a faint sense of foreboding crept upon him, compelling him to condense a blade of energy and thrust it forward. With a sharp sound, the blade pierced the heart of the cloaked figure. Strangely, the sensation was akin to striking a turtle's shell, producing a peculiar crunch. Before Wukong could fully process this bewildering feeling, the cloaked figure launched a counterattack, this time with even greater velocity. Adapting and growing stronger, Wukong discerned the pattern and swiftly evaded to the side, delivering several stabs to the figure's abdomen and calves. Upon withdrawing his blade, he realized that not only did the figure not bleed, but the wounds were shrouded in an ominous darkness, evoking a sense of the uncanny, as if he were not merely confronting a living being, but something far more sinister. In response to this unsettling revelation, Wukong summoned a fraction of his true power, transforming his energy into a scythe-like blade that he aimed at the cloaked figure. With a swift motion, he severed the figure's head, which fell away like a pixelated block. Surely this is the end, Wukong mused, eager to retreat back to his counterpart, Little Wukong. Yet, after the skirmish, an unsettling feeling lingered. Despite the absence of a distress signal from the ring, he had given Little Wukong. "I am immortal. Even your utmost efforts cannot extinguish my existence," echoed a voice from the figure's severed neck. To Wukong's astonishment, the headless body began to move. In an instant, the cloaked figure darted around him like a shadow in the night. After a few probing encounters, Wukong discerned a glimpse of the figure's true capabilities and ceased to hold back, channeling the magnificent power of a Super Saiyan god in a radiant magenta aura, determined to silence any naysayers. As the divine energy surged forth, the cloaked figure was engulfed in a searing wave of heat before it could close the distance. "If you claim I cannot slay you with all my might, then let us see if your words hold any truth," Wukong declared defiantly, pursuing the figure and delivering a powerful punch. The impact resonated as if a grenade had exploded, enveloping the figure in a cloud of smoke and dust. When the haze dissipated, the figure's body lay in ruins, reminiscent of a shattered eggshell, devoid of flesh and blood, revealing nothing but a cold, metallic fade. Not an immortal body, yet it survives decapitation. Could it be that a soul controls this deceptive shell? Wukong pondered, realizing the true nature of the cloaked figure's form. He swiftly turned to confront the figure's head, which still bore a halo. "You have indeed guessed correctly. You are the one favored by that esteemed individual. Both in intellect and physical prowess," the figure murmured. "Speaking of that esteemed individual, your visage is rather repugnant." With that, Wukong delivered a kick, sending the cloaked figure's lifeless body sprawling, revealing a visage akin to a grotesque insect. "Am I not handsome? Many beautiful maidens have graced my company," he retorted. The figure in black smiled faintly, then removed the bandage covering his soul's visage, revealing a face reminiscent of a parasitic beast. "You cannot possibly be the true adversary spoken of by Sheru. Judging by your combat prowess and your demeanor, I fail to see you as the ultimate threat. From that earlier probing, your Super 6 strength hardly seems capable of contending with my Super Saiyan god, Rose. If you wish to avoid being utterly obliterated, you ought to reveal the identity of your master." In Black Goku's hands, the energy scythe evolved rapidly, transforming into the blade of divine execution. Is this the blade of divine execution? Truly deserving of its reputation for slaying the angelic race and the god of destruction, it is indeed blinding to behold. The figure in black clapped his hands, a look of delight upon his face. "Is this your final utterance? Spare me your nonsensical riddles, and inform me who your master is." With a swift motion, Black Goku appeared before the figure in black, the blade of divine execution slicing downwards without hesitation. As the blade struck, the figure's soul was grievously wounded, collapsing to the ground in agony. Yet, oddly enough, he erupted into laughter. "Ha! The more powerful you become, the mightier that esteemed individual shall grow. You are destined to fail, Black Goku, the transcendent Son Goku." At these words, Black Goku felt a shiver run down his spine, poised to inquire how this figure knew of his status as a transcendent being. However, he was taken aback as the figure bizarrely formed a blade with his hand and, before Black Goku's eyes, took his own life. This shocking act left Black Goku in utter disbelief, yet it also profoundly impacted him. Following the figure's demise, an attack familiar to Black Goku unfurled before him, the domain of divine punishment, the Pagoda of Judgment. Strangely, it was not Black Goku himself who enacted this familiar technique. I have completed what that esteemed individual instructed me to do, the figure in black declared, closing his eyes and transforming into gray smoke. At that moment, an innumerable array of attacks descended upon Black Goku, the domain of divine punishment, the Pagoda of Judgment. Black Goku, refusing to be complacent, immediately unleashed a counterattack of equal measure. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of explosive sounds erupted as countless celestial bodies were shattered in the wake of this clash, reducing hundreds, even thousands, of entities to mere dust. The only survivor from this devastating onslaught was Black Goku, panting heavily as he returned to a semblance of normalcy. How could he withstand my attack? Black Goku, weary and overwhelmed, knelt amidst the cosmic expanse as blood began to trickle from his lips. A sense of mortality crept into Black Goku's heart. Yet, this was not the gravest peril. The most alarming realization was that he felt his power surging. Yet this surge was not the usual sensation of becoming stronger. Rather, it was a force that began to rise uncontrollably. As curiosity regarding this phenomenon gripped Black Goku, a sudden warning flashed through his mind. Help! TSK! Something has gone awry with that little one. Ignoring the troubling sensations coursing through his body, Black Goku instantly teleported away. In an instant, he found himself in the midst of a blazing ruin, where a young girl, clutching a ring and on the brink of death, stood frozen, staring at Black Goku. "Where is little Black Goku? Who are you?" Black Wukong asked, his face etched with confusion, yet a wave of unease washed over him. Little Black Wukong had been captured by villains. What is happening? Black Wukong, filled with anxiety, began to sense the location of little Black Wukong. But instead of locating him, he perceived the presence of several children on the brink of death. What transpired here? Black Wukong anxiously scanned his surroundings. At that moment, a young girl slowly spoke, explaining why the ring was in her possession. Evil beings invaded this place, claiming they were here to serve the destroyer. They wielded something that emitted light, which struck me. Consequently, seeing my life in jeopardy, Black Wukong immediately placed the ring on me and left me here, saying that a hero would come and that I should wait for you to save us. However, he bravely confronted the villains, risking his life. The girl coughed up blood, appearing gravely weakened. Observing her condition, Black Wukong hurried to her side, attempting to channel energy for healing, but strangely, no matter how he tried, he could not mend her injuries. "It's futile, that light," the villain said. "It inflicted severe damage to my soul, and I seem beyond healing. Do not speak such despairing words. Let me store you safely and devise a way to rescue you, shall I?" Black Wukong urged urgently, patting the girl's shoulder. She did not respond, for she was too weak to do so. "My apologies," he said swiftly, employing Steve's ability to extract her essence and store it completely, halting her timeline until a suitable moment for her release. Before that, he placed her within the inner pocket of his heart to prevent her loss. Who were these villains? Were they deities, or perhaps those from Dragon Ball? If it were them, he would be grateful, but if not, a sense of tension, anxiety, and fear, emotions uncharacteristic of him, slowly emerged. The more he contemplated, the more frightened he became, prompting him to search diligently through the ruins. Within the vast wreckage, all he could see was a sea of flames, amidst which lay the bodies of those he wished not to see. Damn it! Who did this? Which wretched species is responsible? Black Wukong exclaimed in frustration, desperately battling through the encroaching flames as he searched for little Black Wukong. Why could he not sense that wretched little spirit? Where had he gone? Black Wukong roared in desperation, striving to locate the shadow of little Black Wukong. "I am here." Suddenly, little Black Wukong's voice reached Black Wukong's ears. "You little rascal." Black Wukong turned, ready to unleash a torrent of curses, but the moment he opened his mouth, the words caught in his throat. What is a religion? Religion is a specific social ideology, a recognition and reverence for certain forces or laws that exist beyond the natural world, or a reflection of humanity's attitudes and values towards life and existence. What then? Do the adherents perceive as values, doctrine, regulations, tenets? In the eyes of the Dark Wukong, it is solely the fervent and unthinking belief in the divine, an irrational devotion that demands no contemplation, engaging in meaningless acts for an existence that may not even be real. Amidst the flames, Dark Wukong beheld a group of devotees clad in the garb of the destruction god, brandishing firebrands as they hoisted the small black Wukong high into the air, exulting in their jubilation. The leader, wielding the staff of an angel, proclaimed amidst the cold expressions of the gathered faithful and dark Wukong that the demon was vanquished, and the deity found repose. Unbeknownst to the small black Wukong, he had been transformed in their eyes into a heinous demon, while the destruction god was elevated to a status of supreme purity, enumerating the 10 sins before dark Wukong. In the depths of darkness, the moment had been long awaited. It was time for him to emerge. The man opened his eyes once more, revealing his blood-red, demonic horns. In the realm of reality, you have sullied the savior of the destruction god. This is your first sin, greed. You have encroached upon the divine decree regarding mortals. This is your second sin, ruthlessness. You have presumed to act on behalf of the divine, believing yourself righteous while committing egregious wrongs. This is your third sin, arrogance. Thus, the leader of the devotees continued to enumerate the fabricated 10 sins against the small black Wukong, condemning him unjustly under these baseless accusations. While the brutality of the destruction god was romanticized as a noble endeavor for the preservation and prosperity of humanity, akin to the exaltations of Huang and Xianyuan, and even surpassing the praises of Yin and Qin as sovereigns. In the shadows, hatred brewed. In reality, what are you all saying? What are you truly speaking of? Dark Wukong gazed in bewilderment at the human devotees before him, grappling with an emotional turmoil as he sought to comprehend the source of their actions. Yet he could not fathom that it was humanity itself, the very beings he had endeavored to protect amidst the savagery of the destruction god. In the darkness, hatred surged, calling for the annihilation of their ignorance. In reality, under dark Wukong's watchful gaze, the devotees cast the small black Wukong into the flames, treating him as mere kindling, erupting into frenzied laughter and dance. Ha ha! The demon is dead. The world-destroying demon has been exterminated. Lord Jin, you have died in vain. As the words of these humans reached him, dark Wukong's heart began to twist with anguish. Illuminated by the firelight, his expression grew increasingly grotesque. One side of his face turned pitch black, save for his glaring white eyes, and a pair of crimson horns sprouted from his forehead. Why do you wish to become me? This question fell upon the small black Wukong's ears. Because if I become you, then you shall have company, yes? Being a hero alone is exhausting, is it not? One must endure skepticism, loneliness, misunderstanding, and rejection, all while protecting those one detests. Such a life must seem tedious to you. If I accompany you, perhaps it would be different. The small black Wukong offered a faint smile. A poignant and realistic sentiment encapsulates the truth that often, the only person who truly understands you is yourself. Ultimately, it is your own company that remains. You come to realize that the only individual who comprehends, tolerates, and loves you until the end is indeed yourself. Even the one who willingly accompanies you to the brink of death is solely you. However, this self was tragically slain by the very humans it sought to protect, right before the eyes of the Dark Goku. In the end, the young Dark Goku never transformed into the Dark Goku, nor did the Dark Goku, even in the throes of his efforts to shield humanity, garner the recognition of those he sought to protect as a hero. Despite his relentless struggle to grow stronger and to thwart countless individuals intent on indiscriminate slaughter, he was ultimately branded a demon. What demons, what monsters, indeed. You are the true monsters, you are the demons. Why must I be the one to perish? It is you who deserve to descend into hell. Humans, go to hell. The Dark Goku wept bitterly, his heart ablaze with rage as he cast a furious glare at the humans before him. Huh, the demon has been vanquished. The demon is dead. The one who caused us so much loss has finally met his end. Let him descend into hell. In the darkness, let your hatred for them grow. Goku. Amidst the shadows, a sliver of light pierced through, illuminating the face of a man who had been hiding in the dark. The sunlight revealed that this man's visage mirrored that of the Dark Goku. In that moment, it became clear that the true enemy was not some external entity, but rather the self that perpetually yearns to surrender, to rage, to hate. The pervasive darkness here is not from elsewhere. It is born from the cumulative despair faced by the Dark Goku in response to the grotesque nature of humanity. This negativity has taken root deep within, blossoming into an indomitable tree, impervious to the winds of gossip and scorn. Underneath the cloak of hatred enveloping the Dark Goku, and under the gaze of humanity, the true demon emerged, the embodiment of ultimate malevolence. Demon, demon, The people panicked as they beheld the genuine demon's appearance, their arrogance dissipating, replaced by sheer terror, akin to ants scurrying in a frenzy on a hot skillet. There was no longer any pretense of purging evil on behalf of the divine, as the true nature of humanity was laid bare. The era belonging to life had come to an end. Another dark Goku, the malevolent Goku, solemnly proclaimed the demise of life before him and all that lay within his sight. Chapter 89. Slaughter across the heavens and worlds. A cold wind swept through, gently brushing against the dark Goku, or perhaps the malevolent Goku. Ding! The long-absent system finally spoke. It was worth the effort to summon you. For the sake of your selfish desires, you have harmed those who labored diligently for you, transcending characters in the reader's eyes. You systems are indeed the selfless benefactors, while we are the wretched ones, filled with tears. The malevolent Goku twisted his neck, his pupils fading to white as he surveyed the inferno and the corpses surrounding him. Initially, I intended to harness the primal ferocity inherent in the bloodline of the ancient legendary Super Saiyan to control him, deliberately orchestrating scenarios for my creation, Broly, to witness the demise of those he cherishes, pushing him towards madness. However, a few children unexpectedly appeared, restoring his sanity and allowing him to ascend to a godlike state. I then endeavored to manipulate him through dark magic, yet I was met with repeated failures, for he possessed an extraordinary willpower. Quite frankly, had it not been for your emergence from the shadows of his negative emotions under my enchantment, I would have been utterly at a loss on how to dominate him. What is the urgency behind your desire to control him? Inquired the malevolent Goku. Revenge, of course, replied the system, its tone devoid of warmth. Do beings like you even have enemies? That seems improbable, Goku chuckled darkly. The system remained unresponsive, cloaked in silence. Observing this, Goku redirected his focus to the meticulously crafted plan he had devised. What a splendid scheme it was. To confront a reflection of his former self, evoke pity, and witness him, much like himself, novelly striving to protect humanity, only to ultimately behold the tragic spectacle of humanity turning against him. This farce had been conceived in my mind since my inception. He laughed maniacally. A vision of Cell's terrified face and the helpless expression of the cloaked figure flashed before him. Submit to me or perish. In the scene, Goku gripped Cell by the throat, a murderous glare etched upon his face. Either accept my power to thwart the chaos instigated by those misguided worshippers of the divine, or I shall prepare a gruesome feast of your family before your very eyes. Choose wisely. The image portrayed Goku, exuding an aura of malevolence, clutching the parents of an office worker, his eyes ablaze with malice. Such triumph, such righteousness, such grandeur. Goku bellowed in a frenzy, his gaze fixated on the smoldering remains of the young Black Goku and his companion, Wankai. Farewell to my past. With a frigid demeanor, Goku concentrated a surge of energy and unleashed it towards the young Black Goku and Wankai. With a thunderous roar, the entire planet succumbed to destruction, along with the entirety of the 12th universe. Amidst the void, Goku reveled in the lifeless realm, devoid of humanity, animals, life, civilization, water, earth, hope, and even despair. Gazing upon this desolate tableau, he lay in what felt like paradise within the emptiness of the 12th universe. Humanity is unworthy of existence. They are refused, destined for extinction. Living beings do not deserve to thrive, nor do civilizations. Life, none of you merit existence. Only I, Son Goku, not this malevolent version, am the sole entity permitted to inhabit this lifeless void. With hands in his pockets, he unleashed the most formidable attack of the Black Goku. Domain unleashed, life obliteration. Originally intended to eradicate brutality, oppression, and defiance against the divine, in Goku's malevolent hands, it transformed into a cataclysmic force capable of extinguishing all life. As the techniques unfolded, the entire cosmic realm of the Dragon Ball universe, comprising 12 universes, was instantaneously shattered, dissolving into oblivion. Even the angels and destroyers within these 12 universes were not spared, meeting their demise in swift succession. The anguished cries of the 12 universes before their annihilation echoed in the ears of the malevolent Goku. Listening to the relentless screams of life being mercilessly attacked and slain by the myriad forms of existence, a wave of comfort washed over him. This is justice. This is the laughter of happiness I yearn for. Laugh even louder. Deliberately, Goku restrained the lethal force of his strikes, opting instead to torment humanity slowly. allowing them to suffer excruciatingly as they perished inch by inch. Engaging in this gruesome spectacle, Goku sought nothing but the pleasure derived from the anguished wails of humanity, relishing in their helpless cries as they witnessed their loved ones being taken from them. This is the essence of righteousness. This is justice. Those unworthy of existence worship me wholeheartedly. With a sinister smile, Goku became increasingly entranced by the process of annihilating lives. Were it not for the system's interruption, he might have lost himself entirely in this dark revelry. Ding! Go hunt down those I have designated for you to kill across the myriad realms, and accumulate justice points for me. You are commanding me? Goku laughed maniacally, his face alight with mirth, yet his eyes glinting with cold menace. The system trembled under his gaze but maintained its stern tone. Do not forget why I abandoned Black Goku. It was due to his refusal to obey commands. You wish to replace him for not following your orders, particularly regarding who to kill for accumulating evil points? Goku smiled faintly, though his expression remained icy. That fellow is not one to act without limits for selfish desires. He possesses a moral compass. Yet, it is precisely this trait that prevents me from amassing justice points. With his haughty demeanor, he would never undertake such tasks, even with generous rewards offered. So, will I receive rewards for the killings? Goku inquired. Do you need a reward? If the extermination of life is motivated by the prospect of a reward, it would tarnish your integrity. Ha ha ha, you understand me. Even if offered, I would refuse. For life does not merit bounties. Goku's eyes sparkled with cold fury as he prepared for a frenzied hunt. In the midst of a battle, Fushiguro Megumi and Satoru Gojo found themselves momentarily regaining their footing, though some aspects were lacking. They should have been swiftly dealt with, chuckling to themselves. Fushiguro brandished his weapon, a smile of delight adorning his face as he fixed his gaze upon the utterly defeated Satoru Gojo, who lay lifeless on the ground. Just as Fushiguro contemplated departing to seek out Sumiki and Yuta, an unnoticed figure suddenly appeared behind him. Engaging in the act of hunting the hunter, I have found my rhythm again. With a swift thrust, a dark gray energy blade pierced through Fushiguro's heart, as Goku, with an air of wicked charm, withdrew the blade amidst Fushiguro's shock. Who are you? Do we know each other? Fushiguro gasped in astonishment. Like you, I am not fond of remembering men's names. In a flash, Fushiguro Zenin, without comprehending the cause of his demise, was transformed into a specter at the hands of the malevolent Satoru Gojo. Under the glint of a cold blade, Zenin was reduced to mere fragments. After dispatching Fushiguro Zenin, the wicked Gojo continued his relentless advance towards the seemingly lifeless Satoru Gojo, roughly yanking him up. Aren't you supposed to be the strongest? You nearly met your end while battling such a worthless opponent? Didn't you claim you would prevail? Ha ha, ha 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 ha. The malevolent Gojo cackled loudly, as if struck by a sudden humorous thought, choosing not to end Satoru Gojo's life immediately, but instead dragging him towards Suguru Geto and Riko Amanai, who remained oblivious to the encroaching danger as they engaged in conversation. If you dislike it, then come with us. Riko, Satoru and I are the strongest, so let us return home, Suguru said with a warm smile. Is it really possible? Riko Amanai, wiping her tears, gazed at the gentle, ever-smiling Suguru. As she looked into Suguru's smiling face, her tears flowed freely, and under his tenderness, her heart began to soften, glimmering with trust. Let us return home. Suguru tilted his head and gently extended his hand towards Riko Amanai. Facing Suguru's outstretched hand, Riko wiped her tears and, with a smile, reached out in return. Just as their hands were about to clasp, a bullet suddenly whizzed through the air, striking Riko in the head, not by Fushiguro Zenin this time, but by the malevolent Gojo, who held the disabled Satoru Gojo by his limbs. With a thud, the gunshot rang out, and Riko Amanai collapsed to the ground without a sound, her vacant eyes staring blankly as she lay in a pool of blood from her head wound. The scene transpired before Suguru's eyes before he could fully comprehend it, his mind still lingering on the image of Riko weeping uncontrollably. When he finally reacted, he saw Riko's body half drenched in blood, utterly silent, no longer calling out for him. What is happening? Suguru stammered, but he quickly realized the gravity of the situation as he turned around. Upon turning, he witnessed the malevolent Gojo bisecting Satoru Gojo right before him. Next is you. I will ensure you all reunite, the malevolent Gojo declared, aiming the pistol he had seized from Fushiguro Zenin at Satoru Gojo's head, firing repeatedly. You. Suguru was consumed by rage. The deaths of Riko and Satoru Gojo obliterated the tender smile he once bore, replaced by an expression of fury. Yet, this anger did not amplify his strength. It merely set the stage for a more dramatic demise. The adversary he faced had become invincible in every sense. With a swish, a slash descended, and in an instant, a carousel of memories flooded Sugiru's mind. Moments spent exploring the mountains and valleys with Rico and I over the past few days. They are all dead, yet you laugh so joyously. How can you lack humanity? Evil Wukong's eyes streamed with tears as he fixed his gaze on Suguru Geto. Who are you? Suguru Geto, his heart shattered by a fatal strike, lay powerless beside the corpse of Rico and I, staring at the pitch-black ceiling above with a countenance full of resentment. I am the angel of your redemption. I intended to save you, but your inhumanity is overwhelming. Why do you find joy in the lives snatched away from others? Why are you so elated at the sight of your loved ones perishing before your eyes? Where has your humanity gone? As he spoke, Evil Wukong's tears fell to the ground like raindrops, and then, right before Suguru Geto, he fired multiple shots at the head of the 25th Gojo Satoru. Why do I strive to redeem them when they remain so unrepentant? You heartless demons. Bang, 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 bang. A volley of bullets struck the head of Gojo Satoru, ensuring his demise was absolute. Although Suguru Geto could not see, he could hear the gunfire and discern what Evil Wukong was doing. Gojo, as Suguru Geto's consciousness began to fade, teetering on the brink of death, he seemed to experience a hallucination. Rico Amanai resurrected before him, only to die once more. This is justice, humanity. Chapter 90. The lifeless plan. The slaughter was far from over. With the aid of the system, Evil Wukong continued his rampage. Inumaki, be careful. Yuji Itadori roared, warning the approaching Maizenin to evade the oncoming Mahito. However, the warning proved futile. Mahito moved too swiftly, and by the time I reacted, his hand was nearly upon her face. Did I succeed? In the darkness, a hand seized Mahito's just as he was about to make contact, wrenching it painfully. In an instant, Mahito felt an agony unlike any he had ever known, collapsing to the ground in despair. Ah! Mahito screamed, his voice a heart-wrenching cry, overwhelmed by pain. Killing those few is far less amusing than ending your pitiful existence. Evil Wukong emerged from the shadows, standing before the kneeling Mahito, writhing in agony. What kind of cursed spirit are you? Mahito inquired, anxiety etched across his features. What am I? You know better than anyone. Ah! Suddenly, Evil Wukong erupted into manic laughter, his eyes glinting with a chilling light that sent shivers down Mahito's spine, causing him to tremble in fear. Womb transformation. Mahito struck first, his other hand reaching for Evil Wukong's arm to make contact with his soul. Yuji Itadori watched in horror, quickly shouting a warning. Be careful. With a loud bellow, Mahito anticipated that Evil Wukong would balloon into a grotesque form. However, strangely, Mahito's womb transformation merely grazed Evil Wukong, akin to a perverse touch lacking any substantial effect. Is that all? Evil Wukong regarded the bewildered Mahito with cold indifference. In a state of bewilderment, the protagonist found himself utterly unaware of the impending events, feeling a surge of tension as he swallowed hard. This was the essence of transformation through inaction. The malevolent Wukong offered a slight smile, and in that fleeting moment, the protagonist's body began to swell, rapidly morphing into a statue of Buddha before erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. In the blink of an eye, he reverted to his original form, caught in a bewildering cycle of transformation and explosion, with the accompanying pain mysteriously oscillating in intensity. Ah, let this torment endure eternally. The indifferent Wukong chuckled coldly before turning his gaze towards Itadori Yuji. Thank you, he said. Itadori, momentarily taken aback by Wukong's sudden gratitude, felt a sense of relief as the crisis appeared to have passed. Just as he thought the ordeal was over, Wukong's smile vanished, replaced by a chilling countenance. The once rescued Itadori suddenly began to swell once more. Did you believe you had found salvation? How naive! You have merely fallen from one abyss into another, such is life. A thunderous boom echoed as the seemingly saved Itadori was instantly reduced to ashes. What just transpired? Itadori, who had thought himself safe, was left in shock, his rekindled hope extinguished in an instant. Witnessing the demise of Itadori, who left no final words, filled him with an overwhelming complexity of emotions, frozen in that moment. Please convey my message. Hey everyone, I'm Itadori Yuji. It was a pleasure to meet you all. This is her final message. Wukong, with bloodied hands and a sinister grin, regarded the despairing Itadori. Why? If you had no intention of saving her, why torment her so? Itadori erupted, shouting at Wukong. Cease your incessant whining. How could a mere life comprehend my notion of justice? I am merely granting her liberation from the agony of existence, just as I did for your companion. As he spoke, Wukong revealed a blood-stained garment, one that Itadori recognized all too well. Fushiguro, staring at the bloodied clothing. Itadori felt an ominous dread wash over him, rendering him motionless. Ha. You must be curious as to why Fushiguro died by my hand. Go ahead, ask. I relished in your fleeting hope that he had escaped my wrath, only to shatter that illusion, for I sent him to hell with unyielding cruelty. Wukong cackled maniacally, clutching his head in a fit of laughter. Under the weight of that jarring laughter, Itadori crumbled, devoid of any will to fight, resembling a lifeless husk, unresponsive to the world around him. Suddenly, Wukong lunged forward, his steps swift and menacing. How noble, how virtuous. What benevolent acts have I committed? I have reunited foolish humans, allowing mindless beings to witness their loved ones resurrected before their eyes. I am the savior. I am the embodiment of justice. I am the hero of you wretched lives unworthy of existence. I am imbued with righteousness and kindness, to the point of embodying a saintly figure. Evil Wukong, with a self-invented technique, compresses an immense amount of energy into his fist and delivers a swift, devastating strike known as the Evil Flash, which lands heavily on Yuji Itadori's abdomen. In an instant, Yuji's body is pierced without even a final word, his existence extinguished. Yet Evil Wukong shows no mercy, flinging him against a wall, subjecting him to a brutal humiliation. I am the epitome of justice. I am the salvation for you lowly beings. I am the embodiment of kindness, the hero who brings light into your darkness. For centuries, millennia, even eons, I have been your beacon, illuminating your path as you helplessly witness your loved ones perish before your eyes. As you are forced to slay your beloved girlfriend and then turn your hand against your own children and parents, I incite you to orchestrate acts of terror, persistently resisting the government and the state, shattering your once beautiful lives. What a profound sense of justice. How exquisite it is. Can you comprehend this? Can you truly understand? You wretched beings? Evil Wukong relentlessly pummels Yuji, treating him like a mere punching bag, flinging him around with abandon, kicking and stomping without an ounce of compassion. How tragic it is that only I feel pity for you. No one else does, for they see me as the embodiment of justice, while you are regarded as mere refuse. How pitiful indeed. Ha. I shall strip you of everything. Everything. All of it. As he speaks, Evil Wukong, in a frenzy, discards the lifeless Yuji and begins to inflict harm upon himself, descending into madness and launching indiscriminate assaults on others. I cannot allow you to continue your rampage, scum. In the midst of Yuji's torment, Sukuna cannot bear to watch any longer and emerges from within Yuji to possess his body. Upon seeing Sukuna's emergence, Evil Wukong's twisted thoughts take root. I shall torment you. I will fabricate a life for you, one filled with happiness and love, a family adored by all, only to ultimately destroy it. No, this is not enough. I will make you witness the depths of our humanity's kindness. Evil Wukong declares, lunging at Sukuna like a beast. Sukuna, aware of the imminent danger, swiftly activates his domain. Domain expansion, Fumetsu no Shikuzai. A multitude of slashes, summoned by Sukuna's gestures, hurtle towards Evil Wukong, igniting a fierce confrontation. A fierce battle? No, it should be an instant annihilation. Before the battle can even commence, it has already concluded. Within the dark execution chamber, Evil Wukong wields various instruments of torture, preparing to massage Sukuna, employing techniques derived from the most excruciating tortures known throughout history. Fear not. I will amplify your perception of pain with each passing moment, by a factor of 100, 1,000, or even more. Evil Wukong grins maniacally, the surgical pliers in his hand creaking ominously. Justice shall be executed. Crack. Ah. As the anguished cry of the cursed soul echoed, the dark and oppressive torture commenced. Chapter 91. Pure and Absolute Justice. What is justice? This question incessantly replayed in the mind of Evil Wukong, shrouded in mystery. No one knew his thoughts, only that this madman had resumed his slaughter. On Jupiter, a bald man sneezed, the force of which was so great that half of Jupiter was blown away. Quite formidable. This bald fellow, but still far from reaching me. Evil Wukong wore a sinister grin, grotesquely swinging the heart of Genos. Just moments ago, he had annihilated everyone involved in the cursed technique Confrontation, leading to the destruction of the world, and had arrived in the realm of One Punch Man. Upon entering this world, evil Wukong encountered Genos, and thus unfolded the current scene. Evil Wukong mercilessly killed Genos, provoking the wrath of Saitama, who relentlessly pursued him for retribution. However, the invincible Saitama in his own world found himself utterly toyed with by evil Wukong. Despite continuously growing stronger, he had yet to surpass the Super Saiyan 3 power level and was completely treated like a mere fledgling by evil Wukong. Put in more effort, Bald One. If you fail to land your next punch, then the heart of Fubuki will be my next plaything, evil Wukong declared with an air of malevolence, his demeanor exceedingly arrogant. Enraged, Saitama glared seriously at evil Wukong and charged forth, delivering a punch with all his might, unyielding and merciless. In an instant, Saitama's form generated numerous afterimages, all rushing towards evil Wukong. Yet, evil Wukong remained unfazed, calmly evading. Swish, swish, swish. Throughout the cosmos, Saitama unleashed nearly 50,000 punches upon evil Wukong. Yet not a single one connected. During this relentless barrage, evil Wukong danced with the grace of a ballet, effortlessly dodging while nonchalantly toying with Genos' mechanical heart. This infuriated Saitama, who desperately threw punches, yet still could not land a blow on evil Wukong. To this, evil Wukong contemptuously remarked, "Useless." With that, under the relentless assault of Saitama's punches, evil Wukong leisurely pointed a finger, utilizing reverse instant movement to seize Fubuki. Saitama's face fell in shock as he saw Fubuki in the grasp of evil Wukong. He instinctively retracted his punch, but it was too late. His fist had already been unleashed. In the horrified gaze of Saitama, Fubuki was turned to ashes by his own hand, used as a target by evil Wukong. Look at how wicked you are, a hero who has slain the innocent. Can this truly be called heroism? Silence. Saitama, filled with rage, dashed towards evil Wukong, throwing another punch. Yet, this time, he inadvertently pierced through Tornado's body. Apologies. I brought two this time. Ha 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 ha. Saitama remained silent, his eyes brimming with fury, unable to pause for sorrow as he averted his gaze from Tornado, on the verge of becoming ash beneath his fist. He charged once more towards evil Wukong. Swish. Another punch. Bang. You have committed murder once more. As the words fell, all members of the Hero Association materialized before Saitama, each one struck down by a single punch, used as a mere shield by the malevolent Goku. In the wake of that punch, the heroes had only a fleeting moment to gaze at Saitama before they were reduced to ashes. That blow was capable of obliterating the very earth, a grave sin indeed. Goku's smile remained undiminished, seizing the opportunity while Saitama was momentarily taken aback to unleash his domain. Domain expansion, human punishment. With that proclamation, an overwhelming multitude of billions surrounded Goku, nearly filling the cosmic expanse behind him. What are you planning? Saitama sensed an ominous foreboding, yet it was too late. Punishment. At the moment a murderous thought crossed Goku's mind, billions of lives were instantaneously erased from existence. What does it mean for blood to flow like a river? What does it signify to hear cries of despair, to witness families torn apart, lives shattered? In that shocking tableau, Saitama comprehended the grotesque joy derived from the demise of the wretched before one's eyes. Is this your notion of happiness, murderer? You are truly despicable. Goku, standing atop the moral high ground, condemned Saitama, then clenched his fist of absolute justice, emulating Saitama as he initiated his judgment. Ultimate Series, Serious Punch. At the moment the technique was unleashed, a character for death appeared before Saitama. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Goku's fist magnified 1,000-fold, hurtling towards him. With that single strike, Saitama found himself bereft of even a moment to breathe, accompanying the fallen into oblivion, along with the entire universe beneath his feet. 3 lifeless plans have been executed. Ding. Shall we continue? Of course, this is merely the beginning. My grand design, perceived as absolute justice by the masses, cannot culminate here. How could my unparalleled and utterly absolute justice come to an end? Countless souls await my salvation, many shrouded in darkness without my intervention. I must rescue them. With a swift movement, Goku began anew his crusade of redemption. In the world of Naruto, during the tumultuous events of Shippuden and Boruto, under Naruto's anguished cries, Goku ruthlessly snapped Hinata's neck, casting her down to the ground with a brutal stomp. Brother. In Boruto's presence, Goku devoured Himawari as if she were mere sustenance. I am justice. I am the embodiment of humanity's benevolence. Sadness, regret, sorrow, grief, anxiety, inferiority, depression, pessimism, despair, frustration, melancholy, anxiety, inferiority, depression, greed, arrogance, pride, ruthlessness, lust, all emotions converge within Goku, who, in contrast to Black Goku, embodies humanity's darker impulses. His grotesque acts of slaughter and plunder, while hypocritically justifying his righteousness, lay bare the most hideous aspects of human nature. Ha ha ha. Ah ha ha. Under Zoro's gaze, Goku subjected Nami to tormenting methods before ending her life. Ha ha ha. Ah ha ha. Hee hee. Cough, cough, humph. I shall plunder and extinguish you all. With resolute determination, the malevolent Wukong, with blood-red eyes, recklessly traverses various worlds within the realm of anime, embarking on a frenzied spree of slaughter. From tennis girls to slam dunk, ordinary jobs achieve the strongest. Death Note, Detective Conan, Fairy Tail, Hunter x Hunter, Neon Genesis Evangelion, Demon Slayer, Attack on Titan, Chainsaw Man, and JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. He engages in a myriad of combat, mystery, romance, sports, daily life, and adventure genres. Under the system's orchestration, the malevolent Wukong wields the scythe of annihilation, intent on eradicating all life, heedless of his enemies' identities, slaughtering them indiscriminately. As he progresses, the universes he obliterates accumulate to the thousands, billions, and beyond, and the shattered worldviews multiply at an alarming rate. The number of lives he has extinguished far surpasses that of the ancient Goku, yet the malevolent Wukong remains unsatisfied, lamenting his own weakness. Why am I so feeble? If only I were stronger, could I not bring about more deaths among humanity? If I were just a bit mightier, would there not be more unfortunate souls? Why am I so weak, having only surpassed the record of Goku? If I were stronger, the plan of annihilation would have succeeded entirely. Ha ha. Weeping and laughing, the malevolent Wukong brandished his blade towards the fleeing magical girls. Their anguished cries filled the air, fueling his delight. Witnessing this horror, a nearby bystander clutching her child, gripped by fear, hastily fled. Today marks the day I seize everything from you, your lives. With a sidelong glance at the fleeing mother and child, the malevolent Wukong charged forward with the scythe of annihilation. Amidst the screams, another world fell to his wrath. Chapter 92. The Collision of Fate. While the malevolent Wukong continued his rampage, the long-absent Black Wukong found himself leisurely swinging on a swing in the depths of his own mind after the malevolent Wukong had usurped his body. In his dreams, he appeared as the young Black Wukong, swinging alone, his countenance shrouded in lifelessness. What thoughts occupy your mind? In this desolate realm devoid of life, a figure sat beside him on the swing. Is that you? At the sound, the expressionless Black Wukong lifted his head to see his old friend Kitagawa seated next to him. So you have perished too, Kitagawa? Black Wukong's voice was deep, devoid of any emotion. Die? That kind of death? Hee, not yet. Kitagawa chuckled lightly. Ah, so it seems I am once again alone. With hollow eyes, Black Wukong listlessly swung. Compared to this, are you not curious about what transpired after the malevolent Wukong seized control of your body? Kitagawa inquired. What happened is no longer of my concern. There is nothing in this world worth remembering. What is there to care about? Black Wukong spread his palms before his eyes, rubbing them vigorously. The dog and the man were both slain by him. Do you not contemplate vengeance? Their demise was indeed tragic. Beichuan spoke with a detached tone. What can I do? How can I intervene? Black Wukong, with a visage of despair, lowered his hand that had been rubbing his eyes and stared vacantly at his palm. Even if I were to kill him, little Black Wukong and the others would not return. It would serve no purpose. He gazed regretfully at his hand. Yet, should we not at least take some action? I recall you are not one to lament nor display excessive emotion before others, the sole instance being in your childhood. Was it not? However, these matters bear no relevance to my current self. Black Wukong stated with an indifferent tone. Is that so? Then perhaps you should observe what evil Wukong is doing within your own body. Suddenly, a flash of light flickered before Black Wukong's eyes. The brilliance was blinding, causing him momentary pain, yet simultaneously revealing countless harrowing images he wished to avoid. Are you truly Uncle Black Wukong? A voice echoed with laughter. In the vision, Trunks was being choked by evil Wukong, struggling to breathe as he futilely beat against the latter's arm. The ground was strewn with the corpses of warriors. Young Gohan, Vegeta, and Goku were among them. Do you have any last words, Trunks? Evil Wukong's gaze was frigid. Last words? Could you spare my mother? I promised Uncle Black Wukong I would wait for his return, and then my mother would cook for us. Trunks replied weakly. Is that so? I shall grant your wish. But you must die? Evil Wukong grinned malevolently, hurling Trunks into the sky, brandishing the blade of obliteration as he descended upon him. With a swift motion, the scythe fell, and thus, no heroes remained in this world. Witnessing this scene, Black Wukong furrowed his brow, his expression growing cold. So Trunks is dead as well? He mused, reflecting on the tumultuous images that had flashed before him. In this world, nay, throughout the entire Dragon Ball realm, there is no one left to safeguard humanity but you. You alone can fight for their cause. Beichuan's voice was icy. All has been lost. What remains is merely a group of fools. So ignorant they cannot fathom that we are their salvation, blindly and foolishly. Black Wukong struggled to comprehend what reason could possibly compel him to oppose evil Wukong. He appeared lost, yearning to sit quietly on the swing, wearing a serene expression. If that is the case, then the deaths of little Black Wukong and the others are rendered meaningless, are they not? Your perspective mirrors that of evil Wukong, the very one who took their lives. Moreover, those ignorant souls are pleading for your aid. Upon hearing this, Black Wukong beheld a throng of people crying out for help, suffering under evil Wukong's torment. Please save us, O deity of humanity. My family was slain by that monster. I implore you, assist me. I would offer everything for your aid. An elderly man, crippled in both legs, cried out to the heavens. Please, I beg you, help us. We are willing to give everything for your divine intervention. Suddenly, a multitude of individuals stood before the dark Wukong, each one bearing scars of battle. Some were missing limbs, others were blinded or rendered mute. A throng of over tens of thousands, ranging from the elderly to the young, beseeched him for salvation. The cacophony of their pleas was overwhelming. Just as dark Wukong was about to curse, he met their mournful gazes and found himself subdued, for in their sorrowful eyes, he recognized a reflection of his own childhood. What is it to strike your dog? He pondered in silence. The memories of his own helplessness as a child, witnessing his beloved dog being beaten without the means to intervene, flooded back. Confronted once more by the despairing expressions reminiscent of his youth, dark Wukong's heart wavered. Even if he were to rescue these foolish, ignorant souls, who could neither appreciate the kindness of others nor the wealth of their neighbors, who mocked the unfortunate and oppressed the impoverished, would it truly matter? They prided themselves on their lofty status, yet were devoid of any redeeming qualities. To save them would merely prolong their inevitable demise. However, if he chose an action, he would betray the memory of the children who had perished for his sake. A vision of deification flickered before dark Wukong's eyes. Save us, they implored, and a sense of familiarity washed over him. Thus, he resolved to honor the debt owed to those children and protect humanity one final time. With newfound determination, dark Wukong's expression became resolute, devoid of any lingering uncertainty. Are you prepared to battle the evil Wukong? Beichuan inquired. Indeed, if I do not intervene, who will rescue these utterly foolish humans? Dark Wukong turned to Beichuan with a faint smile, his form shifting back to that of the dark Wukong. It brings me joy to see you again, Beichuan. I understand you are but a manifestation of my inner kindness, not the friend I once knew. Yet, I am grateful to you for rekindling my spirit and allowing me to confront that individual once more. As he spoke, the environment around him began to collapse, his figure becoming increasingly ephemeral. In that fleeting moment before everything vanished, a voice resonated in his ear. If you encounter insurmountable troubles, call upon me, Beichuan. I shall assist you. Meanwhile, outside, a chorus echoed, Justice, 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 I embody righteousness. The evil Wukong laughed heartily, reveling in the moment of life and death, relishing the anguish wrought by the plundering of others' happiness, and delighting in the obliteration of all that was beautiful. I am, but before he could utter more, his heart seized, halting the carnage abruptly. This sudden cessation rendered the justice values, which the system had been absorbing from the chaos he had unleashed, utterly void. What is happening? The system inquired curiously. The body has spiraled beyond control. That dark Goku is beyond restraint, murmured the malevolent Goku. How could this be? Despite enduring such a severe blow, and having been buried within your heart, there should be no possibility of resistance. The system was perplexed. Who knows? I still have one more person to kill. I have endured enough of protecting humanity. As long as he lives, I shall never be the master of this body, merely his shadow, the Dark Goku. A glint of cold malice flickered in his eyes, his gaze suddenly turning sinister. Hey, do not recklessly charge in. Black Goku possesses formidable strength. Wait for me to accumulate some justice points so I can assist you. The system cautioned. Enough of your prattling. The malevolent Goku dismissed the system's well-intentioned advice and delved into his inner self, determined to find the shadow of Black Goku. In a mere moment, he located the hidden lair of Black Goku. As the malevolent Goku stepped into his heart, a stark contrast of black and white shadows mirrored the two figures. So, you are the corrupted version of me, Black Goku remarked coldly, not turning around to face the furious malevolent Goku. Greetings. I believe this is our first encounter, isn't it? A pleasure to meet you. The malevolent Goku feigned politeness while mentally rehearsing over 100 different ways to eliminate Black Goku, a sentiment that Black Goku perceived without any need for overt confrontation. He wished to converse. After all, they were merely facets of the same being. I believe that since we are one, our thoughts must also align. I understand your hatred for humanity. I too despised them upon my arrival in this world. I loathed their foolishness and ignorance, often wearing a scowl. However, during my 2 years under Bulma's care at Trunks' home, I discovered that humanity is not entirely malevolent. Just as I have taken over this body, it is true that humanity is complex. I believe you can grasp this, after all. Black Goku attempted to persuade the malevolent Goku with words, but the latter, instead of engaging in dialogue, chose to take action. With a wicked grin, he produced the grotesquely decapitated head of little Black Goku before Black Goku's eyes. Do you care for him? For he is but your younger self. With a vicious crunch, the malevolent Goku mercilessly crushed the head of little Black Goku before the eyes of Black Goku, obliterating the last vestige of his rationality. Are you so obstinate? Black Goku's eyes blazed with fury as a red demonic horn sprouted from his forehead, arching ominously above him. What the audience desires is not your tiresome prattle, but a fierce struggle for survival. Who do you think you are? Do you believe mere words can sway me? Unlike you, I do not succumb to the warmth of humanity. My aim is annihilation. Today, either you perish here, or I do. Further dialogue will lead to nothing but our inevitable confrontation. Evil Wukong, before the eyes of Black Wukong, forcefully trod upon the blood of the fallen little Black Wukong, unleashing an onslaught of fury. In an instant, the strength of Black Wukong was mirrored by Evil Wukong, who transformed into the Super Saiyan God, a deep crimson of utmost extremity. The moment this formidable aura erupted, Black Wukong found himself blinded by the chilling winds of the Crimson Tempest. In stark contrast to Black Wukong's hue, Evil Wukong's crimson bore an additional shade of scarlet, the source of which Black Wukong could not comprehend until he discerned it was the blood of countless souls. Witnessing this scene, Black Wukong, although anticipating that Evil Wukong was no benevolent entity, had hoped to persuade him with an angelic disposition, aiming to converse even amidst conflict, for in a certain sense, Evil Wukong was merely a reflection of the hopeless little Black Wukong. However, upon witnessing Evil Wukong crush the head of little Black Wukong with his own hands, the inclination to engage in verbal sparring dissipated. Since you have thought of me this way, I shall fulfill your wishes. Black Wukong, engulfed in fury, unveiled his Super Saiyan God, deep crimson of utmost extremity. In the realm of reality, the forces of yin and yang were cleaved apart, transforming a single body into two distinct entities, Evil Wukong and Black Wukong. Thus, an epic confrontation became inevitable. Today marks your day of demise. The blade of divine execution manifested in Black Wukong's grasp. Today, I shall seize all that you possess. The blade of demonic annihilation emerged in Evil Wukong's hand. With divine artifacts in hand, the two Black Wukongs commenced their fierce clash, neither yielding an inch. Chapter 93. Black and Evil. The era of life was on the brink of conclusion. With a resounding clash, the blades met. Neither Black Wukong nor Evil Wukong relented, both retreating to assess their stances, one towering high as a descending deity, the other grounded as an ascendant mortal. You possess quite the skill, Black Wukong panted. Kneeling on one knee, the blade of divine execution clutched tightly, his form marred by the chaos of battle, save for the black cloak he donned for the fateful confrontation, which remained unblemished. The era that belongs to life has ended. I shall send you to those I have slain. Standing aloft, evil Wukong gripped his scythe akin to the Grim Reaper, while with the other hand, he crushed a diminutive girl, no larger than a palm, concealed within his own heart. Observing this act, Black Wukong's gaze turned icy, filled with lethal intent, yet he refrained from charging forward, opting instead for a moment of introspection with closed eyes. Even so, Black Wukong's eyes snapped open, flooded with the visages of various individuals, many of whom bore expressions he despised. Yet, he paid them no heed, instead focusing on the fleeting image of the little Black Wukong, who had appeared before him, smiling gently before vanishing. That innocent self. Even so, I remain a being of humanity and divinity. Black Wukong grasped the blade of divine execution with fervor, propelling himself towards evil Wukong. Unyielding, evil Wukong met him head-on. In that fleeting moment, countless universes dissolved into nothingness, as the devastation wrought by their clash approached the threshold of multiversal annihilation. The sound of their blades colliding resonated like the tolling of a death knell, heralding the extinction of all life in their wake. As they waged war with the intent of total obliteration, annihilation, death, and oblivion, everything disappearing completely is the world I desire, the freedom, justice, and happiness I seek. A freedom devoid of any life. Evil Goku laughed maniacally. So, is this the reason you killed Trunks and the others? Black Goku's eyes gleamed with a chilling light. You hate me so much. The more you despise me, the more exhilarated I become. Your hatred fuels my delight. Hate me until I am torn to shreds. Hate me until I am dismembered. Hate me until I wish for death. Evil Goku raved, brandishing the blade of annihilation and viciously slashing at Black Goku. Black Goku reacted swiftly, sidestepping just in time, but evil Goku charged forward, matching Black Goku in speed and ferocity, relentlessly attacking with a flurry of strikes. Strength, speed, endurance. Everything was evenly matched. How could one prevail? Black Goku gripped the blade of God, defending against evil Goku's frenzied onslaught, constantly retreating under the relentless barrage. When I think of you witnessing your loved ones perish before your eyes, when I consider your utter helplessness, the despair intertwined with fleeting hope, I am overwhelmed with joy. Evil Goku cackled madly, accelerating his speed, withdrawing his scythe, and swiftly striking at Black Goku. Black Goku narrowly dodged, but suddenly, evil Goku inverted in midair, crossing his arms, and hurled several pixelated cubes, each the size of a finger, towards him. Realizing the danger, Black Goku immediately raised his blade to defend, but the cubes unexpectedly expanded, growing to colossal proportions in an instant. Recognizing the peril, Black Goku teleported away. In the blink of an eye, he evaded 8 massive cubes. But before he could catch his breath, evil Goku appeared like a specter, pursuing closely. The second round commenced. Black Goku reacted swiftly. However, he was still a moment too late. As he turned to defend, evil Goku had already swung his scythe down. A sudden thrust. In an instant, blood gushed from Black Goku, a long crescent-shaped wound carved into his side by evil Goku's blade of annihilation. Our attributes may be similar, but in the realm of cunning strategies, my dark nature prevails. Evil Goku smirked with satisfaction. You feel triumphant after landing a blow. Do you think I am the only one who is wounded? Black Goku smiled faintly. Suddenly, evil Goku's upper body bore a crescent-shaped wound as well. A slash? Impossible. If it were a strike powered by ki, I would have sensed it immediately. Evil Goku stared in bewilderment at his wound, then glared in pain at the smug Black Goku. Our perceptive abilities are equal, but what if I use Steve's power to erase the strike, rendering it non-existent? Was it during the moment when I excavated the air block, obscuring your line of sight, that I executed my stealthy attack? Evil Goku realized the truth. In the realm of foolishness, the divine punishment stupa unfurls. As the descent neared its climax, Black Wukong activated his domain. Do not presume that only you possess the ability to manifest the divine punishment stupa. As the domain unfolded, the myriad attacks from both Black Wukong and evil Wukong clashed fiercely, and amidst this tumult, they engaged in brutal hand-to-hand combat. Whoosh! Evil Wukong transformed his palm into a blade, striking rapidly at close quarters with lethal precision. Each assault targeted vital points, employing techniques of thrusting, pressing, and grazing. Black Wukong, undeterred, retaliated with grappling, flicking, and jabbing maneuvers. Bang, 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 as the invisible and formless attacks intertwined in a relentless exchange. The confrontation between evil Wukong and Black Wukong escalated into a complex display of diverse combat techniques. Those who lack conviction in their purpose are destined for failure. With swift precision, evil Wukong delivered a series of 3 strikes, landing forcefully on Black Wukong's chest, abdomen, and throat. At the moment evil Wukong struck the acupoints, Black Wukong felt his agility wane, his subsequent attacks noticeably delayed, providing evil Wukong with an opportunity to seize the advantage. This battle is destined for my victory. Evil Wukong ensnared Black Wukong's arm, pulling upwards with ferocious intent. Crack! Black Wukong's arm shattered, eliciting a grimace of pain, yet evil Wukong's onslaught continued unabated, delivering a crushing elbow strike to Black Wukong's chin. Bang! The assault did not cease. Evil Wukong swiftly wrapped his arm around Black Wukong's neck, yanking him forward before unleashing a palm strike to his face, immediately followed by a kick. In an instant, Black Wukong found himself dazed, subjected to a barrage of slicing attacks, his lower body peppered by shotgun-like blasts, and his abdomen struck as if by a heavy sphere. At that moment, a multitude of assaults converged upon Black Wukong, and within a heartbeat, he tasted the entirety of the world's myriad attacks, collapsing into a pool of blood. With the failure of close combat, Black Wukong's domain faltered under the weight of his injuries, and in that instant of defeat, he once again endured the full spectrum of attacks. After 2 attempts, Black Wukong was left grievously wounded. In the face of such a weakened opponent, evil Wukong needed only to unleash another assault, yet he refrained, opting instead to dispel the domain. How can a victory be claimed by mere slaughter? I intend to shatter the last remnants of your pride before your limbs are rendered useless. Whoosh bang! For enormous steel spikes plummeted from above, piercing Black Wukong's arms and legs. The immense spikes struck down, leaving Black Wukong's limbs numb and devoid of sensation, unable to react in time. Now confidence surged, however swoosh. A blade of annihilation pierced Black Wukong, nailing him firmly to the ground. How will you reverse this, my hero? Is it through a 30-second advertisement, or a recharge of 648? Evil Wukong sadistically pressed his foot against Black Wukong's face, grinding it mercilessly. The malevolent version of Goku sought to harness his energy to launch an attack through sheer will, yet his efforts were in vain. The energy dissipated before it could coalesce, as if some unseen force were siphoning it away. Dark Goku cast a frigid glance at his wicked counterpart. I must take precautions against you, lest you incite some unforeseen reversal. Do not forget that our intellect and combat acumen are on par. Do not entertain thoughts of trickery. Wicked Goku chuckled. Are we truly alike? Dark Goku scoffed, a sneer of disdain gracing his features. In response, Wicked Goku smirked derisively. Are you implying that you possess a noble spirit to protect those wretched souls while I am merely selfish, greedy, and utterly vile? Dark Goku fell silent. Your silence confirms my conjecture. Indeed, from the perspective of one who considers only their own virtues, I am evil. Yet, in the eyes of the world, I am profoundly just. I eradicate the blight that devastates the ecosystem. I abolish the predatory nature of the greedy. I have liberated those burdened by mortgages and car loans, extinguished the flames of war, and realized true peace. I have banished hunger and cold, obliterated fear and its twin, violence, along with all that is wicked and vile. Observe how serene the surroundings are. All troubles have vanished. Wicked Goku surveyed the desolation around him, void of civilization and life, reduced to a battlefield's ruins. His eyes gleaming as if beholding paradise. Is a colorless world truly called happiness? Dark Goku questioned. Do you take issue with my sense of justice, my nobility, my compassion? Wicked Goku's gaze turned icy. Why do you not speak of your cruel slaughter of others, shattering blissful families, annihilating nascent nations, and subjecting already suffering children to your catastrophic calamities? To quell war with war ultimately yields only more conflict. No life can find joy in a justice rooted in violence. Dark Goku's eyes glinted with fury. Is that so? Indeed, it is. Ha 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 ha. Wicked Goku erupted into laughter, his mirth radiant. Yet his expression abruptly stiffened. Since you deem me evil, allow me to showcase my justice. In an instant, the space surrounding Wicked Goku and Dark Goku transformed into a realm of prosperity, where peace reigned, and all were nourished and warmly clothed. living in happiness. Stop. Dark Goku sensed impending doom. Stop. Why would you hinder my justice? I must enact it. What is your objection? As he spoke, Wicked Goku approached a woman clad in alluring attire and high heels, hands casually tucked into his pockets. Hello, beautiful. Fancy a drink? Wicked Goku clapped his hands, lewdly swaying before the passing woman. You're sick. Truly intoxicated, you pervert. The woman turned in fear to flee, but Wicked Goku pursued relentlessly. You think I'm drunk? I'm not. Today, I shall have you. Living is better, but dying would suffice as well. No. Ah. You, the Black Wukong, wished to intervene, yet found yourself powerless, merely watching as the evil Wukong unleashed his cruelty upon the woman, crushing her life with ruthless intent. Just after committing that heinous act, the evil Wukong felt no fatigue and turned his gaze upon an elderly lady in a wheelchair, preparing to inflict further violence. Ah, dear lady, are you fortunate enough to experience youth? No, please. In that moment, Black Wukong was rendered speechless, overwhelmed by despair. You scoundrel! Under Black Wukong's furious reprimands, the evil Wukong continued his rampage, mercilessly slaughtering a plethora of treasures, baubles, and cherished items, treating them as mere refuse. His reign of terror knew no bounds, as he extinguished all forms of life in his path. Do you see? This is my justice, my righteousness. The evil Wukong cackled maniacally, repeatedly executing innocent lives before the eyes of passers-by, the cries of the fallen echoing relentlessly in Black Wukong's ears. Yet, he was utterly powerless, forced to witness the evil Wukong's depravity while he misguidedly proclaimed himself a paragon of virtue. One nation after another fell to the evil Wukong's wrath, collapsing before Black Wukong's eyes. He could not fathom the number of lives lost, but he understood that the evil Wukong was irredeemably wicked. Faced with this grim reality, Black Wukong felt a profound sense of despair, looking up at the overcast sky, reminiscent of his battle with Broly, feeling utterly helpless. Save me. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the air, reaching Black Wukong's ears. Turning his head, he beheld a man in a tailored suit, cradling his child, who lay dying from a glass shard piercing through his abdomen, tears streaming down his face in utter desperation. I have witnessed such necessary sacrifices several times before, Black Wukong mused, recalling the multitude he had slain under similar pretexts. Indeed, I am quite cold-hearted, he chuckled bitterly, a crimson aura enveloping him. If the sacrifice required is your own life, would you not hesitate to give it? A vision flashed before Black Wukong's eyes, the questioner being Trunks. Yes, I would offer everything for justice, even my own life. This is precisely why I have yet to establish a family, Black Wukong replied coldly. A chilling breeze swept through, and in the vision, while his expression was icy, his gaze towards Trunks was filled with warmth. I will protect you all, he said with a faint smile. In reality, it was time to bid farewell. Goodbye, Wukong. Good night. Black Wukong closed his eyes, a serene smile gracing his features as he appeared to drift into a tranquil slumber. Yet in the next moment, as if awakening from a dream, he transcended his own limitations and materialized beside the anguished man cradling his child. Without uttering a word, Black Wukong intervened, and before the man's eyes, the girl on the brink of death was miraculously revived. Ah, unexpectedly, it is so effortless. The man appeared astonished and wished to inquire of Black Wukong what had transpired. Yet, how could he pose such a question when he could scarcely discern Black Wukong's features? Before he could utter a word, Black Wukong had already moved on to the next individual ensnared in a similar plight. Wherever Black Wukong traversed, the mournful cries that once filled the air fell silent, as the devastation wrought by evil Wukong was meticulously restored to its former glory by Black Wukong's deft hands. From the minutiae of the individual to the vastness of the cosmos, and extending to the realms of negative and infinite, ultimately encompassing the multiverse. I am justice. Evil Wukong raised his hand towards the man before him, whose face was etched with terror, and swiftly lunged forward to seize him. His speed was remarkable. Yet just as he was about to grasp the man, a large hand clasped his wrist. Let us bring this to a conclusion. In a blaze of crimson flames, Black Wukong emerged before evil Wukong, resolute and prepared for the ultimate sacrifice. The outcome was imminent. Chapter 94. For all that is beautiful and annihilation. Spare no effort, hell lay desolate, while demons roamed the earth. You have risen once more? That should not be possible. The blade of annihilation is clearly embedded within you. rendering you immobile. Evil Wukong expressed his disbelief. Let us comprehend the essence of both good and evil. Black Wukong did not respond, instead launching a swift strike that sent Evil Wukong hurtling away, casting him beyond the cosmos. Such speed and immense force. Evil Wukong coughed blood, his vision blurring, his body convulsing in agony. Now you see the consequence of ignoring my counsel? He has surpassed the Omni King. The existence of the multiverse now dwells within him. The system screamed frantically within Evil Wukong. Cease this incessant noise. Silence. Evil Wukong retorted in anger. You insolent fool. You imbecile. The system and Evil Wukong hurled insults at each other, their camaraderie shattering in an instant. However, time afforded no respite for the onlookers, as Black Wukong suddenly surged forward. In an instant, Evil Wukong was once again sent flying, displaced by Black Wukong's might. Swish. Ah! Without the system, how have you grown so powerful? I refuse to accept this. Evil Wukong glared fiercely at Black Wukong. I have not grown stronger. I have merely prepared myself for self-sacrifice. From this moment forth, we shall meet as equals. Black Wukong assumed a Wing Chun stance, his demeanor composed, devoid of anger or hatred, his expression utterly tranquil. Whatever multiverse nonsense you speak of, perish. Evil Wukong, filled with defiance, charged at Black Wukong. Swish. With the force of a rocket, a powerful punch struck Black Wukong's face. He did not evade, instead bracing himself against the blow. Before he could register any pain, Evil Wukong found himself writhing in agony, unable to contain his pain. Black Wukong was engulfed in flames, and merely touching him caused Evil Wukong's skin to blister and rot. Are you made of fire? Evil Wukong exclaimed in terror. Black Wukong offered no response, instead raising his foot to deliver a powerful kick to Evil Wukong's head. With just that single blow, Evil Wukong was sent hurtling through the air, accompanied by the cataclysmic disintegration of countless universes, as the entirety of the Dragon Ball multiverse fell into chaos. What on earth is happening? Cursed fate. Lying amidst the void, Evil Wukong felt darkness envelop him, as if his life were drawing to a close. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Black Wukong reappeared and yanked him back to his feet. What form is this? Evil Wukong questioned, a look of confusion etched upon his face. Based on his understanding of Black Wukong, this transformation was entirely unprecedented, with no prior indications or traces of development. You will never understand. You are incapable of grasping it. Black Wukong retorted, delivering a heavy punch to Evil Wukong. With that single strike, half of Evil Wukong's teeth were shattered, although they would soon regenerate under the divine essence. The pain lingered, refusing to dissipate. Do I not understand? What a laugh. I am you. I embody everything that you are. Your joys, sorrows, and all of your negative emotions. Who else in this world could comprehend you but me? Not those fools who merely offer empty praise and pity. With a swift kick, Black Wukong sent Evil Wukong flying once more. Just that singular blow made Evil Wukong acutely aware. Should he endure another, he would surely meet his end. It felt as if Black Wukong's strength had intensified, as though he had adapted to newfound power. Am I destined to lose? Absolutely not. My desire for the annihilation of life burns more fiercely than anyone else's. My resolve is unwavering. I would sacrifice everything, even myself, to eradicate existence. How could I possibly be defeated by someone as lost as you, who only seeks to protect a pitiful lot? In agony, Evil Wukong shook his dazed head and stood up once more, beginning to undergo further transformation before Black Wukong's eyes. In that fleeting moment, half of his face took on an even more sinister allure, tinged with a bewitching rose-red hue. Under Black Wukong's cold gaze, Evil Wukong began to metamorphose, sprouting two crimson horns atop his head, his body cloaked in a deep rose-black shade, save for his white eyes, bathed in the incandescent crimson flames radiating from Black Wukong. Evil Wukong's malevolence surpassed even that of Super Saiyan Broly at the pinnacle of his limits, his form resembling a massive gorilla, adorned with thick black fur except on his chest and abdomen. Is this a mid-tier demonic transformation combined with Super Saiyan God in deep rose red? Black Wukong contemplated calmly. Forget about multiverses. Today, I shall bring your demise. I will extinguish all life, eradicate existence, and ensure that life vanishes entirely. I shall not concede to anyone. Suddenly, a white light enveloped Evil Wukong, as the trio of forms, Super Saiyan God, Mid-tier demonic transformation and mid-tier ultimate essence converged upon him. Witnessing this spectacle, Black Wukong understood that the laws governing the multiverse would no longer apply to evil Wukong. Resolved, he relinquished any notion of utilizing his powers, opting instead for a battle of fists. Likewise, evil Wukong was aware that this combination was a race against time. This reckless breakthrough could only sustain him for a maximum of 10 minutes. Ah! Evil Goku bellowed fiercely as he charged towards Black Goku. Whoosh! Whoosh! The fierce battle reignited. What does understanding even matter, as long as victory is within grasp? If one cannot win, then nothing holds significance. Watch me take you down, bang. Before evil Goku could finish his sentence, he was met with a powerful punch from Black Goku. Did you think yourself truly great? That expression, evil Goku glared at Black Goku's impassive visage with palpable displeasure. Black Goku offered no reply, instead lifting his fist to deliver another blow to evil Goku's face. A dull thud resonated as evil Goku was sent flying, half of his face mangled and his body emitting the acrid scent of charred flesh. How infuriating! Feeling the searing pain coursing through his body, evil Goku's face was a mask of defiance, filled with hatred for Black Goku. Is your strength merely verbal? Or is your so-called justice incapable of manifesting beyond your words? Black Goku's tone was frigid. In the midst of their conversation, Black Goku launched a sudden sweeping kick. Bang! With a slight nudge, evil Goku was thrown backward, his body bending awkwardly as Black Goku seized the opportunity to strike like a wooden post. The scene shifted back to Trunks' inquiry. If a situation arose that necessitated my sacrifice, it would indicate that I must employ my ultimate technique. Standing on the balcony, Black Goku, who never indulged in drinks, sipped from a beverage. What is this ultimate technique? Trunks pondered, perplexed. It is a temporary breakthrough of my own limits, allowing my energy to burn away my life force to unleash greater strength. However, once utilized, it will claim my life. Black Goku's expression was somber and cold. Would you use this technique to protect others? Trunks asked gravely, observing Black Goku intently. Black Goku did not respond, but gazed out at the civilized city before him. I do not wish to. I am no hero, merely a jester. Yet, if I do not survive, no one else can die to alter this wretched reality. The scene returned to the present. Why sacrifice one's life for refuse? Black Goku remained silent as he delivered a heavy punch to evil Goku. Do you believe you embody justice? Do you think that killing me will resolve everything? For this reason, you have slain the Time Patrol, Beerus, Kampa, Quitella, Whis, Bodis, Konek, and countless others. Answer me. Evil Goku jabbered incessantly, even as Black Goku landed several blows upon him. Protecting refuse, protecting that damned refuse. Those accursed beings deserve annihilation. I too must face extinction. There is no denying this. However, I must eradicate them to achieve it. I am refuse and can perish, but as long as refuse exists, I cannot die, nor can I fail, nor be defeated by myself. Damned refuse, damned refuse. I shall annihilate you. You are the true demons. May you all descend into hell. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, Black Wukong unleashed an unfathomable barrage of punches and kicks upon evil Wukong. Yet the latter clung to the former like tenacious taffy. In stark contrast to evil Wukong's relentless nature, Black Wukong found himself increasingly drained. His body, ravaged by fire, appeared gaunt and frail, as if a few more strikes would render him lifeless. Thus, an era devoid of vitality drew to a close. As evil Wukong endured the relentless assault, he suddenly rose to an imposing stature, his aura swelling infinitely upward, downward, and outward, enveloping all in a haze reminiscent of the realm of death. Confronted with his own darkness, Black Wukong did not waver. He clenched his fists and opted for the simplicity of his own power rather than resorting to the blade of the Godslayer. Even so, I am still a being of humanity and divinity. With a resounding impact, Black Wukong struck fiercely into the abyss that was evil Wukong, his heart free of confusion or doubt, continuously pushing forward. The seemingly boundless darkness began to shatter as Black Wukong pressed on, yet he too suffered grievously in his advance. Spewing blood, losing an arm, and becoming blinded in one eye, ultimately collapsing as if consumed by flames. I am your dark humanity shadow. As long as darkness endures, I shall surpass you, even ascend beyond you. No matter how resolute or powerful your heart may be, If my desire to annihilate life remains steadfast, you shall find no respite. Is that all your tricks can muster? Use your righteousness to slay me." Suddenly, Black Wukong sprang to his feet. "Cease at once. Should you perish, so too shall I. We are one. If one falls, the other cannot survive. You felt it during our battle, did you not? Despite your superior strength, you could not vanquish me because your body resists death, unwilling to sacrifice itself for the worthless." Evil Wukong's tone grew somber. "So what? What does that have to do with my will? I have stated before that before my reality of justice, should sacrifice hold meaning, I shall never hesitate." Black Wukong's gaze sharpened as the blade of the God Slayer materialized in his grasp. "You wretched being. System, for heaven's sake, save me. I cannot defeat him. He is resolute in his death. Grant me power, or soon you too shall perish." Fear gripped Evil Wukong, akin to a mouse confronted by a cat. As the darkness he had conjured began to clarify under Black Wukong's relentless approach. "Do not speak. Cannot you see I am gathering energy? Wait another 30 seconds. 30 seconds? Do you think this is an advertisement? Hurry up. Hurry. Ah! You are unreliable. I shall take matters into my own hands." Evil Wukong howled, revealing his true form and wielding the blade of annihilation, charging swiftly toward Black Wukong with determination, his scythe poised to strike. "I shall eradicate life and shall not be defeated. I have recognized my will and shall not falter." As the blade of annihilation clashed with the blade of the Godslayer, the collision of their sheer will and power unleashed an aura of inevitable destruction. "I must obliterate everything, Black Wukong." A torrent of memories surged into Evil Wukong's mind, filled with despair and desolation, famine and decay. Bracing himself, Evil Wukong withstood Black Wukong's strike, swinging his scythe towards him. With a dull thud, Black Wukong absorbed the blow, a crescent-shaped wound appearing upon his body. The pain was excruciating, yet Black Wukong, resolute in spirit, gripped the blade of the God Slayer and withdrew it from Evil Wukong's form, striking back once more. The blade descended, carving a symmetrical crescent-shaped gash into Evil Wukong's abdomen. "I shall not allow anyone to seize that which I hold dear." A flood of memories inundated Black Wukong's consciousness, filled with fulfillment and joy, happiness and elation. Each was immersed in their own thoughts, unleashing their most potent attacks without restraint. "If I am destined to perish, then I shall take you and all that exists with me. As long as I am a being of both man and deity, such a feat is impossible for you." Evil Wukong and Black Wukong locked eyes, their gazes steely and unwavering. The atmosphere turned frigid until Black Wukong finally spoke. "All my abilities converge for this attack. Let it commence." "Huh? What?" Evil Wukong sensed impending doom and attempted to flee, yet the system thwarted this thought the instant it emerged. "Do not escape. This attack will." The system's warning was abruptly cut off. "Shatter the bindings." Whoosh. A flash of white light swept through, determining the outcome. Chapter 95. Is everything over? Whoosh. Amidst the chaos of beginnings and endings, the victor between Black Wukong and Evil Wukong was finally revealed. In the void, Evil Wukong lay still, a mask of silence upon his face, murmuring to himself about how he had been vanquished and how the system within him had been destroyed, blinking in bewilderment. The shattering had obliterated concepts, existence, laws, and the very narrative itself, transforming all matter, forms, thoughts, and existence into nothingness. That recent strike had annihilated the entire narrative of the Dragon Ball universe, surpassing my own realm of power in destructive potential. As for its magnitude, I cannot say. I only know that this blow was likely the first and last such attack I could wield in my life. Black Wukong spat blood, his countenance grim, affected by the recent strike akin to that of Evil Wukong's own. The attack that struck us both was merely residual energy, was it not? You do not truly wish to kill me, but rather the system within me that grants you power time and again, correct? Evil Wukong spoke softly. My duel with you was always aimed at eliminating him. Preventing you was but a minor part of a greater scheme. The true aim was to thwart the architect of this tragedy. If we both perish, he will undoubtedly act, though I know not what he will do. Witnessing your relentless pursuit of absurd justice drives me to despair. Black Wukong coughed violently, his entire being racked with pain, trembling slightly. What is happening? Black Wukong, beads of sweat forming upon his brow, gazed at Evil Wukong, his mind clouded and disoriented. Why must we safeguard life? This notion, I presume, is akin to your rationale for annihilating it. What significance can further elucidation hold when existence teeters on the brink of demise? Black Wukong extended a hand to caress his own chest, only to find it drenched in crimson. Indeed, there is a reason, he coughed, his voice betraying his failing strength. If I were to confess that my actions stem from a desire to lead an ordinary life, would you mock me? A faint smile crept across evil Wukong's face. An ordinary life. Images of his unwavering pursuit of absolute justice flashed in Black Wukong's mind, a pursuit necessitating the sacrifice of the mundane existence he yearned for. You would not. For our paths diverge. In this journey, you embody unmitigated evil, irredeemable and destined to be so, just as I am fated to be the fool. There is no room for ridicule. You are me, and I am you, merely traversing different roads. If one were to mock oneself, no soul would ever care for their own plight, would they? Black Wukong bore a gentle expression, having previously regarded evil Wukong with cold indifference during their battle, yet now, in the face of mortality, he revealed a tender smile. Now, my path has culminated in a world devoid of life. The peace I sought has arrived, and the ordinary life I aspired to has been achieved. I have triumphed, while you have faltered. Evil Wukong offered a slight smile, exuding a sinister charm, yet curiously devoid of genuine mirth. This demeanor did not escape Black Wukong's notice. Observing evil Wukong's expression, he inquired with curiosity, "Didn't T.U. win? Why do you wear such a countenance? Shouldn't T.U. be laughing heartily? In a sense, I have not triumphed, for life persists. You have thwarted my ambition to obliterate other worlds' philosophies. Thus, you have prevailed." A look of sorrow crossed evil Wukong's face. Ha ha ha, do you think you can defeat me? Consider the multitude of worlds. Each narrative holds countless realms within a single worldview. How could you possibly conquer them all? Black Wukong lamented, his complexion beginning to pale. Yet, even if I cannot vanquish them all, I must strive, just as you endeavor to protect those whom you cannot fully shield, enduring the detritus that accompanies such burdens. Indeed. Ha ha. Black Wukong erupted into laughter, his form gradually becoming translucent. Are you fading away before me? It seems that form indeed requires the sacrifice of life. That last move must have been your limit. Perhaps I must take my leave before you do, Black Wukong remarked, his eyes turning white, his figure becoming ethereal. Humph. If only I could have one more bout with you, evil Wukong sighed, closing his eyes to avoid gazing upon Black Wukong's impending disappearance. So, do you believe this matter is resolved? Suddenly, a thunderous voice pierced the air, and as the two Wukongs faced their mortality, a strange entity, cloaked in black flames and devoid of features, materialized beside them. Who goes there? At the sound, evil Wukong opened his eyes, bewildered by the apparition before him. Yet Black Wukong's ensuing words left him utterly astonished. Is it the system? You have arrived in a formless state. Black Wukong regarded the entity with palpable tension. Surprised. Are you? I have not been vanquished. I have successfully descended. The system muttered with a voice that was exceedingly unpleasant, akin to the honking of a goose. This is not right. Given your circumstances, you should have perished at the moment I shattered your binding, Black Wukong remarked, his expression one of confusion. Perish by your attack? Do not jest. You merely destroyed the vessel in which I resided, parasitically inhabiting both you and evil Wukong. When you sought to eliminate me, I relinquished the corporeal form to manifest in a spectral state. Is it not a matter of insufficient justice points? Evil Wukong also appeared puzzled. Indeed. The system turned its gaze towards evil Wukong, clarifying that my insufficiency implies my inability to manifest in physical form. I had intended to appear with my body, yet you, a useless fool, failed me and succumbed to this worthless being. The system berated them fiercely, lifting its foot to deliver a kick to both Black Wukong and evil Wukong. In that singular moment, the two felt as though time had been transcended, as if the interval meant for the attack had vanished, leaving only the image of them being struck. They cried out in agony, hurtling through the air, their pain exacerbated by this blow. Feeling the sharp pang in their abdomen, Black Wukong's expression was more grotesque than someone consuming a bitter melon. Fear not. I have yet to unleash even a minuscule fraction of my power, intentionally sparing you from death. After all, should I exert myself, my strength would surpass that of both of you combined, transcending the divine in an infinite multitude. If I were to take it seriously, a mere gust from my kick could annihilate you 100 million times over. The system gazed at them with arrogant disdain. How is it that I dutifully labor for you without recompense, yet I must endure such punishment? What are you, some transcendent deity? Evil Wukong, in pain, expressed his defiance. Based on your meager abilities? Frankly, a dog could perform better, the system retorted with contempt. This is infuriating. In a fit of rage, Evil Wukong nearly coughed up blood, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Even the darkness cannot rival your obscurity, he muttered, his lips quivering. Obscure? I find it quite just that not only do you possess the power to accomplish anything, but you are also granted the ability to pursue your desires. In this dynamic, I am your master, and all your happiness is bestowed by me. As your master, how can you, my dogs, label me as dark? The system offered a slight smile before delivering another light kick to the two. In an instant, Black Wukong and Evil Wukong were left reeling, their eyes rolling back in pain, on the verge of death. Feeling the intensifying agony coursing through him, Black Wukong understood that should the system choose to exert its control once more, his body would undoubtedly crumble under the strain. Now that you have been revived, what do you intend to do next? Black Wukong inquired. Naturally, it is revenge, my little dogs. I believe I have mentioned that all assistance is driven by ulterior motives. Have I not? The system approached Black Wukong with a disdainful demeanor, yanking him up with little effort. Do you, an entity such as yourself, even possess enemies? Black Wukong questioned, perplexed. Of course I do. Your expression suggests a burning curiosity, but alas, I shall not divulge it. As you depart with regret. The system's hand exerts force, tightly grasping the neck of Black Wukong and lifting him with a violent grip. With a sudden exertion, the system nearly choked Black Wukong to the brink of oblivion, causing him to roll his eyes in distress. You may choose not to divulge your intentions, but could you illuminate what you plan to do after your vengeance? Black Wukong's voice trembled, struggling to articulate. What purpose could there be? The system replied nonchalantly. Might you ponder deeply upon the essence of breathing? A wicked smile graced the system's visage, and despite its lack of features, Black Wukong perceived derision and amusement. Black Wukong wished to utter something, yet the constriction in his throat rendered him speechless. Beside him, Evil Wukong grew increasingly agitated, perhaps having developed an emotional connection during their earlier exchange. Witnessing Black Wukong being toyed with and tormented by the system ignited his fury. Hey, you! The disobedient one is me. What skill is it to strike him? Have the audacity to face me. In response, the system glared back. Patience, your time shall come. There is an order to our actions. None of you can escape, for today marks your demise. As it spoke, the system's hand intensified its grip, seemingly intent on tormenting Black Wukong, squeezing the life from him in a fit of rage. As consciousness began to wane, Black Wukong felt dizzy, the world before him spinning like a carousel. He realized his end was near. In his final moments, a multitude of regrets flooded his mind, countless aspirations left unfulfilled. Strangely, the only memory that surfaced was of savoring a delicious dish in the hospital, a moment of simple joy. This ambitious man, facing death, did not contemplate what he might leave behind or the bitterness of a life abruptly concluded. Instead, like an ordinary person, he yearned for one last taste of culinary delight. I wish I could enjoy your cooking once more, Beichuan, he thought, recalling the singular moment of happiness when his only friend prepared a meal for him. A moment that made him feel truly alive. If ever you encounter an insurmountable trouble, just call for me, Beichuan. I would come to your aid without hesitation. Suddenly, the visage of his childhood friend, Beichuan, flashed before him, smiling. Please, save me. I have always fought alone, haha. On the brink of death, with one foot in the grave, Black Wukong managed a faint smile. Fade away, my dog, the system uttered coldly, as it summoned the erasure energy of the Omni King, pressing it toward Black Wukong. Witnessing this scene, Black Wukong yearned to resist, yet it was futile, against the system's overwhelming power. All he could do was watch helplessly as his life slipped away, pleading for mercy from the only friend he had lost many years ago, whose grave grass had grown tall. Save me, Beichuan, Black Wukong cried out weakly. Disperse. The system, wielding the formidable power of the all-encompassing king, delivered a heavy blow to Black Goku's face, striking him squarely. As expected, Black Goku began to fade away. However, just as the darkness of oblivion was about to envelop him, a brilliant light shone upon Black Goku. Puzzled by this unexpected turn of events, the system focused intently on Black Goku's pupils. It became evident that the engulfing void was merely a reflection of another being within the depths of Black Goku's eyes, an entity cloaked in darkness, yet glimmering with a hint of radiance. As ancient lore suggests, whenever the 100 demons roam at night, deities take their stand, and celestial beings ascend, beasts lie in wait, malevolence threatens the realms. Barbaric tribes display their might, and necromancers wreak havoc, the divine remains silent. In times of suffering, when faith seems lost, a figure adorned with 8 horns, the primordial demon emperor, emerges to safeguard humanity's sovereign and shatter the chaos. No one knows his name, yet he is collectively referred to as the son of the demon. The 8-horned demon. As these words echoed, the owner of the pupils stood beside evil Goku, tightly cradling the Black Goku who had just moments ago been in the system's grasp. Chapter 96. The declaration of war across the heavens. As the brilliance of the pupils faded, the void returned to its normal state. Black Goku reappeared in the system's hands. In a state of bewilderment, the system surveyed its surroundings before finally resting its gaze upon the figure standing beside evil Goku. A grim countenance, fiery red hair, and an expression of intense seriousness. "I am not dead." As the suffocating sensation dissipated and the warmth of an embrace enveloped him, Black Goku sensed something amiss and promptly opened his eyes. Upon realizing that the one holding him was a complete stranger, confusion washed over him. Yet, as the stranger gradually lifted his head, a beam of light illuminated his face, leaving Black Goku astonished. With 8 dark horns atop his head and a striking mane of red hair, beneath the flamboyant exterior lay a visage marked by calmness, with a forehead and chin adorned with fiery patterns. Amidst the contrast of black and red flames, Black Goku beheld a face so familiar it was etched into his very being. "Beichuan, you are alive, and you've transcended. It has been a long time, Goku. You have changed significantly," Beichuan remarked, his tone low as he gently set Black Goku down. The moment Black Goku touched the ground, his body restored to its former state as if nothing had transpired. "My body has returned," Black Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Simultaneously, evil Goku's injuries were also healed. The wounds he had sustained completely mended by Beichuan's touch. "Is it truly healed?" Evil Goku gazed at Beichuan, clad in a black cloak, with disbelief etched across his face. Observing this scene, the system was somewhat taken aback. The injuries sustained by both Black Wukong and evil Wukong were profound. No one understood the gravity of that strike better than he did. Had it not been for his own sacrifice of the physical form, it was likely that even the soul would have been gravely wounded. The intensity of that blow could truly be described as divine slaying. Upon witnessing such wounds being effortlessly healed by Beichuan's gentle touch, the system instinctively inquired about Beichuan's identity. "Who are you?" "I am Beichuan, the founder of Dawn," he replied in a calm tone. The system, in a state of anxiety, immediately employed its capabilities to probe Beichuan's strength. Power, destructive force, speed, ability, endurance, intelligence, combat intelligence, and other fundamental attributes. Comprehensive level, nothing. Could it be that his level was simply too high? Impossible. This probe transcended all settings. Regardless of the nature of their abilities, I could see through anyone. Even the elder brother of the Hongmeng system had once been perceived by me. How could a mere mortal devoid of any divine aura escape my scrutiny? The system, undeterred, activated its capabilities once more, examining the situation again, but the outcome remained the same, nothing but blankness. Any data regarding Beichuan was non-existent. No abilities, no settings, no level, not even fundamental attributes. How could this be? Any living being, regardless of their dimensional existence, must possess some measure of essence. The system gazed at Beichuan in disbelief, a spark of realization flickering in its mind. "You are the octagonal demon." Suddenly, the system's lips trembled, its expression suggesting a familiarity with Beichuan, and it shuddered uncontrollably. "You know me? Who are you?" Beichuan's gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare upon the system, noticing its trembling form. A hint of surprise crossed Beichuan's countenance. "You are the leader of the 3,000 chaos demons, the embodiment of the 3,000 laws. The omniscient and omnipotent God King's brother, are you not?" Beichuan's tone remained steady. "How could you possibly be here? In a place where a being like you would never set foot?" The system trembled, devoid of any fighting spirit, fixated on Beichuan, its rage evident in its eyes, yet simultaneously tinged with fear and unease. "Do you know each other?" Seeing the system's recognition of Beichuan, Black Wukong cast a puzzled glance toward him. Beichuan remained silent, his expression contemplative. In your current state, facing me would be tantamount to seeking death. My vengeance is premature. Adjustments are required. As the system spoke, it hurriedly attempted to depart. However, just as it took a step, an unseen force suddenly seized its neck, pinning it in place. You cannot escape. Beichuan, with an expression of stoic silence, fixated his gaze upon the system, his left hand subtly exerting pressure. With merely a slight application of force, the system was instantly overwhelmed with excruciating pain, as if pierced by 1,000 arrows, and it cried out in agony. In response, Beichuan remained silent, his demeanor cold as he continued to apply pressure. The era of deities has concluded. You shall perish alongside your elder brother and all the fallen chaos demons. Beichuan's gaze was frigid, devoid of any trace of fear. Have the audacity to let me develop, you bastard who killed my only family. Amidst the anguished cries of the system, Beichuan clenched his hand into a fist, causing the system to dissolve into nothingness. What was anticipated to be a thrilling battle concluded hastily in less than a minute, overwhelmed by Beichuan's absolute prowess. The two Wukongs, stunned, could hardly believe that Beichuan had effortlessly vanquished the system that had caused them such distress with just a single glance. In their shock, Beichuan had no time to offer explanations. Wukong, do you wish to resurrect little Black Wukong? Beichuan turned to gaze at Black Wukong. Of course, why? Black Wukong replied, a hint of confusion in his voice. I possess a method to bring him back, but it requires you to sacrifice something, Beichuan explained, revealing the soul of little Black Wukong in his hand. Isn't he dead? Evil Wukong questioned, perplexed at the sight of the soul. Beichuan patiently clarified. While you were embroiled in your struggles, I intervened, albeit reluctantly, for you are my soul friend. The phrase soul friend evoked a tide of childhood memories in Evil Wukong and Black Wukong. Despite their contrasting natures, both shared a profound sentiment towards their recollections with Beichuan. They reflected on how he should have called for help sooner, just as he had now. Perhaps then, he could have arrived in time. By the time he sought to protect little Black Wukong, the soul was gravely injured and barely clinging to life. Beichuan's tone turned somber. Is there still hope? Black Wukong fixated intently on the diminutive soul cradled in Beichuan's palm. Were it not for my intervention, I would not be having this conversation. So are you willing? Beichuan's voice remained grave. Absolutely. Black Wukong responded without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Beichuan retrieved his phone from his pocket and opened a video on Kuaishou, tossing it towards Black Wukong. Upon receiving the phone, Black Wukong found himself confronted with a barrage of contentious exchanges. What are you looking at? Evil Wukong curiously leaned in. A debate? Why should I watch this? Black Wukong's gaze turned toward Beichuan. Look at the comments section, Beichuan urged. Black Wukong glanced at the comments, and upon doing so, he was taken aback by the sheer volume of absurdity and negativity, a revelation of the so-called slowfoot culture, which captivated both him and Evil Wukong. Once they had finished watching, Beichuan articulated his purpose. Due to the constant organization of debates in reality, a virtual battleground has formed, driven by the desires of people. This annual event is not overly intense, and you two are perfect candidates to participate. What is the purpose of participating? Black Wukong inquired. I bear the curses of slaughter, plunder, and evil in my incomplete form, rendering me incapable of restoring little Black Wukong's body. Thus, we must engage in this debate. If the three of us collectively defeat 100 opponents, we shall be granted a wish, which may be just enough to restore little Black Wukong's soul. Colored by your essence, Beichuan stated with grave seriousness. Incomplete body? What is the reality of soul colors? The Black Wukong is perplexed, feeling as if he is subjected to the intellectual rigor of Einstein since the first grade. There are certain things that I will elaborate on later, but time is of the essence, as only 3 spots remain for the competition. Are you in such a hurry? Wait, I shall join as well. What else could I do? Beichuan emanates an overwhelming pressure, which intimidates the evil Wukong into acquiescence. Rest assured, I will grant you some power to revive the little ghost. Do you not wish to conquer the version of yourself that opposes your will? Ah, is that possible? The evil Wukong's face brightens with hope. Beichuan does not respond verbally, instead conveying his intentions through a glance. In that moment, the two lock eyes, and the evil Wukong's interest is piqued. Very well, I require greater strength. Take me with you. The evil Wukong consents. You. Black Wukong attempts to voice his thoughts, But the notion of saving the little black Wukong dispels his previous reluctance to fight. If it can save the little ghost, I will go. The black Wukong speaks with a somber tone and unwavering determination. I have been waiting for those words. With both individuals prepared, Beichuan swiftly guides them across the boundaries of reality, leading them to the battleground of myriad realms. The story concludes here. Epilogue, a chapter from a new book, Muzan Kibutsuji. Is that stranger truly going to confront Muzan? That fiend was only defeated with the combined efforts of the 12 Hashira and Miss Tamayo, O Buddha. The stone pillar, mourning the loss, gazes intently at the arena with hands clasped in prayer. The competition is designed with humanity in mind, allowing the vast audience to view the proceedings through a 360-degree live broadcast on a grand screen. What if the seats are too far to see? The battlefield features a set of recording glasses. Why can't you just perish, Kibutsuji Muzan? Tanjiro grits his teeth, fixating his gaze on Muzan, noticing the attention from his world. Muzan turns his head. Upon seeing the familiar faces, all wishing for his demise, Muzan is not angered but rather delighted. I am not only alive but standing right before you. How does that make you feel? In a mocking manner, Muzan dances gleefully before the Hashira and the trio of Tanjiro. Just as Muzan revels in his triumph, suddenly a face comes into view. What do you take human lives for? Oh no. Kaneo Tsuyuri, you are here too. Muzan is startled, veins bulging on his forehead, utterly unprepared for Kaneo's presence, momentarily losing his fighting spirit. However, recalling that they are all in the same predicament, he quickly regains his composure. I regard human lives as mere bread. What can you do about it? Muzan boasts arrogantly. Upon hearing this, Kaneo is nearly ready to draw her blade, yet can only watch as Muzan continues his charade. Seizing the opportunity, Muzan refuses to relent, recalling how easily he was dispatched by the opponent's blade, prompting him to perform an exaggerated ballet. Were it not for the steel man reminding him of the swift competition, he might have even attempted a slam dunk. The narrative returns to its original course. After completing his performance, Muzan ceases his frivolity, redirecting his focus back to the present. Today marks your day of reckoning, mere mortal. With a fierce declaration, Muzan's left hand swiftly transformed into a grotesque tentacle, aiming to strike Moses in a decisive blow. However, Muzan underestimated the speed of his opponent, who, startled by the suddenness of the attack, managed to evade with a remarkable leap. Oh, quick reflexes, are they? Then how about this? Suddenly, Muzan's single tentacle multiplied into 3, then 6, launching a relentless barrage towards Moses once more. Yet, another strike was deftly dodged. Was it a virus not of the red light, nor the mutated black light, but an unknown infectious entity? Activating his thermal vision, Moses perceived the intricate structure of Muzan's being, gasping in astonishment upon discovering that he possessed 7 hearts and 5 brains. Such brutal vitality. Allow me to play with you for a while. Fueled by the desire for combat, Moses executed a swift aerial maneuver, charging towards Muzan. In an instant, before Muzan could comprehend the failure of his tentacle strike, Moses dove in at a velocity surpassing sound itself. The speed was so incredible that even Yurichi, seated far in the audience, couldn't help but marvel. Even when I exert all my strength, I can hardly match half of that speed. As Yurichi mused, Muzan was left bewildered. This speed whoosh. Before Muzan could grasp the situation, a hand transformed into a blade, slicing towards his head. Whoosh. Blood gushed forth. Within less than a minute of battle, Muzan's head was severed in a single stroke. As his head fell, the scoreboard illuminated with the points earned by the 2 combatants. 3 points awarded for the first blood, plus an additional 2 points. The television broadcast echoed through the ears of all competitors, revealing Muzan's swift downfall within such a brief span. The Demon Slayer Corps, witnessing the scene, expressed their astonishment, particularly the upper moons, as they took in the grim fate of their master. Muzan-sama's head was cleaved by that hooded man. How pitiful. Doma feigned sorrow, though he felt none. Speak less. Akaza, seated beside him, could no longer contain himself and delivered a sharp slap. That speed and power were undoubtedly beyond the upper moons. Tanjiro's gaze remained fixated on the battlefield. Even after losing his head, Muzan's body continued to move, transforming his hands into numerous grotesque tentacles that lashed out once again. In utter shock, Tanjiro, equipped with thermal vision, had already anticipated the incoming attack and swiftly retreated to evade. You shall not escape. As Muzan's head regenerated and his body regained sight, He unleashed a frenzied assault with his alien tentacles, akin to an octopus striking the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The earth beneath them shattered, rocks flew, and dust billowed into the air. Faced with such extensive damage, Tanjiro had grown accustomed to battling various infectious entities daily. He effortlessly dodged while wielding his blade to counter Musen's relentless onslaught. Regardless of how swiftly Musen regenerated or how ferocious his attacks became, Tanjiro responded with ease, his strikes growing increasingly vigorous. In that moment, the aggressor shifted. With each swing, he closed in on Musen, preparing to sever his head once more. Observing this scene, Musen was engulfed by a profound fear of death, and in an instant, he unleashed a torrent of whip-like blades, launching them like furious blossoms amidst a tempest. In the face of this onslaught, a faint smile graced his lips as the blade in his hand transformed into a deadly claw. Grave spike annihilation. The claw fiercely plunged into the ground, and as Musen's attack surged forth, it summoned an array of spikes to assail him with devastating force. While Musen managed to deflect the incoming assault, the question remained, how would he respond to the counterattack? In the audience, a figure named Musen exhibited an astonishing regeneration rate. Yet he could not match the swiftness and agility of a man referred to as Wukong. That Musen seems to be holding back. Is it prudent to draw conclusions so early? Wukong scoffed disdainfully. Meanwhile, Kitagawa remained silent, his gaze unwavering. After enduring a significant blow, Musen found himself feeling an icy chill. Had it not been for the spikes that had ejected fragments of his brain and heart from his body, he would have perished in that single strike. Although his life was spared, he was left in a state of disarray. The recent grave spike annihilation had brought him perilously close to death's door. His 5 brains and 7 hearts, even when dispersed, were ruthlessly pierced in an instant. Had the spikes not been sparse enough to leave gaps the size of a palm, Musen would have already lost the match. Damn it, he thought. Reduced to a single heart and brain. Amidst the spikes, with only 1 heart and a fragment of his brain remaining, Musen began to regenerate rapidly, restoring his entire form in less than half a second. Though his injuries had vanished, the sensation of impending death lingered, permeating his heart and far surpassing the wounds left by the relentless assault. At that moment, as he grappled with his lingering dread, he spoke up. According to the referee, the scoring is based on a minimum plus performance. Our battle has no time limit, and should I continue to inflict relentless harm upon you, I would surely earn a substantial score. With a scornful smile, the dynamic shifted, as the once dismissive demeanor of Musen transitioned to one of palpable contempt towards his opponent. You dare to underestimate me? Realizing he had been belittled, Musen's hair began to turn white, and his human form sprouted mouths while bone whips emerged from his back. Under the scrutiny of heated gazes, his physique began to undergo a transformation. Once withered muscles swelled, and his blood coursed with renewed vigor. It was evident that Musen had unleashed his full potential. Previously, I wielded but half my strength. Now, I shall demonstrate the might of my true form. With that proclamation, Musen propelled himself off the spikes, launching into a sprint. In the blink of an eye, he shattered several spikes and swiftly closed the distance, delivering a powerful punch. While a multitude of grotesque tendrils erupted from his forearm muscles, striking forth with astonishing speed. Musen's velocity was unparalleled, and among the adversaries he had encountered, few could rival his swiftness, let alone withstand the full force of his formidable prowess. As a mere blink occurs, the arm and hand undergoes a remarkable transformation, morphing into one replete with muscle, while the situation begins to shift. The scene transitions to Kitagawa, observing the muscular form of his limbs. Kitagawa recites the name of the form he utilized when adventuring in the Teyvat continent, famously dubbed the Choo-Choo Slayer. Amidst Kitagawa's murmurs, Musen's attack is effortlessly evaded with a single step, followed by a firm grip on Musen's hair, flinging him away. In a state of significantly enhanced muscle mass, Musen is hurled through the air with tremendous force. Such speed and strength propel him away, yet Musen quickly regains his composure, performing an aerial handstand before landing gracefully. No sooner has he touched down than he charges forward again, fists raised. A resounding impact reverberates as Musen reacts, raising his arms in defense, perfectly timed to block the incoming punch. However, in this state of augmented muscle, capable of obliterating a helicopter with a single strike and effortlessly lifting and hurling a heavy tank nearly 1,000 meters, his defense proves utterly futile. The moment Musen braces himself, he is sent flying backward, his arms crushed by the force of the blow. The sheer power elicits a pained grimace from Muzan, who crashes heavily to the ground. Yet this does not deter his spirit. Rather, it ignites a fierce determination within him. In defiance, he spreads his palms wide, preparing to engage in a test of strength against the advancing foe. Since transforming into a demon, he has yet to encounter anyone capable of matching his might. A slight smile graces Muzan's lips, entirely oblivious to the impending turn of events. In the audience, it feels remarkably akin to the dynamic between you and me, Oliva, remarks a smirking Hanma Yujiro, casting a disdainful glance at the serious-faced Oliva beside him. What do you mean by that? Oliva, momentarily lost in thought, completely forgets the scene in the prison library where Yujiro had effortlessly overpowered him in a grip contest, leaving him feeling utterly defeated. It is only when he observes Muzan kneeling on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, and gazing at the spectacle before him with an expression of horror, that the memory resurfaces. Since my transformation into a demon, I have considered myself invincible in this world. The encounter with Yurichi does not count, as it was merely a matter of timing. His breath inadvertently countered my abilities. I did not truly lose that battle, having succumbed only to negligence and restraint. The Demon Slayer Corps incident, orchestrated by that scoundrel Yose and Tamayo, aged me by 900 years and forced me to face the sun. I did not lose in that encounter either. In my eyes, a true defeat only occurs when one is utterly overpowered in terms of strength, speed, destructive capability, and endurance. To be bested by such a foe would signify true defeat. I have long believed that I have never lost a battle, until I encountered this individual. This brutal slaughter has culminated in the demise of the Demon King from another realm. With a glimmer of cold light flashing across his visage, a crimson aura envelopes him as Muzan gazes on in astonishment, fully unleashing his power and donning his armored form. This sight alone conveys an undeniable sense of formidable strength. Faced with this full power state, Muzan grits his teeth in apprehension. Is this your blood? Such vitality courses through you. Indifferent to the situation, I focused solely on the blood of Muzan before me, consuming it right in his presence. The instant I devoured his blood, a sharp pain coursed through my head, followed by a torrent of memories flooding my mind. Upon witnessing Muzan's life experiences, I could not help but feel a pang of sorrow for the countless souls he had so carelessly extinguished, realizing that, fundamentally, he was not human but a virus. As a virus, I possessed certain boundaries. How could you, as a human, continue to inflict harm? You repulse me, akin to the Black Watch. I had often pondered the purpose of my existence. To others, I am a killer, an embodiment of slaughter and destruction. Yet now, I understand that perhaps my existence is solely to consume beings like you. A glint of cold light flashed in my eyes as my arms transformed into claws, ready to assimilate Muzan. However, Muzan would not allow it. He raised his hand, morphing it into a multitude of grotesque blades that lunged toward me. Yet, how could such an assault daunt one who had endured a nuclear blast and emerged unscathed after 18 days of growth? In the face of immortality, this attack felt akin to a feather brushing against me. In a moment of arrogance, I exposed a portion of my armor, revealing myself to Muzan. A dull thud echoed as Muzan's grotesque blade struck me, shattering like a balloon punctured by a needle. How could you possibly withstand this? Muzan's expression was one of disbelief. In the audience, the man named Alex Mosser was a subject of intrigue. Inosuke fixated on the battlefield, swallowing hard in astonishment. That strike could easily demolish an entire street and the nearby buildings, yet it was so effortlessly absorbed. Yoshiyuki Taketu, who was not one to be disliked, spoke up. The outcome of this battle was already determined. With claws poised and expression icy, I declared, I beg to differ. I forgot to mention that my blood is cursed. As I spoke, Muzan attempted to manipulate the blood within him for a curse. In an instant, an ominous glow enveloped him, indicating a change as his body seemed to writhe uncontrollably. Observing this, Muzan's pride swelled. I am the strongest being in this world. Kabutsuji Muzan, he proclaimed with a slight smile. Just as Muzan reveled in his triumph, his body suddenly convulsed violently before falling silent, and to his utter embarrassment, he let out a fart. Your blood is as spicy as chili, I remarked, a hint of joy illuminating my features thanks to Muzan's peculiar predicament. How could this be? This is a curse that could obliterate even an upper moon, he exclaimed, baffled by my resilience, for I was merely an infected entity. Before he could finish, I shot him a serious look and swiftly seized him with my claws. infected entity. While you were still being fed milk at birth, I had already clashed with the elite forces of the Black Watch on my very first day, battling all manner of monsters. I stated coldly, each word resonating clearly. Upon hearing this, even the strongest on the surface, Yujiro, could only shake his head in disbelief. After all, on the very first day of his existence, he had commanded his mother to endure a moment of turbulence within her womb. The world is indeed vast and full of wonders. It seems that beings akin to myself exist beyond this realm. Alex Moser, had you been born in my world, I assure you, you would have emerged as the strongest of all. Yujiro gazed at him with admiration, his heart brimming with a fierce spirit, yet tinged with a trepidation that mirrored the profound paternal love he had received from his father, Yuichiro. Curses are futile. They merely affirm that you and Nezuko share a similar constitution. Nevertheless, such a fact cannot secure your victory over me. Allow me to enlighten you. I am indomitable. In this current age, not even sunlight can extinguish my life. Even should you sever my head or obliterate my body, I shall regenerate. And in the fleeting moment before your next strike, I will heal. Muzin's arrogance soared once more, completely neglecting the fact that he had previously been reduced to a mere head, his essence shattered in a frightful manner. Muzin's brashness stemmed from his unparalleled regenerative capability. Should he encounter others, he would indeed be an unyielding beast, impervious to defeat. His regeneration is swift, his strength formidable, and his methods of attack are varied and intricate. Were he to face vampires like Dio, Jonathan, or Joseph, they would find themselves in dire straits, compelled to resort to strategic battles relying on intellect and skill to secure victory. Yet, alas, Muzin's misfortune lay in crossing paths with the ultimate being, the apex predator of the food chain. I sense you are focused solely on my defeat, oblivious to the foreboding of your impending demise. A somber expression enveloped my face. In truth, from the moment I unleashed my true murderous intent upon you, you should have prepared to meet your maker. My claws gleamed ominously, appearing to Muzin as an embodiment of encroaching darkness, boundlessly extending upwards, downwards, and sideways. What do you intend to do? Step aside. In a fit of rage, Muzin unleashed a barrage of attacks, yet I stood resolute, enduring the onslaught with my flesh until I reached the verdant expanse, where Grey Wolf had uttered countless promises of return. Only after enduring 1,000 of Muzin's full-force strikes did I finally raise my hand in defense. Welcome to the pinnacle of the food chain. No, no, no. With a piercing scream, Muzin was mercilessly devoured before an audience of hundreds, rendered helpless in a gruesome display. The outcome was clear. Victory belonged to me, with a total score of 189 points. I should continue this brutal slaughter a while longer. Perhaps I might garner even more points. Gripping my bloodied claws, my expression remained cold and saturated with crimson.